On the surface, you are a mere ant that can be easily extinguished in the lower realm. But secretly, you are the son of the patriarch of the ancient upper realm's destined Imperial clan. However, besides that, you are also a transmigrator with a system. Just now, your family was about to execute you, simply because your original self was an orphan picked up by an elder of the family, who then died on a mission. Yet, your original self possesses a divine body that has not been seen in 10,000 years. In order to help Lu Ruyan maximize her cultivation, the original body went into the forbidden area more than once, just to obtain the heavenly materials and earthly treasures to refine her body. However, in addition to this, the original body even used its unique ancient blood to concoct medicine, just to assist Lu Ruyan in breaking through. Despite such sacrifices, Lu Ruyan didn't even glance at the original body. In the end, not only did she conspire with Luo Hao, whom she had only known for 3 days, to kill the disciples of the Dao lineage to seize the original body's divine source, but she also colluded with her family to frame the original body, claiming it was the murderer of the Dao lineage disciples, ultimately intending to judge the original body in front of the entire clan, using its death to gain favor with the Dao lineage of this world. At this moment, you slowly raise your head and look at Lu Ruyan in front of you, thinking, surprisingly not dead. What a lucky life. Lu Ruyan sees your expression and can't help but curl her lips. A cold sneer that only the two of you can hear reaches your ears. You force a cold smile and say, if someone as poisonous as you, like a snake or scorpion, hasn't died, how could I possibly die? Lu Ruyan is momentarily at a loss for how to respond. All along, you've given her the impression of a modest gentleman. When did you become so crude? Your tone grows colder. What do you mean by what? Do you still think I'm a sycophant? I'm not falling for your act anymore. So stop pretending here. Lu Ruyan was both angry and furious. Shut up. I haven't finished speaking yet. Do you have a say in this? As she spoke, you looked up at Luo Hao in the distance and said coldly, you too, in order to get my divine body source, are willing to scheme against me? And yet you say that I killed Cheng Qingxue out of lust. Let me tell you, if I really acted on lust, Lu Ruyan would have been finished long ago. You people can't even find a proper excuse. You're truly useless. As soon as these words were spoken, those indignant cultivators were instantly stunned, as if what you said made some sense. As the saying goes, it's easy to change the landscape but hard to change one's nature. With you being such a seasoned sycophant, would you really kill out of lust? It's really unlikely. Seeing that the situation was not right, Lu Ruyan quickly adjusted her mindset and said facts speak louder than words. You say you won't kill, but that's just self-justification. As for my achievements today, what does it have to do with you? Only I know the price I've paid for my cultivation over the years. On the contrary, you, in order to escape guilt, have even lost your face. Don't you think that's shameful? You responded. I understand now why some people get confused. With your appearance, which sycophant wouldn't be bewildered? What do you mean by the ability you mentioned? Some people just like this set. That gentleman over there, don't you think? You sneered and deliberately glanced at Luo Hao. Lu Ruyan was both resentful and angry, but she still suppressed her rising emotions and said, to be honest, I am very disappointed in you now. Originally, when this happened, I felt a bit uncomfortable in my heart. After all, you are an outsider disciple of the Lu clan, and I was thinking that when the people from the Tai Palace arrive, I would find a way to plead for you. Now I feel that I was too kind-hearted. Someone like you should pay for your sins with death. After hearing this, you suddenly burst into laughter. You plead for me? Ha ha, I've been grinding my face with sandpaper for 10 years, and it's not as thick as yours. In the midst of laughter, you accidentally spat out a mouthful of blood due to the strain on your injuries, looking extremely tragic. At that moment, Luo Hao suddenly shouted, and the scene fell into a dead silence. Luo Hao stepped forward and coldly said, whether you killed someone or not is up to our Tai Palace to decide. As for the divine body source, even if we take it, so what? These things originally belonged to the strong. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for having no power or influence. Just a rogue cultivator without any background. To put it harshly, not to mention your divine body source, even a single hair of yours belongs to us. Our Tai Palace can make you die at the 3rd watch, and you won't live to the 5th watch. Do you understand? In the end, Luo Hao fully displayed his arrogant and condescending demeanor. As soon as these words were spoken, the silent crowd immediately understood. At this point, the truth no longer mattered. To put it bluntly, it was that something on you had caught someone's eye, and even if the Tai Palace were to rob you openly, what could you do? At this moment, Liu Beiqiang also mustered his courage and shouted coldly, a person facing death still dares to slander others recklessly. They truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. No matter what, I cannot let you go today. As he shouted, a powerful aura surged forth, striking cleverly at your chest. The piercing pain engulfed you like a tide, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. the pain made it hard for you to breathe, and your vision gradually darkened. That near-death feeling resurfacing in your heart once again. For this scene, everyone present looked on with cold smiles, fully revealing their indifference. In their eyes, whether you lived or died had nothing to do with them, as long as they were not affected, especially Lu Ruyan, whose eyes sparkled with a ghostly light, appearing ruthless and cruel. At that moment, she truly wished for your immediate death, so that she could wash away her past stains. Once she entered the Tai Palace, everything would be a new beginning, and she would be able to soar to great heights. As for you, being her stepping stone is her greatest honor. Oh my god, I just reincarnated. Am I going to die again? At this moment, you really have the urge to curse. Brother Tongzi, are you there? System Lord, please come out, okay? This is not the time for jokes. After a long time without a response, you can't help but take a deep breath, and then silently say in your heart, Grandpa, Grandma, Master Ding, Master Tower, all the named golden fingers. I called out all at once, but still no response. No way. Others travel through time. I also travel through time. Not to mention starting in hell. I don't even have a golden finger. How can I continue? Alright, I'm tired. Let it be destroyed. The sooner I die, the sooner I can be reborn. At this moment, you feel numb and utterly hopeless. When the vitality gradually fades away, an unprecedented power suddenly erupts within you. Absolute talent and absolute fire seed are passively activated. The hidden physique of the chaotic sequence body is passively activated, and the accompanying golden finger of destiny's great furnace is passively activated. Absolute fire seed possesses the strongest attributes and is absolutely immortal. The chaotic sequence body is the strongest physique in all heavens, surpassing all physiques, with 9 sequence shackles waiting to be unlocked. Each sequence shackle can be unlocked by absorbing the liquid of destiny's nirvana, and unlocking one grants an absolute talent. The great furnace of destiny, a combination of the attribute system and traditional cheat codes, can shield all heavenly secrets and suppress all powers of destiny. The great furnace of destiny can refine all children of destiny, turning them into the liquid of destiny nirvana or randomly obtaining rewards, and the refining effects can be stacked. In an instant, a series of prompts appeared before your eyes. This is my golden finger. Why do I feel like I can do it again? Your dead heart suddenly ignited. That state was more intense than taking medicine. Do you want to activate all talents? At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Add, as much as possible. You shouted without hesitation. I'm about to die. Who cares about the pros and cons? Just add. The absolute spark ignites. The source of the chaotic sequence is being released, the broken body is being repaired, and the cultivation is being restored, with hints appearing before your eyes one after another. In an instant, the heavens and the earth tremble endlessly, and the source energy explodes like sparks in mid-air. Endless chaotic energy spreads rapidly from the depths of the vast sky. At the same time, those chaotic phenomena emerge, stirring up astonishing waves that leave everyone breathless. Meanwhile, your cultivation is gradually recovering, and an ancient aura emanates from your body, rippling with sequence marks, which, at first glance, moves and astonishes everyone. How is that possible? Lu Ruyan looked at the astonishing spectacle in front of her in shock, and Luo Hao's expression also changed drastically, unable to believe what was happening. They were well aware of your situation. First, your cultivation had been completely destroyed, and second, the source of your divine body had been completely drained. The current Chen stable was, to put it bluntly, nothing more than a waste with an empty body. Once you don't get timely treatment, it's kind of a problem to survive, not to mention recover. But now, not only did Chen stable gradually recover, even his origin, which had already been emptied out, was revived. Ha 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 ha, the fruit is worthy of the legendary desolate ancient slayer body. Just then, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over at the sound. What came into view was an old man whose body was entwined with the power of life and death descending slowly from mid-air. Obviously, the old man in front of him was a powerhouse of the life and death realm. The cultivation realms in this world were divided into 13 great realms: spiritual orifice realm, body casting realm, bipolar realm, yin-yang realm, celestial realm, life and death realm, nirvana realm, heavenly king realm, exalted emperor realm, sacred supreme realm, supreme emperor realm, proof realm, quasi-emperor realm, and great emperor realm. Each major realm is also divided into 10 levels. As soon as Luo Hao saw the old man, he immediately greeted him and bowed. Disciple, meet master. Qin Mu's greedy gaze retracted from Chun Jian and looked at Luo Hao. This son, is the sinner you said killed my palace disciples? Yes, this is what disciple saw with his own eyes, and he specially asked master to come and do justice. Luo Hao said in a loud voice. Then has his identity been investigated clearly? Qin Mu leisurely said. A clean slate. Just an orphan without any background. Luo Hao hurriedly said. Qin Mu's eyes immediately flashed with a bright light. Orphans? Orphans are good. That makes it even less of a concern. Immediately afterward, he said in a cold voice, you have done well in this matter. No matter who it is. Whoever kills my palace's children must pay the price. By the way, master, he was already wasted. Why can he still recover himself? Luo Hao suddenly said. Qin Mu lightly laughed. That's not surprising. Some top-tier divine bodies inherently have a chance of regeneration. It's just that. How do I observe that his divine body essence is flawed? It's hard to believe that someone else made the first move before you captured him. With that, Qin Mu looked at Luo Hao, his eyes flashing like eagles and vultures. Holy, I can't hide it from this dog. Originally, he had already had the idea of taking it for himself when Chen Stable was recovering, but he was still discovered. Thinking about it, Luo Hao immediately pulled out the loaded origin and offered it up with both hands. This is that brat's divine body origin. It's still best for you to hand it over by the master. Not bad. Master hasn't misjudged you. Qin Mu was satisfied as he received the origin and solemnly patted Qin Mu's shoulder. This is entirely due to your good teaching, master. Luo Hao appropriately patted another line of horse's ass, then looked to the side of Chu Yue, whose face was full of hope, and opened his mouth. This is the Chu clan's son who discovered that brat's evil deeds together with my disciple, and I ask for master's clarification. How could Qin Mu not understand Luo Hao's and Chu Yue's little thoughts? Qin Mu didn't speak, but instead looked at Chu Yue. Chu Yue's entire body instantly tightened, and subconsciously lowered her head. Chu Beiqiong and the others in the distance also had their spirits tightened at this time, because this was a chance for their Chu clan to hitch a ride on the Tai Tai Dao Palace. With just a glance, Qin Mu could see Chu Yue's condition. Talent was only passable, and the only thing you could take out of it was physique. Of course, this was not to say that Chu Yue possessed a spiritual body, but rather that her body had been nourished by a number of heavenly treasures, and in the future, she would be able to cultivate some unique body refining techniques. In this way, it's not useless. When Chu Yue's heart was about to sink to the top, Qin Mu finally spoke. Seeing as she also has merit, master can accept her as a disciple. Disciple has met master. Chu Yue was also a person with eyes, and immediately ambled over. At this moment in time, she completely let go. At the same time, she became more certain of her choice inside. If one relied on Chen Stable, there was absolutely no chance of joining the Tai Dao Palace. Well. Chu Beiqiong and the others in the distance were so excited that they couldn't contain themselves. The surrounding crowd of onlookers were also looking at Chu Yue with great envy. You have to know that this is being directly accepted as a disciple by the elders. It's much better than those who join through the examination. Instead, Qin Mu lightly glanced at Chu Yue and did not speak. Luo Hao, on the other hand, transmitted his voice to Chu Yue. Junior sister can't go back on what she promised me. Chu Yue was instantly stunned, then said, don't worry, it's senior sister's honor to be able to share a marriage with senior brother. Luo Hao's face blushed, his eyes swept over Chu Yue's chest, and another flash of greed flashed in his eyes, and by this time, Chen Stable had already regained his vitality, only that the chaotic sequence body origin was still in the process of being released. His body, on the other hand, was still assimilating the power brought by the origin. Right at this moment, Qin Mu suddenly looked at Chen Jian, his eyes flashing with greed. Master, what are you doing? Luo Hao also noticed Qin Mu's movements and couldn't help but ask. You're still young. The god body is also a good thing in its own essence blood in addition to its origin. Not to mention, there's a new growth of god body origin inside him now. Qin Mu looked at Luo Hao by his side and leisurely said. Then master. Luo Hao took a deep breath, which strengthened his courage to continue. I wonder if disciple can share a little essence blood. Qin Mu smiled faintly. This time, you have been meritorious in upholding the iron laws of my palace, so you can share a sliver of it. Luo Hao immediately brightened up, and his entire body couldn't help but get excited. While a hint of it really doesn't seem like much, it's better than nothing, isn't it? Coupled with the fact that the vision that Chen Stable had just inspired was a very terrifying one, it showed the power contained within it, and a touch of greed flashed under Chu Yue's eyes, but she didn't dare to open her mouth to ask for it. However, she inwardly sneered at Chen Jian even more. See, what good is talent alone? Without a background, you end up being slaughtered, and over again, until you are squeezed to the bone. Then master, how is this drawn? Do you want disciples' help? Luo Hao suppressed his inner excitement and spoke in a loud voice. Qin Mu shook his head. This time, master will come personally, you can just watch from the side. Good, Luo Hao said evenly. Qin Mu no longer paid any attention to Luo Hao, and with a lift of his steps, He walked towards Chen Jian. This old dog. Grass, grass, grass. Elder Goldfinger, what do we do? Although Chen Stable was angry, he did not lose his mind and hurriedly inquired. Don't worry, just a tiny life and death realm ant like him. Even if he has the life to take it, he doesn't have the life to use it. That immortal red peony's voice sounded once again. Oh, are you feeling humorous? I'm asking you how you're going to fix it, not what you're going to do. Chen Jianman was numb. At the same time, outside of the ancient Yuan realm's boundary area, a man and a woman landed from the upper realm with monstrous might. In an instant, the ancient Yuan realm was in turmoil. Endless thunderbolts exploded, and everything in heaven and earth turned into nothingness at this moment. Chapter 4. The sky has fallen off. Endless anger. The man's appearance was handsome and peerless, with sword brows and starry eyes, his chest hiding all the images, wearing a long black robe with a murderous aura entwined all over his body. As he dangled down from mid-air, it was like a god descending into the world. But at this moment, his brows contained anger, and 10,000 thunderbolts surged under his eyes. The terrifying aura around his body pressed out, and it was visible that the surrounding area exploded into a sky full of streaming dust. The woman's appearance was also absolutely unparalleled, with a tall and perfect figure, and a bit of red lotus on her brow, lined with a fiery red battle armor. This made her temperament, which already seemed like a celestial fairy in the dust, add one more point of valor. At this moment, she was holding a flaming lance, and an aura of searing extinction and destruction filled the air from it, complementing the red lotus seal at her brow. This at first glance looked like a female god of war, supremely honorable. Compared to the man's unruffled authority, the woman displayed her murderous and icy coldness to the fullest extent. At that moment, someone came from the Boundary Protectorate. More than a dozen middle-aged men and women stopped in front of Chen Wufei and Chen Hongnian. Dare I ask the two lords, what are you so furious about? If there is anything I need help with, my lord, just ask, and I will be the first to do it. A middle-aged man named Zhao Long ambled over and bowed. The Palace of Realm Protection belongs to a unique force, and its primary responsibility is to maintain stability between realms and prevent unnecessary unrest, especially the two visitors in front of them. But they were existences that were also renowned in the Xian Huangstar region. Chen Wuxi in the ancient world known as 10,000 years not out of the absolute pride. A world will be purple haze, has been surviving 9981 days to stop. When he had just come of age, he broke into the sinking devil's cave alone and killed his way through it with his own strength. And when he came out, he immediately entered the Zun Emperor realm. Later on, he chose to enter the world and dive into cultivation, and has since disappeared into the desolate ancient realm. And compared to Chen Wufei, Chen Hongnian was even more of a legend. On the day he came of age, one man stood alone against 1,000,000 foreign enemies from other lands. Afterwards, it is holding a red lotus prison gun to guard outside the domain road. The gun chi through all the billions of miles. So far no one can compete with it. For this reason, she was honored by the world as the queen of the red prison, and no one in the younger middle generation dared to disobey her. Get lost. Chen Hongnian's ice-cold gaze, which resembled two fiery red lances, fiercely landed on the group of Realm Protector ambassadors. As for Chen Wuxi, although he didn't speak, the murderous aura emanating from his body wasn't any worse than Chen Hongnian. Just standing there can bring invisible oppression. This, Zhao Long and the others immediately felt that their bodies were ice-cold. Their blood was frozen, and their hairs stood up. But even so, they couldn't back off halfway. Their duty as Realm Protector ambassadors was to maintain the stability between the realms and the realms, so that the people coming from the upper and lower realms would not enter rashly. Now that it was these two killing gods that had come, if they were truly allowed to enter the lower realm, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. Zhao Long suppressed the fear that surrounded him and took a deep breath. I also asked the two adults to calm their anger. This is not something that I intended to block. Rather, there are explicit rules between the boundaries and the boundaries that no one may be crossing without authorization. Of course, if the two lords insist on going, I will still wait for the villain to inform them upwards. That's a lot of bull *********. Die! Chen Hongnian shouted in a cold voice, and the lance between his hands followed suit as it violently trembled. Waves of unrivaled fire raging. As a hole in the spear fell, Zhao Long was directly blasted into a bloody mist, and even the half-boundary protector temple was blown up. The pupils of the remaining boundary protectors opened straight up, making it a little difficult to breathe for a moment. Killing people at the drop of a hat. That's the ing devil, isn't it? Capturing little brother's chi is not good. His divine body origin is gradually disappearing. Chen Wufei's soft murmur rang out, and at the end of his words his pupils shook. Killing machines raged in all directions. An endless shocking thunder transformed into blood thunder. Little brother in trouble. Go. With that, his eyes exploded with blood and thunder. as if the world was falling. Whoever obstructs will die. After dropping a sentence, Chen Wuxi turned around and swept towards the traced scent. Chen Hongmian, on the other hand, also dropped a sentence. Your boundary protector palace had better pray that my little brother is alright. Otherwise, your entire boundary protectorate hall will have to accompany my little brother. As the words fell, Chen Hongmian also disappeared into place. In an instant, the realm protector on the scene felt that his body was cold through and through, and an endless killing opportunity forced him down, like a blade forcing his throat. Only after a long time did Feng Du leisurely speak. We're just going to let them go? The other alpha, Mac Dan, slowly turned his head. Or what do you say? Feng Du, that words clogged in his throat and could no longer say it. My ass, we're just janitors. What's the point of playing dead? At the end of his words, Mu Chen became indignant. Really, don't know the heights of heaven. Who is it bad to offend? Offending the Heaven's Destiny Emperor clan. Actually, our crisis isn't lifted. Just now that Invincible Chen said that his little brother seems to have had an accident in the lower realm. In case a son of the Chen clan dies in the lower realm, perhaps the realm protector's palace will be fine. But those of us who blocked it will definitely be pushed out to block the sword. At that moment, a man named Li Chong suddenly spoke. The cold smile on Mu Chen's face froze when these words came out. The others' faces changed more than wildly. What the hell are you waiting for? Immediately mobilize all your forces to save that Chen clan's son. Mu Chen roared in an urgent voice. Feng Du and the others rushed into action. Wastes, wastes. None of them can be relied on when it matters. Seeing Feng Du and the others with their hands full, Mu Chen was furious again. But by this time, he was also scared out of his wits. One must know that if a son of the Chen clan really died in the lower realm, it would be a real stab in the dark. The boundary protectorate might be able to maneuver around a bit and not be destroyed. But what about the dozen or so of them who will surely be pushed out as scapegoats? Or else it will be hard to quell the other side's anger. I'll go myself. They are the ones who tire themselves out every day. And they are the ones who have the most responsibility at the end of the day. And right at this moment, another realm protector envoy walked in from outside. It's not good. The Chen clan patriarch and clan mother are also coming this way. Boom! These words, like a bolt from the blue, exploded down on everyone's head. Originally, the people who were still in urgent contact with Mu Chen and the others, all froze in place. Their pupils were godless and reflecting endless fear. If Wu Fei Chen and Hongmian Chen had come over, then there might still be room for mediation in this matter. Then now that even Chen Baidao and Yi Xingyan had come, that represented the attitudes of the two Heavenly Destiny Emperor clans. What virtue or ability did they, the Realm Protector Palace, have to withstand the wrath of the two Heaven's Destiny Emperor clans? As for these dozen or so losers of theirs, how can they afford to take the blame? The sky is falling. Knock. Shepherd's Dust and the others sat powerlessly on the ground, and the colors under their eyes were gradually festering. What kind of dog did this? Who the hell are you messing with but the sons of the Chen clan? The whole world is screwing you over. If I find out who did it, I'll absolutely dig up his ancestors' graves. This kind of vermin must be plucked clean from the roots altogether, so as not to stay and harm others. No, I can't sit around like this. The temple master must be notified, and he must take half of this blame. Thinking of this, Mu Chen immediately climbed up and hurriedly took out his transmission note. Chapter 5. The sky is torn apart, brutal and violent in the extreme. At the same time, at the Chu clan's grand meeting place, Xin Mu arrived in front of Chen Jian under the watchful eyes of the crowd. At this moment, Xin Mu's eyes were filled with greed. In the next moment, he saw his hands rapidly forming seals, his body's breath rippling up, and a mark changing rapidly in his hands. Seeing Xin Mu's movements, Chen Jian subconsciously struggled, but realized he couldn't move. No dude, what's going on here? Immortal Red Peony faintly said, your body is assimilating the chaotic sequence body, so it's normal that you can't move. Grass, I'm numb. The 9 poles of the blood guide. Xin Mu stretched out one hand, power entwined between his hands, and a kind of complex pattern seal was flowing. Perhaps noticing Chen Stable's struggles, Xin Mu's hand moved between his hands. Kid, don't struggle. This is your life. Ha ha ha. As Xin Mu let out a loud laugh, one hand heavily pressed down towards Chen Stable's chest. However, the moment it touched, the Chaos Origin was passively defended, turning into a 9-colored shield blocking his chest. For a while, Xin Mu's power was not allowed to advance an inch. Xin Mu's brows wrinkled, and the power in his hands subconsciously increased. Pust. Under the impact of the power of life and death, Chen Stable's mouth full of blood then spewed out, his entire body scarlet. It's kind of fun. The corner of Xin Mu's mouth quirked as he once again increased his strength. only to see the power of life and death transform into a devouring black hole, with countless tentacle claws reaching out and heading towards Chinstable's chest to swallow down again. As far as he was concerned, the stronger Chinstable's body-protecting spirit shield was, the stronger the origin of this new birth would be. At that time, the greater his gains. Thinking of this, Shinmu couldn't help but show a look of extreme greed on his face. Chinstable suddenly felt the power in his body rushing around. The pain that ensued was like his flesh was being torn apart bit by bit. In an instant, Chinstable's entire face was hideous, with a vein the size of a pinky finger writhing on it and blood oozing out of his pores. The chaotic origin was indeed extraordinary, but Chinstability had only assimilated a small portion of it after all, plus the fusion of the body was still incomplete. Under the constant impact of the power, the shield still gradually dimmed, and the origin could be seen being drawn out little by little. Ha ha ha, it's all mine, it's all mine. Under extreme exhilaration, Shinmu finally couldn't help but laugh wildly, and the bottom of his eyes followed suit as a brilliant light shot out. Old dog, as long as Chinstable, don't die, I will kill you, I will kill you. Chen Jian pulled a hideous face and roared in indignation, like a life-threatening ghost Feng. Just buy you? Ha ha ha, you won't have a chance in your next life. When Shinmu saw Chinstable in this state, his wild voice became even louder. Seeing this, the crowd at the scene, the corners of their mouths were all tugging with mockery. Good death, good death. That's what happens when you don't have a background and are noble. To think that I, Chu Yue, am cautious in every step I take. For what? But to become the winner in the end? So what if your talent is higher than mine? In the end, you still become a stepping stone for me to climb up the ladder. But to be my stepping stone, it's not a waste of you liking me for a while. Don't worry, I'll step on your bones, step by step, to the top. Chu Yue pupils burning with burning ambition, complete with the posture of the winner. Draw it out quick, quick, quick. Compared to Chu Yue, Luoha was so excited that he really wanted to go up and give him a hand. That way, he can use it to soar. Who is harming my brother? Who is it? Just then, a shocking roar rang out. This voice came from beyond the heavens, roaring the entire ancient Yuan realm straight up and swinging. Endless shocking thunder was falling, inducing a series of world-shattering visions. At this moment, it was as if the entire Greenstone town was coming to an end, and countless living beings crouched their heads, not daring to raise their heads. Boom! And the entire Chu clan grand meeting hall, which was currently in the very center of the vortex, only to see the halls and the ground shattered, exploding into a sky full of air bursts to come. Some of the weaker cultivators were thus shaken into a bloody mist, and endless solemnity filled every corner. In an instant, wailing and wailing were everywhere. Is this someone from the upper world? At this moment, a powerful person who was lurking in the ancient Yuan realm rushed out and looked at all this in front of them from afar. It shouldn't be. There are barriers between the realms. And there's even a guardian of the Realm Protector Temple. Who would dare to be so reckless? A single thought floated in the minds of all the powerful people. And the crowd on the Chu clan's assembly ground also looked at the midair in unison at this time. Especially Qin Mu. He felt that his power, at this moment, seemed incomparably small. No different from a mole cricket. It was a good thing that these forces did not target him, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, he also couldn't help but look in midair in fear. The sky was torn into two sides by a large hand at this time, and endless spatial turbulence was raging. That heavenly Tao Law then was like a crisscrossing chain that was hardened and ripped off, and then collapsed into streams of light, and the next moment, two unbeatable figures stepped out from it. This day was torn apart. The crowd at the scene, all of them had their scalps tingling, and a boundless chill ran from the top of their heads to the soles of their feet. Had they ever seen such horrific and violent images? These two people were none other than Chen Wuxi and Chen Hongyan, who had rushed over. Chen Wuxi's bare hands and fists were wrapped around the Thunder Dragon, and his body was gathered around a round of heavenly sun, just like a heavenly god approaching the world. Chen Hongyan, on the other hand, was clad in flame armor, holding the Red Lotus prison suppressor gun, with a round of fire lotuses burning on her brow. Her body posture was perfect to the extreme, just like a peerless female god of war. Rumble! The boundary wall was torn apart, and the sky should resound with the sound of heavy robberies and thunder, as if it wanted to crush the two. In an instant, the robbing thunder transformed into a robbing force and blasted towards Chen Wuhui and Chen Hongyan. The power of the heavenly tribulation is strong and unrivaled, and can kill all enemies. Even the power of a small heavenly calamity wants to stop me. How dare you? Chen Wuxi took a step forward, his entire body prime exhausting the heavens and grasping the robbing power in one hand. Rumble! The heavenly might was vast, echoing between heaven and earth, resembling a warning and a threat. No one in this world can threaten me.
Chen Wuxi shouted in a deep voice and shattered all the heavenly tribulations with one punch in front of everyone.
In an instant, Chen Wufei's aura rushed to its utmost limit, collapsing all the heavenly might and becoming the dazzling light of this heaven and earth. At this time, Chen Hongmian also took a step forward, his spear pointing straight at the endless sky dome. Today, my Chen clan acts. Whoever obstructs will die. If you, the heavenly Tao, are not convinced, then you can come and try. I, Chen Hongmian, don't mind stabbing the square sky through. What does it mean to be arrogant? That's what. What does it mean to be bossy? That's what. What does it mean to be invincible? That's what. Gollum. What ing monsters are these? The entire ancient Yuan realm was dead silent. Those old ancestors, the unearthly powerhouses, seeing this scene, on the other hand, silently lowered their heads, not even daring to utter a breath of air. They knew that the ancient Yuan realm should have unknowingly broken the sky. Soon, the abnormal movements of the heavens and earth subsided, and those robberies and thunderbolts turned into nothingness. Is this Tendo admitting defeat? This, awesome. All of them were more than shocked. This was the first time they had seen this kind of scene after living for so long. Chu Yue secretly scanned Chen Hongmian at this time. Her heart involuntarily gave birth to jealousy. One was because of Chen Hongmian's stunning figure, and the other was because of Chen Hongmian's strength. It's no exaggeration to say that Chen Hongmian is herself in her mind. Also women. Why do some people have everything right out of the gate while she has to count in 100 ways? It's not fair. It's not fair. The more she thought about it, the more indignant Chu Yue became. And at this time, Chen Wufei and Chen Hongmian also put away the power in their hands and their gazes scanned below. Qin Mu was shocked when he realized that the place he was in was locked. But at the first moment, he still made a gesture. Villain Qin Mu, meet the two lords. Dare I ask if the two lords are looking for something? I am willing to share your worries. With that, he crouched his body down in a hurry. Once Chu Beiqiong and the others saw this, they didn't dare to sit any longer, and also quickly crouched down on the ground, waiting with a terrified look on their faces. Little brother is there. Chen Hongmian suddenly pointed toward the execution platform. In an instant, that trembling killing machine filled every corner once again, and on the assembly hall, every strand of qi was transformed into an ice-cold blade, pressed against each person's lifeblood. Chapter 6 Bullying my brother has no one behind him, right? Everyone must die today. As the words fell, Chen Hongmian swept towards the direction where Qin's stable was. Little brother? No way. Qin Mu and the others instantly stiffened in place and turned their heads like corpses. To the eyes, it was exactly how Chen Hongmian shook the shackles on Chen's stable into dust with one hand and held him in his arms. How is this possible? It's over. It's really over. At this moment, both Qin Mu and Luo Hao were cold through and through, and their brains exploded into a pulp. Little brother, how are you doing? Sis is here. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Chen Hongmian was angry and afraid, trembling as she shoved a 9-turn soul restoration pill into Chen Steady's mouth and channeled in spiritual energy to help him refine it. What's going on with this? Am I not an orphan? Chen Stable had a dumbfounded look on his face. It's a real jump from hell to heaven. Not brother Steady. What's the matter with you? You got the ing background to come here and be a lickspittle? Brain fart. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new identity. At this moment, a female voice sounded in Chen Stable's ears. Elder, what's the situation here? Can you be more straightforward? You come from the Chen clan of the Heaven's Destiny Imperial clan. Your father is the Chen clan's clan chief, and your mother is the Heaven's Destiny Imperial clan's Yi clan's first princess. Brother is known as the first genius of the 10,000 years, the first person of Heaven's Destiny, and is known as the tyrant of the beginning. Sister has a great deal of merit and fame, and has made an unparalleled achievement for the desolate ancient realm. A Red Lotus prison suppressor gun guards the outside of the domain Dao, which can ensure peace for 10,000 generations, and is honored by the world as the queen of the Red Prison. Is this my background? Damn. Why do I feel like I'm good again? Ah, Steady. I take back what I said before. You're not. I'm the ing. Don't worry about going. Brother Steady. I'll enjoy this family for you. Ha ha ha. At the end of the day, Chen Stable still couldn't stifle a wild cry in his heart. Compared to Chen Stable's ecstasy, Chu Yue was like being struck by lightning, and her entire person was completely turned upside down. No, that's not possible. It's obvious he's an orphan, and it's obvious I've already gotten the lowdown on him. It's not true. It must not be true. If I hadn't betrayed him, wouldn't I have my share of this honor? Is it possible that I can use this to soar? As for the name of a disciple of the Tai Dao Palace, what the hell? With many thoughts intertwined, Chu Yue's heart surged with a strong sense of remorse and an urge to vomit blood. But soon, Chu Yue's mind changed again, and a deep hatred surged under her eyes. No, he must have lied to me. That must be it. What kind of person has that kind of background and doesn't realize it? There is only one explanation for this situation, and that is that the other party is deliberately hiding it. Thinking of this, Chu Yue had the urge to rush over and question Chen Stable, and the whole person became more and more frantic. Is this what you said you liked about me? Is this your Qin Jian's love? What do you take me? Chu Yue. 4. If you had said that from the beginning, why would I ever have done that to you? Do you realize that you caused all of this? I thought you said he was an orphan. Now what? At that moment, Luo Hao's deep-roaring chortle broke Chu Yue's self-strategizing. Chu Yue was dazed, then trembled. I. He did tell me so. Luo Hao instantly more than hideous. Now you tell me here. Stinking, do you know? We all buy you harmed. If something happens to us, I'll be the first to get you killed. Chu Yue's face instantly paled like paper, and the whole person had the urge to faint. And at that moment, Chen Wuxi also retracted his gaze from Chen Stable's body. The emperor's bones were dug up. Cultivation is ruined. The origin was taken. Second pumping of the source. Good. These lower realm ants. How dare they do this to my brother? Chen Wuxi. That's good. Everyone has to die here today. All of them. In an instant, monstrous fury rushed to Chen Wufei's heavenly aura. A matchless power came out from within him through the pressure, enveloping the entire large meeting hall. That majestic aura collapsed every strand of chi, and the heaven and earth roared furiously. All the sounds of solemn killing. At the same time, a shocking thunder was falling, and space along with dust was blasted into nothingness. This finished pffffffffff. The large swath of cultivators at the bottom were once again blasted into a bloody mist. Fear and despair welled up in the bottom of every one of these people's eyes, and wailing filled every corner. When Chen Wuxi was just about to go on a killing spree, he suddenly realized that Qin Mu had the aura of the Chun stabilized god body origin on him. So it's you, old dog. In an instant, thunderstorms erupted under Chen Wufei's eyes as he grabbed out with one hand, as if heavenly might had descended upon the world. No! Lord, spare your life. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Qin Mu shouted sharply. At this moment he was really scared. His brain exploded into a pulp. Chen Wufei simply ignored Qin Mu's pleas for mercy, and pulled Qin Mu through the air with one hand. I can explain. My lord, spare my life. Spare my life. Qin Mu's whole body spasmed in fear. Explain? What qualifies you to explain? Chen Wuxi grabbed down towards Qin Mu's head with one hand and directly used a soul-searching spell. In an instant, the scene resounded with Qin Mu's miserable roar. That voice was as miserable as it could be, and the smell of it numbed the scalp and chilled the whole body. As the information continued to be acquired, the killing machine on Chen Wuxi's face could drip blood, and the bottom of his eyes were covered in blood. At the end of the day, Chen Wufei ripped Qin Mu, who was like a lump of mud, to his body, bullying my brother for having no one behind him. Right? Today I'll show you what it means to have no one behind you. With that, he threw Qin Mu to the ground. At the same time, with a backhanded suction, Chen Wufei sucked the divine body origin in Qin Mu's arms into his hands. Looking at the origin that emanated a divine charm, Chen Wufei could associate it with his own little brother's miserable state. Immediately, that monstrous anger was burned to the limit at this moment. Tido Palace, right? Today, I, Chen Waomei, will let you get rid of your names. As the thought fell, Chen Wufei crossed out in midair, his body surging with power, and the thunder dragons stormed out, swathing away 10,000 miles of territory. The heavens and earth also shook under the impact of the violent thunder dragon, as if the entire sky was about to fall. Knock! Right at this moment, Chen Wufei struck out, his fist blasting down towards the sky dome in front of him. Endless thunder dragons raging, the heavens and earth solemn, only to see the dome of the sky, like a mirror, being shattered by a punch, chafing in all directions, with lightning power running over it. Before that, there was the hand that tore up the vault of heaven. After that, there's the fist shatters the vault of heaven. Is this a tyrant or a devil? As the crowd watched this, they only felt endless suffocation. Soon enough, the crowd saw that after this punch shattered the sky dome, it swung through billions of miles, breaking through the layers of spatial obstacles. A chain of mountain ranges appeared in the crowd's field of vision, while at the highest point of the mountain range, there was a huge palace. At the front of the temple, there was a stone monument through the sky, on which were written the words Tai Dao Palace. This is Fizz. When the crowd saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Across billions of borders, a punch pierced through the layers of obstruction, exposing the Tai Road Palace to the light. This tactic, it's too much. When Qin Mu, who was seriously injured and dying, saw this scene, a terrifying speculation immediately surfaced in his mind. All of a sudden, the faces were full of shock and fear. He may have really broken the sky with this one. If he were to choose again, he would definitely not be greedy for Chen Stable's divine body origin. But in this world, there are no ifs. Who is spying on my palace? Why don't you quickly retreat? Immediately, the sound of the Jin Palace ancestors' warning cry came from Tai Dao Palace. Retreat, you paralyzed. Old me is here to destroy the palace today. As Chen Wuhu roared in indignation, he rose his hand once more. Chapter 7. One hand crushes Tai Tai Palace. Unstoppable killing. One could only see Chen Wufei's outstretched hand transforming into a dragon claw in a matter of moments, with heavenly lightning entwining around it and endless divine might raging on it. From it, one could see a heavy layer of divinity overlapping, constantly flickering with astounding visions. In the instant that the dragon claw was formed, both heaven and earth chi were shaking more than once, and the heavenly Tao order laws collapsed little by little under the pressure of the dragon's power. Soon, the probing dragon's claws enveloped the entire Tai Dao Palace, and all chi was locked out at this moment. What it means for the sky to fall is this moment. At this moment, the Tai Dao Palace's old ancestor could no longer hold back and rushed up from the ancestral land. Upon looking at the dragon's claws dangling and probing in midair, his entire body went numb. In an instant, the endless fear turned into electric current, flowing from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, and his whole body suddenly turned cold. Have we violated the laws of heaven in Tai Dao Palace? Does anyone tell me, what the hell is going on here? At this moment in time, Qin Futian was messed up. The whole person was as helpless and shocked as a flatboat in the ocean. He was only in seclusion for a period of time to cultivate, and this Tai Dao Palace was going to be gone. It's a desperate and innocent feeling that families who understand. Swish swish swish. At this time, the palace master and elders of Tai Dao Palace, one by one, rushed out from underneath. Compared to Qin Foshan's still calmness, Qin Xianlong and these people were almost not scared to pee. They had lived for so long. When had they seen such a big battle? Which one of you did this? Qin Futian turned around and roared, his entire body somewhat exhausted. Not me. I don't know anything, just came out of seclusion not long ago. I sleep with my own female disciple. Does that count? I slept with my own male disciple, so this shouldn't count. Although I also practice the art of dual cultivation, I usually just play around with spirit beasts, so this shouldn't be considered an offense. Hearing the elder underneath explode himself, Qin Wutian was suddenly furious. Listen to this. This is what people do. I, Tai Dao Palace, am also considered a prestigious sect. How could I have produced some of these things? Me. The more he thought about it, the more Qin Futian had the urge to kill. But anger is anger, and some things need to be addressed. As he was about to beg for forgiveness from Chen Wufei, a voice suddenly rang out. Xian nephew Chen, this matter is only the personal act of Qin Mu and Luo Hao. You can punish the murderers severely. As for the Tai Dao Palace, it is completely unaware of the situation, so how about letting it off the hook? Qin Futian and the others immediately understood that it was Qin Mu who had done this. Blood thunder exploded in Chen Wufei's pupils, drawing 10,000 feet of heavenly thunder from the sky. What are you, worthy of coming to stop me? Jiang Taichu was angry and furious. He was also the boundary protector hall master by all accounts. When had he been so abused? Shut up. One more word and I'll destroy even your boundary protectorate. Chen Wufei roared in a deep voice. Arrogant. Jiang Taichu was instantly shaken. The Heaven's Destiny Emperor clan. He really couldn't afford to mess with them, but to be chided so much by such a junior. His face couldn't hang on any longer. What's wrong with our Chen clan being arrogant? If you want to fight against our Heaven's Destiny Emperor clan, you're not worthy yet. Right at this moment, an icy voice came from the endless sky, the aura of a half-step great emperor penetrating the boundless void. Boom! As the sky dome exploded in one blast, the entire sky was shaken into white powder, and all sorts of void beings were subdued and killed, wailing all over the sky for a long time. Pust! At that moment, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from Jiang Taichu, who was hidden in mid-air, and just like that, he fell down from the void. It looks extremely tragic. Is this the terror of the Heavenly Destiny Emperor clan? None of the people watching this battle felt suffocated. It turned out that they had offended the Heaven's Destiny Emperor clan. Qin Foshan and the others, too, finally realized why they had suffered this misfortune. At this moment in time, they really hated Qin Mu. Usually it's okay for you to be arrogant and bossy, but now look at what you've messed with. The Divine Destiny Imperial clan. That's one of the top forces. How many of them? These tiny Nirvana realm ants were enough to die? However, at the moment when death was imminent, Qin Futian still braced himself and ambled. I still ask your excellency to let Tai Dao Palace off the hook for the sake of the everlasting Dao Palace. Of course, we are willing to pay the maximum price for this, and I beg your pardon. With that said, Qin Foshan then pressed his body down once again, giving Chen Wao enemy his full poker face. Qin Xianlong and the others didn't dare to slack off and followed suit by lowering their bodies. At this point, a glimmer of hope flared up in their hearts as well. Their Tai Dao Palace was a subordinate force of the Eternal Life Dao Palace, and the Everlasting Dao Palace was also one of the top forces. Not so much that it was afraid of the Heaven's Destiny Emperor clan. One would think that no matter how arrogant Chen Wuxia was, he would definitely have some scruples. Yes, they can come from the Palace of Eternal Life Tao. When it really came down to it, the background wasn't necessarily inferior to the Heaven's Destiny Emperor clan. Qin Mu also ignited a strong desire to survive at this time. Perhaps, there was still a way for them to live in Tai Dao Palace, and he, Qin Mu, would not necessarily die. Everlasting Dao Palace? That's an ass. If you want revenge, just come, old me. The Eternal Life Dao Palace. As Chen Wufei roared, a heavy hand grasped down, the unrivaled power crushing all heavenly obstacles. The entire crowd was choking, only to see the dragon's claws covering the sky and overriding everything. The power of the first step of the press down shook everything into streams of dust. No, Lord, still please. Qin Futian and the others shouted sharply. In the next moment, all the cultivators, along with the Dao Palace, were all shaken into a bloody mist. Bang! Chen Wuxi grabbed and closed with one hand, and the entire Tai Tai Road domain was exploded alive, killing all the living beings in a 100-mile radius. It's over. It's all over. Qin Mu watched this with a face like death. He watched with his own eyes as his family's people and the Tai Tai Dao Palace poured into flying ashes, and that miserable howl still echoed in his head. At this moment, he finally whitened what Chen Wuxi meant by letting no one behind him. This man is so ruthless, so desperate. Chen Wuxi withdrew his claws and turned his head violently to look at the surrounding group. Now it's your turn. No. This has nothing to do with us. We're just here for the fun. The cultivator from Greenstone Town roared in a hurry. That's a capital offense too. Chen Wuxi's tiger eyes shook as his killing resumed, and he struck out a lightning force with his raised hand. Put! A succession of cultivators didn't even have time to react, and were directly blasted into flying dust. No! The killing continued as Chen Wufei raised his hand and killed a succession of pieces. For a time, not only did the great meeting hall fall, along with the entire Chu clan, it was also trapped in a killing spree. Run! I don't want to die. Don't kill me! Soon, the entire large venue was filled with pleas for mercy and cries of misery, but none of this could get back a single ounce of sympathy from Chen Wufei. When one thinks of the time when his own little brother was treated inhumanly, when this time people stood by coldly and even competed in mockery, he then hated to slaughter the world. Enough, they are innocent. And how are you any different from Qin Mu's gang? After watching Chen Wufei go on a killing spree, Zhang Taichu couldn't hold back any longer. Chen Wufei turned his head violently, his icy gaze locking onto the middle-aged man in mid-air. You're wrong. What I'll do will only be even more desperate than them. Innocent? What's wrong with me just killing innocents? If you have the balls to make a move. If you don't, keep your mouth shut. In the middle of his words, Chen Wuxi then laid down another death blow in front of Zhang Taichu. Pff. Clusters of blood mist exploded, dyeing the sky the color of blood. Zhang Taichu watched with his teeth clenched and grooved, but never made a move. It was because Chen Baidao and Yi Xingyan had already rushed over. Once it's out, then he's done for. It was definitely not worth it to put yourself on the line for the sake of some mole crickets like that. The killing didn't stop until there were 4 people left at the scene. Xu Yuwei, Xu Beidong, Qin Mu and Luo Hao. At this moment, the entire Chu clan had been turned into a human purgatory, and the scarlet stench filled the entire assembly hall. Chen Wuxi's gaze shifted once again and landed on the 4 people with dead faces, coldly saying, "You 4 dogs. Big brother, this state of my little brother is not right. Come over and take a look." Chen Wuxi's words were directly interrupted by Chen Hongmian. Hearing Chen Hongmian's urgent roar, Chen Wuxi couldn't care about anything else and rushed over. Chapter 8 Bitch, you deserve to die. Infighting and blaming each other. How's it going? Chen Wuxi asked in an urgent voice. Chen Hongmian was already in disarray at this point, and said in a loud voice, "I had just helped him refine the 9 Revolution Soul Restoration Pill when he fainted and died, and his breath was still running around in his body. Hold on. I'll take a look first." Chen Wuxi comforted Chen Hongmian before probing his hand and placing it on Chen Stable's brow. At that instant, a terrifying force recoiled and exploded between Chen Wufei's fingers. This is the source of chaos? And not just any chaos origin, but shouldn't my little brother's awakening be the desolate ancient killing body?
Chen Wuxi's face changed slightly, and several thoughts could not help but rise in his mind. However, it could not be denied that the chaotic origin that Chen Stable possessed now was much stronger than before. One must know that he was in possession of a beginning war god body, with a war god Tao rhythm that could battle all things, and his offensive and defensive bodies had also reached their limits. However, when he touched Chen Wufei at the center of his brow, he was still bounced off by the automatic defense of the origin. Well, Chen Hongmian couldn't help but ask. Instead of answering, Chen Wuxi ripped off Chen Stable's bloody clothes. Instantly, an astonishing image was reflected in front of their eyes, as Chen Stable's upper body was covered in 9-colored chaotic sequence patterns. Ancient divine charms flowed over it and merged into Chen Stable's body little by little. Knock knock. At the same time, the sound that was like a war drum came out from Chen Stable's body, wave after wave, vaguely resembling a kind of war against the heavens and the earth, unyielding to the ages. This, good idiosyncratic power. Chen Wuxi couldn't help but take a deep breath. Chen Hongmian also snapped out of her panic at this time, and at the same time, she could see the current situation of Chen Stable. Chen Wuxi didn't say anything, but instead, he silently struck down a seal to cover up the aura that was radiating out from Chen Stable's body. In response to Chen Wufei's actions, Chen Hongmian understood at the first moment. Chen Stable was born to trigger the taboo. Regardless of whether Chen Stable was now blessed by a disaster or had some other kind of G encounter, they must protect Chen Stable at the first opportunity. Only when this was done did Chen Wuxi say, "I'll place my little brother first. None of those people should be allowed to escape. When my little brother wakes up, he will be executed by him personally, so as not to fall into his mind." The four of them are the main culprits? Chen Hongmian's gaze instantly turned ice cold. I searched Xin Mu's memories, and it doesn't contain the exact beginning and end of what happened, but I was able to determine that they were the main culprits. Understood, Chen Hongmian coldly said. Without saying anything else, Chen Wuxi carried Qin Jian and swept towards where the Chu clan was. Chen Hongmian turned around and walked towards where Chu Yue's four people were, his killing intent rising with every step. When it came to the eyes of Chu Yue and the others, that killing intent had already dyed half of the sky. All kinds of ghost fangs were hissing, and a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were reflecting on one side. Is this the devil? Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of them, Chu Yue and the others' hearts and minds were shocked, and the whole person was pressurized by the murderous atmosphere to the point where it was difficult to breathe. I want the truth. Who is the mastermind? Chen Hongmian spat out coldly, his killing machine appearing. It's her. Both Qin Mu, Chu Beiqiong and Luo Hao pointed towards Chu Yue. At this moment, they were truly afraid. It's not me. It's not me. Chu Yue hurriedly shook her head and frantically denied it. I told you to talk. Between Chen Hongmian's chants, he raised his hand and smacked Chu Yue to the ground. In the next moment, another hand grabbed out of the air, and just like that, he grabbed Chu Yue in his hands. You're in no position to explain. Chen Hongmian ignored Chu Yue's struggles and panic and directly used the soul search technique. As the memories continued to be received, Chen Hongmian's face became more and more sullen, until finally that killing intent rushed up to the sky. His own little brother had given so much in return for such betrayal. Abolish cultivation, dig up the origin, judge in public, and draw essence blood twice. Damn it, all of you. Bitch, have you ever had a heart? My little brother treats you so well, and this is how you treat him? You deserve to die. In an extreme rage, Chen Hongmian grabbed Chu Yue's throat with one hand and violently increased his force. Chu Yue struggled frantically, but the darkness was like a tidal wave drowning her. At this moment in time, all she had was endless fear and remorse. If, in the beginning, she hadn't counted and sincerely stayed with Chen Stable, would it all have been the same? With Chen Stable's love for her, he would definitely not leave her behind and would definitely treat her like a treasure. At that time, she would be able to return to the Imperial clan with Chen Stable. That's the Imperial clan. At this moment in time, she was truly sorry. As Chu Yue gradually resigned herself to her fate, Chen Hongmian suddenly loosened her hand and withdrew her force. My big brother was right. We shouldn't be the ones to kill you. A cheap servant girl like you must be gotten to death by my little brother. Chen Hongmian suppressed his killing spirit and said in a single word. With that, she saw her throw Chu Yue to the ground. Phew! Chu Yue was like an amnesty, covering her throat and breathing heavily. Her whole face looked red. Xin Mu and the others looked at this situation and all of them trembled, involuntarily curling up in a corner. The person in front of him was too terrifying. Especially the murderous aura emanating from him was even more pure and intense than that of Chen Wufei. Not a single one of you will be able to leave. Chen Hongmian slashed down with a gun, and a round of gunshots flew past the four of them, only to see that the four were bound by a power, and a shield enveloped around them at the same time. This now completely cuts off the possibility of them leaving and committing suicide. Only after doing all of this did Chen Hongyan chase after the direction that Chen Wuxi had left.
Dog! I'll kill you. Didn't you say he was an orphan? I'll kill you. Qin Mu, who was the first to react, dragged his remnants of his body and charged towards Luo Hao,
punching down towards him.
I'll you up. Try hitting me one more time. Luo Hao backhandedly pushed and sent Qin Mu flying with a palm strike,
his entire body raging.
Pust. Qin Mu,
who was already severely injured, could no longer hold back a mouthful of blood from spewing out under the impact of Luo Hao's palm.
Now you're blaming me, and it doesn't come down to your own greed? That kid's divine body origin was yours.
And then the one who saw that kid's origin regenerate and wanted to draw the origin and essence blood was still you.
Now say I caused it. I caused you paralyzed. I caused your grandfather. I caused your whole family.
The more Luo Hao cursed, the more excited he became.
And in the end, he was even more desperate.
Qin Mu stared at Luo Hao dead in the face.
Not impulsively this time. To be precise, he no longer had the power to strike. Look again. Believe it or not, I'll get you killed right now.
Luo Hao stared at Qin Mu indignantly. Killing machines abusing in all directions.
Qin Mu was angry and indignant. Once upon a time, Luo Hao dared to talk to him like this. Actually, if you ask me, instead of you guys fighting within yourselves, it would be better to find a solution.
Chu Beiqiang's careful voice rang out.
At these words, Luo Hao's movement stopped.
Who wants to die if they can live?
Immediately afterward, he looked at Chu Beiqiang and said, in that case, you have a solution? Chapter 9 Chu Yue feels like she's good again, and the world of Puxin women is invincible. Chu Beiqiang took a deep breath.
The one who unties the bell still needs to tie it. Don't beat around the bush.
Say it straight, Luo Hao said in an urgent voice. At that moment, even Qin Mu looked at Chu Beidong. Chu Beiqiang continued. That is to say,
as long as Xiao Wei can obtain that brat's forgiveness,
we will have a chance of survival.
Luo Hao frowned lightly.
That kid is a dog licker, but he's not a cutie. Can we really get past this when we've been so cruel to him? Maybe if it were a normal person, this probably wouldn't really work, but that kid really isn't normal. Saying that,
the corners of Chu Beiqiang's mouth then tugged with a hint of mockery as he continued.
Over the years, that brat has done too many
things that have refreshed the lower bounds of humanity in order to curry favor with Xiao Wei.
So, as long as Xiao Wei is willing to give in and pander to him, it's not impossible for this to blow over. Of course, if you think there's a better way, just forget I said anything. Luo Hao was speechless. He's got a load of ideas.
Xu Yue, who had already recovered in the distance, had a complicated face,
not knowing what she was thinking,
because no one knew better than her how good Qin Jian was to her. Luo Hao was silent for a long time and also made up his mind.
As things stood, he could only gamble once, even if there is only a glimmer of hope. He doesn't want to die either.
Only after thinking about this did he walk towards Chu Yue and respectfully help her up.
Junior Master. No, Miss Chu, are you alright? Chu Yue shook her head. At this point she was no longer in the same miserable state as before. Ms.
Chu, please also make sure you plead for me.
As long as I don't die, I'm willing to be by your side as an ox, Luo Hao solemnly said, his attitude extremely sincere. Miss Chu, and me, it was me who had a bad attitude just a short while ago. I'm here to apologize. This is a small token of my appreciation, and I would appreciate it if you could take it. And, as long as I survive this time, my life is yours.
Qin Mu struggled over and offered his spatial ring.
At this moment, he was in the same state of mind as Luo Hao.
Chu Yue faintly glanced at Qin Mu before taking the spatial ring. Looking at these two high and mighty people in front of him, they were both bowing down to themselves. Chu Yue suddenly felt that this was what she dreamed of yearning for,
and it was all brought about by Qin Stable.
If she had truly gained Qin Stable's forgiveness and succeeded in joining the Imperial clan,
what kind of scene would that be? Thinking about that, she couldn't help but ponder the feasibility of things. It was just like what Chu Bei Dome had said, with Qin Stable's feelings for her.
As long as she spilled her guts, it wasn't impossible for this matter to be uncovered.
Besides, she hadn't made a move since the beginning.
Whether it was the first time she dug into the origin or the second time she drew essence blood.
In the future, as long as she is dedicated to Qin Stability, everything will be Qin Stability's main focus. Even if Qin Jian's family didn't approve of her, they couldn't catch her. Wouldn't that make everything alright? But when she mastered the Imperial clan,
then all those who disobeyed her must die. And the first one was that Chen Hongmian, who had just almost died in that woman's hands.
Also, Luo Hao and Qin Mu must not be kept.
She knew that there had to be a backstabber in this matter. Otherwise it would be difficult to vent the indignation of Qin Stable as well as his family.
Thinking about this, Xu Yue had a complete plan in her heart. Chu Beiqiang looked at Chu Yue's situation.
The corner of his mouth slightly hooked. His purpose had finally been achieved.
Next, the really good stuff starts. Chu Yue collected his thoughts, then said, "Don't worry, we are now a whole. As long as I live, you won't be able to die. Well, then I'm all yours. I have long seen that you are a man of love and justice, and I was not wrong." Qin Mu and the others chimed in one after another. The corner of Chu Yue's mouth was unveiled without a trace. "You guys want to live. You want to eat. Chen Jian has only love for me. It's not like you guys. Look guys, what's that?" Right at this moment, Chu Beiqiang suddenly pointed in midair. Into the eyes were two figures that were aligned with the heavens, and that aura was such that even the surrounding heavenly laws had to be avoided. That invisible force pressed the entire sky dome to distort more than just a few times, like a wave of agitated waves. The most frightening thing was still the temperament of the two men, which was truly unparalleled, supreme and noble, and unrivaled. It was as if all things in heaven and earth were like ants in front of them. But soon, the two disappeared in mid-air, as if nothing had happened. That's the Imperial clan patriarch and clan mother, with heavenly cultivation. As long as they are willing, the ancient Yuan realm can be destroyed with the lift of a hand. At some point, Zhang Taichu came to the side of Qin Mu and the others, his voice coming out quietly. Qin Mu and the others once again drifted off more than just a little, and endless fear involuntarily spread throughout their bodies. The Emperor's clan chief and clan mother? The ancient Yuan realm can be destroyed with the lift of a hand? These things make your head spin just thinking about them. The only one who was left was Chu Yue, whose eyes sparkled. At this moment, she was even more determined to obtain Chen Stable's forgiveness and join the Imperial clan. On the other hand, Chen Baidao and Yi Xinyan had already arrived in the room where Chen Stable was. "Where is little Stable? How is he? How is he?" Yi Xinyan asked in an urgent voice. "He's fine. He's just asleep. He'll recover when he wakes up." Chen Wuxi spoke. As soon as Yi Xinyan pushed Chen Wufei out of the way, he quickly stepped to Chen Stable's front. Upon seeing how Chen Stable had grown up, and the remaining pallor on his face, Yi Xinyan was immediately stunned, her entire body trembling and terrified. Just like that, Yi Xinyan broke down in tears, and the tears flowed down like a dam with a lack of embankment. Chen Baidao also looked at Chen Stable and his tiger eyes gradually reddened. Seeing that his own wife was emotionally unstable, Chen Baidao thought for a moment before saying, "Actually, people are still not. There. You shut up." Yi Xinyan raised her head violently, tilting up her tear-streaked face. "If you were not useless, little Steady would have suffered this calamity. And why would we, mother and son, need to not see each other for 16 years? There hasn't been a day in these 16 years that I haven't thought about him and blamed myself. What good are we as parents when we selfishly bring him to earth without the ability to protect him?" At the end of his words, Yi Xinyan directly roared out, "I'm sorry." Chen Baidao lightly angled his head to keep the tears from flowing. Although Chen Hongmian and Chen Wufei were silent, they had also long since burst into tears. "You guys go out. I'll stay with little Steady for a while." Yi Xinyan suppressed her agitated emotions and spoke. "Go out," Chen Baidao said towards his two sons and daughters and walked out. But just after walking out of the door, there came the sound of Yi Xinyan's crumbling cries. "Mother is useless. It's mother who didn't protect you well. My son. It's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault." With that, he smacked himself across the face. Hearing this, Chen Baidao's fists fiercely clenched, that pressed with monstrous anger constantly rushing in his chest. At this moment in time, he really had the urge to destroy everything. Chapter 10. Get the hell out of here. Chen Jian finally wakes up. Only after a long time did Chen Baidao bite his teeth and trough a low growl. All those involved, killed or not, only a few masterminds remain. The rest have been uprooted, and none have escaped. Chen Wufei spoke. "Very well. Make a big mess for me next until those old dogs come over. I'm going to let everyone who was involved 16 years ago die here." Chen Baidao bit his teeth, trough a deep roar. "Understood," Chen Wuxi said in a cold voice. And right at this moment, Zhang Taichu's voice came from outside the door. "Little man Zhang Taichu, Palace Master of the Boundary Protectorate, please come out to see your lordship." "What the hell? Get thee outta here." Chen Baidao was immediately like a furious lion, and he roared out towards the door. Immediately, the invisible aura, which passed through the door, rose through the air, fiercely bombarded Zhang Taichu's body. Zhang Taichu's face changed wildly, and he subconsciously built up his divine body defense, the power of the supreme realm operating to the extreme. A force of laws prohibited the locking of space, forming a barrier law shield. Bang! But in just an instant, the invisible aura was like piercing through a lens, blowing through the layers of legal shields, and the space was exploded into a sky full of white powder. Zhang Taichu's wildly changing face instantly turned into endless horror. At first glance, his entire person was directly pierced through, and the invisible chi swept through him into the endless void. In turn,
a huge hole was punched out, and a space alien beast was falling. That image, it looked shocking. Pust. On the contrary, Jiang Taichu was directly blown away and ended up falling heavily on the assembly ground. Only his upper body was a bloody mess. His hair was more than just scattered, and he looked extremely miserable. This, Golem. A group of elders from the Boundary Protector Temple were waiting on the assembly ground at this moment. Upon seeing their own hall master in this state, they felt their scalps tingle and invisible chills rise from the top of their heads. Twice now. The other party still merely bellowed and shook that omnipotent hall master of theirs away. One could only say that this legendary Emperor clan head was too terrifying. Jiang Taichu struggled up from the ground with an ugly face and silently repaired the injuries in his body. Who did he invite? And why is it always him who gets hurt? However, he also knew that Chen Baidao still stayed his hand. Otherwise that roar just now would have been enough to kill him. After barely mending his injuries, Jiang Taichu then turned his head to look at a group of his men and stormed out. What are you still standing around for? Call all of the great clans of Qingshi town over to me, and have them all kneel here for me. If they can't earn that lord's forgiveness, they all die. Do you hear me? Yes, 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 we'll go now. Shepherd's Dust and the others nodded their heads in succession, and then left in pathos. Wastes, all wastes. Agu hurts old me. Jiang Taichu was angry and furious, and when the pain was pulled, it made him jump even more. What are you looking at? It's all because of you idiots. It's not good who you offended, but it's the Imperial clan's children you got. With all you idiots, 10,000 deaths won't be enough. Seeing Chu Yue and the others staring at him, Jiang Taichu was furious again. Chu Yue and the others subconsciously lowered their heads and waited tremblingly, not daring to take a breath. As of right now, whether it was the people from the Emperor clan or Jiang Taichu, the Boundary Protector Hall Master, neither of them were able to mess with them. Time passed little by little, and Chen Stable finally woke up from his slumber. At this moment, his chaotic sequence body had already been assimilated. His injuries around his body were healed, and the chi and blood in his body were as vast as the sea, stirring like waves. On top of that, his strength had also been greatly improved, breaking through from the original bipolar realm to the first yin-yang realm. As a traveler, it was at this moment that Qin Jian truly felt the superiority of his body. It was no exaggeration to say that the current him, not to mention the 300 rounds of battle, would be able to handle it without sleep for 10 days. Son, you're finally awake. Well. Right at this moment, Chen Stable was suddenly embraced by a warm embrace. In his previous life, he was an orphan and a stranger to the so-called mother's love. So sudden was the burning heat that he still froze, completely at a loss. Son, it's my mother who is sorry for you. Will you forgive my mother? Will you? Yi Shenyan choked as she hugged Chen Jian. Chen Jian really didn't know how to respond at this point, but when a hot tear hit his face, he was completely confused and goosebumps spread all over his body. If the affection that was not his was dreamy, the tears were real, and it hit him at the point of his heart in a tangible way. Perhaps this was the mother's love he had longed for. Mother! Chen Stable opened his mouth, and his voice seemed raw and hoarse. Yi Shenyan instantly froze, many before choking. What do you call me? Mother! Chen Jian called out again. Sorry. Yi Shenyan instantly couldn't hold herself together and directly cried out in pain. No, it's me who made you worry. Chen Stable, for some reason, suddenly wanted to cry as well. It turned out that what he didn't have was as good as this. All that was missing from his heart was filled in this moment. Yi Shenyan, on the other hand, the whole person trembled. How can you be so understanding? And how can you grow up so well? How can I not protect you at that time? It's mother who's useless. And the sound of Yi Shenyan's cries caught the attention of Chen Baidao and the others, who hurriedly broke through the door. When looking at the way the two of them cried into a ball, Chen Baidao froze, and so did Chen Hongmian and Chen Wufei. Back then, Chen Stable was sent out not long after he was born, and at that time, although Chen Hongmian and Chen Wufei had memories, they really didn't know anything about Chen Stable. It could be said that this moment now was only the first time they had consciously met and shared memories. I don't know how long it took for Yi Shenyan's crying to stop. Chen Jian gently patted Yi Shenyan's shoulder. Mother, I'm fine. I want to cry when you cry. Well. Mother does not cry. Yi Shenyan said in a row. Looking at Chen Stable like this smile how can not hide. He's your useless father. Yi Shenyan suddenly pointed towards Chen Baidao's. Chen Baidao was at a bit of a loss for words. His mouth opened, and froze without saying a word. Chen Jian took the initiative to open his mouth and lightly smiled. Father. Chen Baidao was shaken and responded in a trembling voice. Hey, look at you like you haven't had an accident.
Get the hell out of my way. Yi Shenyan's resentment towards Chen Baidao had not yet subsided. I don't know who's been crying, Chen Baidao muttered in a low voice. What did you say?
Yi Shenyan shouted in a cold voice.
Chen Baidao hurriedly said. I'd say that madam is right.
Looking at how humble Chen Baidao was, Chen Stable and the others burst into laughter. The tightness of the scene dissolved into nothingness, and their estrangement was invariably drawn closer. This is your big brother.
Chen Wuhu.
Always likes to pull a face.
Can't even beat a fart out of 10 words. The same as your useless father.
Yi Shenyan pointed that finger towards Chen Wufei.
Mother, you're wrong. My brother is steady and can really carry things when it matters. Chen Jian pulled a smile and said.
The corners of Chen Wuxi's mouth lightly uncovered,
revealing a smile.
Yi Shenyan also smiled gratefully. Don't look at her words, but she was very satisfied with Chen Wufei. That's. Yi Shenyan was just about to introduce Chen Hongyan when he was immediately interrupted.
Mother,
I'll do it myself. As soon as Chen Hongyan came over and looked at Chen Stable, he suddenly hugged Chen Stable in one hand.
Chen Stable's entire face was buried in Chen Hongyan's chest and he almost didn't suffocate. How old are you?
You're still not big enough. Get lost. Yi Shenyan smiled and slapped Chen Hongyan on the shoulder. Chen Hongyan grinned broadly and loosened Chen Stable.
Full of concern. He's my younger brother. He's not an outsider.
What's the difference in size? Chen Stable's head was filled with black lines.
What just happened was fragrant, but it was a sister. That said, do outsiders know that their goddess is such a person? Sure enough, all goddesses see the light of day. TSK, this little brother of mine is so handsome. I won't know if he'll be cheap for that goblin in the future. Chen Hongyan flirted while sizing up Chen Stable. The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. Get the hell out of my way. Yi Shenyan was so angry that she pushed Chen Hongyan away.
Hey, you're saying I've grown up while treating me like a child. What kind of thing is that?
Chen Hongyan protested at once.
Yi Shenyan crossed her arms.
What? You want to reason with my old lady, right? Okay. You're big and you're reasonable. Chen Hongyan shrugged. I see that you have itchy skin.
Yi Shenyan said and raised her hand towards Chen Hongyan.
Little brother, help me. Kill this demon. With a flash, Chen Hongyan hid behind Chen Stable.
Seeing Chen Hongyan in this state, Yi Shenyan was angry and wanted to laugh. Several people fooled around for a long time before Chen Baidao spoke. Little Stable only just woke up, so let him rest and relax first. The smile on Yi Shenyan's face gradually converged, lightly patting the back of Chen Stable's hand.
Little Stable, if you have any needs, you can tell mother. Definitely will.
I'm sure you guys won't see eye to eye with father and mother.
Chen Stable nodded his head and responded. That's good. That's good.
Yi Shenyan nodded repeatedly, her eyes involuntarily swooning red again.
Chen Baidao didn't say anything,
lifted his step to Yi Shenyan's front and lightly wrapped his arm around her shoulders.
By the way, little brother, the 3 men and 1 woman out there are reserved exclusively for you. It's up to you what you want to do with them. Chen Hongyan suddenly spoke. Chapter 11 Heavenly Fate Melting Pot, Newbie Bundle. When these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene immediately froze.
Yi Shenyan changed her mournful mood and her eyes flooded with icy killing opportunities. For a mother to harm her children is like taking her life.
Whoever that person is, they must pay a heavy price. Chen Stable also heard what Chen Hongyan was referring to in the first instance. These 3 men and 1 woman were none other than Chu Yue, Luo Hao and Chu Beiqiang.
It just so happened that he also wanted to get these 4 dogs killed with his own hands. Only after thinking about this did Chen Stable coldly say,
I know what to do. Remember, our Chen clan can stay out of trouble, but no one can ride on our heads. You can do whatever you want. We'll take care of everything. Speaking of this, Chen Hongyan's voice grew cold. Even if you end up fighting against the entire heaven and earth, behind you will definitely stand the 4 of us. Death doesn't leave us. War doesn't stop. The big deal is that we'll be buried together under this 10,000 ancient heavens. Chen Baidao,
Yi Shenyan and Chen Wudi all had solemn faces,
their auras solemn and fearless around them.
Chen Stable looked straight at the 4 for a long time before nodding heavily.
I know.
Perhaps before that, he was touched by Yi Shenyan's true feelings.
Then now he really
thinks of himself as part of this family. Well, these people love themselves more than he thought they did.
Okay, let's just get out of here and let Steady adjust his emotions. Chen Baidao spoke again.
This time Yi Shenyan and the others didn't hesitate any longer and left the room one after another and closed the door behind them.
Yi Shenyan's face suddenly sank.
I need to know everything that little Steady has gone through in these 16 years.
I'll get on with it. Chen Wufei immediately responded. Be as detailed as you can. I don't want to miss any bit of his growth.
Yi Shenyan spoke again.
Good. Chen Wufei answered and headed out. And in the meantime,
Chen Jian adjusted his emotions before saying,
Senior, are you still there? Something wrong? The female voice rang out. Dare I ask what is Senior's name? Chen Jian asked tentatively. Immortal Red Peony. The female voice said faintly. What a good name. It really must still be a senior. Chinstable gave a timely pat on the back. You're asking for something, right? What do you have to say directly? Immortal Red Peony said indifferently. What the hell? I've perfected my ass-kissing skills. Why doesn't it work here? This person must not be able to understand human emotions. Not that it's my problem. Chinstable rattled off a few self-reporting comments before smiling again. It's like this. Shouldn't you tell me a little bit about the roles of the Heavenly Destiny Melting Furnace and the Chaotic Sequence Body? Right, there's more. Everyone else seems to have newbie packs. Our existence that's stronger than Goldfinger should have to have them too. Immortal Red Peony faintly said. The Chaotic Sequence Body, the oldest physique in the heavens. There is none. On top of that, it has the potential to break through its shackles and metamorphose into an entirely new type of body transmission. Then where is the strength? Chinstable couldn't help but ask. Strong in that it possesses 9 sequential shackles, with each one unlocked giving access to an absolute talent. Is absolute fire strong? And every absolute talent you've subsequently unlocked is no worse than it. Aside from this substantial benefit, the hidden advantages of this physique are the most powerful. With the same level of development, it can suppress all physiques. Moreover, all of it possesses the highest ceiling for every attribute, such as attack, defense, strength, and so on. The Heavenly Destiny Melting Furnace is the auxiliary golden finger for this physique. Without it you won't be able to grow this physique at all. Of course, the Celestial Destiny Melting Pot is again an independent existence with its own unique role. It has 3 most fundamental roles. One is Heavenly Destiny Melting, the second is Heavenly Opportunity Shielding, and the third is Heavenly Destiny Suppression. Heavenly Destiny Melting refers to melting everything in heaven and earth that possesses Heavenly Destiny Chi in order to obtain Heavenly Destiny Nirvana Liquid. The Heavenly Fate Nirvana Liquid can be used to unlock the sequential shackles of your physique, which you should know by now. Of course, you can also choose to convert the Nirvana Liquid into a random reward draw, but this way, there's a good chance it's a lonely draw. According to this way of melting furnace, isn't it true that Heavenly Destiny is also divided into grades, and the higher the grade the higher the quality of Nirvana Liquid obtained? Chinstable thought for a moment before asking. Immortal Red Peony nodded. There are 3 types of Heavenly Fate Chi. Regular Heavenly Fate, Legendary Heavenly Fate and Eternal Heavenly Fate. The way to divide them. You can look at the color of the life souls they have gathered. Regular Heavenly Destiny is divided into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, gray, black, silver, and gold 11 colors. The higher the grade, the higher the grade. Legend has it that there are just 7 colors of Heavenly Destiny. The legendary 7-colored Heavenly Destiny. The Eternal Divine Destiny, on the other hand, is 9-colored, and this 9-colored Divine Destiny can be said to not exist, but theoretically it will. In addition to that, the Heavenly Fate you melted can also choose from a variety of fusions. The power of the Nirvana Liquid could also be stacked at that time, and there might even be unimaginable surprises. Then how am I supposed to tell the Heavenly Fate possessor? Chen Jian took a deep breath and said, these roles can't be seen as anything when taken individually, but when integrated together, they can only be described as counterintuitive. At the same time, he figured it out. He was here to the heavens destined children, and only by ing them up could he become stronger and stronger. A thought. As long as you turn on the heavenly illumination. Immortal Red Peony said indifferently. Chinstable was just about to ask what Amaterasu was when he instantly realized that a world of heavy pupils had appeared in his field of vision. So this is a thought? Awesome. What else could he say but this? And he also dirt dogs. Next is the Shielded Heavenly Chance, which serves the simple purpose of helping you shield yourself from all probing and preventing you from being strangled by the rules of the Heavenly Tao in advance. Don't look at this ancient Yuan realm Heavenly Tao of yours as not good. The truly powerful ones are still behind. Immortal Red Peony leisurely said. That's a good thing to dare. A goon like me needs to have this kind of strong medicine. Chinstable nodded his head repeatedly. As a member of the Crossing Army, he could know all too well the importance of obscene development. The goal of quietly getting stronger and then shocking everyone comes through. The last Heavenly Destiny suppression is that you can open the field of suppression. In 10 breaths, you can suppress 10% of your opponent's power. As you continue to get stronger, the more power you can suppress. And the upper limit depends on your personal play. Of course, the amount of time suppressed increases with the strength of the individual. But once the time for suppression has passed, it will take a day to recover. So you need to use it wisely. This is good. This is good. Chinstable's eyes were glowing like an earth dog. Don't look at 10% as not much, but it can really kill when it counts. And most importantly, it can keep improving. What would it be like if it was raised to 100%? It's a thought that can make one's whole body pores stretch and stir. Then the next one is the newbie gift pack. Do you want to receive it now? Immortal Red Peony spoke. Of course it has to be now. I've been waiting for a long time. Chen Stable instantly said. Chapter 12 A family full of bigots. I'm the only one who's different. As you wish then. Immortal Red Peony answered. As the words fell, a series of messages entered Chen Stable's mind. Supreme Chaos Technique. Unknown grade. Introductory. It can be used to cultivate the Chaos Sequence body and Realm Cultivation. Great Past Life Technique. Absolute Secret Technique. Growable Type. First Glimpse. It can be used to change one's face, and at the extreme it can erase all traces of the body's past life. Independent of the Divine Order. Chaotic Horizontal Hand. Extreme Avatar. Growth Type. Introductory. It can be used in combination with the Chaos Sequence body, which is so rigid and strong that it can shatter all defenses at its extreme. After digesting all the information, Chen Stable suddenly felt that he had a sense of enlightenment, and the power in his body was like a well blowing up. Unprecedentedly powerful. This is too topsy-turvy. Only after a long time did Chen Stable sigh. Through the information left behind by his original body, he also learned about the rules of this world monasticism. There were many means of attack in this world, such as martial arts, secret arts, forbidden arts, treasure arts, divine abilities, and so on. Ordinary martial arts can be divided into 1 to 13 grades. As for divine ability, treasure art, secret art, forbidden art, these are divided into upper, middle and lower 3 grades, extreme grade, absolute grade and legend 6 grades. After each type of cultivation, it is divided into 5 levels: the first glimpse, the introduction, the small success, the great success, and the ultimate. Now what about the fact that he had obtained a rare divine secret art, and it was still up to the point of initiation? What could he say about this newbie salute except that it was top? Is it still satisfactory? Immortal Red Peony spoke. Chen Stable nodded his head in a hurry. Satisfied? Simply too powerful. Keep up the good work. As long as you melt enough heavenly destinies, there's more to that reward. You can't tell, but now I feel so full of energy that the whole world is mine. Chen Jian stood up silently, excited. Ha! Immortal Red Peony did not give Chen Stable the slightest bit of face for pretending to be a pussy. You know a lot about people. Chen Jian really had the feeling of being poured a pot of cold water upside down. By the way, there's a memory that was sealed before you were 10 years old. Do you want to unlock it? Immortal Red Peony's voice suddenly rang out. Memories from before you were 10? Chen Stable was first stunned, and then reacted. What did I say? Why did the original body only have memories from after the age of 10? It turns out that it was sealed. I'd like to see what kind of memories are sealed away. Unseal it. Chen Stable spoke in a continuous voice. As you wish. After Immortal Red Peony spoke, a ponderous memory flooded into Chen Stable's mind. It turned out that before he was 10 years old, his emperor bone had been scooped up by a teenager named Chu Tianlong. That emperor bone of his was not simple. The exclusive supreme emperor immortal bone, known as the emperor bone immortal, the existence that cut through the heavens. The possessor of this kind of emperor bone would surely achieve the great emperor realm, and it would still be the topmost kind of great emperor. But strangely enough, the teenager's helper only sealed his memory and didn't kill him. As for Chu Yue, she was a tool arranged to get close to him, and he fell as the other party wished. Just that Chu Tianlong also did not expect that Chu Yue would not be satisfied with the original everything, and united Luo how to strike at him again. As a result, it has allowed things to evolve to where they are today. After digesting all the memories, the bottom of Chen Stable's eyes had long been cold. There was no need to look at this matter. It must be the work of an acquaintance, knowing that once he was dead, the Imperial clan's parents would surely kill him. Otherwise, as long as it's not a cutie, would have just gotten him killed. Things are getting interesting instead. Just as well, when I get the Chu Yue ones killed, then I'll go and get you guys properly. Little brother, how is it on your side? Right at this moment, Chen Hongmian's voice came from outside the door. Chen Stable hastily collected his emotions before opening the door. Chen Hongmian's flawless face came over. This, holy, 7 colors of destiny? At the sight of Chen Jian, he immediately had the urge to rush to activate the heavenly fate melting furnace. What's wrong with little brother? Chen Hongmian immediately tensed up when she saw Chen Stable's face change color. I'm fine. I just almost ed you. Chen steadily suppressed the boiling emotions within his heart, then said, it's just that I've never seen a woman as beautiful as you, sister, and I was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Not bad, not bad, with a much sweeter mouth than that big brother of yours. Chen Hongmian patted Chen Stable's shoulder and laughed out loud. Beauty is indeed beautiful, but it has a long mouth. Chen Jian continued to laugh. What are you looking for me for, sister? Chen Hongmian immediately straightened up.
It's almost time to take care of things. Good. The smile on Chen Stable's face tightened and he coldly said, let's get these 4 dead first, then find Chu Tianlong. Chen Hongmian didn't speak again, but took the first step toward the outside. Chen Stable had just arrived at the lobby when he realized that Chen Baidao and the others were already waiting.
All 7 colors of destiny? No dude, are you all this strong?
Chen Stability also saw the fate souls above the heads of Chen Baidao and the others at this time. All he could say was that this family was all bigots.
A family of providence is mixed in with a 2/5 family. Inexplicably, he felt a little panicked. Go! Chen Baidao spat out coldly before taking the first step outside. For a while, the family walked outward in a vast manner, and the invisible oppression was suffocating, especially Chen Baidao and Yi Xinyan. Although they had already put away their breath and power, the aura of the superior was still something that people did not dare to look up to. There are truly those who, at a glance, know that they can't be touched, and can be aligned with the heavens simply by standing there. Soon, Chen Stable and the others arrived at the large venue, and each of the 5 members of the family had their own victories, giving the originally solemn scene an invisible austerity. Is this an imperial powerhouse? Terrible indeed. The crowd at the scene only dared to sneak a glance, but did not dare to raise their heads to look up. Chen Baidao's gaze fell on the scene. Into the eyes were tens of thousands of kneeling cultivators, looking like a large black mass. It could be said that all the clans that were called famous in Greenstone Town had come. Standing in front of them was Zhang Taichu and a bunch of other strong members of the Realm Protector Temple. Although they didn't kneel down, they didn't dare to let out a single fart, and bowed their heads with trepidation. They were not of low birth and had heard of the Heaven's Destiny Emperor clan more than once, but it was really only when the Heaven's Destiny Emperor clan chief stood in front of them that they could feel the invisible oppression. At this time, Qin Mu and the others also looked at the 5 people standing above them with shock, especially the man and woman at the very front. They knew that this was the real supreme power, and the other party wanted to kill them for fear that it was just a matter of a look. Xu Yue, on the other hand, had been looking at Chen Jian since the beginning. At this moment, it was as if she had seen that spirited and gifted supreme genius again, but for some reason, she always felt that Chen Jian had changed. But really, she couldn't tell you a thing or two. Is it hard to believe that this is my illusion? No, I must be overthinking it. He must still be the same person who loves me to the bone. Xu Yue desperately denied her own uneasiness, and just then, Zhang Taichu once again clasped his fists and said, "Little man Jiang Tai, did I tell you to talk? One more pussy word and I'll kill you." Before Zhang Taichu could finish his words, Chen Baidao violently turned his head and shouted in a deep voice. Boom! At that instant, the heavens and earth exploded in more than one way. 10,000 feet of clouds exploded in the sky above the great meeting hall. Many world-shattering phenomena were falling, and terrifying spatial turbulence was rioting. Pust! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Zhang Taichu, and he just knelt on the ground. Zhao Long and the others, on the other hand, were directly lying on the ground, their bodies exploding around them, and clusters of blood mist were exploding. In an instant, Zhao Long and the others were so horrified that they were close to just exploding. What the are you doing? Hasn't being hammered twice taught you a lesson? You mustn't say anything. If you really want to play hard to get, can we do it at home? Looking at Zhang Taichu's miserable state, they were truly fearful and angry. Why don't you be a good goon and make a scene? Chen Baidao looked at the scene of dead silence before he turned towards Chen Stable, who was on the side, and said, do what you want to do next. Your father is all for you. With mother here, I'll anyone who dares to give you a hard time. Yi Xinyan was more direct than Chen Baidao. Good. Chen Jian nodded solemnly. This is, the crowd at the scene, at once, looked at the 4 varmints in the distance. At this point there wasn't a bit of pity in their eyes. There was only coldness. If it is not these 4, why would they Qinshi town suffer from this disaster? After Chen Jian responded, he walked towards where Chu Yue was, a faint smile tickling the corners of his mouth. But this smile fell in the eyes of Qin Mu and the others, and it was more devilish than the devil. Qin Mu and Luo Hao said in unison, Miss Chu, we're relying on you. You must save us. Chu Yue swallowed a mouthful of saliva before saying, don't worry, Chen Jian loves me to the bone and will definitely be fine. Alright, we knew that you, Miss Chu, are reliable. We knew it. The 2 men immediately became excited. Of course, I'm definitely fine, but you guys aren't. Chu Yue looked at the grateful 2 and laughed coldly in her heart. Chapter 13. No, you're not regretting it. You know you're going to die. Chen Stable quickly arrived not far from Chu Yue and the others under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Aha! This Chu Yue is also the son of Heaven's Destiny? That's the kind of crap? Upon noticing the orange life soul on top of Chu Yue's head, Chen Stability was somewhat stunned for a moment. Not, seniors, you're not going to tell me that you're a bootleg. Stable couldn't help but spit out the noise. You're the one who's a pirate. Your whole family's a pirate. Elegant. The old lady's got to be classy. Immortal Red Peony rattled off some self-strategies before saying, what you have seen is all true, proving that Chu Yue is the son of heaven's destiny. This, well, Chen Jian sighed helplessly. Surely goddesses are a species that has seen death. But he no longer doubted at this point that Chu Yue was the son of heaven's destiny. Chu Yue took a deep breath and braced herself to look straight at Chen Jian, but just in time to see Chen Jian looking at her in a daze. The next moment, she was agitated. This lickspittle must be remembering old memories. I told you, he loves me to the bone. I've only betrayed him once. What can't I be forgiven for? I'll serve him with all my heart from now on anyway. That said, it's still more than I paid for. Thinking of this, Chu Yue immediately firms up, and the whole person once again resumes her previous arrogant appearance. Now it was time for Chen Jian to lower his stance in order to gain her forgiveness. Of course, if Chen Stable is sincere, then it wasn't as if she couldn't forgive him for his earlier presumption. Phew, the day finally cleared up. I, Chu Yue, am also destined to become a human being. Thinking about this, Chu Yue also gradually pulled out a smile. Xin Mu and the others also noticed Chen Jian's unusual appearance and could not help but look at each other up, as if to say, holy, there is such talent. Now we're saved. At the thought of this, they got excited in unison. Chen Jian collected his thoughts at this time, but the corners of his mouth still held a faint smile. Chu Yue's mind had changed long ago, and her complexion gradually took on a touch of loneliness. Chen Jian once again raised his steps to approach Chu Yue, finally stopping in front of Chu Yue's heel. Apologize quickly. For once, it's not impossible to forgive you, but you must have a good attitude. Chu Yue was poised, lightly pursing her lips, with a proud and self-satisfied look on her face. Seeing this state, the curve of Chen Stable's mouth hooked up even more. As a traveler, he had seen a lot of stuff like Chu Yue. Let's just say that the Pushin woman, the real head down, is it thinking that I will apologize to you? Chen Stable spoke leisurely. Aha. Chu Yue froze a little for a moment. Because, that's what she wanted. But why did Chen Jian say it so bluntly? He doesn't want to have me anymore? What is this? Xin Mu and the others also froze, some bad premonitions rising in their hearts. Chen Stable, don't do this to me. I can back out at any time. Chu Yue took a deep breath and said, I just had a brain fart. So it's a big hug. Before Chu Yue had the chance to fool around, Chen Jian backhanded and then smacked down. Asterisk 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 asterisk, do you think Lousy would say that? Snap. Chu Yue was directly smacked over and half of her face was barely broken. You. Chu Yue was annoyed and afraid. You what you? I smoked a like you. Chen Jian took another step forward, and under Chu Yue's horrified gaze, he slapped the left side of his face again. Bang! Chu Yue was once again jerked away, hitting the wreckage hard. Pust! Chu Yue couldn't hold back any longer, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. It's over. It's really over. At this moment in time, Xin Mu and the others felt like the sky had collapsed, saying something about being sure to be forgiven. Is that it? Chen Jian did not intend to stop. If he couldn't make Chu Yue's life worse than death, he felt sorry for himself. Looking at Chen Stable approaching again step by step, Chu Yue was finally afraid. All the fantasies in his heart were all reduced to nothing at this moment. I know it's wrong. I'm sorry. Let me off the hook for once. Will you? I'll be by your side as a bull. Don't you like me? I can serve you in any position you want. Looking at Chu Yue's terrified appearance, Chen Stable shook his head. No, you're not regretting it, but you know you're going to die. It's not like that. It's not like that. Chu Yue frantically denied it. Is that so? Under Chu Yue's shocked gaze, Chen Stability slammed his foot down. No. Ka-ching. Ah. Chu Yue's legs were just like this, stomped into a bloody mist by Chen Jian. Your hands are next. Chen Stable's feet stomped down once again under Chu Yue's desperate struggles. Ka-ching. Ah. This time, all of Chu Yue's limbs turned into mush. And on the contrary, Chu Yue couldn't die. The pain that drilled her heart, and the humiliation, made her face as if she was dead, and she was terrified. For a time, the entire field was filled with nothing but endless killing opportunities, as well as Chu Yue's miserable screams. This, Golem, so hard. Xin Mu and the others were already paralyzed on the ground. They knew it was their turn next. Chen Jian approached Chu Yue's ear and softly said, next it's time for your spiritual aperture and physical body. You take what's mine, and I'll make you spit it out a little bit. Don't. Chu Yue shook her head frantically. There might still be hope for recovery with broken limbs, but if even the spiritual orifices and physical body were destroyed, then she's really wasted. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be. I'm sending you to heaven.
The bottom of Chen Stability's eyes were icy cold as he stomped down towards where Chu Yue's spiritual aperture was. An unparalleled chaotic power rippled across the surface of his foot. No! Chu Yue lost her voice and yelled. That voice echoed more than in half space. However, just as Chen Stable's foot stepped on the spirit orifice, a shield suddenly held up and blocked Chen Stable's foot. Boom! At the same time, Chen Stable was also shaken back by the force coming out of the slam. Who dares to kill my Chu clan's children? Looking for death. A cold cry came out from Chu Yue's body, echoing continuously in the air. The sudden change froze everyone. What does that mean? Xin Mu and Luo Hao were a bit dazed. Ha ha ha, here we go. Finally. On the contrary, Chu Beiqiang was thrilled. Only he knew that Chu Yue was also someone with a big background. To this day, he still remembers the scene when Chu Yue was sent over, the Imperial carriage escorting him for millions of miles, and dozens of top-tier powerhouses driving together. That vast holy might, that astonishing scene, was still unforgettable to him. As for why they were chosen for the Chu clan, perhaps it was because they shared the same Chu surname. Then he made the decision to adopt Chu Yue, and for the sake of one day being able to climb into a relationship with it. Chen Wufei and Chen Hongmian took a step to Chen Stable, looking at the runes flowing above the shield, and the twisted power. The corner of his mouth could not help but coldly mortgage. This is the Tao protecting symbol seal, a means of life protection given by some great clans to their children who are practicing in the lower realms. This rune mark is also fused with a teleportation array that will arrive at the first opportunity whenever the descendant calls for it. Chen Wufei leisurely opened his mouth. No buddy, then why didn't I? What Chen Jian cared about was not that Chu Yue had a background, but rather that he couldn't figure out why he didn't have this treatment. Perhaps noticing Chen Stable's thoughts, Chen Hongmian sighed and said, your situation is a bit different. There will be time later when father and mother will explain it to you. Alright. Chen Jian smiled helplessly. Chu Yue, on the other hand, also took in Chen Wufei's words. All at once, a thick drama of hope came to rise in her heart. Turns out I have a background too. Die. All of you will die. In the turn of a thought, Chu Yue turned from excitement to endless agitation. I don't care what kind of grudge you have. Stop it right now. Right now. The voice came once more. I'll leave you paralyzed. All you dogs. Chen Wuxi suddenly moved, and the stormy thunder between his fists stirred at first, shocking power instantly gathering. Don't you dare. The voice growled. No. Save me. Save me. Chu Yue was instantly terrified. What does it mean to fall from heaven to hell the fastest? That's what. Boom. Under Chu Yue's horrified gaze, Chen Wuxi punched down, directly bursting that shield. Pust. Chu Yue's mouthful of blood then sprayed out, his face dead. She hated that Chen Wuxi didn't follow the rules. Why didn't she wait for her clan to come? Do what you want, and whoever comes will die. As Chen Wuxi said that, he looked towards the distorted mid-air. This was the sign that the teleportation array was in effect. He had the ability to destroy the teleportation array, but didn't want to. Right now all he wants to do is kill. Kill as many as come. The corners of Chen Stable's mouth rose slightly. Understood. I have to say, it's cool to have such a family as a backer. Chapter 14 Finally. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The corner of Jiang Taichu's mouth twitched continuously as he watched the situation from afar. You're not being a bully. How many forces under the sky can compare to the Heaven's Destiny Imperial clan? At this moment, he could completely predict the tragic picture. Perhaps these killers might bring about the extermination of their own clan. Chen Baidao and Yi Xinyan, who were on the high platform, did not say a word though, but anyone can see their attitude. It's really a case of whoever comes is dead. Sweet dreams, my love. Chen Jian raised his feet gracefully and looked down at Chu Yue, his eyes deep and cold. That gentle smile, when it fell in Chu Yue's eyes, was like a life-threatening ghost fong. No, there are people behind me, and they're already on their way. You can't do this. You can't do this. Chu Yue cried out in shock, and there was fear, unwillingness, and even more regret in her eyes. That's why I'm going to kill you outright. The corner of Chen Stable's mouth tugged as he fiercely stepped down. No! Chu Yue yelled out of breath. Bang! With one kick, an overbearing and extreme force exploded on Chu Yue's spiritual aperture. Chu Yue's entire body was stepped on the ground like this. The ground cracked in response, and mud and dust rose from the sky, only to see that half of Chu Yue's body was directly stomped on, and blood splashed out in all directions. Seeing this, Chen Jian once again raised his foot and stomped down towards Chu Yue's head. By using the masking method of stomping Chu Yue into a bloody mist, he directly opened the Heavenly Fate melting furnace. Melting. At the same time, Chen Stability opened the Heavenly Fate melting pot, and an invisible force covered Chu Yue's entire being. In a split second, the life soul on top of Chu Yue's head was just ripped in. Melting is complete.
1 copy of Orange Destiny Nirvana Liquid
can be exchanged for 1 random reward. The host completes the first melting and reaches a new achievement, and will be given an additional chance to randomly select a reward. The host completes the melting of the Orange Heavenly Destiny, reaches on, and receives an Orange Heavenly Destiny treasure chest. At that instant, a series of beeps fell in Chen Stable's head. Holy, that's pretty good. And 2 extra rewards. Chen Jian instantly brightened up. As for the others, they were all shocked at Chen Stable's methods. Not only is it clean, it's mean enough. It was one thing to know that their Chen clan did not fear any comers. It was another matter for Chen Stable not to give Chu Yue the slightest chance of being rescued. Rumble. At this moment, the sky suddenly shook, and the power of the exalted Emperor realm lined up a little bit in the sky, swinging and stirring up 10,000 feet of clouds. Then a statue of the Emperor was created one after another, reflecting the scene of all the people worshipping. Heaven grants royal authority, and all the people worship it. This was a symbol of the exalted Emperor realm. Judging from the shocking level of the scene, there should be quite a few people coming, but the strongest was only at the Zun Emperor realm. When Jiang Taichu and the others saw this, they all revealed gazes of pity. This is considered a long way to deliver heads. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than these 2 half-step great emperors? Who killed our Chu clan's son? As the silhouettes stepped out, the shocking chorus of voices slammed down 1 step ahead of them. The voice was like heavenly thunder exploding, entrained with vast imperial might, and that terrifying to the extreme power diffused in all directions. Unbridled, Chen Baidao snapped his head up, and in the middle of a chorus, he grabbed down with 1 hand in mid-air. That vast and matchless imperial might instantly blocked off a side of the heavens and earth, and terrifying and ancient laws were sweeping madly. When one looked at it, the heavenly earth law's chains fell with this one-handed grab and collapsed as much as they could, with boundless turbulence raging. Put! The 10 or so people who had just rushed out suddenly felt the sky collapse as a large golden hand that covered the sky grabbed down towards them. No! What is this? The man in the lead was more than shocked as he watched his own defenses instantly being destroyed as if they were paper mache. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. We're just passing through. Passing through. The man reacted quickly and begged for mercy. The others followed suit. Yeah. We were passing through. We're leaving now. Now. At this moment in time, where did they not know that this was a kick in the teeth? At the same time, they hated the son who had been practicing. What a ing thing you're messing with. We all let you get away with it. Die. Chen Baidao didn't reason with these people. One hand violently grasped the closure. No. We are the sacred clan forces of the Green Sky Realm. You can't be like this. That's a lot of bull ********. Chen Baidao coldly grunted and directly pinched to death, only to see the incoming person instantly explode into a mist of blood. How is this possible? Chu Beiqiong's face immediately turned ashen and he paralyzed to the ground. Only after doing this did Chen Baidao calmly withdraw his palm. At the same time, he had an additional token in his hand. The token was carved with ancient seals and a large Chu character in the center. Yi Xinyan swept a glance. The Chu clan. The sacred clan power in the blue sky realm. Recognize? How could I possibly recognize this kind of little caramels? Just look for them properly when the time comes. Chen Baidao faintly said. This family, it has to be uprooted. No one left behind. Yi Xinyan coldly said. Aha. Chen Baidao nodded. At this point in time, the Chu clan, who were far away in the blue sky realm, didn't even know that their sky was about to collapse. I'll be damned. It's still my cheap old dad. Chen Jian could not help but sigh. Originally, he thought that Chen Hongmian and Chen Wuxi were fierce enough, but compared to Chen Baidao, they were really small. Suppressing the agitation within his heart, Chen Jian then walked towards Qin Mu and the others whose faces were ashen. As they watched Chen Jian come step by step, Qin Mu and the others subconsciously curled up into a ball. At this moment in time, they were truly afraid. 3 little old men. You've waited long enough. Chen Stable stopped his steps and looked at the 3 of them as he leisurely opened his mouth. Qin Mu and the others had their mouths open, and because they were too afraid, they actually lost their voices directly. Look at this. Look at this. This is too tense. Where is the energy that just pumped my essence blood? Chen Jian came close to Qin Mu and spoke leisurely. Qin Mu's face was as pale as paper, and his whole heart and body trembled so much that he couldn't help himself. Brother Luo, you say yes. Chen Jian suddenly turned his head to look at Luo Hao. I was wrong, really wrong. Luo Hao immediately climbed up and heavily kowtowed towards Chen Jian, his face full of blood even without realizing it. Chen Stable shook his head. No, you guys aren't wrong. What's wrong is me, Chen Stable. After all, I'm a mole with no power and no background. How can I be compared to your Tai Tai Dao Palace? Not to mention my divine body. Even a single hair on my body belongs to the Tai Dao Palace.
Brother Luo, I'm so arrogant. Are there a few moments of you?
Chen Jian came back to the kowtowing Luo Hao and leisurely said.
Luo Hao stiffened. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I really was. Soon, La Ho was kowtowing frantically again. You go down and talk about it. Chen Stable's face turned cold, and the moment Luo Hao kowtowed, he stomped his foot down. Bang! Luo Hao's head splattered everywhere like an exploded watermelon. Luo Hao's body, on the other hand, was set diagonally on the ground, looking as if he still recognized his mistake. That picture was extremely poignant. Now it's your turn. To say that he hated it the most, Chen Jian undoubtedly hated Qin Mu the most, because the torment he suffered while he was conscious all came from Qin Mu. No. Seeing Luo Hao's miserable state, Qin Mu subconsciously rubbed back. Want to go?
Chen Stable's eyes were raging with killing intent as he grabbed Qin Mu.
No. Under Qin Mu's panic,
Chen Jian grabbed down with one hand towards Qin Mu's chest.
At that moment, the entire large venue resounded with Qin Mu's miserable screams. Under Chen Jian's constant digging, Qin Mu's entire body was constantly shaking, his entire body spasming. Blood dripped down his body in clothes like rain. Unlike Luo Hao and Qin Mu who used means to dig into the origin, Chen Stable had used his hands to pull it out inside in a raw manner. It wasn't about getting the origin anymore, but purely about torture for the sake of torture. Qin Mu's miserable screams lasted for nearly 100 breaths before he finally died of raw pain. It really can't be helped.
Chen Jian calmly dropped the broken Qin Mu on the ground.
Chu Beiqiong, on the other hand, was directly stunned. Regarding Chen Stable's tactics, the crowd at the scene all felt their scalps numb. Chen Jian glanced at Chu Beiqiong and stomped on his third leg. Chu Beiqiong immediately woke up in pain from his stupor, roaring miserably. When he saw Chen Stable, his face changed wildly again as endless fear struck him. What is Chu Tianlong's origin? Chen Stable suddenly spoke. Chu Tianlong? Chu Beiqiong didn't dare to slack off and said in a loud voice. That is the child that my clan Chu Beiqing brought back, saying that it is his own child. Where is Chu Beiqing? Chen Jian asked again. Dead. Chu Beiqiong answered. No more? Chen Stable's brows wrinkled. My lord, I really didn't lie to you. That's all I know about Chu Tianlong. That kid is so mature that he simply doesn't look like a child. Then again he stayed in the Chu clan for just half a year and disappeared directly behind him. When Chu Beiqiong saw that Chen Stable's face did not look right, he hurriedly explained. Then you can die. Chen Stable directly raised his foot and stomped down towards Chu Beiqiong's head. Not. Put. Bang. Under one kick, Chu Beiqiong's head was directly stomped into mush. Good Chu Tianlong. Hiding deep enough. Chen Stability smiled coldly in his heart. And right at this moment, the heaven and earth suddenly changed color, and more than 10 huge cracks quickly cracked outwards. Seeing this scene, the corners of Chen Baido's and Yi Shenyan's mouths hooked slightly. These old dogs, can't they hold back at last? It's good to be here. They had waited 16 whole years for this moment. Chapter 15. All of you will die here today. It's not over, is it? Jiang Taichu's brain exploded into a mush as he watched the situation. As for Mood Dust and the others, they had already shivered up. They are not cuties. Naturally, he could sense that the visitor was by no means much weaker than Chen Baidao. And to top it all off, there wasn't one person who came, but a whole 16. What I just don't know is who these people are really after. As for Chen Hongmian and Chen Wufei, they subconsciously protected Chen Stable behind them. These people aren't coming for me. A terrifying thought rose up in Chen Jian's head all of a sudden. No, Sister Peony, didn't you say that the Heaven's Destiny melting pot can shield the heavens? I've only been pretending for half an episode and I've been found out? Don't you think you blew that awesome a little big? Apparently, Chen Stable thought that it was because his chaotic sequence body had been discovered that he had attracted the enemy. First, my old lady is peony as in peony, not spoon as in spoon. Secondly, this is not a problem with the heavenly fate melting pot, but rather you yourself are guilty of heavenly fate. Thirdly, if you call me Sister Peonia again, your head will be blown off. No, what do you mean I'm guilty of heavenly destiny itself? Chen Stableman was dumbfounded. Ask your parents, Xian Hongxiao said indifferently. No, can't you be more specific? Chen Jianman was numb. Perhaps he had noticed the change in Chen Jian's face. Chen Hongmian spoke leisurely. There are some things that can't be explained clearly in a sentence or two. But don't worry, no one can harm you with us around. It's now a battlefield between old dad and old mom. What we watch is fine. Chen Wuxi followed and agreed. Chen Jian just wanted to ask in detail what it meant. When the turbulent vision between heaven and earth interrupted his thoughts, one could only see the sky begin to flood with surges of a chain of rule laws, constantly interlocking and glowing. It looked modeled at first glance, but it flowed with an ancient and mysterious heavenly destiny Tao rhythm. When the rules had been diffused to the extreme and had blocked and imprisoned the entire heaven and earth, those 16 cracks finally propped open outwards. In the next moment, a tall, imposing man and woman with a vast light entwined around them stepped out from it. The moment they stepped into the ancient Yuan realm, the entire realm was in turmoil, with endless spatial turbulence boiling over. If it wasn't for the heavens mandate laws that had been constructed one step ahead, the entire ancient Yuan realm would have already collapsed. These 16 men and women, with gazes like the sea, looking out of the corner of their eyes, looked noble and exclusive, so that people could not look up to them. The crowd of cultivators kneeling on the ground had nothing but endless trepidation. At this moment, they really feel that they are a grain of sand in the world, small and powerless. Chen Baidao and Yi Xinyan suddenly moved, swept up into mid-air, their auras overlapping around them. A person was wrapped in heavenly thunder, countless thunder roaring and storming. One person was ablaze with heavenly fire, a cluster of flames surging and raging. The two men each held up half of the heavenly dome, facing off with the 16 powerhouses in front of them, not letting them go in the slightest, forming a confrontation invisibly. A crane-haired old man standing at the very front finally spoke. Chen Baidao, you've transgressed the rules. This old man was from the Heaven's Destiny Emperor Clan Dragon Clan, called Dragon Ao Tian. However, compared to Chen Baidao, he had more prestige in the Dragon Clan and even the entire Heaven's Mandate forces. This one stems from his seniority, the second is personal strength, and the third is acting justly. Last time, when Chen Stable was forced to devolve, it was also through the hands of Long Ao Tian. Apparently, it was also up to him to bring the matter to a close this time. Chen Baidao said indifferently. Yes, I just crossed the line. The attitude was very casual, like what are you going to do with me? Unbridled. Long Ao Tian immediately shouted in a deep voice. Chen Baidao's eyes suddenly exploded with 10,000 thunderbolts. Then I'll be wanton. What are you going to do with me? Long Ao Tian stared at Chen Baidao dead in the face. Do you know what you're doing? No one knows better than me. Saying that, Chen Baidao's voice became ghostly. Do you know what are the two things I regret the most? First, failing to protect his son, leaving him fatherless for 16 years. Second, failing to protect his lady and letting him smack himself in the face behind my back. As a father, I flunked. As a husband, I still flunked. Saying this, Chen Baidao violently raised his voice line. For this day, Laozi has waited for 16 whole years. Today, one of you will have to die here. Boom! As the words fell, the aura of a half-step great emperor realm surged out, and it was still soaring at an extremely high speed. Yi Xinyan glanced at her own husband and also released all the power in her body together. Long Ao Tian's eyelids jumped straight up. He could feel the fearlessness of Chen Baidao and Yi Xinyan. Also, when did these two become so powerful? Soon, Long Ao Tian's gaze crossed over the two and landed on Chen Stable. At this moment, Chen Stable's eyes were red and his fists were clenched. The burning love between Chen Baidao and Yi Xinyan moved him and filled every inch of his pores with agitation. There is this family. Even if he died here today, it wouldn't be in vain for him to cross over. The Draconic Slayer body origin is lost? Soon, Long Ao Tian confirmed Chen Stable's current state. As for the chaotic sequence body, it had long since been shielded by the Heaven's Destiny Cauldron. Long Ao Tian, who was only at the half-step Great Emperor realm, naturally couldn't tell. Long Ao Tian slowly withdrew his gaze and once again landed on Chen Baidao and Yi Xinyan. I can understand your feelings, but rules are rules after all. It's an ironclad fact that your son was born into a life of robbery, and death is the only place for him to go. The last time, subject to the force of your two clans being in the way, it also gave him 16 years to live. It's already a great gift to be able to live for 16 more years, so there's no need for you guys to be too attached to it. Think of your family. The heavenly mandate is given to us, and it is meant to be our greatest honor. Is it really worth it to put the tens of thousands of years of foundation of an entire family at risk for the sake of a son? And the crowd at the scene was shocked at this point. It was at this moment in time that they realized what was going on. It turns out that Chen Jian was decentralized because he was born with a destiny of plunder. This is the fate of the robber. It is rumored that this kind of person can subvert the fate of the heavens and bring about an annihilating catastrophe. Therefore, such people must not be allowed to live, or they must be the ones to suffer in the future. So it is. I said, why must these dogs get rid of me? Chen Stable gritted his teeth, troughed his teeth and growled lowly in his heart. I'll the base. All of you, die, Chen Baidao shouted in a deep voice, and then he stormed forward, only to see that thunder roared up around him, slamming down from mid-air, as a single robber's thunder rushed in. At the same time, an invisible law was rapidly being generated, and a heavy dose of Imperial might was blossoming, constantly oppressing the entire heaven and earth. For a while, the heaven and earth echoed more than once, seemingly roaring lowly and roaring. Chapter 16. No one in this world can threaten me. No one. Long Ao Tian's face immediately sank.
and the group of powerful heaven's mandate forces behind him lost their patience at this time.
As far as they were concerned, being able to speak to Chen Baidao so calmly was already the biggest concession. But Chen Baidao didn't know what to do to and threatened to kill them. It's just bold. Make a move. Long Ao Tian waved his hand widely. Good. The group of powerhouses behind them answered, only to see each of them making seals, the power of the circumference of the sky swirling out as soon as they could. The half-step Great Emperor laws were rapidly being generated. Ancient, dominant, mysterious, unrivaled. This was what everyone underneath felt. If it wasn't for the deliberate suppression of Long Ao Tian and the others, with just the residual power of these laws, they would be able to be shaken into flying dust. Soon, the sky above the ancient Yuan realm was ripped apart alive and an extraterritorial battlefield was carved out. This was because the rules of the entire ancient Yuan realm simply couldn't withstand 18 of them fighting. As long as they wanted to, destroying an ancient Yuan realm was just a matter of lifting their hands. Enemy, sleepy, protect your brother and we'll go home together later. Yi Shenyan turned his head violently, looking at the three people at the bottom, and after dropping a sentence, he followed and rushed up. Don't! Chen Stable was instantly anxious. 2 to fight 16. How to fight. Even if he was a cutie. Also knew it was a death sentence. And, it was for him to go to his death. Little brother, don't be impulsive. Father and mother, he's much stronger than you think. Seeing that Chen Stable was about to rush over, Chen Hongmian stopped Chen Stable with a hand. It's just a few dirt chickens and dogs that can be suppressed with the lift of a father's or mother's hand. Chen Wufei also faintly said from the side, looking at the two of them with a calm demeanor. Chen Jian's agitated emotions came to an abrupt end. Then he looked at the battlefield in midair. It doesn't matter if you don't look. Others are dumbfounded, only to see Chen Baidao's Imperial Dao Laws riot, holding 10,000 feet of shocking thunder in one hand, and pressing out 10,000 illusory worlds in the other. In his starting hand, he blew up the empire domain that Long Ao Tian and the others had built up. Even one of the rule chains on their side was shaken into dust one after another. As far as you guys are concerned, it's not even close. Chen Baidao roared in a cold voice, and a heavy fist blasted down. The space exploded more than once, sweeping up turbulence all over the sky. How is this possible? The 8 middle-aged men and women who were facing Chen Baidao's battle, their faces changed wildly as they subconsciously struck out a heavy attack. However, their attacks were instantly blown away, and their entire person was directly blown away by a punch. Die! Chen Baidao took one step. The breath in his body was more than volatile. The heavenly thunder poured down and arrived. The entire heavenly domain turned into a purgatory. Boom! The matchless power pushed out horizontally, pressing straight towards everything in front of it. Not good. Retreat. At this moment, even Long Ao Tian's face changed and he subconsciously yelled, but it's already too late. Under the horizontal thrust of that power, the 3 middle-aged men and women were directly blasted into blood mist, and even their souls were crushed into extinction together. As for Yi Shenyan's means, it was in no way inferior to Chen Baidao's. Raising his swift heavenly phoenix in the endless fire domain, ancient and mysterious pressure penetrated the entire field, searing every strand of chi on the battlefield into nothingness. The 8 people who had surrounded her were also suppressed in every way possible, and did not have the slightest power to resist under the scorching of the heavenly flame. Die for me! Yi Shenyan was like a female god of war. Sweeping her spear horizontally, the heavens and earth were collapsing, the stars were falling, and countless living beings were turned into flying ash. Bang! The group of 8, led by Morong Zhouye, was directly jerked away by a shot, and their perimeter defense was directly blown out. At this moment, they finally couldn't hold back, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Gather first. Seeing this state, Long Ao Tian was finally afraid and shouted in a sharp voice. At this moment in time, he also finally understood why Chen Baidao would say that he had waited for 16 years. It turned out that it was to avenge their combined efforts to sanction Chen Jian last time. So terribly stoic. What a horrible talent. In just 16 years, they had already surpassed them and were still absolutely suppressed. At the same time, Zhang Taichu and the others looked numbly at all this in front of them. At this moment in time, they only felt their scalps tingle and were so shocked that they couldn't breathe. So these two couples are so fierce. A battle of 8. A real battle of 8. It's a good thing I didn't make a stupid mistake for the sake of my so-called dignity. So what if you all come together? Chen Baidao roared in a cold voice, and endless killing opportunities suddenly shot out from the bottom of his eyes. Give me death to come. Chen Baidao once again took a step forward, using the momentum of the span to grab down with one hand towards Long Ao Tian and the others. One could only see a giant hand that covered the sky. Entwined with the laws of the Emperor's Dao, the Emperor's blood divine body successively augmenting it, and all sorts of ancient Dao rhythms coursing through it, an ancient battlefield, an ancient being rushed out from it, looking uniquely unrivaled and unbeatable. It's not good. Make a move. Make a move with all your might. Long Aotion could see the terrifying nature of this giant hand and immediately roared sharply. The others didn't dare to be slow, quickly striking out an Imperial Dao Law, their bodies like battle thunder drumming, their light storming up to the sky and the earth, in all directions, were turned into a heavy shield. During the great tremor of that terrifying Imperial Dao screen wall, the surrounding space immediately distorted and was then shaken into flying dust. At first glance, it is stunning and extremely shocking. That's it? Then you can die. As Chen Baidao shouted, a giant hand heavily bombarded against an Imperial Dao Law. Bang! The two forces exploded in unison. The phantoms of the heavens instantly exploded into smithereens, and half of the bizarro sky battlefield was crushed and exploded by the vast power. No! At this moment, the voices of Long Aotion and the others roared up sharply, only to see a giant hand crush all resistance and blast down on the Imperial Dao screen wall in front of them with the swiftest speed. This Imperial Dao screen wall was their last line of protection. Click! Bang! The Imperial Dao screen wall only lasted for a few breaths of time before it was crushed alive. An endless power turbulence rioted around. Put! Under the pressure of the power between those hands, except for Long Aotion who could barely resist, the rest of the quartet all exploded into clusters of blood mist. With the aftermath of one hand, he killed 4 half-step Great Emperor realms. Terror is his. Damn it! Hold it for me. Long Aotion suppressed the body that was about to collapse and hurriedly punched out an emperor body to come. His eyes scarlet as blood. Every half-step Great Emperor would condense an emperor body. It's the equivalent of another life for them. And their last line of defense. Long Aotion watched in horror as his emperor bodies, one by one, were crushed and exploded into streams of dust all over the sky. How is this possible? Long Aotion man was numb and scared. Humph! Chen Baidao coldly grunted. One hand fiercely grabbed down, hard crushing Long Aotion's surrounding power into nothingness. Long Aotian, on the other hand, was like a dead dog, being strangled with a death grip, with blood and water constantly beating down from his body. But a half-step Great Emperor was after all a half-step Great Emperor. The drop of Emperor's blood that struck the battlefield also exploded into a shocking vision, and everything collapsed in sections. At first glance, it's still breathtaking, and at this time, a spear on that could pierce through the ages passed through the other side of the battlefield, only to see the 8 images explode into clusters of fire like skewers. This, Gollum. The crowd at the scene couldn't take a big breath. It was too much. The half-step Great Emperor realm said to kill, and there was more than one. Most importantly, they watched them kill. This only exists in the legend of the picture. I did not expect to witness today. This couple, they're unbeatable. Give me death to come. Chen Baidao pulled Long Aotion to his body with a tug through the air. Long Aotian's pupils were shocked in a million ways, and he said in a loud voice, "Older brother, save me. Save me. Don't you dare." A cold roar came from the boundless void. That voice was like heavenly thunder exploding down, shaking the entire ancient Yuan realm to the point of continuous trembling. The spatial cracks were shaken open, and one by one, the ascending cultivators and spatial beings could be seen to have been shaken into a bloody mist. The entire ancient Yuan realm, on the other hand, was plunged into a state of solemnity, and all the heavenly cultivators were prostrate. No one in this world can threaten me. Chen Baidao's eyes skyrocketed with a shocking killing opportunity. And in front of the vast emptiness one hand violently pinched tightly. Pust! Long Aotion was pinched into a bloody mist just like that. Chapter 17. No one can stop me when I want to kill someone. You're looking for death. Endless shock and fury mixed with heavenly might exploded down from midair, and the entire battlefield exploded into a sky full of dust. That vast pressure transformed into an icy cold killing machine, pressing down towards where Yi Xingyan was. Undoubtedly, Long Qingbei had already developed killing intent towards Chen Baidao. Killing his brother in front of him, ignoring his warning is a capital offense. His Long Qingbei's authority was even more impervious to provocation. Want to kill old me? You're not even close. Chen Baidao's power exploded around his body, and 10,000 feet of heavenly thunder quickly ran away. A Thunder Emperor's body rose up to the sky. The lightning laws all over his body were unsealing, and the heaven and earth were filled with solemnity for a moment. The sound of thunder was like a war drum, blending into the heavens and earth. And the heavens and earth followed the thunder drum as it ambled and roared. Thor's warhammer, battle heaven and earth, and subdue the ages. Chen Baidao fiercely transformed into the god of thunder, holding the heavenly mine hammer, and fiercely hammered down into midair. The entire midair was like a sea of calmness that exploded into shocking waves, with endless thunder marrow storming above. In an instant, the descending heavenly might was exploded by a hammer, along with the infinite void.
The crowd at the scene saw an extremely gloomy silhouette through the pierced heaven and earth space.
This person is none other than Long Qingbei. This is so scary.
A hammer pierced through the boundary screen wall, reaching straight to the upper realm beyond the billions of rigid domains.
Jiang Taichu and the others' worldviews were once again refreshed.
Chen Wufei had also crushed the Tai Tai Palace with one hand across millions of rigid domains.
However, when compared to Chen Baidao, it could only be said that it was a small thing. Really far from it. This cheap old man of mine, he's awesome.
Chen Jian was unable to use words to describe his feelings, much less words to describe the power of his own old man.
What do you mean by bottom line? That's it. What it means to be dominant. That's it. What it means to be invincible. That's it. Good Chen Baidao. You're taking your own life. Long Qingbei's shocking voice rang out again. Hiding clown. Get your ass out here. As Chen Baidao roared, the emperor lines around his body were released. An ancient power leaked out.
Only his body suddenly enlarged, gradually transforming into a gigantic shadow of the heavens,
aligning with the heavens and resonating with the heavenly might. In the next instant, Chen Baidao struck out,
his speed fast to the extreme. Another huge celestial mine hammer struck down towards mid-air. This time the screen wall between the realm and the realm crumbled, no longer able to hold back the unrivaled power.
As for Long Qingbei, who was standing in the desolate ancient realm, he was completely unprepared for all of this. It was really because Chen Baidao's strike was too fast, and by the time Long Qingbei reacted, he had already been knocked down from the desolate ancient realm to the ancient Yuan realm with a hammer. Between the realm and the realm, an ancient being emerged and looked at the image in shock,
but they didn't dare to take a breath for fear of being caught in the wave.
This,
Jiang Taichu and the others no longer knew what to say.
Their worldview was crumbling anyway. What's happening now is no longer a surprise to them. Long Qingbei,
who had fallen to the ancient world without boundary, had his white hair in a riot, and his breath was rippling around him,
looking a bit wretched. I was waiting for you. Chen Baidao instantly came to Long Qingbei's side,
his voice resounding leisurely. Among the people who struck out back then was Long Qingbei.
Long Qingbei's hair stood on end, and the fury in his heart instantly turned into endless fear. This Chen Baidao, when did he come to his side? He actually didn't react at all. This speed, this strength, so scary. Thinking back then, it was under his suppression that Chen Baidao was unable to move and could only give in and accept the fact that his son had been decentralized. But how long has it been? And the other party has already grown to such a level? Bang!
Chen Baidao fiercely slapped down with one hand towards Long Qingbei's chest. Long Qingbei's emperor body was shattered with one hand, and his surrounding power was dispersed.
Pust! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Long Qingbei, and his entire body was directly sent flying with a slap. Chen Baidao took a step forward and once again arrived in front of Long Qingbei, and a hammer was violently raised. No! I was wrong. Wrong! Long Qingbei finally got scared at this moment and roared in a fearful voice. Only now did he realize that Chen Baidao hadn't been trying his best all along, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Wrong? No! You just know you're going to die. Chen Baidao sneered slyly. Enough! Right at this moment, the truly great man finally couldn't sit still, and with a cold cry, the heavens and earth were imprisoned. Chen Baidao's entire body was also bound. Hearing this, Long Qingbei finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how strong Chen Baidao was, could he still be stronger than the big shot behind him? No one can stop the one I want to kill. Chen Baidao's body shook around him,
and the chains of binding power crumbled.
Die! Chen Baidao's eyes skyrocketed with killing intent, and with one hammer,
he struck down towards Long Qingbei.
Chen Baidao, I'll give you one more chance to stop immediately. Otherwise,
the armies of the 16 heavenly destiny forces will attack the lower realms in force.
At that time, not only will you die, but all of your family will die. I'll live your ass off. Between Chen Baidao's roars, a single hammer hit Long Qingbei into a bloody mist. The vast aftermath was so powerful that it pressed the heavens and earth to tremble, attacking the lower realms in a big way. Thinking that Laozi would be afraid? Where is the Chen clan? Where are the Yi? In. A prime shadow rose up into the sky, and a vast voice echoed in the heavens and earth. In an instant, the entire sky was strewn with blackened silhouettes. The laws of the order chain of heaven and earth were constantly taught at this moment, and there was even a feeling that they were about to collapse. Someone is trying to kill your clan brother. What is to be done? Chen Baidao roared. Kill, kill, kill. War, war, war. At that moment, the sound of killing boiled in the sky, echoing more than once in the sky dome. Is this my father's and mother's tribe? So united, so strong. Chen Jian had a kind of inexplicable blood boiling at this moment. The man behind them was silent. Obviously, they didn't expect that the two Yichen clans would come out in unison, and they were still this strong. Most importantly, they could sense that whether it was the Chen clan or the Yi clan, their overall power was much stronger than it had been in 16 years. Don't you want to kill me? Come on. Chen Baidao roared up facing the vast emptiness.
His aura was monstrous and powerful. The man behind him remained silent. It was only after a long time that the principal,
Long Tianjin, spoke. Is that what the two of you mean as well?
These two people were naturally referring to Chen Stable's cheap grandfather and grandfather. They had also been paying attention to everything that was happening in the ancient Yuan realm.
Chen Wudao leisurely said.
Xiao Dao has waited 16 years for this day. My Chen clan has also waited 16 years for this day.
What do you mean? Long Tianjin took a deep breath and said. It means you all. Hear me.
Chen Wudao's voice turned violently cold and became incomparably domineering. Long Tianjin immediately chimed in a cold voice. Chen Wudao, don't you forget that the Chen clan is also a Heaven's Mandate force and has the obligation to uphold the Heaven's Mandate righteousness. For the sake of a robbed life,
you're actually going to go through life and death with us. I'm afraid you're not crazy. Chen Wudao coldly said. The children of my Chen clan,
whether or not they are life robbers,
can only be decided by us. Heaven can't fix it, and you can't fix it anymore. Good Chen clan. It seems like you guys really want to turn the tables. Long Tianjin was angry and furious. I'm just going to lift the sky. What can you do to me? Chen Wudao drank coldly. Damn. Does this family have to be so bossy?
Zhang Taichu and the others' hearts shook in unison more than once. Long Tianjin knew that Chen Wudao was determined to fight them to the end,
and his face was momentarily gloomy. Although, their dragon clan was now representing the Heaven's Mandate forces, but this time, it was more of them, the dragon clan, who were playing the lead role, with the other forces merely assisting. Once they fought, they really weren't necessarily a match for the two Yichen clans. Most importantly, Chen Wudao's bottom line was too strong.
Fearing that he had been preparing for this battle for a long time,
for that alone,
they wouldn't dare to rush. The wisest choice would be to take a step back and recover when you are well prepared.
With this in mind,
Long Tianjin made a decision.
You two Yichen clans are insistent on this, so we'll just watch for the time being.
I hope you don't regret this decision today.
With that, Long Tianjin's voice was about to subside. Obviously, this representative of the Heaven's Mandate forces chose to bow down. Now whether or not things are going to end there or not, it's going to have to be my call.
Chen Wudao's voice rang out leisurely.
Ah, no buddy, have you gotten this arrogant? The prostrate Zhang Taichu and the others, their people were already numb. Chapter 18 The Strength of the Heaven's Destiny Emperor Clan. Kill until you have no way to retreat. Chen Wudao, do you really think we're afraid of you? Long Tianjin was shocked and furious. Countless heavenly destiny-robbing thunderbolts were bombarding, seemingly shocking and more like warnings. Kill!
Chen Wudao shouted in a cold voice without a bit of nonsense.
Kill, kill, kill. In an instant,
heaven and earth resounded with the sound of solemn killing. A prime shadow rushed out,
reflecting in midair. That image was extremely shocking. Not long after,
wailing was all over the sky, and blood and corpses were constantly falling between the realms, as if it was raining corpses.
This, got rich
Chen Stable looked at the falling corpses,
and among them,
there was no shortage of Heaven's Destiny sons.
Senior, can these corpses be melted? Sure. Speaking of this,
Xian Hongshao's words changed. But as a person dies, the heavenly fate and Shi luck will also gradually disappear.
You want to melt, then you'll have to hurry.
After Xian Hongshao said it, Chen Stability instantly also discovered that the life souls on these people's heads were fading at an extremely fast rate, and it was faster than expected.
Seeing this, Chen Stable immediately became a bit anxious. It's a mountain of gold, but even if these people were dead, the residual power on their corpses was beyond his reach. Besides, if he made a move, it would be too big a target and would easily attract the attention of someone with an agenda. The Heaven's Destiny Melting Furnace, it was his biggest card. That's right, there it is. Sister, can you do me a favor? Chen Stable's eyes turned to Chen Hongmian and said. Chen Hongmian spoke. Speak, help me collect those corpses. I have a great use for them, Chen Stable said in a hurry. Good. Although Chen Hongmian was doubtful, she still agreed. Still, this sister is good. Something is really on. Chen Jian couldn't help but sigh again. Stop. Say what you want to talk about. As soon as the fight started, Long Tianjin realized that where he was, the elders and children of the Yi Chen and Chen clans had already been ambushed. Chen Wudao and Yi Maniac, on the other hand, were on the opposite side of the room, calming the scene. He tried to hitch a ride, but couldn't really do so for a while. One could only watch as his men's sons and daughters fell one by one, screaming in agony. One must know that many of these sons and elders could be the core strength of the clan. If it continues, it's a big loss. Chen Wudao looked at Long Tianjin indifferently. It's too late to think about peace talks now. Keep killing for me. Kill. As Chen Wudao opened his mouth, the killing intent of the elders of the two clans became even more intense, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Chen Wudao, are you going to be immortal? Long Tianjin roared in a fierce voice, his eyes as scarlet as blood. Chen Wudao raised an eyebrow. Isn't it already immortal? Fine. We'll admit it. Tell us what you want in compensation. Long Tianjin forcefully suppressed his anger and took a deep breath. Admit it? Compensate? Chen Wudao laughed out loud in a cold voice. Do our Yichen 2 clans lack those 3 melons and 2 jujubes? What I want today is the lives of all of you. Kill, leave no one behind. Speaking of this, Chen Wudao roared violently, his killing machine boiling over. In an instant, the killing resumed. This time, the momentum is completely lopsided. Watching one elder son or daughter in the process of falling, Long Tianjin's heart could drip blood and his eyes became scarlet. Grandpa taught me. Old ancestor help. No. Listening to the miserable cries coming from the surrounding area one after another, Long Tianjin could no longer suppress it. You two have bullied people too much. All of you give me death. As he roared, he was seen charging towards Chen Wudao and Yi Maniac, his body's power rippling around him, and the heavens and earth trembled for more than a long time. At this moment, he only had one thought, that even if he died, he had to make Chen Wudao and Yi Maniac pay the price. Old man, are you coming or should I? Chen Wudao looked at Yi Maniac. Today is your home ground. It's better for you to come. Yi Maniac laughed. Then I'll be rude. Chen Wudao also laughed aloud. Swish. In response to the time, Chen Wudao swept and rushed up. For a time, each of the two had their own strength to win, and one side of the heavens and earth was powerfully propped up into two sides, the skyline cracking open at breakneck speed, only to see that they raised their hands as a single Imperial Daolaw slashed down. Space was powerfully chopped up, and the chaotic currents that filled the heavens were raging. The two of them fought more and more furiously, and layer upon layer of boundaries were smashed and fell through the air, turning into a heavy heavenly fall. Alien space beings, a large number of dead and wounded, floating corpses for billions of miles. This battle lasted for hundreds of breaths before it stopped. Under Chen Wudao's all-out attack, Long Tianjin was ultimately beheaded in the World River. The body of a half-step great emperor realm collapsed 10,000 years of space and time, sinking into the boundless abyss. Old me, hate na. Long Jintian's deathly voice spread across the heavens and earth. In an instant, heaven and earth cried out in sorrow, and the vast thunder rolled on, resounding beyond the 9 heavens. Chen Wudao stood in the river of time with only his prime, overlooking all of this. Since then, all comers from the heavens' destiny forces have died. What magnitude of battle is this? Jiang Taichu and the others were already numb, unable to describe what was in front of them with words, because, compared to the battle between Chen Baidao and Long Aotian, the battle at hand was going to be more than one level higher. It turns out that the top of the world is so far away from them. In response, Chen Baidao and Yi Xinyan, on the other hand, smiled at each other. For this moment, they had waited for 16 years, and they, the Yi Chen 2 clans, had also waited for 16 years. Is this my grandfather? So powerful, so overbearing. Chen Jian also looked at all this with shocked awe, his agitated heart unable to calm down for a long time. Don't lament. Wait until all the heavenly fate hopper luck flows out of those corpses. Xian Hongxiao interrupted Chen Stable's reverie with a voice. Yes, it's the heavenly destiny of the qi that counts. Chen Stable instantly reacted and looked at Chen Hong, who had already collected the corpse, and said, Sister, give me the corpse. Be careful. Those corpses have no shortage of disciples of the Saint Superior realm. Just the remnants of their scent alone can get you killed. Chen Hongmian still didn't ask Chen Stable's purpose, but only instructed. Understood. Understood, Chen Stable said in a loud voice. Chen Hongmian did not say anything more and directly threw the space ring containing the corpse to Chen Stable. Chen Jian received the spatial ring with one hand and hurriedly turned on the heavenly destiny furnace. Yellow destiny melting is complete. Congratulations. You have been awarded a copy of the Yellow Heavenly Fate Nirvana liquid. Yellow destiny melting is complete. Congratulations. You have been awarded a copy of the Yellow Heavenly Fate Nirvana liquid. Green destiny melting is complete. Congratulations. You have been awarded a Green Divine Destiny Nirvana liquid. Purple destiny melting is complete. Congratulations. You have been awarded a copy of Purple Heavenly Fate Nirvana liquid. A series of beeps sounded. Dozens of corpses, and in the end, there were only 10 copies of Heaven's Destiny molten liquid. What do you mean? Only 10? No. Aren't all these people from the forces of destiny? Play with me. Chen Jian froze for a moment. Oh, do you really think that the destined sun sucks? Immortal Red Peony gave Chen Stability a blank stare before continuing. It's not that being strong is the son of Heaven's destiny, but rather, it depends on whether or not he has the destiny. Just like the people in your blue planet. There should be a lot of smart people, but every single one of them can get rich? This is ultimately about fortune. And the son of Heaven's destiny has nothing to do with strength. and the power one is in either. It's about one's destiny as well. What about the rewards for reaching new achievements? And why isn't there any for this as well? Chen Jian could not help but speak. These people's heavenly destiny chi dissipated partially, and technically can only be considered to have accomplished half of the achievement. Immortal Red Peony responded, playing concepts with me. Chen Stable was speechless. This could still be played like this. The rules are what they are, and there's nothing I can do about it. Saying that, Immortal Red Peony's words changed. Don't get hung up on it. You'll be able to unlock these achievements sooner or later. The rewards will come. Fine. Chen Jian sighed helplessly. Although he felt regretful about this, he let out a long sigh of relief when he saw that there was a drop of purple heavenly destiny nirvana. This wave, after all, was not in vain. And at this time, Chen Baidao and Yi Xinyan also landed slowly from midair. Little Stable, you weren't scared just now, were you? Yi Xinyan hurriedly came to Chen Stable's side and softly said. At this time, Yi Xinyan was no longer as domineering as before. Chen Jian shook his head. I just didn't expect that our father and mother clans were strong to this extent. This is just where it is. As long as you are willing, Little Stable, you can walk horizontally in this world. Yi Xinyan laughed lightly. Walking sideways? That I would love so much. Chen Jian's eyes lit up. By the way, mother, I plan to close my eyes for a few days, Chen Jian suddenly said. Now, he couldn't wait to find out what the heavenly fate nirvana liquid did. That dares to be good. Our family will help you protect the path. Yi Xinyan said evenly. A small shrimp closes the door and a family of big brothers protects the way. Look at that. Look at that. That's how important casting is. Zhang Taichu and the others all looked at Chen Stable with envy. Chapter 19 Chen Stable's first battle. Bullying aura. This stuff is the heavenly fate nirvana liquid? Chen Stable flipped his hand, and 11 drops of liquid in the shape of a glaze hovered in his hand. In these liquids, he felt a strong power fluctuation, and there were also subtle Dao rhythms flowing around. Especially that purple drop of nirvana liquid. That kind of Dao rhythm was extremely ancient and terrifying. He had a feeling. Even the Dao rhythm contained in the other 6 drops of nirvana liquid combined was not as powerful as this purple drop. Sister Peonia, how am I going to use this? Chen Stable couldn't help but open his mouth. Take it directly. Immortal Red Peony said indifferently. That easy? Chen Stable half-heartedly surveyed it. In the end, he swallowed this drop of heaven's destiny into his stomach. Although Xian Hong Peonia is not very reliable, but he chose to believe for once. The moment the heaven's destiny nirvana liquid entered the stomach, a dense power exploded. However, the medicinal power was gentle and soothing, like rain from heaven, baptizing his body inside and out. At the same time, his chaotic sequence body erupted with 9-colored chaotic light, and a sequence shackle flew out, overlapping in midair and reflecting various ancient heaven and earth visions. Boom! In the next moment, Chen Stable's body trembled greatly, his flesh rushing out in waves of chi and blood, and his breath followed suit. In the end, although the breakthrough was not completed, there was a significant increase in strength. This, good stuff. It was only after everything had calmed down that Chen Stable's eyes lit up. Before he had even used the Heaven's Destiny Nirvana liquid, he knew that it could be used to unlock the sequence shackles in order to help the chaotic sequence body grow. But what he hadn't expected was that it would also be so beneficial to cultivation growth. Take this time for example. It was completely worth a month's worth of his cultivation. If this Heaven's Fate Nirvana liquid could not be used up, then wouldn't his cultivation speed take off? Thinking of this, Chen Stable's eyes instantly glowed. Immortal Red Peony leisurely said, the idea is good, but don't forget that the stronger you are, the more Heavenly Fate Nirvana liquid you'll need behind you. It's fine. There are plenty of Heaven's Destiny suns under the sky anyway. Chen Jian laughed lightly. Again. Following that, without any further hesitation, Chen Jian swallowed the remaining 10 drops of Nirvana liquid into his stomach in one go. In an instant, the power of 10 drops of Nirvana liquid exploded within his body. With the experience of the first drop, this time around, Chen Stable was far too familiar with absorbing the power of the Nirvana liquid. Boom! As Chen Jian absorbed the last bit of power, the screen wall of the realm was finally broken. One could only see the aura in midair converging rapidly and pulsating violently, like boiling up plain water. But that's not the end of it. Click! With a crumbling sound, the first sequence shackle within Chen Stable's body finally loosened. Ancient and mysterious chaotic sequence chi leaked out. In an instant, heaven and earth shook, and the originating chi exploded in midair like a spark, and swept outward in a circle. In the endless depths of the heavens, there are billions of chaotic chi swings in the diffusion. An ancient silhouette was pulled out, and 9 chaotic dragons tugged a chaotic battlefield roaring through the boundless deep sky. What kind of breath is that? At this time, Chen Baidao and the others were also startled, and looked at this scene in shock in unison.
Even though they had seen a lot, they had never seen such a sight. Suddenly, the color of the sky changed. Endless robberies and thunderbolts poked out from the depths of the heavenly dome. And when they appeared in the human world, they all became gods and devils holding black prison thunderbolts. No good. It's the divine demon prison thunder. This kind of lightning can only appear when an emperor is beheaded and becomes a saint. How could this kind of calamity lightning appear in a small yin-yang realm? Could it be that little Steady's physique is too powerful? Chen Baidao's face changed drastically. Father, I'll go help little Stable. Chen Wuxi immediately opened his mouth. Chen Baidao was about to agree, when Chen Stable's voice came out. A small robbery thunder. Why do you need Big Brother's help? With those words, a silhouette with a 9-colored celestial haze wrapped around its body rushed up to meet the mid-air robberies. Boom! As if sensing the provocation, the divine demon robbery thunder met Chen Stable with a hammer blow. The black prison thunder struck down, carrying with it a vast heavenly might. Ha ha, good timing. Between Qin Jian's maniacal laughter, he only crashed into it, and with a tremor of the chaos sequence body light shield, he blocked the falling prison thunder. Chaotic horizontal heavenly hands. Chen Jian took a step to sprint, one hand slapping down towards the god devil in front of him. A giant hand that covered the sky and collapsed all obstacles. Bang! With a single strike, the god devil was exploded with one hand, turning into countless black thunderstorms in all directions. Sis, lend me your gun. Chen Stable knew that in order to knock out these thunderbolts, one would still need a divine weapon of the same level. Then, without hesitation, Chen Hongmian threw the Red Lotus prison suppressor gun to Chen Stable with one hand. Good gun. The moment the gun entered his hand, Chen Steady felt the power surging through it. Perhaps it was a connection with the master's mind. The power on the gun even mobilized itself from me. Let him not worry about not being able to utilize the power of this lance because his realm was too low. Please help me in my fight. Chen Stable's mind moved, and the chaotic power between his hands quickly spread throughout the entire spear lance. The lance was also responding to Chen Stable, constantly vibrating and emitting a buzzing roar as the Red Lotus Hellfire was poised to strike. Little brother, it's not simple nah, Chen Wuxi leisurely said. For the Red Lotus prison suppressor gun, it wasn't like he hadn't borrowed it before, but that gun spirit was so arrogant that it didn't even give a damn about him. It was just that he didn't expect that it would be able to be used for Chen Stable, and even became connected to his mind and spirit. Chen Hongmian blankly glanced at Chen Wufei. You're ugly. Chen Waoan enemy nama. Ugly? Me? He's not as handsome as Chen Jian, but he can't be compared to ugly, right? Although Chen Hongmian said so on his lips. However, the shock she received was no less than that of Chen Wuxi. Because of her own spirit gun, no one knew it better than she did, but it's condescending. Not to mention Chen Wufei, it didn't even bring a bird to a stronger person. But why? On the contrary, was it able to connect with Chen Stable's mind? That, too, she couldn't figure out. Ha ha, let's make a big mess then. Chen Jian felt the excitement coming from the lance and couldn't help but have his battle spirit soar up. As the words fell, Chen Stable stormed up, his lance vibrating and gulping out 10,000 Red Lotus prison flames, his terrifying aura rippling. The 9 divine demons' robber thunder was once again provoked. At that moment, a vast heavenly might was emitted, and the entire sky was covered with black prison thunder. The heavens and earth were in turmoil, as if a natural disaster had descended. Good timing. Looking at the prison thunder that landed in one heap, Chen Stable fiercely struck out with a shot. His aura was monstrous and incomparably terrifying. Chaotic power entwined with the Red Lotus Hellfire and violently shattered all the robber rays, and even the entire dome of the sky was pierced through with a single shot. At this moment, Chen Stable's aura skyrocketed to the extreme, and chaotic light filled the sky with radiance. Your turn. Chen Jian instantly rushed to the front of a god devil and once again blasted down with a gun, looking violent to the extreme. This shot used almost all of Chen Stable's strength, and the lance responded to Chen Stable's realization. One could only see a huge red lotus flame rushing out and suppressing the 9 divine devils in front of them. Boom! Under a single shot, the 9 divine devils were directly blown up, and even the storming thunder marrow was scorched into nothingness by the red lotus. Since then, the divine demon prison thunder has faded into nothingness. Chen Jian's entire body stood horizontally in the dome of the sky with a gun. That stance reflected in the sky and earth, and the hegemonic aura was initially revealed. Is this family all perverts? As Jiang Taichu and the others watched this, all they could feel was a numbness in their scalps. Just ask. A yin-yang realm that could resist the heavenly tribulation. How many people under the sky could do it? Especially Chen Stable's physical strength. Even half a sky away, he could feel the surging chi and blood surging through it. This shows how strong this person's physical body must be. Chapter 20 Rising 9 minor realms in a row. Another absolute talent. After doing so, Chen's stability did not linger and rushed down towards the cultivation room once more. Good. The fruit is worthy of being my Chen Baidao's son. Chen Baidao was so excited that he shook his big hand. Yi Xinyan whitened Chen Baidao. Look at how dejected you are. But it could be seen that the smile on her face at that moment was as big as it was going to get. He's my son. How can he be called dejected? Chen Baidao murmured in a dissatisfied voice. Yi Xinyan glanced at Chen Baidao. Oh, then it's me being talkative. Ahem. Chen Baidao coughed lightly before saying, actually, I'm more or less dejected. Only then did Yi Xinyan withdraw his nuclear goodness gaze. This is the family empire. Chen Baidao couldn't help but lightly exhale a mouthful of turbid air. On the other hand, after Chen Stable returned to his room, at this time, his realm had stabilized. It had also broken through to the 10th Inyan realm from the original 1st Inyan realm. On top of that, his first sequential yoke had been unlocked. The absolute talent he obtained this time was called Absolute Battle Power. This talent can pull up one's battle power without limit until the flesh collapses. Just now, he had resisted the heavenly tribulation with his 10th Yin-Yang realm power, using this absolute battle power. However, there was no doubt that his physical ceiling could still support him to further break through the barriers of battle power. It's just not necessary because it's too much. How about it? This absolute talent isn't any worse than the absolute fire seed. Immortal Red Peony spoke. Each has their own victory. Chen Stable said evenly. From this moment onwards, he was only capable of standing firm in this cruel metaphysical world. As a veteran fan of metaphysical fiction, he knew this. Background backing is important, but the most important thing is still their own strength is hard enough. Only then are you considered to have everything in your hands. The absolute talent going forward will only get stronger. Speaking of this, Xian Honshao's words changed, but let me say the ugly words beforehand. Don't think that you've gotten carried away just because you picked up a bargain this time. The subsequent lifting of the shackles will only get harder, but accordingly the higher the gains you will receive, especially since the chaos sequence body itself carries hidden benefits that are far beyond what absolute talent can match. You have to look long-term. Don't pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon. Understood. Chen Jian nodded heavily. He was naturally able to appreciate this reminder from Immortal Red Peony. What made the chaotic sequence body truly powerful was the physique itself, not the absolute talent it carried. Whether or not these so-called talents can work, and how much they can work, still depends on how well the physique is developed. That's right, Sister Peonia. Why do I feel that it's the same rank of heavenly fate chi that contains a somewhat different power? Is it true that the strength of the melted nirvana liquid still depends on the level of cultivation of that heaven's destined sun? Chen Stable thought for a moment, but still asked his doubts. Right. The cultivation and heritage of the heaven's destiny suns are different, and so are the nirvana liquids that are melted down. But that's only comparable if they're of equal rank, and the nirvana liquid melted out of a higher ranked fate soul will always be stronger than a lower ranked one, and the higher the rank, the greater the difference between the two, which can't even be measured in terms of multiples. Xian Hongshao answered. So it's true. Chen Jian sighed helplessly. It's just that high-ranking heavenly fate is too rare. If he was given a few more high-level heavenly fates, he was certain to upgrade to a higher realm. Perhaps noticing Chen Jian's thoughts, Xian Hongshao warned again. Nirvana liquid is without side effects or barriers to enhancement. But don't forget the fundamental problem that you have a personal barrier to advancement. It's better to get down to business and not think about something that's not there. When your chaotic sequence body becomes a great success, then you will truly be considered to have no realm barriers. Understood. Chen Jian nodded, then placed his mind on randomly selecting rewards. This was the extraction opportunity he was rewarded with when he first melted the Heaven's Destiny Sun. Extraction. As Chen Stable silently chanted, the random selection was activated. A few breaths later, a string of beeps sounded. Congratulations on completing your first extraction and obtaining a King's Grade Formation 9-Pole King Suppressor Formation Experience card, which can kill all cultivators in the Heavenly King realm and below. Note, this formation is a one-time consumable, with no limit on activation. Holy, one draw is a King's Grade Formation? Oh you got. What he lacked the most right now. Wasn't it this kind of overwhelming killing move? Don't look at it as a disposable consumable, but the counterintuitive thing is that it has no limits. It was as if there was now an Imperial artifact laid out in front of him, available for him to use. Let's leave aside the question of whether he'll use it or not. It just can barely work, and it can't be utilized to its true strength. So, really, it's still this formation that's tops. As for her sister's Red Lotus prison gun, that was just an exception. For one thing, it was with Chen Hongnian's permission. Second, the gun spirit recognized him. I don't know why, but that's the truth. In the end, he was able to exert that kind of strength thanks to the augmentation of its autonomous play. Phew, cool. It's just that there's still 100 more to come.
and that's even better. Chen Jian exhaled a long breath of turbid air,
and there was a smile on his face that he couldn't hide.
Let me see what the orange destiny chest is again. Chen Stable even opened his hand.
A message flooded into his brain.
False Sky Sword Art. Holy Grade Sword Art. Can be constantly upgraded. Set speed and power in one sword art. Cultivate to the extreme realm can be a sword to open the sky. This sword play. Good stuff. Chen Jian's eyes once again lit up greatly.
The starting point of the sacred sword art was not too high, but it was better because it was suitable for his current stage. The rarest thing was that it could be constantly upgraded, and it wasn't impossible for it to eventually reach the Imperial grade.
This wave made a lot of money. Chu Yue. You can be considered to have a little role. It is not in vain I personally send you to the west, but it's about time to get out. My parents and they should be waiting impatiently. With this in mind, Chen Steady got up and opened the door. To the eye, there were the 4 silhouettes guarding the door. Seeing this, Chen Stable couldn't help but smile. That's family, right? No matter how long you wait, they're never far away. At the same time, Chen Baidao and the others looked at Chen Stable with a swish. 9 consecutive ascensions? And without the slightest sense of realm vapors? What a monster!
Chen Wuxi sucked in a mouthful of cool air. As a person from the past, he naturally knew how heaven-defying it was to ascend 9 minor realms in a row.
Impossible is not an understatement. Chen Hongmian similarly froze, and was shocked to be precise.
Ha ha, the fruit is worthy of being my Yi Xinyan's son. Yi Xinyan laughed softly at once, looking at Chen Jian with as much pride as he could muster.
Hey, no, why is it okay for you to say it? But I say it's Deus Ex Machina. Chen Badao man went numb, but offhand, he didn't dare question it. I'm far inferior to my brother and sister. Chen Jian laughed. The two of them? Yi Xinyan shook his head. Don't mention it. Chen Hongmian and Chen Wufei were also numb. What do you mean don't mention it? Are we that bad? Mother, if you're going to say that, I'm going to have to nag you about it.
Chen Hongmian came over with a reasoned look.
Get lost. Seeing you is annoying. Yi Xinyan pushed Chen Hongmian's face away. Oops. Look at my violent temper.
Chen Hongmian instantly had the urge to ruffle his sleeves.
Chen Jian immediately said, Sister, this is your gun.
Chen Hongmian subconsciously picked it up.
By the way, how did you connect with it telepathically? Invincible Chan also looked over.
There was still a nagging feeling in his gut about that.
It's just holding it and it's connected, Chen Jian said honestly. Just this? Before Chen Hongmian could say anything, Chen Wufei asked before him. That's it. Is there a problem? Chen Stable couldn't help but ask in return. No problem. Quite good. Quite good. Chen Wufei laughed. Only his smile was a bit stiff. Phew. Get comfortable. Chen Hongmian took a long breath. Strike damage reach. Someone was more hurt than she was. Come on.
My dad and the others are still waiting for Little Steady.
Seeing that the fight was almost over, Chen Baidao opened his mouth. Grandpa's waiting for me?
Chen Stable was shaken and his heart lifted involuntarily.
Chapter 21 May return to the Imperial clan early and participate in the Holy War.
He was extremely impressed with this cheap grandfather.
Overbearing, powerful, and extremely protective.
One person pressuring the 16 heavenly destiny forces and killing them when they say so.
That boldness is truly rare in the world. But, the other party purposely sought him out, and he couldn't help but think about it more. Okay, no need to toss and turn. Just listen to a few words from the old man. At that moment,
Chen Wudao's voice rang out in the lobby.
Chen Baidao immediately made a bow towards the void. Son, meet father.
Chen Hongmian and the others hurriedly followed and saluted.
Greetings, grandfather. Aha.
Chen Wudao said indifferently, his voice devoid of sadness or joy.
This grandpa, he's so high and mighty? However,
it does fit the compulsion of a tall man. Chen Stable's heart fluttered. Another view of his own grandfather.
Little Steady,
you have indeed suffered in these 16 years.
With that, Chen Wudao turned his words around. But one who eats the bitterness of bitterness is the only one who can achieve it. This old den. Chen Stable silently withdrew a touched. Thank you. Why are you frozen?
Chen Hongmian lightly touched Chen Stable and whispered.
% at hand. Chen Jian, who was cursing in his heart, pulled on a scene-stealing smile and said, Grandfather's teaching is correct, and my grandson will certainly keep it in mind. Well, good. Chen Wudao nodded before he added. The next thing I'm going to talk about is the matter of clan rules. Since ancient times,
my Chen clan has had a rule that cannot be changed. The younger generation of the clan, before they reach adulthood, are required to decentralize their training and return only on the day they turn 18. But given the special circumstances of Little Steady, and the fact that he has been away for 16 years, an early return has been authorized. At that time, you may attend the clan's coming-of-age ceremony to determine the Imperial Sun serial number. What about compensation?
You don't think things just go away. As soon as Chen Wudao's words fell, Yi Shenyan immediately spoke, saying that, her voice suddenly raised. Don't forget that my son has suffered for 16 years for nothing because of his family's incompetence. Pops, little stable has indeed suffered. Chen Baidao took a deep breath and said. Chen Wudao ignored Chen Badao's request and instead said towards Yi Shenyan, Little Yi, what compensation do you want then? Directly set the Imperial son's serial number, 10 entries into the ancestral land, the chance to participate in 2 holy wars, and a reward of 1 billion divine origins. That's all for now. I'll mention it to you when I think of a follow-up. The corners of Chen Wudao's mouth twitched more than straight. That's not asking for compensation. You're splitting up the family. Only after a long time did Chen Wudao leisurely say, Xiao Yi you can understand that you are heartbroken for your son, and at that time, we did let Xiao Jian suffer, but everything the family does is so that it can thrive for a long time, so I also hope that you can understand the family's difficulties. Yi Shenyan shook her head. I can understand, but I, as a mother, cannot agree. If mothers can't fight for their children's rights, what good is it? Chen Wudao was silent for a long time before he said, let's put it this way, a holy war quota or a chance to enter the ancestral ground for cultivation. Look at picking that one. It's the best compensation I can get for steady. A place in the holy war? What the hell is this? On the side, Chen Stable's eyes suddenly lit up. Chen Hongmian opened her mouth to explain. That is the legacy of the ancient times, and if we really want to trace it back we may have to go back to the ancient immortal period. It's rumored that those who can participate in the holy war can have a chance to obtain a supreme inheritance and find the opportunity to break through to a great emperor. Speaking of this, Chen Hongmian took a deep breath. There could even be a chance to impact the legendary realm. This holy war only opens once every 100 years, and it's our Heaven's Destiny Imperial clan that only has 20 spots. In order to get this spot, everyone up and down the clan has been working hard to cultivate. Now that Grandpa is willing to take out a spot, that's very, very incredible. As for entering the ancestral ground to cultivate, it's also a great opportunity, but compared to the holy war quota that's far worse. So it is. Then this holy war, old man must go. For a moment, Chen Stable already had a decision. Yi Shenyan was silent this time. She also knew that nothing was too much, and that she had to stop when it was time to stop. Entering the ancestral land to cultivate, that was an excellent opportunity to become stronger, and there wasn't much danger. As for the holy war quota, needless to say, as long as cultivators aspire to the holy land of the earth, but it's just dangerous. Then again, there's nothing wrong with a mother loving her son or daughter, but it should never stifle his future. With the talent that Chen Stable was displaying now, it may not be impossible to participate in the jihad a year from now. Let your son decide for himself. Chen Baidao spoke at the right time. Yi Shanyan nodded, before looking at Chen Jian. Son, what do you think? There's no one else here. You don't have to worry too much. Chen Baidao followed suit and chimed in. Mother, I can understand your feelings, but my son wants to be the one who can protect you. With that, Chen Steady then raised his head to look into the void. Grandfather, as a part of the clan, I shall follow all decisions of the clan. As for a place in the holy war, then I will not refuse. This kid, Chen Wuda was momentarily rendered speechless. Just now, he really thought that Chen Stable would push the quota. Who would have thought of a sudden emergency break? Phew, scared the hell out of me. Chen Baidao let out a long sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that Chen Stable would refuse. It's a good thing he's planted and isn't a douchebag. Okay, Grandpa's waiting for you back home in the clan. With that, Chen Wudao turned his words around. This matter is over. You all hurry back as well. The clan can't be without a master for a day. Yes, Pops. Yes, Grandpa. Chen Baidao made a bow one after the other, respectfully sending off Chen Wudao's departure. Only after everything had returned to calm did Ji Xinyan say, Little Steady, come. Let's go home together. Chen Jian shook his head. My son still has one thing left to do, so I'll go back after I've taken care of it. It's the matter of the Emperor Bone, isn't it? Chen Wufei suddenly spoke. Chen Stable looked at Chen Wufei, somewhat surprised. Brother, how did you know? The only thing missing from you is the Emperor's bone, and now you're saying there's something to take care of. When 2 points are combined and an inference is drawn, don't things become quite clear? Chen Wufei spoke again. This big brother, he's not easy either. Chen Jian took a deep breath. Yes, a teenager named Chu Tianlong did it. I guess the people behind him must be familiar with my identity. That's why they didn't kill me. As to what the purpose is, I shouldn't need to tell you more. When these words came out, Chen Baidao and the others' faces sank coldly. Especially Yi Xinyan had an urge to eat people. I don't care what you have to do. You have to dig up the people involved. Old mother will make all of them regret living in this world. Yi Xinyan gritted her teeth, trough a deep roar. Chen Baidao took a deep breath and said, "Do you have any news about that son of A? Not for now, but I will dig him out sooner or later, along with the people behind him." Chen Jian shook his head. "Isn't Jiang Taichu outside? With the ancient Yuan realm boundary protector temple's hall master by his side, finding someone should still be simple." Chen Wufei suddenly spoke. "Jiang Taichu, roll in." Chen Baidao directly shouted loudly. Chapter 22. Another Chen stable. Substituted identity. "My little man, meet a few of the lords." Jiang Taichu, who staggered in, crouched to the ground in a hurry. "This seat asks you if there is a young man named Chu Tianlong in your ancient Yuan realm, whose age is about the same size as my son, Chen Jian." Chen Baidao stared at Jiang Taichu and said in a cold voice, "Jiang Taichu, people stupid ah. Yes, he was the head of the Boundary Protection Palace, overseeing the entire ancient Yuan realm, but he's not in control of the population, so he can't be precise about every single person." But he couldn't not give a satisfactory answer to Chen Baidao's question. Only after carefully pondering Chen Baidao's intentions did Jiang Taichu open his mouth. "As long as you give the villain a month's time, no 10 days time, the villain will surely give your lordship a satisfactory answer. 5 days, if the person can't be found, you die." Chen Baidao coldly said. Jiang Taichu really had the urge to explode. "Can this thing even be done? Only name and age. Where am I going to find it in 5 days? Right." When Chen Jian killed Chu Beiqiang, he had asked about Chu Tianlong's whereabouts. Chu Beiqiang seemed to have said that he was the son that Chu Beiqing had brought back, and had stayed in the Chu clan for half a year. It is hard to believe that this Chu Tianlong offended Chen stable as well. Yes. Otherwise, how could a big shot like Chen Baidao have his eyes on a lower realm teenager? And so on. Stable Chan? The Emperor's children. I think I've heard that name before. Who the hell to listen to? My sister. Yeah. Just what my sister said. If things are true, then this is a really big deal. Thinking of this, Jiang Taichu's little heart trembled. Jiang Taichu silently took a breath and bravely said, "Can my humble servant first ascertain one thing? This is very important. It is likely to have the person you are looking for." Chen Baidao stared at Jiang Taichu for a long time before saying, "It's best." Jiang Taichu trembled as he took out the transmission note and silently injected spiritual energy into it. In the middle of the day, a female voice that was on the sticky soft side came out. "Brother, are you looking for me? Brother has something to ask you, and you must answer truthfully." Jiang Taichu took a deep breath and said, "Good." Jiang Qingrun also sensed the solemnity of Jiang Taichu's tone and immediately straightened up. "You once told me that there's a holy son named Chen stable in your holy land, and that he's also from the Emperor clan of the Upper Realm, right?" Jiang Taichu spoke. Jiang Qingrun was silent for a long time before she said, "Yes, our saint's son is indeed named Chen stable, and he also comes from the Upper Realm Emperor clan. But the Holy Son, he's low-key and doesn't like outsiders to bother him unless he takes the initiative to invite them. That's why quite a few forces won't go ahead and publicize this matter recklessly even if they know his identity. If you want to beg to see him, brother, then there's a chance I can mention it for you. As to whether he agrees or not, that I don't know." At this moment, Jiang Taichu's person was already numb. All he had left was a buzz in his head. There are ing people who are so ing bold. Not only had he offended the real emperor's son, but he had also impersonated the other side. As for Chen Baidao and the others, their faces were as cold as iron, and invisible killing chances were raging. It's not like they're cuties. Naturally, they know what's going on. This Chu Tianlong not only dug up Chen stable's imperial bones, but also substituted his identity along with them. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Say something." Seeing that Jiang Taichu didn't respond for a long time, Jiang Qingrun called out several times. "Ask him if he's in the Holy Land." Chen Baidao's voice entered Jiang Taichu's ears. "By the way, is your holy son in the Holy Land? Brother seeks to find a suitable time to pay him a visit." Jiang Taichu once again said, "I don't know. His whereabouts have never been known to many, even to our holy lord." Saying that, Jiang Qingrun's words changed. "Wait until the next time you see him. I'll ask for you. This can't be rushed. Okay? Just let me know when the time comes." Jiang Qingrun's last bit of suspicion was gone. "You get busy. Brother has something to do as well." Jiang Taichu spoke. "Good." Jiang Qingrun directly disconnected. Phew. Jiang Taichu let out a long sigh of relief. Finally muddling through. He was really afraid that he might have spooked the snakes. Who knows what's inside here? At this point, there was silence. Now the situation is, to put it mildly, neither good nor bad. One could only say that they prayed that Chu Tianlong hadn't received news from the person behind them. Even so, Chu Tianlong was not silenced. "You did well." Chen Baidao spoke. Jiang Taichu hurriedly said, "This is what I should do." "Is that the heavenly maiden Holy Land?" Chen Baidao suddenly asked again.
Although Jiang Taichu was shocked as to why Chen Baidao knew, he still nodded. Yes, it's really blatant enough.
Chen Baidao spat out coldly.
Jiang Taichu didn't dare to speak and silently pressed his head to the lowest level.
You go out and wait first.
Chen Baidao suddenly waved his hand.
Yes, my lord. Jiang Taichu didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly retreated again.
Only after everything had returned to calm did Chen Baidao leisurely say,
Little steady do you know that you have a fiancé? Fiancé? Chen Jian frowned.
I don't know what Chen Baidao meant by suddenly saying this.
That fiancé of yours comes from the Lulan ancient kingdom.
That hidden power that has been passed down for billions of years. Not only is the power behind her heavenly, her own talent is also rare in 10,000 years, and her appearance is naturally one of a kind. Right now she's also in the middle of an adventure, and the location of the adventure is the heavenly maiden Holy Land.
Hearing this,
Chen Stable was stunned and understood the meaning of Chen Baidao's words.
It wasn't enough that Chu Tianlong was impersonating him, but he was also attempting to possess his fiancée.
As for how far things have gone,
that's unknowable. Just now you said that acquaintances commit crimes. Now I believe it, to the point that you even know about your marriage contract.
Chen Baidao suddenly laughed coldly. Chen Stable suddenly had a terrible guess. Father,
can there be a token in the things you left me?
Yes,
an exclusive Emperor Dragon pendant, crafted from 10,000 years of true dragon marrow. Chen Baidao answered.
This is quite a tricky thing to do then, with my unique Emperor bones,
tokens, and age.
Speaking of this, the corner of Chen Stable's mouth tugged.
I guess it won't be long before I can return to the clan in a dignified manner, and the fake will become real.
The moment these words came out, Chen Baidao and the others' faces turned even colder.
Because of this scenario, it's not impossible.
The Emperor bone was unique in itself and was also capable of creating blood.
A certain amount of time and a little bit of tact, then this is a done deal.
Chen Stable glanced at the crowd and continued,
analyzing the existing clues.
This person who is manipulating all of this behind the scenes is most likely in our Chen clan.
Now that you've killed down in force, they must have gotten a message too.
Their best course of action is to kill Chu Tianlong and destroy the Emperor bone before I can react. That would have wiped out all the clues.
Speaking of this, Chen Stable's voice lurched. But the truth is, I can still sense the existence of the Emperor's bone in the underworld,
and it has already grown to a certain extent.
So, the current situation is most likely that those people didn't contact Chu Tianlong in the first place.
Chen Wuxi's eyes instantly lit up. That means that they have lost the best time to strike.
In this case, they would never dare to strike again, even by a simple hint,
because they're also afraid that we'll come in and draw the snakes out,
thus exposing ourselves.
Chen Jian nodded.
That's it.
Now we can only hope that Chu Tianlong holds some clues in his hands. As long as Chu Tianlong has a clue in his hands,
none of those people will be able to escape. Hearing this, Chen Baidao directly made a decision. In that case, your mother and I will return to the clan first. On the one hand,
it is to prevent certain people from jumping over the wall and taking advantage of the opportunity to create unrest.
On the other hand, we'll be laying everything out in the dark and blocking off the entire ancient Yuan realm. At that time, as long as they dare to make a move, then all of them will have to die. Little enemy and little sleep.
You guys just go and check out the people from the upper realms who have entered the ancient Yuan realm in the past few days and keep an eye on them for me.
As soon as they make any movement,
take control and I'll take care of everything.
Understood.
Chen Hongmian and Chen Wufei nodded their heads one after another.
As for you, little steady, you have two choices.
One is to go to the heavenly maiden Holy Land and see what kind of situation is there.
Unsurprisingly, you'll have a chance to get your revenge yourself. The second is to go back with us.
As for Chu Tianlong, we'll hand it over to you after we capture it so that you can take revenge with your own hands.
Chen Jian did not hesitate and said,
I'll go to the heavenly maiden Holy Land. It just so happens that I also want to meet that Chu Tianlong for a while.
He enjoyed the process of making Chu Tianlong despair to the point of death more than achieving his goal under false pretenses.
Only then would he be able to give an account of himself and his original body.
Chapter 23 Companion Emperor Soldier. Hundreds of marriages. Chen Baidao nodded his head and said, Alright, I will send you a helper named Chen Nu.
With his strength, even if someone comes from the upper realms,
not many are his opponents.
As for what to do with him back there,
you can decide for yourself.
Chen Stable nodded his head in a hurry.
That would dare to be good. Only after arranging everything properly did Chen Baidao say, Come in. Jiang Taichu, who was waiting outside the door, hurriedly opened the door and came in. Little man, meet the 5 lords. Jiang Taichu cowed out again. Chen Baidao glanced at Jiang Taichu. Next, you'll be the one to take my son to the heavenly maiden's sacred ground.
You only need to listen to his orders. When this matter is done properly,
this seat can take the blame and will also credit you. If anything happens to him, then everyone associated with you must die.
Jiang Taichu was shocked and afraid.
I will live up to my trust.
please rest assured.
My lord. Go get ready. Chen Baidao waved his hand. Yes, my lord. Jiang Taichu bowed solemnly before quickly leaving. By the way, that fiancé of yours is called Lulan Xingxue.
If you confirm that she's having an affair with that brat,
just directly repudiate it. Of course, if she's aiding and abetting the enemy, then just kill her. Speaking of this, Chen Baidao was domineering and unrivaled.
The children of my Chen clan don't need to settle for anything,
and they are even less afraid of any forces. Pops, majestic and dominant. Hearing this, Chen Stable really wanted to give Chen Baidao a thumbs up, but then again, if that Lulan Xingxue really had an affair with Chu Tianlong,
then there was no room for maneuver in this matter at all.
Without Chen Baidao saying it, he would never allow her to exist.
Yi Xinyan also spoke up at this time.
Son, your father is right. This is the bottom line. No one has overstepped. Regardless of what kind of princess she is from a hidden ancient country, she must die even if she touches it. When the time comes at your bar mitzvah, mother will open up hundreds more in-laws for you, so you can pick and choose as you please until you are satisfied. Even if you want them all, mother can do it for you. Hundreds of in-laws? You want it all, and you can call the shots? You're really my mother. Chen Jian took a deep breath before saying, Father, Mother,
my son knows what to do and will definitely take care of this matter properly.
It's good to understand. It's good.
Yi Xinyan patted the back of Chen Stable's hand and said repeatedly,
By the way, here is your companion emperor sword, which has been managed by father for you, and now it's time to return it to you. With that,
Chen Baidao handed a spatial ring to Chen Stable.
A companion imperial soldier? I still have this awesome thing? As a fan of metaphysical fantasy novels, Chen Stable naturally knew what an imperial soldier represented. The companion emperor soldier, on the other hand, was only possessed by a supreme demon coming out of the world, and it was extremely rare. Only after receiving the spatial ring did Chen Stability probe his divine color into it. It doesn't matter if you don't look, you'll be surprised. Inside, there were piles of extremely high-quality spirit crystals and divine sources, all of which definitely added up to over 1 million. 1 million?
Which power in the ancient Yuan realm can have more than 1 million of extreme spirit crystals?
Not to mention the fact that there was an extreme divine source inside? In addition to that,
there were countless various types of spiritual pills,
spiritual materials and so on.
It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the current him was eating elixirs like beans.
And it wasn't an exaggeration at all. This is. Suddenly, Chen Stable's pupils stared.
His eyes landed on a sword blade with unparalleled aura,
imperial light flowing, and a monstrous divine charm. This can't be my companion imperial soldier. Just then, his consciousness was ripped into an alien space. To the eye was the emperor's sword trembling madly, monstrous emperor might leaking out from it,
cutting through the laws of the circumference of the sky.
For a time,
all the spirit weapons around them crouched their heads and trembled madly.
Immediately afterward,
the sword aura that was restrained on the blade erupted with a bang, instantly piercing through the 10,000 years of emptiness and reaching the infinite.
In the next moment,
a Kuei shadow holding an imperial sword could be seen,
standing between heaven and earth with a monstrous aura around him, looking out of the world. That image looked unique and incomparable, so that people did not dare to look up to it. This imperial sword is so scary, but who the hell is this guy? Why do I feel that even my father is far from being his match?
Chen Stable froze at what was in front of him for a long time before reacting.
In fact, through the memories of his original body, he didn't know much about the current world. Don't look at the fact that there are now 10,000 clans, and all the great dynasties possess their own ancient inheritance. However, it could be said that there were very few surviving imperial soldiers that truly possessed divine charm. What's more, the top powers nowadays had lost the ability to forge top-tier emperor soldiers. Therefore, it was simply self-evident as to what value such an imperial soldier had. At this time, the vibrations of the emperor's sword gradually subsided, and all sorts of world-shattering phenomena converged into the blade one by one. And Chen Stable's consciousness was gradually coming back together. Chen Jian took a deep breath. Father, can I use this emperor's sword? There's no problem. It came to accompany you. The emperor's might in the sword can't hurt you, Chen Baidao faintly said, without any further doubt.
Chen Jian then reached out to the emperor's sword that stood in the ring in space.
In his constant approach, the emperor's sword reacted to nothing, not rejecting him at all. There's drama. Chen Stable's eyes snapped open, and the speed of his hands subconsciously sped up. Into the hand, a cold one, a biting and sharp killing aura burst out from the blade of the sword, making people not feel straight creepy and numb. Nice sword. Chen Jian could not help but sigh once again. Although the emperor's might was restrained, he could still feel the terrifying power contained within it, especially when you hold it in your hand. There is also a feeling that your whole body's power is boiling with it. Father, how much power can I utilize it? Chen Stable couldn't help but open his mouth. Chen Baidao responded. Let me put it to you this way. It's different from an ordinary emperor soldier. It's equivalent to a special life form. All these years, it hasn't been able to grow because it hasn't been around you. The current one is equivalent to a human's juvenile stage, right? It possesses enormous room for growth, and its upper limit is estimated to be more than just an imperial soldier. As for how much power it can exert, it all depends on you, its owner, and how well it is nurtured. And don't ask me how to cultivate it. Something with spirituality will connect with its owner's mind and heart, and it will know when it should. That's a good sentiment. Chen Stable's eyes couldn't help but light up. You shouldn't think of relying on it too much either, or else it will instead become a stumbling block on your way to cultivation. Chen Baidao poured cold water on Chen Stable at the right time. How could he not understand this? Chen Jian smiled easily. With his current resources and also his background, raising his cultivation level wasn't a difficult task. The Emperor's sword he wanted, and his own strength enhancement, he would likewise not fall behind. What's this? Chen Jian's gaze suddenly lurched and landed on the very top of the sword's blade, where two elegant and ethereal fonts came into view. Late first? It was hard to believe that this was the name of this Emperor's sword, but how does it feel like this is for honoring that damn love? Such a thought rose in Chen Jian's head all of a sudden. As a man who had been there, he could peek at such things at a glance. But, it shouldn't be. Why would a font appear for such a companion imperial weapon? Perhaps noticing Chen Stable's thoughts, Chen Baidao spoke once more. Some things exist for a reason, and to deliberately chase the truth at a time when it's not the right time will only lead to more loss than gain. Alright, Chen Jian immediately snapped out of it and let out a long sigh of relief. It's almost time. We should each go get ready, and be the first to go home when it's done. Chen Baidao looked towards Chen Stable. Don't worry, I'm still thinking of going back for the coming-of-age ceremony. Chen Jian laughed lightly. Chen Baidao and the others didn't hesitate any longer and turned around to leave. After seeing the four people leave, the smile on Chen Jian's eyes gradually turned cold. It was so hard to cross over once, but I had suffered such a big loss. If Chu Tianlong was not allowed to vomit out what he had swallowed, little by little, what face would he have left to live in this world? As for the people behind it, none of them will live. Chapter 24 Ascending to the Holy Land of the Heavenly Maiden. Legacy of the First Holy Lord. Half an hour later, Chen Jian arrived outside the Chu clan. At this moment, Jiang Taichu was the only one present, whose they had been dispersed long ago. As soon as Jiang Taichu saw Chen Stable, he immediately greeted him. Little man, meet Mr. Chen. At the same time, he silently let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Chen Baidao was no longer there. It was really too much pressure when facing Chen Baidao. Aha! Chen Jian nodded. Dare I ask Mr. Chen, are we leaving now? Jiang Taichu asked. Go. Chen Jian responded. Then, Mr. Chen, this way please. With a wave of Jiang Taichu's hand, a huge spirit boat parked in midair landed slowly, looking incredibly imposing. What Chen Jian didn't know was that this was a sacred grade spirit boat, the highest level flying tool of the Boundary Protectorate Palace. Moreover, it was specially transferred from the General Hall by Jiang Taichu. In his opinion, no matter what Chen Stable was going to do, he had to be treated with the highest specifications. He wouldn't really want to go through what he had before. Now that he could think back on it, his scalp felt numb. Chen Stable's gaze fell on the spirit boat and he nodded. Very well done. It's good that you're satisfied, Mr. Chen. Jiang Taichu didn't dare to take credit. Chen Jian did not say anything more, and with a light tap of his foot, he swept onto the spirit boat. Jiang Taichu hurriedly followed behind. Soon, the spirit boat flew through the clouds and disappeared in midair. At the same time, on the spirit boat, my lord, what do you want to do? Jiang Taichu whispered. Just go straight to a high profile and say that I'm coming to the hidden power, as long as my identity isn't exposed, and you find out Chu Tianlong's forces and related people for me, I'm going to end them all in one pot. The corners of Chen Stable's mouth were slightly raised. As for whether or not there would be someone who would notify Chu Tianlong in advance to sabotage this he wasn't worried about at all. His father's side had already laid out the entire ancient Yuan realm. Once those people made a move, they were bound to be discovered first. Things would be simpler then, and they would just have to follow the trail. Understood. I will make the proper arrangements, Jiang Taichu said in a loud voice. By the way, I am surnamed Ji. Remember that. Channing suddenly said. There were quite a few hidden forces in the upper realm, and there just happened to be a Yi clan that was ranked lower down the list. This hidden world power was a bit weaker compared to the heavenly destiny power, and the Yi clan ranked further back. Using this identity to deal with Chu Tianlong was just right. Yes, Sir Yi, Jiang Taichu said in a loud voice. Alright, you go. Chen Jian waved his hand. Yes, Zhang Taichu nodded and exited the room. Chen Stable didn't stay either, turning around and walking towards where the room was. The first moment he entered the room, Chen Steady entered the cultivation state at the first opportunity. Although Chu Tianlong was not as powerful as him, he had been using his Emperor Bone for cultivation for the past 6 years. Without thinking, this Chu Tianlong must have reached an incomparably powerful realm as well. Therefore, he had to do everything he could to cultivate at all times. Because killing Chu Tianlong, he still wanted to do it through his own hands. Time is like a shuttle. Only after 3 days did Chen Stable slowly open his eyes and exhale a long breath of turbid air. If you look closely, you can see that a thick layer of white powder has piled up around his feet. Over the course of 3 days, the extreme spirit crystals and divine origins, he had consumed at least nearly 100,000 of them. But even so, he had only managed to cultivate to the 10th level of the yin-yang realm to perfection. It's going to be a while before we break through. It's still got to be the nirvana liquid tops. Chen Jian couldn't help but let out a leisurely sigh. Now, he was even more looking forward to going to the Heavenly Maiden sacred ground. There should be quite a few heavenly fates in there. Killing Chu Tianlong was one aspect, and harvesting a wave of heaven's destined sons was even another. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but hook slightly, and his emotions lightened up. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Chen Stable did not continue, lifting his steps and walking out of the cultivation room. As soon as he opened the door, Zhang Taichu's figure came into view. Little man, meet Gong. Zhang Taichu's pupils couldn't help but shrink as his gaze landed on Chen Stable. As a Zun Huang realm cultivator, he could see the change in Chen Stable at a glance. The qi and blood surged like a tide, and the breath was as deep as the sea. Much stronger than 3 days ago. Especially, this was still a state where Chen Stable had not made a breakthrough. From this, it could be seen how heaven-defying Chen Stable's physique and roots were. What's wrong? Chen Jian noticed the ups and downs of Zhang Taichu's emotions and couldn't help but speak. Zhang Taichu hurriedly suppressed his inner turmoil. It's the little man who was distracted. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. He wasn't some raw egg, so he naturally knew that he didn't dare to talk about Chen Jian's changes with a straight face, even if that was what he saw. As a slave, one must have the awareness of a slave. Something's wrong? Chen Jian didn't poke at Zhang Taichu's small mind. Zhang Taichu immediately straightened up. The Heavenly Maiden Sacred Land has arrived, and I would like to request that Your Excellency join me at the door. Are we there yet? Chu Tinlung. We'll meet soon. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth couldn't help but hook. Zhang Taichu naturally noticed Chen Stable's movements, but inexplicably, a chill rose up his back. Have the arrangements been made? Chen Stable spoke. Your identity has already been notified to the Holy Lord of the Holy Land in advance, and as for Chu Tianlong's forces and the people associated with them, they have also basically been checked out. It won't take long to give you, Your Excellency, a satisfactory answer. Zhang Taichu hurriedly said. Well done. Lead the way. Chen Stability gathered his emotions and spoke. This way please, Your Excellency. Zhang Taichu hurriedly made way. After Chen Stable stepped out of the room, he saw the rolling mountains in front of him at a glance. The palace stood in the middle of the mountain range, and there were spirit clouds accumulating in the sky, reflecting various visions. In the aura cumulus clouds, one could also see spiritual cranes flying around, lightly tapping the streams of light. Everything was like a dream. It is indeed grand. Chen Jian could not help but let out a light sigh. The Chu clan was considered good in Qingshi town, but compared to the Heavenly Maiden Holy Land in front of them, it was truly far worse. As the spirit boat gradually came to a halt, the mountain gate of the Heavenly Maiden Holy Land came into view and was constantly enlarging. This Heavenly Maiden Holy Land, 5 big words. How do you feel that it hides a subtle Taoist rhythm? Perhaps noticing Chen Jian's movements, Zhang Taichu explained from the side. This is the Tao rhythm left behind by the first generation of holy lords for future generations of sons and daughters to realize the Tao. But no one has been able to obtain this inheritance so far. It's just a pity that such a Tao rhyme is missing. Speaking of this, Zhang Taichu couldn't help but sigh sadly. Chu Tianlong can't do it either? Chen Stapleton felt a bit surprised. Yes, he can't either. Zhang Taichu answered. Then I'd like to see what kind of thing would make even Chu Tianlong forget about it. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth slightly hooked, but he didn't try at first, because his primary purpose now was to meet Chu Tianlong for a while. Let's see what kind of a commodity this person is who dares to impersonate him. Chapter 25. Kneeling only to heaven and earth, not to all beings. At the same time, the crowd of disciples in front of the mountain gate were also attracted by the spirit boat that was slowly landing. While they were guessing which great person had ascended to the Holy Land, the Holy Land was suddenly in turmoil, only to see that a figure rushed out from the depths of the Holy Land and swept towards where the mountain gate was. What's this? Why did the Holy Lord and the others come out?
looking at this familiar and unfamiliar figure in front of him. The faces of the disciples at the scene were all shocked. This young man knows a thing or two about it. At this moment, a man with his hands clasping his sword and a lonely and arrogant demeanor faintly spoke. How? Everyone looked toward Chu Changa. It wasn't a secret that Chu Changa came from an extraordinary background. Therefore, not many people in the Holy Land dared to offend him. But it also had to be recognized that this man had a source of information that they didn't have. This spirit boat belongs to the Realm Hall, and I've been a guest there with the elders of my clan. Speaking of this, the corners of Chu Changa's mouth tugged at a faint trace of arrogance. At that time, the Hall Master of the Boundary Protectorate Palace was using this spirit boat to transport us. This dog, he's pretending again. The crowd really couldn't look at Chu Changa's face. I've heard from the elders of the clan that our Holy Lord has invited Hallmaster Jiang to come over as an honorary Holy Lord more than once. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you guys. The Palace Master of the Boundary Protection Palace's surname is Jiang. Oh, you know a lot about it, don't you? The crowd pulled on stiff smiles in response to Chu Changa's pretense. Chu Changa was satisfied with the crowd's reaction, so he continued. If I guessed correctly, Hallmaster Jiang should have agreed to our Sacred Lord's request. So it's no surprise that the clan was raised to come out to meet them. So it is. I told you. How is it that the Holy Lord and the others will come together to welcome them? The crowd reacted with a solemn demeanor. The barbarians of the lower realm are barbarians after all. And what is the Realm Protector's palace but a gatekeeper? The truly powerful forces would still have to be those primitive races in the upper realm. Chu Changa shook his head, his eyes full of contempt. Regarding the thoughts of Chu Changa and the others, those Holy Lord elders were naturally unaware of them. At this moment, they were greeting with a solemn demeanor and a slight bow. Especially Sacred Lord Jiuyue. She had received Zhang Taichu's voice transmission. It said that the son of the hidden clan power in the upper realm had arrived and wanted to train in their place. When she heard this news, she was so frightened that she jumped up from the coffin in a hurry and didn't even dare to continue her diving cultivation. A male son of a hidden power coming to a small power like them to practice. Isn't this a farce? The most add-up thing is still, what kind of self-destructive way of calendaring is there? It's not so much an adventure as it is a way to play hard to get. If she didn't know the identity, she could still act crazy. But now, who dares to pretend? But no matter what, she had to serve this master, even if she had to recommend herself. Only the longer one cultivated would one know the more terrifying those great powers were. Thinking of this, Jiuyue couldn't help but press her spine even lower. Spirit boat. My lord, we can go down now. Zhang Taichu spoke from the side. Okay. Chen Jian nodded. The one who appeared first on the crowd's line of sight was Zhang Taichu. As soon as he appeared, that hidden and unobtrusive aura caused the air pressure at the scene to drop by several points. The pressure of the Heavenly King realm was no less than a heavenly tilt in the eyes of those on the scene. Is this the Boundary Protector Hall Master? So terrifying. When the crowd looked at Zhang Taichu, they couldn't help but hold their breath and didn't even dare to exhale a breath. Chu Changa had naturally seen Zhang Taichu before, so he recognized him at a glance. However, his face was not as shocked as the others and remained calm and collected. In his opinion, these barbarians reacted too much afterward. How had they ever seen any truly great people? Why is this Zhang Taichu bending over? The crowd soon discovered another strange situation. And all of a sudden, their eyes were filled with puzzlement. In the midst of the crowd's confusion, Chen Stable stepped out from inside and gradually fell into everyone's field of vision, only to see Chen Stable dressed in white, with a face like a crown of jade and an imposing aura, exuding a confusion and temperament around him, looking extremely extraordinary. Chen Stable walked forward with a calm demeanor and finally stopped at the edge of the spirit boat, overlooking everything underneath. Zhang Taichu, on the other hand, hastily dragged himself back, his entire body half-voltied with a solemn expression. On top of that, he had also converged his breath to the extreme in the first instance, completely unable to see the unique aura of a heavenly king realm. At this moment in time, Zhang Taichu's aura was completely suppressed, as if he was truly a slave. Aha! What is this? Didn't we agree to come over to greet Hall Master Jiang? The crowd watched in amazement at what was in front of them. Chu Changa's face also changed slightly, his eyes staring at Chen Jian with a deadly stare, as if he was determining the truth or falsehood of everything in front of him. Welcome Mr. Yi. Right at this moment, the group led by Jiyu all bowed their bodies in unison and said in unison. The voice rolled like thunder, reverberating in mid-air, and at first it spread throughout the entire Holy Land. Mr. Yi, what a guy. Even his own Holy Lord and Hall Master Jiang, such like characters, had to bow down. At the same time, quite a few disciples looked at Chu Changa as if to say, didn't you say that you know it very well? Didn't you say that the Sacred Lord and the others came to greet Hall Master Jiang? What do you say to this now? Chu Chang'e naturally also noticed these people's derisive gazes, and his face immediately became a bit embarrassed. He, Chu Chang'e, was a son of a holy clan. When had he ever been wronged in this way? When had he ever been treated like this as an imperial son attendant? What are you doing? Kneel down. Seeing the children at the scene froze. Some of the peak master elders instantly hated the iron. What kind of status are you guys? This is the kind of being that even an old lady would have to kneel to. And yet you all stand. The more they think about it, the more they have the urge to slap these disciples to death. In an instant, the performing arts fell to their knees in a series of pieces. It was black and very shocking to watch. We have met Mr. Yi. In a flash, the earth-shattering sound rang out for a long time without respite. But on the contrary, amongst the succession of kneeling disciples, there was one who seemed out of place. This disciple's spine was straight, his hands were holding his sword, and his face was untamed, as if he had an aura of being unyielding to the world. The great elder, who had originally breathed a sigh of relief, almost didn't die of anger when he saw this state. The disciple in front of him was not unknown to him, the disciple of the sixth peak master Lu Piamiao, who came from a big power in the upper realm, was usually used to having no one in his sight. Of course, they, as the elders, didn't intend to suppress these children of the big families who came over to gild the lily. After all, one more thing was better than another, and there was no need for their holy land to get themselves involved. But what a time to be showing off your personality. You're the only one in the world who's smart. You're the only one who can be right. Grass. At this time, Guu's face also sank, glancing coldly at Lu Piamiao. Lu Piamiao stiffened. She knew that her own holy lord was truly enraged. If this is something she can't handle well, then she's in real trouble. Phew. Lu Piamiao inhaled a little bit of air deeply, rubbing back to Chu Chang'e's side without a trace, suppressing her anger and yelling lowly, "I'm telling you to kneel down. Do you hear me? And forgive the disciple for not being able to follow the order." Saying that, Chu Chang'e's voice gradually drew up and raised his lofty head to look at where Chen's stability was. I, Chu Chang'e, have only knelt to heaven and earth since I have been cultivating, not to the living beings, and he, as it happens, doesn't deserve it. Chapter 26. A clan always has one or two grassed up. Although Chu Chang'e's voice wasn't exactly loud, it seemed very loud in the solemn scene. Lu Piamiao people nama. What the hell is this Can't even understand such an obvious hint. And he said something about only kneeling to heaven and earth, not to all beings. If you're going to pretend, disown me first. Don't get me killed. Guua and the others, on the other hand, were frozen in place, as cold as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Because, at this time, Chu Chang'e's not-so-loud voice had already resounded throughout the entire martial arts arena. There was nothing more they could do to cover up this act of disobedience. Chen Jian slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on Chu Chang'e's body. Only an orange life soul appeared above his head. At the same time, the underlying information comes into view. Name, Chu Chang'e. Age, 23. Personality, pretentious, untamed, extremely jealous. Identity, the third son of the Chu clan's patriarch. A force of the sacred clan of the blue sky realm. Natal soul, orange. Physique, ancient dragon body. Realm, triple celestial realm. I say, why the unruly character? It turned out to be from an extraordinary background and also possessed a Taiku true dragon body. The ancient true dragon body was in existence on the top of the list even in the divine body rankings. Cultivated to the time of completion. Can resist the ancient divine beasts? A dragon power can be shaken to the heavens. Oh, and it does have the capital to not be subjugated. It just so happens that I, Chen Jian, like to gnaw on some hard bones. Thinking of this, the corners of Chen Stable's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a faint smile. After my investigation, this Chu Chang'e has already secretly flattered Chu Tianlong, and is considered to be one of his beloved. The relationship between the two has always been very secretive, and only a few of Chu Tianlong's core inner circle in the entire Holy Land know about it. Chu Tianlong is mainly utilizing the power behind Chu Chang'e to deal with developing the power of the Green Sky realm. That's right, there's also the fact that the two of them, he and Chu Yue, are still brother and sister. Jiang Taichu whispered out what he had investigated one by one. Oh, does that count as a buff stack? If you don't die, who will? The curve of Chen Jian's mouth hooked up even more. At this time, Lu Piaoxiao knew that if they let Chu Chang'e fool around any longer, their entire Holy Land would be afraid of being implicated. So, once again, he suppressed his anger and said, "Adverse disciple, do you know what the identity of Prince Yi is? He is from." Chu Chang'e directly interrupted Lu Piaozhu's words, a touch of pride at the corner of his mouth. "Master, you don't know. This young man is from the holy clan of the Cyan Sky realm, and he is also the third son of the clan chief. In the clan, This youngster's serial number is ranked 3rd. And the reason why he's in the Heavenly Maiden Holy Land is merely due to the clan's rules to come and practice. Compare status? Can he still compare to this young man? You too, master, may as well stand up. This time this young man will do it for you. As he said that, Chu Changa's head gently raised, and the arrogance on his face was completely displayed. The words came out. Lu Piaozhu Tianlingyi were scared to fly. Shut up, Lu Piaomiao instantly roared, like a furious lioness. At the same time, the pressure of her life and death realm came through, slamming down towards where Chu Changa was. At this moment, she really wanted to hate Chu Changa. The sacred race counts for nothing, and they have the ing nerve to pretend in front of someone else's hidden power, and made a big deal out of the fact that she could stand up for her as well. Are you ing doing this for me? You clearly want me to die. At the same time, she broke off the idea of revealing Chen Stable's identity to Chu Changa. This Chu Changa has already offended people to death. In the event that she was considered that this was a deliberate attempt to help Chu Changa, then she too would be doomed. Boom! At that instant, Chu Changa's body vibrated more than just around him. Under the pressure of the terrifying might, the body sank little by little. Knock! In the end, Chu Changa still couldn't help but fall to one knee on the ground, and the ground exploded into pieces in response. But even so, Chu Changa remained unyielding, bracing himself to stand up. Under the constant onslaught of power, one could see a green-colored stream of light surging outside of his body, and a burst of dragon's roar emanated from his body. How dare you, a small holy land elder, bully me like this? Damn you, and you, today I was so humiliated all because of you. This revenge will not go unrewarded, I swear not to be a man. Chu Changa raised his head violently and roared with scarlet eyes, looking extremely maniacal. At this moment, the endless humiliation as well as anger had already engulfed his sanity. Ever since he was born, no one has ever dared to do this to him. Ever. He's going to let everyone die. Everyone. This man is crazy. Looking at Chu Changa's inability to see the situation at this time, the crowd of disciples people were going numb. Master Lu Feng is clearly trying to save you. Not only did you threaten to get her killed, you threatened the guy. It's so ing stupid that people like that live and waste food too. Go to hell. Lu Piomio roared in a caracal voice, and the chi within his body increased once more. Boom! Chu Changa's just straightened waistline was once again bent, and the ground exploded into a sky full of white powder under the pressure of his aura. But even so, Chu Changa still held on strongly, even though blood had begun to seep out of his pores. And just then, Chen Stable, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. It's ready. Lu Piomio was instantly stunned, but looking at Chen Stable, who held a faint smile, he inexplicably felt a chill. So it was that she couldn't help but stop the movement of her hands. Chu Changa suddenly felt the pressure loosen and jerked himself upright, his eyes scarlet as he stared at Chen Jian. Chu Changa, is it? Chen Stable leisurely spoke. Chu Changa coldly said, his demeanor unruly. So what if it is? This is hopeless. Lu Piaomio was drenched in cold sweat, and his body was trembling around him. She thought she did her best, but she met a smug man. Chen Stable's expression remained the same as he faintly said, this male, what I appreciate the most in my life, is an untamed genius like you. But do you realize that everyone who threatened me is dead? Speaking of this, Chen Stable's voice turned cold, and the smile on his face all but disappeared. Kill me? Just you? Ha ha ha. Chu Changa burst into wild laughter, his face full of disdain, as if, between them, was hearing something ridiculous, not to mention the fact that he had the backing of the Emperor's son of the Emperor clan, just to say that with the power of the sacred clan standing behind him, no one would be able to kill him. Ask the heavens who could offend the Emperor's son of the Emperor clan. Gee, you people are numb. All this time, this still were the bottom of the air? Really, can't you see their moves? You've already said you're from the holy race. Aren't you getting grassed up as usual? As long as they are not cuties, can understand that they made a choice between the two. Chen Stable, on the other hand, did not have any expression since the beginning, and just watched as Chu Changa laughed maniacally. Soon after, Chu Changa's laughter tightened and his face turned fierce. One of you here counts as one. All of you are finished. Especially you, kid. Using your background to pressure me, right? Today I'll let you know what it means to be desperate. In a low roar, he was seen taking out a directional teleportation order with one hand. This won't really be the end of the game. The faces of the crowd of watching disciples changed. Obviously, Chu Changa was shaking people's rhythm. Chapter 27. If you want to die, stay away. I'm losing my ing Chu clan. Subconsciously, they looked towards Chen Stable on the spirit boat. One could only see that Chen Stable had his hands behind his back. His face was calm beyond compare, and his white clothes were even more dashing under the light wind. Is that so bold? The disciples couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then, they looked at their own holy lords and elders. The first thing I noticed was that none of them had an icy smile at the corner of their mouths. There was no hint of fear at all. It seems that the kid still has a big background. The hearts of the disciples hanging in the air settled down. Now they are with Chen Jian. If one person was chosen to die, then it would be better for their stupid senior brother Chu to die. Seeing that the crowd didn't have the slightest bit of remorse, the anger in Chu Chang's heart grew even more. Still pretending, right? All of them die for me. With that, he was seen injecting spiritual energy into the directional teleportation order with one hand. In an instant, light swirled in all directions, and spiritual energy swam freely on the token. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, until 10 breaths passed, there was still no movement. Chu Chang's face stiffened, but soon, he took out another directional teleportation order. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, another 10 breaths passed, and this time there was just as no movement. How is this possible? Chu Chang's face finally changed as he stared dead at the 2 directed teleportation orders in his hands. Is it possible that the amount of spirit power injected is not enough? Following that, another frantic injection of spiritual energy was injected into it. As more and more spiritual energy was injected, Chu Chang's face grew paler and paler, and his expression flustered with the naked eye. Ha! Die laughing. Can't even shake the man. And a son of a ing holy family. You're the only one who can ing blow. The disciples flew off laughing. Gua and the others were not as innocent as the disciples. They were aware that Chu Chang'e was from somewhere. Just what? No reaction. That shouldn't be right. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but look at Chen Stable on the spirit boat with a hint of probing in their gaze. Could it be that he had foreseen everything long ago and that's why he was so calm? By this time, beads of sweat had welled up on Chu Chang's forehead, and he panicked again as he took out a sound transmission order from his arms. Then he violently injected spiritual energy into it again. Time passed little by little until Chu Chang'e was about to despair when the transmission note lit up. Chu Chang'e was instantly surprised. Made contact. Finally, when he was about to open his mouth to ask for help, a broken roar came from the transmitting note. There is no end to it. Is there? To die you die far away. Aha! The smile on Chu Chang's face froze. Then he said, Father, what do you mean by this? It's just for you to die. Do you hear me? The sound of a broken roar came from the transmission note again. Chu Chang'e took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Father, I don't know what has happened to you, but please also calm down first and listen to me. Now that the Chu clan is going to be gone, and you're still dissipating your anger, dissipate your balls. 1 by 2, they're all pests. Grass. With a roar, Chu Beifeng directly broke the connection. Chu Chang'e man went numb. They're going to lose the Chu clan? What's going on? At this moment in time, his mind exploded into a mush. The whole room, too, was dead silent at this point. They naturally heard Chu Beifeng's loud roar, and Gua and the others looked deeply at Chen Jian, with shock, probing, and even more fear in their eyes. If all of this was really in Chen Stable's anticipation, then this person was too terrifying. At this time, Chen Stable leisurely opened his mouth. Isn't it necessary to press me with your background? May I ask where your background is? The moment these words came out, everyone looked toward where Chu Chang'e was, as if to also say, where is your background, brother? Chu Chang'e's fists were instantly clenched, and his complexion once again resumed its cold arrogance. Do you really think that because my family is gone, you can put me to death? You are simply too ignorant. Does the Imperial Son's entourage know that this young man is the Imperial Son's entourage, and our Emperor's son? Chen Stable comes from the Heaven's Destiny Emperor clan in the upper realm, and it's still the oldest and most domineering Chen clan. Saying that, Chu Chang'e's cold gaze stared straight at Chen Jian. Don't you want background? Is this enough? And you guys can also tell this kid that I'm enough of an identity. When these words came out, the scene was plunged into a dead silence, and Gua and the others were dumbfounded. It wasn't a secret that the Holy Land's holy son was an emperor's son, from the Heaven's Destiny Emperor clan. It was just that what they hadn't expected was that Chu Chang'e would be someone from the emperor's son, and that he had hidden himself so deeply. There is only one explanation for such a state of affairs. That is, Chu Chang'e's position in Chu Tianlong's mind was not ordinary, and there was an unknown deal in the middle. No wonder Chu Chang'e had been so grounded since the beginning, and no wonder that even with their constant hints, Chu Chang'e was unmoved. In their place, if they were the emperor's son's people, they wouldn't be false to any of the forces, because it represented the face of the emperor's son out there. The emperor's son is nothing in front of lousy. Chen Stable's voice rang out leisurely, breaking the dead silence of the scene. Wow! The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. What's an emperor's son in front of him? Holy, how dare he?
especially Guue. Those who knew Chen Stable's identity had their brains buzzing straight away. Originally they thought that Chu Chang'e was arrogant enough. Now well came an even more arrogant person. And talk about the emperor counting for. You hidden forces are the ones that count for in front of the Imperial clan, right? Does your brat know what he's talking about? Chu Chang'e's face instantly went cold. In his mind, the emperor's son could not be insulted. In fact, in the hearts of the disciples of the entire Holy Land, the emperor's son was not to be humiliated either. It was no exaggeration to say that even the Holy Lord didn't have the prestige of an emperor's son in the Holy Land. I don't just know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm doing. With that, the smile on Chen Stable's face was all but converged. Elder Jiang, crack all of his bones for me. I'd like to see if that bull asterisk emperor's son can protect him. Understood. Jiang Taichu took one step, and the power of the heavenly king realm exploded, and the 10,000 feet of clouds in midair swept away. In an instant, a horrifying pressure fell towards Chu Chang'e's location. The surrounding streams of dust exploded, and the space distorted. No! Chu Chang'e's face changed drastically, and he felt suffocated. He hadn't expected that Chen Stable would really dare to make a move, really disregarding the majesty of the emperor's son. In the instant that the terrifying king force pressed down, his Taiku true dragon body should have broken, his flesh breaking apart in sections and blood bursting out everywhere. Boom! Suddenly, Chu Chang'e's knees fell violently, and the ground exploded in response, shattering into pieces all over the ground. Pust! At this moment, Chu Chang'e couldn't hold back any longer, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out, looking miserably incomparable. At this time, Jiang Taichu took another step forward. The power in his body soared once more, and the heavens and earth were in turmoil. This really has the guts to make a move. Crazy. This kid is absolutely crazy. The hearts of the people at the scene trembled with more than horror, and their eyelids jumped straight up. In their opinion, Chen Jian was looking for death. One must know that from the moment Chu Chang'e revealed his identity. Moving Chu Chang'e was moving the emperor's son. Click. The power that pressed down once again caused Chu Chang'e to no longer be able to withstand it, and the bones in his entire body emitted clicking and popping sounds. That's exactly the kind of rhythm that's going to break bones. Chu Chang'e was finally afraid. If the bones in his whole body are broken, what use is he? I was wrong. I'm willing to kneel. No. I'll lie down. I'll lie down, if you'll let me go. It seems like your emperor's son master isn't much use either. Not daring to fart a bit, Chen Stable leisurely spoke. Chu Chang'e stiffened, because the emperor's son wasn't in the Holy Land. Chen Stable's expression was cold. Continue. I don't want to see a single bone still intact in his body. Good, Jiang Taichu answered, and then he increased his strength once more. No, you can't do that. Chu Chang'e's fearful voice was instantly drowned out by that miserable scream. Chapter 28 Messing with me? Do you know Chu Yue? I killed her. Ka-ching, 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 pffffffffff. Soon, a series of bone-popping sounds rang out from the scene, along with clusters of blood exploding. Not long after, the ground was covered in blood and water, while Chu Chang'e was limp like a billet of mud, with only a faint breath left. The image looked both bloody and brutal. This is so ruthless. Looking at Chu Chang'e in this state, the crowd couldn't help but look at Chen Jian again. Chen Stable still had a light smile on his face, as if what was in front of him had nothing to do with him. But just such a handsome and gentle smiling face made their whole body shiver and goosebumps rise. The crowd's change in mood naturally fell into Chen Stable's eyes. For that, he didn't care. So what if everyone in the world fears him? It's all about living again. He doesn't need to, and doesn't need to, deliberately try to please anyone anymore. Looking at the scene which remained motionless, Chen Stable's brows lightly wrinkled. In such a state, either Chu Tianlong was not in the Holy Land, or Chu Chang'e was not worth mentioning. Pity, but I've got plenty of time to play with you. Thinking of this, the corner of Chen Stable's mouth couldn't help but hook up a cold smile. Back to your excellency, all of Chu Chang'e's bones are shattered. Not a single piece remains. Jiang Taichu half-folded his body and said towards Chen Jian, well done. Chen Jian nodded. It is an honor for me to serve your excellency. Jiang Taichu hurriedly said. Chen Jian did not respond, but slowly descended towards the mountain gate, his transcendent aura fully revealed. Here we go. The crowd breathed heavily, subconsciously crouching down again, almost directly on the ground. For some reason, the moment Chen Stable landed on the ground, their apprehensive hearts beat violently. It was as if there was an invisible aura that held them down. Without pausing, Chen Jian raised his steps towards where Chu Chang'e was. At the sight of the crowd of sons and daughters, they silently drew back to the sides, and the scene instantly gave way. When Chu Chang'e looked through the horizon, He could only see the figure that was constantly zooming in and looking down on him. At this moment, where was there any untamed in his eyes? There was only fear. Even if all the bones in his body were broken, he didn't want to die yet. For once life is gone, there is nothing left. Arriving in front of and behind Chu Changa, Chen Stable made a move with his hand, and a stream of power wrapped around Chu Changa and lifted him up. It seems that your Emperor's son master has abandoned you, Chen Stable leisurely spoke. Chu Changa's eyes showed pleas for mercy, trying to open his mouth, but he simply couldn't do it. Only blood flowed out of his mouth. Do you know about Chu Yue? I killed it. Chen Jian's ghostly voice suddenly entered Chu Changa's ears. Chu Yue? Isn't that my sister I've never met? Chu Changa couldn't help but stare. What does he mean by that? Can it be that the family was destroyed because of his sister? Thinking of this, Chu Changa's brain went blank and buzzed straight away. It turned out that the other party had already known everything and had been walking him around since the beginning. Chen Jian's voice once again entered Chu Changa's ears. Just as you guessed, the Chu clan was annihilated by the people my family led. In fact, when he had learned Chu Changa's basic information, he had speculated about Chu Changa's relationship with Chu Yue. It was just funny to think about though. Both siblings were average and both crashed into his hands, but it had to be said that he had a real bond with the Chu clan Na. Confirming the guess from Chen Stable, Chu Changa's hanging heart died. Good night brother, don't follow the wrong master in the future. Chen Stable grabbed out with one hand and power enveloped Chu Changa. Chu Changa's pupils shook straight. Fear, regret, unwillingness and other emotions all surged out. At this moment in time, he really regretted and was afraid. Chu Changa, who had already been tortured to the point where only a bit of his breath was left, had his flesh explode all of a sudden under the crushing cage of Chen Stable's power. Blood instantly fell like rain and splashed on the ground. Without moving a muscle, Chen's stability directly turned on the heavenly fate great melting furnace and melted away Chu Changa's life soul. Furnace complete. Congratulations. You have been awarded one copy of Orange Heavenly Fate Nirvana Liquid. Phew, cozy. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth hooked. With this Heavenly Fate Nirvana Liquid, along with a large amount of spirit crystals and divine origins, he was certain that he would be able to make a dash for the celestial realm. Only after placing the Heavenly Fate Nirvana Liquid into the storage space did Chen Stability turn his head to look at Ji Yue and the rest of the group. At this time, Ji Yue and the others had long since adjusted their guns and came to Chen Stability's side. No need to kneel. Get up. Chen Stable lightly laughed. Ji Yue saw that Chen Jian's expression did not appear to be fake before she greeted the elders and disciples underneath and stood up. In their minds, even if Chen Stable had offended the Emperor's son, it was not something they could offend. They only need to serve the two factions. As for the rest it is none of their business. Your Excellency, if you need anything, you can tell me, and I will do my best to fulfill it. Ji Yue took a deep breath before she spoke. Chen Jian's gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on a stunning woman with an enchanting figure and a soft, watery aura. This woman had a plump physique, a good combination of flirtatiousness and gentleness, and at first glance, she was an unrivaled and superb woman. Chen Stable's gaze was naturally noticed by the crowd. Can't you see that this gentleman is good at this? But it's not a no-no. Ji Yue's gaze swept over Jiang Qingren, and for a moment, she had a plan in her heart. Holy, the mentality of the disciples was different from Ji Yue and the others, and they all chimed in. Who is Kong Qingman, the fairy peak master? Her beauty and personality as well as her stature were all first class. In particular, her temperament that combined femininity and softness was the object of admiration for all male disciples. Upon seeing that Chen Stable had even hit Jiang Qing's people, they all got angry when one of them counted. Jiang Qingren, on the other hand, was made uncomfortable by Chen Jian's measurements, and the hand that was hidden under her sleeve was tightly squeezed, just short of bursting out with her dissatisfaction. Chen Jian laughed lightly and calmly withdrew his gaze. What he was actually looking at wasn't Jiang Qing as a person, but the life soul above her head. It could be said that there was one counting in the entire scene, and surprisingly, there was only one heaven's destined son. This person is Kong Qingren. Moreover, this Jiang Qingren's life soul was not low, and had even reached the green level. He searched for the opportunity to her for a while. Your Excellency, that's the little man's sister. If you're interested, the little man can help persuade you to persuade her. Saying that, Jiang Taichu laughed bitterly again. This sister of mine doesn't look like she's soft like water, but her nature is actually more stubborn than an ox. Alright, I understand your little mind. I'm not interested in your sister. Chen Jian waved his hand. It's the little man who spoke too much. Jiang Taichu shut his mouth at the Lord's time. As for Chen Stable's comment about not being interested, he didn't believe it. Women he may not understand, but doesn't he understand men? Chen Jian didn't pay attention to what Jiang Taichu was thinking, but instead transmitted his voice. Speak up.
There are those few other people at the scene who are related to Chu Tianlong. Today, he'll collect a little interest first.
Chapter 29 Cruel and Merciless. Shock and kill them all. There are 15 more.
And 2 of them are peak masters.
Jiang Taichu spoke. Kill all the people, but leave the bodies behind.
Chen Stable said indifferently.
Good. Without any hesitation, Jiang Taichu directly struck out. In an instant, the aura of the Heavenly King realm pressed out once again.
A terrifying power encompassing everyone.
What's going on?
Gui and the others' faces changed wildly. The sudden change left them a bit overwhelmed.
At that moment, Jiang Taichu moved, grabbing down with one hand towards one of the elders.
A terrifying power entwined between his hands, tearing through layers of space.
No!
That elder's face changed greatly, and he subconsciously spoke out in alarm.
Dead! Click! Only to see Jiang Taichu's head explode in one hand between one vibration.
And that elder's head was just grabbed with one hand.
Blood splattering on Gu's face. For a moment,
the entire room was dead silent.
Both the elders and the disciples were on edge.
There was even a wariness welling up under some of the eyes.
Gu's pupils were more than just straight vibrations. Firstly, she drank towards the elders and disciples underneath. You guys don't move first. Everything will be resolved by this holy lord.
Only after the crowd barely calmed down did Gui turn her head to look at Chen Jian.
Sir Yi, we haven't offended you, have we?
You were not offended.
But they were, so keep killing.
Chen Stable said indifferently, his voice without a trace of emotion.
No, you can't. Gui was instantly agitated,
and she wanted to struggle to stand up.
Seeing this, Jiang Taichu placed one hand on Gu's brow. Do you want to die too? Gu's face turned pale all of a sudden, but after only a moment,
she still gathered her courage.
As the Holy Lord of the Holy Land, even if I risk universal condemnation, I must not watch the elders around me die. This is the responsibility of the villain, and I ask Hall Master Jiang to give me an answer for the sake of this. Jiang Taichu didn't say anything,
but instead looked at Chen Stable,
as if to say, what are you going to say, Your Excellency? Chen Jian glanced at Guu. This Gongzi is not someone who is unreasonable. Since Sage Lord Ji wants an answer, then let's give her one. Good, Jiang Taichu answered, and then threw a spirit simplex with a list of 15 people and their deeds to Guu. This action also drew everyone's attention,
and none of them were staring at the spirit simplex with dead eyes.
Gui didn't say anything,
but instead trembled her body,
ferrying the spirit Jane into the divine color. At once, 15 names came into view.
Among them were 2 other peak masters.
Upon seeing this, Gu's pupils shrunk violently. Originally, she just wanted to ask why Jiang Taichu wanted to kill Elder Zhao, but upon seeing the list, she realized that Jiang Taichu was planning to kill 15 people. This instantly shattered her 3 views and refreshed her lower limit of acceptance. But she wasn't a raw egg after all, and soon she suppressed the horror within her and read all the information in its entirety. When it came to the end, she was numb. These 15 people, one counts as one, all of them eating their way out of the Holy Land, using the resources of the Holy Land for the benefit of that emperor's son. Some of them, they were still without evil,
and quite a few disciples in the Holy Land died at their hands. One thing after another in the face is not too much to describe as shocking.
Of course, if these people were really to be handled by their Holy Land, it would not be easy to deal with them. For one,
it was impossible for them to risk offending the emperor's son for the sake of the Holy Land's iron law. It was no exaggeration to say that when this matter was brought up to the Long in the mission, it was feared that there were still quite a number of Taishang elders who would support this decision,
because in their minds,
this was also a way to flatter the emperor's son.
Secondly, the cultivator well which a few is pure good guy, not as to achieve the goal by any means. So the evil that these people do is really nothing.
But it was a different story when it fell in Lord Ye's eyes. Since he had already offended the emperor's son, why not take the opportunity to cut off the roots and maximize the weakening of the other party's power?
These people, she can't keep them. Thinking of this, Gus sat down on her butt, both disoriented and powerless in her eyes. Understand, may there be any objections. Jiang Taichu coldly spat. Gus's empty complexion didn't carry a single fluctuation of emotion. No more. What do you mean no more? What the hell's in there? Could it be that Elder Zhao really offended this Mr. Yi?
The crowd watched in horror, somewhat in disbelief of the situation before them.
Jiang Taichu lightly glanced at Jiyu before striking out once more. No. Click bang. Another elder was killed by a palm strike,
his body exploding around him and blood splattering everywhere.
Dead. After killing one of the elders, Jiang Taichu didn't stop and continued to strike while striking even faster. You can't touch me. I'm an Imperial Sons man. Holy Lord save me. Save me. Soon,
the scene was resounding with screams that were so loud that people could smell them. The elders and disciples at the scene were already numb, with nothing but fear on their faces. Under the vast king's might, one could not even move a bit, let alone save someone. Only after tens of breaths did Zhang Taichu's killing stop. There were 16 corpses at the scene, lying down in front of everyone's eyes, all of them in a very gruesome state of death. No one came out even like this. It seems that this Chu Tianlong is either a ninja turtle or not in the Holy Land. Chen Jian confirmed his suspicions once more. But think about it. If Chu Tianlong was truly in the Holy Land, he was afraid that he would have been silenced before he even came over. My lord, the people have all been killed and the bodies are kept intact. Zhang Taichu faintly said. Did you see that holy monument? Nail people to it so that everyone can watch. Chen Stable said indifferently. Zhang Taichu was instantly able to understand what Chen Stable meant. This was his intention to humiliate Chu Tianlong. What Chu Tianlong cares about the most is nothing but face, and the external image. His men were killed and he was so humiliated. Even if it was to maintain his own face, he would definitely not let Chen Stable go. Then it's a done deal. Understood. I will go and do it now. Zhang Taichu immediately responded. As they watched Zhang Taichu recruit a corpse, the crowd's faces changed once again. What's he up to? He's not going to let them go after this? Under the crowd's incredulous gazes, Zhang Taichu nailed a corpse across the air onto the distant holy monument. The image of drenching blood running down the stone monument stung the eyes of everyone at the scene. At the same time, it added a point of coldness and solemnity to the dead scene. At this time, Guuf finally couldn't help herself. Sir Yi, isn't this a bit excessive? Chen Jian's faint gaze fell on Guuf. Guuf felt a chill all over her body, only to see Chen Stable spit out in a cold voice. Just now, I gave you face for the sake of your solemn reception of us, but that's never a reason to give you an inch. Understand? Speaking of this, Chen Stable's words changed. If you really want to die, this Gongzi doesn't mind fulfilling you. As the words fell, the killing machine appeared. Guuf's face changed. In that moment, she actually had the feeling of a blade forcing its way down her throat. Terrible. Very terrible. At this moment, she had one more sensation for Chen Stable. Guuf took a deep breath before she spoke. I understand. It's the villain who is being rash. Only after nailing everyone to the holy monument did Zhang Taichu come to Chen Jian's side. Everyone is all nailed to it. Well, good job. Chen Jian nodded. Zhang Taichu didn't get greedy for the credit and just stood silently to the side. The gazes of the people at the scene were all on Chen Stable, and their eyes were filled with fear. If it was said that before, they had to lie low because of Chen Stable's identity. Now then, they were completely terrified because of Chen Stable's cruelty and ruthlessness. I've heard that your holy maiden is known as the first beauty of the Qingzhou land, right? I wonder which one it is. Chen Jian looked at Guyu and leisurely spoke. Chapter 30. It's over. This demon is coming for our saintly daughter. This fiancé of his own. He was interested. He'd like to see what this was all about again. If it had been raided. At these words, the room fell silent. Their saintly daughter is called Lulan Xingxue. That's exiled. If Jiang Qingren is because of that contradictory temperament of the individual, it makes people's hearts flutter. Then Lulan Xingxue would really be because of the stunningly beautiful and dusty appearance. It could be said that this was a heavenly immortal who could make people ignore cultivation and talent. But on the contrary, her talent also topped the entire heavenly maiden Holy Land, with only the Holy Sun being able to barely match it. It's over. This demon is coming at Sister Lulan again. Many of the disciples at the scene reacted and then became indignant once again. But on the contrary, they dared to be angry. Guyu took a deep breath. Our holy maiden is called Lulan Xingxue, and she is currently cultivating in the Holy Lord Peak Vein. If you are looking for her for something, Sir Yi, I can take you there. It's just that, little Snow, she has absolute freedom here. It's just that it's not good for the little man to force anything. Got it. This is implying to Laozi that Lulan Xingxue's identity is not simple, so that I should not hit her. It's just that she's got an idea. Do I need to beat it out of my old man? The corners of Chen Stable's mouth hooked slightly. This Gongzi isn't even afraid of the Emperor's son. Do you think I'll be afraid of a tiny saintess? Guu's face choked. This guy's got some nerve. The others just felt their brains buzzing straight away. Because, they really couldn't find a reason to refute Qin Jian. You take a message to her for my lord, and say that my lord has something for her, and that she should come over to me. Of course, she can also not come, but she will have to bear the consequences when the time comes, Chen Stable said indifferently. When Guyu saw that Qin Jian did not have the intention to go looking for it, then she secretly let out a sigh of relief. Understood. I will definitely bring the words to you. Whether it was Lulan Xingxue's background or Chen Stable's background, it was not something she could afford to mess with. Once Qin Jian saw the color and Lulan Xingxue didn't mean that, then things would be a big deal. As for whether Lulan Xingxue went to meet or not, it was none of her business, and all she could do was bring a message anyway. Then, Mr. Yi, which peak are you planning to settle in, as long as you ask? Saying that, Guui explained again, there are separate peaks within each peak vein, which you don't have to worry about others disturbing. Fairy peak, I think. Chen Jian had heard Jiang Taichu say a word about this fairy peak being his sister's peak vein. It just so happens that it saves him a lot of tossing and turning. The Jiangqing people in the crowd stiffened, because she was none other than the peak master of Fairy Peak. Holy, this demon is really coming for Peak Master Jiang. In case he comes at him hard, can the Kongqing man resist? Apparently not. The crowd of male disciples felt like the sky was falling. And something about not being interested in my sister. Man. Jiang Taichu secretly skimmed his lips. This Mr. Yi, he's really good at this. Let's hope that Shaoqing won't be too stubborn. Guui thought darkly. But for Chen Stable's request, Guui naturally wouldn't object. Then, this way please, Lord Yi. I'll take you there. Aha. Chen Jian nodded faintly. The Heavenly Maiden Holy Land was larger than expected, with each peak vein being equivalent to a small sect. The 9 peak veins both belonged to the Heavenly Maiden's sacred ground, but were also independent of each other. Therefore, in order to compete for resources, it is common to fight openly and secretly. Soon, Chen Steady arrived at where Fairy Peak was under Guu's leadership. The environment of Fairy Peak was better than expected. The aura was dense as mist, flooded with dots of haze, and looked dreamy. Upon seeing the Holy Lord personally bring over a male disciple with a respectful attitude, some of the disciples who were practicing couldn't help but stop the movements in their hands, and for a moment, they were a bit dumbfounded. This is the peak we have prepared for you. The aura here is the most dense in the entire Fairy Peak. Saying that, Guui turned her words around. You can take a look at it first, and if you're not satisfied with it, villain will arrange it for you again. Chen Stable did not speak, but instead surveyed the environment in front of him. The mountain peak he was on was arched by 9 peaks gathering together, with 9 streams of spiritual veins coming from mid-air, forming the momentum of 9 dragons gathering spirits. In addition to the favorable location, there are also a lot of spiritual grasses planted here, and the light medicinal fragrance is like dense, making people relaxed and happy. Nice and heartfelt indeed. Chen Jian nodded silently. In fact, what Chen Jian didn't know was that although this mountain peak was classified as under the seat of Fairy Peak, however, it was the oldest and best-placed peak in the entire Holy Land, named Heavenly Maiden Peak. It was left behind by the first Heavenly Maiden, and has been empty since the Heavenly Maiden ascended to the upper world. Even when successive Holy Lords were in power, they did not move in. Now Chen Stable is here, and just happened to choose the Fairy Peak vein. Naturally, they did not dare to place Chen Jian in another place. In case Chen Jian thought they were treating him lightly, they would be screwed then. This is it. Chen Jian nodded. Alright, then this will be your palace from now on. Mr. Yi. Guui was both relieved and very lost. She hadn't expected that a place that had been fought over within the Holy Land for so long would end up settling in this way. You guys can step back. I'm a person who likes to be quiet. Chen Stable opened his mouth. Then, Mr. Yi, you rest first. If there's anything you want to order me, Guui said and handed over a token. Chen Stable was not polite until he took it over. Jiang Taichu saw that the crowd had left before he said, what will the villain do next? Of course it's continuing until it pisses off those real heartthrobs of Chu Tianlong. One of my purposes is to force them to call all their forces to kill me. At that time, I will let Chu Tianlong watch with his own eyes as everything he has worked so hard for comes to nothing. Then I understand. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Jiang Taichu opened his mouth. Why don't you stay here? Chen Jian thought for a moment and said. Jiang Taichu hurriedly shook his head. I'm right next door at the Sinking Abyss Peak. If there's something you need to do, you can just call me. With that, Jiang Taichu also handed over a token. Chen Stable did not refuse. In that case, then I won't force myself. Also, you're doing great. Keep up the good work. Jiang Taichu was shocked and stirred. It's my humble self's honor to serve Lord Yi. At this moment in time, he was genuinely excited. He had worked so hard for so long for this moment. Don't look at it as just a sentence, but the gold content of a sentence from an Imperial clan son was tops. Go. Chen Jian waved his hand. Alright then, I'll leave you to it. With that, Jiang Taichu turned around and left. In response, Chen Jian smiled. Giving a sweet date to a proper person can really get the juices flowing. With this in mind, he didn't linger any longer, but instead headed towards the cultivation room within the palace. He couldn't wait to absorb the nirvana liquid. It was a perfect opportunity to enhance his cultivation. And Jiang Taichu had just walked down the mountain peak when he stopped and the smile on his face came to an abrupt end. That's not true. Just now. What did he mean by that line about picking up where he left off? Could it be hinting at something for me? Soon, Jiang Taichu's pupils opened up. Yes, it must be him hinting about my sister. The more he thought about it, the more certain Jiang Taichu became. No, I'm going to have to go and work on her. It's a great blessing to be looked upon by Lord Yi. What's the point of being so reserved? Thinking of this, Jiang Taichu couldn't help but speed up his pace. Looking anxious. Chapter 31 The Best Color of the Human World. Lu Lan wins the snow. At the same time, Chen Stable's evil deeds spread to every corner of the Holy Land. Holy Lord Peak Vane. Holy Maiden Peak. Miss, today there's a lot of activity outside. Chu Changa, that little turtle grandson, wanted to act like a pussy. And guess what happened? At that moment, a spirited, young girl dressed in a green dress looked at the woman in front of her who was studying the chessboard and said. The woman was dressed in black plain clothes. Her skin was snowy, and a hairpin was simply pulled on her head. Other than that, there are no ornaments. As she slightly ambled and leaned, a strand of green silk slid down her face, outshining the earthly beauty. Oh, what is it that could make our green so excited? The woman gently nuzzled the ends of her hair between her ears, revealing half of her stunning face. It was half a sheet because the woman was wearing a black veil on one side, but even so, it could not hide her stunning beauty, with a little bit of vermilion veil on her brow, and eyes that were wise yet unobtrusive, even stunning. It is said that the true beauty of the world lies in the natural atmosphere, and it just so happens that the woman in front of me is totally dang good at it. The woman's clothes were plain and unadorned, but her demeanor gave the impression that a heavenly fairy had dyed the earth. Especially the little smile that was carried in the corner of his eyes was enough to intoxicate the men and women of the world. It's like this. Just now a Lord Yi came to the Holy Land. The Holy Lord and the girls all went out to greet him. Seeing that her own young lady was interested, Lu Lan Luer hurriedly told what had happened one by one. Lu Lan Xingshue's hand that was holding up the black sun gave a start. That Yi Gongzi openly provoked the Holy Sun and nailed all the people he killed on the Holy Monument? Yeah, what's wrong? Lu Lan Greeny couldn't help but respond. Seeing Lu Lan Xingshue's delayed response, by the way, that Duke he also asked the Sacred Lord to bring a message to Miss, saying that there's something to find Miss and that you should go see him. And what's more, there will be consequences if you don't go. Speaking of this, Lu Lan Luer sneered. What kind of a thing is he? Even if he provokes the Saint's son, he even dares to come and offend our young lady. I think it's better to just let the Firmament Elder make a move to get such an unknowing griffin killed. Oh, it's funny. Knowing the identity of the Holy Sun and still daring to be so reckless. It's on me again after it's done. Whatever that Lord Ye's purpose is, just for his courage, there's no harm in going to meet him. Lu Lan Xingxue looked leisurely and casually dropped the black pieces. Who is the Holy Sun? Her future husband. It was easy to tell from Lu Lan Luer's words that this Lord Yi was most likely deliberately targeting her future husband. Therefore, just for this point, she must also go and meet Chin's stable for a while. Ha! What do you mean? It was Lu Lan Greeny's turn to be confused. She didn't realize that her lady really intended to come to the door. It's the selfsame thing. Come out with me. Lu Lan Xingxue stood up, that wise and intellectual temperament converging. In its place was nobility, like an exiled immortal that one would not dare to blaspheme. On the other hand, as soon as Jiang Taichu got off the Heavenly Maiden Peak, he headed towards the peak main hall where Jiang Qingren was. Brother, what brings you here? Seeing the hurried Jiang Taichu, Jiang Qingren was a bit stunned for a moment and subconsciously called out, "Come here, I have something to find you." As soon as Jiang Taichu grabbed Jiang Qingren's hand, he headed towards the inner hall. Kang Qingren was in a daze. What is it, exactly, that you can't talk about in the lobby? However, looking at Jiang Taichu's solemn expression, Jiang Qingren still didn't refuse and allowed him to pull her to the inner hall. You sit down. Now brother has something very important to discuss with you. Speaking of this, Jiang Taichu took a deep breath. This matter concerns your future, and of course, my future, and even the future of our family. So, you must think carefully, by all means. Brother, what the hell is going on? I'm in a daze here. Jiang Qingren was speechless. Our Yi Gongzi should really have his eyes on you, as long as you. Before Jiang Taichu finished speaking, Jiang Qingren's face changed. Get out. Immediately and immediately get out. You. Jiang Taichu took a deep breath. Shao Qing, this is not the time to be facetious. That's Duke Yi, the son of a top power. Once you become Dao couples, not only will you take a step up to heaven, but our entire Jiang clan will also have their chickens come home to roost. What do we cultivators work so hard for? Isn't that it? Jiang Qingren stared coldly at Jiang Taichu. He sent you here? Or so it can be said. Jiang Taichu thought that Chen Jian had already hinted at it, so there was nothing wrong with thinking so. Off. You told him to off. With that,
Jiang Qingren became enraged. Even if I, Jiang Qingren, don't cultivate anymore, I will never use my body to trade. When you guys are like this, it just makes me feel dirty and disgusting. Holy, what are you doing now? Jiang Taichu was shocked and winced. When Jiang Qingren saw her brother looking so cowardly, her anger rose. Get out of here. You get out of here too. Seeing that Jiang Qingren was so agitated, Jiang Taichu didn't continue, but said, I know it's hard for you to understand and accept this matter right now, but think it over again. There is no need to rush your reply to convince me. Get lost. You hear me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're for real. Egu, it hurts me. After Jiang Qingren saw Jiang Taichu rolling away in a heap, she sat on her butt in a chair. How could she not understand Jiang Taichu's words? How could she not know what was at stake? But she, Jiang Qingren, had never been one to sell her body for glory. So what if that person was Lord Yi? She didn't care at all. Besides, this kind of goods that can't walk when they see a woman is still a scum with a big background. Especially what Chen Stable had done just a short while ago had made her even more determined that Chen Stable was a cruel and heartless demon. And at this time, the fairy peak vein suddenly came alive. After hearing about Lulan Xingshue's trail, a group of disciples rushed towards where the fairy peak vein was located. Peak Master. It's not good. It's not good. A sharp cry interrupted Jiang Qingren's musings, only to see her hastily gather her emotions and speak. Come in. At once. An underling walked in. Say, what is it? Jiang Qingren glanced at the visitor. Lulan Xingxue came over and just entered our peak vein, the subordinate said in a loud voice. Kong Qingrun frowned. Lulan Xingxue is something. Never was one to rush into other peak veins. Coupled with Lulan Xingxue's identity, he usually seldom communicated with the outside world and seldom made grudges with others. It was their peak master elder, who wasn't even familiar with Lulan Xingxue. But why would she suddenly come to my fairy peak vein? It's hard to believe that it's really because of that demon's words, isn't it? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. It was only a moment later that Jiang Qing suppressed the agitation within her heart. Alright, I know. You can step back first. Yes, Peak Master. After the subordinate left, Jiang Qingren sighed and still went out of the Peak Master Hall. Regardless of whether Lulan Xingxue was aiming for this Yigongzi or not, she had to go and take a look. Chapter 32 Shangguan Xingxue came looking. The whole Holy Land shook. On the other hand, Lulan Xingxue was led by Greenie in the direction where Heavenly Maiden Peak was located. Senior Sister Lulan, where is this going? Why do I remember that the Peak Master Hall isn't in that direction? Can it be that she is looking for a certain disciple? But it's not right. There's only one spare Heavenly Maiden Peak in that direction. You don't know about that, do you? That Lord Yi has just taken up residence at the Heavenly Maiden Peak. Holy, that's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Some of the male disciples, at once, wailed. It's hard to accept that. He, who said just a short while ago that if Senior Sister Lulan comes looking, he'll rip his head off and give it to someone as a ball? You're the one with a good ing memory. Off. After sensing that Lulan Xingxue might have gone to look for Chen Stable, the scene, which was already noisy, completely boiled over. And this news, moreover, was like wildfire, quickly sweeping through the entire Heavenly Maiden Holy Land. The Holy Maiden herself came to find Chen Jiana, who is the Holy Virgin. That's the Sky Fairy. Therefore, for the Holy Land, this was really no less than a thunderbolt rising from the ground, blowing everyone out of their minds. But as Lulan Xingxue arrived at the foot of the mountain, Jiang Taichu stopped her in her tracks. Jiang Taichu glanced at Lulan Xingxue and faintly said, Come and stay. Do you know who my lady is? Lulan Lure immediately drank softly. Greenie, stand down. Lulan Xingxue spoke. Yes. Lulan Greenie puffed out her mouth and silently retreated behind her. Lulan Xingxue clasped her fists. My daughter, Lulan Xingxue, has come to find Mr. Yi for a gathering. Please inform me. Lulan wins the snow? Is that the Holy Maiden that Mr. Yi just mentioned? I'll be damned. It's really coming forward. Duke. Awesome. Thinking of this, Jiang Taichu got a little hateful again. With my own sister's dead brain, can't even eat hot hooch. Look at the other saints. You're a class above in looks and talent. They're still coming here. And they're still sniffing around. I just don't know what you're so pretentious about. Was it my daughter's words that were not clear? Seeing that Jiang Taichu froze, Lulan Xingxue didn't get angry and spoke once more. Jiang Taichu retrieved his thoughts and returned Lulan Xingxue's hug. It's really not coincidental anymore. Duke Yi, he's closed down. Did that say how long it would take? Lulan Xingxue asked after some thought. Jiang Taichu shook his head. This is something I really don't know. That's troublesome. Lulan Xingxue made a slight bow, intending to leave first. And just then, the Jiangqing people rushed over. The crowd of disciples gathered around immediately made way. Jiang Qingren arrived at Lulan Xingshua's heels and spoke. I wonder why the holy maiden has come.
Jiang Taichu glanced at his own sister.
Aren't you asking a question knowingly? Lulan Xingshue answered. I heard that Mr. Yi was looking for me for something, so Xiao Shui came.
If I've caused any trouble for Peak Master Jiang,
Little Snow is here to say sorry in advance. TSK, TSK, TSK. Check it out. Same with women. How the difference is so big. If I were Gongzi, I would definitely choose her over you. Jiang Taichu secretly bellyached, but at the same time,
he was also guessing in his heart that this woman had really found her way over here because of a word from Chen Jian.
Could there be other problems with this? You guys know each other? Jiang Qingren asked subconsciously for some reason. She shared the same thought as Jiang Taichu, believing that with Lulan Xingshue's character, there was absolutely no need to pay attention to Chen Stable. Lulan Xingshue glanced at Jiang Qingren without a trace. This matter,
it shouldn't be within the scope of Jiang Peak Master's inquiry.
It's not. Why do I get the feeling that things aren't quite right?
Jiang Taichu frowned lightly. The crowd of sons and daughters on the scene also noticed this at this time. Their gazes, sweeping back and forth across the two men's faces,
seemed to be trying to discern something. Jiang Qingren's face choked and she took a light breath.
As your elder,
I'll say one more thing. That Mr. Yi is not a good person. What am I sister talking about? Jiang Taichu's heavenly aura flew off in fear. Get the hell back. Immediately.
Jiang Taichu directly stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Qingren's hand, roaring down fiercely. Jiang Qingren also knew at this time that he had said the wrong thing, so he didn't retort at first.
Lulan Xingshue instead looked at Jiang Qingren with interest. She didn't care at all about whether Chen Jian was a good person or not. If it wasn't for Chu Tianlong and Chen Jian's unusual behavior, she wouldn't have come over at all. Instead,
it was Kang Qingren's overreaction that made her feel a little ridiculous.
Boom! Just then,
endless streams of spiritual energy were converging in the sky and lining up outwards,
reaching into the boundless void with no end in sight. Is this Lord Ye's breakthrough?
This amount of aura gathering was too terrifying.
Looking at the aura that was gathering more and more,
the crowd revealed shocked expressions.
Lulan Xingshue also dropped her gaze in midair,
a slight aura of alienation flashing under her eyes. Such a huge amount of aura was only available when she broke through the life and death realm,
right? It's just that I don't know.
This Lord Yi is breaking through that realm.
Compared to Lulan Xingshue,
Jiang Qingren was aware of Chen Stable's true realm,
the 10th Yin-Yang realm.
The breakthrough now proved that Chen's stability was breaking through to the celestial realm.
How could she not understand what breaking through the celestial realm attracting such a large amount of aura represented? Thinking of this, Jiang Qingren's face changed violently. Now you know. It's your good fortune that Duqi has taken a liking to you, so what's the point of being pretentious? After Jiang Taichu recovered from the shock, he couldn't help but hate Jiang Qingren again.
Jiang Qingren pursed her mouth in death and did not speak. She admitted that she had belittled Chen Jian,
also underestimated his talent.
But that still doesn't change the fact that the other guy is a dude who sees color.
Is it wrong that she just doesn't like people like that?
Seeing her own sister like this, how could Jiang Taichu not know what she was thinking?
But she could only give a helpless sigh. If this person hadn't been her sister, he would have gotten her killed a long time ago. Stupid thing, living is a waste of food. As the aura gathered more and more, and ultimately bagged thousands of miles away, that gradually boiling and beating aura, more like a natural disaster.
The scene was extremely horrible. At this moment in time, the amount of aura gathering had also reached its limit.
Here we go. Whether it's a dragon or a bug, this is the moment to be revealed. Lulan Xingshue thought leisurely in his mind. Right at this moment,
a heavenly aura stormed up from the depths of the heavenly maiden peak and swept away 10,000 feet of clouds at once.
It is the breath of the yin-yang realm. How is this possible? Lulan Xingshue's breath caught, her face all horrified,
because the strength of this talent had not only surpassed her, but also even that future husband of hers.
To know, that future husband of hers is the one who possesses a rare emperor bone, and will become a great emperor in the future without any surprises. Now, a teenager who came to arrive out of nowhere has surpassed them in one fell swoop. What does that mean? The horror under her eyes increased at the thought. Chapter 33 Who the sucked all the aura out of the next moment, the boiling aura moved. All of a sudden, like an inverted ocean current, it was madly pouring down into the depths of the heavenly maiden peak, and the aura gathering around them was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This amount of absorption, this rate of absorption, is it really breaking through the celestial realm? The entire crowd watched this, their breath catching, due to the unusual movement of the aura of the heavenly maiden's sacred ground. At this time, Ji Yuyue and the others were also shaken and rushed out from their respective peak seats. When looking at the amazing phenomenon that appeared in the sky, all of them revealed shocked faces. Is this Lord Yi making a breakthrough? What an awesome talent!
Yu and the others didn't slow down and swept towards the direction of Heavenly Maiden Peak in unison.
In just tens of breaths of time,
the aura that had gathered in midair was absorbed cleanly.
Even the aura that had survived in the Heavenly Maiden's Holy Land was pulled over hard and absorbed. Put! With a popping sound, Chen's stability finally had a breakthrough,
and the yin and yang qi in his body evolved into celestial power one after another. One could only see a celestial vision superimposed in midair.
Of these celestial visions, there is a great martial artist who is a man of the world.
There is the invincible sword god who opens the heavens with a single sword and kills the living to prove the truth. There was the ancient godfather who broke all laws with a single thought and evolved heavenly martial arts.
There are, in the end,
the celestial visions reached a full 99,
united in the vast heavenly domain, triggering the ancient tribulation image of the ancients. 99 celestial elephants? What kind of monster is this?
Gu and the others looked at this in shock, their eyes full of disbelief.
It is the earthly legend. There is never any 99 celestial elephants, right?
It could be said that what was in front of them had already exceeded their existing perceptions.
Lulan Xingxue looked on in a daze.
The shock in her eyes could no longer be described in words.
99 celestial visions, and none of them are duplicates.
That's what's scary.
Thinking about her back then,
she had only evolved 59 zuns.
For this reason,
the ancient kingdom of Lulan had also purposely raised her status to that of a holy maiden,
granting her the name of the first sequence.
Compared to this Mr.
Yi, is she really a genius? At this moment, even as wise as she was, she couldn't help but doubt herself. Who was it? Who ing sucked up the aura? Just when everyone was in a state of shock,
an indignant roar resounded through the heavens,
exploding down into everyone's ears. This is. The crowd looked over in unison. Boom!
Only to see the sky suddenly explode as a terrifying force of life and death slammed through it. A blood-colored killing aura filled the sky, dyeing half of the sky dome into the color of blood.
Who's this guy? What a horrible killing aura! The hearts of all the disciples fell,
and the same thought came to them.
Knock! In the next moment,
a silhouette with a blood-colored killing aura wrapped around its body rushed out from a short distance away,
shaking the heavenly dome more than just straight.
It seems that this person is not a disciple of our clan. When they saw the silhouette clearly, the faces of all the disciples changed. Gu and the others' faces were already as dead as water.
Just a moment ago,
they had really thought that the disciples of their own holy land had been foolish again.
However,
they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that the visitor was not a disciple of their own holy land.
Who is this person? Do you recognize him?
Gu turned her head to look at Jiang Qingrun.
Because people just pulse out of Fairy Peak. Jiang Qingrun hurriedly said. His name is Zhao Tianlong,
and he's one of the children that I met during one of my training encounters.
Among his peers,
he is not only endowed with self-respect and self-improvement, but he is also extremely gifted.
I think he is an unrivaled talent,
which is why I made the decision to bring him back to the peak vein.
Then why don't you report it?
Gu said in a deep voice.
Because Mr. Yi just happened to bump into it,
that's why he also forgot about it.
Jiang Qingrun hurriedly said. Did you find out about this person's background and whatnot? Gu spoke again.
Jiang Qingrun hurriedly nodded her head.
It's been checked out. It's just a scion from a humble background. Gu gave Jiang Qingrun a deep look. Jiang Qingrun is good at everything as a person, but he is too cynical. In particular,
there is a natural affinity for those who are self-respecting and of humble origins. If she didn't have Jiang Taichu as her brother,
she would have cleared it out a long time ago.
Because the advantages of such a person are there, but the disadvantages are more obvious, and it is very easy to invite great trouble.
Thinking about this,
Gu still intends to give Jiang Qingrun a chance.
Take care of the person.
I don't want him to alarm Lord Yi, otherwise you altogether will give me death for my sins.
Understood. Jiang Qingrun hurriedly responded.
So it was a mole that just broke through the celestial realm that robbed me of my aura,
and evolving 99 celestial visions. Genius.
And a supreme genius at that.
Speaking of this,
Zhao Tianlong's voice turned grim.
I, Zhao Tianlong,
would love to kill this kind of supreme genius.
As the words fell, the monstrous killing intent within his body rioted out once more.
Looking at Zhao Tianlong in such a state, Jiang Qingrun's face changed slightly.
In her impression, Zhao Tianlong had always been a sunny, self-respecting, self-improving, and caring big boy. How did you become so cold and jealous all of a sudden? However, soon enough, Kang Qingrun did her own mental construction again. Zhao Tianlong was justifiably angry. After all, anyone else who was at the breakthrough juncture and had their aura snatched would have reacted the same way, right? With this in mind, Jiang Qingrun stepped forward to block Zhao Tianlong. You want to stop me? Zhao Tianlong's grim gaze locked straight onto Jiang Qingrun.
You, seeing Zhao Tianlong treat her like this,
Jiang Qingren was angry and annoyed,
but still took a deep breath and said, I'm trying to save you.
Ha ha ha, save me? Bitch, aren't you too full of yourself?
Zhao Tianlong said and opened his mouth. Since he was planning to tear himself away from the Heavenly Maiden Holy Land,
he wasn't going to pretend.
The big deal was to finally take the Jiangqing people captive and forget about it. Forcing them would have the same effect.
You really think you're the reincarnation of the Virgin Mary?
Do you know that the thoughts you've instilled in me along the way make me want to vomit?
If your body didn't have some value,
I'd want to play with a fresh one.
Do you really think I'd take you all the way? Get the hell off to the side. I'll sanction you later.
Zhao Tianlong shouted in a cold voice.
You are shameless.
Jiang Qingren pointed at Zhao Tianlong with her fingers shaking. It was the first time she had ever heard such vulgar words, and the first time she had ever been treated in such a manner.
Most importantly,
she really treated Zhao Tianlong like a younger brother.
I didn't realize that this person had this face. In this moment,
her worldview collapsed.
Step aside.
I'll take care of it here.
Jiang Taichu came to Jiang Qingren's side and patted Jiang Qingren's shoulder. At this moment, Jiang Taichu's face became icy cold. As far as he was concerned,
whether it was to make a scene for his sister or to protect Lord Yi, the best way to do this was to just get Zhao Tianlong killed.
Otherwise,
once you jeopardize Lord Yi,
it will be a big deal. Brother Jiang Qingren looked at Jiang Taichu with red eyes. Behave.
I'll take care of it here.
Jiang Taichu spoke again. Good. Kang Qingren lifted her steps to the side. Heavenly King Realm? That's a bit interesting.
The corner of Zhao Tianlong's mouth tugged and turned languid.
Elder Yu, this person is in your hands. Good. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang out from the void. Chapter 34 Actual Breaking Out. Desolate Ancient Hegemonic Killing Body.
As the words fell, a silhouette gradually appeared.
That terrifying aura also enveloped the entire Heavenly Maiden Peak in an instant,
causing every strand of chi to chill and sink.
8th Heavenly King Realm. When he sensed the arrival realm, Jiang Taichu, who was only at the 6th Heavenly King Realm,
changed his face more than wildly. It is important to know that at their level, the difference between a small realm difference is a rift valley. Jiu and the others also revealed shocked looks one after another.
If the visitors really made a fuss, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Doesn't he have no background? How did this happen? How did this happen? Jiang Qingren was trembling,
and her face gradually paled. When she thought that she was the one who had brought the disaster back to the Heavenly Maiden Holy Land,
she became even more inconsolable with remorse.
Li Yunue's gaze swept over the scene and finally landed on Zhao Tianlong as he said indifferently,
Die a disciple, or save a holy land. Your choice. As soon as the words fell, his aura rioted once more, and a strand of Heavenly King power swept out, pressing down towards Jiang Taichu and the others. Not good.
Jiang Taichu's face changed and he wanted to draw back violently.
However, he suddenly realized that he was suppressed, and the power in his body felt like it was mute,
so he could only keep raging and crashing.
At those words, Zhao Tianlong suddenly became even more open-minded. Ha ha ha, the hallowed Heavenly Maiden Holy Land is no. And you dog, pretend, keep pretending in front of me. If I can't get you, my master can't get you. Saying that,
Zhao Tianlong's killing machine swirled up around him.
Today, I'll kill the person in front of you. What can you do to me? As the words fell, Zhao Tianlong stormed towards where Chen Stable was. Not good. Protect the Gongzi.
Jiang Taichu subconsciously yelled.
When Ji Yuyue and the others heard this, they struggled frantically, but they still failed to break free from Li Yunue's confinement.
When the Hidden Power's son died in the Holy Land, they were in big trouble.
Ha ha ha, too late.
When Zhao Tianlong saw how agitated Jiang Taichu and the others were,
he became even more arrogant.
He loved to see people crumble and be helpless. It made killing people more pleasurable.
Boom! Right at this moment,
a terrifying force of celestial beings rushed out through the depths of the Heavenly Maiden Peak,
overriding heaven and earth. Are you the one trying to kill me? Kind of funny. A lilting voice rang out.
The crowd subconsciously stopped their movements and looked at the source of the sound.
At this time, a figure with a dusty temperament, like an exiled immortal in the dust, gradually fell into the crowd's eyes. Chen Stability,
who had broken through the celestial realm, had already reached the state of celestial unity.
His body's breath was internalized,
and his body was as crystalline as jade,
glowing with 9-colored precious light. Faint breath leaks between, ancient and mysterious, that invisible oppression. Let a person dare not look up. When the first heavenly man realm was so terrifying now, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At that moment,
Li Yunue's gaze also landed on Chen Stable.
This power fluctuation. It's not a normal temperament. What an imposing young man. Upon scanning over Qin Jian's body, Li Yunue could not help but sigh.
Coming from the sacred clan of the upper realm, he had seen many children of the younger generation. there really weren't many that could shock him into existence at the first glance. This disciple he had taken, Zhao Tianlong, was also considered a dragon and phoenix among men, having broken through to the first life and death realm at a young age. Moreover, this is still from a humble background, and with his own strength, he has reached the present achievement. But now compared to the teenager in front of him, other than being slightly better in cultivation, everything else was far worse. To even describe it as having been crushed would be an understatement. Zhao Tianlong stared at Chen Stable with a deadly stare, the killing chance in his eyes instantly turning into intense and dramatic jealousy. Originally from a lowly background, his temperament has always been his shortcoming. Especially, Chen Jian was also so handsome, which impacted his fragile and sensitive heart even more. If before that, he was motivated to kill because his aura had been robbed, then he would now want to put down a killer purely because of this person, Chen Jian. At the same time, Chen Stable's gaze fell on Zhao Tianlong's body. Name, Zhao Tianlong. Age, 23. Personality, pretentious, unruly, jealous. Identity, a humble son from a frontier town. Natal soul, yellow. Physique, desolate ancient bastard killing body. Realm, the first realm of life and death. A yellow soul? Desolate ancient hegemonic killing body? Nice guy. This is an even better existence than Chu Chang'e. At the same age, his strength had already reached the first life and death realm, and he also had the legendary desolate ancient hegemonic killing body. If Chu Chang'e's swift ancient true dragon body grew up and could transform into a humanoid true dragon, when that desolate ancient hegemonic killing body grew up, it would truly be able to resist the existence of a swift ancient true dragon and tear apart a swift ancient true phoenix with its hands. That body of killing chi cultivated to the extreme, but also can kill to stop killing, kill life to prove the road. The achievement of a swire killing god. It's no exaggeration to say that such people are born killers. But you're so unlucky to have met me. Thinking of this, the corner of Chen Stable's mouth couldn't help but hook slightly. Especially, Zhao Tianlong was still a yellow destiny soul. The first time you melt a yellow life soul, it is possible to unlock a new achievement. Now he was beginning to look forward to what would be in that rewarding yellow heavenly destiny treasure chest. Seeing Chen Stable's gaze suddenly filled with burning heat, Zhao Tianlong's murderous intent that filled his heart all of a sudden rushed to Yu Lingai. I don't know how to die. As the words fell, the power of life and death from the circumference of the sky stirred and entangled the killing chi, surging out from Zhao Tianlong's body. In one fell swoop, it pierced through 10,000 feet of clouds and dyed the sky a blood color, and endless creepy sounds echoed through the blood mist. This person is also horrible. The disciples looked at Zhao Tianlong and swallowed their saliva, their eyes full of shock. At this moment in time, they were somewhat worried for Chen Stable. The difference between the first heavenly human realm and the first life and death realm could be a big realm, even though Chen Jian came from an unusual background. But fighting, it really doesn't depend on the context. Let's hope the people behind this Mr. Chen will step in. Thinking about this, the crowd couldn't help but let out a low sigh. Miss, who do you think will win? Lulan Greeny asked in a low voice. Lulan Xingshue's eyes blinked lightly, her expression ghostly. If he loses, then I've come to the wrong place today. Then, Miss, do you want him to win or lose? Lulan Greeny blinked. Lulan Xingshue's expression remained unchanged. Actually, losing or winning doesn't have much to do with me. Greeny hopes he loses. It's only good if such a demon dies. Lulan Greeny skimmed her lips. In the face of Zhao Tianlong's unbridled murderous aura, Chen Jian remained calm and composed without the slightest bit of panic. Kid, come die for me. Seeing that Chen Stable was still pretending, Zhao Tianlong grabbed out at Chen Stable with one hand, killing chi entangled between his hands, and the power of life and death tore through all space. Wait. Just then, Li Yunue spoke up. Zhao Tianlong's hideous face gave a lurch and looked violently at Li Yunue as if asking why. Li Yunue ignored Zhao Tianlong's gaze and instead looked at Chen Jian. Kid, you're pretty good. I wonder where you're from. What? Scared? Chen Stable leisurely said. The others also looked at Li Yunue in unison, with the same doubt in their eyes. Li Yunue's expression remained unchanged. This king comes from the saint clan of the upper realm, and is still one of the top saint-level forces. If you agree, then this matter can end here today, and this king can still accept you as his disciple. Only when you go to the upper realm will your talent be utilized to its fullest extent. Think about it, this may be the greatest opportunity of your life. Chapter 35 Emperor's Sword Sheathed. Identity Speculation. This man is a cutie, is he? Jiang Taichu man went numb. He thought Li Yunue was going to say something. Just this. The group from the Heavenly Maiden Holy Land also looked like they were watching a little cutie. No, man, you're a saint. The last person who blew the sacred clan was out of Mona's soup. And talk about being able to take others as disciples. Convincing. Upon seeing the reaction of the people at the scene,
Li Yunyue's brows lightly wrinkled, always feeling that something was not quite right.
Shouldn't the normal reaction at this point be shock?
What is the upper world? And what power is the sacred race of the upper realm? The small lower realm.
It is hard not to have the qualifications to look down on the upper realm saint race.
On the contrary,
the one who reacted the most was Zhao Tianlong. Being accepted as a disciple by Li Yunyue and joining the sacred clan of the upper realm had been his greatest achievement. It was also the reason he soared to the heavens and had the capital to defy all the barbarians in the lower realms. Now he's heard something. His own master looked like he looked up to the kid in front of him, and was planning to take him as his disciple.
In that case, what does he count?
What was the recognition he had worked so hard to get?
Thinking of this, Zhao Tianlong's eyes couldn't help but turn scarlet, and the fire of jealousy instantly burned out his mind. No, absolutely not letting this kid become his senior. Whatever it takes, this kid has to die.
Perhaps noticing Zhao Tianlong's change in mood, the corner of Chen Stable's mouth hooked slightly as he spoke leisurely. It seems that this disciple of yours doesn't quite agree.
Look at that face of his. It's all completely twisted. That son of a, he definitely did it on purpose.
Zhao Tianlong hated it so much that his teeth were almost clenched.
But in front of Li Yunyue, he still didn't dare to be reckless. Even if he hated to kill Chen Stable, he had to hold it in.
Li Yunyue lightly glanced at Zhao Tianlong.
His opinion doesn't matter. Oh, but I'm afraid I'll be assassinated before I even join. Chen Jian shook his head. So, without him you would have become my disciple? Li Yunyue looked at Chen Jian.
Chen Jian nodded his head leisurely.
You can understand it that way. Li Yunyue barely hesitated. Good. Then from today onwards, he will no longer be my disciple. Master. Zhao Tianlong's face changed drastically as he looked at Li Yunyue in disbelief. Remembering that you and I are master and disciple. Now get lost. Li Yunyue shouted in a cold voice. No, master. You can't be like this. You can't be like this. Zhao Tianlong's entire face went all white at once. Without Li Yunyue to back him up, wouldn't his evil deeds all the way over become a death wish? He didn't think that he, a small life and death realm, could withstand the retaliation of these people. Thinking of this, Zhao Tianlong directly paralyzed on the ground, and his eyes followed suit and became listless. Seeing this, the curve of Chen Stable's mouth grew even larger. It's really fun to have nothing to walk this master and apprentice for fun. As for Zhao Tianlong, he must die here. Come over and give this king a kowtow salute. Li Yunyue put his hands behind his back and his posture ended. For Zhao Tianlong, he was indeed quite satisfied. But in contrast to Chen Stable, that wasn't even an option. Although Chen Stable's cultivation was weaker than Zhao Tianlong's, he was far too young. Their sacred clan didn't lack resources. What they lacked were true geniuses. I didn't expect that his trip down to the world would be so rewarding. Not bad, not bad. Thinking of this, the corner of Li Yunyue's mouth gradually hooked up an arc to come. But after several breaths passed, the scene remained the same. Chen Stable, on the other hand, was like looking at a little cutie. There was not the slightest sign of action. Li Yunyue's face gradually cooled down. What do you mean? The people around them also looked at Chen Stable in unison. Obviously, they also wanted to know what Chen Stable meant by this. Chen Stable held a touch of mockery at the corner of his mouth, and under the gaze of the crowd, he leisurely opened his mouth. Of course I'm playing with you. Kill him for the king. In an instant, Li Yunyue's lungs exploded with anger. His body was boiling with killing energy, and his entire face was twisted to the extreme. No one has ever dared to tease him like that. Never. Son of a, die for me. Zhao Tianlong, who had already despaired, instantly stormed up, his monstrous killing aura wrapped around his entire body. It looked as if a murderous god had rushed out from hell. At this moment, he was just like Li Yunyue, his killing intent boiling to the sky. It's fine. Let's test the sword on you. Chen Jian extended one hand and the emperor's sword entered his hand. As the emperor's swords came out of their sheaths, two sword awnings rose up into the sky, transforming into an emperor dragon and an emperor phoenix. The two forces fused together, indistinguishable from each other, and were natural. The sword chi broke through the 9 heavens, the sky at this moment, as if it had cracked open, and spatial turbulence was spreading in all directions, and the only remaining 1% of the emperors might press down in an instant. 10,000 soldiers trembled in unison, and they all rushed up to the sky. The image was extremely shocking. What kind of sword is this? What a horror! The crowd watched in horror, feeling only numbness and suffocation in their scalps. Emperor's sword, definitely Emperor's sword. Although he had never seen an Imperial soldier before, but associating it with Chen Stable's origin, Zhang Taichu instantly made an affirmation. The sword. The body of the sword is like congealed blood, and the hilt of the sword is unique in that the dragon and phoenix are in harmony. Li Yunyue, who was also staring at the Emperor's sword,
had his pupils suddenly shaken.
It's definitely the Emperor's sword. Definitely.
As to whether it was a salvaged one or not,
he didn't know. This was because even his clan didn't have any Emperor soldiers. Not even half-step Emperor soldiers. And those who possessed half-step Emperor soldiers or even Emperor soldiers were not something that their saint race could provoke. I'm not going to poke my nose in. Thinking of this,
Li Yunyue's scalp went numb and her whole body shuddered involuntarily.
And just then, Chen Stable moved.
When he raised his sword, the power in his body surged out like a rushing stream,
as vast as the sea, and terrifying.
The 9-colored chaotic sequence light was released, like a sword blade that cut across the sky,
stirring the surrounding space into dust. In an instant, Zhao Tianlong's aura was crushed into nothingness,
like the light of a grain of rice being completely obscured by the light of a white moon.
This power, is it still something the celestial realm can have? The crowd was, once again, shocked by Chen Stable. Was he this strong?
It was the Kongqing people who were the most shocked. Originally she thought that Chen Yin was just a playboy who recklessly bullied others based on his family background. Now she realized she was wrong.
And, very wrong. He was originally Hao Yu.
So why would he need to borrow the authority of his family?
My lord, grant you death. Vast heavenly sword art. Chop. Chen Jian's complexion changed. His eyes were all icy cold,
and his sword was all chilly. A sword chopped down. The light was cold and limitless, and all the luster was all chopped up at this moment.
In heaven and earth,
it was as if this sword was the only one left.
Son of A, even if you have a superior spirit sword to add to it, I, Zhao Tianlong, will never lose to you. After a brief moment of stagnation, Zhao Tianlong's killing intent reared its head and he roared extremely loudly. Immediately afterward, he operated the desolate ancient hegemonic killing body to the extreme, the hegemonic killing force surging around his body,
and a black and red divine light was released at first glance.
Knock! Greeting Chen Stable,
who had chopped down with a sword.
Zhao Tianlong fiercely punched out. The heavens and earth shook more than once,
and a huge hegemony slayer shadow was reflected in the heavens and earth.
Stop! Stop it for me!
Li Yunyue roared in shock and subconsciously slapped his palm towards Zhao Tianlong.
At this time, he could only slap Zhao Tianlong to death, because once Chen Yin was injured, then not a single person in the entire room could survive.
That's a son who's stronger than the sacred clan's power.
But Chen Stable's killing moves were faster and more desperate. Are you kidding me? If you kill someone,
then my achievement will be lost.
Bang! A sword poured down.
Zhao Tianlong's prime Kuei shadow was chopped into a bloody mist in a matter of moments. And even the small completed desolate ancient hegemony body didn't stop it in the slightest.
Rain pours down on heaven and earth. The drops hit everyone's shocked heart. The realm of life and death. Just a sword chop. Is this human?
The crowd only felt an endless chill that flowed from the top of their heads to the soles of their feet, their entire body freezing.
What kind of power could this be to raise a son? Hidden ancient kingdom? The first emperor? Or the most terrifying heaven's destiny emperor clan? It's all over. It's all over.
Li Yunyue watched this in a daze, and the movements in her hands stopped.
No, I can't just sit around and wait. Gotta save yourself. Soon.
Li Yunyue trembled and hastily touched her arms.
Chapter 36 Deadbeat Son. The whole Chu clan has been victimized by you. Melting is complete. Congratulations. You have been awarded a copy of the Yellow Heavenly Fate Nirvana Liquid. Congratulations on reaching the achievement and obtaining a Yellow Destiny treasure chest. Phew, it's that simple. Chen Qi lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. At the same time,
Li Yunyue had already touched out a transmission note to come and injected spiritual energy into it at the first opportunity.
Brother Li? A loud male voice came from the transmission note. Yes, Brother Gu, it's me. Junior brother has a matter that I would like to ask you for a favor. Li Yunyue said evenly. You're welcome, Li Gu. Say what's up. I may not have anything else, but I still have a few contacts. Phew, I told you that you are righteous. Brother Gu. It's like this. Doesn't your sister know the Emperor clan's children? I wonder if she can ask for a favor for little brother. Silence, deadly silence. Where's the little Yakuza from? Do we know each other? Off. At once. The other party broke the connection decisively. Li Yunyue stiffened as the cool wind blew through her body. The crowd looked at this and just felt ridiculous. Now you're scared. Where's your cockiness? Phew. Soon after, Li Yunyue took another deep breath and took out another transmission note. Brother Zhao. It's me. Li Yunyu. Ha ha ha. Of course I know it's Brother Li. Is there some kind of care? It's me who wants to ask you a favor. You're welcome. How can you use the word please between you and I? Tell me, what's the favor? I've heard you say that you know people in the hidden forces, right? I wonder if you can ask for a favor for me. No. What do you mean? Offended the hidden forces? Probably. So would also like to ask. What's wrong with you? You've offended a hidden power and you're coming to me? Grass.
Li Yingyue tightly pinched the transmission note that had been disconnected, and fine sweat had already welled up on his forehead.
Don't look for it, buddy. This demon doesn't give a damn about favors. Listen to my advice. Let's have a fish out of water.
So there's still a chance of survival. The crowd sighed as they watched Li Yunyue's actions.
Yeah, I'll go to my dad. He might have something. Thinking of this,
Li Yunyue hurriedly took out another transmission note from her bosom. It was his last hope.
After taking a deep breath, Li Yunyue then injected aura into it. Yui, father, I've made a big mistake. Li Yunyue exclaimed sharply in a trembling voice.
There's no need to panic.
People make mistakes, and you've got dad to back you up on everything.
Li Qingsong laughed lightly, clearly incomparably confident.
I've offended the power that possesses the Emperor's soldier. Li Qingsong took a deep breath and said. At that moment,
there was a roaring and exploding sound from the opposite side, and the tables and chairs, along with half of the lobby, were slapped into a sky of dust.
Dead son of a, the entire Li clan he let you harm miserable no. Grass. Li Qingsong was instantly like an enraged lion,
roaring in exhaustion toward the sound transmission note.
Li Yunyue was trembling and her face was as pale as paper. Immediately. Give me death. Death, do you know? Li Qingsong roared again. Li Yunyue trembled. Father, didn't you say that everything is yours? Where did you get a father from? Get the hell out of here. Li Qingsong almost didn't die of direct anger. Li Uni man numb. Shall I give you some more time?
Chen Jian's voice leisurely reached Li Yunyue's ears.
Li Yunyue's rigid body suddenly gave a jolt. Knock. No hesitation.
Li Yunyue knelt on the ground as soon as he did so. It is the little man who has eyes and does not recognize MT.
Tai, please forgive me, Your Excellency.
Then there was frantic kowtowing.
Forgiveness?
What a refreshing word.
Saying that, Chen Stable's eyes gradually turned cold. This Gongzi really doesn't know what this means.
Li Yunyue felt that the sky had collapsed.
Kill. Chen Stable spat out in a cold voice. Wait. Li Yunyue hurriedly spoke. I am willing to serve as a slave and a servant. I only beg you to spare my life. You should never, ever, 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 ever start killing me.
Chen Jian spat out coldly.
Just for that, you are already dead. Li Yunyue's depressed head.
His eyes instantly flashed with endless madness.
Since I'm going to die either way, I'm going to drag you down to the Yellow Springs even if I die. At that instant, Li Yunyue stormed up, his killing machine boiling to the heavens. Gongzi, be careful.
Jiang Taichu lost his voice and exclaimed in shock, his face covered in horror. Ji Yue and the others were instantly shocked, and only felt coldness through their bodies.
Once Chen Jian died here,
then the entire Heavenly Maiden Holy Land would be turned into flying ashes, and everyone at the scene and even the families behind them would all have to die.
Die for me.
Li Yunyue's eyes were filled with madness as he roared in anger.
In the face of this,
Chen Stable remained calm and composed, without the slightest bit of panic. And just when everyone thought that Chen Stable was dead, a thunderbolt suddenly fell in midair.
Pust.
Li Yunyue was blasted into flying dust just like that.
Not even a wisp of chi was left behind.
The Heavenly Maiden Peak was also bombarded by this shocking thunder,
directly being blown into a huge crater,
and half of the peak was reduced to pieces.
The crowd froze and couldn't help but gulp in their saliva as they watched this. Just now, what happened? In an instant,
the 8th Heavenly King realm was killed, and half of the Heavenly Maiden Peak was reduced to pieces.
It's too much.
If this shocking thunder were a little bit bigger,
shouldn't even the entire Heavenly Maiden Holy Land be turned into flying ashes? I knew it. How could Chen Baidao only put the treasure on his body? This is his own son.
Kong Taichu let out a long sigh of relief,
not realizing that his back was already wet.
The corners of Chen Stable's mouth lifted slightly. This did not surprise him in the least.
Someone will absolutely step in when it counts. His life is not something some cat or dog can kill. However, after this incident today, it was a wake-up call for him. While your own power is strong, you should also cultivate your own forces. Only what you can control is the most powerful. We congratulate Your Excellency on your success in cultivation and your early achievement of the Imperial throne. After a brief moment of silence, Ji Yue hurriedly led the way and knelt on the ground. This time, the disciples didn't need to be reminded. They directly knelt down on the ground, and that speed was as fast as it could be.
Chen Jian looked around and realized that there were only 2 people at the scene who had not knelt down, especially that young girl in the black veil dress with a white veil on her face, so wise and bright eyes. What a woman, like an immortal. Chen Jian's gaze swept over Lulan Xingxue, and gusts of amazement flashed through his eyes. The woman in front of her, whether it was her figure, her temperament, or her lustful appearance, she was perfect. In particular, these add up to a great fit. A perfect fit.
A perfect fit. A perfect fit in a perfect fit. Standing there is the most eye-catching and brightest jewel of all.
It was his sister who didn't dare to say that she could steadily overwhelm this woman. Perhaps noticing Chen Stable's prying eyes,
Lulan Xingxue also apparently fell in line,
only to see that she flicked her gaze around and calmly met Chen Jian.
Chapter 37 Lulan Xingxue invited. First conversation. At the same time, Lulan Xingxue's basic information also fell into Chen Jian's eyes. Name, Lulan Xingxue. Age, 18. Personality, wise, calm. Heart is higher than the sky. Hot outside and cold inside. Identity, hidden ancient kingdom of the desolate ancient realm. Lulan ancient kingdom eldest princess. Contemporary holy maiden. Natal soul, 7 colors. Physique, divine destiny empress body. Realm, 9 realms of life and death. Lulan wins the snow? Isn't that my fiancé's name? 7 colored life souls. Divine order imperial queen body.
18 years old in the 9 realms of life and death.
This, invincible Soon, Chen's stability was again attracted to Lulan Xingxue's life soul and physique. Legendary level fate soul.
There was naturally no need to say whether this was strong or not. But what truly shocked him was that Heaven's Destiny Imperial Empress body. This could be said to be one of the top-tier physiques, and it was still the kind of physique that combined the top tier of Qi. When the Empress Dowager's body comes to completion, it can fuse the destiny of heaven into one body, receive the Qi of heaven and earth, become the mother of heaven and earth, and reign supreme in the ages. What it means to be a true chosen one. That's it. Chen steadily suppressed his inner turmoil inside in his heart, and at that moment, Lulan Xingxue took the initiative to speak. Lulan Xingxue. Yi emotionless. Chen Jian collected his thoughts before speaking.
Won't you invite me in for a seat? Lulan Xingxue opened her mouth. Please, Chen Stable said indifferently. Lulan Xingxue's reaction was quite unexpected.
He was also curious to know what kind of attitude Lulan Xingxue had.
Green. Wait here. After Lulan Xingxue dropped a sentence, she lifted her steps in the direction of the palace. It's kind of fun.
Chen Jian laughed lightly, so he also raised his steps and walked in.
No. We're still on our knees. The crowd was in a daze. What's their relationship? Ji Yue looked at Zhang Taichu as if asking. For Lulan Xingxue, she sort of knew. The two can be described as both mentors and friends, but she had never seen such an active Lulan Xingxue. Whether it was the disciples of the Holy Land showing their affection or the deliberate approach of the talented children of the outer sex, she didn't make any pretense. Her greatest interest, apart from cultivation, was playing chess in zither. It could be said that it was she, a female, who felt that Lulan Xingxue was a person without flaws. Right now, what she couldn't figure out was that Lulan Xingxue would even extend an invitation to Chen Jian, and that she was still taking the initiative. Could it be that she was also attracted to Chen Stable's identity? Jiang Taichu shrugged. He doesn't know that either. Jiang Qingrun's complexion was bright and undying, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other hand, Chen Jian brought Lulan Xingxue to the inner hall.
Lulan Xingxue sat down and first poured a cup of tea for Chen Jian before pouring it for herself.
Chen Jian glanced at Lulan Xingxue, and without being polite, he took it and took a sip. I heard that Mr. Yi has something for his daughter. I wonder what it is.
Lulan Xingxue lightly sipped a mouthful of tea before speaking.
Chen Jian's tone was frivolous.
This male is lacking a bed warmer, and it just so happens that your status as a holy maiden is barely worthy of this male.
So, just thought I'd ask if you'd be interested. Mr. Yi, you're joking. Lulan Xingxue wasn't angry either, and spoke leisurely. Of course, if you really have a need, my daughter can also help you find a suitable one. This woman, she's kind of interesting. As the princess of a major power, she could still pamper herself after being molested in such a manner. Not simple indeed. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth slightly hooked. He had been observing the change in Lulan Xingxue's expression, but it was found that every word she said was very sincere, and not a bit of it was being perfunctory. In other words, she was genuinely trying to help him find bed warmers. This kind of fiancé is either stupid or extremely smart. What if I only have eyes for you? Chen Jian's tone gradually turned deeper,
and his gaze took on an aggressive tone.
Lulan Xingxue's hands moved. My daughter has long had a marriage contract. I hope that Mr. Yi will understand. The marriage contract is nothing. You can destroy it. This prince can shoulder the burden. Saying that, Chen Jian suddenly approached Lulan Xingxue, his posture slightly ambiguous. A unique body scent immediately entered his nostrils. The aroma was so clear and soothing that one couldn't help but take a big breath. Due to Chen Jian's trespassing, Lulan Xingxue's face finally sank. Duke Yi, please respect yourself. I don't want to say the same thing a second time. Chen Jian gave Lulan Xingxue a deep look before he sat back down again. You didn't come to find me just to hear what I have to say, I suppose.
Lulan Xingxue picked up a cup of spirit tea anew and took a light sip before saying, "Since the words have come to this,
then I won't hide them."
with that, her wise gaze, she stared at Chen Stable and said, "You're specifically targeting Chen Stable, aren't you?" Of course, the Chen Stable in this mouth of Lulan Xingxue was that Chu Tianlong who was posing as his identity.
Chen Jian's expression remained unchanged. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? I don't care what you're doing it for, and I don't want to know what happened in it. This ends here. Saying that, Lulan Xingxue's words changed. I can make the call, and no one will hold you accountable.
I hope you'll think about it and not bury that talent of yours for nothing. Lulan Xingxue had more or less guessed as to what forces Chen Stable came from. Perhaps others would be shocked at the sight of that emperor's sword, but as someone who came from a hidden ancient country, it wasn't as if she had never seen a real emperor's sword before. In terms of Chen Stable's imperial sword, she could feel that the imperial might was there, but it was still very young. In terms of using a human as an analogy for an imperial soldier, that's only mostly in its infancy. There is no other possibility for this to occur than to be born and raised. Therefore, she was able to conclude that this was definitely not an imperial weapon passed down from her family. Besides, even if Chen Stable this was the imperial soldier inherited from his family, that was not enough for them to be afraid of. Not to mention the fact that she came from a hidden ancient country.
Her future husband's father's clan was the Heaven's Destiny Emperor clan,
and her mother's clan was still the Heaven's Destiny Emperor clan.
Together, the three major powers could fear no power under the universal sky.
Chen Stable smiled coldly.
Who are you to be able to make decisions for him? Is it hard to believe that your fiancé is him? Lulan Xingxue didn't deny or admit. Yes or no? It doesn't matter to you at all.
Oh, it seems that these two are by no means at all related, even if they haven't hooked up. It depends on how far the two have progressed. A flash of realization flashed through Chen Jian's heart before he said,
"What if I don't agree?"
Lulan Xingxue glanced at Chen Stable without any fluctuation under his eyes.
As I said, it's entirely up to you how you want to choose. I just hope that you can afford to pay the price.
Oh, if the truth was as solid as you say it is, you wouldn't have come over here to be this lobbyist.
Saying that,
Chen Jian turned his words around. Old me has no other advantages.
Just a bit of a hard head. I'll take it. If you guys have the guts, let's go.
Lulan Xingxue stared at Chen Jian with a coldness surging under her eyes.
In her opinion, Chen Stability was drinking to the toast. But soon, her demeanor returned to calm. Okay, then I'll put in a long look. With that, Lulan Xingxue got up and walked outside. Looking at Lulan Xingxue's disappearing back, Chen Jian's eyes narrowed into a line. Just now, he could feel the other party's flash of killing intent. Trying to kill him for Chu Tianlong? Funny, really funny. I'd like to see if you can still protect Chu Tianlong after his identity is revealed. As for the hidden ancient countries, if they want to be exterminated, that comes to be. My lord, I have something important to report. Just then, Jiang Taichu's voice came in.
Only then did Chen Jian collect his coldness and spoke.
Come in. Chapter 38 Going forth to kill without fear of any power. Soon, Jiang Taichu walked in. What is it? Chen Jian said as he glanced at Jiang Taichu. Jiang Taichu immediately said, the matter you asked me to look into has already yielded results. Oh, tell me about it. Chen Stable was instantly interested. Over the years Chu Tianlong has used the identity of the Duke to develop more than 100 forces, large and small, both openly and secretly. Among them, there are 30 royal clans, 15 royal clans, 5 sacred forces, and 2 hidden forces. It can be said that the current Chu Tianlong has no enemies in the entire ancient Yuan realm. Chen Jian raised his eyebrows. Oh, that's a bit of skill. Also, Chu Tianlong is a very smart person. Even though his methods are not too bright in the dark, he maintains them well in the open. Take this holy land for example. Almost all of the disciples embrace him and are even willing to die for him. The peak masters and elders in the Holy Land are also fond of him, and whenever there is any need, it is a matter of his word. Saying this, Jiang Taichu's words stuttered and he didn't speak again for a long time. What's wrong? Chen Stable couldn't help but open his mouth. The villain's investigation also found that Chu Tianlong was the only one who was able to enter Lulan Xingxue's residence, and more than once. But the two don't usually get along to see what's going on. And Chu Tianlong has said to the public that the two are just friends. The people of the Holy Land also believed this argument, and in their opinion Chu Tianlong just isn't the type of person who would lie to them. Chen Stable's face remained unchanged as he spoke. Got it. Go on. Regarding this point, after just talking with Lulan Xingxue, he was already mentally prepared. Therefore, Jiang Taichu's words didn't come as much of a shock to him. Yes, my lord, Jiang Taichu answered. Before continuing, didn't you, my lord, say that you were planning to aggregate all of Chu Tianlong's forces together and wipe them out in front of Chu Tianlong?
Now there's just the chance to see what the prince is going to do with it. Chen Jian's eyes lit up, finally coming across something of interest. Oh, what opportunity! It's like this. Chu Tianlong has an independent peak vein in the Heavenly Maiden Holy Land. At the very core of the Holy Land. That peak vein is very special, possessing heavenly thunder landing all year round, and it is rumored to be the one with a gravity heavenly thunder field above it. Rumor has it that as long as one is able to incorporate this gravity heavenly thunder field into the body, it will change the attributes of the spiritual energy in the body in the light case, and in the heavy case, it can change the physique. No one has been able to take it in over the years, and then Chu Tianlong utilized his identity to claim it as his own, but the biased one, with all his efforts, could not collect it. But he's also a smart person, knowing that he couldn't bring the gravity heavenly thunder field under his control, so he used it as a tool to buy people's hearts. Every year, a tea party is held there to lure some geniuses over, with the fancy name of whoever can take them in. Because of this, he gradually became acquainted with quite a few geniuses, and also befriended the forces behind them through these geniuses. Chu Tianlong himself, because he possesses the name of Emperor's son, those forces are also naturally willing to climb the backing of the god race. One way or another, Chu Tianlong's personal power is growing. Are you trying to say that I can start with this tea party? Chen Stable sort of understood. Jiang Taichu nodded solemnly. Yes, these 2 days are during the tea party, and the children of those powers have already arrived. But this year, Chu Tianlong is not here, and the ones who received the children of those powers were Chu Tianlong's beloved ones. So it's definitely a very good opportunity. But I'll leave it up to your excellency to decide what to do with it. How could Chen Stable not understand Jiang Taichu's meaning? So he said, lead the way. Since Chu Tianlong isn't here, then I, the real Chen Stable, will host this tea party for him. Your excellency, follow me over. Jiang Taichu didn't say anything and immediately led Chen Stable towards the Heavenly Thunder Peak where Chu Tianlong was located. Soon, the image of Chen Stable descending the mountain was seen by the disciples coming and going around. Why is this demon coming down the mountain again? It can't be that someone has offended him again, can it? Where do you see that direction? This can't be right. Let's go. Let's follow it first. Many disciples, suppressing their apprehension, quietly followed. When it was determined that the place Chen Stable had gone to was the Heavenly Thunderbolt Vein, the scene exploded. When they thought about it, the fact that Chen Jian had made a grudge against their saint son, their scalps tingled. At this moment in time, they were just as stupid as they were, and they knew that Chen Stable was rushing towards their saint son. No way. Can't have that kid trashing Sky Thunderbolt. Sister Lulan and the Holy Lord's land must be told. Thinking of this, many disciples then took out their transmitting notes to notify them. Lulan Xingxue, who had just returned to the Heavenly Maiden Peak not long ago, immediately received a report from Lulan Luer. It's not good, miss. That kid is heading towards the Heavenly Thunderbolt. Lulan Greeny hurriedly walked to Lulan Xingxue's side and said, as Lulan Xingxue's personal maid, she naturally knew about Lulan Xingxue's delicate relationship with Chu Tianlong. Therefore, when she learned of the news, she rushed over at the first opportunity. Lulan Xingxue's brows wrinkled and her face sank coldly. It seems that some people, they really do not do anything until they are forced to do something. Originally, she thought that with her warning, Chen Stable would restrain himself a bit, but what she hadn't expected was that she had only left with her front foot, and this Chen Stable had killed the Heavenly Thunder Peak Vein with his back foot. Such audacity is a real death wish. At the same time, this also made her feel completely unfavorable towards Chen Stable. Should we ask Elder Firmament to kill him? Lulan Greeny hurriedly said. In fact, to this Chu Tianlong, she was very favorable. Whether it was her looks or her talent, she thought that she could be worthy of her own young lady. So usually, the two of them get along with no less than a push from her. Now that the peak vein where Chu Tianlong was located was in trouble, she naturally wanted her own young lady to help defend it. Killing him will be a matter of lifting his hand. Let's see what he's going to do first. Lulan Shangxue responded. Alright, then let's go and take a look. Lulan Greeny directly nodded her head. On the other hand, the Temple of the Holy Lord. Sacred Lord, I have something to report. Ji Yuyu had just sat down for a short while when she realized that her subordinate had come to report again. In response, Ji Yuyu couldn't help but sigh. So much had happened in the past 2 days that she hadn't even had time to catch her breath. If she keeps this up, she's going to have to break down. She was in the presence of such a master as Chen Jian, but she dared to be angry and dared not speak out. Come in. Ji Yuyu adjusted her mind before speaking. Soon, an underling walked in and half-vaulted on the ground, saying, Little man, meet the Holy Lord. Alright, just say what's up. Ji Yuyu waved her hand. Back to Sacred Lord. Eunuch Yi, he's gone towards Sky Thunder Peak. The subordinate didn't dare to be slow and said in a loud voice, What did you say?
With a brush, Gus stood up, the hard-to-hide shocked change on her face. The subordinate swallowed a mouthful of saliva before he added. The villain said that Eunuch he's walking towards Heavenly Thunder Peak. Asterisk. It's not over, is it? Gu dropped a sentence and hurriedly swept towards where the Thunder Peak was. Chapter 39 Killing the Door. Falling World Heavy Thunder Bead. Under Jiang Taichu's leadership, Chen Jian quickly arrived outside of Heavenly Thunder Peak, and behind them, they were followed by numerous disciples at this time. More than anything else, they wanted to see what exactly Chen Stable was trying to do by coming to Heavenly Thunder Mountain. Come on people, stop. No one is allowed to enter here without permission. At the entrance of the mountain range, 2 guards wearing the attire of the Holy Land stopped Chen Jian and Jiang Taichu. Scram! Or die! Jiang Taichu spat out in a cold voice. The 2 guards shuddered when they felt the aura radiating from Jiang Taichu's body, but thinking of themselves as the Imperial Sun's entourage, they braced themselves. Inside is Lord Saint Sun's private territory. Please leave. Then you can die. Jiang Taichu took a step forward, his breath surging around him as a terrifying force swept out. Before the 2 guards could even react, they were shaken into a bloody mist in one fell swoop. This demon is really here to kill people. The crowd of disciples who saw the scene trembled. Some of the guards lurking in the shadows were so frightened that they hurried towards the main peak vein. Apparently, he was planning to inform the elder in charge about this one. These small actions naturally did not escape the eyes of Chen Stable and Jiang Taichu. But for that, they don't care. My lord, this way. Jiang Taichu once again led the way forward. Aha! Chen Jian nodded and followed. Go, let's follow over as well. Without any hesitation, the disciples raised their steps and chased after them. Soon, a continuous peak vein was reflected before Chen Stable's eyes. This mountain range looked very strange, and there was a sea of thunderstorms in the sky, and a constant arc of thunder was falling downward, as if it were a thunderstorm. That image looked extremely shocking, and even had the feeling of sending shivers down one's spine. On top of that, there was a unique gravity crushing down on them. This mountain range is kind of interesting. No wonder Chu Tianlong had kept it for himself. Chen Jian raised an eyebrow. This is the Heavenly Thunder Mountain, and the legendary gravity Heavenly Thunder Formation is up there. But this is only a legend. Whether it is true or not, I am not sure. Jiang Taichu thought for a moment and once again explained for Chen Jian. What's up there? Isn't some gravity Heavenly Thunder Formation? At that moment, Xian Hongxiao spoke up. Chen Jian's expression was shocked and he couldn't help but say, what is that? If I'm not mistaken, this should be the falling world heavy thunder bead that crumbled in the Taiku period. Immortal Red Peony leisurely said, falling world heavy thunder bead? Chen Jian subconsciously said, yes, it is one of the 10 great divine artifacts of the ancient world, containing the extremely terrifying falling world heavy lightning. Back then, the famous falling world thunder monarch used it to subdue hundreds of millions of gods and demons. At that time, the falling world heavy thunder swept over billions of miles, blasting even ancient time and space into flying dust. It's just that since that battle, the falling world heavy thunder bead crumbled and dissipated into the heavens and earth along with the falling world thunder monarch. The current falling world heavy thunder bead should have only regained a portion of its power as well. Chen Stable's eyes immediately lit up. Then can there be a way to get your hands on it? Perhaps there was nothing he could do with a full-bodied falling world heavy thunder bead, but if it was only restoring a portion of his power, that was another story. Do you see those gathered heavy thunderbolts? Immortal Red Peony spoke. Chen Jian nodded. That's the vision caused by the heavy thunder bead as it continuously absorbs the heavenly thunder from the 9 heavens. There's only one way to take it in, and that's to absorb all this heavenly lightning and make yourself a more powerful heavenly lightning source. Once it finds a new source of heavenly lightning, it will enter your body of its own accord. At that time, just topographically imprint on it. However, the process may be dangerous, so think it over before you make a decision. Immortal Red Peony slowly spoke her method out. What percentage of my chaotic sequence body is certain to be able to subdue it? Chen Stability couldn't help but ask. 10%. Xian Hongxiao faintly said. Then it's a done deal. There's a danger that old me will it up. Chen Stable made a direct decision. Immortal Red Peony did not make any further comments, leaving Chen Stable to make his own decision. My lord, those people are on this heavenly thunder peak. Jiang Taichu's voice rang out at the right time. Go, kill someone. Chen Jian collected his thoughts before nodding his head. Understood. Jiang Taichu took the first step forward, but stopped again within a few steps. Right. I almost forgot to mention it. The process of going up the mountain will be attacked by gravity and thunder. You have to have it in your heart. Gongzi. Aha. Chen Jian nodded. Jiang Taichu didn't say anything more and continued to lead Chen Jian forward. Soon, they arrived in front of the foot of the mountain.
It was only when close to the foot of the mountain that one could feel how terrifying the lightning and gravity contained within it was. In particular, a portion of the thunder power had fused with gravity, transforming into an even more terrifying heavy thunder. This was much more powerful than a single attribute of lightning and gravity. And at this time, there were many disciples at the foot of the mountain who were utilizing heavy lightning to cultivate. These disciples were all people who had submitted to Chu Tianlong. Because of this, it was possible to come in and practice. When they saw Chen Stable, they stopped their hands in unison. They were both shocked and envious of the talented cultivators that had arrived one after another over the past 2 days. That's all they aspire to be themselves. Obviously, at the first moment they thought of Chen Stable as a talented son or daughter who had come to the tea party. No, you guys see what's that? Just then, a disciple exclaimed. Everyone looked over at the sound. Into the eye was a large group of disciples from the Holy Land that followed closely behind. That's our Holy Land disciples. How did they get in? Another person exclaimed. No good, these two may not be here for the tea party. At this point, the crowd finally reacted. With that, they quickly gathered together and stared at Chen Stability and Jiang Taichu with a deadly stare. Especially the aura that swirled around Jiang Taichu made them tremble. At the same time, at the summit of the falling god Thunder Mountain, here stood a huge palace, with a golden spell formation shield built around it, isolating the constantly falling lightning arcs. Within the palace, there were already nearly 50 young men and women present. None of these people were imposing and honorable, especially the 8 men and women sitting at the head of the row. It would not be an exaggeration to describe them as having a monstrous aura and deep internal energy like the sea. Among these 8 men and women, there were 2 men whose aura and breath were particularly outstanding. Even sitting there like that, there was an invisible aura permeating the air, constantly colliding across the air, with no one letting anyone in. On the other hand, on the high platform, there were 2 old men who were not weak, all of them in the Heavenly King realm. At that moment, a guard walked in. He was seen kneeling down towards the 2 old men. Little man, meet Elder Bang and Elder Dong. The guards hurriedly said. Say, what is it? Zhao Feng spoke faintly. Back to my lord. Someone has come to cause trouble. The guards spoke in a loud voice. The moment these words came out, the children at the scene, all of them, were shocked. Subconsciously, he looked to where the guards were. Obviously, they were also curious as to who dared to be so bold as to cause trouble even in the emperor's territory. Who? Zhao Feng's face sank coldly. Hosting this tea party was a task given to him by Chu Tianlong. There is no room for error on his part. And now someone comes along and makes a scene. So what's the difference between that and him doing the right thing? So whoever it is must pay a heavy price. It's the kid who just came over to the Holy Land. The one called Lord Yi. Ning Wei hurriedly said. Humph. Simply don't know how to die. Zhao Feng instantly slapped his hand on the table, which exploded into dust in response. In fact, they had long since received the matter of Chen Jian abusing Chu Changda and nailing the killed elder to the holy monument. It's just that he's been working on getting ready for the tea party and can't spare the time to deal with it. But what he didn't expect was that he hadn't even looked for trouble with Chen Stable yet, and the other party had the audacity to kill over. Then who is the one called Mr. Yi? At this time that Makujuzu, who was dressed in black and had black mist wrapped around him, spoke up. Shiman Wentian, who was sitting on the side, also slowly raised his eyelids, his golden streams flickering at first. It's a brat who claims to be from a hidden power, Zhao Feng said in a cold voice. Hidden forces? The moment these words came out, the pupils of over 60% of the disciples on the scene were all shaken. On the contrary, Mu Jojo and Shiman Jantian still looked as if they were at ease. They weren't afraid of any disciples of hidden powers. At this time, Zhao Feng slowly stood up. Everyone, are you interested in accompanying the old man to watch a good killing show? That's exactly what I want. The first to respond was Mu Jojo. His voice was low, making one's scalp involuntarily tingle. This Gongzi also wants to join in the fun. Shiman Wendian followed suit and stood up. Soon the others were on their feet. Chapter 41 Foot on the Path to Invincibility. Shocking the whole world. Look guys, isn't that Peak Master Zhao? And Peak Master Li, he came out as well. No, it's them and all the talented children who have come out. As one person exclaimed, the crowd at the foot of the mountain reacted. Then, they all looked at the group of talented men and women in the sky above, looking out of the corner of their eyes. Chen Stable, who was about to climb the mountain, couldn't help but stop at this point. Chen Stable raised his head slightly. The bottom of his eyes were as calm as water, and the aura of a unique world was self-contained. Invisibly, he formed a counterpoint with the dozens of geniuses above him, and did not lose out in the slightest. Is that the kid? Mu Jojo and Shiman Wentian, at the first moment, captured where Chen Stable was. When he saw that Chen Stable was calm and composed and did not lower his eyebrows due to their aura, he could not help but frown lightly. The Chen stable of the first heavenly human realm was nothing in their eyes, but Chen Jian's aura, and also his personal temperament, was just too outstanding, even for those of them who had seen many geniuses. The moment they saw Chen stable, they had the momentum of being overpowered. Chen stable calmly withdrew his gaze, the corners of his mouth gradually rising. Among the dozens of talented children, there were a full 6 sons of heaven's destiny. 2 of them had fate soul levels that had even reached green. If he guessed correctly, these 2 people should be the 2 sons of the hidden powers that Jiang Taichu had spoken of. Immediately afterward, his gaze shifted again and landed on the 2 old men on the other side. In these 2 old men, he sensed killing intent. Oh, it looks like these 2 are planning to come and kill me. Seeing this, the corner of Chen Jian's mouth could not help but hook. My lord, those 2 heavenly king realms are one of Chu Tianlong's inner circle, and are very much respected by Chu Tianlong. With that, Jiang Taichu's words changed. Wait, I'll deal with the 2 of them. You can have problems dealing with those genius children. As for Chen stable's danger, he wasn't worried at all, especially after that incident with Li Yunyue just now. He was even more certain that there was a truly great person protecting Chen's stability in secret. Yes, Chen Jian nodded. The strongest of these sons and daughters belonged to the 2 who stood at the front, but it was only 3 times the realm of life and death. He had absolute confidence in killing all of these people. At this moment, Zhao Feng, who was staring closely at Chen stable, spoke. You're that Lord Yi? Get your ass down here before you talk. As the words fell, Chen stable moved, stepping forward and down with 1 foot in front of everyone. In an instant, the chaotic sequence body was inspired. An unrivaled power rose up at first, leaking out from underneath his feet. Bang! In an instant, the heavens and earth shook, shocking thunder, and that terrifying power pushed forward horizontally. The power fluctuations of the 9 colors were like the rank locks of heaven and earth, crushing all obstacles and running through a huge surge path. The heavenly thunder, rocks and peak veins were shattered into pieces one by one, and the entire mountain range was bombarded into a mess. How is this possible? The cold and heavy smiles on the faces of Zhao Feng and the others who were in the highest altitude disappeared, and were replaced by endless shock. In an instant, invisible forces pushed across from them, forcefully shaking them all back. Bang! Only to see that they slammed hard into the shields behind them. The power that passed through them shattered the shields along with the palace, raising dust all over the sky. Zhao Feng and Li Yundong were directly pressed down from midair, a huge wave of streaming dust coming from around them. On the contrary, the talented sons and daughters of Mu Jojo and the others were directly and quickly engulfed by this dust. This scene was just watched by Lulan Xingxue, Ji Yuyue, Zhang Qingrun and the others who rushed over. None of them showed a look of shock. A foot stomped the mountain range into flat ground. This is for them. It's too much. It's too rough. One must know that Chen's stability was only at the first heavenly human realm. No one can look down and talk to me. At this time, Chen stable's faint voice rang out. The shocked look on the faces of the people who heard this intensified. Simply put, no one can look down and talk to me. What arrogance! What dominance! Jiang Taichu also couldn't help but look at Chen Jian. The shock on his face couldn't be concealed. This means, this treatment. He never thought about it either. It could be said that Chen stable had surprised him again. Miss, this Lord Yi is so domineering. Lulan Greenie couldn't help but open her mouth. Lulan Xingxue stared at the sight of Chen stable's face for a long time before saying, indeed, he is a dragon among men, but too stubborn. Lulan Greenie didn't say anything. It was because she also thought that Chen Jian was too presumptuous, knowing that the emperor's son could not afford to be offended, but still being so arrogant. What's the point of being overbearing and extraordinary when you're like that? Swish swish swish. A few breaths later, a figure rushed out from the ruins. Aside from Shiman Wendian and Mu Jojo who didn't have much damage, everyone else was more or less in a sorry state. But surprisingly, these people didn't get angry. Technically, it's all of them that are suppressing their anger. As a genius disciple, being stomped by a tiny celestial realm, it was embarrassing to talk about it. But there was no doubt that Chen stable had also stomped away their pride. Greeting the gazes of these people, Chen stable dug his ears and faintly said, now that you can speak, say how you want to die? When these words came out, the entire room was dead silent. That son of a, so arrogant. Zhao Feng and Li Yundong were instantly enraged, and their terrifying heavenly king realm power swept out, opening up a huge heavenly king domain field in midair. All of a sudden, the scene was filled with endless solemnity, suffocating people. Here we go. The 2 peak masters were finally going to make a move. Seeing this scene, the disciples couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The peak master of Heavenly Thunder Peak was not something that could be compared to the peak master of the Holy Land Peak Vein. This gap was not only reflected in strength, but also in the inheritance of cultivation. It was no exaggeration to say that even the Holy Lord of the Holy Land was not necessarily a match for these two peak masters.
Son of a, you deserve to die.
Zhao Feng suddenly roared with a sardonic voice.
And with one hand, he was about to grab out towards Chen Jian. Elder Zhao, can you listen to this holy lord?
Guul looked at the state of the scene and still decided to step forward to make a roundup.
After all, if these two parties fought, it would be their heavenly maiden Holy Land that would lose out. Get lost or you die.
Zhao Feng turned his head violently,
his icy gaze locking straight onto Guul.
Gu's face choked, but when she thought that behind Zhao Feng stood the Emperor's son, she could only swallow the breath back raw.
Come die for me.
Zhao Feng did not hesitate to grab out with one hand towards Chen Jian. One could only see the terrifying power tearing through all obstacles, the golden power of the Heavenly King,
pulsating between his hands like a raging yang current. Humph, your opponent is this seat.
Jiang Taichu directly met him, blocking Zhao Feng's attack with one hand and blocking Li Yundong on the other side.
Gentlemen, that son of a is all yours.
Zhao Feng dropped a sentence entangled with Jiang Taichu. They were also aware of Jiang Taichu's strength. Therefore, they had pinned their hopes on Mu Jojo and the others from the very beginning.
They just couldn't believe it. So many people couldn't kill Chen Stable alone.
Of course, if they had known that Chen Stable had killed a first-level life and death realm with a single sword, they wouldn't have been so confident.
Chapter 41 A slap in the face. I just want to whip you, kid, how do you want to die? Saying that, Shiman Wantian's voice turned extremely cold,
and the bottom of his eyes rippled with icy killing opportunities. When Mu Jojo saw that Shiman Wentian had made the first move, he didn't continue to lash out.
He knew how strong Shiman Wentian was.
It was just the right time to take the opportunity to see where the strength of Chen Stable,
who had struck out head-on, had reached. The other genius children, too, looked at Chen Stable with cold mockery, that superior stance displayed to the fullest. Swish! Suddenly,
Chen Stable moved and disappeared in place in one swift swipe.
Not good.
Shiman Wentian and Mu Jojo's faces changed drastically at the same time.
As for the other talented children, they didn't react at all. By the time Chen Jian appeared once more,
one hand was already pressing down towards where Shiman Wentian was.
Chaotic horizontal heavenly hands.
The hand was like covering the sky. The power of chaos in the center of the palm was diffusing, and millions of horizontal heavenly powers were reviving and roaring.
When the pressure fell, the space exploded,
and the terrifying and incomparable power swept away in all directions.
A nine-colored wave of light could be seen expanding, squaring off the self-shaped domain, while Mu Jojo and the others were powerfully shaken away. How can you? Shiman Wentian was instantly terrified,
because the power that pressed down in an instant had actually crushed all of his protective astral force. Even the power that was stirring within him was pressed back raw in that instant, crashing around within his body.
In the next moment, this palm fell, and it just slapped at Shiman Batantian's head. No! When Shiman Wentian was alarmed,
he hurriedly stimulated the 9 wheels of heavenly yang body,
and the power of the heavenly yang around his body was like a wheel of sun, violently erupting with 10,000 rays of light.
Wheel after wheel of divine body, how light continuously impacted the slapping down horizontal heavenly hand,
intending to block this attack.
Pust! Only to see these vast lights, which were slapped into light explosions in response to the sound.
An unrivaled power leaked down, crushing through Shiman Battle Sky's body. How can it be so strong? Shiman Jantian felt death approaching and roared in a loud voice. I'm a son of the hidden ancient clan. How dare you kill me?
Chen's stability was not moved at all as he slapped one hand directly on Shiman Jantian's head.
Boom!
Shiman Jantian's entire body exploded into a cluster of blood mist, along with the ground being sunk by a slap,
revealing a palm-shaped sinkhole. Silence, a deathly silence once again fell around them. There was a single cultivator right now,
and none of them showed a look of shock.
A slap, a first-tier celestial realm, just like that, slapped a third-tier life and death realm genius to death with a single slap. And there wasn't even any resistance. This is too much of a stretch. Even the Emperor's son, Laozi, did the same thing? So what are you?
Chen Stable calmly withdrew his hand, his faint voice resounding in the dead silence around him.
But even so, not a single person dared to speak out against it.
Chen Stable, who had slapped Shiman Jantian to death with one palm, had this kind of capital.
So strong. Lulan Greenie couldn't help but lose her voice. So strong indeed.
Lulan Xingxue took a deep breath, and her gaze towards Chen Stable once again changed. How is this possible? Zhao Feng also noticed the scene and couldn't help but stop his hand movements.
Slapping Shiman Wentian to death with one palm was simply unacceptable to him. Originally,
they thought that just Shiman Wartime and these people would be enough to kill Chen Stable.
They, on the other hand,
only needed to keep Jiang Taichu involved. But now it seemed that they had all far underestimated Chen Stable.
Ha ha ha, what are you looking at? It's just beginning now. Wait for it, all of them will have to die.
Jiang Taichu let out a loud laugh when he saw Zhao Feng and Li Yundong's faces change wildly. Zhao Feng and Li Yundong's faces suddenly became even more ugly. Melting is complete. Congratulations. You've obtained a green divine destiny nirvana liquid. Congratulations. You have reached a new achievement and received a green destiny treasure chest. People are a bit wasted, but let's hope the unboxing rewards will be good. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth slightly hooked. What about you guys? Do you want to ask how I want to die? Chen Jian collected his thoughts and looked up at Mu Jojo and the others who still had shock lingering on their faces. The faces of Mu Jojo and the others immediately became ugly to the extreme. But they dared to be angry. Slapping Shiman Wendian to death with a single palm would never be possible unless he used his strongest means. But what about Chen Jian? From the posture of the strike, it was clearly easy. Therefore, even though he was indignant and suffocating, he had to recognize a fact. That is, just by round of individual strength. It was feared that none of them would be a match for Chen Stable. The crowd of onlookers, seeing this scene, couldn't help but be shocked again. With such a simple sentence, it was able to crush the 100 geniuses standing at the top of the pyramid on the ground of Qingzhou, so much so that they didn't even dare to let out a single fart. What does it mean to be bossy? That's it. What it means to be invincible. That's it. I thought all you high and mighty geniuses had a lot of guts. Saying that, Chen Stable shook his head. So it's all soft and fearful losers. Eggless eggs. Mu Jojo clenched the groove of his teeth with a deadly grip, his fists tightening and loosening and tightening. He, Mu Jojo, since his birth, when had he ever been so humiliated? Hateful as it may be, it is biased and he dares not disregard it. Chen Jian's gaze turned again before landing on Mu Jojo. Why don't you come out and try catching a poem from me as well? To be honest, I haven't enjoyed myself just now. Swish swish swish. At that moment, everyone looked at Mu Jojo, as if to say, try it or not. The corners of Mu Jojo's mouth twitched continuously. People are numb. Ah. What are you looking at? Isn't the old man's life a life? Try it yourselves. Damn it. Mu Jojo suppressed his inner anger and forced a smile. Man, you're just making it difficult for brother me. Saying that, an idea suddenly popped into Mu Jojo's head. Buddy, if you really aren't enjoying yourself, brother, I do have a suggestion. That thunder domain field up there, see? The legend is that it's a mouthful of gravity heavenly thunder formation made by the spirit of heaven and earth. As long as you incorporate its origin into the Sea of Souls, you will gain unimaginable power. Brother believes that with brother yes strength, he will definitely be able to get it in his pocket. Oh, that's something to try. Chen Stable nodded leisurely. Phew. Mu Jojo silently breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he then laughed coldly in his heart. If this gravity heavenly thunder formation is that easy to take in, it's still your turn? Go ahead and go ahead. After you both lose, I'll do a mantis and a yellow bird. At that time, won't I be the biggest winner? Thinking of this, Mu Jojo suddenly didn't really hate Chen Jian anymore. But, old man wants to you right now. Right at this moment, Chen Jian's words changed, and one hand violently jerked out towards Mu Jojo's face. Mu Jojo's face changed more than wildly. Chen Stable's sudden strike was something he hadn't expected. When he tried to resist, Chen Stable smashed his divine body defense with a single slap and heavily smacked him in the face. Bang! Mu Jojo's entire body was slapped over and half of his face was directly smashed just like that. Son of a, you seek death. In an instant, Mu Jojo stormed up from the ground, only to see that the black mist around him completely rioted, and the giant shadow of the god demon roared and roared. The heavens and the earth, too, were all dyed blood black at once. Killing, violence, darkness, and many other auras were raging wildly. The crowd watched this with a shock. It was the first time they had seen Mu Jojo make a move, and that strength was too much stronger than Zhao Tianlong. How would you deal with Makuju now? Lulan Xingxue swept a glance at Mu Jojo before looking at where Qin Jian was. Chapter 42 Burying the 9 Heavenly Thunder Alone. Breathing the laws of heaven and earth. Out of your depth. As Chen Jian sipped, he grabbed down with one hand towards where Mu Jojo was. The power of chaotic sequence was entwined between those hands, clawing through all of Mu Jojo's attacks with the swiftest speed. Even that giant shadow of a god or devil was pierced through with one hand. I, for one, won't believe it. Mu Jojo roared in a fierce voice, his power surging once again, constantly squeezing the divine body origin. You, not even close. Chen Stable's cold voice fell. His speed did not decrease, and he crushed Mu Jojo's counterattack once again with an undeserved momentum. Afterwards, one hand heavily grasped onto Mu Jojo's head, and unrivaled power raged, quickly sweeping over Mu Jojo's entire body. Bang! Mu Jojo's knees snapped to the ground, and the ground immediately sank, blowing up pieces of powder from the falling sky. Pust! Makujuzu finally couldn't hold it anymore, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The divine body then followed and crumbled with a bang. A cluster of blood splattering in all directions.
The crowd couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and all they could feel in their entire body was endless cool air. Such a Mujojo, surprisingly, did not even have the strength to resist either. What the kind of monster is this? They had seen a lot of geniuses from the Qingzhou land, but they just really hadn't seen such a terrifying monster. Lulan Shengshua's fists were slightly clenched, and her gaze towards Chen Jian completely changed. Chen Jian once again refreshed their perceptions. Chen Jian looked down at Mujojo and sneered. Isn't it just that you want to induce me to take in the thunder formation so that you can profit from it? That's a good calculation. But you think that's going to get me killed. Good thing too. Today I'll let you kneel and watch how I took that thing in. With that, Chen Jian turned his words around. One of you on the scene counts as one. Don't say that I won't give you a chance. Now immediately all of you go shake people. I'll pick you all off one by one. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. One picks everyone, and it makes these talented kids shake people. Let's just say it's arrogant. Kneeling on the ground, his face ashen. Mujojo was so shocked that he looked up sharply. However, he only saw Chen Stable's disdainful back. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he had not only lost in terms of strength, but even in terms of aura. At this moment, Chen Jian did not care about the gazes of the crowd as he lifted his steps towards where that mouth of the Heavenly Thunder Formation was located. This is really planning to take in that gravity Heavenly Thunder Formation all by himself? When they actually saw Chen Stable in action, the crowd was once again shocked. In fact, this gravity Heavenly Thunder Formation never lacked people who hit on its idea. But in all these years, which one of them has gotten it? Even their emperor's son, such an amazingly talented person, could only look on in awe. Miss, do you think he can do it? Lulan Greeny took a deep breath and said. The other disciples all looked towards Lulan Xingxue as well. At this point, they had already been convinced by Chen Stable's strength. Like Lulan Greeny, they also wanted to get an answer from Lulan Xingxue. Lulan Xingxue shook her head. I don't know. In fact, she had also hit on the idea of this Heavenly Thunder Formation, but she had been unable to do so. Whether it was the killing chance contained within it or that mysterious and unpredictable inner source, it was not something a celestial realm could deal with. But the fact that this person was Chen Stable made her afraid to assert herself, because this man broke so many of her perceptions. The last person like that was still that fiancé of hers. Got it. I just don't have the confidence. A flash of understanding flashed through the hearts of Lulan Luer and the others, so they did not pursue the matter further. Mu Jojo struggled to get up from the ground, fiercely wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes scarlet. On the other side, Chen Stable had already risen to right below the gravity Heavenly Thunder Formation, and when he raised his head, he could see the monstrous thunder that was like a sea. Only by getting closer could one truly feel the terrifying power of that thunder. The lightning arc that was the size of a pillar looked as if it was a thunder dragon diving in the thunder sea. That violent and searing power, again, seemed as if it was poised to explode. It was no exaggeration to say that if he didn't possess a chaotic sequence body, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to get close. Sister Peonia, what am I going to do? Chen Jian took a deep breath and said, it's very simple. It's to rush into this vast sea of thunder, let go of the chaotic sequence body, and inhale all of this thunder power into your body. You just have to withstand that wave after wave of impacts, and leave the rest to the chaos sequence body. Immortal Red Peony's voice rang out leisurely. Understood. Chen Jian nodded and said. At the very first moment, he operated the supreme chaos technique. In an instant, the chaotic sequence power within his body scurried up, like a volcano erupting. At the same time, the flesh also bulged in an orderly manner with the Gong method, and the power contained within the cells was released at this moment. This power is so strong. Chen Stable, who had suddenly unleashed his power, set off shocking waves to come, and the invisible pressure landed, as if the heavens and earth had been pressed out with a layer of ripples. Bang, bang, bang. Under that invisible pressure, the people underneath finally couldn't stand it anymore, and one by one, they fell to the ground one after another, panting heavily. Although Mu Jojo and the others were barely able to hold on, their whole bodies were still trembling uncontrollably. It was at this moment in time that they realized, the power used by Chen Stable just now was still far less than 30% of what it was now. In the midst of the crowd's shock, Chen Stable moved, rushing into the gravity Heavenly Thunder Formation in a flash, that at first glance, it was like mud in the ocean, disappearing in an instant without a trace. What is this doing? Playing hard to get? Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. In their view, what is the difference between this approach and a death wish? Resisting heavenly lightning alone, and still resisting such a massive amount of heaven. With even the most powerful physique and strength, they would all be blasted into flying dust, right? Lulan Xingxue, who had been as calm as ever, couldn't help but lightly wrinkle her eyebrows at this time.
This approach of Chen Stable also broke her perception.
Even she, who came from a supreme power, had never seen it before. Ha ha ha. Well done. Well done. On the contrary,
Mu Jojo was only stagnant for a moment before he was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Although, he was also holding the heart that it would be good for Chen Stable to die in the Gravity Heavenly Thunder formation. It was merely a prayer. What he hadn't expected was that Chen Jianjun would really do as he wished.
This time if Chen Stable didn't die, then he would eat all of those thunders. Rumble. And right at that moment, the Gravity Heavenly Thunder formation in midair suddenly boiled over. Those thunder arcs were also like if awakened thunder dragons, constantly wreaking havoc. The heavens and the earth were filled with solemnity at this moment. Endless thunderstorms were storming and continuously falling down. If the thunder that fell before was a light rain, now it was a torrential downpour. This vision and lined up outward at great speed, looking terrifying. What do you see there? Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out. Everyone looked over in search of the sound, and what met their eyes was a Kuei shadow reflected in the sky and earth. That Kuei shadow stood, unique and incomparable, endless thunder surging towards that, setting the person off as if a heavenly god was approaching the world. It's that kid. He's not dead. Oh my god. He's absorbing all that thunder. Another individual cried out sharply when the Kuei shadow was clearly seen. How is this possible? Mu Jojo's pupils shrunk violently, and his entire body involuntarily stumbled back a step. Come! Chen Jian's battle spirit boiled to the heavens as he roared against the surging thunder. The voice was like thunder rolling for a long time, reaching right up to heaven and earth. Soon enough, Chen Steady operated the gong method to the extreme, breathing like thunder and shaking the earth and sky. That wave after wave of vibrations, like the sound of drums from eternity. Okay, again. As more and more thunder poured in, Chen Stable instantly felt a burst of endless pleasure, and the chaotic sequence body was giving back little by little. Gradually, the thunder that filled the sky began to diminish, while the 9 colors of sequential light began to cover the entire dome of the sky, and the heavenly visions were superimposing themselves. Looking at the ever-changing dome of the sky, as well as the Chen Stable whose aura was becoming more and more powerful, the crowd was already numb. Not only did he bury himself into the heavenly thunder domain, but he also sucked up all that thunder. All of this cut is not something a normal person could do. So there you are. Double clusters of light suddenly burst out from the bottom of Chen Yin's eyes. Chapter 43 is just strong, direct obliteration. Only to see that a bead body that was only the size of a baby's fist appeared in the spatial crack. If Chen Stable hadn't brought his consciousness to look for it, he wouldn't have been able to discover its existence at all. Let's just say it's hidden deep enough. The body of the bead was black in color, with only a few strands of black thunder pulsating on the surface. As the bead body fluttered and moved, it was as if it was like a beating heart. However, from it, Qin Jian could be subjected to a force that was even more powerful than the 9 heavens thunder. Phew! Just then, the bead body moved, turning into a lightning flash that quickly disappeared into his body. The heavy thunder pearl disappeared in a flash of lightning. This, Chen Stable was shaken. Before he could react, that violent and gloomy power exploded inside his body and was sweeping outside his body at the swiftest speed. Ah! Chen Jian roared in a caracal voice, his roar of extreme pain echoing in mid-air. As for Chen Stable's entire person, he was quickly engulfed by black thunder and exploded into a cloud of thunderflakes under the watchful eyes of the crowd. What is this? Once again, the crowd was dumbfounded. Not long ago, they were still in the midst of the shock brought about by Chen Stable. But now, everything's changed. In mid-air, only the black thunder that had suddenly exploded out remained. Where was there any semblance of Chen Stable's shadow? Watching to this scene, Mu Jojo was instantly so excited that he couldn't help himself. Although he didn't know what had happened, Chen Stable's aura had completely disappeared now. In this state, he didn't believe that Chen Stable would still be able to survive. What do you mean the sky is the limit? That's it. Next, he only needed to wait for the people from the Divine Demon Hall to come over, and the final winner would still be him. Thinking of this, Mu Jojo changed his previous despair and his whole body was filled with agitation. Miss, that kid, his aura has completely disappeared. Lulan Greenie took a deep breath and said. Lulan Xingxue's expression was no longer as calm as before, and she was silent for a moment before saying, let's wait and see first. Lulan Luer knew that this situation Lulan Xingxue also couldn't estimate it. That's why she said such vague words. Soon, the attention of the crowd was, once again, attracted by the black thunder. The moment the black thunder appeared, the situation of the entire space changed. Originally, that gravity heavenly thunder formation had only made them feel violent and potent at best. But what about now? Just berserk and potent and heavy can't even begin to describe this. I can only say that the surrounding area is filled with endless destruction.
As if the entire heaven and earth are drowned in the 9 hellish fields. They were in the scene, and they even had the feeling that they would be bombed into flying dust at any time. And the same time, Chen Stable had already braced himself from the bombardment of heavy lightning and regained his perception and control of his body. If one looked closely, one could see that Chen Stable's chaotic sequence was crazily absorbing the power of the heavy thunder bead. On the contrary, the heavy thunder bead was no longer as arrogant as it was before, constantly trying to rip these forces back, but facing the robber-like plundering of the chaos sequence body, it had no resistance at all. One can only shrink on a corner of the body like a grieving little daughter-in-law. It's still the chaos sequence body that's fierce. When Chen Stable saw this, he had the urge to laugh and jerk. Originally, the heavy thunder bead was rushing towards the heavenly lightning source within his body. Now it was good that the sheep had entered the tiger's mouth, and even the power that had been recovered with great difficulty had been partially plundered by the sequence body. Laugh your deuce ah! If you don't control your divine body, my old lady will even be lifted. Just as Chen Stability watched all of this with interest, a cursing female voice rang out. Aha! Is this the spiritual wisdom that Sister Peonia talks about? I'm telling you, why would it autonomously hide in a space rift to prevent it from being discovered by someone with a heart of gold? What are you fuming about? The old lady is dying of stench. The female voice came once more. Chen Jian collected his thoughts. Watch your attitude. Now I have to be the one to say whether you live or die. You. The female voice was angry and furious. Bastard boy. Count on you. Say, what do you want? Submit to me. Chen Stable opened his mouth. It's not easy for me to live again. There's no way I'll become anyone's tool again. The female voice said directly. Oh, then you can disappear. Chen Stable directly pushed his physique to the extreme. Stop, 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 stop. The female voice yelled sharply. Chen Jian did not respond to it again, but said, Sister Peonia, do you have a way to erase its sanity? So ruthless? Immortal Red Peony hesitated for a moment before saying. Chen Stable faintly said, Ruthless? I don't think so. Its predecessor was indeed one of the 10 great divine objects, well and good. But what about now? It's just the same spirit object with potential. Besides, it rushed into my body, not with the intention of sucking me dry. If I didn't possess a chaotic sequence body, where else would I be qualified to stand and bargain with it? Since it can't carry it, I'll just have to give it a ride. Yes, but it might be harmful to the subsequent enhancement of the heavy thunder bead, so you have to think carefully. Immortal Red Peony hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. What kind of damage? Chen Jian frowned lightly. That is, this spirit wisdom will know the direction of the heavy thunder bead's enhancement and consciously make it regain its previous power. If there is no existence of it, then how it is going to be upgraded is entirely dependent on the autonomous consciousness of the heavy thunder bead. Whether or not the heavy thunder pearl can fully recover in this situation, and whether or not it can recover to be the same as before, that's another story. Immortal Red Peony spoke leisurely. Isn't that also a kind of fun? The corner of Chen Jian's mouth slightly hooked. Alright, you suppress it with your cereal body and leave the rest to me. Seeing that Chen Stable had already made his decision, Xian Hongxiao did not say anything more. What are you doing? No, you can't. I am willing to submit. The little man is willing to submit. The moment Immortal Red Peony struck down a bolt of power towards the heavy thunder bead, that spirit intelligence was finally afraid. It had not thought at all that Chen Stable would be so ruthless, so decisive, and simply did not give any more room for discussion. Now it regrets and is afraid. You only get one chance with me, and since you want to be free, I'll send you to heaven. The heavens are large enough for you to roam at will. Chen Stable said indifferently. No, 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 I regret it. I shouldn't have bargained. As long as you are willing to villainize me once, I will assist you with all my might and never have second thoughts. The female voice hastily begged for mercy, but what responded to it was Chen Stable's silence and resolute determination. No. Reiki struggled wildly, but no amount of struggling will change the fact that it is so. The people outside had no idea about what was happening inside Black Thunder. After seeing that Chen Stable did not move for a long time, their mentality that they were still holding on to a hint of luck gradually disappeared. After all, Chen Stable hadn't been seen for so long, and his breath had disappeared. Then there was only one possibility. Chen Stable had already died in that mass of Black Thunder. And right at that moment, a monstrous magic power suddenly appeared in midair and swept across the entire scene at top speed. It's coming, my master. He's coming. Mu Jojo's eyes instantly lit up, and his entire body couldn't help but get excited. Chapter 44 The Arrival of Various Forces. Chen Stable tragically surrounded and killed.
This was the aura of the Heavenly King realm.
The faces of all the people on the scene changed. Like a Heavenly King realm-level powerhouse, that was already at the top of the pyramid in the ancient Yuan realm. Ha ha, Jiang Taichu, now you can still laugh. Zhao Feng burst out laughing aloud. Jiang Taichu's face remained unchanged, a mocking sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth.
Because this is the moment they've been waiting for. The more people that come, the more people will die.
Only then would it be possible to uproot these people at once, allowing Chu Tianlong to feel despair with his own eyes.
Soon,
an old man with crane hair and black mist wrapped around his body arrived in front of the crowd.
This old man was none other than Mu Jiuzhou's master. It was also an elder of the hidden ancient clan Mac Chongyun. Mu Chongyun's gaze swept lightly and finally landed on Mu Jiuzhou's body.
When he saw that Mu Jiuzhou's clothes were ragged and his divine body was damaged, his brows twisted into a ball and killing intent raged in his eyes. The heavenly demon ninefold body possessed by Mu Jiuzhou possessed 9 awakenings, with each awakening increasing its power by 3 times. The only drawback was that it was extremely demanding in terms of resources and cultivation requirements.
If you're not careful, you're likely to lose it all. So, even he who was the elder of the Mako clan, for the sake of Mu Jiuzhou's safety, he also did not hesitate to take the initiative to take up this responsibility of protecting the road. It was just that what he hadn't expected was that just attending a tea party would cause Mu Jiuzhou to suffer such a misfortune. If not, the cultivation that their Mu clan had been doing for Mu Chongyun would be wasted as a result. Thinking of this, the killing intent underneath Mu Chongyun's eyes intensified. Who did this? The moment these words came out, the entire room was dead silent, and everyone could feel the killing intent that pressed down on their faces. The person who injured my disciple is dead. Mu Jiuzhou suddenly spoke. Dead? Mu Chongyun's brows wrinkled tighter. What does this mean? Master, you look up there. Mu Jiuzhou pointed in midair. Mu Chongyun looked up, and his pupils instantly shrunk. How did this gravity heavenly thunder formation become like this? Also, how did those heavenly thunderbolts turn black? The more closely he looked into it, the more shocked Mu Chongyun was. This gravity heavenly thunder formation, he had also tried to take it in, but was also unsuccessful. However, he remembered that the previous heavenly thunder did not have the impact that this black thunder gave him at all. Just by looking at it, he had a feeling of goosebumps all over his body and numbness in his brain. He was certain that if he got close, he would definitely be blasted into flying dust without even a hint of resistance. Only after suppressing the inner turmoil did Mu Chongyun ask towards Mu Jiuzhou, how did this gravity heavenly thunder formation become like this? Mu Jiuzhou didn't hide it, and told the whole story of how things developed. First heavenly human realm? First, he slapped Shiman Zhantian to death. Afterwards, he single-handedly suppressed his own disciples. After doing so, he rushed into the gravity heavenly thunder formation with just his body again, forcibly absorbing away those heavenly thunders. It was only in the end that he was bombarded by those black thunderbolts, and even his soul was blasted into flying dust. When listening to everything Mu Jiuzhou said, Mu Chongyun had the feeling that he was listening to heavenly books. Let's not talk about the matter of the first heavenly human realm, seconding 2/3 life and death realms. It was just charging into the gravity heavenly thunder formation with just his body. That was also extremely ridiculous, but he knew that his disciple really wouldn't lie to him in front of so many people. Besides, there's no point in fooling him with these. It took a long time for Mu Chongyun to digest this information before he said, in that case, it was him who came with that kid? With that, Mu Chongyun locked onto Jiang Taichu, who had a calm face. He was naturally aware of the fact that Jiang Taichu was the boundary protector hall master. The boundary protectorate wasn't considered a great power, but this person, Jiang Taichu, was quite gifted. At less than 35 years old he was already at the 4th Heavenly King realm, and his personal strength was also very strong. Earlier in the day they had met during an adventure and the two had exchanged blows. However, the end result was that he barely fought a draw with the advantage of his realm. Of course, he was not using his real bottom card, but he also knew that Jiang Taichu was definitely useless as well. So if we're talking about pure talent comparisons, this person Jiang Taichu was a step ahead of him. Yes, Mu Jiuzhou hurriedly answered. Jiang Taichu, right, I can leave you alone, but you must tell this seat where that kid came from. Mu Chongyun stared at Jiang Taichu before speaking. Jiang Taichu lightly glanced at Mu Chongyun. What if I don't say anything? A cold aura flashed underneath Mu Chongyun's eyes. If you don't say anything, then you'll be guilty of the same crime as that brat. The expression on Jiang Taichu's face disappeared. Who are you to threaten me? Boom! As the words fell, the breath in his body leaked out, powerfully clashing with Mu Chongyun's aura. 2 unrivaled airwaves exploded. Space twisted and crumbled, and the ground followed and exploded into a dust storm that filled the sky. Isn't he in the 4th Heavenly King realm? How did it become the 6th Heavenly King realm all of a sudden?
Zhao Feng and Li Yundong's faces suddenly changed wildly as they looked at Jiang Taichu in disbelief.
It turned out that just now, Jiang Taichu hadn't been trying his best with them. Don't look at the fact that the 6th Heavenly King Realm and the 4th Heavenly King Realm were only 2 tiny realms apart. But that was a heavenly barrier for cultivators. Equally shocked was Mu Chongyun. After only a few years of not seeing him, he didn't expect that this Jiang Taichu had already caught up with him in the realm. One must know that last time, the two were 3 small realms apart. If Jiang Taichu was the same age as him, what would have been the scene in the end? Thinking of this, while Mu Chongyun was shocked, he was so jealous that his eyes wanted to crack. And just as the atmosphere gradually died down, 19 more terrifying auras pressed in from the distance. There were Heavenly King Realm and Nirvana Realm in these auras, but each of them was very strong. What's going on here? The crowd of onlookers looked away in unison with horror. Into the eyes were 19 figures rapidly swept, and rapidly in zoom. Seeing this, those dozens of talented sons and daughters, in unison, let out a sigh of relief. The people from their forces had finally arrived, so they wouldn't have to worry about being accounted for here. Seriously, the Qin Jian just now really scared them. Even though Qin Stable might have died in that mass of black thunder, they were still apprehensive. I was afraid that suddenly, Chen Jian would pop out of it. You are indeed a supreme genius, and you are indeed not inferior to me. Speaking of this, Mu Chongyun's words changed, but what about now? Do you still think covering it up is a wise choice? At that moment, everyone looked at Jiang Taichu. They also wanted to know how Jiang Taichu was going to deal with the siege of so many people. So you want to know who I am? Why don't I just tell you myself? Before Jiang Taichu could respond, Chen Stable's voice suddenly rang out. The moment these words came out, everyone froze in place, their pupils shaking more than just straight. The voice was familiar to them. At once, they all looked to where the source of the sound was. Chapter 45. Have you waited long? I'll send you on your way. To his eyes, it was none other than Chen Stable who was suspended in midair. At this time, Chen Jian's body wrapped 10,000 feet of black thunder. His momentum was monstrous, and the surrounding space was all distorted by it. Look at it, like a murderous god returning from hell. Surprisingly, I really didn't die. How is this possible? When they saw Chen Jian's appearance, the shock on the faces of the crowd increased. Lu Lanxingshua's complexion was violently stunned, her face full of disbelief. You know, it was just now that she thought Chen Jian was dead. Master, it's him, he's the one who killed my apprentice. Mu Jojo pointed at Chen Stable and roared up in a cold carping voice. Mu Chongyun ignored Mu Jojo and instead directly locked onto Chen Stable's figure. Second Heavenly Man Realm. The breath was thick and limitless. The individual looked instrumental and had a unique aura. Aside from the realm, there was a discrepancy with what Mu Jojo had said. The others weren't too far off. No wonder he can beat Xiao Zhou. He does have the capital. In just a few breaths of time, Mu Chongyun had made an initial determination about Chen Stable. Obviously, at this moment, Chen Stable had already completed his breakthrough with the help of the heavy thunder bead's power feedback. Swish swish swish, and at that moment, those 19 strong men had already arrived at the scene. In the first instance, they found their respective disciples. When asked about what happened, they were just as shocked as Mu Chongyun, just as disbelieving. Their disciples were considered to be counted as geniuses, whether in their respective forces or in the entire ancient Yuan realm. However, he was trampled under the feet of a celestial realm brat, and in the end, he could only be forced to ask for their help. This all sounds so ridiculous, but again, it actually happened. Two very real things are now before them. One is where Chen Stable came from. They didn't believe that a person with no background could have such strength. Secondly, where did that gravity heavenly thunder array in midair go? Was it collected by him? If it was truly taken away, then they didn't mind leaving Chen Stable here. Even if Chen Stable came from a different background, they just couldn't believe that the person behind Chen Stable could not offend 20 of their forces at once. For a while, many thoughts flashed through their minds and bodies, and it also made them make a preliminary decision. Looking at this strange atmosphere at the scene, a Grand Elder of the Beast God sect spoke up. I, Zhao Hong, Grand Elder of the Beast God sect, have met Elder Mu. In the eyes of these people, Mu Chongyun belonged to the top of the list in terms of both identity and strength. So it made sense that Jiang Taichu would be the one to handle all of this. So it's Brother Zhao, courteous. Mu Chongyun hurriedly hugged to salute. We'll listen to you on how to handle this. Zhao Hong opened his mouth. The others didn't say anything, but apparently acquiesced in the decision. Mu Chongyun's eyes flickered before he spoke. Since all of you trust old Mu so much, then I'll trust you for once. With that, he then looked up at Chen Stability. This seat, hidden ancient clan elder Mu Chongyun. Dare I ask which power your little friend comes from? The corner of Chen Jian's mouth was raised.
The fact that Mu Chongyun was able to suppress his anger so quickly was indeed something he hadn't expected. But he wasn't going to spoil them. What kind of thing are you? And you're worthy of asking about Lao Zi's identity. Chen Stable spoke leisurely. The expression on Mu Chongyun's face tightened. Kid, don't refuse to eat wine until you've toasted it. You're a dead man. What's with all the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Chen Stable raised his eyelids, then spat out in a cold voice. Still a hidden ancient clan elder. It's simply a disgrace. Son of a, you're looking for death. Mu Chongyun was instantly enraged, grabbing out with one hand towards where Chen Stable was, the power of nirvana raging and piercing through the layers of space. Well, kill him. Kill him for me. Seeing that his own master had made a move, Mu Jojo was instantly agitated and looked a bit maniacal. He just didn't believe it. No matter how strong Chen Jian was, could he still be stronger than his master? As long as Chen Stable died, then he would still be the number one person in Qingzhou land. Who would dare to say anything about him being humiliated by Chen Stable? Heavy thunder chop. Chen Stable's eyelids lifted lightly and his hand grabbed. One could only see thousands of black heavy thunder gathering and transforming into a huge heavy thunder sword, with endless berserk and destructive aura wreaking havoc. Watching, the horror is unparalleled. Chop. Chen Stable spat out in a cold voice as he chopped down with a sword. Sword chi is 10,000 feet. Heavy thunder without a blade. Bang! With one sword, the power between Mu Chongyun's hands was blocked. At the same time, Mu Chongyun's entire body retreated backward violently, stepping out a huge pit under his feet. How is this possible? Mu Chongyun's pupils trembled, especially the pain coming from between his hands, reminding him that he had just been forced back by the strike. He, a sixth heavenly king realm, was actually forced back. Just a short while ago, Jiang Taichu blocking his breath attack had already made him unacceptable. But what about now? Not only was his attack just blocked, but it was also directly repulsed. And the one who was repulsed was still a tiny second-tier celestial realm. It gave him the feeling that his worldview had collapsed. How is this possible? Equally shocked were the people from Zhao Hong's forces. It was the first time they had seen Chen Stable make a move. However, they hadn't expected Chen Stable to be able to be powerful to such an extent. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they definitely wouldn't have believed that the celestial realm could repel the heavenly king realm head-on. Between the two, there were two whole realms apart. On the contrary, Chen Stable's entire body stormed backward, stepping on the ground with every step he took. At the very end, Chen Jian finally couldn't hold back, his body exploding with waves of nine-colored light, his black hair flying violently in more ways than one. Sure enough, it was still barely enough to take on the heavenly king realm. Chen Stable forcefully suppressed the boiling of his blood chi, his eyes icy cold. In an instant, Chen Jian moved again, as if transforming into a strand of lightning, disappearing in mid-air in an instant. By the time he appeared once more, he had already arrived in front of Mu Jojo's body. Mu Jojo was no longer as maniacal as before at this point, staring stonily at everything in front of him. You've waited long enough, haven't you? I've come to give you a ride. Chen Stable's voice rang out leisurely. Mu Jojo's entire body stiffened and his pupils subconsciously widened. When he saw Chen Stable, he instantly roared in an urgent voice. Master, save me, don't you dare. When Mu Chongyun drank loudly, he took a step forward, and the power in his body, if monstrous waves generally pushed out through. At once, 10,000 waves were stirred up around them, and the ground was bombarded by knots into a sky full of white powder. Chen Jian grabbed out with one hand and held back Mu Jojo, who had already been shocked and terrified. Facing the pressing attack, he didn't budge a bit and grabbed Mu Jojo before pressing out with one hand. A matchless power formed itself, and the power of the nine-colored sequence transformed into a yoke that cut across heaven and earth, blasting out. Boom! One strike against the other. Mu Jojo's entire body was bombarded into a sky full of blood mist. Chen Stable, on the other hand, directly flew out backwards. On the contrary, Mu Chongyun was staring blankly at this one, because his disciple died right in front of his eyes, and at his own hands. Quiet. The scene was instantly, deathly silent. They were shocked by Mu Jojo's death on one side, and Chen Stable's power on the other. That attack just now, Mu Chongyun definitely didn't hold back. But what was the result? Chen Stable also merely flew backwards without even a single injury. That's just to say, it's too much. Son of a, I want you dead. After experiencing a brief moment of stagnation, Mu Chongyun suddenly stormed up, his killing machine boiling to the heavens. Chapter 46. Angry to the core. Killing machine boiling to the sky. Kill me? Looking at the storming Mu Chongyun, the corner of Chen Stability's mouth slightly hooked. Boom! At that instant, matchless power erupted from within him and continuously swept outwards, collapsing everything around him. This power is so terrible. When the crowd saw this, their faces all changed more than wildly. This son of A must die. Otherwise, it would be difficult for all of us in the temple of gods and demons to rest in peace. Mu Chongyun's eyelids jumped, and the power within his body surged once again, only to see a black demonic barrier rushing out from within his body, transforming into a demonic face in midair, powerfully blocking Chinstable's aura oppression. Die! With a single move, Mu Chongyun broke through the obstruction and slapped his palm down towards where Chinstable's head was. In the face of this, Chinstable did not panic in the slightest, calmly energizing the chaotic sequence body. A heavy 9-colored protective astral body aura immediately swept through the air, and the ancient inscribed sound echoed more than once, shaking the hearts of the people. Bang! In response, Mu Chongyun slapped his palm on the astral aura, and the cold magic power raged on the astral aura. But for a while, it didn't even break through the astral aura. This seat won't believe it. Mu Chongyun first gave a start, then his heart turned hard, and the power between his palms increased once more. Boom! Under another blast, the astral energy finally swept up a layer of huge waves, and finally dissipated into nothing. The moment the astral aura disappeared, Chinstable's entire body stormed back several steps, and finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. On the contrary, Mu Chongyun also flew out backwards under the backlash of the astral energy, pulling out a long drag mark in midair. The crowd looked dumbfounded. Once again, Mu Chongyun was once again defeated. That boy is so strong. Lulan Greeny took a deep breath and couldn't help but sigh. Lulan Xingxue didn't speak anymore, but one could see her hand, which was hidden under her sleeve, squeezing and turning white. To that extent, she could do it though, but don't forget, she was in the 9th realm of life and death. From this, one could see just how strong Qin Jian was. Mu Chongyun had a scent clash with her. It means something, even for a cutie. Also understands, watch as your own defenses are broken. Chen Jian could not help but give a long, leisurely sigh. It seems that this chaos sequence body of mine still needs to grow. Come on, that's merely a body shielding astral aura for automatic defense. You can block 2 strikes from the Heavenly King realm. What more do you want? Xian Hongxiao didn't have the good sense to say. Chinstable gently smiled. I'm just sighing. I don't mean anything else. Kid, this seat admits that you are strong. After Mu Chongyun stabilized his body, his icy voice sounded once again. With that, his voice snapped around. But if you think that this alone can defeat me, Mu Chongyun, then you are sorely mistaken. Today, this seat will let you know that the Heavenly King realm is never something that the tiny celestial realm can provoke. Boom! As the words fell, Mu Chongyun's eyes instantly turned scarlet, and a mass of demonic chi swept out from his body, rushing up into the sky and coloring the 10,000 feet of clouds. The breath between heaven and earth seemed to have all changed at this moment. Blood, coldness, darkness and other negative emotions pressed on everyone's mind, suffocating them. Makoto Shigeon is going to get serious. Can that kid catch? The crowd of onlookers subconsciously looked towards where Chinstable was. But what shocked them was that even so, Chinstable still couldn't see a trace of panic on his face. On the contrary, they smelled a hint of excitement in Chinstable's expression. Yes, it's exciting. It was as if, between them, Chinstable was looking forward to this battle. Divine Demon Voltron Seal. Mu Chongyun took a step forward, and the power on his circumference boiled up once again like a swarm of demons. As he continued to make seals, the endless magical power was rapidly converging and integrating together, transforming into a huge round of seals. Ancient and complex symbols could be seen wandering on the seal, and a cold and violent aura emanated from it. It's kind of fun. Chen Jian moved at this time. Chaotic horizontal heavenly hands. Chinstable took a step forward, and the power between his palms gathered at a rapid pace. That son of a... Looking at the way Chinstable was storing up his strength, Mu Chongyun was instantly indignant. It was because from this palm, he sensed that there was an extremely domineering power brewing. Dead. Without hesitation, Mu Chongyun struck down heavily with a divine demon Voltron seal towards where Qin Jian was. Coming good. The corner of Chinstable's mouth slightly flicked as a giant hand that covered the sky slapped out into the air, and a continuous piece of space was directly crushed and exploded. Boom! In just an instant, the two attacks collided together fiercely, only to see the terrifying power raging in all directions, powerfully shattering everything around them, filling the sky with broken pieces of powder in the air. How is this possible? Mu Chongyun's face changed more than wildly. It was because his divine demon Voltron seal, surprisingly, could not take advantage of him. In the next moment, two recoiling forces pressed towards the two and quickly submerged them, only to see Mu Chongyun's flesh and blood explode around his body. His spiritual body was broken at that time, and the whole person was slapped down to the ground, blowing up 10,000 feet of waves. At the same time, Chinstable was also knocked away by a Voltron seal. and another mouthful of blood sprayed out. The crowd watched this in stupefaction for a long time. Obviously, they hadn't expected at all that Mu Chongyun, who was at full strength, would still not be able to take much advantage. Zhao Hong and the others, their faces all changed at this time. Even Mu Chongyun was no match for Chen Stable. So what about them? The answer is obvious and easy to see. To think that they were initially coveting that gravity heavenly thunder formation that Chen Stable had taken in, now thinking about it gave them an impulse to have their scalps numb. Watch as the flesh vaguely shows signs of disintegration. Chen Stable's brows suddenly furrowed. It seems that the gap in realm, even if one's physique is superb, one can't always fight hard against it. Boom! In the next instant, Mu Chongyun, who had been knocked down to the ground, suddenly rushed out. He was only seen in rags, with blood flowing all over his body, monstrous divine and demonic power wrapped around his side, and waves of frightening sounds coming from the middle of the transmission. It seems like Makoto Shigean is going to get serious. The crowd looked at Mu Chongyun's appearance. Your Excellency, why don't you switch to me? Jiang Taichu turned his head to look at Chen Jian. Chen Stable looked at his state for a moment, then said, "That's fine." With that, he took a step back. In his opinion, it wasn't like he didn't have a backhand anymore, so there was no need to compete here, much less fight for his life. Looking at Jiang Taichu replacing Chen Jian, Mu Chongyun was no longer as calm as before. What are you guys looking at? Don't come and help. If I die here today, none of you will escape. The sound of that hideous roar of indignation echoed more than a few times in the ears of the crowd. Zhao Hong and the others looked at each other and quickly made a decision. As Mu Chongyun had said, if they were no longer united together, all that would be left for them was death. One must know that Jiang Taichu was not Chen Stable, and it was still in full condition. Mu Chongyun really wasn't a match for Jiang Taichu. Swish swish swish. With this in mind, they didn't hesitate any longer and arrived at Mu Chongyun's side under a single flying swipe. Seeing this state, Mu Chongyun's hideous face tugged. Jiang Taichu, since you insist on defending that dog bastard, then even you will die here. And you son of a, if I don't break you into pieces today, it will be hard to vent my monstrous anger. In an instant, the scene was filled with a solemnity. The crowd was silent. Although this way of Mu Chongyun's was unorthodox, wasn't this the way the world was? It's no use if one person is strong. It's not like they can't stand up to the combined efforts of so many people. Oops. Shame. Thinking about this, the crowd couldn't help but let out a low sigh. Chapter 47 Fighting against the Heavenly King Realm without being defeated. The grudge further widens. Do you really think you're the only one with help? Jiang Taichu coldly grunted, then waved his big hand. Come out. As the words fell, 10 silhouettes gradually emerged from midair. The crowd was shocked and stared dead at the visitor. All 10 of them were in the Heavenly King Realm, and they weren't much worse than Jiang Taichu. The arrogance on Mu Chongyun's face also stiffened at this time, and was replaced by bone-chilling coldness. All of these comers were of the Heavenly King Realm, and they had been hidden in the surroundings, undetected by them. It means something. One could only say that from the very beginning, Jiang Taichu had foretold this to happen, just waiting for them to jump in. Then a pot calling the kettle black. His face gradually sank at the thought. Although they didn't want to admit it, this time they were afraid that they would be planted. At this time, Zhao Hong, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. Jiang Taichu, right? Do you really intend to hitch the entire boundary protectorate for such a crazy kid? Do you realize that every single power here is enough to wipe the realm protectorate out of this world? The one who offended us is him, not you. If you take these people and leave here, we can forget about it. Think about it, don't steal it then. When these words came out, the crowd couldn't help but look at where Jiang Taichu was. As Zhao Hong had said, the forces behind all of them were no worse than the boundary protectorate. Right now, the reason why Jiang Taichu had the initiative was merely hitting them with a difference in information. Even if they really planted themselves here, what they would end up receiving would be the insane retaliation of dozens of great powers. At that time, not to mention the boundary protectorate, even the forces behind Chen Stable would not necessarily be able to protect them. Now it's up to Jiang Taichu to choose. Jiang Taichu, on the other hand, did not respond to Zhao Hong at all, but instead looked towards Chen Jian. My lord, the people have already been assembled. Seeing that he had been ignored, Zhao Hong's face sank face to face, and indignant fury danced under his eyes. Chen Jian said indifferently, kill them all. Nah. The crowd's pupils contracted violently as they looked at Chen Stable in disbelief. Good. When Jiang Taichu answered, he waved his hand. Take a shot. Leave no one behind. Yes, Hall Master. The numerous Realm Protector Temple elders responded, and then stormed upwards in a big rush. Jiang Taichu didn't slow down and hurriedly followed behind. Don't regret it, Kong Taejo. Don't push your luck with me. Die. No. Soon.
Various urgent roars echoed in midair. The scene also became austere all of a sudden. Chen Jian's gaze shifted and landed on the shivering group of talented children. Now it's time to send you all to heaven. You. Those talented children's faces changed more than wildly. Die. Chen Stable spat out a cold voice, then swept up. As soon as they saw Chen Stable's movements, those talented children were instantly scared out of their wits. Even Shiman Jiantian and Mu Jiuzhou were killed by a slap. How long could they last? Looking at the crowd of talented children fleeing and plundering in all directions, Chen Stability's face ticked as he slapped out his left hand across the sky. The massive palm quickly collapsed all space, sending the 20 or so suns to be slapped into a bloody mist. After doing so, Chen Stable's hand moved again, and the Emperor's sword was sheathed. A shocking sword light slicing through half of the sky, as endless spatial turbulence raged. No. Looking at the sword-ons that passed over everything from their bodies, those suns couldn't help but roar in terror and urgency. Son of a ********. How dare you? Your opponent is this seat. Die. Zhang Taichu shouted in a cold voice and quickly stormed towards Zhao Hong to kill him. Pust. Under one sword, more than 10 more disciples were sliced in half. Blood splattered as follows, and that image looked bloody beyond compare. There are 9 of you left. Chen Stability looked at the 9 sons who had been stunned silly and spoke leisurely. And while Chen Stable's voice wasn't exactly loud, it fell on these people's ears and was no less than a life-threatening ghost phone. Don't kill me. Don't. We are willing to submit and to be one of your dogs. Yes. We're all willing. All of us. With that, these 9 genius children hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards Chen Stability. At this moment in time, they were really scared out of their wits. It's too bloody, too violent. With only 1 palm and 1 sword, he killed 9 of the 50 or so of them left, so powerful that they despaired. The corner of Chen Stable's mouth tugged. I'm sorry, but even as dogs, you guys aren't qualified. Die. With a cold spit, Chen Stable raised his hand and slapped his palm down. No. As a sound of panic rang out, the 9 genius children were then slapped into a bloody mist with another palm, not even leaving their bodies behind. Melting completed. Congratulations. You have obtained 2 copies of the red-colored Heavenly Fate Nirvana liquid and 1 copy of the orange-colored Heavenly Fate Nirvana liquid. Congratulations. You have completed the melting of the Red Destiny soul, reaching a new achievement and obtaining a Red Destiny treasure chest. Listening to the voice coming from his brain, Chen Stable's mouth couldn't help but hook slightly. This, Gollum. The crowd watched this scene and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. They've seen a lot of cruel and heartless people, but the person who killed nearly 50 people in a row without even batting an eyelid was someone they had truly never seen before. At this moment, Chen Stable's image could no longer be described as a demon in their eyes. Miss, that kid is so cruel. Lulan Greenie took a deep breath, her small face turning a little white. Lulan Xingxue shook her head. No, I appreciate that about him instead, but this dead settlement is completely closed, and the main event is next. What do you mean? Lulan Greenie couldn't help but look at her own young lady. Before this, I, like all of you, thought he was reckless and didn't know any better, but it seems to be different now, so maybe it's possible that this is all on purpose for him. What on purpose? Lulan Greenie was instantly even more puzzled. That's just my guess too, so you don't have to pay attention to it. Lulan Xingxue shook her head, then looked towards Chen Stable's back, a strange aura flickering in the bottom of her eyes. What is it about my fiancé and you that could make you so reckless? Although his situation is somewhat unique, it's not something you can provoke. Thinking of this, Lulan Xingxue couldn't help but let out a light sigh. In fact, she couldn't say that she hated Chen Jian, and she even appreciated him a little, but if she had to choose between the two, then she would unconditionally side with her fiancé. This is not only because of the existing relationship between the two, but also because of the future. In her opinion, Chen Stable was already considered a supreme genius, but he was still far from her fiancé who possessed an emperor bone. On the other side, the battle between Zhang Taichu and the others also came to an end. All of the people on Mu Chongyun's side, except for Zhao Feng and Li Yundong, were dead. On Zhang Taichu's side, he also lost an elder and 3 elders were injured. Gongzi, what should we do with these two? Zhang Taichu threw the 2 people, who were like dead dogs, onto the ground. Chen Jian's gaze fell on the 2. It seems like you guys aren't that important. You haven't come over to save you after the fight started for so long. Zhao Feng's face changed. The incoming people that Chen Stable was talking about were naturally the latent forces of the Heavenly Thunder Peak vein, and these people were under the orders of Chu Tianlong. But it doesn't matter. Sooner or later they're going to die. Now let's get you guys killed first just as a way to collect interest. With that, Chen Steady raised his foot. If we die, Lord Emperor's son will definitely help us avenge our deaths, and you won't be able to be arrogant for long. Revenge?
The corner of Chen Stable's mouth lifted. That eggless egg. I'm afraid it's not hiding in a corner somewhere shivering. Don't you dare insult our imperial son. Zhao Feng and Li Yundong instantly became agitated. The faces of the disciples at the scene also changed. The fact that their own saint's son had been so humiliated did make them somewhat indignant. The dog is a good dog, but the owner is not a human being. With that, Chen Steady did not hesitate to step down with his foot. Bang! With one kick, the two were directly stomped out of their skulls. 3 things, a handful of all the remaining corpses, all nailed to the holy monument for me. Second, collect the heavenly thunderbolt and clean it up, and you guys split the proceeds. Thirdly, that elder who died was properly placed and their family was guaranteed a lifetime of peace. Anyone with talent in the younger generation can enter the Boundary Protectorate and be trained to the highest standard. Yes, Jiang Taichu immediately answered. Chen Jian did not speak again and directly turned around to leave. Now that the bait has been laid enough, the next step is to wait for a large number of fish to come through. His purpose was clear, to make Chu Tianlong watch with his own eyes as he was left with nothing. As for Ji Yue and the others, they stared at Chen Stable's back in a daze, no longer knowing what to say. Things have come to this point. It's a complete mess, and there's no one left to stop it. All they can do is pray that they don't get dragged into it. Chapter 48 Chu Tianlong's Trace, Receiving the Immortal Inheritance. As Chen Stable left, the people at the scene gradually dispersed. The originally lively Heavenly Thunderbolt had become incomparably miserable at this moment, and soon, everything in Heavenly Thunder Peak was swept away by Jiang Taichu and the others, leaving behind only a ruin. For all this, no one dared to come out and stop it, and no one dared to stop it. And in an inner space of the Heavenly Thunder Peak vein, here sat dozens of men and women. They were all clear of the Heavenly King realm, and their auras were vast and sea-like. But at this moment, their faces were all ugly to the extreme. At this moment, an old man named Fu Xiao sitting on the main seat spoke up. Deceiving. That son of a is deceiving people too much. If we can't get this scene back, what are we going to meet the Emperor's son with? What are we going to meet the Emperor's son with? As he said that, he saw him slap the table next to him, shattering it into pieces. Once these words fell, there was not a single person on the scene who dared to open their mouths to answer. In fact, in the battle just now, they should have gone out for support. But in the end, after a resolution, it didn't come out on top, because Jiang Taichu had come in so aggressively. They weren't sure if he was still hiding manpower in the dark. As one of the backup forces of the Emperor's son, they must not be in danger of being overthrown because of a moment of anger. I propose that in the name of the Emperor's son, we mobilize the power of the upper realms to come down. Only then can we deal with the forces behind that brat. After a short silence, an old man named Tang Yuan spoke. I don't think it's allowed. The power of the upper realm can only be mobilized with the permission of the Emperor's son. Otherwise we can't afford the responsibility. An old man from Yichong shook his head. Seconded. In the end, most people still subscribe to He Chang's argument. I contacted Godson. Just as the atmosphere fell into a stagnant silence once more, an extremely excited voice rang out. The moment this voice came out, thick on shot out from the bottom of everyone's eyes. In fact, before Chen Stable had even arrived, they had already contacted Chu Tianlong through the exclusive transmission note, but it's been impossible to get in touch. In particular, Chu Tianlong, who had promised to come back to host the tea party, was slow to show up. This caused the bad feeling in their hearts to become more and more intense. Now that they had contacted Chu Tianlong, it made the hearts they had been lifting, sort of half put down. Bring it over to me, quick. Fu Xiao shouted sharply in a row. Xiao Shan did not dare to be slow, and hurriedly handed the transmission note to Fu Xiao. Fu Xiao took the transmitting note and took a deep breath before he injected his spiritual energy into it. What is it? At that moment, a gentle yet absolutely majestic male voice rang out. It's the Emperor's son. He's fine. Fu Xiao completely put his heart down. It's great that you're fine, Emperor's son. I'm in an alien dimension and just woke up not long ago, so it's normal that you guys can't reach me, Chu Tianlong faintly said, without much fluctuation in his words. Then I am relieved, Fu Xiao said evenly. Say, what happened? Chu Tianlong said again. In Fu Xiao's tone, he heard something different, so he was sure that the other party was not just here to make sure he was safe. Tang Yuan immediately straightened up and told what had happened these days in a single sentence. At the same time, in an alien space, a man whose body was wrapped in golden robbing light, an emperor's shadow ambling behind him, was cold at this time, with a world-shattering strange aura filling the bottom of his eyes, only to see that a burst of golden streams of dust fell around him at first, and the space twisted into a curtain of water as if it was about to collapse at any moment. The man had a head of long blonde hair, an extremely handsome appearance, and a calm yet majestic temperament that made people involuntarily produce a submissive attitude. And this man was none other than Chu Tianlong. Only after a long time did Chu Tianlong converge the aura that was raging outside his body and faintly said, "You said that this person is called Yi Wuxing, and that he comes from a hidden world force?" "Yes, this is the news that I got from Gu. Fu Xiao hurriedly responded. "Right now, I still need half a month to receive the inheritance, so I can't go back yet. In this case, you'll unite the forces that Mu Jiuzhou and the others are with in the name of this emperor's son to come over. There are also the forces of this emperor's son in the upper realm that can be notified, so that they must be in position within half a month. Half a month later, this emperor's son will personally meet that brat." "Understood. Little man will definitely complete the task," Fu Xiao immediately said, with an undisguised excitement inside. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Well, that's it. After those words, Chu Tianlong directly disconnected the connection, only to see Chu Tianlong gently pinch the transmission node tighter. The bottom of his eyes became eerily cold. "I don't care who you are, and whether or not you're deliberately targeting me. Now I don't have to look at anyone's face anymore, much less rely on anyone's strength. It just so happens that this time, this emperor's son will use you, the son of a hidden power, as a stepping stone for once, in order to build momentum for his return to the emperor clan." Thinking of this, Chu Tianlong's ghostly cold expression gradually faded, and he once again fell silent. This immortal inheritance was very important to him, so, this half of the month must not be lost. With this inheritance, combined with his own physique and emperor bones, even if he returned to the upper realm, he would have the capital to compete with those top celestials. At the same time, in the Heaven's Destiny Emperor clan in the upper realm, Chen Baidao also received a voice transmission from Chen Wufei. "You said that Chu Tianlong contacted his men?" Chen Wuxi nodded. "Well, Chu Tianlong is currently in an otherworldly space. We tried to determine which location, but the time was too short to succeed. By the time we tried to check again, we realized we had lost all trace of it. So, I can basically conclude that that space isolates all probing. Then in this small period of time, has anyone else contacted him?" Chen Baidao had a point. Chen Wufei shook his head. "No, kinda makes steady right. They're really curling up." Chen Baidao smiled coldly before adding, "Where is Little Stable? What's the situation now?" Without any hesitation, Chen Wuxi directly told Chen Stable what he had done during this period of time. "Rather, it's a bit of fun." Chen Baidao laughed lightly and added, "Since Little Stable wants to play, then we'll accompany him for a bit. In that case, if you can find Chu Tianlong's location, it's better not to act rashly for now, and see how big of a wave he can make." "Understood," Chen Wuxi answered. "Then you continue to investigate." Chen Baidao didn't say anything more and directly disconnected. Regarding all of this, Chen Stable was naturally unaware of it. Returning to his residence, he entered the cultivation room at the first opportunity. This time, not only did he obtain 6 copies of the Heavenly Fate Nirvana liquid, he also obtained 2 additional Heavenly Fate treasure chests, adding Zhao Tianlong's share. He now had 7 drops of Heavenly Fate Nirvana liquid in 3 Heavenly Fate treasure chests. He would like to see what kind of harvest he could gain this time. Thinking of this, Chen Stability could not help but hastily take out the 3 Heavenly Destiny treasure chests. Chapter 49 Ancient Dan Emperor Guhi, Seeking the Law of Eternal Life. Ding! The Red Destiny treasure chest is open. Congratulations! You have obtained a copy of the red-colored Heavenly Fate Nirvana liquid. Received or not? This. Chen Stable was stunned and somewhat didn't return to his senses. But think about it and let it go. Wasn't Nirvana liquid one of the most urgently needed things for him? Receive. Chen Jian did not hesitate any longer. At once, a red-colored Heavenly Fate Nirvana liquid fell into the spatial vault. Again. Ding! The orange Destiny treasure chest opens. Congratulations! You have gained the experience of Ancient Dan Emperor Medicine River in Alchemy, and a copy of the Medicine River Dan scripture is attached. Received or not? Ancient Dan Emperor's experience in alchemy? Holy, this is good stuff. What is most important in alchemy? That is undoubtedly experience. With all this experience, wouldn't it be a matter of time if you wanted to achieve the Dan Emperor? Chen Jian's heart could not help but be moved. Received or not? At that instant, another message was sent into Chen Stable's mind. Receive, Chen Stable said in a hurry. After receiving the command, a stream of information instantly disappeared into Chen Stable's brain. At the same time, a unique power also spread out within Chen Stable's body, rapidly spreading throughout his entire body. It could be seen that a red ethereal light flickered around Chen Stable's body, mysterious and ancient. The time lasted for as long as 3 hours, and Chen Stable's fluctuating breath gradually calmed down. As Chen Stable slowly opened his eyes, a flash of red ethereal light passed by. Nice guy. Chen Stable let out a low cry.
with an undisguised excitement within him.
And only after actually receiving all the information did he realize what an amazing talent this Dan Emperor Pill River was.
At the age of 25, he became a Dan Emperor. At the age of 30, he achieved Dan Saint. At the age of 50, he began to cultivate in the world. And at the age of 70, he achieved Dan Dao Quasi-Emperor. At the age of 90, he became the legendary Dan Emperor, leaving behind a legendary life and disappearing into the Xian Huang starfield. As for the Medicine River Dan scripture, in it, apart from the cultivation method Taishang alchemy, it was all the Dan formulas that Medicine River had collected in his life. These Dan formulas,
except for a small portion that he created himself, the rest were all collected in the vast river of history.
Suffice it to say that there is almost everything here, both surviving and extinct. This wave is quite profitable. Thank you, little old Zhao Tianlong, for sending warmth.
There was an unconcealed smile on Chen Stable's face.
After gathering his thoughts together, Chen Stable did not delay, raising his hand to form the Dan seal, a mark seal gesture. In midair changing, silk fire like reflecting jumping, transformed into various shapes. Up,
Chen Jian flipped his left hand,
and a spiritual material flew out and fell into the seal, constantly being refined, refining, quenching, harmonizing, fusing, steps one by one. Half an hour later, Chen Stability's hands shook,
flames swirled in all directions between his palms,
and 6 dragon pole breaking pills took shape. The spirit Dan was the size of a dragon's eye, golden brown in color,
with Dan lines twining around the surface and faint Dan clouds rising.
The Dan becomes a tattoo,
and the tattoo creates a cloud shadow, which is exactly what the King's Dan does.
The first time, it was refined into a King's Dan. Looks like old man is really a genius after all. However, Chen Jian also saw a flaw. In a furnace of Dan, it was only the most extreme and the most superior if 9 could be made. Right now, he had only refined 6 of them. There was a reason for the first time, but it was more due to the lack of a good Dan furnace and spirit fire. All of these aids improve the rate and quality of Dan formation. Guess I'll have to find some time to look for both. With this in mind, Chen Stability again focused on the Dragon Extreme Boundary Breaking Pill. This is a lost ancient elixir. Cultivators under the Heavenly King realm could break through bottlenecks after taking it, and there were no side effects. But the only bad thing about it is that it can only be taken once. More than that and it has no effect. Try the results first. With this in mind, Chen Steady swallowed the Dragon Pole Breaking Pill into his stomach.
The spiritual elixir instantly melted in his stomach, and the intense power exploded in his body,
hitting his body in wave after wave. Good lord, that's a strong enough drug. Depends on how much you can get for me. Without any hesitation,
Chen Stable hurriedly ran his gongfu and drove his chaotic sequence body to the extreme.
In an instant,
that medicinal power was quickly sucked dry like a lake that had been violently pumped.
Boom!
That surging individual power surged upwards, and the realm bottle strength shattered in response. That pressed power should then leak 1,000 miles, and the 9-colored sequence of light filled the entire sky. The triple celestial realm is finally reached. Since then,
the breath has gradually returned. That's it? Play with it. Chen Stable people the state of mind is like a roller coaster.
The legendary Dragon Extreme Realm Breaking Pill had only allowed him to break through a small realm,
greatly dipping his expectations. It's normal. Your root thickness is more than 100 times that of a normal person.
The fact that it can make you break through a small realm is already very rare.
Xian Hongxiao spoke at the right time. Well, in that case it's still useful. Looking at the 5 spirit pills in his hand, Chen Jian skimmed his mouth. Perhaps the Heaven's Destiny Nirvana liquid had created an illusion for him now.
It made him subconsciously think that this ancient spiritual elixir could bring him unimaginable gains.
It is important to know that the main function of the Heavenly Fate Nirvana liquid is to unseal the sequence shackles, and enhancing human cultivation is merely incidental. On top of that, it constantly quenches one's internal constitution in order to strengthen one's foundation. So compared to the Heavenly Fate Nirvana liquid, this ancient elixir was worse than just a little bit. However, it was also just as Xian Hongxiao said. This ancient spirit pill was not comparable to the Nirvana liquid, but it was still very rare. He should learn to be content. Thinking about this,
Chen Stable's mind gradually calmed down again.
Now, he was already an uncompromising Dan King. From Pill River's experience, he had learned quite a bit about the Dan Dao. For example, the Dan King upwards was a heavenly rift that required a certain level of cultivation and soul strength in addition to absolute experience. Otherwise it would be like a child with an empty weapon but nothing to use it with. Again, the last remaining green Heavenly Destiny treasure chest was also the one he was most looking forward to. Ding! The green Destiny chest opens. Congratulations! You have obtained the Sacred Secret Technique, the Eternal Life Escape Technique, which can be upgraded to the Emperor's grade, or even a higher grade.
This method is the initial secret method of the breathing method, fusing the state of mind,
combining combat and cultivation in one. She can breathe spells into the world, to achieve the realm of heavenly unity, together with a volt, the heavenly might of the great, the robbery of the thunder. When practiced to the limit, the soul can escape from the sky and be free, seeking the method of eternal life. Holy, this secret method is awesome. Upon learning about this secret method, Chen Stable was instantly agitated, and all of his nervousness all but disappeared. What does it mean to live forever? That's more than immortality. It's a realm that transcends the world. Great Emperor realm powerhouses were powerful, right, but they still weren't immortal. From this, one could see how terrifying this secret art was when it was truly cultivated to the extreme. Whatever, let's cultivate first. Chen steadily suppressed his inner excitement and hurriedly cultivated. Chapter 50 Jointly surrounding Chen Stable. Chu Tianlong finally returns. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Chen Stable's breath had changed again at this time. Introverted, thick but not hair, like the surging waves that pressed in. Breathing like a fighting bull gasping for breath. Thunder drums rolling, together with an undulation of the surrounding space followed by a succession of tremors. Space is one, heaven is one, everything is subtle, yet natural. Only after a long time did Chen Stable slowly open his eyes and spit out a long white mist from his mouth. This gongfu was strong, but it was also too obscure. In 3 days' time, he was just getting a glimpse of the door, but even that made it very, very worthwhile for him. Because of this secret method, not only did it make a qualitative change in the way he breathed, but also along with his soul it was as if it had been recast. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as he kept practicing, perhaps he would build a whole new way of cultivation in a subtle way. In addition to this breathing method can also be used in combat, which in turn enhances one's combat power. Now, he was beginning to somewhat look forward to what kind of elegance he would have when he raised this gong method to the extreme. Only after calming his mind completely did Chen's stability retreat from this arcane realm. The next moment for him was the most important one. Now he had 8 drops of heavenly fate nirvana liquid. The level to which one could ultimately break through depended entirely on the feedback of these forces. With this in mind, Chen Jian did not hesitate any longer. Between the movements of his hands, 8 drops of heavenly fate nirvana liquid levitated and quickly disappeared into his body. All 8 strands of terrifying power exploded the moment they entered the body, like a giant vortex of spiritual energy. At that instant, the chaotic sequence body erupted with 9-colored chaotic light. A sequence of shackles flew out, overlapping in midair and reflecting various ancient heaven and earth visions. At the same time, endless spiritual energy was gathering and was madly injected into Chen Stable's body. Boom! Chen Stable's body shook greatly around him, his flesh rushing out in waves of chi and blood, and his breath followed suit. And while Chen Stable was making his breakthrough, the outside had already begun to blow up. There were constantly forces descending on the heavenly maiden Holy Land, surrounding the surrounding territory. These forces, coming from all walks of life, had a vast array of formations that looked extremely shocking. As for Fu Xiao, who was the convener this time, he had also stepped out from the inner space of the heavenly thunder peak vein. At this time, he looks how much of a spirited. Earlier that kind of anger has also been completely unable to see. It's over. It can't be that our heavenly maiden Holy Land has offended someone again. Didn't you see? Elder Fu has come out. It must have been summoned by Emperor Z to get that kid. This is what happens when you're too arrogant. It's not good to offend anyone but the Emperor's son. Just watch. That kid is going to end up very, very bad. That brat should have been dealt with a long time ago. Look at what our heavenly maiden's sacred ground has been made into these past few days. Looking at what was in front of them, many Holy Land disciples were secretly excited. In their opinion, only when Chen Stable died could the Holy Land be calmed down. At the same time, Holy Lord Peak, Ji Yue was also informed of the situation, but she just let out a low sigh. As far as she was concerned, this was no longer something the Holy Land could intervene in. Maybe, their Holy Land was even implicated because of it. She couldn't help but sigh again at the thought. At this moment, Tang Yuan walked in from outside and sat directly on the main seat. The stance seemed to be placed very high, without the slightest hint of treating Ji Yu as a holy lord. Ji Yu hastily collected her thoughts and spoke. Speak, what is it that you are looking for me for? Tang Yuan glanced at Ji Yu, the Emperor's son. He has a good nature and decided to give the Holy Land a chance. Before the Emperor's son returns, Sacred Lord Ji can arrange everything. Otherwise the entire Holy Land will turn into ruins. Then don't blame us. How much time? Ji Yu knew she had no choice. 5 days at most. Tang Yuan held out his hand. Alright, I will arrange everything within 5 days. Ji Yu answered. You take care of yourself. Tang Yuan dropped a sentence and turned to leave, his posture still high.
Ji Yuyue leaned back in her chair listlessly. In fact, she was indignant. Why did this? On the contrary, get them in the Holy Land's way. At the same time, the Holy Maiden Peak was located. Lulan Greeny once again hurried into the inner hall. Miss, something big has happened outside. Something big has happened. Lulan Xingxue, who was also playing chess, gently put the chess down. Then said, seeing how excited you are, is it that those forces that Duke He offended have come? How did you guess? Miss? Lulan Greeny was stunned. Lulan Xingxue laughed lightly. It's not something that's difficult to speculate on. Then why are they surrounding but not attacking? Lulan Greeny suddenly asked. The corner of Lulan Xingxue's mouth couldn't help but curl up in an arc. Because they're still waiting for someone. Greeny understands. They're waiting for the Emperor's son to return. Lulan Greeny's eyes lit up greatly. Lulan Xingxue stood up slowly and walked to the window. Her gaze languid. He should indeed come back as well. With his character, this matter is absolutely impossible to end well. What about Miss? Which side do you think will win? Lulan Greeny's eyes fluttered with a look of great interest. That Lord Yi may have his own backbone, but the Imperial clan is ultimately not something he can provoke. With that, Lulan Xingxue's words changed. Watch, the Chen clan definitely won't stand idly by. Besides, he's been growing by leaps and bounds over the years. Perhaps the power he holds in his hands is much stronger than we thought. Ha ha ha. Greeny knew that Imperial's son wouldn't lose. Upon hearing that Lulan Xingxue was also on Chu Tianlong's side, Lulan Luer was instantly somewhat agitated. There was no doubt that she was more favorable towards Zhao Tianlong compared to Qin Jian. Alright, I already know the matter, so you can retire first. Lulan Xingxue suddenly spoke. Good, then Greeny will leave first. Lulan Greeny answered and exited the room. Miss, are we going to make a move? After Lulan Greeny left, a pale female voice rang out. Lulan Xingxue faintly said, what do you think? Understood. Then the old slave will go prepare. After the pale female voice answered, it disappeared in place. Lulan Xingxue's eyes flickered lightly, and the silky light flowed brightly and faintly. On the other hand, Zhang Taichu also knew about those forces besieging the Holy Land, but he wasn't the least bit flustered because it was all within Chen Stable's grasp. To put it bluntly, everything they've done in the past few days for this moment. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and by this time, the number of forces besieging the Heavenly Maiden's sacred ground had reached as many as 50. Those forces that had been offended by Chen Stable were all in place. However, under Fu Zhao's maneuvering, they still didn't make a move, because they were all waiting for Chu Tianlong's return. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye, and at that moment, a silhouette landed Su Su in the Heavenly Maiden Holy Land. As for Chen Stable, he also completed his breakthrough at this moment. Chapter 51. We welcome the return of the Emperor's son to the gate, and the army presses toward the Heavenly Maiden Peak. As Chen Stable slowly opened his eyes, 2 lines of pupil light burst out, like a shocking divine aura that pierced through the ages. If one looked closely, one could also see that there were 9 colored chaotic streams filling his body. Mysterious and ancient, that terrifying and introverted aura was vast like a deep sea, as if it was gathering the momentum of all the elephants. The breakthrough is finally complete. Chen Jian exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and the breath that was ambling inside and outside his body was also converged at this moment. This breakthrough had lasted for a whole half a month, and was the longest he had taken from absorbing the nirvana liquid to his breakthrough. But the final payoff was very satisfying to him, breaking 4 minor realms in a row. At this point, he was already at the uncompromising 6th Heavenly Man realm. If he added the breath combat method and absolute battle talent, then his strength could be increased to an unimaginable level. And the only thing that made him feel pity was that the 8 drops of nirvana liquid still couldn't make the second sequence shackle unseal. There wasn't even the slightest sign that it was going to be unsealed. At this moment, he also finally understood the meaning of what Immortal Red Peony had said, and it was true that it would only become more difficult to unseal the sequence shackles the further back he went. But then again, if the sequence yoke was so easily unblocked, it would be cheap. Thinking of this, Chen Stable was relieved. It's also time to get out of the gate. I'm afraid that the outside world has already changed. When thinking about what might happen soon, Chen Stable's mouth couldn't help but hook slightly, and at the same time, the silhouette outside the mountain gate gradually fell into everyone's eyes. This person has a head of blonde hair, handsome and Confucian in appearance. The bottom of his eyes is ancient and flat, but contains 10,000 feet of thunder. Surrounded by a vast light of catastrophe, the ancient atmosphere in the 4 rampant rampage, forming its own side of the aura, demeanor and feet, give a person an invisible pressure, that long lived in the upper position of the momentum, but also in the invisible cover pressure on everything. And this person was none other than Chu Tianlong, who had returned from the other dimension. My little man, meet Lord Imperial's son. At that moment, Fu Xiao came outside the mountain gate with a group of people in a great hurry.
As soon as he saw Chu Tianlong,
Fu Xiao took the first step to kneel down on one knee,
and drank in a solemn voice. Tang Yuan and the others then chimed in. We, the Imperial Son, welcome the Imperial Son back to the gate. The sound was so loud that it echoed more than once in mid-air. The Emperor's Son has returned. The Emperor's Son has returned. The Emperor's Son has returned.
The entire Holy Land was boiling at this moment,
with more than a few people's voices, 1 by 1, 10 by 10. Soon enough, the 4 words, Emperor's Son returns, were added to burn every corner like wildfire, and every disciple roared with excitement, as if between them,
they had been waiting for this moment for a long time as well.
On top of that,
the disciples of the Holy Land chimed in while rushing towards the mountain gate. They also wanted to be the first to welcome the Emperor's Son's return.
At the same time, the Holy Maiden Peak,
Lulan Greeny hurriedly walked into the inner hall.
Miss, the Emperor's Son, he's back, back.
Lulan Xingshua's entire body gave a start,
then nodded and said, I know. Then should we go and put together a crowd to go?
All the disciples of the entire Holy Land are rushing outside the mountain gate,
Lulan Greeny said excitedly. Lulan Xingshua's gaze rose leisurely. There's no rush, wait a little longer.
Ha? Lulan Greeny was instantly a bit puzzled.
Lulan Xingxue didn't explain. If you're interested, you can go and take a look. You don't have to stay here with me. Then it's better to forget about it. Greeny is better off with Miss. Lulan Greeny thought about it and still shook her head. Lulan Xingxue didn't say anything more and returned his mind to the chessboard. At this time, outside the mountain gate,
Chu Tianlong looked at Fu Xiao and the others in front of him and nodded slightly.
All rise. Yes, Emperor's Son.
Fu Xiao and the others didn't squirm and stood up in a hurry. Chu Tianlong's gaze crossed over Fu Xiao and the others,
landing on a silhouette not far away.
These people were ice-cold and aggressive. Their cultivation levels were at least at the Heavenly King realm,
and a few of them who led the way had even reached the Saint's superior realm. Needless to say,
these people were the very forces that had rushed over from all walks of life to surround Qin's stable. Chu Tianlong clasped his fists in the air and said towards the several people standing at the very front,
Junior Qin stable, I have met all of you seniors. For Chu Tianlong,
they still had to give enough face.
After all, this was the son of the Heaven's Destiny Emperor clan. An old man named Mu Chongtian cupped his fists in salute. You don't have to be so polite, Emperor's Son. We came over here to avenge the death of the Emperor's son. And secondly, we were invited by the Emperor's Son.
Our clan leader has said that this siege is all at your command,
Emperor's Son. Chu Tianlong nodded. Don't worry, I, Chen Stable,
guarantee with my personality that I will definitely find justice for Brother Mu and the others, and will in no way fail all of you for your trust in this Emperor's Son.
Aha! Mu Chongtian and the others nodded,
and the solemnity on their faces receded slightly.
This time, it says it's for revenge. However, as the people of the great powers knew very well,
it would simply take quite a few people to surround and kill a cryptic race power's son. The reason why they were so forward and backward was more because they wanted to climb the god race through this siege. And at this time, a large number of disciples also surged outside the mountain gate,
looking black and pressurized. At the sight of Chu Tianlong, the eyes of the disciples couldn't help but light up.
I don't know if it was a discussion or if they had the same tacit understanding,
only to see them coincidentally half kneeling on the ground.
The image was extremely shocking.
Immediately afterward, a voluminous voice rang out.
We implore the Imperial Son to take a hand in palming and killing that demon, in order to return a clear sky to our Holy Land.
Seeing this scene, the corners of Fu Zhao's and the others' mouths hooked slightly, and they had a feeling of being honored. Mu Chongtian and the others, on the other hand, revealed a surprised expression, because even they had not expected Chu Tianlong to have such prestige in the Heavenly Maiden Holy Land. I have to say, this kind of imperiousness is very impressive. At this time, Chu Tianlong moved, only to see his body bowing slightly, making an empty gesture. Everyone stand up and speak first. You and I belong to the same Holy Land, disciples. There is no need to be so polite. The disciples didn't stand up and insisted.
I hope that Emperor's Son will grant our request and return a clear sky to the Holy Land.
Chu Tianlong immediately straightened up.
Maintaining the peace of the Holy Land is our responsibility as disciples.
This request I, Chen Stable fellow sect, promise you. We thank Imperial Son.
The crowd of disciples instantly became excited. Having received Chu Tianlong's approval, they knew that this must have come true, and that only death awaited Chen Stable.
Get up. There is no need for this between you and me. Chu Tianlong once again held up the air in vain, an affable smile on his face.
This time the disciples did not refuse again.
In their view, no matter how high Chu Tianlong's status was, he was still that saint's son, and was not the so-called Emperor's son. Emperor's Son, should we go back first, or just kill our way to Heavenly Maiden Peak?
Fu Xiao transmitted in a low voice.
Chu Tianlong was slightly stunned. That kid has been at the Heavenly Maiden Peak without coming out?
Yes,
been practicing. Fu Xiao nodded. Not a single movement?
Chu Tianlong's brows wrinkled lightly. Fu Xiao knew that Chu Tianlong was asking about the movements of the forces behind Qin's stable.
So he nodded. There is. It has been Zheng Taichu operating. Only then did Chu Tianlong nod. Are our men in place?
All of them have been ambushed in the shadows.
Everything is just waiting for you, Emperor's son, to give the order.
Fu Xiao hurriedly said.
Alright then,
go with this Emperor's son to meet that brat for a while.
Chu Tianlong directly made a decision. Understood. Fu Xiao was instantly excited. In fact,
he had waited a long time for this moment. If it wasn't for the sake of waiting for Chu Tianlong to come back, he would have killed over with the men he had gathered.
Chapter 52 Carrying a Coffin and Killing People. Chu Tianlong calling out Chen Jian. At the same time, inside the Heavenly Maiden Peak, not long after Chen Jian had just emerged from the gate, he realized that there was a knock on the door from Zheng Taichu outside. Come in.
Chen Stable spoke directly. Zheng Taichu hurriedly pushed open the door and walked in.
Little man Zheng Taichu, I've met your excellency. Zheng Taichu,
who was pressing down on his body, was once again raising shockwaves within his heart at this moment.
It's only been half a month.
This little lord of his, not only had he broken through 4 minor realms in a row, but the power fluctuations that surged through him were more than 10 times that of before.
What kind of a concept is that? Anyone who isn't a dumbass can figure it out. Sit down and talk.
Chen steady pressed his hand.
Zheng Taichu didn't dare to refuse and hurriedly sat on the bottom seat. Chu Tianlong has returned. Zheng Taichu took a deep breath and said. Chen Jian's eyes couldn't help but light up. But it's finally back.
It was kind of the best news he'd heard in days.
This is a good thing.
The corners of Chen Stable's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile.
Then what is the little man going to do? Zheng Taichu hurriedly said. Don't do anything. Just wait for them to come to your door. Saying that,
Chen Stable's voice began to grow ghostly.
It's them who are in a hurry now. Not me. Understood. Then I'll go ahead and monitor their movements. Zheng Taichu nodded.
Chen Jian shook his head. There's no need to go through so much trouble.
Just watch. Now they're afraid that they've already come our way. That fast?
Zheng Taichu was shaken.
But just then, the transmission note in his arms flashed. Zheng Taichu instantly looked at Chen Jian. Don't bother with me. Chen Jian smiled. Zheng Taichu didn't have any more scruples, and the meantime injected spiritual energy into the sound transmission.
Paul Master, that Chu Tianlong is leading the major forces toward Heavenly Maiden Peak.
An urgent male voice immediately came from the transmission note. Zheng Taichu couldn't help but look at Chen Stable in shock. It really got to him. There's no need to hold them back. Just let them go up the mountain.
Chen Stable suddenly spoke. Zheng Taichu immediately took over the conversation.
Did you hear that? Gonzi told you guys not to care. Understood. The person in the transmission note couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's it. Zheng Taichu dropped a sentence and cut the connection. You go back too. Chen Stable waved. But, Zheng Taichu's face changed. Chen Jian smiled. Don't worry. With these people of theirs they can't kill me yet. Alright. Zheng Taichu knew that Chen Stable's mind was made up, so he didn't say anything more. Only after Zheng Taichu left did Chen Jian say, Uncle Nu, I'll be troubling you next. Don't worry little master.
With the old slave here we'll never let anyone touch a hair on your head.
Saying that, Chen Nu's words changed. And the matriarch? They're ready to go. There's one of them here. All of them have to die here. The curve of Chen Jian's mouth hooked up even more. Now everything is ready. Just waiting for you all to enter the jar. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Maiden Peak. Go away. Lulan Xingxue suddenly stood up. Go where?
Lulan Greenie had a confused look on her face.
Counting the time. They're almost at Heavenly Maiden Peak. Lulan Xingxue leisurely spoke. Ha! Heavenly Maiden Peak?
Lulan Greenie was even more confused. But seeing that Lulan Xingxue had already gone out first, she had no choice but to dawdle and follow.
And those who had the same idea as Lulan Xingxue were Guue, Zhang Qingrun and the others.
They also rushed towards where the Heavenly Maiden Peak was at the first opportunity. Only their minds were different.
Like Guue,
as the Sacred Lord, she was more worried about destroying the sacred ground when the two powers were at war. As for Zhang Qingrun and the others, they were more interested in witnessing the final result.
But in their opinion, the final winner must be Chu Tianlong. By itself,
a single force against dozens of forces would have no chance of winning.
Not to mention that what stood behind Chu Tianlong was still a Heaven's Destiny Emperor clan. On the other hand, Chu Tianlong had already brought a group of forces to the foot of Heavenly Maiden Peak. In addition, they were followed by a group of coffin carriers, and there were 88 black coffins. The corresponding number was exactly the number of people who had been killed and nailed to the holy monument by Qin Jian. That image was extremely shocking at first glance. That's pretty bold, though. Looking at the defenseless heavenly maiden peak, which was like inviting a king into a jar, Chu Tianlong could not help but coldly smile. Originally, he thought that Chen Jian had already had a group of men and horses waiting here. I just didn't expect it to be such a sight. Emperor's son, do you want me to take the lead first? Fu Xiao was also a person with eyes, and proposed at the first opportunity. It's hard not to wonder if there's an ambush inside in this situation. You lead the men to encircle this heavenly maiden peak, and as for playing the lead, I, Chen Stable, am not so afraid of even that. Chu Tianlong waved his hand, his entire person looking extremely confident. Alright, then I'll go and do it. Fu Xiao answered in turn to leave. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Chu Tianlong went ahead and ascended the heavenly maiden peak. Once Mu Chongtian and the others saw this, they didn't have any hesitation and lifted their steps to follow. Come on, let's follow and have a look. The vast crowd of disciples quickly followed behind. For a time, the entire heavenly maiden peak was filled with blackness. Before the person arrived, that terrifying aura pressed to the top of the heavenly maiden peak, and the condensed aura pressed down, straight towards the heavenly maiden palace where Chen's stability was located. The air on the circumference side exploded up like a steaming stream of air, suffocating one's heart. Finally, Chen Stable, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of essence passed by. With that in mind, he did not continue, and then stood up. Chu Tianlong and the others, at this time, also arrived outside the heavenly maiden palace. Looking at the undefended heavenly maiden palace, Chu Tianlong's face gradually sank. Since his debut, no one had ever dared to ignore him like this. Today, no matter which power Chen Stable came from, he must take him down. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to right the might of the Emperor's son. Thinking about this, a ray of icy cold killing chants flashed through Chu Tianlong's heart. And just then, Lulan Xingxue and the others arrived. One by one, they landed on the heavenly maiden peak. Chu Tianlong's gaze flicked around, sweeping down from the bodies of the comers and finally landing on Lulan Xingxue's body. Lulan Xingxue's eyes blinked lightly, and the corners of her eyes swirled with the slightest hint of laughter. A smile appeared on Chu Tianlong's face once more, and he then nodded towards Lulan Xingxue. For Lulan Xingxue, he was very satisfied and liked it from the bottom of his heart. Lulan Xingxue also nodded, giving Chu Tianlong the same response. Little man has met the Emperor's son. Guu hesitated for a moment, but she still came to Chu Tianlong's front and solemnly bowed. Chu Tianlong retracted his gaze and proceeded to land on Guu's body. I told you earlier, you don't have to be so polite. Sacred Lord. Guu sighed. I won't say anything else. I hope that the Emperor's son will leave the Holy Land intact. Chu Tianlong smiled. Don't worry, the Holy Land is also my home. I'm not so bad as to destroy it. Alright, then I'll thank Emperor's son here first. Guu made a solemn bow, then retreated to the side in a sensible manner. Put down the black coffin. Chu Tianlong suddenly waved his big hand, and his voice was turning cold rapidly. Yes, Emperor's son. The group of people carrying the coffin behind them immediately put down the black coffin. Nearly 70 black coffins were placed on the ground in unison, and the ground shook more than once, making the already cold and silent scene solemn. Chu Tianlong slowly raised his head, his gaze falling coldly at the gate. Aren't you going to get this Emperor's son killed? Why don't you dare to come out? With these words, the solemn scene added another point of urgency. The Great War is feared to be about to begin. Thinking about this, everyone subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Clunk! At that moment the closed door opened. A silhouette lifted its steps and walked out. Chapter 53 Cthulhu Hegemony Body. 10,000 Worlds Reborn 1. Him, out. The crowd was shaken. Chu Tianlong, on the other hand, was the first to lock the figure that walked out from the gate. Into his eyes was Chen Jian, who had an upright posture, a white coat, and a face like a crown of jade. At this time, Chen Jian's aura was self-contained, and once he appeared on the stage, he captured all the light, just like an exiled immortal in the dust. With each additional step Chen Stable took outward, that leisurely aura expanded by 1 point, and in just a moment it had overpowered everything on the scene. Seeing this, 2 stern rays of light erupted from Chu Tianlong's ice-cold pupils, and his aura autonomously sloshed around him. Boom! In an instant, the 2 invisible auras quickly collided together. The space exploded into a sky full of dust in response, and endless waves were raging and swirling outward in a frantic frenzy. Sizzle! So scary! At the sight of this, the crowd was so frightened that they hastily stormed backward, fearing that they would be affected by this aura clash. Chen Stable slowly stopped, and his gaze also fell on Chu Tianlong's body. He was also curious about Chu Tianlong. After all,
This was a teenage boy who was a teenager and had been chosen to be his carrier boy at the age of 10 for his emperor's bones. He wouldn't believe it if he said there was nothing at all. The Chu Tianlong in the field of vision had long blonde hair, a straight posture, and a handsome and extraordinary face. At this moment, Chu Tianlong's eyes were extremely icy cold, and the robbing light around his body was whistling more than just a few times, pressurizing the surrounding space into distortion. On top of that, Chu Tianlong's head had a golden life soul on top of it. This fate soul was extremely dense, ancient and mysterious, with astonishing fate patterns flowing through it. Vaguely, one could see that this life soul had a tendency to split into 7 colors. Oh, no wonder it can bear my emperor bone karma. It is indeed extraordinary. Seeing this, Chen Stability became more and more interested in Chu Tianlong. With that, Chu Tianlong's basic information was reflected in his eyes. Name, Chu Tianlong. Age, 16. Character, cold, hypocritical, cruel, will do anything to achieve the goal. Identity, holy son of the holy land of the heavenly maiden. False emperor's son. Natal soul, golden. Physique, Song Tian hegemony body. Supreme emperor immortal bone. Realm, 9 realms of life and death. Note, hidden destiny. Those who have been reborn in 10,000 lifetimes can break through the golden destiny soul after awakening their memories and achieve the legendary destiny of heaven. This, good guy. After reading through Chu Tianlong's basic information, even Shen Jian could not help but feel shocked. Not only is it a golden providence now, it's a hidden legendary providence. Song Tian hegemony body that is the top physique. The great adult can carry the great emperor's strike of the existence of the absolute emperor of the melee. On top of that, he could not be restricted by heaven and earth, constantly breaking through limits, and his battle power was heavenly in existence now. As for the supreme emperor immortal bone, there was even less to say. It was an existence that would surely become a great emperor. When he grows to the extreme, he can even lift his hand to cut down all the immortals. With this forest stacked up, Chu Tianlong was undoubtedly the existence of a bug. Soon after, Chen Steady then focused on Chu Tianlong's realm again. He was currently at the 6th heavenly human realm, while Chu Tianlong was at the 9th life and death realm, and the two of them were 13 small realms apart. This was a bit of a difference at first glance, not to mention that Chu Tianlong was still a top-tier heavenly pride-like existence, but he didn't think he didn't have a fighting chance. Let's not talk about his heavenly fate great melting pot, which could suppress 10% of the power of a heavenly fate sun in a short period of time. It was the absolute battle talent that he possessed, as well as the top-notch breath combat method that could make him invincible. One should know that with his chaotic sequence body, he could raise his battle power without any upper limit within the tolerance of his physique. Thinking of this, Chen Stable's mind had a clear comparison. Chu Tianlong didn't realize that everything about him had been seen through, but he did feel the pressure on Chen Stable's body. The last one to put him under this kind of pressure was still Lulan Xingxue. However, Lulan Xingxue's realm was no worse than his, whereas Chen Stability was merely a tiny 6th heavenly man realm. With this kind of cultivation, it made him feel the pressure, even if he was a cutie, also knew what it represented. On top of that, he sensed a special anomaly. The moment Chen Stable appeared, the emperor bone within his body trembled, and there was a vague urge to fly out of his body. It was a feeling that he had never had before. Only after suppressing the strange movements of the emperor bone in his body did Chu Tianlong stare at Chen Stable and said in a cold voice, "Who are you?" Apparently, 10 years had passed, and he had not recognized Chen Jian at first glance. "What am I?" The corner of Chen Jian's mouth coldly hooked. He hadn't expected that Chu Tianlong's first words would be to ask him what kind of person he was. It seemed that his identity had still made the other party suspicious. However, he didn't intend to expose himself so quickly. He wanted to break Chu Tianlong little by little, letting his identity be the last straw that crushed him. Let him know that even if he took his emperor's bones, so what? In the end, it is not a big dream, and you can only die in the most desperate way. I'm the one who killed you, Chen Stable spat out in a cold voice. This is so just. The crowd looked at Chen Stable in shock. Apparently, they didn't expect it either. Within the first moment, Chen Steady had pushed the relationship between the two to the extreme, leaving no room for maneuver. Kill me? Chu Tianlong's eyes were overflowing with killing intent. With that, the words changed. No one has ever dared to talk to this emperor's son like that. Since you want to die, then this emperor's son will fulfill you. The moment the words fell, an unparalleled power surged out from Chu Tianlong's body, and that golden light swept uncontrollably. A huge field of life and death was propped up in mid-air. 10,000 feet of clouds rolled in, and all sorts of visions were superimposed one after another. Gather all the elephants into dragons. The dragon's might was so great that the light of the robbery pressed out for millions of miles. At this moment, it was as if the entire sky was wrapped in Chu Tianlong's aura. and every strand of chi was crushed into nothingness. So strong, so strong. Is this the strength of an emperor's son? When the crowd saw this scene, they only felt their scalps tingle and suffocate. It's kind of fun. Chen Stable didn't have any panic. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he once again took a step closer to Chu Tianlong. However, with every step forward, the breath in his body soared by 1 point, and the 9-colored sequence of light exploded like an exploding volcano. That golden sky screen was directly sliced through as if it had been slashed by a mouthful of sword blades. That son of a... Looking at the power that kept pushing in, Chu Tianlong's eyelids jumped more than straight up. Such an aura had long exceeded the limits of the life and death realm, not to mention the celestial realm. When Chen Stable walked within a foot of Chu Tianlong, that riotous aura also reached an extreme. What are you pretending with me here? Chen Stable took one step down, and that riotous power was instantly like a stream of water that lacked an embankment, pressing forward violently. All of a sudden, the 9 colors of sequential light roared forward like 9 giant dragons. Under a vicious horizontal thrust, Chu Tianlong's life and death field, which had been built with great difficulty, was instantly shattered into nothingness. Boom! At the same time, the entire Heavenly Maiden Peak was also shaken to ashes in one fell swoop, with endless aftershocks sweeping in all directions. Back off! Go! 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 The solemn scene was instantly filled with the urgent roars of Gu and the others. With such a powerful collision, if one didn't retreat in time, none but cultivators above the life and death realm would be able to survive. In a short moment, only Chen Stable and Chu Tianlong remained in the large scene. The only difference was that Chen Jian was at ease, while Chu Tianlong's aura around him was getting colder and colder. Chen Stable's strength had once again refreshed his knowledge. Who the hell are you? Chu Tianlong once again said in a cold voice. You talk too much. As the words fell, Chen Stable moved. With an invincible momentum towards where Chu Tianlong was, he crashed straight into him. Close combat with me? Looking for death? Chu Tianlong roared in a deep voice. The Tsang Tianjiu light rippled within his body, and the Kunpeng divine form took shape outside his body, transforming into a vast divine shadow. Chapter 54 Invincible in the Flesh? I'll still beat you up. In the next moment, one could only see the Kunpeng divine form shaking violently, and the celestial robberies of light slammed through and out, transforming into an unparalleled pressure that shook down everything. In response to the time, the space collapsed, blowing up 10,000 feet of airbursts one after another. Is this the Tsang Tian hegemony body? It's true to its name. But you met me. Chen Stable's first sequence shackle was liberated, and his power exploded with it. A matchless power fluctuation forcefully forced the incoming pressure to a halt and shattered it in midair. One could only see Chen Stable sprinting to meet the heavenly robbing light that came through the pressure. Breaking! Chen Stable grunted coldly and raised his hand to slash down viciously with a hand slash. That celestial robbing light was like a film of light that was cut in half with a single slash. The 9-colored hand blade light and shadow quickly penetrated through everything, which in turn heavily chopped down towards where Chu Tianlong was. Sculpture! Chu Tianlong coldly grunted, and the Tsang Tian hegemony body violently shook, as if heaven and earth had followed suit. Bang! Under the shocking rip of the terrifying force, the chopping blade light was just shaken into nothingness through the air. By this time, Chen Jian had already gotten close, instantly completing his build-up in midair and landing a heavy punch. Sang Tian Ba Tian Palm. Without the slightest bit of panic, Chu Tianlong raised his hand and struck out with a palm. The huge palm that covered the sky was filled with golden overbearing light, and ancient flowing patterns were entwining, emanating a terrifying might. Bang! In response to time, the two attacks heaved against each other. The terrifying power exploded, shaking everything around into a sky full of explosions. At the same time, 2 strands of recoil force struck down hard on the two. Chen Stable's circumference shook as the 9-colored sequential light within his body rioted in all directions, but he did not take a step back. On the contrary, Chu Tianlong's body was surrounded by golden light streams that exploded and splattered as if it was raining gold. The ground underneath his feet crumbled once more, which in turn exploded into a sky full of dust to come. That son of a... Feeling the impact of the power coming from his body, Chu Tianlong's face sank violently. Under the same realm, no one had ever been able to go through 3 moves with him in melee combat. But what about now? Just 2 moves against each other, and he had suffered a smothering defeat. This made him incredulous while at the same time his heart welled up with endless anger. This is so strong. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as they watched this happen in front of them. What especially shocked them was Chen Stable. Chu Tianlong has obviously moved for real, but it is Chu Tianlong who is vaguely at a disadvantage. It really shook them to their core. To be sincere, they never thought it would turn out this way. Swish! And at this time, Chen Jian had already moved, and while Chu Tianlong was still in a state of uncontrollable anger, he ruthlessly crashed into him with the fiercest momentum. There was no doubt that this time, Chen Stable was planning to collide with Chu Tianlong's pure physical strength against Chu Tianlong. The only way to create despair in an opponent is to crush them in the area they are most proud of.
A physical confrontation with me? Ha ha ha. It's just not straight. My Song Tian hegemony body should suppress all body types.
Chu Tianlong likewise saw at a glance what Chen Stable was thinking.
But that was the only thing that he didn't fear from anyone. Swish! In response to the time,
he then charged up without hesitation, also ruthlessly colliding with Chen Stable with pure physical strength.
The moment the two fleshly bodies collided, the earth shook.
The heavens and earth were more than in turmoil,
and all sorts of world-shattering phenomena were falling.
The nine-colored sequential light also blasted against the golden celestial robber light strike after strike, ancient seals flashing and mysterious inscribed sounds echoing more than once.
Knock! A hit! Knock knock! 2 strikes! Knock knock knock! 3 strikes! The two clashed blow after blow as if they had forgotten about it. Obviously,
they both wanted to suppress each other with absolute power.
This is too much. Looking at the situation in front of them,
the crowd only felt their scalps tingling, and did not dare to breathe a breath. How can that kid be so strong? The Emperor's son didn't even take him down for so long.
Lulan Greenie murmured a few words in a low voice before snapping her head up to look at her own young lady. Young lady, Empyrean son. He should win, right? He's going to be unable to fight. Lulan Xingxue took a deep breath and spoke leisurely. He's going to be unable to fight?
Lulan Greenie's brain exploded, subconsciously raising her eyes to look over.
Knock knock knock. Under a strike echo, Chu Tianlong's entire body was actually powerfully knocked away under the last pair of strikes. How can I lose? How could I lose with my Tsuntian bastard body?
Chu Tianlong's pupils exploded in anger and shock.
Invincible in flesh? Knock you out as usual.
Between Chen Jian's deep voice and his drink,
his entire body seemed to have transformed into a meteorite,
violently slamming into Chu Tianlong's body.
Boom! Under a collision,
the 9-colored sequence of light exploded,
and at once, it managed to break through Chu Tianlong's domineering body defense on pust. In response to the time,
Chu Tianlong's flesh disintegrated and blood crumbled and splattered everywhere.
In the next moment,
Chu Tianlong's entire body was viciously knocked away like a bullet, even crushing the mountain range behind him into dust together.
This, sizzle.
The crowd looked at Chen Stable in shock, their pupils in a million shapes,
unable to believe what was in front of them. What's the Cthulhu body? It was claimed to be invincible in melee combat and invincible in physical defense. But with such an invincible physique, not only was it blown away in the best way possible, but it was also in a situation where the opponent was 13 small realms lower.
What kind of monster is this kid?
For a while,
the horrified looks of the crowd towards Chen Stable intensified.
It's still a real loss. How is this possible?
Lulan Greenie lost her voice and murmured, her eyes full of disbelief. Lulan Xingxue stared at Chen Jian dead in the face, especially at the entwined 9-colored sequential light. This kind of astonishing spiritual body light flow was the first time she had seen it in her life, and the power that leaked out of it even made her have a kind of numbness in her scalp. One must know that she was the Heaven's Destiny Emperor's Empress body,
and the Heaven's Destiny enchantment that she possessed was something that the Tsung Tian hegemony body did not possess. But even so,
she had a vague feeling that her own divine body wouldn't necessarily be able to take advantage of Chen Stable's physique. As for Mu Chong Tian and the others at this moment, their brows were wrinkled tightly. They obviously also hadn't expected that a hallowed emperor's son would be suppressed by a seer with no name.
Even so, they were wondering if this person was an emperor's son. Miss, Empyrean son. He won't really lose just like that. Lulan Greenie took a deep breath and said. Lulan Xingxue shook her head. What's really powerful about him isn't the Tsung Tian hegemony body, it's that emperor bone. Just watch. The one who wins in the end will definitely be him. As for that Yi Gongzi. Speaking of this, Lulan Xingxue's words changed. If this is all he has, then it can be said that he will lose. Greenie told me.
How could Imperial's son lose so easily?
Lulan Greenie couldn't help but pat her chest. And just then, a loud blast rang out, and all the debris was blown into nothingness.
A silhouette shrouded in golden light slowly stepped out from it.
It's the emperor's son. He's fine. Looking at Chu Tianlong, who had recovered from his injuries aside from his clothes being a bit messy, the crowd's pupils could not help but shrink.
Chu Tianlong slowly raised his head and looked at Chen Stable.
This emperor's son admits that he did underestimate you. But next, this emperor's son will let you know that your little bit of strength is worthless to me. Pretending in front of your dad.
Chen Jian took a step down and used the momentum of the step down to use his chaotic horizontal heavenly hands.
Chapter 55 Flesh Body Shakes Taoist Artifact. Emperor Bone finally appears. In an instant, a giant hand that covered the sky instantly took shape,
and 10,000 feet of airwaves lined up in all directions.
Dead. Chen Jian spat out in a cold voice, and with a raised hand,
he ruthlessly slapped downward. In an instant, an endless pressure suppressed everything, as if the entire heaven and earth would explode between them. This secret art is so terrible. The crowd watched this woodenly, especially the aura that came through the pressure, making them feel as if their bodies were going to be crushed at any moment.
Come out. Chu Tianlong, who was in the vortex of power, did not have any panic,
only to see a stream of light fly out from his body in a deep voice,
transforming into a huge ancient map. Mysterious Tao rhythms flowed on top of the ancient diagram,
and 4 colors of light were released at first, from which the 4 divine beasts' visions rushed out.
Their divine might invincible. This is a Taoist weapon?
The pupils of Mu Chongtian and the others shrunk violently, and the bottom of their eyes were filled with shock.
No good.
This is the divine beast burial map.
The face of Jiang Taichu, who had been calm,
also changed slightly. It was important to know that although the divine beast burial world diagram was only a Tao artifact,
it was no worse than an ordinary emperor artifact. In particular,
this burial world diagram trapped a strand of the 4 great divine beasts' origin.
As long as the host's power is strong enough,
it is entirely possible for the 4 divine beasts to reappear at their peak of divine power,
and anyone under the great emperor realm can be killed.
The burial world Tao father of the Taiku period used this burial world diagram to bury all the living beings of a large ancient realm.
Countless half-step great emperors died under the suppression of the 4 divine beasts, and ever since then the mighty name of the burial world Tao father resounded throughout the entire Taiku.
What he hadn't expected was that Chu Tianlong would have such a Tao artifact that was no less than an emperor artifact. Lulan Xingxue also revealed a surprised look at this time.
Chu Tianlong's relationship with her could be described as very close.
The two had teamed up more than once to break into the ruins and fight side by side.
However,
she had never seen Chu Tianlong use this Tao weapon.
In this way,
even if he was facing Chen Stable who possessed an imperial artifact,
Chu Tianlong would be able to remain completely unaffected. Once there was no imperial artifact suppression, Chu Tianlong's chances of winning would be even greater. Thinking of this, Lulan Xingxue couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Break it for this emperor's son.
Chu Tianlong's hands quickly formed seals, and a stream of light struck down on the burial world diagram,
powerfully stimulating the divine beast burial world force.
The 4 divine beasts on each side of the town threw up a roar to the sky, and the power of the 4 elephants met the giant hand that slapped down and blasted it to death.
Boom!
The 2 attacks ruthlessly collided together,
and the divine beast burial force and chaotic horizontal sky force bombarded into a mess. Click! Bang! In just a few breaths,
the chaotic horizontal heavenly hand was still unable to block this attack and exploded in response.
As for Chen Stable,
his entire body stormed backward under the impact of the aftermath, and his blood chi surged around him.
Son of a, die for this emperor. Seeing this scene,
Chu Tianlong's eyes exploded with biting killing intent.
Between the rapid ceiling,
he maneuvered the burial world diagram towards Chen Stable to kill him again. His purpose was simple. It was not easy for him to gain power, so he naturally had to seize the opportunity to completely kill Chen Stable. When Chen Jian came back to his senses, the burial world diagram had already subdued and landed on top of his head, and the 4 great divine beasts had already rushed towards his lifeblood.
This is finally over.
As the crowd watched this,
they couldn't help but let out a low sigh. With such power, such distance, and such speed,
the only thing left for Chen Stable was death.
Still, it was enough.
To be able to force Chu Tianlong to this point, Chen Jian had truly been remarkable.
Not good. Seeing this scene, even Jiang Taichu,
who knew that Chen Stable had someone behind him to protect him,
couldn't help but panic.
You have to know that once Chen Stable dies, then he will be guilty of a great deal.
As his thoughts fell,
he did not hesitate to rush towards where Chen Stable was.
Even a small divine beast wants to kill old me. How dare you?
Chen Stable's cold voice suddenly rang out.
At the same time,
Chen Stability's 9-colored divine aura blossomed around him, and his blood chi was gushing out like a dragon's breath.
Knock knock, breathing like a bucket, fleshly thunder drums and long movements. It was as if the entire heaven and earth were vibrating along with it. At this moment, Chen Jian was as if he was a fleshly god of war, his aura overwhelming,
his body entangled in 10,000 streams of light,
piercing through the 9 heavens and the sky, and the burial world diagram, which was suppressing down, was thus forced to slow down by the terrifying aura. How is this possible? Chu Tianlongtan felt the pressure coming back from the burial world diagram,
a pressure that almost destroyed the seal in his hand.
Get out!
As Chen Stable drank fiercely, he struck out with a heavy fist,
the terrifying force striking down on the burial world diagram. Bang! With one strike, the 4 divine beasts' shadows were shattered into nothingness, and the burial world diagram was also sent flying back hard. Chu Tianlong's pupils violently opened, and his entire body flew out backwards, the ground collapsing in sections and exploding into pieces wherever he went. This, Golem,
The crowd watched this with horror, the fear spreading quickly through their bodies like an electric current. Using his physical body to resist a Dao weapon, and also sent it flying with a single strike. What the kind of monster is this? The most terrifying thing was still that this person was only at the 6th heavenly man realm. Jiang Taichu wouldn't stopped moving his hands for a long time. He knew that his own little lord was strong, but he had never imagined that he would be so raw as this.
Flesh shakes a Taoist weapon. This is too much. Miss, what exactly did I see?
That kid actually managed to physically shake a Dao weapon.
Lulan Greenie opened her mouth in a stupefied manner.
Lulan Xingxue did not respond,
but silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Not to mention Lulan Greenie, she herself was shocked.
According to what she had expected in her heart, the only way for Chen Stable to resolve this death calamity was to sacrifice the Emperor's sword.
There's nothing else to do. However,
what she hadn't expected either was that Chen Stable had used his physical body to shake the Dao weapon. This would have made her think crazy if she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes. It was undeniable that Chen Stable had once again refreshed her perception.
And Chu Tianlong's omnipotent image also had a tendency to collapse at this moment. Son of a, you're too arrogant.
Chu Tianlong suddenly rushed out from the ground in a manic frenzy, only to see golden light entwined around his body, and a complex seal appeared in the center of his brow.
On top of that, in addition to a Kuan Pang divine form appearing behind him,
there was also an ancient emperor's shadow. The moment this emperor's shadow appeared, the breath of the entire heaven and earth changed.
It was as if it had an innate suppression, as if everything had to submit to its might.
A flash of ghostly light flashed in Chen Jian's eyes, and he saw a golden bone shimmering in Chu Tianlong's chest,
with emperor immortal Dao patterns flowing on the surface, mysterious and ancient. Is this my emperor's bone? It was indeed extraordinary.
No wonder those people wanted to seize it even at such great risk.
The corner of Chen Jian's mouth slightly hooked. Finally going to use it?
Lulan Xingxue leisurely said in his heart.
In her mind,
the main reason why Chu Tianlong could be superior to the vast majority of heavenly prides was because he possessed this emperor bone.
Now that it had the emperor's bones enhancement, that Dao weapon would only get stronger. In that case, Chen Stable would surely lose. Thinking of this, Lulan Xingxue couldn't help but let out another sigh of relief. Son of a, how do you want to die? Chu Tianlong took one step down,
and heaven and earth shook in unison as the light of the emperor's tribulation pierced through billions of miles, straight into the 9 heavens above.
At the same time, a terrifying force suppressed in all directions, destroying the entire aura that Chen Stable had built up. Chen Jian did not speak, but silently took out the emperor's sword. In an instant, the emperor's might was immense and the killing machines boiled in the sky. Chapter 56. A sword chopped down a Dao artifact, showing invincibility. The emperor's sword? The rampant killing intent on Chu Tianlong's face froze. No wonder it dares to be so arrogant. But so what if there was an emperor's sword? Lao Zi had a Dao weapon and an emperor bone, which was enough to suppress all emperor weapons. In an instant, Chu Tianlong's face was covered with solemnity again. Son of a, having an imperial artifact will never save you. Between Chu Tianlong's sardonic roar, his hands quickly formed seals, only to see that the emperor's shadow behind him followed suit and formed a seal. Under the dual conjunctions, the burial world diagram once again shone brightly, and the power of the 4 divine beasts soared dramatically. A divine beast burial field was rapidly forming in midair, with blood-black power flowing away and traversing through it like a chain, looking eerie and biting. Burial of the world to imprison the heavenly locks. With that, Chu Tianlong moved his hands. That one chain scurried once more, intertwining with each other and forming a bizarre formation. There wasn't a single dead end in this formation, and even the power of heaven and earth were trapped in it together. Dead. Seeing that the formation diagram had taken shape, Chu Tianlong didn't hesitate a bit and held the formation diagram and pressed down towards where Chen Jian was. As the formation map fell, the space where Chen Stable was located had even every strand of Qi imprisoned and killed, looking terrifying to the extreme. False heavenly sword chop. Chen Jian slowly raised his eyelids, and a round of formation diagrams as dark as a black hole came into view. In this formation diagram, there was not a trace of life left, and all one could feel was despair. Chop. Chen Stable coldly spat out, and the imperial might and sword chi that was pressing and ambling in the blade of his sword fiercely chopped out. The emperor's might was vast. Sword chi cuts through millions of miles. Under the sword, the array image was like a canopy that had been sliced open, revealing a line of sky. The unstoppable sword chi sliced through all the obstacles in one fell swoop and heavily chopped at the burial world diagram. So fast, Chu Tianlong's pupils opened, and he violently formed a seal, transmitting the momentum of the emperor's bone into the burial world diagram, further growing its power. The burial world diagram was only confronted for a few breaths of time before it was powerfully chopped in half by a sword. How is this possible? Looking at the Dao weapon he had laid out being chopped off with a single sword,
Chu Tianlong's face changed wildly, his eyes filled with horror.
Knock! At the same time, Chu Tianlong's entire person was also chopped back by a sword,
and his entire person pressurized and exploded the series of spaces behind him.
Pust! The moment he stopped, Chu Tianlong finally couldn't hold back, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. At this moment,
his face was still filled with horror. That sword just now not only decapitated his Dao weapon, but also nearly broke his Emperor Bone Guardian.
It was no exaggeration to say that if he hadn't possessed the Emperor Bone, he would have already died with that sword just now. Chopped up a Dao weapon with a sword? What a monster this is! The crowd was numb and shocked at what was happening in front of them.
Mu Chongtian's face changed more than wildly at this moment. These people of theirs were here for Chu Tianlong,
the Emperor's son, but now they see what they see.
The Emperor's son had used all his means,
but he was completely abused by a nameless junior.
Since when were the Imperial clan's children so bad?
At this time, Lulan Xingxue, too,
had frozen in place.
Obviously, she didn't expect it to end up like this either.
A sword chopped the Dao weapon off.
Her scalp went numb even as she watched. At this moment,
her gaze towards Chen's stable completely changed.
At the same time,
her confidence that had been convinced that Chu Tianlong would win was gradually collapsing.
Chen Jian slowly lifted his sword and pointed it. Killing machine appearing, now it's time for me to say, how do you want to die? Chu Tianlong's cold and ghost-like pupils flashed with blood aura,
and the power that was pressed in the deepest part of his body surged.
But he was still holding back, knowing that once he used that power, he would surely attract the wrath of the people. It's better to let the forces you've assembled make their move. You're too far behind,
Chen Stable said in a cold voice.
Just this one sentence completely shattered Chu Tianlong's inner sway. Son of A, you've successfully angered this Emperor's son. And at that moment, Chu Tianlong slowly stood up, his aura around him turning cold extremely quickly, a morose coldness enveloping the entire heavenly maiden Holy Land. This breath? When the crowd looked at the Chu Tianlong who was in such a state, their faces changed in unison.
Where had they seen Chu Tianlong in such a state?
All along, the feeling Chu Tianlong gave them was a positive image of sunshine and Confucianism.
It was as an emperor's son that gave them an easygoing feeling.
But what about now? They actually saw such a grim, evil Chu Tianlong.
If they had previously thought that Chen Stable was a demon because of his murderous nature, then the current Chu Tianlong was a devil to be feared from the inside out. Seeing this state of affairs, the corners of Chen Stable's mouth slightly raised.
Is it finally time to reveal your true character?
Anyone who pretends to be a man is bound to reveal the greatest blackness of his heart when he is in danger of life and death.
That's the everlasting truth. Just in time, to show those who worship him what a man this really is. With the Emperor's bones as the foundation, the Holy Land's 10,000 elephants as the formation, and the 10,000 sons and daughters as the guide, the Shura killing formation rises. Between Chu Tianlong's rapid seal formation, the Emperor Bone's shadow within his body rushed out, overriding the midair. At the same time, the entire Holy Land transformed into a bizarre formation, with the black and red Shura killing aura gathering and transforming into a hellish field. One by one, the dead figures were reviving, rising from hell. The figures kept hissing as if they were being tortured. Look guys, isn't that our elder he? There's also senior brother Zhao, senior sister Yi, senior brother Li and the others. What's going on here? How did they get in that formation? You guys, could they have been killed by the Emperor's son? I heard that there are some formations that are refined into formations. The room exploded at these words. Thinking back, every year, there were quite a number of elders and disciples in their Holy Land who disappeared or even died for no reason. Originally, they thought that these people had been killed by a hostile force, but now it seemed that all of them were afraid to die at the hands of their own Emperor's son. For a moment, the look of all the disciples towards Chu Tianlong changed. Damn it! Ji Yuyue and the others' faces instantly turned cold. Perhaps the disciples were just guessing about this, but they, the peak masters and elders, could see the method at a glance. This formation was the remnants of a Holy Land, left behind by the first Holy Lord. It's only been banned because it's a crippling formation and it's too brutal. But what they didn't expect was that Chu Tianlong had not only stolen the formation, but had also refined the elders and disciples of the Holy Land into it. Such behavior is simply unconscionable and punishable by God and man. At this moment, Chu Tianlong's image completely collapsed in their hearts. Miss, what kind of formation is this? Why does Greenie feel an aura of disgust? Lulan Greenie couldn't help but ask. Lulan Xingxue stared tightly at Chu Tianlong for a long time before saying, I didn't think that there would be a day when I would look away. What? Lulan Greenie didn't react for a moment. Nothing. Lulan Xingxue didn't explain either. Only, the gaze she looked at Chu Tianlong held a faint disappointment. And just then, heaven and earth changed. Endless spiritual qi was surging in rapidly, continuously injecting into Chu Tianlong's body. As for Chu Tianlong's aura, it was also soaring rapidly and extremely, soon breaking through the bottleneck of the ninth life and death realm. But in response to that, Chu Tianlong still wasn't satisfied, and once again quickly formed seals. Chapter 57 Who the hell are you? The stunned Chu Tianlong. Get thee out. Only to see Chu Tianlong grabbing out of thin air. The entire heavenly maiden holy land shook crazily. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded through the sky, reverberating in mid-air. Not good. Guu's face changed wildly. This kind of movement was undoubtedly the reaction of their Holy Land's dragon vein being siphoned off. If Chu Tianlong's refining of the Holy Land's people to raise the formation was crippling the Holy Land's elite, then forcibly extracting the power of the Holy Land's dragon vein would undoubtedly be uprooting the Holy Land. At this time, Guuf finally couldn't remain indifferent any longer. Emperor's son, you're overdoing it. Chu Tianlong snapped his head up, his entire person wildly incomparable. Excessive. This Emperor's son exterminates a small Holy Land. Who dares to say a word of no? Get the hell off to the side. If you push one more time, after this Emperor's son kills this son of a, he'll get you killed. Guu's face instantly became extremely ugly, but thinking of the situation at the scene, she could only swallow back all this anger and humiliation raw. Although what Chu Tianlong said was too hard to hear, it was the truth. Not to mention her, the entire Holy Land was nothing in front of the Imperial clan. The peak masters and disciples at the scene were also daring to speak out at this time. They sort of realized that the real devil was Chu Tianlong, not Chen Jian. To think that they were still on their knees begging Chu Tianlong to come and kill Chen Stable and return a clear sky to the Holy Land. It's a joke now. The person who truly wanted to destroy the Holy Land had never been Chu Tianlong, not Chen Jian. Lulan Xingxue watched this and didn't say anything, but the disappointment in the bottom of her eyes became even greater. Instead, Makoto Shijishin and the others nodded their heads slightly. For Chu Tianlong, who was in such a state, he was very satisfied. In their opinion, this was the kind of might that an emperor's son should have. A small holy land is nothing, so it's just as well to exterminate it. Chu Tianlong coldly withdrew his gaze, and the movements in his hands intensified once more. Roar! Another dragon's roar rose through the sky, and a vast pressure rushed out from underneath. The ground was shattered, and invisible waves swept outward, stirring up 10,000 feet of dust storms. As the aura rammed to its limit, a golden dragon-like silhouette rushed out from the ground. The moment the dragon's shadow appeared, it was as if heaven and earth were pressed up against a heavy Tarzan. It stayed, heavy and deeply ethereal. It makes it impossible to breathe, even to amble to the ground. Is this the dragon vein power of the Holy Land? It's so terrifying. The crowd watched this in horror for a long time. Coming good. Chu Tianlong's eyes lit up as his hands formed seals once again, maneuvering the dragon's shadow through the air to charge towards his body. The moment the dragon's shadow entered his body, Chu Tianlong's blood chi surged around his body, and his blonde hair soared more than once. His own realm broke through the realm of life and death all of a sudden, straight into the triple nirvana realm. However, it could be seen that Chu Tianlong's eyes were scarlet and his skin was scarlet. This was clearly the aftermath of forcibly uplifting the realm. But as far as he was concerned, it didn't matter that much anymore. Now that he had the Emperor's bone, the life-killing formation and a portion of the dragon vein's power, there was no need for the Void Chen stability anymore. As long as he killed Chen Stable, it would all be worth it. Knock! Chu Tianlong took one step, and a matchless force swept from under his feet as everything in front of him collapsed, and then exploded into 10,000 large pieces of dust. Son of a, take your life! Between Chu Tianlong's sardonic roar, his entire person stormed up, the murderous aura of the circumference roaring and pushing forward horizontally. For a time, the entire sky turned into a hell on earth. Miss, is this the end? Lulan Greeny took a deep breath and said. Lulan Xingxue nodded. If nothing else, the crowd sighed softly as they watched the scene. At this moment in time, they actually hoped that Chen Steady would win, but they also know it's not going to happen. With the life-killing formation and dragon vein augmenting Chu Tianlong, it was already humanly impossible. Facing the sweeping life-killing formation, Chen Jian spat out in a cold voice. Come out. Boom. At that instant, endless falling world-heavy thunder erupted from Chen Stable's body. Black thunder rapidly sweeping across the heavens and earth. In just a few breaths, the entire cloth of heaven and earth up and down was transformed into a heavy thunder field, a thunder snake roaring, and space falling in knots. And the cultivator-killing life formation that enveloped the heavens and earth was instantly bombarded into flying dust when it encountered such supreme masculine thunder. Those silhouettes that were hissing and roaring were also instantly crushed. It was as if they could be seen bowing towards Chen Stable. For them, this is the greatest relief. Is this the gravity heavenly thunder formation? Chu Tianlong, who had stormed halfway, was forcefully forced to stop.
His face was incomparably ugly and more than hideous at this moment. It was because that gravity heavenly thunder formation itself was something that belonged to him, and now it was being used by the other party against him. It would be worse for him than killing him. How is this possible? The crowd froze at this point. Obviously, they also did not expect Chinstable to not only not die, but instead crack the killing chance of the Shura killing life formation in this manner. For a moment, they couldn't help but look towards where Chinstable, who was at the very center of the thunder domain, was. At this moment, Chinsteady's heavy thunder added to his body, like a thunder god descending into the dust. His aura could be aligned with the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chinstable moved, his left hand wiping towards the Emperor's sword. In an instant, 10,000 feet of heavy thunder ignited the 3-foot Imperial blade, straight into the 9 heavens above. Endless thunder roared on the Emperor's sword, like a black thunder dragon taking shape. False heavenly sword chop. Chop. When Chen Jian raised his eyelids, a sword chopped down towards where Chu Tianlong was. The Emperor's sword plus the Emperor's pearl. The 2 great Emperor Dao powers were all gathered in one sword. That one sword dipper. The light chilled the 19 continents, cutting through the falsehoods of the 9 heavens. Not good. Chu Tianlong instantly smelled this same dreadfulness, and his hands quickly formed seals, striking out with a single divine secret technique. However, it was found that none of them could block the sword. How is this possible? One had to know that every one of his attacks could be enhanced by the power of the Dragon Vein and the Emperor Bone. Chu Tianlong's pupils exploded, and there was both horror and unwillingness in his eyes. Get thee out. At the last moment, Chu Tianlong finally got scared and hurriedly sacrificed the Emperor Bone in his body. The golden Emperor Bone exuded a mysterious aura the moment it appeared. As soon as this breath blossomed, a heavy wave of golden light was generated, with ancient Emperor patterns flowing on it. Boom! In response to the time, the sword arrived and heavily chopped down on this heavy wave of light. Only in the end did this sword manage to break through this heavy wave of light. The light wave was broken, and the Emperor's bones were suddenly shaken. The light shone brightly, and a terrifying power was storming out. Swish! Chinstable moved, arriving in front of Emperor Bone in an instant, killing opportunities raging under his eyes. Enabler, then you're wasted. With that, one hand slapped down, and the 9-colored sequence of light raged between his palms. The Emperor Bone's storming power was instantly slapped into nothingness with a palm. The Emperor's bone instantly became dim, instantly turning into a stream of light and disappearing into Chu Tianlong's body. Pust! Chu Tianlong's mouthful of blood sprayed out, his entire body miserable. He saw something, breaking the Emperor's bones with his bare hands. That's an Emperor's bone. This hand has completely crushed his insides. Chu Tianlong looked up in shock. Who the hell are you? Chinstable leisurely said. Is the Emperor Bone good? Is T-Bone good? Chu Tianlong failed to react for a moment. As for the others, they were even more confused. At this moment, they were more shocked by Chinstable's powerful hands, especially Lulan Xingxue. The person was already numb. It could be said that the moment Chen's stability sent Emperor Bone flying with a palm strike, her perception had been shattered. Because, it's too much. Soon, a terrifying thought surfaced in Chu Tianlong's mind, and immediately his pupils exploded. It won't. Definitely not. How could this kid him? But the more he denied it, the more the Chen stable in front of him overlapped with the one he remembered. At once, he was scared out of his wits. It's the biggest secret buried in his heart. Thinking about it? Chen Jian's ghostly voice broke Chu Tianlong's reverie. Chu Tianlong was so frightened that he stumbled back a step, and then roared maniacally. What are you guys still standing there for? Kill the person for this emperor's son. Kill him. At the end of his words, Chu Tianlong roared to the bottom of his lungs. Chapter 58. The whole army presses in, pleading for the emperor's son to make a move. After a short period of silence, Fu Xiao and the others quickly pressed on with their power comers. In an instant, the scene was pressed with comers, and a terrifying solemnity surrounded the entire scene, making people breathless. This finished Upon seeing this scene, the crowd's hanging hearts were suddenly raised to their throats. Originally, they were still subconsciously relieved to see Chen Stable defeat Chu Tianlong, but now it seems that they have missed the most crucial point. Even if Chu Tianlong was no longer unbearable, he was still an emperor's son. That status is enough to crush everything. Compared to the shock of the people at the scene, Chen Stable was not the least bit flustered and instead looked around. Into the eyes were thousands of strong people. These comers came from forces from all walks of life. The strongest reached the Saint Superior realm, and the weakest had the Heavenly King realm. If he really only came from the hidden forces, then these comers were indeed like heavenly pores, and killing him would be like slaughtering a dog. But it just so happens that he isn't. Only after Su retracted his gaze did Chen Stability look at Chu Tianlong again. In a short period of 6 years, you were able to gather so much power. You do have a good ability. But today,
I'm going to make you watch it all come to nothing. Chu Tianlong's pupils shrunk violently, and the horror in his heart grew even greater. What are you still waiting for? Kill the person for this emperor. The current Chu Tianlong was already scared out of his wits. He only had one thought, which was to kill Chen Stable at all costs. It was as if this was the only way that his secret would not be exposed and he would remain an emperor's son. Kill! Fu Xiao waved his big hand. At that instant, hundreds of strong men killed towards where Chen Stable was, killing opportunities boiling over. There was no shortage of top-tier Heavenly King realms and even Zun Emperor realms among these people. The others, on the other hand, were still pressing on, waiting for the forces behind Chen Stable to appear. When the crowd saw this scene, they subconsciously held their breath, not even daring to take a breath. On the contrary, Chen Stability, with his eyelids slowly raised, met the incoming killers with a faint spit. Kill them all. As the words fell, a thunderbolt struck down from mid-air, instantly blasting the people who had killed them into flying dust. The crowd looked dumbfounded. In one fell swoop, it blasted hundreds of strong people into flying dust. What kind of tactic is this? The pupils of Mu Chongtian and the others shrank as they watched this with shock. With regard to a thunderbolt that had just struck down, even they felt a life and death crisis in it. This meant that the strength of the person who had struck out was not weaker than them at all. What are you waiting for? Keep going. Keep going. After a short period of dead silence, Chu Tianlong roared sharply again. But the fear that could be seen welling up under his eyes grew more and more intense. Up again. These comers from Mu Chongtian did not make a move. But Fu Xiao, who was a henchman, immediately shouted in a cold voice. As the words fell, hundreds more strong people rushed up. These people were even stronger than the first group, and most of them were at the Zun Huang realm. Zun Huang realm, that was not many in the ancient Yuan realm. And these people, too, were Chu Tianlong's most central force. In order to cultivate and subdue these people, Chu Tianlong did not know how much he had paid. Kill again. Chen Stable spoke again. At that instant, another thunderbolt struck down, and the hundreds of strong people who rushed in were once again blasted into flying dust. Silence, a dead silence in the room. At this moment in time, everyone's gazes towards Chen Stable all changed. In one fell swoop, 100 strong people were blasted into flying dust again. They didn't even have time to react during this process. It's too much. It's too scary. Chu Tianlong sat on his butt on the ground, his pupils shocked in a million ways. The faces of Mu Chongtian and the others also changed drastically. Fu Xiao, in particular, was shivering. These forces were summoned by him personally, but now it's all gone at once, and the process didn't even take a breath. It was so powerful that it took his breath away. Go on, why don't you call out? Chen Jian turned his head to look at Chu Tianlong and leisurely said. Chu Tianlong stared deathly at Chen Stable, and in addition to fear, there was also endless indignation in the bottom of his eyes. In his opinion, Chen Stable was clearly a loser. So why did he still have to die and why did he still have to come and ruin everything for him? Chen Jian coldly smiled. I said that I would let you watch everything you have built up with your own eyes. Come to nothing. You. Chu Tianlong bared his teeth and stared indignantly at Chen Jian. Kid, don't say some words too much. Right at this moment, Mu Chongtian, who hadn't said anything, suddenly opened his mouth. He came from the hidden ancient clan and was one of the few supreme beings here. Chen Jian slowly raised his head and stared at Mu Chongtian. Hidden ancient clan? The people of the Mu clan? Mu Chongtian's demeanor was solemn. This saint, the great elder of the Mu clan. Mu Chongtian. What about you guys? Do you want to report your identities as well? Chen Stable's gaze flicked around and landed on Shiman Yu and the others. Unbridled. Shiman Yu and the others immediately shouted in a cold voice. This leisurely gesture of Chen Stable's set them on fire. Since their debut, no one had really dared to provoke them like that. Especially, this person was still a tiny sixth heavenly man realm. Wanton? Chen Stable's words turned, his complexion completely cold. You guys are nothing. Good, good, good. Mu Chongtian laughed in anger and said 6 good things in a row. With that, he waved his hand. All of them, and today this boy will see what we are. Boom! At that instant, dozens of forces took a step out, and the heavens and earth trembled more than just a great tremor as a vast aura pressed towards Chen Steady. For a time, the scene was filled with solemnity, making the already oppressive atmosphere once again pressed without a wisp of air. The crowd looked at Chen Stable in unison, as if to say, what are you going to do about it? You have to know. This is dozens of forces. Really want to offend even Shenjianjin back hidden forces cannot top it. Using power to oppress me. Then I'll show you what power means. Chen Stable waved his hand. All come out for me. As the words fell, the entire heaven and earth's aura changed, and the originally clear sky was instantly transformed into a 10,000 foot thunder field.
only to see that a silhouette stepped out from the thunder domain.
For a while, hundreds of figures stacked up one after another.
Their prime stood in mid-air,
overlooking all of this, and all of the auras were all locked up by them.
The crowd subconsciously looked up, their faces turning from shock to endless horror.
The sacred supreme realm? No.
All of them are in the Saint Superior realm.
No.
There was the supreme realm.
How is this possible? This kid was definitely not just a hidden power.
There was absolutely no way he was just a hidden power.
Makoto Shijishin and the others immediately rose up in shock, especially Mu Chongtian and Shiman Yu.
The two of them were from the Hidden World Forces.
However,
they knew very well that it was absolutely impossible for them to send out hundreds of Saint Superior realms,
and hundreds of supreme realms.
Not that they didn't, of course.
Rather, they cannot be mobilized. Just like reality, what the valuation is
the same concept as how much money can be mobilized.
It's over. They're screwed.
They're afraid this is a stab in the dark.
In an instant, Mu Chongtian and the others reacted,
and their entire body involuntarily trembled.
Miss, he wouldn't be from some ancient country, or even the Imperial clan. Lulan Luer's little face went a little pale. Lulan Xingxue didn't deny it, but she wasn't sure. Even if it's not far off, said the man, with a long, languid sigh. It seems that we all looked away. What about the Emperor's son? What is he going to do? Lulan Greeny couldn't help but add. Lulan Xingxue didn't answer again this time. Why don't you say anything? Are you not talkative by nature? Chen Jian looked at Mu Chongtian and the others and leisurely spoke. Instead of responding, Mu Chongtian looked at Chu Tianlong and said, Emperor's son, you should say something. We're here for you.
I implore the Emperor's son to take action and kill the future enemy. Shiman Yu and the others also chanted in unison.
In their opinion, only Chu Tianlong could crack this one deadlock right now. As long as the Imperial clan came, they didn't have to die. Chapter 59 Imperial son? I'm a ing fake. The Emperor's son? I'm ing fake. You let the old man call a hammer. Chu Tianlong's face changed, and in the end, not a single fart came out.
The current him completely conceded defeat and had only one thought in his mind, which was to survive as long as possible. As for the deaths of you people, it has nothing to do with me.
Chu Tianlong, what's going on here?
Seeing that Chu Tianlong did not respond for a long time,
the people at the scene could not help but be alarmed. Logically speaking, Chu Tianlong shouldn't be indifferent after suffering such humiliation,
especially since these people,
Mu Chongtian,
were still coming for his Emperor's son status.
So as long as it's not a cutie,
all should know to branch out at this time to correct the name of the Emperor's son.
Miss, what about Emperor's son? He didn't react? Lulan Greeny couldn't help but ask towards Lulan Xingxue.
Lulan Xingxue sighed softly. The Emperor's son, he has a special status, so he has a hard time speaking. Chen Jian's destiny of being a life robber was rarely known even in the upper realm,
let alone the ancient Yuan realm.
Therefore, this behavior of Chu Tianlong's was reasonable in her opinion.
What do you mean? Lulan Greeny couldn't help but say. Lulan Shangxue didn't explain. Don't worry, he won't die. Okay.
Lulan Greeny knew that her own young lady didn't want to explain,
so she didn't ask again. On the contrary,
the faces of Mu Chongtian and the others were becoming more and more ugly at this time.
We implore the Emperor's son to make a move in order to kill the incoming enemy. Not long after,
Mu Chongtian and the others once again called out in unison.
As a little bit of time passed, Chu Tianlong still did not respond. Now,
the hanging hearts of Mu Chongtian and the others completely died.
Chen Stable suddenly laughed. It seems that your Emperor's son is not useful either. Once these words came out, Mu Chongtian completely couldn't tense up and roared maniacally. Aren't you the Emperor's son? Where are you? Where are you? Are you mute? Speak. Lao Zi grass your ancestors. Even if I have to die, Lao Zi will drag you to die with me. Swish. In an instant,
Mu Chongtian killed towards where Chu Tianlong was. His speed was fast to the extreme.
This situation was unexpected by all. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth slightly hooked. Seems like a good show was about to start. Little snow save me. Little snow save me. Chu Tianlong was instantly horrified, rubbing back and forth. Lulan Xingxue sighed softly. Elder Firmament, make a move.
Although some of Chu Tianlong's behavior had disappointed her a bit, but the bond between the two over the years is still there no matter what. So, Chu Tianlong, she had to be saved.
Right at this moment, between a flash of a silhouette, Mu Chongtian just flew out backwards, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out in midair. What's going on here? Who struck out?
The crowd shuddered and looked at the flickering silhouette in unison. Into the eyes was a stunning woman with silver hair.
Actually, it says it's just a woman, but it must not be young.
The woman's breath and aura were extremely strong.
An absolute supreme realm powerhouse. Chen Jian's face gradually sank. Originally, He thought that Lulan Xingxue wouldn't make a move, but he didn't expect to make a move anyway. Whatever the reason, the two are kind of on opposite sides of the fence for good. From this moment on, the two had been absolutely impossible. With this in mind, Chen Jian slowly turned his head and looked at Lulan Xingxue. Are you sure you want to intervene? The crowd was shaken and understood. It turned out that this silver-haired woman was one of their holy maidens. But why would their holy maiden make a move to help Chu Tianlong? Just because the two are friends? Don't be funny. What friendships are worth putting the whole family on the line for? Lulan Xingxue stepped out from the crowd, stopping not far from Chen's stable, and sighed. In public, the Imperial clan he belongs to has deep friendships with our ancient kingdom. And in private, he is my fiancé. So today, no matter what, I'm going to save his life. Fiancé? Holy! The scene exploded. It's a layer of relationship that they never thought of. I said, why is it that only Chu Tianlong can enter and exit Lulan Xingxue's mansion? So it's because of this reason. The Jiang Taichu people in the distance were stupid but he knew that Chu Tianlong was a fake emperor's son. In that case, isn't this Lulan Xingxue his little lord's fiancé? But now his own fiancé is helping an impostor against him. It's informative. It's too much. Chen Stable stared at Lulan Xingxue with a deadly glare and said in a cold voice, whoever helps him is my enemy, and that person will have to die. This is my bottom line, my attitude, and your last chance. Lulan Xingxue shook her head. I have no intention of making enemies with the people behind you. You already are. Chen Stable roared in a deep voice, killing machines abusing in all directions. Lulan Xingxue's face changed. She could feel the coldness emanating from Chen Jian's body, as well as the murderous intent leaking out between his words. But Chu Tianlong she had to protect. Thinking about this, Lulan Xingxue's attitude turned cold. I know that the forces behind you are not simple, but this is not enough. With that, she then glanced at Chu Tianlong behind her. His father's clan is the Heaven's Destiny Imperial clan. His mother's clan is also the Heaven's Destiny Imperial clan. And the power behind me is the Hidden Ancient Kingdom. Our three major forces together. No force under the heavens can stop it. Now that you've left, I can still pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise I'll immediately notify the people from the Imperial clan to come over. At that time, not only will you die, but even everyone behind you will have to die. And remember, I'm not consulting you, I'm ordering. Speaking of this, Lulan Xingxue's attitude was cold and tough. In her opinion, perhaps Chu Tianlong's did not have the means to take the initiative to contact the Chen clan, but she could. Therefore, this warning of hers was also Chen Stable's last chance. If Chen Stable was any more insensitive, then she would not hesitate to have Chen Stable killed. But what Lulan Xingxue didn't know was that the Chu Tianlong behind her had already shivered up in fear. If he was a real emperor's son, then all of this was nothing. But he's a fake. Once the emperor clan came, then he would surely die. Kill me. And everyone behind me? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Chen Jian let out a loud laugh, as if he had heard a joke. Lulan Xingxue's brows lightly wrinkled, puzzled by Chen Jian's reaction. Logically speaking, shouldn't Chen Stable have turned around and left after she exposed the two of them? To put it in an exaggerated way, in front of their three major forces, even if the heavens mandate forces came, they would have to obediently admit their lowliness. The crowd also looked at Chen Stable in puzzlement, their eyes full of disbelief. It was only after several breaths that Chen Stable's laughter subsided, replaced by an icy coldness. No need for you to inform me, I'll do it myself. With that, he took out a transmitting note with one hand. Brother, sister, some people are saying that they want to get me killed, as well as our family. What do you guys think? Wait. Chen Wuxi dropped a sentence and simply disconnected. Brother? Sister? Lulan Xingxue's brows furrowed furiously, and her heart suddenly had some bad premonitions. It's not a cutie that can shake someone over at this point in time. It's just having an absolute bottom. Obviously, Chen Stable belongs to the latter. Gradually, the atmosphere froze. Let's go first. This emperor's son isn't going to bother with these people who don't know what they're talking about. Right at that moment, Chu Tianlong suddenly spoke. In fact, he was more impatient than anyone else. He had a feeling that once those two came over, then his identity might be exposed. Lulan Xingxue turned her head violently and stared at Chu Tianlong. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid? Chu Tianlong pulled out an unnatural smile. Why would I be afraid of such a brat? Lulan Xingxue stared at Chu Tianlong for a long time. Don't worry, no one will be able to kill you today with me here. Chu Tianlong's face stiffened. I'm afraid you'll be the first one to kill me when you learn the results. Chen Jian watched all of this with cold eyes, and especially the gaze that looked at Lulan Xingxue grew colder and colder. And right at that moment, the mid-air was suddenly turbulent, with endless thunderstorms storming above it. Suddenly a large hand probed out, hardening the sky and tearing it apart.
along with the heavenly Tao suppression. Chapter 60 Chu Tianlong's identity exposed.
Lulan Shengshue's shame and anger. What's going on here? At once, everyone looked up. To the eye, it was the sky being torn apart. The image violent and shocking. How had they ever seen such a picture? Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, two silhouettes stepped out from the depths of the cracked sky dome. A man and a woman.
The man's body was wrapped in 10,000 feet of heavenly thunder, and his back was gathered with a round of heavenly sun, just like the descent of a heavenly god,
dazzling to the extreme. The woman,
on the other hand, wore a fire armor and held a long pole of flame.
Endless waves of fire roaring,
her figure and appearance were perfect to the extreme, just like a peerless female god of war. The moment the two appeared, the laws suppressed by the heavenly Tao were scrambling to crumble, and all sorts of living beings roared low.
The entire heaven and earth was then plunged into endless depression,
with only the sound of space crumbling and pressing echoing continuously.
Can it be that these two are Lord Ye's brother and sister? So scary.
The crowd looked at the two figures in midair that overlooked everything,
soul and supreme,
and their eyes were filled with horror. They were considered to have seen quite a few talented sons and daughters, but never had he seen such an aura, such a unique and proud genius child. I'm afraid that this is the kind of temperament that only a true child of the upper realm has. Lulan Xingxue also saw the visitor at this time. Only her pupils shrank, and an unprecedented shock melted away at the bottom of her eyes. These two men she recognized. One was the famous Yuan Shi tyrant, a pair of thunder fists piercing through all the forbidden lands of the desolate ancient realm,
pressuring the younger generation to bow down. An ancient realm of the first beauty of the Red Prison Queen, adult in the name of the woman commander-in-chief to go on the war. One man,
one gun to slaughter millions of foreign enemies, the domain outside the 100 years of peace.
If the origin tyrant was invincible externally,
then the queen of the Red Prison was an absolute king externally,
revered by hundreds of millions of domain Tao armies. But that's not even the most important thing. Most importantly,
both of them were sons of the Chen clan, associating it with Chen Stable's voice transmission just now.
Lulan Shengshue's face changed and changed. Logically speaking,
these two people should have been summoned by Chu Tianlong.
At this time, Chen Hongmian spoke up. Junior brother, who was it that said they wanted to destroy my Chen clan? Little brother? Sure enough, he's the one who called it in. The crowd looked at where Chen Stable was in unison. No, isn't his last name Yi? Why are you involved with the Chen clan again? Soon, the crowd was confused and full of confusion again.
Chen Jian gave a leisurely smile.
That's her. With that, he pointed towards Lulan Xingxue.
Chen Hongmian turned her head violently,
her icy gaze landing on Lulan Xingxue, unbridled. An invisible killing air was pressed out. The space collapsed section by section, and the endless air currents strangled together.
No,
Lulan Shengshue's face changed wildly. In that blow, she felt death. Bang!
The moment the attack approached,
Lulan Firmament stepped in, pressing out with a heavy palm, barely blocking the impact of the strike. Pust! After dissolving the power to its fullest, Lulan Firmament couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood as well. Elder Firmament, how are you?
Lulan Xingxue was instantly horrified and rushed forward to support him.
Lulan Firmament shook his head, but his gaze was dead set on Chen Hongmian. So scary, it was the only thing on her mind.
The name of Chen Hongmian had been heard of more than once,
even by her as a strong person of the older generation. However,
it was never known that this junior would be so strong.
The Queen of Red Hell lives up to her name. Then you can die.
Between Chen Hongmian's cold grunts, he pulled the Red Lotus prison suppressor gun with one hand,
and the heavens and earth shook greatly,
emitting a rumbling and reverberating sound.
In an instant,
the red flames were roaring, and the entire heaven and earth's chi was burned into flying ash in all phases, and the space was twisted in more ways than one.
Miss, back off. Quick, quick, quick. Lulan's firm roared in a row, his face all shocked. Lulan Xingxue didn't retreat this time,
but instead backed up in front of Lulan Firmament's heel.
Sister Mian, it's me, Xiao Shui. Ah,
the little girl you brought to kill the spirit beasts in the beginning.
Yuki, little girl?
Chen Hongmian's movements in her hands gave a start.
Then she reacted. So it's you. Yes, 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 that's me. Lulan Xingxue was instantly relieved. Destroying my Chen clan. You have a big mouth,
Chen Hongmian said in a cold voice.
Lulan Xingxue instantly came back to her senses. Sister Mian,
there must be a misunderstanding in this matter. I only said those words in order to protect Chen Stable.
Protecting Little Steady? Ha ha. Chen Hongmian instantly sneered. Little Steady, tell me how he protected you.
Chen Stable spoke leisurely.
It means the kind of protection that is going to kill me. Now what else do you have to say?
Chen Hongmian violently turned his head to look at Lulan Xingxue.
The Lulan Xingxue man was dumbfounded. She had just guessed it, but when she actually confirmed that guess from the interaction between the two,
her mind exploded. But she still wasn't quite dead, so she took a deep breath and said,
Sister Mian, are you mistaken? His surname is Yi. He's the one who's Chen stable. With that, she pointed at Chu Tianlong, who was like a dead dog. This identification immediately attracted everyone's attention, because that's what they were wondering. They've also been pretty dumbfounded by the way things have gone. Getting it wrong? Ha ha ha. Chen Hongmian burst out laughing,
as if he had heard something very ridiculous.
Soon, Chen Hongmian's laughter tightened. Don't compare me to a thing like you. You can be wrong about your fiancé, but I could never be wrong about my brother. Boom. Mistaken fiancé? Lulan Xingxue suffered another blow. Her face gradually paled. Who the hell are you?
Lulan Xingxue suddenly turned her head towards Chu Tianlong and roared. This was the first time she lost her temper. Chu Tianlong's mouth moved, but in the end nothing came out.
Chen Hongmian glanced at Lulan Xingxue and once again laughed coldly. It is better for me to tell you. His name is Chu Tianlong, a man who, 6 years ago, united with a foreign enemy to forcibly dig up my younger brother's Imperial bones. On top of that, he posed as my brother, the Emperor's son, to make a fool of himself and try to take over the nest. In that case, you should be able to understand. When these words fell, the entire room was shocked. The amount of information exploded. Boom.
Lulan Xingxue man was numb and his brain exploded into a mush.
The guy who's been approaching her is a fake. The person she's been protecting is a fake. The person she belongs to inside is fake. In the end, she's defending a fake against her fiancé? That's nothing. And what did she, Lulan Xingxue, do? Thinking of this, Lulan Xingxue's face had gone completely pale, and she had an urge to die of shame. Lulan Greeny's little face, too, became devoid of any blood.
The man she had always defended and had always had a crush on turned out to be such a phony.
The man we embrace is a phony? Instead, they were actually protecting a fake to kill the real emperor's son. My god, what are they doing? Mu Chongtian and Fu Xiao, among others,
were lost in thought as they looked at what was in front of them,
and in addition to shock in the bottom of their eyes, there was also endless anger. They were considered a figure in their respective realms, but they didn't expect to be fooled by such a fake. At this moment in time, they really hated to tear Chu Tianlong apart, otherwise it would be hard to vent their anger. In addition to these people, the up and down of the Holy Land were also dumbfounded, their brains buzzing straight away. For one thing, they hadn't thought that Chu Tianlong would be a fake and commit such an evil act. It's not enough to dig up other people's imperial bones, but they're even bold enough to impersonate their identities to woo them. If it's not the rightful owner who kills, does that make the fake real too? You can't die 10,000 times with disgusting things like this. The other was that they hadn't thought that this Duqi was the real Chen Stable, the real emperor's son. Now they finally understood why Chen Stable was so courageous, why he dared to provoke Chu Tianlong. With that status, who the hell would be afraid? As for why Chen Stable was targeting Chu Tianlong so much, they could understand. If they were in their place, they would have done the same thing, if not more. You're looking for death. Lulan Xingxue raised her head violently, and with a raised hand, she slapped her palm down towards Chu Tianlong. At this moment, Lulan Xingxue's murderous intent swirled in all directions, and endless anger surged. Chapter 61 Exasperated. How do you want to die? Chu Tianlong naturally would not fold his arms and met him with a backhanded palm. Bang! When the two palms were compared, the power of the two strands should bombard the ground, and the ground crumbled in unison. Lulan Xingxue's entire body shook. Her killing intent remained unabated, and she once again killed towards where Chu Tianlong was. In her opinion, it was difficult to wash away this heavy humiliation without killing Chu Tianlong. What kind of person is she? Lulan Xingxue, born in a hidden ancient country. The law of inheritance was passed down over billions of years. Since her birth, she has stood for wisdom, and nothing has escaped her. But now, she was being played by a fake, so no matter what, Chu Tianlong had to die. As for the relationship between the two, on the contrary, Chu Tianlong, because of his battle with Chen Stable, had long since struggled to continue. After exchanging palms with Lulan Xingxue, he couldn't help but spurt out another mouthful of blood. Looking miserable, facing the Lulan Xingxue who was once again killing, Chu Tianlong immediately revealed a shocked expression. Because of this hit, he smelled a biting killing chance, and he didn't have the strength left to completely block the move. No. Looking at the killing move that was getting closer and closer, Chu Tianlong was finally afraid. His pupils shook more than just straight. Bang! Just when Chu Tianlong thought that he was bound to die, Chen Hongmian made a move. A flaming spear slashed down from mid-air, and half of the sky and earth were cut off with a single shot. A huge fire dragon that didn't go into the ground,
cutting a giant gully out of the ground,
completely blocking Lulan Xingxue on the other side. Why? Lulan Xingxue looked at Chen Hongmian incredulously. Obviously, she didn't understand why Chen Hongmian would save Chu Tianlong.
Chen Hongmian spat out in a cold voice.
You don't even have the qualifications to kill him. Get lost. Lulan Xingxue's face changed,
and she felt endless shame.
Scram!
Chen Hongmian shouted in a cold voice, killing machines swirling in all directions.
Miss, we'd better retreat for a while and wait for our people to come. Lulan firmly urged in a hurry.
Lulan Xingxue's face changed more than a few times before he finally stopped his hand movements.
She is not a little cutie.
Knowing that Chen Hongmian would absolutely kill her if she continued to pester her, after giving Chu Tianlong a deadly stare, Lulan Xingxue retreated to the side.
Ha ha, ridiculous, ridiculous. Just then, Chu Tianlong suddenly laughed upside down. At that moment, everyone looked over,
only to see Chu Tianlong struggling to stand up.
Epileptic roar. Bitch, now you're pretending to be innocent. It's disgusting. I asked you if I ever said what you would do if I wasn't chin stable. Did you say that no matter who I am, you like me for who I am, not who I am? Now that you know I'm a fake,
you've turned around and killed me in a vain attempt to put the blame on yourself.
Being and making a fool of yourself. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Between the maniacal laughter, Chu Tianlong spat out a mouthful of blood, looking even more tragic. The crowd didn't know what to say anymore. They didn't realize that there was still this Lulan Xingxue. On the other hand, her face was full of redness and she was so angry that she was trembling, but she couldn't refute it. Little steady. What to do with it? You do it. Chen Hongmian coldly glanced at Lulan Xingxue before saying. Chen Jian nodded and raised his steps forward. After staggering past Lulan Xingxue, he didn't even glance at them, as if he was treating the air. Lulan Xingxue's face changed again, not knowing what she was thinking. Looking at the ever-approaching Chin stable, Chu Tianlong was no longer the maniac he was just now, and hastily dabbed backward. The crowd also couldn't help but look to where the scene was. They also wanted to know how Chen Stability would treat Chu Tianlong. Under the pressure of Chen Stable's aura, Chu Tianlong finally couldn't tense up and directly knelt on the ground. At this point, he was powerless to resist. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. 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 Saying that, Chu Tianlong cowed out his head in succession. No longer the condescending person he was before. In front of death, Chu Tianlong lost all his dignity. When the crowd saw this scene, they had a feeling worse than eating. The person they worshipped, honored and admired. They didn't expect it to be such a commodity, especially Mu Chongtian and the others. They only felt incomparably bad luck. They couldn't wait to tear Chu Tianlong apart right now, and they hated their own stupidity even more for being tricked by such a load. Wrong? Spare? Chen Jian coldly smiled. Where the did you get that face? With that, a foot stomped down towards Chu Tianlong's head, directly stomping Chu Tianlong into the ground. However, he controlled his force and did not stomp Chu Tianlong to death with one foot. After moving his feet out of the way, Chen Stable grabbed down with one hand and lifted Chu Tianlong up through the air. At that instant, Chu Tianlong's bloodied and dying appearance was exposed to everyone's eyes. At that moment, Chen Jian moved once more, one hand probing out and directly entering Chu Tianlong's chest. A violent tug ensued. Blood splattered everywhere in a flash, and Chu Tianlong's miserable screams resounded in midair, only to see Chen Stable grabbing out a palm-sized, golden bone that was dripping with emperor rhythm. Under the reflection of these emperor rhythms, the shadow of an emperor immortal overlapped, the ancient laws pulsating, looking mysterious. Is this the emperor's bone? Good and scary indeed. No wonder Chu Tianlong had a bad heart. Again, it was no wonder that Chu Tianlong was able to reach this level in such a short period of time. The crowd couldn't help but breathe heavily as they looked at the emperor bone in Chen Stable's hand. The emperor bone has been returned to you. Can you let me go? Chu Tianlong lifted an enunciation and begged. The emperor's bone is returned to me? Chen Stable smiled coldly. Are you mistaken about one thing? It was taken back by myself. What is there to say about returning it? Yes, yes, yes. You're the one who took it back. You're the one who took it back. Chu Tianlong nodded repeatedly. With that, he touted. With it, you will definitely be able to soar to the heavens, overpowering the younger generation and achieving the strongest. Chen Stable's cold laughter intensified. Chen Stable, have a bad habit. What belongs to me? I never share it with others. Once it's aided and abetted, then it's as extraordinary as it can be, and it's not even a fart with me. When these words came out, Lulan Shengxue's face turned slightly white. The crowd also couldn't help but look at where Lulan Xingxue was. This double entendre. As long as it is not a little cute, anyone who isn't a cutie can get the point. Just like that. With that said, the power in Chen Stability's hands began to rage. And between a fierce grip, the Emperor Bone gradually began to crumble. The endless power of the laws was rioting, but it still couldn't shake the power of the chaos sequence, and could only shatter apart little by little, until finally, with a bang, the Emperor Bone was directly pinched and burst. Golden light splashed everywhere, and the Emperor's breath roared. Holy, you don't want to give it to me. The crowd people were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Qin Jian to be so ruthless at all, and didn't hesitate at all. That's an Emperor's bone. It's an existence that's bound to become a great emperor. This bottom, this vigor, invincible awe. Instantly, Chen Stable once again refreshed their worldview. Lulan Xingxue stared at Chen Jian, with only that great shadow in her eyes whose spine was straight and could shake heaven and earth. Without a doubt, Chen Stable had once again broken her perception. She would never be able to do it if it were her. As the crowd thought, that was an emperor bone, an existence that would surely become a great emperor. The Chu Tianlong people were also dumbfounded. He treats the imperial bone like a treasure. But what about Chen Stable? He treats it like grass, and casually crushed it. Then what was all he had done? Answer me a question and I can let you die a painful death. Chen Stable leisurely spoke. Or dead. It was an outcome he couldn't accept. Chu Tianlong shook his head. Unless you promise to spare my life, I won't say a word. I appreciate a tough guy like you. As soon as Chen Jian threw Chu Tianlong onto the ground, he first stomped on Chu Tianlong's spiritual aperture, then crushed his entire body's bones and flesh a little bit. Ah! Instantly, the entire arena resounded with Chu Tianlong's miserable screams, making people's scalps numb when they heard them. So hard. The crowd had only one thought. Chu Tianlong didn't last long at all before he sharply roared. Stop! Stop! I'll answer. You don't have a chance. Chen Stable ignored Chu Tianlong's miserable screams, and the movements of his feet did not pause at all. Chu Tianlong did not know how many times he had fainted from the pain and how many times he had been awakened by the pain. The ground was soon stained a blood-red color, and the flesh was caught on the mud so that it was impossible to tell which was which. It was only when Chu Tianlong only had one breath left in him that Chen Stability threw Chu Tianlong to Chen Wuyu. Brother, I'm troubling you. Aha! Chen Wufei picked up Chu Tianlong with one hand and proceeded to search his soul. The most direct and effective method is undoubtedly soul-searching. This, Gollum. The crowd watched this and subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It's your turn next. Chen Jian slowly raised his head and looked towards Mu Chongtian and the others. The faces of Mu Chongtian and the others changed wildly and immediately fell to their knees. We were ignorantly deceived by Chu Tianlong before we did such a heaven-defying act. Please spare the emperor's life. At this moment in time, they were truly sorry. There is no ignorance with me. Chen Stable coldly grunted, then said, kill them all. I don't. Mu Chongtian and the others still wanted to fight for it, but they were soon startled by the killers and roared sharply in succession. In an instant, the entire field was filled with solemnity, and all sorts of miserable screams were heard endlessly. As a silhouette fell, blood splattered everywhere like rain, quickly dyeing the ground a bloody color. That scene looked extremely bloody. This massacre, which lasted for hundreds of breaths of time, saw dozens of forces come and all die. Everyone in the Holy Land didn't even dare to take a breath, shivering as they watched. Chen Jiansu turned his gaze and looked straight at Lulan Xingxue. Say it, how do you want to die? This, holy. The crowd looked at Chen Stable in shock. They didn't expect Chen Jian to come true, because when Lulan Xingxue was defending Chu Tianlong, Chen Jian had said that whoever helped Chu Tianlong was his enemy. Then whoever did so would have to die. Chapter 62 The Old Lord of the Ancient Kingdom arrives. You Lulan Xingxue are repudiated. Lulan Xingxue was shaken, unable to believe what was in front of her. Chen Jian wants to kill her? Because of that move she made to protect Chu Tianlong? But was it her fault? Lulan Firmament glanced at Chen Stable and said, Emperor's son, please allow the little man to say a word. Chen Stable's expression remained cold, and his killing intent remained unabated. Lulan Firmament took a deep breath. In fact, this matter was indeed created because of a misunderstanding. Miss, she was also deceived by Chu Tianlong to make such a decision. Speaking of which, she is also a victim, so you're not doing her justice. Chen Jian laughed coldly. Deceived? Ridiculous to the extreme. Do you want to ask your young lady first whether she was ignorantly deceived, or whether she fell willingly? We can all put all that aside for now too. Who she's going to like is none of my damn business. I killed her for the simple reason that for someone who has turned on me 3 times, I have no choice but to get her first. And you don't want me to pull anything. She's killing me because of Chu Tianlong. Just ask. If I hadn't contacted the family,
I would have been killed by her simply because I offended Chu Tianlong.
Then am I innocent? Then have I died in vain? Then to whom shall I cry for justice? What else do you think is wrong with me killing her in this forest? Towards the end, Chen Stable's voice had long been as cold as iron. Lulan Firmament's face stiffened. The matter, from the beginning, was indeed caused by Chu Tianlong's fake identity. But if it wasn't for the active fall of his own young lady, Chu Tianlong wouldn't have been able to drill this hole at all. This was something that even as a protector of the way she could see. And the fact that his own young lady was able to end up doing this for Chu Tianlong, there was certainly a relationship between the two major powers. But the root cause is still that subtle hint of a relationship between the two. Otherwise, with her young lady's character, she would have been able to completely go with the flow and use Chen Stable's hand to settle Chu Tianlong. If it does work, the engagement is in name only. So it's really not fair to blame everything on a misunderstanding either. As for Lulan Xingxue, her face had gone completely pale. What Qin Jian said was right in her heart. Although between him and Chu Tianlong, there wasn't any transgression. But at heart, she did favor Chu Tianlong as well. Without this one thing, they are bound to get married in the future. There is something to be said for her innocence, but to say it's completely innocent is a joke. As for the matter of her developing a murderous intent towards Chen Stable, it was indeed the same. And the reason why she didn't make a move, at first, was because she didn't have Chen Stable in mind. Plus, she also wanted to know what Qin Jian wanted to do and which some of the forces behind it were. In the back, Chen Stable's strength gradually went out of her control, and she lost the moment to strike. And that's exactly why things have come to this point. Get out of the way, or you die. Chen Stability violently lifted his sword and pointed towards where Lulan Zhuozhuang was, his killing intent boiling to the heavens. Lulan Firmament stared at Chen Stability, then glanced at Chen Hongmian who was not far away, and subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was indeed a dead end, and she alone could not solve it. Sister Firmament, one person does everything. Lulan Shengxue stood out and said. At this point, she calmed down completely, once again regaining her past wisdom and equanimity. Miss Yu, Lulan Firmament just wanted to speak, but was stopped by Lulan Xingxue. Stand down. Lulan Firmament hesitated for a moment, but still retreated to the side. Lulan Xingxue looked at Chen Jian and took a deep breath. It's true that I was attracted to Chu Tianlong, and it's also true that I have killing intent towards you because of Chu Tianlong. But from start to finish I have followed my heart's choice and have no regrets for what I have done. If you feel that this has hurt you, then I'm sorry to have to say that you're late to the party. I'm not going to sit around and wait for you to try to kill me today. Come on, let's see how much strength you really have. Speaking of which, Lulan Xingxue also struck a pose. In fact, they were all things she wanted to say when she calmed down. The authenticity of Chu Tianlong's identity was not the most important thing to her. What she was really angry about, what she really couldn't accept, was still this matter of Chu Tianlong lying to her. That was the root cause of her being so out of sorts. Then I'll show you. The Emperor's sword in Chen Stable's hand shook, and a terrifying sword aura leaked out, filling the scene with austerity. Lulan Xingxue body breath also gradually overpowering up. Silver white power surged out, in the body outside the illusion of a huge Emperor Phoenix 2. Who's gonna win? Seeing this scene, the crowd subconsciously held their breath. Just when the two were even striking out, an invisible force pierced through the layers of emptiness and landed in the middle of the two, blocking the two's erupting attacks. At the same time, this power also imprisoned the entire heaven and earth, pressing the space to the point that people had the urge to faint. Who is it? Everyone subconsciously looked to where it was in midair, only to see space distorting, a deep, bottomless crack shaking violently, as if it was about to collapse at any moment. So scary, the crowd couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and their pupils were filled with shock. Chen Stable's brows wrinkled. In this power, he felt absolute suppression. On the contrary, Lulan Xingxue slightly lowered her head, like a child who had made a mistake. Who the visitor was, she knew in the first moment. What she just didn't expect was that the person she respected the most would come. Little steady it's been more than 10 years since I've seen you, and seeing you grow up into a man makes Auntie very happy. Just then, an old female voice rang out. Auntie? Chen Stable's heart fluttered. At some point, Chen Hongmian came to Chen Stable's side. She is the old lord of the Lulan ancient kingdom, and the grandmother of Lulan Xingxue. But then, she was like a sister to our grandmother and had a deep friendship. Speaking of which, you still owe her a favor. Back when you were surrounded by the forces of heaven's mandate over the matter of destiny robbery, she was the one who brought people over to help. Later, the reason why you and Lulan Xingxue were able to make a marriage contract was also made possible by her. This time, she didn't bother to send a voice across space to come here, so I guess she's here to plead for mercy. It's just up to you. We'll support you in whatever decision you make. Understood. Chen Jian nodded. With that, he collected the power within his body and performed a salute in midair. Little steady. Meet auntie-grandmother. Not bad, whether it's looks, endowment, or talent. It's indeed more than enough to match my unproductive great-granddaughter. Find some time. I have to find that old sister of mine to have a good chat before I can thank her for giving me such an excellent heady granddaughter-in-law. Saying that, Ji Qingying laughed lightly. Lulan Xingxue silently bowed her head and did not retort. As far as she was concerned, it had gotten to the point where it was no longer her choice. Of course, for Chen Jian, she had appreciated it from the beginning, especially after this incident. Her favorability towards Chen Stable had only increased. That's the biggest reason she defaulted again. Look at that. It's the art of the spoken word. Not a word about coming to the rescue, but a word that characterizes this. Ji Qingying's meaning was that this matter was Lulan Xingxue's fault, but for her sake it was over. As for the marriage contract, it will continue as usual. The crowd couldn't help but marvel at the sophistication of Ji Qingying's way of handling things. But thinking about it this way, Chen Stable wasn't at a disadvantage. The power behind Lulan Xingxue was ultimately a hidden ancient country that had been inherited for billions of years. Whether it was in terms of heritage or individual strength, it wasn't much worse than the Heaven's Destiny Emperor clan. Once Chen Jian and Lulan Xingxue combined, it was a powerful combination. At that time, Chen Stable, then he would truly be able to walk horizontally in the 10,000 realms of the heavens. Then there was the fact that Lulan Xingxue herself was a heavenly talent that combined wisdom, beauty, and talent. Under the heavens, there were very few people who could overpower her. So, anyone who is not a cutie, all should know how to choose. When everyone thought that the matter was finalized, Chen Jian once again made a bow towards Ji Lightning. First of all, I'm very thankful to Aunt Grandmother for her appreciation and love for Xiao Jian, but this can pass with you. It will never pass with me. Chen Jian. Saying that, he approached towards where Lulan Xingxue was step by step, and with every step the temperature around him sank by 1 point, until he came to Lulan Xingxue within 1 foot. The surrounding area had already been cold and heavy, and the icy killing machine was whistling like a gale, only to see Chen Stable's hand flip a marriage certificate into his hand, and then jerked his head up, straight at Lulan Xingxue. For the sake of Auntie's grandmother's face, I can spare your life, but as of today, you are no longer my fiancé, and the two of us are no longer related. After the words were spoken, Chen Jian cut his finger with a sword and wrote a heavy word of repudiation on the marriage certificate. The blood-colored lettering was blinding. Seeing this scene, Lulan Xingxue's pupils shook more than straight. Blood stops, finger stops. Chen Jian then pulled the marriage certificate with one hand and threw it fiercely in front of Lulan Xingxue. You, Lulan Xingxue, are repudiated. Chapter 63. So what? I, Chen Jian, will erase the marriage thread with my own hand? You, Lulan Xingxue, are repudiated. For a time, only Chen Stable's coldly drinking and determined voice echoed throughout the entire arena. Holy crap! What a man! The crowd looked at Chen Stable in shock, an indescribable boiling in their hearts. He directly repudiated his wife in front of the old lord of the ancient state of Lulan. In the face of the lure of the power of the hidden ancient kingdom. Say no. Who the else? Ask who else is in the world. At this moment, everyone's gazes towards Chen Stable all changed. For some reason, as they looked at Chen Stable's back, it was even taller and more upright than ever before. It was as if in this instant, Chen Jian's spine could hold up a piece of the sky. Jiang Qingren, who originally still had a slight misunderstanding of Chen Stable, was also looking at Chen Stable with a different color at this time. What it means to be a real man. This is, on the contrary, Lulan Xingxue, with a face of disbelief. Her beautiful eyes were empty and lifeless as she looked at the marriage certificate inserted at her feet. She, Lulan Xingxue, was actually repudiated. It was worse for her than killing her. What's more, it was not only in front of all of Sanctuary, but also in front of her beloved grandmother. At this moment, besides feeling endless shame, she also had endless anger. Only after a long time did Lulan Xingxue come back to her senses, slowly raising her head, the bottom of her eyes as cold as frost. You've gone too far. So what if it's excessive? So what if it's not? Chen Stable said indifferently, without a single fluctuation in his eyes. Lulan Xingxue stared at Chen Stable with a deadly stare. After a long time, she suddenly laughed coldly. Just because of that, I will never let you have your way. It was not up to you or me the day we entered into the marriage contract. Don't you hate me? Then well, I'll make you sick for the rest of your life. Speaking of this, Lulan Xingxue's breath was a bit evil. Looking at it with a sense of vision of a demonic beauty, Chen Jian frowned furiously. As long as it is not a little cute. All could hear something in Lulan Xingxue's words. It was hard to believe that the marriage contract between them was not that simple.
And just as Chen Stable was puzzled, Ji Qingying suddenly spoke. Little Stable, Auntie Grandmother didn't expect you to have such a rigid character. Auntie is very happy that you are able to take a step back for Auntie's sake, but the fact that she is your fiancé, Yuki, is not only set between our elders, but is also destined by heaven. From the day Yuki was born, her line of marriage was topologized on the eternal dragon and phoenix stone of the ancient kingdom, and you happen to be her destined dowmate, which is given out as a guide by the eternal mountain. At the moment of your marriage covenant, your marriage line is also topologized over eternity. So, what happens to you is not decided by a little marriage certificate. Speaking of this, Ji Qingying turned her words around. If you really mind, Auntie Grandmother can personally bring Xiao Shui to the door to apologize. To you or to the Chen clan. Lulan Xingxue clenched her lips, the fists hidden under her sleeves pinched white. As far as she was concerned, every step back from her own grandmother was a humiliation. This humiliation, not only for her, but for her grandmother as well. It's just a misunderstanding. Why do you keep dwelling on it? Can't you be more atmospheric as a man? Right. She was favorably disposed towards Zhu Tianlong, and also fought with him in order to defend him, but she never crossed the line, ever. Now that she has bowed her head, so has her grandmother. What more do you want from her? What more do you want from them? Chen Stable did not respond at first, but instead looked at Chen Hongmian and said, Sister, is there a solution to this? Chen Hongmian took a deep breath. There is. It's a personal trip to the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain to erase one's marriage thread. There is no other way. Got it. Chen Stable nodded, then once again performed a salute towards the void. For Auntie Grandmother's kindness in helping her back then. Little Stable has no teeth to forget, but there are always one or two things one can never tolerate while living on Earth. So yet forgive the boy for not being able to back down. Sorry Auntie. With that, Chen Jian then bowed heavily again. After doing so, Chen Stable's aura changed. No longer as modest as before. In the coming days, I will personally ascend the Eternal Dragon Phoenix Mountain and personally erase the marriage thread. At that time, please ask Auntie Grandmother not to stop her crossly, or little Steady will be rude. Chen Stable, you bully people too much. Lulan Xingxue roared in a fierce voice, his eyes scarlet red, his aura icy and reckless. Chen Jian slowly turned his head and pressed straight into Lulan Xingxue, coldly saying, Gave you face did I? You. Lulan Xingxue's anger immediately went straight to the sky, so angry that her chest rose and fell. Enough! Ji Qingying shouted in a cold voice, and the heavens and earth shook more than enough as endless forces of the heavens and earth crashed down. Lulan Xingxue was shaken and hatedly withdrew her power. Chen Stable coldly glanced at Lulan Xingxue and did not strike again either. Lulan Xingxue he could not give any face at all, but Ji Qingying's face he had to give. Oh Steady, are you sure it has to be this way? With that, Ji Qingying's words changed. Throughout history, no one has ever been able to erase the marriage thread at the Eternal Dragon Phoenix Mountain. No one who has ever had that kind of thought has ever died there. You have a big future ahead of you. Is it really worth it for this moment of anger? Now you take that back. And Auntie can still pretend she didn't hear anything. Chen Jian could hear that Ji Lightning's tone had changed, and there was some hidden threatening intent. But he, Chen Stable, was already a person who had died once, and the thing he was least afraid of was threats. Thinking about this, Chen Stable raised his head fiercely and said in a single word, So what, if I, Chen Stable, die in the Eternal Dragon Phoenix Mountain? Then I'll admit it. This is so just. The crowd couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when they heard it. In the face of Ji Qingying's threat, in the face of the danger of the Eternal Dragon Phoenix Mountain, he still did not budge an inch. Let's just say that Chen Stable lived up to what everyone wanted. Fine, fine. I'll be waiting for your arrival in the ancient kingdom. Ji Qingying's voice gradually turned cold, and she didn't even speak of her aunt and grandmother. Within half a year, I will go to the Lulan ancient kingdom. Chen Jian responded forcefully, ignoring Ji Qingying's threat. As far as he is concerned, to be reasonable, then he can be reasonable. If it comes to toughness, then well I'm tougher than you. Awesome. The crowd was at a loss for words to describe how they felt. Boom! In the next instant, the heavens and earth suddenly shook, and countless spaces were cracked. Slices of space debris were falling, and one by one, the ancient beings were shaken into a bloody mist in the spatial turbulence. The vibration lasted for 10 breaths, nearly crushing the entire heaven and earth. Everyone fell to the ground and watched in horror. Immediately come back immediately. Ji Qingying dropped a sentence before disappearing. Obviously, Ji Qingying was truly annoyed at this time. No one had ever dared to be so disrespectful to her. And this person was a yellow mouth. Lulan Xingxue stared at Chen Jian dead in the face. I will wait in the Lulan ancient kingdom to see how you will erase it. And today's humiliation, I, Lulan Xingxue,
Remember it. Chapter 64 Chaotic Life-Slaying Robbery. Obtaining a golden heavenly destiny treasure chest. Remember, what can you do to me? Chen Stable coldly said. Lulan Xingshue's eyes instantly sharpened, staring at Chen Jian with an increasingly cold gaze. A moment later, she suppressed the agitation again and said in a cold voice, half a year from now, I, Lulan Xingxue, will make you swallow those words back raw. With those words, Lulan Xingxue didn't linger any longer and left with Lulan Xuanxue and the others. Chen Stable smiled coldly, completely disdaining Lulan Xingxue's cruel words. As far as he was concerned, it wouldn't take him half a year to set foot in the ancient country of Lulan. At that time, no one will be able to stop him from erasing the marriage thread. As for Lulan Xingxue's disobedience, then come on, he really didn't mind getting one more person killed. Only after Lulan Xingxue and the others disappeared did Chen Wuxi carry Chu Tianlong, who was only hanging on by a breath, to Chen's stable. Chen Jian collected his thoughts and said, how is it? Is there any gain? Only a black shadow was seen in his memories. As for the rest, nothing was found. Chen Wufei shook his head and said, no, looks like those guys were careful enough. Chen Stable's face gradually turned cold, trying to find out from me that those people exist. Don't dream of it. Saying that, Chu Tianlong pulled out a miserable cold smile. Those people will haunt you like maggots attached to your bones, making you never have any peace. Watch, before long not only will you have to die, but everyone associated with you will die. Ha! Poof! In between laughing wildly, Chu Tianlong involved his wound and a mouthful of blood spurted out. For a moment, it looked even more shriveled. Chen Wufei glanced coldly at Chu Tianlong, then threw the man on the ground. You deal with it. Chen Jian didn't even look at Chu Tianlong, lifted his foot and said, I don't know if I will die, but you have to die now. With that, he stomped his foot down. When real death was near, Chu Tianlong was still shocked and struggled. However, Chen's stability did not give Chu Tianlong another chance, and with a single kick, he stomped his body into a bloody mist. In the next moment, a spatial ring flew out. Chen Jian received it with one hand and then threw it into his spatial ring. Melting is complete. Congratulations, you have been awarded a Golden Divine Destiny Nirvana Liquid. Congratulations, you have successfully melted the Golden Mandate of Heaven, reaching a new achievement and obtaining a Golden Mandate of Heaven treasure chest. Congratulations, you have successfully killed 10 Sons of Heaven's Destiny, and have reached a new achievement, obtaining the Supreme Divine Ability, Chaos Killing Hijack. Upgradable. Note, this divine ability can transform the chaotic sequence power in the body into a Slayer's robbery image, up to a maximum of 99 times. The power of each level can increase exponentially, and when cultivated to the extreme, one can use the heavens and earth as a calamity, borrowing the power of the heavens and earth to chop up all beings, reverse the cycle of reincarnation, and kill through the eternities. Holy, good stuff. Upon confirming the details of the chaotic life-slaying robbery, Chen's stability could not help but vibrate out a sigh. Without a doubt, this was an even more powerful existence than the chaotic horizontal skyhand. Congratulations, you have successfully melted the Universal Reborn and inspired a hidden reward, obtaining a Universal Inquisitive Leader Secret Art Experience card. Note, this secret method can borrow a person's destiny, up to trace to the world, down to the ultimate future, and the people or things involved with them cannot hide. Note that this experiential secret method can be used directly without cultivation. This, holy, there's a bonus for melting some hidden identities? Chen Stable was also shocked for a moment. Most importantly, this 10,000 Worlds exploratory guide was also very heaven-defying, and could actually pursue a person's past lives and future. It's just a shame it's an experience card that only locks in one person and has a time limit. Thinking of this, Chen Stable instantly felt a slight regret. At the same time, in a hidden space of the Chen clan in the upper realm, a middle-aged man who looked elegant and weak glanced at the people underneath before saying, things are arranged, right? It's already been arranged. I'm sure they've already checked the clues by this time. A man in black hurriedly said, sure you didn't leave a break? The man frowned lightly. The man in black nodded. No problem at all. Everything about this is being pushed through as in your guidance, master. Alright, you go then. The middle-aged man nodded. Then, little man will leave. The man in black answered and disappeared into thin air. The middle-aged man's gaze flickered more than once. I didn't expect things to come to this. It's getting interesting. Chen Stable, right? You've surprised this seat. Seriously, this seat really wants to meet you. Saying that, his pale face gently hooked out a strange smile. At the same time, the transmission note in Chen Wufei's hand vibrated. Come back. The person behind this is dug out. Chen Ba Dao's voice came out. Dug it out? Chen Jian was shaken. Chen Wufei also straightened up. Who? How did you find it? Chen Baiyuan of the second faction. Shu Tianlong is his illegitimate son outside.
Found out by checking all the records of the clan's comings and goings in the past 10 years or so, Chen Baidao said in a cold voice.
So did you find anything by searching his memories?
Chen Wufei thought about it and opened his mouth. He destroyed all the relevant memories.
But the evidence is overwhelming. He can't rely on this, Chen Baidao answered. Then I'll come back immediately. In Shu Tianlong's memories, I saw that figure. Chen Wufei immediately made a decision. Bring Little Stable back with you. Chen Baidao spoke. Good. Chen Wuxi directly agreed.
Only after breaking the connection did Invincible Chen look at Chen Stable.
What's the word? It's too smooth, but it's impossible to pick a fault. Chen Stable thought for a moment. Indeed. Go back and wait for me to confirm it. I guess I can be a little more certain. Chen Wuxi sighed and said.
He also had big questions about the information coming from his own father.
But then again, since his own father was so sure, it proved that there was no loophole in this matter. So, he could no longer doubt it. But he could only doubt it.
Only after thinking about this did Chen Wuxi collect his thoughts.
Are you going back with me? Or what?
I'll be going back a couple days late on my end.
I feel like I'm about to break through. Saying that,
Chen Jian turned his words around.
I guess this time when we go back, it won't be as peaceful as we imagined.
Only when your own fists are hard can you crush all the noise. Chen Wuxi looked deeply at Chen Stable.
Alright, as you wish. A few days late is a few days late. Xiaomian, you wait for Little Stable to join you. I'll go back first to see what a situation it is. Don't worry, no one will be able to touch Little Steady with me around. Chen Hongmian answered. Good. Chen Wuxi nodded and then took a step out. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he grabbed the sky with his bare hands, tearing it apart once again and breaking through the air. This, invincible The crowd took a deep breath, their eyes all shocked. Sister, you'll handle the follow-up here. I'll first close my eyes for a few days' time. Chen Jian suddenly said. Well, don't worry about it. Chen Hongmian nodded. Ji Yue was also a very discerning person, and hurriedly swept in from afar. My lord, you see that it's already like this here. Why don't you go along with the villain's holy main peak retreat? That's the formation point of the Holy Land. All the auras converge towards there, so there's no need to worry about the problem of not being able to renew your aura. Good. Chen Jian did not hesitate and directly agreed. My lord, this way please. Ji Yue hurriedly led the way. Without saying anything more, Chen Stable lifted his steps and followed. Looking at Chen Jian's back as he left with Ji Yu, the crowd was as if it was a lifetime ago. To put it mildly, who the hell could have thought it would end up like this? The most important thing was still everything that Chen Stable had shown. That could only be described in one word. Breaking all conventions. They had also truly seen what it meant to be a monster and what it meant to be domineering. Jiang Taichu glanced at Jiang Qingren, who was somewhat lost in thought, and spoke leisurely. Now you know how ignorant you are, but everything is already too late. What kind of woman would a man like Gengzi not have once he returns to the Imperial clan? It's better to curb your temperament in the future, or else you'll sooner or later bring about your own demise. Jiang Qingren's mouth moved, but in the end, she realized that she couldn't even say a single word in retort. Chapter 65 The Ultimate Tracking Method, Catching the Behind the Beginning. On the other hand, Ji Yue brought Chen Jian to the Holy Lord Peak. Your Excellency, this is my humble self's exclusive retreat. You can see if it fits. Ji Yue half bowed her body and said.
Chen Jian looked around the scene and found that the cultivation room in front of him was as dense as aura.
And with the naked eye, one could see the aura gradually transforming into a fog layer. On top of that, the ground was topographed with a formation, and a familiar power fluctuation flowed over it. This formation is? Chen Stable couldn't help but ask. Gengzi, you can see it? Ji Yue hurriedly said. This is the Earth Dragon Prisoner Spirit Formation, used to suppress the underground dragon vein. When I cultivate, I will also take the opportunity to absorb the dragon vein chi that leaks out from above in order to nourish my own spiritual energy. Of course, my lord, if you need it, you can also absorb the power from it appropriately. Is it the dragon's breath? A flash of light flashed in Chen Jian's eyes. Seeing Chen Stable's expression, Ji Yue suddenly became a bit uneasy. Even more, she had a feeling that this would not be leading the wolf into the house. Alright, I'm satisfied here. Chen Jian nodded and said. Ji Yu hastily collected her thoughts. It's good that you're satisfied. Then I won't bother you with your cultivation. Well, you go and get busy. Chen Jian waved his hand. Ji Yue nodded and exited the cultivation room. After exiting the cultivation room, she did not leave, but took the initiative to take up the duty of protecting the path for Chen Stable. After Chen Stable closed the stone door of the cultivation room, he found a place where the spiritual chi was the most dense and sat down. At the very first moment, he intended to use the universal inquisitorial lead. It was because he always felt that it was all too smooth. and he hadn't even been able to get accurate information in Chu Tianlong's soul. The biased checking of information over the course of a decade suddenly unearthed the person behind that. It's all cut so smoothly that it's hard not to wonder. With this in mind,
Chen Jian did not waste any more time and directly drove the Universal Inquisitorial Guide to act on Chu Tianlong's body.
At that instant, a mysterious aura flowed through Chen Stable's body. Chu Tianlong's many pieces of information poured into his mind like an ocean current. From Chu Tianlong's first life, second life, third life, and now, all the things that he experienced flashed before his eyes like light and shadow. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Stable's field of vision captured a dark shadow. How did this black shadow convince Chu Tianlong?
And how did it help him scoop up his emperor's bones?
All cuts were exposed to his eyes. The timeline went down once more,
and there still weren't many clues until Chu Tianlong was killed by him.
After an unknown amount of time,
Chen Stable's face gradually turned cold.
In all of Chu Tianlong's memories, there was not a single bit of useful information. Can it be that it's really what Pops found out? That this is Chen Baiyuan's doing?
This 10,000 Worlds Exploratory Guide secret art can not only view the target person's past lives,
but also everything related to them.
Why don't we change directions and start with that black shadow, and capture whoever talks to him when they talk about digging up bones in Chu Tianlong?
However, this type of probing is very soul-draining, and with your current abilities, I don't think you'll be able to hold out for long.
When Chen's stability was at his wit's end,
Xian Hongshao's voice leisurely sounded. Yeah, why didn't I think of that one? Chen Stable's eyes lit up, and then he locked onto that black shadow,
once again applying the Universal Inquisitorial Guide to him.
In an instant,
a single image came into his eyes, and these images included more of a woman talking about Chu Tianlong with a middle-aged man.
In this information, the fact that Chu Tianlong was this middle-aged man's illegitimate son was also confirmed. Buzz. Not long after,
Chen Steady felt the sea of souls shaking continuously, and an intense tingling sensation assaulted his entire body, causing him to feel the urge to vomit.
Continue.
Chen Jian did not intend to give up on this, and on a certain day the middle-aged man suddenly talked to the woman about the matter of the emperor's bones.
In this talk, his name appeared, along with the name Chen Baxian. According to Chen Baiyuan, it was an anecdote about a civet cat swapping a prince that Chen Baxian drunkenly told him while the two were drinking. It was also because of this one anecdote that triggered Chen Baiyuan's evil thoughts. In Chen Baidao's words, Chu Tianlong was an illegitimate child, and after joining the clan it was very likely that he would not be reused or even recognized. If it was a return in place of Chen Stable, then not only would he become the son of the patriarch, but he would also be able to serve as a nail in the coffin for their faction to penetrate the patriarch's faction. That would be two birds with one stone. When he saw this, Chen Steady couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, he was panting heavily, his eyes were scarlet as blood, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Chen Baxian?
Chen Stable's eyes gradually turned cold. He was 100% sure that this man was the one who started everything. A fun fact to talk about with the help of alcohol, or a beaver. If this isn't a deliberate guide, then I'll rip my head off and kick you in the balls. However, this Chen Baxian was hiding too deeply. Even this sole clue does not convict him, because all it takes is one drunken slip of the tongue from the other side to push it all away.
Since I can't use my family to sanction you, I'll do it myself. Whoever the you are, I'll do it. Thinking of this,
Chen Stable's eyes had long been boiling with murderous intent. It was only after a long time that Chen Stable calmed down the murderous energy within his body. The first thing he did now was to cultivate. Only when his fists were hard, then he could do all the things he wanted to do.
Let's see what's in that golden destiny chest before we say anything. Ding! The golden destiny treasure chest is open. Congratulations! You have received a drop of golden chaos liquid. Note, this liquid is a chaos sequence eigen polymer,
which can maximize the repair of damage to the chaos sequence body.
After taking this liquid, you can use the absolute battle talent within 1 minute without limit to pull up your battle power without limit. This, holy, great stuff again. Chen Jian's eyes lit up once again.
Compared to a growth type of divine power like chaos killing revenge, this was timely rain that could maximize the benefits in a short period of time. It's just a shame that there's only a 1 minute time limit. However, he was now curious to know to what level he could increase his strength by opening his absolute battle talent after completely ignoring damage.
Thinking of this,
an even brighter light shot out from Chen Jian's eyes.
Soon,
Chen Stable calmed down again and focused his mind on the chaotic life-slaying scourge.
The ultimate purpose of the chaotic killing karma was to condense the power of the chaotic sequence into a killing karma.
This is the maximum extent that it is possible to condense the 99 heavens. Only after understanding the cultivation method of the chaotic life-killing scourge thoroughly did Chen Stability proceed to cultivate it. Between his starting hands, Chen Jian continuously made seals, only to see the chaotic force within his body continuously surging. But little by little, time passed, and for a long time, we could not see the birth and death of the robberies in the gathering. First failure, still failing the second time. I don't know how many times he had tried, but between Chen's stables sealing again, that chaotic force was gradually tinted with scarlet. The power gathered in midair could be seen transforming into a huge robbing cloud, with blood thunder flashing and a life-killing elephant hissing. For a time, the entire Holy Lord's Peak was shrouded within a killing machine that was terrifying to the extreme, and the surrounding chi was churned to death. What kind of move is this? At once, the commotion drew everyone's attention. That's the direction of the Holy Lord's Peak. It can't be that Mr. Chen who messed it up. As the thought fell, all of them rushed towards the sacred Lord's Peak falling in. Chen Hongmian's eyes flashed as he also swept towards where the life-killing robbery was. As for Ji Yue, she had long been numb. Chapter 66 Successive Breakthroughs. Blackened Dragon Spirit emerges. The moment the Slaughterjack was formed, she had the vestigial feeling that her entire body was enveloped in killing machines. Even more, she had a feeling that if this heavy robbery cloud struck her body, then she would have to be seriously injured without dying. But what is her cultivation level? And what cultivation level is Chun Jian? Let's just say that this monster has broken all common sense. Soon, the crowd arrived at the Holy Lord Peak. Looking at the larger and larger gathering of killing robbers, the crowd of people were dumbfounded. The corner of Chen Hongmian's mouth slightly hooked. It seems that this little brother of mine has had a lot of strange encounters. Without mentioning anything else, just this divine ability in front of him was the top of the top. Chen's stable was unaware of the fact that the chaotic life-slaying scourge had caused such a commotion. At this time, he had already completed coalescence on the Slaughterjack, and had also mastered the method of using it. As he looked at the Slayer's hijack in mid-air, the knotted seal in his hand dispersed slowly. Only by mastering this divine ability did one realize the terror of it. It was an indiscriminate attack. Once he struck this attack out, then the entire Sacred Lord Peak would be reduced to flying dust. Seeing the mid-air robbery clouds gradually dispersing, Ji Yue only let out a long sigh of relief. Unknowingly her spine had also become soaked. Just now, she was truly afraid that Chen's stable would make a move. And in that case, this sacred master peak of hers would really not have come. It's time to take the Nirvana liquid next. I hope you'll give me a big surprise. Chen's stable's heart moved, and a drop of liquid that was golden and permeated with a mysterious aura was suspended above his hand. This was the first time he had taken a Nirvana liquid of such a grade. It's dry. Chen Jian took a deep breath, then swallowed the golden Nirvana liquid into his stomach in one gulp. Boom! In a split second, the massive power exploded within him, and if it exploded like a volcano, it quickly engulfed every inch of his cells. But this power was not violent, but as gentle as the heavenly rains, giving people a very comfortable, overflowing feeling. Up! Chen Jian did not dare to be slow, and hurriedly drove the chaotic sequence body to attract this massive power. Bang! 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 In an instant, the chaotic sequence body was drumming like a war drum, emitting an ancient and long inscribed sound. At this moment, it was as if the entire heaven and earth were vibrating together, echoing rhythmically. What is this? The moment the sound of the inscription sounded, except for Chen Hongmian, who was able to stand, everyone else crouched on the ground in fear. It was all as if there was an invisible pressure pressing down on them. Left to struggle, they couldn't get up, and at that moment, the heaven and earth chaotic sequence chi suddenly sprang out of the endless deep space, transforming into a 9-colored sequence yoke that cut across the entire sky. As the power was absorbed to its limit, the second sequence shackle within Chen Stable's body finally loosened. Ancient and mysterious chaotic sequence chi leaked out. In an instant, heaven and earth shook, and the originating chi exploded in midair like a spark, and swept outward in a circle. In the endless depths of the heavens, there are billions of chaotic chi swings in the diffusion. An ancient silhouette was pulled out, and 9 chaotic dragons tugged a chaotic battlefield roaring through the boundless deep sky. This, Golem! When they saw this sight, the crowd only had the feeling that their hearts and minds were trembling and endlessly appalled. The image was just too exaggerated, far beyond their imagination. But the second yoke that was loosened was not, after all, undone. Seeing this, Chen Jian sighed helplessly. He also truly realized what Immortal Red Peony had said. The first sequence of shackles was relatively easy, but the second would only be 1,000,000 times harder. He wasn't completely unproductive though. The second sequence shackle that was loosened also erupted with a powerful flow of energy that fed back. At that instant, Chen's stability felt his realm's bottleneck loosen, and the wave after wave of power continued to slam upwards. Boom! One could only see the aura in midair converging rapidly and pulsating violently, like boiling up plain water. The moment the aura poured down, the inside and outside were connected, and the realm bottleneck finally broke in response. 7th Heavenly Man Realm, 8th Heavenly Man Realm, 9th Heavenly Man Realm. The 10 heavens realm of the celestials. Ha! When he was about to break through to the life and death realm, Chen's stability realized that the aura coming from outside was no longer enough. No, to be precise, the continuous supply of aura from outside was too slow to reach his needs in a short period of time. But if he stopped there was no telling when he would be able to break through again. Because every breakthrough opportunity is an unattainable existence. Chen Hongmian, who was outside, also noticed the phenomenon. Immediately open all the aura formations. Chen Hongmian fiercely locked onto Ji Yue and said. Ji Yue shook her head with a bitter smile. My lord, you don't know anymore. This is the largest amount of our holy land. In fact, she was in pain. Their holy land, especially her holy lord Peak, was already one of the best in gathering spiritual qi. However, the amount required by Qin stable for a short period of time was too great, far exceeding the carrying capacity of their holy land. But then again, which cultivator who broke through the life and death realm needed so much aura? It was when she broke through the heavenly king realm at that time. It wasn't so exaggerated. Chen Hongmian's face sank violently cold. She hadn't thought that the huge holy land couldn't even solve this little matter. But it was too late to burn spirit crystals to replenish them. When the aura emanating from Chen Hongmian was felt, all of them were cowering on the ground, not daring to make a single sound. However, right at this moment, Chen Stable moved and slammed his palm onto the underground earth dragon prisoner spirit formation. The urgency of the matter. Since there wasn't enough power, it would be better to take this dragon vein and top it off. Roar! The moment Chen Stable slapped his palm down, the prisoner spirit formation broke under the impact of the chaotic sequence power in response. A dragon's roar sounded through heaven and earth, and at the same time a golden stream of light surged out, just like a furious beast. The surrounding area was instantly filled with dragon power, a horrifying oppressive force that collapsed layers of space and quickly swept over the entire Holy Land. Not good. Ji Yue's face suddenly changed more than wildly. Obviously, she hadn't expected Chen Stable to hit the dragon vein, and, still, it was broken open in such a violent way. One must know that this formation was not only used to suppress the Holy Land's qi, it was also used to imprison the dragon vein. It was because this dragon vein underneath the Holy Land had already reached the point of spirit transformation. It is absolutely impossible to put it to use for the holy if not in a captive way. Now, if Chen Jian broke the formation rashly like this, he would surely become the target of this dragon spirit's venting. At that time, not only might Chen Stable die, but even their entire Holy Land would be destroyed. At this time, Chen Hongmian also lightly wrinkled his brows as he silently gripped the prison suppression gun in his hand. Obviously, she could also see that this dragon spirit had blackened, and it was caused by the resentment of years of imprisonment. Now, if Qin Jian wanted to draw on its power, he would have to break it first. Otherwise, it will all be in vain. But she wasn't absolutely confident that her own little brother would be able to do it. Chapter 67 Swallowing a Dragon Vein. Advancing to the life and death realm. Done. Compared to Chen Hongmian's still calmness, the children and elders at the scene had already closed their eyes in despair. In their opinion, even if Chen Stable was not able to defeat this dragon vein, there was still Chen Hongmian on the sidelines. But what about them? There's nothing. Once the Holy Land was destroyed, then what would happen to them could be imagined. Roar! Right at this moment, the riotous dragon vein chi transformed into a giant dragon in the sky between sweeps, with eyes as scarlet as blood. Between its upward charge, a bloody mouth opened and endless dragon might roared out. The entire Holy Lord's lower hall instantly turned into flying ash. Endless dust stirred up, exploding the sky full of air bursts. Unbridled, a cold shout came from the ruins. Boom! At the same time, the nine-colored sequence of air currents rioted, lifting all obstacles, and a silhouette with 10,000 feet of heavy thunder and nine-colored luster wrapped around its body stepped out from it. This is? The crowd was shaken, looking at Chen Stable, who seemed to have returned from hell, their pupils shaking more than straight. Roar! The dragon spirit fiercely locked onto where Chen Stable was and once again opened its bloody mouth as a roar blasted out heavily. One could only see a huge ball of airflow, stirring up the power of the golden dragon vein, piercing through all obstacles and killing towards Chen Jian. Chen Stable slowly raised his head, and a biting killing intent shot out from the bottom of his eyes. During the rapid sealing, the chaotic power boiling in midair instantly transformed into a life-killing calamity, only to see that the slaughterjack spread outwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 zhang, 10 zhang, 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang, only stopping of its own accord when it encompassed the entire Holy Lord's peak. The blood-colored heavy thunder roared in the slaying robbery, and the endless blood statues illuminated a mountain of corpses in hell, and a horrible solemnity filled the sky. Apparently, in order not to hurt the innocent, at the end Chen Stable had stayed his hand. Get out of there. Go, go, go.
Upon seeing this scene stop, Guu growled extremely loudly. At the sight of the crowd, they didn't dare to have any slack, rolling and crawling as they flew out of the range of the Sacred Lord's peak. Die! Chen Jian spat out in a cold voice. In an instant, the killing karma caved downwards without discrimination. Under the impact of the power of killing and the blood-colored heavy thunder, everything in the Sacred Lord peak was instantly turned into flying dust. The spirit of the dragon vein also became distorted and riddled with holes under the killing power. This, awesome! The crowd was watching this from afar, and the people had been dumbfounded. One could only say that the current Chen stable was far stronger than he was before his seclusion. The corner of Chen Hongmian's mouth hooked slightly, and his tight grip on the prison suppression gun loosened. At this time, Chen's stable moved once again, instantly arriving in front of the dragon spirit between one step. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he grabbed the dragon spirit with one hand. Only the chaotic power between his palms swept through the dragon spirit's entire body like an electric current. Bang! In the next instant, the dragon spirit exploded in response, transforming into a pure dragon vein chi. Sizzle! Is this obliterating the dragon spirit with his bare hands? So scary! The crowd watched this and once again felt their scalps tingle. Chen's stable moved once again, grabbing the dragon vein chi and swallowing it in one gulp, then just sat down on his knees, breaking through once again. Boom! In the pause, endless streams of power stormed out, swinging through 10,000 feet of clouds. A spatial rift blasted outwards, and terrifying power was leaking out. The crowd was already numb and could only stare stonily at what was happening in front of them. After an unknown amount of time, Chen's stable's breakthrough finally came. At the instant the bottleneck of the life and death realm broke open. 99 celestial visions rushed out from Chen Stability's body. These 99 celestial figures were in mid-air, each evolving the Tao and evolving the celestial power within their bodies into the power of life and death. 99 celestial visions? How is this possible? At this point, even Chen Hongmian was shocked. Obviously, she didn't know that her own little brother had evolved 99 celestial statues when he broke through the celestial realm. One must know that at that time, when she broke through, she had only evolved 90 Zuns. Even so, it had already caused a shock to the clan and alarmed Taizu and the others. If this news of her own little brother were to be sent back, the amount of turmoil that would be caused would be something that even she was afraid of not being able to imagine. Most importantly, even in the upper realm no one had ever successfully evolved 99 celestial figures. Even the legendary one had only evolved 96 Jin. Thinking of this, Chen Hongmian's gaze towards Chen's stable completely changed. Maybe one day in the future, his own little brother will be the strongest one. Another unknown amount of time passed before the 99 celestial statues completely metamorphosed their celestial power into the power of life and death, and the surrounding area was covered with the Tao of life and death, as if it were a yin and yang seal of life and death. At this time, Chen's stability had also finally completed his breakthrough, and the soaring breath in his body gradually settled down. A realm of life and death. Finally a breakthrough. Chen Jian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air before slowly opening his eyes. Now, he could feel the surging qi and blood in his body, as well as the rioting power. It was no exaggeration to say that the current him only needed one move to kill Chu Tianlong, and that was without the need to use absolute battle power. Finished the breakthrough? Ji Yuyue looked at Chen Jian from afar and subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In Chen Stable's body, she felt threatened. This showed that after this breakthrough, Chen Stable had already finished possessing the power to fight against her. Thinking about this, Ji Yuyue couldn't help but be a little baffled. How long has it been? Only half a month or so before Chen Stable ascended to the Holy Land, right? This is too much. Equally shocked was Jiang Taichu, who was considered the earliest person to follow Chen Stable. In Chen Jian's body, he didn't feel threatened like Ji Yuyu though. However, he knew that Chen Stable's battle prowess was never something that could be surmised by feeling. It would not surprise him at all to say that Chen Stable could even him. After Chen Stable retrieved the celestial statue in mid-air, the aura within his body also converged as much as it could. My little man, congratulations to your son for successfully completing his breakthrough. When Ji Yuyue saw this, she hurriedly made a gesture of congratulations. Once the others saw this, they didn't dare to be slow and followed suit. We congratulate your excellency for successfully completing the breakthrough. Chen Stable nodded before landing on the ground from mid-air. Chen Hongmian had already arrived at Chen Stable's side. Not bad. Your kid has opened your sister's eyes. Chen Jian touched his nose. This is at best a class act on my part. You brat. Chen Hongmian nodded Chen Stable's head before saying, what's the next plan? Sister, you make the arrangements. Chen Stable knew that what Chen Hongmian was talking about was the matter of returning to the Imperial clan. After this breakthrough, his thoughts about returning to the upper realm became even more urgent. Although the lower realm was a bit safer, the aura and resources were ultimately not enough to support his smooth growth. I'll give you half a day. You can watch the arrangements.
Chen Hongnian made a direct decision.
Okay. Chen Jian nodded. Indeed.
He had to make proper arrangements for people like Jiang Taichu who were helpful to him. One can be ruthless at times,
but never unrighteous. With this in mind, Chen Jian walked towards where Jiang Taichu and Ji Yuyu were, perhaps knowing what Chen Stable meant. Both Jiang Taichu and Ji Yuyu's complexions tightened. Chapter 68 allow you two choices. Jiang Qingrun's initiative. Sage Lord Ji, I've caused you trouble these days. Finally Chen Jian stopped in front of the two and looked at Ji Yuyu and leisurely spoke. Ji Yuyu felt flattered. No trouble. It would only be an honor for the Holy Land for your excellency to come. Then in that case,
this male will have to stay for a while longer.
Chen Jian suddenly said with a straight face. Aha! Ji Yuyu man was dumbfounded. She was just being polite. Are you really taking it seriously?
Swish swish swish. The elder children also looked at Ji Yuyu in unison.
As if to say, if you let him stay, the Holy Land will be lost.
Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming more and more stagnant,
Chen Stable suddenly laughed. Just kidding, but this male is indeed unwelcome. No, it's just. Ji Yuyu hurriedly tried to explain, but Chen Jian directly interrupted her. Alright, there are some things that everyone knows by heart. With that, the conversation turned. Just now, I made a breakthrough and smoked your Holy Land's dragon vein. This is what I owe your Holy Land. Now I'll give you two choices. The first is that I'll compensate you with a certain amount of spirit crystals and divine origins. The second, a favor from me, is always valid as long as it doesn't hit the bottom line. The moment these words fell, Ji Yuyu was shaken. She had never thought that Chen Stable would take the initiative to mention the matter of the dragon vein, much less that Chen Stable would take the initiative to offer compensation. To put it bluntly, Chen Stability was creating the entire Holy Land out of existence, and no one would dare to say a word. Suddenly, she realized that Chen Jian was different despite being the son of the noble emperor. The others, at this time, also changed their gazes towards Chen Stable. To think that they had previously compared Chu Tianlong to Chen Stable was laughable now. What qualifications did Chu Tianlong have to compare with Chen Stable? It was too far off. Ji Yuyu inhaled several breaths in a row before she calmed down. The smallest candidate is the second. Chen Jian raised an eyebrow. Oh, then think about it. This is a favor from me, and not from the Imperial clan. Ji Yuyu nodded heavily. Yes, what I want is a favor from the Gongzi. These days, Chen Stable had shown them too many miracles, and had broken too many of her perceptions. She believed that as long as Chen Jian was given enough time, he would be able to form his own empire. Even the Imperial clan was not his pole. Therefore, she was willing to bet a future on Chen Stable. Yes, Chen Jian nodded. Little man has thanked your excellency on behalf of the entire Holy Land. Ji Yuyu hurriedly crouched her head and said. Chen Stable's hand lifted slightly, lifting Ji Yuyu up in the void. Alright, get up. Your thanks are received by this Gongzi. Yes, my lord. Ji Yuyu didn't refuse and turned around to silently step aside. Chen Jian's gaze flicked around and landed on Jiang Taichu's body. Elder Jiang, I've also troubled you over these times. No trouble, this is what I am willing to do. Jiang Taichu hurriedly said. Chen Jian laughed. That's what he liked about Jiang Taichu. Knowing the ins and outs of everything you do also gives enough emotional value. Only after reading this did Chen Stable speak again. I may have two choices for you. The first is that one of my favors, without hitting the bottom line, is also valid forever. The second is that you can be my attendant. But the one thing I require for this choice is absolute loyalty. Once you have the slightest dissent, I will personally get you killed, without any mercy. Knock. Jiang Taichu didn't have any hesitation at all and directly knelt on the ground in full view of everyone. I hereby take the great oath of the heavenly Tao that I will only submit to Chen Stability alone in this life, and that if there is even a hint of dissent, heaven and earth will collectively execute me. As far as he was concerned, it wasn't even a matter of choice. He'd been waiting for this moment for far too long. The crowd looked at the state of Jiang Taichu with envy on their faces. This was the entourage of an emperor's son, and it would return to the emperor clan with him. What do you mean? A flight of fancy? That's it. Jiang Qingrun looked at her own brother like this, her face all complicated. As much as she didn't want to admit it, now she finally realized what it meant to have an opportunity that would never come again. If she had agreed to her own brother's proposal at that time, then wouldn't she have been able to stand by Chen Stable's side now? At that thought, her fists, which were hidden under her sleeves, couldn't help but tighten. Since you chose the second one, I'll give you half a month to deal with the boundary protectorate. With that, Chen Stability glanced at Jiang Taichu again. After the matter is over, you can come to the Chen clan to find me. Little man leads the way. Jiang Taichu hastily crouched down on the ground. Go. Chen Stable waved his hand. Jiang Taichu then stood up, and then ambled towards Chen Hongmian in the distance. Having done this, he did not linger any longer and turned to leave. Chen Jian looked around the scene and his gaze settled on Jiang Qingrun. Jiang Qingrun also noticed Chen Stable's movements at this time, and instantly tensed up. This time she had much more mixed emotions than the pure revulsion of the first time. He had a sense of rejection. In fact, what Jiang Qingrun didn't know was that what Chen Jian was staring at since the beginning was the green life soul above her head. The only person left in the large Holy Land was Jiang Qingrun, the son of heaven's destiny. To do or not to do. Chen Jian's gaze flickered more than once. Seeing that Chen Stable's gaze did not move away for a long time, Jiang Qingrun's cupped palms were already wet. On the other hand, glanced at Jiang Qingrun with some hatred. What a ing time to be pretentious. Can't you ing deliver it if Taiko doesn't initiate it? To put it bluntly, a person of your stature, even if she strips clean and sends it to the Imperial clan, she's not qualified to climb into God's son's bed. Counting, less such a providence quite a bit. After a long time, Chen Stable still didn't make a move. He had only just taken someone's brother as a slave and backhandedly ate his sister. It's not a good thing to do. With this in mind, Chen Jiansu withdrew his gaze. Seeing that Chen Stability had already lost interest, Gu's heavenly lid was about to fly off in fear. What are you doing? Go up and deliver it. Quick! Gu lowered her voice and yelled sharply in Gu's ear. Jiang Qingrun's face changed more than just wildly, his mind constantly flashing back to Chen Stable's tall and upright figure during the battle. In the end, she overcame her senses and took one step out of the crowd. This action immediately caught everyone's attention. Chen Jian also could not help but revert his gaze back to Jiang Qingrun, an interested expression on his face. This sudden move by Kong Qingrun was something he hadn't expected. He wanted to see what Kong Qingrun was trying to do here. It was only when he came to a short distance from Chen Stable that Jiang Qing stopped, only to see her inhale several breaths in a row before raising her head. My daughter has great admiration for your excellency, and I would like to ask your excellency to give my daughter a chance. When these words came out, the entire room instantly fell into dead silence. The meaning of Jiang Qingrun's words was so close to making things clear. Now it's up to Chen Stable to respond. Thinking of this, the crowd couldn't help but look at where Chen Stable was again. Chapter 69 finally reacted, poking around Chen Baxian's information. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Jian raised his steps towards Jiang Qingrun. Jiang Qingrun became even more nervous for a moment, her entire body subconsciously tensing up. Finally, Chen Jian stopped in front of Jiang Qingrun's heel. The two were close. So close that they could smell each other's unique scent. When Jiang Qingrun was about to be unable to tense up, Chen Jian suddenly stretched out his fingers and lightly picked up Jiang Qingrun's chin. Jiang Qingrun's eyes couldn't help but clash with Chen Jian. In that moment, she saw a deep vortex, as if it could suck all of her mind into it. In a flash, her face flew up with two blushes of shyness, and she looked very charming. A woman's shyness is better than anything on earth. That's what it says. The corner of Chen Stable's mouth pulled out a faint arc. Then he withdrew his finger. While Jiang Qingrun was lost in thought, Chen Jian directly turned around and left without uttering a word. Ha? What do you mean? The crowd was also confused. Gu's face was also filled with puzzlement. It's hard to believe that you don't have a crush on Kong Qingman, but that's not right either. If he didn't look at it, why would he stare at Kong Qingrun more than once again? Why? Returning to her senses, Jiang Qingrun turned from shame to annoyance, feeling that she had been humiliated. Chen Jian stopped his steps and turned his head to glance at Jiang Qingrun. You're not worthy. 3 words, not loud or bright, powerful and overbearing. You. Jiang Qingrun was ashamed and angry, but realized that she was in no position to refute anything. Roll back. As soon as Gus saw that something was wrong, she immediately stood out and chopped her head towards Jiang Qingrun. Jiang Qingrun deadpanned her lips, but didn't retort. It's not too stupid. Gus couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Jiang Qing would rush up with a head iron and then she would really not be able to close the scene. Your Excellency, it's because of my poor discipline. I'm here to apologize to you, Gus said and then made a bow towards where Chen Stability was. Chen Stable hands glanced lightly at Gu. This stops here. And also I don't want anyone to take the liberty of making decisions for me without authorization. Do you understand? Gu instantly stiffened. And then she responded repeatedly. Understood. Understood. Before she knew it, her back was completely soaked. Sister, let's go. Chen Stable didn't pay any more attention to the crowd's reactions and turned towards Chen Hongmian. Good. Chen Hongmian nodded, and then holed out a shot into midair. Only the sky was like a shattered lens that had been shot right through. A huge hole went straight into the infinite depths, and all that could be seen was the terrifying spatial turbulence churning uncontrollably. At the same time, the vast spatial air pressure pressed downward.
also stirring up 10,000 feet of wind whirlpools? That picture was extremely shocking. Hold me. Chen Hongnian turned her head to look at Chen Stable and said,
Ha! Chen Jian didn't react for a moment. Hold on to me, or you'll be thrown out of the alien space beyond when traveling through it. Chen Hongnian spoke once more. Understood. Chen Stable nodded, before he went forward to hug Chen Hongnian. At once, a unique body odor reached his nostrils. The softness of the touch, in particular, embarrassed him. Chen Hongnian glanced at Chen Stable. Is there such tension? Similarly, she also felt Chen Jian's rapid heartbeat, as well as the soaring body temperature. I'm a ING man, not a eunuch, so how can I be the least bit different? Chen Stable was speechless. On top of that, he's not really Chen Jian. Your posture of hugging someone is deformed. What's the difference between hugging and not hugging? Chen Hongmian said once more. Chen Jian really wanted to say, hold on tighter, I'm going to lose my mind. No, you're a man. Can you just do it? Seeing Chen Stable's indifference, Chen Hongmian only took the initiative to get on board, wrapping Chen Stable's hands around his waist. For a while, the two were close. Chen Stable people numb. Chen Hongmian instantly felt something and blushed slightly. At that moment, she also finally understood why Chen Jian was so squirmy. After blankly glancing at Chen Stable, she didn't pull away from him either. Ready to go. Only after her mind calmed down did Chen Hongmian speak. Chen Jian also calmed down at this time and lightly exhaled. Let's go. Chen Hongmian didn't say anything more as he backhugged Chen Stable with his left hand, then rushed up towards the broken dome of the sky. Guyue and the others, naturally, took it all in. All they can say is that the relationships of the characters in the big families are just complicated. Soon after, Guyue then looked at Jiang Qingren by her side again and comforted. Don't think too much. You won't meet him again from now on either. Without a word, Jiang Qingren silently turned and left. Looking at Jiang Qingren's back, Guyue sighed. Originally, she thought that Chen Stable was genuinely interested in Jiang Qingren, but she didn't expect things to come to this. She only hoped that Jiang Qing could figure it out on her own and not make herself useless. Meanwhile, in the Imperial clan's lobby, at this moment, Chen Wudao was sitting high on the main seat, and underneath were a group of men and women. Chen Baidao was listed. These people's breath, none of them were terrifying to the extreme, and all of them looked like unruly presences. I've just received news that Little Sleep has returned with Little Steady. This is a major event for our Imperial clan. It must be treated with the highest standards. When these words came out, among the people at the bottom, there were quite a few people whose eyes flickered more than just a little. With that, Chen Wudao turned his words around. On the day of Little Steady's return, all but those in seclusion must be present, and the coming-of-age ceremony has been moved up. It's set for 3 days after Steady returns. At that time, invite all the clans to come and watch the ceremony, and let them know that our Chen clan is not afraid of any threat from any force, whether it's a heavenly destiny or a robber's destiny. It can only be said by the people of our Chen clan. Do you understand? Understood. The crowd didn't dare to refute and responded in unison. It's good to understand. Then take your positions and summon back the people from your respective factions. Chen Wudao said indifferently. Yes. The crowd responded, and then retreated one by one. Not long after, only Chen Baidao and Chen Wudao remained in the entire lobby. What are you going to do about Chen Baoyuan? Chen Wudao spoke first. Chen Baidao was instantly overflowing with killing intent. Kill. Chen Wudao stared at Chen Baidao for a moment before saying, pay attention to the impact. Don't make people panic. Chen Baidao didn't say anything. Seeing this, Chen Wudao didn't say anything more. Little Stable is back. You also pay attention to look good. Don't let certain people with good intentions do you harm. Whoever touches my son, I'll be the patriarch quitting and I'll get him killed. Chen Baidao's voice was as cold as iron, not hiding his killing intent. Stand down. Chen Wudao sighed before waving his hand and said. Chen Baidao didn't say anything more and directly turned around to leave. Alas, a child is half as old as his father. Chen Wudao let out a long sigh. On the other hand, Chen Stable had already arrived at the upper realm. Into the eyes of a vast big world, spiritual qi is rich to the extreme. Auspicious clouds wandering, all around can see flying cultivators. In addition to what the flesh of his eyes saw, he could also feel the rules and laws of the heavenly Tao here, which were many times more complete than the ancient Yuan realm. Perfect rules and laws of the heavenly Tao could directly affect a cultivator's future and even ultimate height. It was no exaggeration to say that even an ant here was higher than those in the lower realms, but that's what makes it better. And I'll be able to make a splash. Desolate ancient realm, I, Chen Jian, have come. Thinking of this, Chen Stable's eyes shot out a brilliantly bright aura. Come on down. How much longer are you going to hold it? While Chen Stable was immersed in ogling, Chen Hongmian's voice suddenly broke the atmosphere. Ha ha, momentarily forgot.
Chen Stable hastily sloughed off, then loosened his hands.
Oh. Chen Hongmian blankly glanced at Chen Stable and didn't bother with him. Right sis, do you recognize Chen Baxian?
Chen Stable thought about it, but he still planned to ask for Chen Baxian's information first. This way, he can also make early preparations.
Chen Baxian?
Chen Hongmian instantly stiffened and looked at Chen Stable with some shock.
What are you asking him for? Chapter 70 Gathering 100. 000 Red Prison Army. Finally returning to the Imperial clan. No, how do you know about Chen Baxian? Before Chen Stable could respond, Chen Hongmian frowned again. Chen Jian's expression remained unchanged as he half-joked.
If I say that the mastermind who wants to harm me is Chen Baxian,
will you believe me, sister? Chen Hongmian's pupils shrank for a long time before he said, are you serious? Do you believe it? Chen Jian did not answer positively. Chen Hongmian didn't speak,
but instead flipped his hand and released a spirit shuttle. The spirit shuttle was covered with subtle array seals, and terrifying power flowed through it. It was extremely extraordinary at first glance. After the spirit shuttle had smoothed out, Chen Hongmian grabbed Chen Stable before disappearing into it. Not waiting for Chen Stable to react, Chen Hongmian grabbed Chen Stable's shoulder again, half tilting her head and forcing her to say, I'll believe it if you say so. Chen Jian suddenly laughed. In fact, he's betting on it. Luckily, his own sister didn't let him down. Give me the evidence. Let's report it to the clan and him. Chen Hongmian turned and said in a cold voice. Chen Jian shook his head. I can't get the actual evidence, but I'm 90% sure that he did it. With that, he told the way how he learned this information. Of course, he didn't reveal the existence of the heavenly fate melting pot. After listening to what Chen Stable had said, Chen Hongmian's face also turned completely cold. The so-called chance is nothing more than a long-planned plan. With that, the words changed, but if there's no evidence presented, you're afraid you won't even get past father and brother. What do you mean? Chen Jian raised his eyebrows. Apparently, he didn't expect it to involve Pops and Lao either. Chen Hongmian glanced at Chen Stable before saying, didn't you want to ask me for information about Chen Baxian? In fact, technically, he is our second uncle. Chen Stability couldn't help but look at Chen Hongmian. Chen Hongmian sighed before saying, there are many factions within our Chen clan, and each faction has its own power and depth. The faction that Chen Baxian is a part of is originally weak and can barely speak in the clan, but in one of the Protectorate Wars, their entire faction almost died out, leaving only some of the lower old and sick. The family has also let this faction merge into the others in order to take care of them. Chen Baxian was still young at that time, so he was adopted by our grandfather, and since he was about the same age as father, we always called him second uncle. This person, Chen Baxian, has displayed overwhelming talent since he was a child, and coupled with his gentle character and great love, he is very much respected by his juniors. Of course, father is closer to him than he is to Auntie and Uncle Sam. By the way, Auntie, she is also a remnant of that faction. It's just that compared to Chen Baxian, she is aloof and unapproachable, and she rarely shows her face in front of people. Also, Grandpa and Grandma love Chen Baxian more than their own son. If everything goes well, then the future patriarch of the Chen clan will be his. But it so happened that during a training exercise, he was wasted, but our father was fine. As for what happened between the two during the training exercise, no one knows. Our Chen clan also went to great lengths to barely cure Chen Baxian, but the price was that his cultivation fell, and his superior talent has been severed ever since, and because of this turn of events, he has lost his eligibility to compete for the position of patriarch. But even if he didn't sit as patriarch, he was still a great elder in the clan, second only to Dad. You could say that. He is the first person who didn't sit in the position of Grand Elder based on his cultivation. Awesome indeed. Chen Stable couldn't help but sigh over it. In an Imperial clan, if one was not strong enough, one would not be able to convince the people at all. Chen Baxian, on the other hand, simply relied on his charisma to make the clansmen believe in authority. This shows how extraordinary his position in the clan is. Likewise, he understood why Chen Hongmian would say that without solid evidence, it was simply impossible to bring down Chen Baxian. Just because of this man's connections and prestige, I'm afraid that even his father can't move. However, I dislike him a lot, and I always feel that he is a hypocritical person. Chen Hongmian suddenly added a sentence. Humble people are always hypocritical. In this regard, Chen Jian did not feel anything, because the hypocrisy is unconscious and not offensive. But the fear is, those who feign humility. As for which one Chen Baxian is, the answer is self-evident. By the way, from what you just said, that Chen Baxian is still related to old brother? Chen Stable thought about it before asking. Chen Hongmian nodded. Older brother is his disciple, or the godson he recognized. What?
Chen Stable was shocked now.
You heard it right. Old brother's entire skill was inherited from him.
And Chen Baxian favors old brother, said Chen Hongmian. Because of this, Chen Baxian's own sons are all very jealous of old brother. Also, Chen Baxian's son is 2 years older than you, so I guess he will attend the coming of age ceremony with you. At that time, he might give you a hard time because of his old brother, so you have to be careful with him. Regarding Chen Baxian's son's difficulties, Chen Stable didn't care at all.
What made him difficult now was the relationship between his own oldest brother and Chen Baxian.
Because, Chen Baxian he had to do it.
But as his own sister had said,
if he wanted to Chen Baxian,
then his old man and his old brother would not be able to cross this hurdle.
Perhaps sensing Chen Stable's difficulty,
Chen Hongmian gently put her hand on Chen Stable's shoulder.
This is something you and I know on the line. What you want to do next is directly dry.
As for old father and old brother,
don't mind them. When everything is done, can they still blame you?
Chen Stable was shaken and looked at Chen Hongmian with some shock.
Obviously,
he hadn't expected Chen Hongmian to be so supportive either. You're my little brother. That Chen Baxian is something.
Of course I'll support you unconditionally. Saying that, Chen Hongmian's words changed. I guess old brother and old dad also think the same way. Anyway, it's big deal. We'll just join you against the whole family. Understood.
Chen Stable looked at Chen Hongmian for a long time before nodding heavily.
Alright, you take a rest first. This is still a few days away from arriving at the clan. Chen Hongmian patted Chen Stable's shoulder and said. Chen Stable didn't refuse. Alright, then you call me when I arrive, sis. Go on. Chen Hongmian nodded. Without saying anything else, Chen Jian turned around and walked towards where the room was. After Chen Stable disappeared, Chen Hongmian's face turned completely cold, and then he took out his transmission note. Not long after, an ice-cold female voice came from the transmission note. Lord, gather 100,000 Red Prison Army and have them rush to the everlasting Imperial Domain Chen clan as fast as they can. Copy that. The female voice responded immediately, not asking why.
Chen Hongmian directly disconnected the connection and said in a cold and leisurely voice, if the Chen clan can't give justice,
then I, Chen Hongmian, will give it. On the other hand, Chen Stable, who had returned to his room, had the smile on his face disappear. As far as he was concerned, Chen Baxian had to die, and if Chen Baidao and Chen Waodi were going to make a move to stop it, then it's time for him to think about whether or not this family is worth keeping him around. With this in mind, Chen Steady abandoned all distractions and sank into his cultivation. 5 days passed, and the spirit shuttle finally arrived at the Eternal Life Imperial Domain where the Chen clan was located. Chapter 71 Raising the Clan to Welcome. Not giving face at all. Little brother, we arrive.
Chen Hongmian came to where Chen Stable was and lightly knocked on the door. Chen Stable slowly opened his eyes, and 2 flashes of biting light passed by. At the same time, the breath inside and outside of his body followed and rioted, and all the holes in the space around him pressed into twisted air currents. Phew! Chen Stable lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air before converging all the breaths outside his body. In 5 days, he had consumed hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals and divine sources. It didn't further his realm, but it clearly gave him a qualitative increase in strength. It could be said that the current him was more than twice as strong as he was 5 days ago. With this in mind, Chen Stable did not continue, and after putting on some armor, he opened the door. To his eyes, it was Chen Hongmian, who hadn't seen him for 5 days. Chen Hongmian also looked at Chen Stable in the first instance, a flash of shock flashing across her eyes. In this world, there weren't many geniuses that could shock her because she herself was the ultimate genius. In 5 days, she could feel a clear change in Chen Stable, and it was still that qualitative change. What a horrible talent! At this time, she suddenly had a feeling that she had still underestimated her own little brother's talent. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the family landscape changed because of him. What's wrong? Do I have a problem here? Chen Stable couldn't help but open his mouth. Chen Hongmian collected her thoughts and shook her head. Scared by your strength. Compared to you, sis, I'm 100,000 miles behind. Chen Jian half-joked. Chen Hongmian also laughed. What's the matter? You want to surpass your sister me so soon? Yes. Won't I be able to protect you, sis? Chen Jian laughed. Chen Hongmian couldn't help but be stunned. Then she stood on her tiptoes and nudged Chen Stable's head. Your kid's mouth is for dessert. Not bad. Not bad. Sis, I like it a lot. Chen Jian did not pick up the conversation, but said, the family has arrived? Chen Hongmian immediately straightened up. Well, here it is. Let's go then. Chen Jian immediately laughed. Good. Chen Hongmian nodded, then took the first step outside. Without any hesitation, Chen Stable lifted his steps and followed. Soon enough, Chen Steady walked out of the room, and a shocking image came into his eyes. To the eye, there was a succession of ancient and magnificent palaces. The palace was covered with layers of spell formations around it, with mysterious runic patterns flowing through it. In the mid-air of the clouds, terrifying spirit beasts could be seen creeping about, snoring like thunder, shaking the hearts of the people. Obviously, these were the Chun clan's guardian divine beasts, and their strength was not much weaker than the clan's people. Apart from that, the most symbolic thing is the feeling that the whole family gives. Inside and outside are one and the same, forming its own unique law. This was the heritage contained in the ancient inheritance, and it was also the root of the reason why the Emperor clan had survived for so long. Chen Jian crossed over the scale of the Chun clan and landed on the clansmen gathered in a very large formation in front of him.
Grandfather Chen Wudao, father, mother and brother are among them. On their faces, suppressed excitement could be seen. In addition to them, there were many elders and sons. These people, both young and old, gave off an air of being a dragon and phoenix among people with superior natural talent. Just standing there, it could also create an extreme sense of oppression, pressing out vast air currents from the surrounding space. Ha! Nice guy. 1, 2, 3, 59. Chen Stable's heavenly eyes opened, and all of a sudden, 50 heaven's destiny suns were reflected in his eyes. Regardless of whether or not all the clansmen were gathered here, it was already very exaggerated for a clan to produce more than 50 heavenly fates. From this, one could see how strong the Chen clan's chi was. Ha! Golden Providence? Chen Stable suddenly landed on a middle-aged man with a pale face. At the same time, the middle-aged man's message was reflected in his eyes. Name, Chen Bashwan. Age, 45. Character, hypocrisy, ruthlessness, good at holding back, will do anything to achieve the goal. Identity, Grand Elder of the Chun clan of the desolate ancient realm. Hidden identity, Master of the Temple of the 9 sepulchral heavenly prisons. Natal soul, golden. Physique, 9 turns of the hegemonic body. Realm, 10th heavenly king realm. Chen Ba Xian? The 9 turns of the wheel body? Chen Jian's expression gradually turned cold. One must know that the 9 revolutions hegemonic body was an extremely rare physique, and it was also the kind of physique where the spiritual rhythm was not apparent. It is unusual to look at a mortal flesh body, which can blind others to a certain extent. However, those who possessed this physique could allow their flesh to undergo 9 metamorphoses. When the metamorphosis was extreme, one could evolve their physical body into a hegemonic body. At that time, not only could you witness the way with your physical body, but you would also be able to walk out on a unique path. Oh, things are getting interesting. Thinking about this, the corner of Chen Jian's mouth slightly hooked. Chen Ba Xian, who possessed this kind of physique, was probably not afraid of being wasted in the first place. Even the fact that he was deposed back then could have been a self-directed good show. What, I ask, will ensure that you can grow up smoothly? Undoubtedly it is to hide, to put away all one's claws and teeth. But that's good news for him. This Chen Ba Xian was only at the 10th heavenly king realm until now because he was invalidated. With the golden chaos liquid's boost, drying out Chen Ba Xian wasn't without that possibility. As for the augmentation of the 9 revolutions hegemonic body, then he was even more unafraid. The chaotic sequence body could suppress all body types. What are you gawking at? Don't keep Grandpa and the others waiting. Chen Hongmian's voice entered Chen Stable's ears. Good. Chen Stable hurriedly snapped back from his reverie. Chen Hongmian swept down the spirit shuttle first. At the sight of Chen Jian, he hurriedly followed closely behind. The gazes of the crowd also landed on Chen Stable, and for a while, their expressions varied. Chen Stable's temperament and appearance were very good, and it wasn't even an exaggeration to describe it as one of the best. However, in their opinion, a 16-year-old first life and death realm was still a bit short. Then there was the fact that Chen Stability's digging up of his god body origin in Emperor Bone was not a secret in the Chen clan. Therefore, in their eyes, Chen Stable was already someone without much of a future. Soon enough, Chen Steady landed smoothly on the ground. Kid, meet Grandpa, and all the seniors. Greeting the crowd's pressing gazes, Chen Stable unhurriedly clasped his fists. The posture is in place, yet it seems unassuming. Seeing such a Chen Stable, both Chen Baidao and Yi Xingyan couldn't help but have a smile on their faces. This son, he has given them a long face. Don't look at so many people coming over to greet each other, but not many of them are coming over sincerely. More like they want to see a good show. In their hearts, they had a filter on Chen Stable, thinking that Chen Stable, who did not grow up in the Imperial clan, must have been tainted by the bad habits of the barbarians in the lower realms. As heartless as this perception was, this was how those in high places looked at those lower-level cultivators. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Chen Wudao was also very satisfied with Chen Stable and said 2 times in a row that it was good to be back. This is little steady, right? Sure enough, the human fruit is a dragon and phoenix. Big brother can be blessed. At this time, Chen Ba Xian suddenly spoke.
He had a gentle smile on his face that made it easy to feel good about him. Chen Jian turned his head to look at Chen Baxian and blinked. "Who are you?" When these words came out, the whole room was dead silent. Chapter 72 Killing at the Drop of a Hat. The whole clan is shocked. Chen Baxian also did not expect someone to treat him like this, and the smile on his face froze for a moment. After the crowd reacted, many of their faces changed, not to mention the fact that Chen Baxian was a hero's descendant. He himself had done a great service to the Imperial clan. For Chen Jian to be so rude as a scion who had just returned to the family was simply unaware of what was going on. Chen Baidao quickly interrupted and introduced. "Little steady this is your second uncle Chen Baxian." Quickly apologize to him. "Apologize? Oh." Chen Jian looked at Chen Baxian and said, "Oh, so it's second uncle, then he definitely won't mind my rudeness." Chen Baidao frowned lightly, clearly not very puzzled by Chen Stable's attitude. After the last short contact, Chen Jian gave him the feeling that he was clearly not this kind of person who could not be spared. Chen Wudao also couldn't help but glance at Chen Stable at this time, obviously somewhat less than satisfied. When the atmosphere was a bit stagnant, Chen Baxian suddenly laughed softly. "Xiao Jian has no problem saying this. As his second uncle, naturally I wouldn't mind my nephew's rudeness. Besides, I'm at fault for this. I should have prioritized introducing myself." With Chen Baxian taking the initiative to excuse himself, the atmosphere of the scene was a lot better for a while. Chen Jian glanced at Chen Baxian, a faint smile on his lips. As the base information describes, this Chen Baxian is good at holding back and is extremely hypocritical. Actually, we, the underage sons, still have to thank Little Steady. We wouldn't have been able to return to the family early without him being victimized by a woman for this. Just then, a teenager's voice suddenly rang out. When these words came out, the crowd at the scene all looked at where the teenager was. This teenager was recognized by many, a son of the second faction named Chen Maniac. Although they were both 16 years old, this He Maniac was already at the 5th level of the life and death realm, much stronger than Chen Stable. However, what they hadn't expected was that a son would jump out to express his dissatisfaction so soon. Moreover, it was still revealing Chen Jian's shortcomings in public, regardless of whether this was Chen Maniac's own intention or whether it was authorized by someone. This was no less than a slap in Chen Stable's face. Now it's up to Chen Stable to respond. Chen Baidao, who was the patriarch of the clan, only frowned, but didn't make a move to stop anything. He couldn't even intervene in matters between juniors if it wasn't too much, because, once he strikes, the nature of that changes. Chen Stable slowly turned his head and walked towards Chen Maniac step by step. Looking at Chen Stable walking towards him, Chen Maniac not only did not have a hint of panic, but instead held in a smile with interest. He wanted to see what Chen Jian wanted and what he could do. When he came to a distance of 3 feet from Chen Maniac, Chen Stable suddenly rose up violently and stomped down heavily on Chen Maniac's chest. With the sudden strike, Chen Maniac didn't react at all. Strictly speaking, he had not expected Chen Stable to dare to make a move at all, and to do so in front of so many big names. The first rule of the clan is that you can't fight in private. Pust! Chen Maniac's chest clothes exploded and a mouthful of blood sprayed out as he flew out backwards. It ended up hitting the wall behind him hard. Only then did Chen Stable coldly spit. "Just you waste of space. What kind of big-tailed wolf are you pretending to be in front of my old man?" he said and looked around the scene again. "One for all, come in person if you want to get the old man. Don't just stay in the sewers like a rat." The faces of the entire crowd sank violently. Chen Jian's words had scolded them all in. A son who had just returned not only blatantly violated the clan rules, but also provoked their majesty. It's simply audacious. Son of a *********. You seek death. Chen Maniac suddenly stormed up with a murderous intent. Chen Stable instantly moved, one hand probing out and grabbing down towards Chen Maniac through the air. All of Chen Maniac's defenses were shattered in response to the sound of his grasp, and that palm pressed down towards him like a Tarzan. Not good. Chen Maniac's face changed violently, and his hands struck out with a series of knotted seals, continuously bombarding the falling palm. How is this possible? Soon, a shocked look appeared on Chen Maniac's face. Pust! In just an instant, this palm collapsed all of Chen Maniac's defenses and slapped heavily on top of Chen Maniac's head. A matchless stream of power swept through Chen Maniac's entire body from top to bottom. Poof! 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 Chen Maniac's flesh around his body exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Stop! Just then, an urgent roar rang out. At the same time, a terrifying pressure crushed towards where Chen Stable was. Die! Chen Stable spat out a cold voice and used his finger as a sword, slicing out violently with a sword, only to see that a biting sword chi quickly failed to pass over Chen Maniac's neck. As a line of blood floated up, a head flew out in response. Quiet! The scene was deathly silent. Obviously, No one dared to believe that Chen Stable really dared to kill someone.
It's only just returned. This is ing crazy. Get the back. At the same time, Chen Hongmian struck out, blowing away the pressing airforms with a single shot. That terrifying killing aura surged out from Chen Hongmian's body, directly topping the half-dome of the sky. You're looking for death. Seeing that his son had been killed, Chen Batson's anger shot up to the sky, and his killing intent rippled around him. Just come. Chen Hongmian stood with his spear horizontally, and the power in his body soared extremely fast. As the two were on the verge of a great battle, Chen Wudao finally spoke. Enough. Are there any rules in your eyes?
What do you mean by rules? But if there were some rules, my son wouldn't have died.
Chen Batson roared.
Chen Wudao's voice turned cold.
The same words. This seat will only say it once. Get the hell back.
Fine. But I hope that the old patriarch will give justice to the little man in order to correct the iron law of the Imperial clan.
Chen Batson gave Chen Jian a deadly stare before retreating. The crowd at the scene didn't say anything, but they meant the same thing. In their opinion,
Chen's stability had only just returned, and he dared to act so recklessly. If this momentum isn't curbed ahead of time,
won't he flip out next?
Chen Wudao's gaze flicked around and landed on Chen Stable.
Do you know that killing someone privately in the clan is a capital offense? All I know is that someone wants to kill me,
so I have no choice but to get him killed first.
Chen Stable said indifferently.
You're turning black and white.
Who actually killed who? Chen Batsong instantly roared, looking extremely agitated.
Chen Stable's expression remained unchanged. The people on the scene are not blind. It was your son who first had murderous intentions towards me.
I am at best self-protective. If you didn't strike first, how could he be rendered senseless? Chen Batsong roared once again.
Chen Stable said indifferently. If he hadn't jumped out and acted like a big-tail wolf, how would Laozi have gotten him?
Is that a ing reason for you to strike?
Is it that Brother Xian is going to step in and get you too?
Chen Batsong's expression became even more enraged. Chen Jian shrugged. What does that have to do with me? There is only one guideline in my case.
Life and death are not to be taken lightly.
If you don't give in again, then you'll do it to death. Towards the end, Chen Jian had already sounded as cold as iron.
The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched.
In their opinion, Chen Jian was too carefree and arrogant. But on the contrary, they couldn't refute it, because it was indeed Chen Maniac who was shady in the first place. But then again, if everyone was like that,
wouldn't the whole family be in disarray?
Your ing bull ting.
Chen Ba toned his pale lungs and exploded with anger.
In the next moment, he fiercely looked at where Chen Wudao and Chen Baidao were, his eyes scarlet to the bone.
Look, at this is the son or daughter that we have raised our clan to welcome.
Dare I ask, does he still have the clan in his eyes? Does he still have the elders? Does he still have the rules? Today I, Chen Batsong, put my words here. If the clan can't give justice, then I'll do it myself. Chapter 73. Kneel down and apologize.
Offer the supreme medicine. As the words fell, the power within Chen Batsong's body rolled crazily, swirling through the 10,000 feet of clouds and instantly encompassing the entire scene.
Some of the children with weaker cultivation levels felt suffocated. Obviously, Chen Batsong was truly moved to kill. At that moment, Chen Wufei in the crowd moved. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he walked step by step towards where Chen Stable was, finally stopping at Chen Hongmian's side. The two men looked at each other and could see their respective determination. The next moment, the two struck out. Chen Wuxi's hands were wrapped around 10,000 feet of shocking thunder, and the violent thunder was running fast, pressurizing the entire side of the heaven and earth.
Chen Hongmian held the prison suppression gun,
and the red prison flame roared, instantly scorching the air currents and the circumference into flying dust. In an instant, the two terrifying forces collided with Chen Batsong through the air. Endless forces were bombarding, and the space around them was blown to pieces one after another. Move and you die. Between the two men drinking in unison, the killing machine boiled to the heavens. Chen Batsong's eyelids jumped straight up. Then he shouted in a cold voice. Fine. A family of three is lawless, right? Today, I, Chen Batsong, will see what the three of you have to kill me with. They're not three, they're four. Yi Shenyan's voice rang out leisurely.
The whole room shook when these words came out.
If Chen Hongmian and Chen Wufei made a move,
it was still a small fight and nothing. That Yi Shenyan got involved,
then everything would be different. This is the main mother of the Chen clan.
Chen Batsong's face also instantly changed drastically. When Chen Wuxi and Chen Hongmian joined forces, he still had the confidence to suppress them.
But what about Yi Shenyan? This was an existence not weaker than his, especially since Yi Shenyan is known to be a lunatic. Why did Chen Hongmian take command in the name of a woman and defend the domain outside of the road alone?
It is inherited from Yi Shenyan, and it can be said that Chen Hongmian is the younger version of Yi Shenyan. I don't care who it is,
If you move my son or daughter, you have to die. Yi Xinyan raised her steps towards Chen Hongmian and the others. That ice-cold voice also lingered into everyone's ears. In an instant, the scene was filled with solemnity. Chen Batsong stared at Yi Xinyan dead in the face. As the mother of a clan, are you also going to abandon the iron law of the clan? Yi Xinyan slowly raised her head. If you want to talk about the iron law with my mother, you should wipe your ass first. You. Chen Batsong was just about to retort when Yi Xinyan directly interrupted. Shut up, did the old lady let you speak? Saying that, she gazed around, her might making itself known. Firstly, my son has never known that the clan can't get their hands dirty, so it's justifiable for him to make a move. Secondly, the first strike, my son didn't strike. It was Yi Maniac who started the killing, so he deserved to die. Thirdly, the clan explicitly states that when a grudge between juniors is junior, the elders can't do anything about it. And you, Chen Batsong, have violated the iron law more than once, so if you're going to die, you're the one who's going to die first. The crowd is numb awe. How come Chen Batsong has committed a capital offense in such a short time, and the murderer, Chen Jian, has become innocent? This family is so mean and nagging. You are turning black and white upside down. Chen Batsong's finger pointing at Yi Xinyan was trembling straight away. Yi Xinyan looked at Chen Batsong indifferently and said, whether it's a case of black and white being reversed, I will report it to the Elders' Council, and then it will be clear who is guilty and who is not. If you insist on making a move, I don't mind giving you a ride. Chen Batsong's face changed instantly, because once this is reported, Chen Jian will be confined at most. Just as Yi Xinyan had said, Chen Stable had had room for explanation since the beginning, whether it's the first strike, or the subsequent laying down of the law. Not so with him, striking out is the hard truth and exposing the kill. Once the execution comes down from above, he will have to pay a huge price even if he doesn't die. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat couldn't help but well up all over his body. No, that kid must have done it on purpose. From the beginning, I had a retreat figured out, just waiting for me to jump in. Suddenly, Chen Batsong came up with such a terrifying thought. When he thought of this, he looked violently at Chen Stable. At that instant, Chen Stable's calm face, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, was reflected in his eyes. This kid did it on purpose. Absolutely. Seeing this, Chen Batsong was even more certain of his guess, and for a moment, he had the urge to be so infuriated that he spat out blood. This time, he was afraid that he had really fallen. Just as the atmosphere was congealing, Chen Baxian suddenly spoke up. Look at the mess this has made. Old Song, you too. You still can't change that impulsive nature. Saying that, the words changed. Sister-in-law, your love for your son is understandable, but Old Song also loves his son. I'll make a peace offering. Why don't we just leave it at that? Chen Batsong deadened his face and didn't say anything, but the silence had meant everything. Yi Shenyan faintly said, this matter I said does not count. Have to my son said to count. Then, little Stable, what do you mean? Chen Baxian looked at Chen Stable and said. Chen Jian smiled and said, I'm actually not the kind of person who can't be forgiven when he gets the upper hand, so let's let him waste his own cultivation, and let's forget about this. I at asterisk n percent hashtag. The crowd had the urge to spit in Chen Jian's face. Nice one not being the one who gets what he wants. Is there some kind of misunderstanding of that statement you're making? The corners of Chen Baxian's mouth twitched continuously as well. Chen Jian's shamelessness was such that even a hypocrite like him couldn't tense up, making someone lose their own cultivation. This was even more difficult for him than killing Chen Batsong. Chen Batsong was just about to burst into a rage when Chen Baxian crossed over with a glare. Shut up. Chen Batsong's face changed, and he didn't dare to continue. Chen Baxian took a deep breath. Your Uncle Tsong did go a bit too far this time, but the matter of letting him abolish his own cultivation, are we going to discuss it again? You lower your demands a bit more, and as long as they don't hurt the root, I've made the decision to agree to them for him. Chen Jian looked deeply at Chen Baxian before saying, first, I need him to apologize to me on his knees in front of the entire clan. Second, that Dao pill in his hand. I'll take it. As for the Dao medicine, it was his mother who told him that it was obtained by Chen Batsong at an ancient relic. With this Dao pill, he was confident that he could raise his strength to a whole new level again. When these words came out, Chen Baxian's face changed. If anything, Chen Stable's first request was for Chen Batsong's self-respect. Then the second request was for Chen Batsong's lifeblood. One must know that supreme pill was something that Chen Batsong had wasted a lot of effort to find. Then there was the fact that a scion like Chen Stable, who had just returned to his family, could accurately name the supreme pill. Then this must have been secretly mentioned by Yi Xingyan. Therefore, this supreme pill Chen Batsong had to be given even if he gave it,
and he had to give it even if he didn't. Otherwise, Yi Xinyan would definitely bite the bullet. Thinking of this, Chen Baxian could not help but look deeply at Chen Jian. All of this was due to the teenager in front of him. And if Chen Stable was consciously dominating all of this, that could only mean that this teenager he had counted on 100 times was far more uncomplicated than imagined. Thinking about it, though, he felt saddened. He, the black hand behind the scenes, hadn't even made a move yet, and he was the first to experience the horror of his opponent. Things are getting interesting instead. Thinking of this, the corner of Chen Baxian's mouth couldn't help but slightly hook. There's no room for negotiation? After collecting his thoughts, Chen Baxian once again looked at Chen Stable. Chapter 74 I'll kill the man. And I'll take the supreme pill too. Yes, just abolish your own cultivation, Chen Stable said indifferently, without a hint of emotional fluctuation in his words. Chen Baxian took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Chen Batsong, who was suppressing his anger, and said, promise him, this is never possible. Chen Batsong subconsciously roared, giving you face huh? Want to die old lady give you a ride. Saying that, Yi Xinyan looked around the scene. I'd like to see who dares to step in and help you. In an instant, Yi Xinyan's terrifying aura erupted around him, pressing straight towards where Chen Batsong was. Chen Batsong's face changed once again. At this time, Chen Baxian spoke once more. Promise him, brother Xian. How can I answer this? Seeing that Chen Batsong was still indignant, Chen Baxian sighed. If you're really dissatisfied, then I won't get involved in this matter. Chen Batsong's face changed in more ways than one, and his eyes gradually colored a scarlet red. However, under Chen Baxian's gaze, he still gritted his teeth and grooved hatefully. Fine, I promise. Only after hearing this did Chen Baxian slowly withdraw his gaze. Really? The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Batsong slowly pressed down his lofty head and said towards Chen Stable, I'm sorry, kneel down. Chen Stable coldly glanced at Chen Batsong. Don't be too deceitful. Chen Batsong raised his head violently, his eyes scarlet as blood. Chen Jian's expression remained unchanged. Yes, I'm just bullying people too much. What can you do to me? Chen Batsong had anger surging around him, and the killing chance he was suppressing was banging around at his chest. But in the end, he slowly bent his knees and knelt down under the incredulous gazes of the crowd. Is this enough? Chen Batsong stared deathly at Chen Stable, killing intent raging in his eyes. Apologize. Chen Stable didn't budge an inch. Fine. I, Chen Batsong, will remember this today. Chen Batsang caromed a roar before he pressed his killing intent and said word for word. Right not. What do you want? Chen Batsong looked violently at Yi Xinyan, a shocked look on his face, only to see that Yi Xinyan had already pressed one hand on his shoulder. That terrifying power imprisoned his body before he could react. At the same time, Chen Stable struck out. With one sword, he chopped down towards Chen Batsong's head. Sword chi swept across the landscape, and the power of the chaotic sequence flashed by. Knock! Chen Batsong's head just rolled down to the ground. Chen Stable calmly withdrew his spirit sword and said indifferently, I've changed my mind. The sound was not big, but it was like a thunderbolt that pierced through everyone's eardrums. The entire crowd, all of them, looked at this in shock, not coming back to their senses for a long time. What do you mean I changed my mind? A kid who just returned. How dare he tease the clan like this, treating human life as a child's play. How dare he? Little Stable, you're overdoing it. Chen Baxian suppressed his anger and said, this act of Chen Stable was not only provoking the family's iron law, it was also smacking him, Chen Baxian, in the face. Since his debut, no one had ever dared to be so disrespectful to him, ever. Chen Stable glanced at Chen Baxian and said indifferently, showing killing intent to me over and over again, giving him face ha. I, Chen Stable, have no other merit, but I never go soft when it's time to kill. Chen Baxian suddenly realized that he couldn't refute it. This was because Chen Batsong had indeed displayed his killing intent more than once. But then again, you've put people through such humiliation and you still want people to smile. It would have been impossible. Yi Xinyan spoke up at this time. This is my execution as a master mother of a sinner who disobeys punishment and repeatedly kills. If the Council of Elders feels that the execution is unreasonable, then they can dismiss me as the mother of the Lord. The crowd is numb. This family, they can pull it off. Originally, Chen Batsong had been nagged as the party at fault. Now it was good. Not only had he become a sinner with repeated killing intent, he had even lost his life. Is this going to be justified? In the next moment, Yi Xinyan once again said in a cold voice, there was Chen Baoyuan in the past, and now there is Chen Baotsong. You people of the second faction really think that there is no one in my patriarchal faction, don't you? As the words fell, a terrifying killing chance leaked out, causing the temperature of the entire scene to plummet.
Many of the second faction's elders followed with a slight change in their faces.
The matter of Chen Baiyuan was not a secret in the clan. For this reason, the people of the second faction have been cutting up Ma Chen Baiyuan,
with the aim of not wanting to be implicated. After all, right now,
the strength of the Chen clan's factions counted on the Patriarch's faction being the strongest. No one would want to offend the patriarchal faction without having to.
As for Chen Baoyuan, he was directly abandoned by them. Saying that, Yi Xinyan's words turned.
Today, my old lady put the words in. Today's matter is not finished.
No matter who is secretly instructing me,
I will investigate thoroughly until I have dug up all the people involved.
When these words came out,
many people's faces all changed.
One teenager in particular in the crowd had his hands clenched tightly under his sleeves. With what happened today,
anyone with a discerning eye could see that Chen Maniac was instructed by someone.
Now that Yi Xinyan is going to hold on to it, this will be really troublesome.
There was no need to think about it to know that it wouldn't be long before the clan would have to stir up some more bloodshed.
Well, that's enough for today. But I don't want the same thing to happen again. While many people were apprehensive, Chen Wudao opened his mouth and characterized this with a single sentence.
Yi Xinyan glanced at her own eunuch and did not object.
At least, she'd achieved her goal. As the matriarch of a clan,
there was no one who knew better than her the importance of stopping at the right moment.
In the big families, in order to gain benefits, you must first earn the right to make concessions. Phew. Okay. Many people were secretly relieved. However, there were also quite a few people who looked at Yi Xinyan and Chen Jian, their expressions flickering. The mother and father had put on a good show for them without even realizing it. As for Chen Baxian,
his gaze landed on Chen Stable, his brows lightly wrinkling.
He wanted to meet Chen Jian before he returned. Now at first sight,
not only had he suffered 3 successive dark defeats, but they were the kind of defeats to which he could not make a comeback. The only thing that made him glad was that he was still hiding in the shadows and not exposed. That way, he still had plenty of time and space to manipulate everything.
Thinking of this, Chen Baxian couldn't help but let out another sigh of relief. Alright, everyone else disperse? Little Stable, you come with me. Chen Wudao spoke once again. The crowd didn't retort. That is, if Chen Wudao didn't say anything, they didn't want to continue to stay.
It could be said that not many people on the scene were favorable towards Chen Stable.
The kind of people most liked in a big family are the ones who are gifted and follow the rules. It just so happened that Chen Jian was not dipping ahead. Not many people would want to befriend such a person.
As the people from the second faction were about to make a move to collect Chen Baozong's body for him, Chen Stable's voice suddenly rang out.
Wait.
The man named Chen Baon looked coldly at Chen Stable.
What? Even we are not allowed to collect corpses anymore?
Chen Stable did not respond, but instead took a step to Chen Baozong's side,
and with one hand probing out,
a spatial ring instantly entered his hand.
Don't give an inch.
Chen Bahong's face changed wildly. The space ring that could be carried around by Chen Baozong was the contents simple.
He, Chen Baong,
was able to collect the body for Chen Baozong.
On one hand, Chen Baozong was his younger brother, and on the other hand,
it was also for the things in the spatial ring. Chen Stable calmly put away the spatial ring and glanced at Chen Baong. What's wrong with me collecting trophies?
Can't it be that you guys don't usually collect them? This kid is so damn shameless. Looking at Chen Stable's face, the crowd really had the urge to punch someone. You, well, I, Chen Bahong, remember.
Chen Baong gritted his teeth and grooved his teeth and dropped a sentence,
then hugged Chen Bakong and left. Oh, then you must remember to carry the space ring with you, Chen Stable leisurely said. Go. Chen Bahong's entire body gave a violent start, and then he roared out in a deep voice. The others didn't linger any longer and left one after another after giving Chen Stable a deep look.
Chen Baxian lifted his steps to Chen Jian's heels and laughed.
Little Jian, you've been a real eye-opener for second uncle. Say, what do you want? Uncle 2 will give you a gift for meeting you. Meet and greet? Oh, then I'll have to screw you over. Thinking about it,
the corner of Chen Stable's mouth slightly curved up in an arc. Chen Hongmian had been watching Chen Stable's movements. When she saw this state, she knew that Chen Baxian was afraid that he would have to hemorrhage.
Chapter 75 Sisters and brothers join forces. Obtain another ancient imperial pill. Then I'll be impolite? Chen Jian looked at Chen Baxian and said. Chen Baxian laughed. If you're polite to second uncle, you're only really being outgoing with him. Chen Jian pretended to think for a moment before saying. Second uncle, you also know my situation. It's not like I've just returned to my clan and I'm being targeted. If I stay a few more days, I'm afraid that even my personal safety is in question. In that case, I don't need too good of a gift. You can just give an emperor artifact or an emperor pill. If it's really not possible,
An emperor pill that allows me to rapidly raise 1 or 2 great realms would be fine. Chen Baxian's face darkened and the corners of his mouth twitched. You've got a lot of nerve to mention anything, kid, and talk about whatever. It's just not possible. You see me as a cutie. What? The faces of Chen Baidao and the others were also wonderful. Only Chen Hongmian was holding back her smile, just short of bursting into laughter. True to form. My little brother. Well done. Chen Jian tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a harmless smile. Second uncle. This shouldn't be too much for me to ask. Oh, not too much. Not too much, you dia. However, Chen Baxian naturally couldn't say these words, and could only forcefully smile. Xiao Jian. Your second uncle, my strength is limited. I really can't take out these. This time, Chen Baxian did not say that he was panicking. Things like emperor weapons and emperor pills, the Chen clan could take them out, but they weren't existences that could be distributed downwards at will. Generally only those who have gained great merits, or those who have great potential, can be granted by the family. As for him, Chen Baxian, although he also has a certain amount of reserves, he could never take these out as a favor. Not to mention this person, who was the one he was counting on. Oh, since Uncle too was having a hard time, forget it. Saying that, Chen Jian turned his words around. In fact, I don't really need too many of these gifts, so you don't have to care too much about what you said. Second uncle. The corners of Chen Baxian's mouth twitched once more. You don't even care that you don't need it, but why did you order me? You're holding me over a ing fire. Uncle too isn't the kind of man who can't keep his word. You know him too little. While Chen Baxian was indignant, Chen Hongmian suddenly spoke up. With a single sentence, Chen Baxian was forced to the edge of the cliff. When Chen Baxian had yet to respond, Chen Hongmian spoke up again. Second uncle. I remember that you obtained an ancient imperial pill called Xian Dragon Hegemony Extreme Pill not too long ago. Why don't you give it to my little brother as a gift? Although this Emperor Dan isn't any Emperor Dan, it's just applicable for my little brother. And it just so happens that this Emperor's pill is very demanding on the body. Not quite suitable for you. Second uncle. Chen Baxian's face was deathly pale, and the smile at the corner of that mouth was about to be strained. If Chen Hongmian's previous sentence had driven him towards a cliff, then this sentence had pushed him down with one hand. What is Shen Long Ba Ji Dan? That was the ancient imperial pill that he had worked so hard to obtain. Don't look at it as just an imperial Dan. It could be much stronger than a normal holy Dan. Most importantly, after this elixir is taken, not only can it be used for forging the physique, but it can also be used to perform the Xian Long Hegemony Extreme Transformation in a short period of time to maximize one's strength. And as the possessor of the 9 revolutions hegemonic body, he could completely maximize the effects of this elixir. Although without this elixir, he was not without the opportunity to make a breakthrough in the 9 turns hegemonic body. But for him to give it to Qin Jian, that would really be more difficult for him than slapping him. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting stagnant, Chen Baidao could also see Chen Baxuan's difficulty. So he said, "Little steady, come with me to Grandpa's place." It's not good for him to wait impatiently. You guys just go ahead and head back and make arrangements for Steady to move in. Okay, then the second uncle gift is not necessary. I appreciate your feelings. As if Qin Jian did not comprehend his own father's meaning, he emphasized towards Chen Baxian one more time before leaving. Grass. Chen Baxian really wanted to break into a rage. Chen Baidao also gave Chen Stable a cross-glance without any good humor, as if to say, do you kid really not understand my words, or are you just pretending to be stupid? Chen Baxian knew that if he didn't show any more, it would really be impossible to say anything. At least Chen Baidao and Yi Xingyan would have an opinion of him now. He had to maintain his persona until he got there. With this in mind, Chen Baxian made a decision in his heart. Actually, Xiao Mian is right. This Xian Dragon Hegemony Extreme Pill won't be of much use to me. Since Little Steady applies, it will be given to Little Steady, as a meeting gift from me as a second uncle. With that, Chen Baxian handed an ancient small Dan box to Chen Jian. 2 children are fooling around. How can you take it seriously? Xian Di. Chen Baidao immediately opened his mouth. Chen Baxian smiled and placed the Dan box in Chen Jian's hand. This is a meeting gift from me as an uncle. What are you getting involved in, big brother? You. Chen Baidao shook his head helplessly, then crossed Chen Stable. What are you standing there for? Don't be quick to thank your second uncle. Chen Stable hurriedly pulled out a smile. Kid thanked second uncle. I will definitely make good use of this spirit pill and not let second uncle down. Oh, I certainly had to make the most of it. Just take it in you so you can get a good sense of how awesome it is. Thinking of this, Chen Stable's heart grew cold. That's good. That's good. Chen Baxian patted the back of Chen Stable's hand and said repeatedly, Father, let's go. Chen Jian raised the Dan box in his hand. Chen Baxian watched Chen Stable's movements,
And for a moment, he was a bit tense again. Chen Baidao didn't say anything more and led Chen steady towards where Chen Wudao was, looking at Chen Stable's back as he left. Although Chen Baxian still had a false smile on his face, his heart had already been boiling with murderous intent. What he had paid for today, he would get back 1,000 times over in no time. Not long after, Chen Steady followed Chen Baidao to a solemn and ancient palace. Only after entering the palace did Chen Jian realize that everything inside was far simpler than he had imagined. There is a hidden posture of the Great Way. Sit down. Chen Wudao pressed his hand. Only after seeing his own old man sit down did Chen Stable sit on the side. For Chen Baxian and the others, he could be wanton or rude, but for his own grandfather, all he had was respect. How does it feel to be home? Chen Wudao spoke first. Chen Jian responded. Very well. It's not like I've received so many meet and greet gifts just after returning. Chen Wudao glanced at Chen Stable before saying, that's how it is with big families. You did a good job today, but remember one thing, you have to know how to do everything in moderation, or you'll only push yourself over the edge of the cliff. At that point, there's really no way in or out. Understand? Grandson keeps this in mind. Chen Stable knew that Chen Wudao was only pointing him out, so he didn't retort. But there are times and things that are not negotiable with him. Just like Chen Baxian, he had to be killed no matter what, and it was useless for anyone to plead for mercy. Chapter 76 Angry Chen Baxian, Chen Wu enemy fooled. Regarding the marriage contract, are you sure there is no room for maneuver? Chen Wudao glanced at Chen Stable before saying. Chen Stable's eyes gently narrowed. Smelling a hint of something unusual in them, the Lulan Ancient Kingdom's side sent someone over to lobby? The problem is that your grandmother and grandmother love Lulan Xingxue, plus your grandmother's relationship with Ji Qingying, so it's inevitable that there will be some opinions about this. Chen Wudao let out a light sigh afterward. Got it. It was these two who were upset with him. What did I say? Why didn't grandma come over to welcome him? So that's the crux of it. Chen Stable's heart flashed with a hint of realization. Grandpa, you are also a man, and know that there are some things that can be endured, but there are some things that must not be endured. So on the side of grandmother and grandma, little Steady can only say sorry. Chen Wudao gave Chen Stable a deep look. Since you've already made up your mind, then do as you wish. Remember, as long as you're not endangering the Chen clan, then I can cover for you in all of this. Grandson. Thank you grandfather. Chen Jian immediately said in a solemn voice. His attitude extremely solemn and serious. Alright, you go ahead. Someone outside will take you over to the residence side. Chen Wudao waved his hand and said, yes, grandpa. Chen Stable responded, then turned around and walked out of the lobby. Only after Chen Stable left did Chen Wudao speak. Is it confirmed regarding Chen Batsong? It's confirmed. Little enemy saw Chen Batsong's background in that kid's memories, and he's the one who's secretly operating everything. Chen Badao said in a deep voice. Chen Wudao sighed. Handle it in a low key. 3 days from now is the adult ceremony. Don't make people look at you funny. Chen Baidao's mouth moved, but in the end, he gave in. Alright, child knows. I know you want to do little Steady justice, to make an example of him, but the reputation of the family, as well as the relationship between factions and factions, you as the patriarchs must not ignore it. Understand? Chen Wudao sighed and said. Understood. Chen Baidao answered, but his voice seemed stiff. Chen Wudao glanced at Chen Baidao and didn't say anything else. Meanwhile, Chen Baxian returned to his residence. At this moment, a handsome-looking, but bratty-looking teenager with grim eyes stood in front of Chen Baxian. This young man was none other than Chen Baxian's son, Chen Guduan. Chen Baxian was no longer as gentle as he was outside at this time. His face was cold. Who told you to act privately? Chen Guduan was stared at so much that his scalp went numb and he could only bow his head and say, son, I know I'm wrong. Wrong? That's more than wrong. You're the one who almost screwed over even my old man. Speaking of this, Chen Baxian's anger resurfaced. How could you think of instructing someone to make a move in that situation? Where's your brain? Where's your ing brain? I, Chen Baxian, am considered to be smart for a lifetime. How could I have given birth to a fool like you? Under extreme anger, Chen Baxian slammed the table beside him. Chen Guchen's stubbornness was also roared. Yes, yes, yes. I'm stupid. That wasn't caused by you favoring Chen Wuzhen. When have you ever cared about my death or life for a single day? If people didn't know better, they'd think he was your real son. Now you're asking for me. What the are you? By what right? You. Chen Baxian was so angry that his fingers were shaking, and his eyes were full of disappointment. He had cultivated Chen Wufei, but only because he wanted to play a role at a critical time. This was something that any individual could see. Now it's a good thing that his own son is using it as an accusation against him instead. Disappointment. All he felt was endless disappointment. You got poked in the heart by me. Saying that, Chen Guduan became even more maniacal. I just can't stand Chen Wuji. I can't stand his family. Back then, if it wasn't for Chen Baidao, the person who became the clan head would be you, and I would be the young clan head. Where would there be anything left for Chen Wudi? I'm putting my words here. Since I can't Chen Wu you, I'll let Chen stable to death and let them taste the loss of their loved ones. Chen Ba Xian's anger subsided a little, and he stared at Chen Guduan with a deadly stare. What do you want to do? I told you not to do anything. Didn't you hear me? I'll say it again. Chen stable can't die now. At least not for a short period of time. Understand? Saying that, a cold and extremely murderous aura pressed towards where Chen Guduan was. For a while, even the surrounding area stirred up a frightening whistling sound that sent chills down one's spine. Chen Guduan's heart jumped. He had never seen such a terrible father. Ming Ming understands, Chen Guduan hurriedly said, his voice breaking, clearly terrified. Only after seeing Chen Guduan respond, did Chen Baxian withdraw his aura? If you are really unconvinced, you can challenge him openly and honestly at the adulthood ceremony. Try him out as hard as you can. Understand? Good. My son will definitely do it. Chen Guduan didn't dare to be disobedient for a second. You go. Chen Baxian waved his hand. Then my son's son will retire. Chen Guduan answered and retreated. Is there no problem with letting the young master on? It's definitely not simple for that kid to kill Chu Tianlong. A man in black whispered. My son might as well be dead if he can't even compete with an imposter. Saying that, Chen Baxian's words changed. It's not like you don't know Xiao Duan's character, and pressing on will only result in a bigger backlash. Instead of keeping that uncertainty, it would be better for him to do something with a purpose so that he's comfortable in his mind. It just so happens that we can also see what kind of a situation that kid is in right now, and we can respond accordingly later. Understood. The man in black nodded and disappeared once more. The expression on Chen Baxian's face tightened, and he said with a deep coldness, my things are not that easy to take, and in no time, I will definitely make you spit it out 1,000 times over. At the same time, Chen Stable had already returned to the place where he had already prepared his residence under the guidance of his subordinates. The palace in front of him could only be described in one word, extremely luxurious and applied to the fullest. As for Yi Xinyan and the others, they had already been waiting outside the hall, and as soon as they saw Chen Jian, they immediately greeted him. Come, mother will take you for a stroll to see if you're satisfied. If not, we'll change again. Yi Shenyan said as she pulled Chen Jian. Chen Jian felt an incomparable warmth at once. Then I'll have to take a good look. Walk up. Chen Hongmian came to the other side, holding Chen Stable's left arm with one hand. Chen Wuxi looked at the three of them and suddenly felt as if he was superfluous. Brother, go. Chen Jian turned his head to look at Chen Wufei and said, you guys go watch, I'll sit in the lobby for a while. Chen Wufei thought for a moment and said, let's go. Don't worry about this log. Yeah. He doesn't know anything about lovemaking. With that, the two of them pulled Chen Stable inside. Chen Wu enemy was stupid as if a cool wind was blowing over his body. I was just being polite, and you two really left me behind. Grass. Chapter 77 Rules of the Adulthood Ceremony. Getting the Great World God Tree. After an hour, Chen Jian stopped. This place is too big. As long as it is arranged by you, mother, I am satisfied. That's fine. If it gets uncomfortable back there, you can tell mother again. Seeing that Chen Stable was not interested, Yi Shenyan did not force the issue anymore. Mother, thank you. Chen Jian suddenly spoke. Yi Shenyan was stunned, but still laughed. You child, what are you being polite to your mother for? Right. Has the time for the adulthood ceremony been set yet? Chen Jian suddenly thought of the matter of the adulthood ceremony. Yi Shenyan gathered her smile. I just happen to want to talk to you about this matter. Come, let's sit down in the inner hall and talk. With that, Yi Shenyan pulled Chen Jian towards where the inner hall was. Soon, the four were seated at the inner sanctum. Yi Shenyan glanced at Chen Stable before saying, this time, the coming-of-age ceremony is the most lively and biggest formation that has existed in all these years. Strictly speaking, you 16-year-old sons and daughters are not qualified to participate in the adulthood ceremony, but because of your unique situation, the clan has set that precedent. Then there is the fact that the clan is also interested in using this to announce your return. At that time, there will definitely be quite a few forces coming to observe the ceremony, and of course there will be fewer people targeting you. But whatever it is, you must protect yourself first, and we'll take care of the rest. Got it. Chen Jian nodded. In fact, he had already anticipated this situation, so he wasn't too surprised. As for what exactly the process is for the coming-of-age ceremony, it's still a secret and will only be announced on that day. Saying that, Yi Shenyan's words turned. However, the ultimate purpose of the adult ceremony is to determine the Imperial son's serial number. So the item of receiving Imperial Chi to wash the bloodline has to be there. And this one is also very important and concerns one's future. It is also the place where the Imperial clan's children are truly superior to the rest. And the competition at that time must also be exceptionally fierce. But remember, no matter what method you use, you must absorb as much Emperor Chi as possible. Only in this way can one obtain a more forward Imperial Sun serial number. And more resources. The Emperor's breath. Is it washing the blood in your body? Doesn't my interest come up? The corners of Chen Jian's mouth hooked slightly. Then he said, understood. I will definitely not let you guys down. It's good to understand. Yi Shunyan nodded in relief. But soon, she thought of something else and said, it is estimated that the Lulan ancient kingdom will also send people over. Is Lulan Xingxue? Chen Jian raised an eyebrow. Yi Shunyan shook her head. It should be the lord and mother of the ancient kingdom of Lulan, coming over in the name of observing the ceremony. I'm afraid it's because of the matter of the marriage contract that I've come. Chen Hongmian smiled coldly. Yi Shunyan didn't deny it. There's no need for you to take them too personally. Just treat them as elders. My son is a person. Mother, you are not unaware of this. Never the kind of person who is unforgiving in his reasoning. Chen Jian laughed lightly. Oh, you really have the nerve to say anything. Next to him, Chen Wufei couldn't help but skim his lips. Yi Shunyan, on the other hand, was always smiling. Okay, you have your own measure, then I'm relieved. With that, the words changed. In that case, we won't bother you anymore. So feel free to tell mother anything. Don't worry, I won't be polite with you guys. Chen Stable immediately laughed. Yi Shunyan didn't say anything more and directly stood up. Chen Hongmian and Chen Wufei nodded towards Chen Stable and followed suit. After the trio left, the smile on Chen Stable's face gradually tightened. The coming-of-age ceremony in 3 days is not destined to be peaceful. Even if no one was targeting him, he wasn't going to just let it go. At the very least, he had to get Chen Baxian killed in front of everyone, no matter what he had behind him, no matter how much power he had in the Chen clan again. With this in mind, Chen Stable did not linger any longer and turned around to enter the cultivation room. The first moment he settled down, Chen Steady took out the spatial ring he had obtained from Chen Batsong. He wanted to see what was inside. But of course, what he was most looking forward to was the supreme pill. According to his mother, this supreme medicine was called the 9 Suns Hanging Wood Root, which had absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon, and was nourished by 10,000 years of earth spirit marrow. In the entire upper realm, I'm afraid that I won't be able to find a second 9 Yang Hanging Wood Root. If one were to talk about the degree of rarity, it would be no less than a Tao medicine or even an emperor medicine. It was also because of this one reason that she had tried everything to get him to snatch it from Chen Batsong. In addition to this, it has a very rare effect, which when absorbed can enhance the strength of human life to a certain extent, even the chance to gain the life gift of resilience. And what he lacked the most right now, wasn't it the ability to recover after using the absolute talent? Once he managed to obtain this talent, did it mean that he could use his absolute battle power even more without fear? Thinking of this, Chen Stable couldn't help but get excited again. And then he ferried his soul into the spatial ring. In an instant, everything in the space ring was reflected in his eyes. Extreme crystal spirit crystals, divine origins, and many spiritual materials lay flat and steady inside. He's not really lacking in any of these things. Compared to what his parents had given him, it could only be described as small and worthless. After some scanning, Chen Jian locked onto an ancient stone box. Ancient runic patterns flowed on the top of the stone box, and at a glance, it was extraordinary. Phew! Chen Jian took a deep breath before opening the stone box. At once, a black, probably only 3 fingers long and short, deadwood came into view. A golden sun tattoo was naturally generated on top of the deadwood, and a faint heat current emanated from the tattoo, filling the entire box with a warmth. This is the 9 Suns Hanging Wood Root? Chen Jian stared at the deadwood inside the box and could not help but take another deep breath. This isn't some 9 Yang Hanging Wood Root. Immortal Red Peony's voice rang out leisurely, and surprise was clearly audible in her voice. What is that? Chen Stable couldn't help but ask. It is a section of the great world god tree's roots, and from the breath flowing out from it, there should still be a faint breath of life remaining. Immortal Red Peony took a deep breath. The great world tree? Chen Jian could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. In his previous life as a fan of metaphysical novels, he naturally knew what kind of existence the divine tree was. In the classic of mountains and seas there is a record of 3 sacred trees, Fu Song, Jian Mu, Wakagi. These 3 divine trees had different roles, but each of them was in existence through and through. I just don't know how this great world god tree is related to these 3 legendary god trees anymore. At this time, Immortal Red Peony spoke once more. Legend has it that the great world divine tree is the source of all things and is the beginning of life. When chaos first began,
It spawned all things in the name of the seed of life, and finally achieved a great world. And the person who possesses it can not only open up a world within his body, but also turn the power within the world to his own use. Just imagine, you alone are a big world. What other people are your opponents at that time? In addition to that, the great world god tree itself possesses divine power and can bring unimaginable strength to the host. Awesome! Chen Jian could only think of one word at this moment, and that was awesome. If he possessed the great world god tree, what kind of situation would that be? The thought made him even more excited. Then, Senior, do you have a way to bring it to life and plant it in my body? Chen Steady said as he suppressed the excitement within his heart. Chapter 78 Spiritual Orifices Planting the Great World Divine Tree. Heavenly Sons list emerges. The chaotic sequence chi in your body is itself capable of harboring the Great World Divine Tree, which is a unique advantage. As for whether or not it works, that's up to you. Immortal Red Peony thought for a moment before speaking. Chen Stable's eyes instantly lit up. Then what am I going to do? Immortal Red Peony answered. It's very simple. It's to first inject chaotic sequence chi into the divine tree root. Once it is completely chaotic, it will be drawn into the spirit orifice. Next, you only need to continue to nurture it with chaotic sequence chi until it takes root in the spirit orifices. Understood. Without any further hesitation, Chen Jian immediately mobilized the chaotic sequence chi within his body and injected it into the divine tree root little by little. The moment the chaotic sequence chi surged forth, the great world divine tree root seemed to come to life, and actually took the initiative to absorb it. Ha! Good show! Chen Jian's heart snapped, and he even let go of the prohibition, allowing it to draw. Originally, he thought it would take quite a while to toss it around, but he didn't expect things to go even smoother than he had imagined. Time passed little by little, and under the constant absorption of chaotic sequence chi, the great world divine tree root had already changed significantly. The biggest feature was that the withered old tree roots gradually appeared crack-like, as if they were about to shed their old skin. And those 9 yang patterns on the surface were also slowly evolving, starting to become more and more complex from the original simple patterns. The aura contained within it also became more ancient and mysterious, especially that unique aura, as if it came from an infinite space and time. White light blossomed from it, divine and flawless. Not good. Soon, Chen Stable's face turned pale, because he already had the feeling that it was difficult to continue. The chaotic sequence chi required by this divine tree root was far more than he had imagined. Most importantly, he also discovered a bizarre phenomenon. It was as if the divine tree roots were like discs, sticking to the palm of his hand with a deadly grip, and he couldn't get rid of them no matter how much he shook them off. Sister Peonia, quickly think of a solution. I'm about to be sucked dry here. Chen Jian finally became a bit anxious and spoke in a loud voice. Immortal Red Peony spoke leisurely. Don't be in a hurry first. With the strength of your current chaotic sequence body, it's enough to support the sucking in of the divine tree root. You only need to worry about one thing, whether it can come to life, and whether it can be drawn into the spirit orifices in sequence. Alright, then I'll endure it again. Chen Stable took a deep breath and fell silent once more. Time. In the blink of an eye another half hour passed. Chen Stable's lips had gone completely pale, the bottom of his eyes were beginning to darken, and his forehead was gushing with sweat. If one took a closer look, one would definitely still be able to notice that Chen Jian's body was trembling violently. This state is exactly like being emptied out over and over again, and it has reached the point of emptiness. Sister Peonia, you really need to come up with something for me. Look at me, people are already shaking. Chen Jian couldn't help but speak once more. Xian Hongxiao remained unhurried. A man can't say no. It's not just emptying out dozens of times. Cultivators of my generation. But it's not a problem to defend millions of women at night. What are you? Chen Stable people ah. Others can have a good time with 1 million women at night, and I'm being tortured. So what's the comparison? But the biased one, he couldn't refute anything. Just when he finally couldn't top it, the great world god tree root finally changed. One could only see the increasingly complex great world divine patterns on it begin to string together, forming the full-body divine pattern diagram. And the entire divine tree root was also disillusioning little by little, as if it was transforming into a chaotic stream. It's now. Whether or not we can successfully introduce it into the spirit orifices depends on this time. Immortal Red Peony said in an urgent voice. Chen Stable was instantly shaken, hastily discarding all distracting thoughts as his entire body became extremely focused. Meditate. The thoughts follow your heart. Wrap your soul around it, and then little by little, ferry it into your body. Immortal Red Peony's voice came once more. Chen Jian didn't say anything and followed Immortal Red Peony's steps exactly, even handily ferrying out his soul and letting it wrap around the divine tree root. Perhaps it was with the chaotic sequence chi's nourishment. The divine tree root didn't put up any resistance at the soul's touch and allowed itself to be wrapped up. Nice.
First step successfully completed. Chen Jian held back his excitement and drove his soul once again, ferrying the divine tree root into his body bit by bit. The divine tree root, however, did not struggle and allowed the soul to pull it, and it soon turned into a stream of light and disappeared into his spiritual aperture. Immediately mobilize the chaotic sequence chi and let the divine tree root familiarize itself with the environment of the spiritual orifice. Immortal Zhou Yue spoke once more. Understood. At this point in time, Chen's stability no longer cared if he was hollowed out or not, and once again mobilized the chaotic sequence chi within his spiritual orifices. However, Chen Jian likewise did not dare to be slow, and while mobilizing the chaotic sequence chi, he also absorbed the divine origin and spirit crystal at the same time. Only by allowing the inside and outside to complete a virtuous cycle can he continue to support himself. Just continue like this. Whether or not the divine tree root can germinate depends on the next change. With that, Xian Hongxiao's words changed. Remember, no matter what happens, you have to hold on, because there's only this one chance. Once it fails, then this divine tree root will completely lose its vitality, and you will be undone. Don't worry, it's so hard to get through this. It's that it's dead. I'll make it come to life. Chen Stable gritted his teeth trough hatred. With those words, Chen Stable absorbed the spirit crystals and divine origins faster, while his speed of releasing chaotic sequence chi was also faster. At the same time, it was already getting more and more lively outside, as it was only a day or so before the adult ceremony. At this time, the young sons of the Chen clan also came back one after another from all walks of life. These people had those who went out to practice in the secret realm, and those who had devolved to the lower realms to practice. However, due to the reason that Chen Stable had broken the rules, there were 3 age groups of children who could participate in this adulthood ceremony. The oldest can be up to 18 years old and the youngest can be as young as 16. In a big family like the Chen clan, a difference of 2 years was enough to be a heavenly barrier. Therefore, there were many sons and daughters who had great grievances against Chen Jian. If it wasn't for Chen Stable, their coming-of-age ceremony would still be 2 years away. At that time, they will have to return in an even stronger position. At the same time, many people from the great clans of the desolate ancient realm were also invited over to observe the ceremony. Regarding this spectacle, many clans understood that it was more of a statement from the Chen clan to the outside world. Therefore, they did not dare to lose face and could only send their representatives over to witness this. Another day passed, and by this time there was only one night left before the coming-of-age ceremony. At this time, the Chen clan's inner circle also announced the latest list of heavenly sons. First place, Chen Tianmian, second Nirvana Realm, 17 years old. Second place, Chen Tiandu, first Nirvana Realm, 18 years old. Third place, Chen Zai, 10th Realm of Life and Death, 18 years old. Fourth place, Chen Guduan, 9th Life and Death Realm, 16 years old. Fifth place, Chen Guyuan, 8th Level of Life and Death, 17 years old. Sixth place, Chen Qingxue, 8th Life and Death Realm, 17 years old. Seventh place, Chen Qingmeng, 8th Level of Life and Death Realm, 16 years old. Eighth place, Chen Jie, 8th Life and Death Realm, 18 years old. Ninth place, Chen Zi, 8th Realm, 16 years old. 10th place, Chen Feng, 8th Life and Death Realm, 18 years old. The Son of Heaven list is also called the alternate Emperor's Son list. It is selected by the elders of the clan through an examination in all aspects. These 10 sons and daughters were also the seeded candidates to participate in the adulthood ceremony this time. If there were no accidents, these would also be the 10 sons with the most advanced ordinal numbers of the Ting Emperor's sons. And once the Heavenly Sons list was announced, the Chen clan's interior was agitated as a result. Many sons and daughters asked each other's elders in their factions for news about the sons and daughters on the list. At the same time, the divine tree root that Chen Stability was harboring also had a major breakthrough. Silky vibrant breath leaked outward from the surface of the divine tree root. Chapter 79 Breaking Out of the Passage. Adult ceremony begins. Is it finally coming to fruition? Chen Jian's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously increased the injection of chaotic sequence chi into it. This time it didn't take long for the divine tree root to completely evoke life. On that circle of great world divine tattoo seals, a world-shattering vision began to be born, with a milky green halo emanating from it. For a moment as the halo of light swirled away, it could appear that a tiny tender tooth had drilled its way out. It was as if everything in heaven and earth had revived at first glance. Soon, the entire divine tree root was wrapped in a white circle of light, and a milky green halo rippled across the aperture, as if it were rippling on a horizontal surface. Is this alive? Chen Stable stared blankly at all of this, a little unresponsive for a moment. In this white circle of light, he felt an ancient and mysterious power. Could it be that this was the divine power of the great world god tree? On that milky green halo, he felt a rich vitality. It was as if all the dead air, when nourished by it, could regain its divine splendor. Is it true that I won't be able to die in the future even if I suffer great damage and don't rely on absolute fire? When thinking of this, Chen Stable's eyes lit up. Perhaps sensing what Qin Jian was thinking, Xian Hongqiao faintly said, "Strictly speaking, what you're thinking is right. But this great world divine tree of yours has only just sprouted, and the help it can offer you is far more limited than one would think. What's really powerful about it is the ability to create a large world of its own within you. Once you have a great world as a support point, then your chaotic sequence body will be able to exert even more unimaginable power. It can be said that you will no longer be able to find an enemy under the heavens, and being invincible throughout the ages will no longer be a luxury." Holy, is that awesome? Then this payoff is damn well worth it. Hearing this, Chen Stable's heart had an overwhelming excitement. By the way, didn't you say that its divine power could be used for me? And how would it be used? Chen Jian suddenly thought of what Xian Hongqiao had said, so he hurriedly asked. Immortal Red Peony said indifferently, "You only need to destroy that divine tree root, but I advise you not to try it easily. Although the divine power is strong, it is very burdensome to your body, and with the loss of divine power, the life force given by the divine tree cannot be repaired, so you can only rely on yourself to figure it out." Holy, dare it wait for me here, just say well everything has a price, Chen Stable helplessly said. Alright, you still have half a day. Hurry up and absorb the power that the divine tree root feeds back to you and see how much you can improve. Immortal Red Peony opened her mouth. Alright, Qin Jian responded and immediately began to absorb the power that filled his body. The power of the divine tree's feedback was far more pure and gentle than expected, so he easily absorbed it all. Boom! The moment the power was fully integrated into the body, an unimaginable impact hit where the bottleneck was again and again. At that instant, Chen Stability felt his realm's bottleneck loosen, and that wave after wave of power continued to slam upwards. Boom! One could only see the aura in midair converging rapidly and pulsating violently, like boiling up plain water. The moment the aura poured down, the inside and outside were connected, and the realm bottleneck finally broke in response. The second realm of life and death. Triple life and death realm. One after another. Chen Stable broke through 2 minor realms in a row, and only then did the riotous power within his body gradually subside. And at this time, the aura radiating around Chen Stable was more than 3 times that of the first life and death realm. Originally, under the same realm, he would be invincible to all cultivation. Now that it was boosted by more than 3 times again, one could imagine just how strong he was now. Plus, he also possessed the absolute battle power talent, plus a drop of chaos liquid that increased his battle power without any upper limit in a minute. Now, he had absolute confidence in killing Chen Baxian, even if the other party was hiding a lot of cards. Thinking of this, Chen Jian could not help but lightly exhale a mouthful of turbid air. It was now that he really had the absolute bottom of the barrel. Duck duck duck. And at this time, a knock sounded at the door. Chen Jian immediately withdrew his reverie. It was then that he realized that he had consumed nearly 5 million divine origins and spirit crystals over the course of those 3 days. If he hadn't obtained a large amount of divine origins and spirit crystals before, he wouldn't have dared to imagine this sight at all. One could only say that for this divine tree root to sprout, the price he paid was too great. But the good news is that it was all worth it. Only after patting the dust off his body did Chen Stable stand up and walk out. Open the door. Chen Hongmian's appearance was immediately reflected in the eyes. Little brother you. Chen Hongmian just wanted to speak, but then he realized that in these 3 days, Chen Stable had raised 2 more minor realms. If Chen Stable was not strong enough, raising 2 small realms in a short period of time was nothing. But Chen Jian, who had diffused 99 celestial statues, who dared to say that the strength wasn't there? It seemed she had underestimated her own little brother's potential. Thinking of this, Chen Hongmian barely managed to suppress the tremor within her heart. Is it the adulthood ceremony that's about to begin? Chen Stable spoke up first. Chen Hongmian instantly came back to his senses. Yes, the grand meeting hall is already here with all the people. You are the only one missing. That's fine. I'll change into a dress first. Chen Stable responded, then turned around and walked into the room. Soon after, Chen Steady, who had finished loading up, walked out. Chen Hongmian looked dumbfounded for a moment. Dressed in a white coat, Chen Jian was not too much to describe as a handsome and bountiful man. Even for her, who had seen many handsome people, it was difficult for her to identify an existence that could overpower Chen Stable. What's wrong? Seeing the slightly dazed Chen Hongmian, Chen Stability couldn't help but open his mouth. Chen Hongmian shook her head and collected the different colors, then said with a straight face, before going to the grand meeting hall, you should take a look at this. With those words, Chen Hongmian waved his hand, and a curtain of light appeared in mid-air, and on it was none other than the list of heavenly sons. Chen Jian could not help but look over. instantly taking in the information of the 10 people. What is the Heavenly Sun list?
The strongest 10 people attending the adulthood ceremony this time.
Of course, we can't rule out the existence of some who are pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. Chen Hongmian spoke. The strongest 10?
Chen Stable's heart fluttered as he returned his gaze to the light screen,
finally settling on the first place winner, Chen Tianmian. A 17-year-old in the second Nirvana realm was truly extraordinary.
One must know that it was that fiancé of hers who was only 18 years old at the 10th level of the realm of life and death.
However, there were times when the realm couldn't represent everything, and there were always some existences whose strength was far above the realm. Chen Hongmian spoke leisurely. Chen Tianmian is very strong and powerful, known as yet another Chen Wufei, born with an emperor body, born with an emperor's destiny, a favored child sheltered by heaven's destiny. On top of that, he's a person who showed invincibility at a very young age, and after 10 years of training, he pushed the younger generation of a realm across the board in just 5 years. After returning 2 years in advance, he has been practicing in the upper realm Imperial ancient realm, but he has been acting very low-key, and none of the people know how strong he is so far. Also, he is also the most highly regarded rising star in the clan today, and there are already many voices proposing that he be given the same cultivation treatment as Big Brother in advance. So, no surprise, your biggest competition is him. Another thing is that he's from the second faction, and as soon as you returned you slapped the face of the second faction. So maybe he'll step in to retrieve the favor for the second faction. So you still have to watch out for him a bit. Chen Tianmeng is the most highly regarded rising star. It seems that this coming-of-age ceremony is far more exciting than expected. The corner of Qin Jian's mouth couldn't help but tickle. Those who knew him well must have known that he was raising interest. Chapter 80 10,000 Attention. Born protagonist Chen Tianmian. After collecting his thoughts, Chen Jian then spoke. I will pay attention. Alright, then I won't say any more.
Chen Hongmian glanced at Chen Stable before taking the first step towards the outside.
Without saying a word, Chen Stable directly followed, but without going far,
Chen Hongmian suddenly stopped.
By the way, if you want to make a scene at the grand ceremony, then just go ahead and do it. I'll take care of everything. Chen Jian could not help but be stunned, but then he understood what Yi Xinyan was referring to.
It was nothing more than about Chen Baxian, but it had to be said that having this sister was indeed his greatest blessing.
Thinking of this, Chen Jian involuntarily laughed lightly and nodded heavily. Good, let's go then. After receiving Chen Stable's response, Chen Hongmian didn't say anything else and quickly walked towards the conference venue in. Meanwhile, at the Great Hall, at this time, the large venue was already crowded with people, and all kinds of powerful spirit beasts and flying tools were hovering in midair. Quite a few cultivators from the everlasting Imperial domain had also come by swiftly, and one by one, they sat down in the audience seats, and the crowd was abuzz with voices, and on the high platform, it was already filled with comers. These people were all representatives sent by the major clans, Chen Baidao and Yi Xinyan. On the other hand, sat high in the center as the matriarch and mother of the clan, holding down the field for this grand ceremony. At this moment, the faces of the middle-aged man and woman sitting not far from Chen Hongmian were not that good. This pair of men and women were gorgeously dressed, with noble temperaments, and their looks were naturally one in a million, especially that middle-aged man, possessing the posture of an emperor, with an intimidating aura in every move. Apparently, it's bred by being in a high position for a long time. This pair was none other than the state lord and state mother of the Lulan ancient kingdom. The man's name was Lulan Yutian, while the woman's name was Mo Xingxue. Lulan Xingxue, on the other hand, is a combination of both names. This shows how much Lulan Xingxue is favored by both of them. As a little bit of time passed, some other sounds gradually appeared on the scene, but after all, they did not dare to speak highly, and could only spout lowly about Chen Jian's late arrival. At this moment, Mo Xingxue on the high platform finally couldn't help but speak. Patriarch Chen, it seems that your son's stance is even higher than rumored. We are considered to be some of the most important people in our respective forces, and we're still being hung out to dry for a small amount of time. Chen Baidao's brows wrinkled lightly. He naturally knew that Mo Xingxue had something to say about this. The so-called high profile is only in the matter of pointing out that Chen Jian is going to take a hard break from Lulan Xingxue, but this time, it was indeed Chen Jian who was late first, so even if he was dissatisfied, he could not berate Mo Xingxue for her rudeness. Only after thinking about this did Chen Baidao open his mouth and said, I've kept you all waiting. This is indeed my son's fault. When the feast begins, Mr. Chen will toast all of you, and I hope that you will bear with me. Mo Xingxue glanced at Chen Baidao, and although she was still a bit indignant, she didn't say anything else. As the mother of a nation, she is naturally not a cutie. It's enough to mention some things. It's her own fault if she keeps holding on to them. Besides, The Chen clan was an imperial clan,
and it was also an existence that ranked at the front of the heaven's destiny forces.
Their Lulan ancient kingdom's strength was good, but if they really wanted to go to hell and back with the Chen clan,
then they would definitely be the ones to suffer in the end.
Ha ha, Brother Chen, you're being serious. It's unavoidable for cultivators of my generation to miss out on their cultivation sometimes.
As for a toast, there's really no need. It's been a long time since our brothers have gotten together.
If you're going to be really available, let's let loose with a drink when the party opens.
Guys, you say yes.
Lulan Yutian looked at the group of men and women on the high seats and opened his mouth.
Yes, it must be a big drink.
The others followed suit.
Good,
then Mr. Chen will lay down his life. Chen Baidao followed and laughed aloud.
And at the same time, at the center of the large meeting place under the high platform, as many as 1,000 sons and daughters gathered together. All of these people were attending the coming-of-age ceremony. Among these thousands of children, there were 10 children standing in the center, which at first glance looked like a star-crossed existence.
In particular, one of them,
a young man dressed in a white coat with a handsome and extraordinary appearance,
was sitting in the center.
The teenager's aura was self-contained,
and a ring of ground emptied around him, with no one daring to approach. It was as if there was an invisible aura forcing people around them to push them away. But on the contrary, not a single fluctuation of spiritual energy could be felt on the teenager's body, as if he was just a mortal. There was also a strand of bizarre imprint in the center of the teenager's brow, while in the imprint there were hints of black gas flickering.
This added a demonic and mysterious dimension to the already handsome young man, making him feel even more untouchable.
And this teenager was Chen Hongmian Supernova Chen Tianmian. The second and third place winners, Chen Tiandu and Chen Zai, were definitely considered to be one-of-a-kind talents in the entire Chen clan, a dragon and phoenix among men. However, it couldn't help but become dull in the light of Chen Tianming's reflection. It was no exaggeration to say that Chen Tianmian's radiance emanated from the inside out, not relying on appearance or strength. Some people were born to be protagonists. Speaking of the type of Chen Tianmeng, as for the scene, whether it was the visitors or the Chen clan's senior management, their gazes were mostly sizing up Chen Tianmeng. In their opinion, as long as this kind of genius did not die prematurely, he would definitely be another top-tier heavenly pride, suppressing the existence of the younger generation. Brother Chen, that white-clothed young man is?
Right at this moment, a middle-aged man named Ying Long spoke up.
Ying Long?
From the Shi Huang clan, the ancient imperial clan of Great Qin. The beginning emperor's forces were on the same level of existence as the heaven's mandate forces.
In particular,
the Great Qin ancient imperial clan was also the most powerful existence amongst the many patriarchal forces.
The moment these words came out, the crowd on the high platform also looked at Chen Baidao. Obviously,
they were all very interested in Chen Tianmeng.
There are times when, since you can't destroy such searing genius, you might as well do it differently, like befriending. Then there's the union. Or maybe it's recognizing a relative. This could not be a more unusual investment for a major power like them. Chen Baidao lightly laughed. His name is Chen Tianmian, our Chen clan's superstar. Why does Brother Ring have an idea? May I be betrothed? It just so happens that my youngest daughter is of a similar age.
Ying Long did not hide his thoughts.
In his opinion, a genius of Chen Tianmian's level and born in the Imperial clan,
there was no better match for the union, so he made it straightforward as well.
Chen Baidao burst out laughing. If I can marry your clan,
then of course it would be an honor for my clan and a blessing for my little life.
But it is still up to his personal wishes to finalize the union.
And this has always been the rule of our Chen clan.
Then this matter is settled, Ying Long said directly. In his opinion, it was absolutely impossible for Chen Tianmian to disagree. Only if there were no problems on the Chen clan side. Chen Baidao didn't say anything. As the patriarch of the Chen clan, he naturally wished to further befriend the Great Qin ancient imperial clan as well. But as the head of the patriarch's faction, he did not want to see this play out, because Chen Tianmeng was ultimately a member of the second faction. Once the second faction received the support of the Great Qin ancient imperial clan, then the interfactional pattern within the clan would be further broken. Coupled with the fact that Chen's stability had fallen out with the Lulan ancient kingdom not long ago, the people from the other forces, after seeing Ying Long's stance, their expressions flickered a bit more than that. Because what they saw was that what would happen down the line with the Chen clan befriending the Great Qin ancient imperial clan was self-evident. Compared to the other forces who were worried, Lulan Yutian and Mo Shinshue's faces sank slightly. Compared to Chen Stable, who was not as favorable, they also looked at Chen Tianmai at the first glance. But they also knew that even without Ying Long's shortcut, Chen Tianmian and Lulan Xingxue had no chance. Anymore, Chen Jian and Lulan Xingxue hadn't cancelled their engagement yet. And in their opinion, the matter of Chen Jian wanting to ascend the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain on his own to erase the marriage thread was even more difficult than reaching the sky. At the end of the day, these two will still be together. And that's a fact that can't be changed in any way.
It was only after looking at Chen Tianmai that they became even more dissatisfied with Chen Stable.
And just then, a chant rang out, "Chen Stable has arrived." When these words came out, everyone was shocked and looked at where Chen Stable was in unison. Chapter 81 Ancestor's Blessing, Emperor's Qi Edition. To his eyes, it was none other than Chen Jian, who was dressed in a white coat, with a face like a crown of jade and an imposing aura. At this time, Chen Stable's aura was greatly released, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, lifting up a little bit of evil, taking away all the light in an instant. Compared to Chen Tianmian, who was surrounded by the crowd, the only thing Chen Stable had a gap in was his cultivation, and whether it was his aura and appearance, he was able to completely overwhelm Chen Tianmeng. Holy, this kid is pretty human looking. I've never been so jealous of someone. What a fine looking young man.
What is it about this man that makes him look so good?
Snort. What's the use of being handsome? Can it be used as food? Or can it top off the gap in cultivation?
In the end, it's not still a trash of the third life and death realm.
I'm afraid you guys haven't heard about it. This kid is too arrogant and offended the second faction of the Chun clan as soon as he returned. Does Chen Tianmian know?
That's the white-clothed teenager in the center of the Grand Assembly Hall.
He's from the second faction, with Chen Tianmian around. Do you guys think this brat can have a good time at this grand ceremony? There's one more thing.
The reason why the Chen clan's grand ceremony this time around has broken the rules to allow 16 and 17-year-old children to participate is because of this little. To know that in this kind of family ceremony, the earlier you attend, the more you suffer. I'm afraid that those people have already hated this kid by now.
Watch. As long as the kid dares to go on the field, he will definitely be targeted.
And you don't need to think about the final result to know what it will be like.
This is a pity. At once, many people sighed in a low voice. At the same time,
the crowd of forces coming from the high platform also looked towards where Chen Stable was.
Especially Yinglong and Lulan Yutian.
They were aware that Chen Stability had defeated that 9th level life and death realm imposter with the 6th level celestial realm.
As for how strong Chu Tianlong was, they didn't have too much understanding. However, through what Lulan Xingxue stated, Chu Tianlong was already considered very good by the standards of the lower realms. But for that, they didn't put too much stock in it. For as high as the standards of the lower world are, they are far worse in the eyes of those in the upper world. Then there was the fact that those who traveled from the upper realm to the lower realm for training would have their strength suppressed by the heavenly Tao. So with this back and forth, the geniuses of the lower realm were even less comparable to the geniuses of the upper realm. However, the moment they saw Chen Stable, they were still amazed. In less than half a month's time, rising 7 minor realms in a row. This was truly extraordinary. But soon they shook their heads. Breaking through so quickly in a short period of time could not be considered a good thing. If it's not a rush job, it's too poorly rooted. Either way, it had fallen out of favor in their eyes. Thinking of this, they became even more disappointed in Chen Stable. If there were any people who were shocked right now, it was none other than Chen Baidao and Yi Xingyan. Chen Stable Foundation is not stable, and is not a rush. Only they know best. Right now, they have only one thought. This time, at the coming of age ceremony, their son was afraid that he would make a big splash again and shock everyone's eyes off. For a while, they were more expectant. Brother Chen, this is your son, right? Ing Long spoke once more. Chen Baidao pursed his mouth lightly and laughed. I've made Brother Ing, and all of you, laugh. A 16-year-old at the triple life and death realm, and never having relied on family cultivation, is already rare. Ing Long leisurely said. As for whether Chen Jian was strong or not, whether he was excellent or not, Ing Long didn't say a word about it, but said that it was very rare. It's the language. However, it was not difficult to see that Ing Long's senses towards Chen Jian could only be described as moderate. I'm sure others feel the same way. A 16-year-old in the triple life and death realm might be considered a top genius in the lower realm, but in the eyes of some of the great powers in the upper realm, this could only be said to be barely qualified. As for the future, forget it. Ha ha, I'm quite satisfied with this little son. Chen Baidao laughed aloud. Ing Long smiled and didn't say anything. Emotion Xue, on the other hand, bristled. The others did the same, all hugging and laughing. In their opinion, Chen Baidao was being protective of his son. But think about it, can also understand. After all, is his own son well, which can be in front of others to belittle it. Regarding all of this, Chen Jian was naturally unaware of it, and only saw him walking slowly towards where the main center of the venue was. The crowd of sons and daughters attending the grand ceremony also looked towards where Chen Stable was at this time. There were scowls, probes, disdain, cold stares, and even hostility in the eyes of these sons and daughters. Chen Stable's gaze also swept across these people's eyes. There are as many as 10 sons of God.
There was a green providence among them.
And a cyan providence. Is this golden providence?
Chen Jian's gaze ended up on the white-clothed young man sitting cross-legged in the center.
Seeing this, his eyes instantly flashed with a bright light. I didn't expect it, but I've met the golden mandate of heaven again so soon. Looks like it's still got to be a big family. At once, the basic information of the white-clothed boy was reflected in his eyes.
Name, Chen Tianmeng. Age, 17. Character, calm, cold, ruthless. Identity, son of the Chen clan of the desolate ancient realm. Son of the Grand Elder of the Second Faction. King of the Imperial dynasty of the Imperial ancient realm. Natal soul, golden. Physique, Imperial body. Born to be an emperor. Realm, Second Nirvana realm. Nice guy. Nice guy. A 17-year-old in the Second Nirvana realm. That's awesome. As for the emperor body, it was an extremely terrifying physique, where the emperor's might was self-contained, coupled with a natural imperial destiny. It was a destiny that had imperial chi added to it. A person of this destiny can build up his own power in order to gather the faith of all the people into one. When the power of faith was accumulated to a certain level, it could determine the world with a single word, and a single word could determine the existence of life and death. On top of that, the power of faith's increase in an individual's power was also extremely obvious, equivalent to the existence of a bug. And through the information, it could be known that Chen Tianmeng had already formed forces and possessed a certain amount of faith power added to his body. Funny, too funny. Thinking about this, Chen Stable's eyes flashed with a blazing pupil fire. Perhaps noticing that someone was surveying him, Chen Tianmian, who had been keeping his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them, only to see two invisible pupil light piercing through everything. Straight pressure and Chen Stable where? Chen Stable did not have any panic, still gazing calmly at Chen Tianmian, and even pursed his mouth lightly. Chen Tianmian's indifferent pupils finally had a hint of a strange aura, but it disappeared again in just an instant. In his eyes, Chen Stable did indeed have a boldness and temperament that was different from others, but it was still too far away. The thought flickered, and he slowly closed his eyes again, without a single flutter. Look down on me? It's really getting interesting. I'm getting more and more excited for the big event as well. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth was slightly hooked, and right at this moment, Chen Baxian stood up on the high platform. First of all, today is my Chen clan's annual coming-of-age ceremony, and on behalf of the Chen clan, I, Chen Baxian, would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for coming. With that, he clasped his fists towards the crowd at the scene. Now that the number of people have arrived, I hereby announce that the adult ceremony has officially begun. Please make a sacrifice, pray for the ancestors' protection, and land the Emperor's chi baptism for my clan's children. Between the words, the children at the scene were agitated. They've worked so hard for so long for this day. Whether it's a dragon or a worm, how much you get out of it depends on what comes next. Chapter 82 That Little Stable. Let's take the first one for my mother to have some fun. Yes, the 9 array masters, who had long been prepared, responded and then walked to an ancient altar. The altar had 9 directions, each of which had corresponding points of formation patterns. These points of the formation were interconnected and converged at the exact center of the altar. As the 9 people continued to make seals, an ancient aura could be seen surging from the altar, and the formation diagram flickered along with it. Up! The 9 formation masters pressed their palms heavily on the azimuth point during a single bellow in unison. Rumble! Only to see that the altar began to shake violently, and even the entire venue shook for a long time. We, the children and grandchildren, ask our ancestors to send down their blessings to help our clan's children complete their adult baptisms. The 9 formation masters' formation changed once again, kneeling down on the formation point in unison, praying towards the mid-air. Yoon! Not long after, an ancient voice rang out as if it had traveled through the ages. As the words fell, 9 rays of light suddenly erupted from the altar, gathering with the Chen clan's chi. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, and endless streams of golden light were rapidly sloshing through. In an instant, the entire Chen clan territory was covered by this stream of light, and the terrifying emperor's thoughts pressed down on every cultivator's heart. As the streams of light filled the air, the shadows of an ancient god began to superimpose themselves one after another, overlooking the entire heaven and earth. Is this the ancestral blessing of the Chen clan? Fruity is really unusual. For a while, the entire large venue became silent. Even though they knew that these divine shadows were nothing more than remnants, not a single person on the scene dared to treat them lightly. The divine shadow of the ancestors' blessing has been invoked, and an adult baptism can be performed at any time. At this moment, a middle-aged man named Chen Baiyuan said towards Chen Badao and the others. Chen Baxian nodded before he said, before proceeding with the Emperor Chi baptism, I'll reiterate the rules to all of you one more time.
the time for baptism is only a quarter of an hour.
And it all depends on the individual's ability as to how much can be gained.
During the period of baptism, all means may be used to fight for the landing Imperial chi.
But hurting people is absolutely forbidden.
If anyone knowingly violates the law, they will be directly disqualified from the baptism if it's light, or executed on the spot if it's heavy. Got it? Speaking of this, Chen Baxian couldn't help but raise his voice.
Understood. The sons responded in unison.
The corner of Chen Jian's mouth slightly hooked. As far as he was concerned, it didn't matter either way. The was done anyway. However,
he was interested in this Emperor Qi baptism.
According to his sister, it was about the upper limit of one's future,
or even a chance to change one's destiny against all odds. It was also because of this that the coming-of-age ceremonies over the years had been so grand.
Alright, then you can sit down on the spot and simply wait for the Emperor Qi to land. Chen Baxian nodded before speaking. As soon as these words fell,
the crowd of sons and daughters who were still talking in low voices immediately adjusted their state and gathered towards the center in unison. In front of the baptism of Emperor Qi, they couldn't care less if they were close to Chen Tianmeng. They only knew that the center position was the best, and that the amount of Empyrean Qi obtained must also be the highest.
Chen Tianmian glanced at these children, his eyes still indifferent, but he did not say anything to stop them. As far as he was concerned, even if these people sat in his place, they did not constitute a threat at all. This was his Chen Tianmen's confidence and pride.
Instead of leaning towards the center,
Chen Jian sat on the ground on the edge. At first glance,
two large camps formed across the convention floor,
and Chen Stable, who was in this shape, looked like he couldn't do it. Seeing this, many viewers also shook their heads and sneered. In their opinion, it's not even started yet, and they're isolated, so they don't even have to look behind them. As for the Emperor Qi baptism, the big winner in the end, needless to say, would definitely be Chen Tianmeng. On the high platform,
the people from all the forces were also looking at all this in their eyes.
Though they were thinking pretty much the same thing, they didn't put a point on it. After all, Chen Stable was Chen Baidao's son no matter what.
There was some face that they still had to take into account, seeing as it's quite boring for everyone to watch so dryly.
How about we bet on it, just for entertainment? Right at this moment, Emo Shinxue suddenly spoke. Stupid.
Lulan Yotian's brows wrinkled. He knew that his own mother was trying to find a way to make a scene for her own daughter, so he made this one suggestion.
But in his opinion, it wasn't good advice. If you don't do it right,
you'll only end up getting yourself in trouble.
But the word is out,
and trying to change it is no longer possible. He could only hope that his own wife would know the difference and not really make a mess that could not be ended.
Oh, how is this a bet? Ying Long couldn't help but open his mouth. Let's use this Emperor Qi baptism as a betting board. The target person is Chen Stable. You guys can place your bets as you please. If the bet is right, then I'll return it threefold. But if the bet is wrong, then I'm sorry. Emo Shinxue leisurely spoke. Ha ha ha, that's interesting. Ying Long burst out laughing.
The others showed interest as well.
In their opinion, there really wasn't much variation in betting on Chen Tianxi's fate, and in the end, he was quasi the one who had obtained the most Imperial Qi. But if this person is Chen Jian,
then this is much more interesting.
With Chen Baidao's character of protecting his calf, how could he not let his own son be at the bottom of the list? So no matter how bad Chen Stable was, it wasn't like he had nothing to show for it. This seed is here to start off with a holy weapon. Betting that Xian nephew Chen can enter the top 10. Ying Long suddenly opened his mouth. As far as he was concerned, a holy weapon was nothing in the eyes of the great Qin ancient Imperial clan, so even if he lost, it was nothing. Just consider it as supporting Chen Stable for the sake of Chen Baidao. Of course, the reason why he did so was that he naturally saw that Emo Shinxue and Chen Baidao weren't quite dealing with each other. He would like to see how these two forces would end up, so he didn't mind adding a little fire to the fire. As soon as the other forces saw this, they followed suit and also offered a holy artifact to bet on Chen Stable to enter the top 10. Sure enough, Lulan Yutian's face gradually sank, but Emo Shinxue was different. She just wanted to discuss Chen Baidao. In the open she couldn't find the field, but she looked for it in some of the sidelines. She just couldn't believe it anymore. Chen Baidao would have trouble with her over such a thing. As expected, just as Emo Shinxue expected, Chen Baidao didn't say a word. On this occasion, with the head of a clan around him, it was not really good for him to get into trouble with a woman. It was about the face of an imperial clan. I'll bet on an imperial artifact and my son to come first. Yi Shenyan's voice suddenly rang out, sounding as cold as iron. As soon as these words came out, all the powercomers all looked at Yi Shenyan in shock. This was not only betting on an imperial artifact, it was also betting on Chen Stable to come in first. If it wasn't a gamble, they didn't believe it. In their opinion, how could Chen Stability win first place? Now, the ancient kingdom of Lulan is really riding a tiger. Emotion Shue's face was suddenly more than wildly changed. Obviously, she also knew that things were really getting out of hand. Yi Xinyan flipped his hand and slapped an imperial spear on the tabletop. This movement immediately caught everyone's attention. What's going on? It's hard not to fight. The hearts of the crowd were full of doubts, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Lulan Yutian took a deep breath and forced a smile. Sister-in-law, Xiao Shui, she's playing around, don't take it seriously. Yi Shenyan didn't respond to Lulan Yutian, but instead slapped her palm on the tabletop and said loudly, "Little steady. Mother bet a piece of Emperor's soldier on you obtaining the most Emperor's chi. Is there any problem with that?" The moment these words came out, the faces of Lulan Yutian and Emotion Shui completely sank. In their opinion, Yi Shenyan was not going to leave any room for maneuver. Using an Emperor's soldier to bet on Chen Stable to come in first? Holy, how dare she? The whole crowd was dumbfounded and simply couldn't believe what they were hearing. Chen Stable slowly raised his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over Lulan Yutian and Emotion Shui. Then he faintly said, "Then Little Stable, let's take the first place for mother and come back to have some fun. Getting a first for the mother, or just for fun. Holy, you can't ing die without blowing it. Crazy. These mother asterisk airs are ing crazy." Once again, the crowd was more than shocked, and the people had gone numb. Chapter 83 Imperial Chi Battle. One man takes 9 doubles. Good son. Yi Xinyan gave a sudden cry, looking agitated beyond measure. With that, she turned her head towards Emotion Shui and said, "The Emperor artifact is right here. You take it." It turns out that the opening is the mother of the ancient state of Lulan. I tell you, who dares to be so bold? Watching Yi Xinyan's movements, the crowd at the scene also reacted. Now it's up to Emotion Shui if she dares to take it. You have to know that this is an imperial artifact, and it was also the Chun clan mother's original imperial artifact. Under the gaze of the crowd, Emotion Shui took a deep breath and said, "Sister Yen, little sister, I was indeed joking. You'd better take it back. Take what you can. Old lady is not so bad that she can't even lose an imperial weapon." Yi Xinyan drank in a cold voice. Emotion Shui suppressed the impulse within her and said once more, "Sister Yen, really forget it. This time, let's take it as a sister's no." Yi Xinyan smashed the desktop in one hand. Q. Now this pretending to be innocent. What did you do earlier? Today, my old lady has put her words in. You have to bet on this bet even if you want to, and you have to bet even if you don't. When these words came out, Emotion Shui immediately sank as dead as water. Then Lao Mian will put her eyes to see where your bottom is. With that, a hand put away the imperial lance in front of him. The two, who let no one in, completely brought the situation to a standstill. Lulan Yutian was silent, but anyone could see that his face was not right. Chen Baidao's face had a faint smile on it since the beginning. He knew better than anyone else about his own mother's character. That can always be the main calf protection, not to mention a piece of imperial weapon. For the sake of their own children, 10 pieces also do not bring a blink. This Emotion Shui once or twice shades of yin and yang. It would be a ghost if his own mother could endure it. Chen Ba Xian, who was on the side, took it all in. The corners of his mouth quirked slightly without trace. Regarding the feud between the two, other people might not be clear about it, but he knew all about it. Leaving aside the question of whether or not Chen Stable could do it, the more the two of them made a mess of their relationship, the better it would be for him. As long as he acted as the yellow bird, he would surely achieve his goal. Begin. Only when the atmosphere of the scene gradually fell into a dead silence did Chen Baidao open his mouth to break this dead silence. Good, Chen Ba Xian answered. With that, he turned his head to look at the group at the bottom and opened his mouth. Emperor Qi baptism, starting now. Please prepare your sons and daughters. At these words, the scene was agitated. You have to know that it's not just a fight between sons and daughters anymore. It's a fight between two major powers. They wanted to see how Chen Stable would take this first place with Chen Tianmian weighing him down, and play around with it. I'm not afraid of flashing my tongue. And the 9 array masters who had received the order once again made their seals. As a hand seal struck the altar, the sheltering divine shadows in midair finally moved, and then chanted in unison, only to see a golden vortex gradually gathering in midair, with vast imperial chi filling it, ancient and mysterious. And the moment the Emperor Qi appeared, Chen Tianmeng and the others could immediately feel the power latent in their bloodline boiling up. Even more, the power of that bloodline had the tendency to rush out of the body. Good stuff. Definitely good stuff. Compared to Chen Tianmeng and the others whose blood was boiling, Chen Stable was comfortable in every pore. As for the chaotic sequence body and the great world divine tree, they had long been hungry for them, just short of taking the initiative to snatch them. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd of sons and daughters, the imperial chi vortex in midair finally moved.
transforming into a beam of chi flow columns that shrouded downward.
In an instant, it enveloped the thousands of children underneath. It's finally starting.
The crowd on the high platform also stared dead at the movement below at this time. Chen Baidao and Yi Xinyan's gazes were naturally all on Chen Stable's body. People like Ying Long and Mo Shinxue were staring at Chen Tianmeng. The former had an appreciation for Chen Tianmeng,
and secondly, he wanted to continue the assessment test.
After all, he already had the intention of marrying his daughter to Chen Tianmeng. The latter was simply hoping that Chen Tianmeng would win first place and help her give Yi Xinyan a hard slap in the face, so that Yi Xinyan can understand that giving a face is a loss.
Regarding all of this, Chen Stability and Chen Tianmeng were unaware of it.
They had already focused all their attention on sucking in Emperor Qi at this point.
The moment Emperor Qi touched his body,
Chen Stability instantly felt a ball of heat explode in his body.
It was as if it was going to burn his cells, and even his blood, to the ground. But soon, this power transformed back into a thunder drum, constantly rushing through his body as if it was going to bombard his flesh into flying dust. Is this the Emperor's Qi?
What a terrifying power!
Chen Jian took a deep breath,
but a brilliant light bloomed in his eyes.
Isn't that what he wants so fierce?
In the instant he came back to his senses.
Chen Stable opened two major techniques in a row, Supreme Chaos and Everlasting Prosperity Technique. At the same time,
his chaotic sequence body and Great World God Tree Seed were also open to the extreme.
Under the four overlapping layers,
Chen Stability's speed of absorbing Emperor Qi reached the extreme.
The original Imperial Qi that fell over everyone was equal,
and it all depended on the individual's ability as to how much could be absorbed.
However,
with Chen Stable drawing on the full power,
the airflow column actually split into two. Look, you guys, what's that? At once,
a sharp cry rang out from the scene.
Soon, everyone's gazes were all caught by Chen Stable's movements,
and the bottom of their eyes were filled with shock.
But in the first instance, they only dared to speculate, not to draw any conclusions, because, well, that's just crazy.
And as Chen Stable's frantic sucking down, the column of airflow that was split in two gradually changed again.
It's gone from a 50-50, to a 40-60, to a 30-70ths. Holy, that's ing true. Once again,
the scene resounded with more than a few ebbs and flows of astonishment.
At this moment, they were considered to be completely certain of the speculation in their hearts.
This was Chen Stable sucking up Emperor Qi too quickly and snatching it away along with someone else's Emperor Qi.
How is this possible? Mo Shinxue stood up violently, disbelief all over her face.
To say that the person on the scene who was most concerned about the outcome of this was undoubtedly her.
So upon seeing this scene, she subconsciously stood up. Good, ha ha ha. Compared to Mo Shinxue's incredulity,
Yi Xinyan directly raised her arms and shouted, while Chen Stable's absorption speed was still accelerating. The 3-7 split of the column of airflow soon turned into a 2-8 split.
After tens of breaths, it even became 1-9 points, and the gap continues to widen. Such a large amount of Imperial Qi, 90% of which had also entered Chen Stable's body. What kind of concept was this?
One must know that the more Emperor Qi one absorbs, the more favorable it will be for the future. The most obvious gain was that it purified the imperial bloodline within each of the children.
The purer the bloodline, the more family inheritance one can obtain. Good. At this time, Chen Baidao, who had always been calm, couldn't hold back any longer.
The Chen clan's group of elders were also too shocked to speak at this moment. One must know that they had always thought that Chen Tianmian was the one who had the sole claim to the throne. For this reason, they have also applied upwards to increase the amount of Emperor's gas delivered this time.
Only now, looking at the trend, it seemed like it was going to be cheaper for Qinjian. At the same time, they were also curious as to how Chen Stable had done this. This kid, looks like I underestimated him after all. Chen Baxian's depressed head, the slightest hint of coldness flashed under his eyes, and at this time, those sons and daughters who were immersed in sucking an Emperor Qi also realized that their Emperor Qi was gone. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were first shocked, and then replaced by anger. It turned out that the share of Imperial Qi that belonged to them had been snatched away by Chen Stable. Unbridled, Chen Tianmian snapped his eyes open, and immediately bellowed out in a cold voice, fearful power rippling through his body. Chapter 84. Swallow as much as you can and vomit it out. This is a big deal. Everyone was shaken as Chen Tianmian's cold voice echoed through the scene. They didn't know what means Chen Stable had used to snatch these Imperial Qi. However, right now, Chen Jian had practically enraged Chen Tianmian. Well, that's the way it should be. Mo Shinxue instantly lifted her spirits, secretly shouting in her heart for Chen Tianming's behavior. At this moment, she didn't care about Yi Xinyan's face. She just knew that once Chen Stable won first place, then not only had she been severely slapped in the face, she would also lose 3 Imperial artifacts to Yi Xinyan. Those were 3 Imperial artifacts, so even if she was the mother of the Lulan ancient kingdom,
she would not be able to explain herself upwards. At that time, what kind of accusations would be made, which even she herself did not dare to imagine. Ying Long, on the other hand, his eyes lit up. Whether Chen Jian lost or won, he didn't care much, and what he wanted to see even more was for Chen Tianmai to show himself in power through everyone in the adulthood ceremony to become that number one. Therefore, he was still looking forward to seeing Chen Tianmai strike at this time, for it is often at this time that one's strengths are highlighted. At this moment, Chen Stable slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Chen Tianmian, who had a terrifying aura surging around him, he spat out in a cold voice, "Scram! This, holy!" The crowd instantly even exploded from the sky. What did they hear? Directly let Chen Tianmai roll. Ah! How dare this Chen Stable? Well, you've succeeded in provoking me. Chen Tianmian's voice turned morose and cold. How much Emperor Qi have you swallowed today? I'll make you spit it all out. After he said that, he saw him quickly make a seal, and a huge golden vortex gradually appeared behind him. At the end of the vortex, a huge emperor's shadow could be seen gradually descending, surrounded by endless swirls of golden light. Emperor's heaven swallowing skill. It was one of his biggest cards. He could devour all power and turn it to his own use. And it was because of this that he was able to break through to the second nirvana realm in such a short period of time. As the Emperor's heaven swallowing skill operated to its extreme, a huge suction force instantly enveloped the airflow column in midair. It looks like a sucker punch. Those Imperial Qi, instantly like water currents, were crazily sucked into it at a rapid speed. The two airflow columns of the original 1-9 instantly became 2-8, 3-7, 4-6, 5-5. Within a few short breaths, Chen Tianmian took the absolute initiative, becoming the most eye-catching presence in the large venue. Holy, that was fast. Heavens, so this is Chen Tianmian's true speed. Well, the winners and losers have been decided. When they saw the scene, the crowd at the scene was shocked and marveled. And as far as they could see, Chen Stable had been completely reduced to a clown of claptrap. On top of the high platform, both Mo Xinxue and Ying Long revealed faint smiles. Phew, cozy, especially Mo Xinxue. Her tightly clenched fists had completely unclenched. At this moment, she had completely stopped worrying about the possibility of losing 3 Imperial artifacts. At the same time, she couldn't help but deign to look at Yi Xinyan, trying to gain a sense of superiority from him. What do you mean? When she saw Yi Xinyan's unchanged expression, the smile on her face could not help but freeze. It seemed to her that it was that time of year when anyone in their right mind would have to start worrying. But the reality was that Yi Xinyan was even laughing. Is this family missing a string? Is that all you can do? Oh fart no. Chen Jian watched Chen Tianmian's movements and spoke leisurely. His voice wasn't loud, but it was unusually loud in the silence of the scene. When these words came out, the people on the scene were confused. No, it's all this time. And to have the audacity to make such a big deal out of it. Isn't this claptrap clowning around? Ying Long's brows also wrinkled lightly. Originally, he didn't have much goodwill towards Chen Jian, but he definitely didn't loathe it either. And the current Chen Stable managed to produce disgust. There are times when arrogance isn't a bad thing, but to be so mouthy in this situation is really bad. Oh, shame on you. Mo Xinxue smiled coldly in her heart. At this time, her impression of Chen Stable was also worse. As for Lulan Yutian, although he didn't say anything, he also shook his head without a trace. You're looking for death. Chen Tianmian's eyes locked straight onto Chen Stable, and 2 stern rays of light pushed straight into where Chen Stable was. If it wasn't a rule that he couldn't strike, Chen Stable would have already been slapped into a bloody mist by him. Since he came out of the world, no one had ever dared to be so rude to him. However, Chen Stable had already entered his must-kill list, and as long as there was an opportunity, he would definitely get him killed at the first opportunity. Let me teach you a lesson about what it means to swallow in and vomit it all out. Chen Jian spat coldly towards Chen Tianmian, his open aura in full bloom. Boom! In a split second, the fourfold suction force operated to the extreme, and at the same time the heavenly fate great melting furnace was added. The heavenly fate greatly shielded all heavenly and human prying eyes, so even if his chaotic sequence body was heaven-defying, he didn't have to worry about being discovered, only to see the 9-colored sequence of light from his body rushed out. With the fastest speed can break through everything, through the 9 heavens above. In mid-air, it transformed into a gigantic hand that covered the sky and the sun, causing everything at the scene to fall into the 9-colored light. In the depths of the 9-colored light, there was a milky white aperture emanating, reflecting a faint shadow of a divine tree. It's all mysterious and radiant. The original heaven-swallowing vortex built by the Emperor's heaven-swallowing skill had also become dim at this time, and that terrifying suction force gave the impression that it was struggling powerlessly. What kind of tactic is this? Upon seeing this scene in front of them,
the mockery on everyone's faces disappeared and was replaced by shock. And the degree of shock was far more intense than what Chen Tianmeng had brought them. How is this possible? The smile on Mo Xinshua's face froze, her pupils all shaking and unwilling to believe. Ying Long, on the other hand, was staring at all of this with a deadpan expression, unable to utter a single word. How did this happen? How could it not move? How did it happen? Compared to the shock of the others, Chen Tianmeng was the one who could feel the pressure of it most tangibly. The moment the giant hand took shape, he felt absolute suppression. No matter how much he operated the Emperor's swallowing skill, he was unable to pull one more point of the Imperial Qi in midair. It was as if between them, these Emperor Qi had been imprisoned. At this moment, Chen Tianmian finally became a bit flustered. Get thee over here. Chen Stable immediately drank, and the Qi flow outside his body rose greatly, raging wildly, only to see the giant hand in midair grabbing and closing. Not only did it grab all of the Emperor Qi, along with the Emperor Qi that had been sucked into the vortex by Chen Tianmian, it also ripped it out of the vortex in a raw manner. What do you mean? You swallowed it all and vomited it out. That's it. No, buddy, you're getting real. As the crowd watched this, they only felt their scalps go numb. It wasn't long ago that they thought Chen Stable was making a big deal out of it. Now, Chen Jianjin had honored every word he had said. At this point in time, they're really clowns. Damn it, get back here. Get back here. Upon seeing the massive amount of Emperor Qi he had absorbed being forcibly ripped away, Chen Tianmian instantly had a seizure, his eyes all scarlet. Chapter 85 1 against 1,000. I'll take them all. At this first glance, Chen Tianmian was no longer as composed as before, and there was only exasperation. And in contrast to Chen Jian, the highs and lows are immediately obvious. The crowd's mouths moved, and finally a low sigh escaped. It could be said that their filter for Chen Tianmai was beginning to crack. Ying Long's face completely sank, and his fists under his sleeves clenched violently. He hadn't expected that Chen Stable's slap was so vicious that it had swollen this old face of his. Piece of. What a ing piece of. Mo Xinshue couldn't tense up at this point, staring dead at Chen Tianmeng growling in her mind. The Chen clan's group of elders, on the other hand, were speechless. The seed they favored. They didn't expect it to end up like this. One could only say that in this first round, Chen Tianmian had been crushed to the bone. Now, they could only hope that in the next round, Chen Tianmai would not let them down again. Otherwise, their upwardly proposed cultivation suggestions are likely to be really out of the question. However, Chen Tianmian was ultimately a heavenly pride of the party and quickly adjusted his mindset. Imperial body full on. Him. Chen Tianming quickly made a seal and used the Emperor's swallowing skill to frantically destroy his own Emperor body. One could only see a unique Imperial might emanating from it, and golden light streams were rapidly flowing on the surface of his body. When the power was diffused to the extreme, a gigantic Emperor's shadow was seen rushing out of his body, overlooking the heavens and earth. With the suppression of the Emperor body, the loss of Emperor Qi in the vortex finally stopped. It's a done deal. Chen Tianming's eyes lit up greatly, and his heart lit up with a strong dramatic hope. Stopped? The crowd naturally saw this scene and froze for a moment. Get back here. Chen Tianmeng roared in a deep voice, once again increasing the release of power within his body in order to drive the Emperor body void to add on to the suction of the heaven-swallowing vortex. This movement immediately drew the attention of the crowd. For a while, they were also expecting things to be reversed. In their opinion, Chen Tianmeng was that chosen one after all. If such a person was pushed head and shoulders above Chen Steady, then all of their worldviews would have to collapse. Do you still want to struggle? Then I will grant you despair. Chen Stable coldly snorted, and similarly increased the release of his power, his breathing method running, and the sound of a burst of thunderous drums emanating from his body. Boom! At that instant, the 9 colored streams of light entwined in the giant hand roared, bursting forth as if they could breathe, only to see that the suction force of the giant hand also increased violently, and the suppressed Emperor Qi was directly pulled over. And, this time, it was uprooted, leaving no more room for error at all. I don't believe it anymore. Get back here. Chen Tianmian broke down once more and roared madly, the bottom of his eyes covered in blood. However, what responded to him was a single hand of the giant hand grabbing down, and that matchless suppression instantly grabbed the heaven-swallowing vortex and exploded it, along with the Emperor's shadow, and shook it into nothingness. No. Poof. Chen Tianmian was instantly shocked, and a mouthful of blood spewed out directly. What was happening in front of him was obviously something he hadn't expected either. One must know that the heaven-swallowing vortex was the result of his Emperor's heaven-swallowing skill. The Emperor's shadow was even more of a manifestation of his Emperor's body. Although it didn't represent his true strength, it was by no means something that a tiny third life and death realm could break. But now, it's happening in a tangible way. How is this possible?
Ying Long and the others also couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. They've seen a lot, but they've never seen anything so outrageous. What means did this Chen Jian use to do this? They really wanted to know that at this point in time. Done. It's all over now. Emotion Xue fell helplessly onto the back of the chair, the bottom of her eyes full of collapse. All this betting had come to this point, and she had completely lost. And what she lost this time was not only the face of the Lulan ancient kingdom, but also the 3 pieces of Imperial guns. She could fully anticipate how the higher-ups of the ancient kingdom would be enraged when they found out about this. Chen Tianmian slowly sat back down and stared at Chen Jian with a deadly stare, the bottom of his eyes filled with blood, killing opportunities raging in all directions. But he knew that he should never make a move. Once they violated the rules, Chen Baidao and Yi Xinyan would definitely not sit idly by. Then the only thing that will happen to him is death. However, when he watched Chen Stable sucking in such a massive amount of Imperial Qi, he went crazy with jealousy and had the urge to destroy everything. No, he must not be allowed to have his way. Never. Chen Tianmeng roared in a caracal voice in his heart. Since I can't do it alone, let all the subs come together. Even if Chen Stable's method of absorbing Emperor Qi was heaven-defying, could he still defeat 1,000 with one? With this in mind, Chen Tianmeng's heart finally had a plan. And at this moment, all his pride was crushed. You know, in the past he wouldn't have bothered to do that. He had always thought to himself that as long as he was given enough time, it was Chen Wuhui, the son of these heavenly prides, who would surely be trampled under his feet. Why don't you all come out together? Is it hard to believe that you also want to watch the Emperor's Qi all be sucked away by that kid? Chen Tianmian turned his head violently and roared fiercely at Chen Tiandu and the others. Chen Tiandu and the others were immediately shaken. Soon, the shock in the bottom of their eyes but turned into a thick drama of indignation. Right. The Emperor's Qi is everyone's. Why should it all be sucked away by that kid? What's the point of them coming to the adult ceremony if they get nothing out of the round? No, it can never be left like that. It's dry. Since one man's strength is not enough, let's gather the strength of 1,000 men. With this in mind, Chen Tiandu and the others finally made up their minds, and they all built up the absorption method once again. It was only when he saw that all of his children had struck out that Chen Tianming once again revolved the Emperor's heaven-swallowing skill. At one time, thousands of absorption spells were sucked towards the column of airflow that was gushing down towards Chen Stable, frantically tearing at it with the intention of reversing the formation. But soon, they realized that even if they gathered the strength of 1,000 of them, they could not shake the sucking of that giant hand. Seeing this, Chen Tianmian's face instantly sank as dead as water. As for Chen Tiandu and the others, the indignation on their faces gradually solidified, replaced by disbelief. You know, this is a collection of 1,000 of them. Just like that, he was unable to snatch a bit of Imperial Qi from Chen Stable's hands. What a monster this is! What kind of secret method is this using again? Strike with all your might. Strike with all your might for me. Chen Tianmian was still unwilling and roared with indignation. Chen Tiandu and the others took a deep breath and once again increased their power output. But dozens of breaths passed and the result remained the same. Instead, they had caused quite a bit of exertion instead because they had mobilized their power over and over again. What it meant to have a heart and not be able to do anything about it. This was the moment they finally realized. Chen Tianmian suddenly became so angry that another mouthful of blood spurted out. The next moment, he was growling at the group behind him. Waste, all ing waste. We're trash and you're nothing. Chen Tiandu and the others' faces were extremely ugly, but they didn't dare to dislike them. Looking at the out-of-sorts Chen Tianmian, the crowd no longer knew what to say. But thinking about it, it wasn't Chen Tianmai's fault. Anyone who substituted into Chen Tianmai's role was bound to lose their temper. A proud son of heaven. Not only did he lose all by himself, but he joined forces with all of his sons to lose just as well. Who can stand it in this situation? Thinking of this, the crowd couldn't help but look at where Chen Stable was again, only to see Chen Stable as if he was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much more Emperor Qi gushed down, he accepted it all as it was. At this moment, their gazes towards Chen Stable all changed. Chapter 86. One man dry crumbles the altar. The ancestor idol cracks open. How it still feels a little slow. At this rate, how much can you suck in a quarter of an hour? No, we need to continue to increase the rate of absorption. Chen Stable's brows wrinkled lightly, and then he increased his operation of the breathing technique again. At that instant, the speed of sucking in the Emperor's Qi soared once more, and the heavens and the earth all changed color at that instant. Holy, it's still fast. What a monster this is. Once again, the crowd was dumbfounded, unable to believe what was in front of them. Phew, cozy. Upon feeling that every cell in his body was filled with Emperor Qi, Chen Stability couldn't help but let out a long breath of relief. Rumble. After tens of breaths, the entire large venue suddenly shook. Everyone was shocked, and for a moment they couldn't figure out what was happening.
You guys look at that. As a sharp cry rang out, the people on the scene looked over in unison. To the eye,
the ancient altar was crumbling in sections, and a large amount of emperor chi leaked out from the cracks. The 9 array masters couldn't control the points of the array diagram at this time, and could only suppress them to death,
in order to prevent the altar from collapsing completely.
The sheltering god shadow in mid-air,
on the other hand, had begun to dim, showing signs of being illusory.
But in this regard, Chen Stable naturally knew nothing about it, and continued to suck the emperor chi from it in vast quantities.
The crowd is not a little cutie,
and were soon able to understand what was happening. It was that the amount of emperor chi that Chen Stability had absorbed was too great,
exceeding the upper limit of what the altar could provide. But again,
because Chen Stable's absorption speed was getting faster and faster, the altar finally couldn't withstand it,
which in turn produced a collapse. But when you think about it, it's not surprising.
At this rate of absorption, even the strongest altar would have to crumble.
Not good. Chen Baidao stood up violently,
and his face changed drastically.
As the head of a clan,
he was considered someone who had seen the world, and had presided over quite a few sessions of the coming-of-age ceremony.
However, never have I seen such a son of a son of a son,
who directly ed the altar and crumbled it. One must know that this was an altar that had been set up by the combined efforts of the ancestors, and it had a Tao of terrifying formation diagrams within it to add to it. Something had to be done to stop it, even if the beneficiary was his son. Otherwise this altar would really be ate up. So what the hell would be the point of having a coming-of-age ceremony in the future?
Thinking about this, Chen Baidao made a decision. But before Chen Baidao could strike,
an enraged voice came from the depths of the Chen clan,
shattering through everyone's eardrums. What the hell have you done?
Why did the idol of the ancestor break?
Why?
When these words came out, the whole crowd was more than shocked, because the breath that instantly enveloped the fall crushed every strand of chi at the scene, and the invisible oppression was like a blade forcing the throat. They believed that it would only take that person one thought to completely obliterate their souls.
Shoo shoo shoo. At that instant,
a silhouette rushed out from the depths of the Chen clan, and Chen Wu Dao was among them, only to see them all crouch their heads toward the depths.
Your children and grandchildren, pay homage to the supreme ancestor. Tai Shang ancestor my ass.
What have you all done with the ruptured statue of the ancestor god?
Tai Shang ancestor's anger was unabated and he was still roaring.
Chen Wu Dao and the others were at a loss,
and their foreheads couldn't help but gush with sweat under the Tai Shang ancestor's pressure. In fact, they don't know what's going on.
Chen Baidao was instantly anxious and hurriedly said towards Yi Xingyan, "You find a way to make little Stable stop. I'll go and ask for forgiveness."
Good.
Yi Xingyan nodded her head in a hurry.
After dropping a sentence,
Chen Baidao hurriedly came to where Chen Wu Dao and the others were.
Kid Chen Baidao, meet the supreme ancestor. You are the current clan leader?
The supreme ancestor said in a deep voice.
Yes, yes, Chen Baidao answered in succession.
This is how you are in charge of the Chen clan.
If you are incompetent, immediately get off this seat.
The supreme ancestor shouted in a cold voice,
not giving any face at all. What exactly happened? Chen Wudao asked sharply towards Chen Baidao.
The other supreme elders were all looking towards where Chen Baidao was.
Chen Baidao took a deep breath. Today is the day for the clan's children to participate in the adulthood ceremony.
And because of the excessive absorption of Imperial Qi, it caused the altar to crumble.
And because the ancestor idol and the sheltering god shadow are one, that's what caused the ancestor idol to break. Is this possible?
Chen Wudao and the others were all stunned. Bar mitzvahs, they naturally know what they are and have officiated quite a few times.
However, this has never been the case. Besides,
the amount of Imperial Qi in the altar was enough for tens of thousands of children to absorb together.
But now that I've had someone step in to stop it, this situation won't continue. Please don't worry, ancestor. Chen Baidao hurriedly explained again.
The supreme ancestor was silent for a long time before he said,
"Are there many of my clan's children of the right age this year?" 1,030. Chen Baidao told the truth. Then you think this seat is a little cutie, that 1,000 or so children can suck a year's worth of Emperor Qi stores dry? Taishang ancestor's voice turned cold once again. Chen Baidao had long anticipated this,
and hurriedly opened up one of the shadow retaining stones. The shadow retaining stone was a heavenly treasure that could collect images, which had been recorded when the adult ceremony opened.
At that instant,
the image of Chen Stable and the others sucking an Emperor Qi all fell into the eyes of Chen Wudao and the others.
After looking through all the images, everyone was silent, with indescribable shock on their faces, because Chen Baidao hadn't lied. The rupture of the ancestor idol was caused by the lack of Emperor Qi, and that's even after one sucked the altar dry and dry crumbled. It's no exaggeration to say that it's 1,000 years old for them. 2. Who is this child? The supreme ancestor took a deep breath and said. At this point, he was also stunned, and it took a long time for him to calm down. Chen Stable, the son of a brat, Chen Baidao said hurriedly, while also getting apprehensive. Not bad, cultivate it properly. The supreme ancestor spoke. Chen Wudao and the others were all shaken. To know that there are not many who can be said to have a good sentence by the Taishang ancestor is the whole clan, especially at such an age. Even the invincible Chen at that time failed to do so, and that one good sentence fell into the ears of everyone on the scene. We can only say that there were different looks, some envious, some jealous, and even more resentful. Four of the most obvious. One was Mo Shinxue, tightly clenching her teeth draw her teeth. The more outstanding Chen Stable was, the more it appeared that her daughter was in the wrong, and it was more like a slap in her face. Hard. The second one was Ying Long, who had an indescribable feeling that he had favored Chen Tianmeng at the beginning, but now the man he favored was crushed. Maybe he'd have to think again about the union. The third person was Chen Baxian, whose coldness towards Chen Jian was the most deeply hidden. Now that Chen Stable was also considered a hit, it was definitely not good news for him. The further back Chen Stable went, the more sheltered he became, so perhaps it was time for him to adjust his plans. In any case, it should never be allowed to grow. The fourth person was Chen Tianmian, who was both aghast with murderous intent and mad with jealousy towards Chen Stable. If it wasn't for Chen Stable, then it would be him who would receive the favor of the supreme ancestor, and it would be him who would obtain the massive amount of Emperor Qi. It was Qin Jian who robbed him of everything that belonged to him. No matter what, he was going to make Qin Jian spit it all out. Understood. My boy will definitely not let my youngest son fail the expectations of the supreme ancestor. Chen Baidao hurriedly responded. Aha! The supreme ancestor responded and withdrew his divine thoughts. Phew! Chen Baidao let out a long sigh of relief. Soon after, he straightened up again. The Shao Dao has met all the great elders. No need to be polite. Chen Wudao and the others responded. I don't know. Elders, do you want to come along to witness the adulthood ceremony? Chen Baidao thought about it and still offered an invitation. Chen Wudao and the others looked at each other before saying, no need. Our sudden joining will only upset the original balance. I believe you will be able to preside over it. Then the little Dao will go over first. Chen Baidao responded and then solemnly made a bow. Go. Chen Wudao waved his hand. Chen Baidao didn't say anything more and directly swept towards the conference venue in. It seems that this time, our Chen clan is going to produce another supreme celestial pride. An old man sighed leisurely. Old Taoist, this is your grandson. Can you hold back from paying attention? Another old man opened his mouth to flirt. Chen Wudao swept a glance at the crowd before saying, this seat is just saying not to go. It's not like he's not paying attention. Ha 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 ha, that is indeed the reasoning. It just so happens that the old man also wants to know what will happen next. An old man laughed aloud. The others smiled knowingly. They too were interested in what was to come. You have to know that this was a supremely ruthless person who had dried and crumbled the altar with his own strength. If you really miss it, you may never meet another one. Chapter 87 Still ing sucking. The whole clan is numb. At the same time, Yi Xinyan had been transmitting to Chen Stable, but had not received a response for a long time. But in this case, she didn't dare to do it the hard way for fear that it would make her son go off the deep end. It's still ing sucking. If you keep this up, the ancestors will be sucked dry by you. Grass. The elders of the Chen clan looked that anxious, but with Yi Xinyan straddling the front, they didn't dare to rush up to stop them. Sister-in-law, why don't you think of something else? Chen Baxian took a deep breath and was close to saying that he would let Yi Xinyan forcefully stop it. What? Going off the deep end you out responsible? Yi Xinyan coldly stared at Chen Baxian. Whether he goes off the deep end or not we don't know, but if this keeps up, none of us here will survive. All the elders are numb. Chen Baxian pulled out a hard smile. If this continues, the supreme ancestor will have to come out again. When the time comes, we'll be punished, not to mention that we might as well bury the family's foundation. Yi Xinyan was silent, and after thinking about it, he decided to walk towards where Chen Stable was. And just then, Chen Stable slowly opened his eyes. Mother, is there something wrong with you? Hearing Chen Jian's voice transmission, Yi Xinyan hurriedly said, son, you need to stop. Time's up? Chen Jian could not help but say, by all rights, it should have been only 3/4 of a second ago. Yi Xinyan shook his head. It's not a matter of time. It's the fact that if you continue, the altar and the ancestor idol will have to be dried up by you. Chen Stable immediately looked towards where the altar was. Into the eyes was none other than the cracked altar, and the 9 array masters who were holding on for dear life. As for the asylum god's shadow in mid-air, it had long since become hidden, almost as if it had simply disappeared. Seeing this, Chen Stable could not help but stop the movements in his hands, his heart sighing with some sighs of relief. As a member of the Chen clan, he naturally knew that he must not jeopardize the interests of the clan for his own selfishness. Pity.
He couldn't help but let out another long sigh at the thought.
You're still sighing.
The crowd was speechless. They had seen those who had gotten a bargain, but they had never really seen such a cheap one. But they were also relieved. At least Chinstable knew how to stop before it was too late. Or else it wouldn't look good on anyone's face if it got messy. Without saying anything more, Chinstable slowly closed his eyes again, carefully feeling the changes within his body. The most obvious change belonged to the cells of his flesh. His chi and blood were surging, and every cell was trembling like a thunder drum, sounding like thunder. He had a feeling that his own physical strength was at least more than 3 times that of before, and these are brought about by changes in the chaotic sequence. But even so, the second sequential yoke remained undone. Once the sequence shackle was unlocked, what changes would be brought about, even he could not estimate. On top of that, a small bud that had grown from the divine tree root within his spiritual aperture had also had the tendency to grow and open up. The change in the shoots also brought about a change in power, the most obvious being that the divine power that radiated out was older and more powerful than before. This harvest is so big. The corner of Qin Jian's mouth couldn't help but hook. With this in mind, Chinsteady slowly collected the power parties inside and outside his body and pressed the surging blood chi down. Just what Chinstable didn't know was that Chen Tianmian had been staring deathly from the sidelines. Those eyes were deep and cold, like vipers lurking in the shadows, capable of taking someone's life at any time. Phew! Chen Jian gave a long exhale before opening his eyes, and as the crowd looked at Chinstable in this state, they already didn't know what to say. At this moment in time, they didn't dare to look down on Chinstable anymore. Regardless of what method Chinstable had used to draw on the Emperor's chi, at least this ability was something that none of the people on the scene possessed. It was a superstar like Chen Tianmian who was crushed in this round. When Yi Xinyan saw Chinstable in this state, he also put down his heart. At least her sudden move to stop it didn't cause any fallout. Only after returning to her seat did she look at the hard-faced Mo Shinshue and said, "You've lost. Prepare the 3 Imperial weapons. Also, hand over my Emperor gun." Saying that, Yi Xinyan's voice turned violently cold. When these words came out, the scene was plunged into a dead silence. This really doesn't give any face at all. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. But thinking about it, it wasn't like Yi Xinyan was to blame for being aggressive. The bet was originally brought up by Mo Shinshue, and it was also opened with someone else's son. It would be strange for Yi Xinyan to give a good face. "Bring the gun," Lulan Yutian said towards Mo Shinshue. Apparently, he saw the situation and wanted to make a peace offering. Mo Shinshue clenched her silver teeth and took the Imperial spear and placed it in Lulan Yotian's hand. "Sister-in-law, this is your gun. Keep it." Lulan Yutian even handed it to Yi Xinyan. Yi Xinyan didn't even look at Lulan Yutian and said in a cold voice, "I'm going to make her return it with her own hands." "Sister-in-law." Lulan Yutian still wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Yi Xinyan. "This is not negotiable." The smile on Lulan Yutian's face gradually converged, staring at Yi Xinyan for a long time before handing the Emperor gun back to Mo Shinshue. Mo Shinshue knew that she couldn't close this matter without an attitude, so he took a deep breath, before he held up the Imperial gun with both hands and handed it to Yi Xinyan. "Sister Yan, this is indeed something that my little sister did not do well. Please do not take offense. After watching little Steady's growth today, as an elder I am very happy for him, and also for you, Sister Yan." Yi Xinyan grabbed the Emperor's gun with one hand and said coldly, "Your high regard for my son can't afford it. Keep it for your own pleasure." After saying that, he didn't care if Mo Shinshue's face was ugly or not. He directly sat back down. "You," greeting the gazes of the crowd, Mo Shangshue was incomparably shamed. But on the contrary, she couldn't have a fit at this time. "Since my sister-in-law said so, we won't say anything." Lulan Yutian pulled Mo Shinshue to sit down. But at this moment, his face was extremely ugly. Chen Baidao, who had already returned long ago, watched all of this and didn't say a word since the beginning. Not to mention his own mother. Even he couldn't stand to see Mo Shinshue. "It's understandable that you're standing up for your daughter, and it's understandable that you have anger in your heart. Yet, you can't let loose again and again. And just because someone doesn't speak up really doesn't mean you're justified. Now that you've been punched in the face, you want to come back to the table. Why did you do it so long ago? Let's not talk about whether your daughter is right or wrong. Just because of your character, he will never allow his son to marry your daughter." Thinking of this, Chen Baidao then said towards Chen Bashuan, "Let's proceed to the next match." "Good." Chen Baxian nodded, and at this time, he also regained his calmness, as if he was the fair and just master of the situation. Only to see him stand up, he said to the group at the bottom, "This is the end of the first Emperor Chi baptism. Next is the second, the bloodline purity test. If you didn't play well in the first game, please express yourself in the second game." With that, he turned his words around, This one largely determines the order of the Imperial Sun's serial number. Only the further forward the Emperor number is, then the more resource support it will receive. So work hard and don't let yourself have regrets. Chapter 88 Not an Injustice. 9th grade Purity Emperor Blood. When these words came out, all the children were suddenly agitated again. Yeah, the first round didn't represent everything. This second round of bloodline purity was the most crucial. Although Emperor Qi could purify the bloodline to a certain extent, if the purity of one's bloodline wasn't high in the first place, even sucking in more Emperor Qi wouldn't help. This most essential thing is something that no amount of external force can change. Thinking of this, the disillusionment in their hearts was swept away. Chen Tianmeng was in the same mood, only to see him stand up slowly, once again resuming his previous indifference and loneliness. He lost the first round, but never the second. Bloodline purity. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth slightly hooked. In fact, he was also looking forward to which level of emperor blood he possessed had reached. Chen Baxian scanned the sons and daughters before speaking. Men, rise the emperor's bloodstone pillar. Yes, it was only after the 9 formation masters responded that they once again formed hand seals. Soon, 9 black stone pillars rose from the large venue. The stone pillars were covered with blood-colored patterns, as if they had flowing rocks running through them. Even though he was looking at it from afar, he could still feel a mysterious aura lingering from these flowing rocks. After the Emperor Blood Stone Pillars stood completely, Chen Baxian continued to speak. These 9 Emperor Blood Pillars are used to determine the purity of your bloodline. Do you see the blood-colored Emperor patterns on them? All you need to do is press your palms onto the stone pillars and then mobilize your own blood chi, and the Scarlet Emperor patterns will be illuminated. There are a total of 11 colors in the Emperor crest, which are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black, gray, silver, and gold. These 11 colors correspond to grades 1 to 11, with grade 1 having the lowest bloodline purity and grade 11 having the highest bloodline purity. Speaking of this, Chen Baxian's words changed. There are 1,030 sons and daughters participating in the adulthood ceremony this time, and you will be divided into 9 groups next. The specific group affiliations will be in the order in which the serial number tokens are distributed, with each group first receiving an average of 114 people. As for the 4 people who were assigned white plate tokens, they can choose any of the Emperor Bloodstone Pillars to test, but you can only wait until the person with the serial number has been tested before you can make your choice. We will have a specialized elder to record the results after the test, and also make it public after the grand ceremony. Now do you have any questions? No more. The sons responded in unison, and one could clearly see the stupidity on their faces. Alright then, someone distribute the serial number tokens. Chen Baxian nodded and gave the order. The elders at the bottom, who were presiding over the assembly formation, did not hesitate any longer and launched their tokens together towards the children at the bottom. Chen Jian drew a token from the hands of an elder, and his hand spread a whiteboard token that immediately came into view. Oh, I didn't expect to be so lucky. The only 4 white edition tokens were also drawn for me. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth slightly hooked. He didn't think much of the outcome. As far as he was concerned, the sequence didn't matter. Soon all the sons and daughters, too, got their tokens. After getting the token, autonomously gather under their respective emperor's bloodstone pillars. Chen Baxian swept a glance at the sons before speaking. As soon as these words came out, the children on the scene immediately took action, instantly splitting into 9, each heading towards the stone pillar they were on. Soon, there were only 4 subs left on the scene. They were Chen Stable, Chen Tianming, Chen Zihe and Chen Tiandu. Seeing this state, the already noisy scene exploded. Holy, this can even collide together. Those elders are taught to do it on purpose. Awesome, this is going to be fun. The top 3 on the celestial ranking, plus a super dark horse. Ha ha ha, which one of the 4 of them do you think will come in first? Chen Tianmian. After all, his cultivation and talent are there. He, you're afraid you've forgotten what just happened. Wasn't Chen Tianmian crushed to the bone just the same? It's different. This round measures bloodline purity. Even the most powerful means of absorption is useless. One is not the same as the other. You won't know until you see it, and it's no use blowing it out of proportion. As the scene resounded with a burst of noisy sounds, the crowd of powercomers on the high platform also revealed gazes of interest. Because of this bloodline purity, what is looked at is the individual's underlying strength, not the external means. So, in their opinion, it's not really possible to say who will take first place. However, at this time, their mentality was already different and they didn't dare to belittle Chen's stability anymore. At the very least, Chen Stable was already a genius on the same level as Chen Tianmian in their eyes. At this moment, the 4 people standing in the center of the field also looked at each other. Aside from Chen Stable, The remaining 3 had fierce flames flashing in their eyes. It was clear that none of them would let anyone in this round and didn't think they were any worse than the other 3. And Chen Tianmian's cold, bloodthirsty gaze finally settled on Chen Stable's body. His purpose was clear. He wanted to trample Chen's stability hard in this round of tests. At this time, Chen Baxian's voice rang out once again. The test will now begin. All sons, please follow the order of the God's Bloodstone test stage. Here we go. The sons of the crowd were shocked, and after taking a deep breath, they headed towards the Emperor's Bloodstone test bench. As the 4 sons simultaneously pressed their hands down on the Emperor's Bloodstone pillar, the stone pillar shook. In the next moment, the Emperor pattern surged wildly, and the light blossomed at first. Chen Guha, 18 years old, 3rd grade purity Emperor blood. Chen Gu Yuan, 17 years old, 4th grade purity Emperor blood. Chen Zihan, 16 years old, 2nd grade purity Emperor blood. Chen Tianfeng, 18 years old, 5th grade purity Emperor blood. An ancient inscribed sound came out from the stone pillars, resounding in every corner. Not bad, go down. The elder on the testing platform nodded. Thank you, elder. After the 4 sons responded, they silently walked off the testing platform, with the 4 sons leading the way. The others were both apprehensive and foolish, knowing that this test was a matter of their fate. Who wouldn't want a higher bloodline purity, especially since they were the sons of the Imperial clan? Bloodline purity was valued even more. As a little bit of time passed, the light on the Emperor's bloodstone flickered non-stop. In between, a 16-year-old girl named Chen Qingming pushed the atmosphere to a new high. The purity of an 8th grade bloodline was only 3 small levels short of an 11th grade. The geniuses within the Chen clan were countless, but to be able to achieve 8th grade purity of Emperor blood was enough to be focused on. But soon the record she had made was broken by Chen Guduan. At the same age of 16, his Emperor blood purity came to the 9th grade. That gray light dyed the entire sky gray, and the ancient air currents swirled in more than one way. Very terrifying. 9th grade purity. Awesome. Looks like this is another dark horse. No surprise, he should be in the top 5. Listening to the marvelous sounds coming from all around, the corners of Chen Guduan's mouth lifted slightly. He had waited too long for this moment today. Chen Wufei, the supreme celestial pride. He, Chen Guduan, might not be able to compare. But how many Chen Invincibles are there in the Chen clan? Watch, this is just the beginning. He Chen Guduan still have more powerful in the future. Chen Baxian looked at his son's performance and also secretly nodded. The corners of his mouth hooked into a faint smile. Very good. Keep up the good work. The testing elder suppressed his inner excitement and said. Chen Guchen raised his eyebrows arrogantly, ignoring the elder's praise, and directly stepped down from the testing platform. The smile on the test elder's face froze, but in the end, he didn't say anything. This scene also fell in the eyes of many people, and many of them silently shook their heads. The talent is good, but the heart is terrible. Next, the test continues, but in the end, there was still no one to break Chen Guduan's record. 9th grade Emperor blood purity temporarily ranked first, and everyone's gazes went to the 4 remaining people on the field. This was the moment they were most looking forward to. Chapter 89. Now what are you going to fight me with? Another heavenly destiny Emperor clan comes. Under the gaze of the crowd, the only woman, Chen Zai, took a deep breath before saying, since no one came first, let me make a start. When she said that, she saw her lifting her steps towards the high platform. Around 18 years old at the 10th level of the life and death realm? It's indeed not bad. Ying Long leisurely spoke. It's an honor for her to receive Brother Ying's praise. Chen Ba Dao laughed aloud. I'm just being realistic. Not bad is not bad. Ying Long shook his head and said. Chen Baidao smiled and didn't say anything else. And by this time, Chen Zai had already arrived in front of the Emperor's bloodstone pillar, only to see her take another deep breath and slowly reach out her hand to press it against the stone pillar. As she stimulated the blood chi in her body, a force surged into the stone pillar. The Emperor pattern flashed more than once, and a cluster of black light exploded, coloring the entire midair. Chen Zai, 18 years old, 8th grade purity Emperor blood. The ancient inscribed voice then sounded. Is it only 8 pints? Chen Zai's face darkened, extremely lost. Perhaps it was because the 8th rank was already at the top in the crowd of children. But for her, it was still very unsatisfactory, at least in her opinion. With her talent anymore, there should be a 9th grade purity to be enough. Is the Son of Heaven ranked 3rd only at the 8th rank? That's a bit out of line with expectations. Is the 8th grade very bad? Don't you see? So far only 2 of the 8th grade have come out. That's thousands of sons and daughters. Well, it's our expectations that are too high. Listening to the crowd's murmurs, Chen Zai's heart tightened, but in just a few breaths, she regained her fighting spirit once more. What about 8 pints of purity? Even if I don't rely on the Emperor's blood,
then I may not be unable to step onto the pinnacle. With that in mind, she walked off the test bench with her head held high. This girl is very good. Ying Long spoke once more. If we say that last time, Ying Long was a bit of a subtle braggart. This time, then, he really said a very good word from the bottom of his heart for Chen Zai's hardiness. There are as many geniuses in the world as there are people, but there are too few and far between those who can have an equal heart. It is very good. Chen Baidao also nodded solemnly. Obviously, his current thoughts were the same as Ying Long's. Chen Tiandu glanced at Chen Tianmian and Chen Stable, and after thinking about it, he also walked towards the high platform. As the second place in the Heaven's Sun ranking, although he was very reluctant, both Chen Tianmian and Chen Stable had reasons to drag their feet compared to him. Now, he could only pin his hopes on the bloodline test. Only by pulling off a win on this would he be able to stand on the same level as Chen Stability and Chen Tianmian. With that in mind, he moved forward even faster. Within a short time, he arrived in front of the Emperor's Bloodstone Pillar. With Chen Zai's example, the crowd didn't rush to define it anymore. After all, anything is possible until the results are in. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Tiandu didn't even hesitate before his palm imprinted down on the Emperor's Bloodstone Pillar. Phew! Under the violent impact of the blood qi, the Emperor pattern also flickered with extreme speed, and the colors were constantly changing. Eventually the gray exploded and instantly covered the entire dome of the sky. Chen Tiandu, 18 years old, 9th grade Emperor blood purity. The ancient inscribed voice sounded once more. Good. Chen Tiandu roared heavily in his heart, as if he wanted to wash away the depression in his heart. The scene, too, fell silent at this point. 9 grades of bloodline purity, although only 1 grade higher than 8 grades, but the difference of this 1 grade is a rift. It was in the Qin clan that a 9th grade purity bloodline was in existence that could be ranked. It could be said that Chen Tiandu's future was limitless. Very good. You're the only one with a 9th grade bloodline purity. Keep up the good work. The testing elder praised. Disciple will definitely continue to work hard. Chen Tiandu solemnly said. Well, go down. The testing elder smiled and nodded, satisfied with Chen Tiandu's attitude. After Chen Tiandu stepped down from the testing platform, the crowd's demeanor tightened, because the main event is coming. They had been expecting this moment to come since the beginning of this round of testing. Is it Chen Tianmian, who has shown superhuman talent since he was a child and has been hailed as a superstar? Who is better? Or is Chen Stable, who dominated the first round and dry crashed the altar? Better. Of course, what they wanted to know even more was Chen Stable, who had sucked in so much Emperor Qi. Which level of purity of one's bloodline will be raised to? Would there be another 11th grade supreme genius? Or even break the 11th grade and reach the phenomenon of returning to the ancestors? They're really looking forward to it. Seeing that Chen Stable did not make a move for a long time, Chen Tianmian's face gradually turned icy cold, because in his opinion, as long as he was 1 step ahead of Chen Stable, it meant that he was a head lower than Chen Stable. Chen Stable had a faint smile on his lips. How could he not know about Chen Tianming's small mind? But on the contrary, he didn't want to let Chen Tianmai have his way. Seeing that the two didn't respond for a long time, the testing elder could only intervene. Both of you don't want to come first, so let's go by the results of the first round. Chen Stable can have first choice due to being in first place. Go ahead. You want first or second? Chen Stable glanced at Chen Tian and spoke leisurely. Of course it's after. The more powerful ones are the last to appear. Brother Tian, you say. You. Chen Tianmeng naturally knew that Chen Stable was deriding him. In an instant, the suppressed fire of forgiveness rushed straight to his heavenly aura, barely devouring his sanity. Why is your face so ugly? Brother Heaven's destiny? Chen Stable couldn't help but open his mouth, a look of ignorance on his face. This is so cheap. When the crowd heard this, people were speechless. They didn't know if Chen Tianmeng was angry or not. Anyway, in their place, they were afraid that even their lungs would explode. Click, click, click. Chen Tianmian clenched his teeth grooves repeatedly, his eyes becoming more and more scarlet. Phew, phew, exhale. But what was left of his sanity told him that he must not be impulsive, or the one who would be disgraced would definitely be him. Only after taking several consecutive breaths did Chen Tianmian suppress his anger before silently turning around and walking towards the testing platform. Oh, it's quite tolerable, but that's what makes it so much more fun. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth slightly hooked, drawing an evil arc. At this time, the attention of the crowd also fell back on Chen Tianmeng. They were curious to know if Chen Tianmian could turn the tables on the Jedi. Ying Long unknowingly tensed up as well. He was still optimistic about Chen Tianmeng. If Chen Tianmian covered Chen Stable at this level, then the gap in the first round would be enough to make up for it. Arriving in front of the Emperor Bloodstone Pillar, Chen Tianmeng did not strike first. Instead, calm yourself down and be at your best for the test. He knew better than anyone that this was his last chance. Once he lost to Qin Jian, then all the efforts he had made for 17 years would come to nothing. What he, Chen Tianmeng, wanted was never the first person. Phew! Only after he had adjusted his state to his best did Chen Tianmian exhale a long breath of turbid air, only to see him raise his hand, his palm gradually swimming with golden Imperial Tao rhythms, blood chi overlapping and surging in it, superimposing all sorts of amazing visions. Boom! After the chi and blood had diffused to the extreme, Chen Tianmian did not hesitate any longer and blasted a heavy palm onto the stone pillar. Meet! In an instant, a brilliant light was released from the Emperor tattoo at first glance, climbing in midair and going straight into the flying sky above, as a burst of ancient inscribed sounds were being transmitted, and the color kept changing in the rapid climb, finally turning into silver exploding above the 9 heavens. Quiet! There was a deathly silence in the room. What the color silver stands for? Representation is 10 pints, only 1 pint away from 11. In the entire Chen clan, the sons and daughters who possessed 10th grade emperor blood were now the core of the core, each possessing a unique emperor Dao inheritance. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as these sons and daughters didn't fall, the great emperor realm was not to be spoken of, but the Dao-proof realm was the nail in the coffin. All of the Chen clan elders on the high platform were watching this scene with excitement. The vast majority of those of them had come for Chen Tianmai, and at this moment, Chen Tianmeng was finally proving himself. Ying Long, who had been keeping his face taut, finally smiled at this time. Is the purity of the 10th grade of Emperor's blood unusual indeed? Looking at the crowd's reaction, Chen Jian also smiled leisurely. Chen Tianmian suppressed his inner excitement and took a step out, his suppressed anger rippling out as he barked and drank straight at Chen's stable. Now, what are you going to fight me with? Swish swish swish. At that instant, everyone was looking towards where Chen's stable was. The feud between the two had always been in their sights. They also wanted to know if Chen's stable could respond to Chen Tianmai. That's 10 grades of emperor blood purity. It's so hard to go beyond that. Greeting Chen Tianmai's call, Chen's stable moved, lifting his steps towards the testing platform. Ha ha ha, how could such a scene be without us? The Heaven's Destiny Imperial Clan, Dragon Clan Elder Long Aohan, has come with our clan's children to congratulate them. Right at this moment, a loud laugh resounded in midair. The Celestial Destiny Emperor Clan? Dragons? The crowd was shaken. One must know that it had long been no secret that the Chen clan was at odds with the Dragon clan. Now coming over to congratulate me. It's obvious that he's coming from a bad place. Chen Jian also stopped at this time and looked at the direction of the incoming person, his eyes narrowing into a line. Chapter 90. If I can step on you once, I can step on you twice. To the eye, it was a spirit carriage that had quickly swept in from a short distance away, only to see 10,000 feet of clouds quickly lined up to both sides. The scene it's extremely shocking. Let them in, Chen Baidao said indifferently. Not much fluctuation could be heard in his voice. In fact, when they, the Chen clan, had widely invited all the major powers to come and participate in the coming-of-age ceremony, they had expected that there would be ill-intentioned comers. Just in time, he'd like to see what these people want. Soon, the spirit sword came to a stop in midair in the large meeting hall. Under the gaze of the crowd, the first person to step out was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man's appearance was quite handsome. It was his temperament that was a bit on the feminine side, giving off a very gloomy feeling. On top of that, he bore a slight resemblance to the dead Long Ao Tian, and at a glance, the two were not shallow. Stepping out with him was a teenager of 16 or 17. The young man was dressed in a green suit, with narrow, aggressive eyes. Most importantly, the teenager's breath was thick and long, giving off a feeling that his foundation was extremely solid, yet unfathomable. Triple Nirvana realm? An existence stronger than Chen Tianmai? All of a sudden, everyone's attention was attracted by the youth in green, especially the sons of the Chen clan. Their faces all changed slightly. Internally, perhaps they each have their own bright ideas and are not far behind. However, externally, they never forgot that they were from the Chen clan. So naturally, they had to maintain everything in the Chen clan. Now that the Dragon clan had come with such a youngster, at the same age, his cultivation was above Chen Tianmian. This was clearly a slap in the face of their Chen clan. Chen Tianmeng also noticed this scene, and his face changed slightly as his gaze landed on the green-clothed teenager. Although he didn't want to admit it, he felt the pressure on this teenager. If he really fought, he didn't have absolute confidence in winning over his opponent. At that thought, his hand, which was hidden under his sleeve, couldn't help but tighten. And at this time, Long Aohan landed in the spirit carriage with the green-clothed teenager and slowly came to a short distance from Chen Baidao. Only Long Ao Tian clasped his fists and said, I heard that your clan is having a big adult ceremony. It's very lively.
Villain Long Ao Han specially came to ask for a cup of water wine.
If there is any presumptuousness, please forgive me, Patriarch Chen.
Chen Baidao stood up and also clasped his fists in salute.
Brother Cold is out of place. You are naturally welcome to our Chen clan for coming.
The smile on Long Ao Tian's face did not diminish.
Shao Dust, why don't you come over and meet Patriarch Chen? Kid Long Ruochen, meet Patriarch Chen.
Long Ruochen hurriedly bowed with a respectful attitude. If he hadn't known beforehand that these two were coming from a bad place, then he would have really thought that they had come here specifically to congratulate him.
Aha! Chen Baidao nodded without any other signs. Long Ao Tian introduced from the side. This is the first place winner of our Dragon Clan's adulthood ceremony, Long Ruochen.
The reason for this visit is also to allow him to interact with the first of the nobles. It's also good to let him know what it means to be outside of people and outside of the sky.
So don't be proud of yourself. This is certainly a good thing. But we're just getting started here, so you guys might have to wait a bit. Chen Baidao lightly laughed. Ha ha,
it just so happens that the little man also wants to have a good look at the noble's children.
Long Ao Tian laughed loudly. Men, bestow a seat. Chen Baidao nodded and then spoke. Soon, Long Ao Tian was placed on the high stage. As for Long Ruochen, he stood by Long Ao Tian's side.
It's a rule that juniors can't share a table with elders.
This is your son, isn't it? He is truly a talented man. Just after sitting down insufficiently, Long Ao Tian then looked at Chen Dao at the venue again.
Chen Baidao's expression remained unchanged.
Indeed, does Brother Cold have any pointers? Guidance can't be talked about. It's just that your son is a bit of a sigh of relief. Long Ao Han lightly laughed. With that,
the words changed. It's also a coincidence that I've only just arrived,
and I've stumbled upon your son about to take the field,
to appear in the finale with a cultivation of the third life and death realm.
That's quite something. This seat will have to take a good look at it. The moment these words came out,
the colors of the group of power comers on the high changed more than a little.
Long Ao this is the words have meaning listen as if there is exclamation is in appreciation, but anyone can hear another layer of meaning. If Chen Stable cannot perform, then it will become a joke, just so he can look at the joke. Chen Baidao didn't spoil Long Ao Han either.
My son may not have any other advantages, but he likes to punch faces, and there have been quite a few people whose faces have been smashed.
Ha ha, then I can look forward to it even more. Long Ao Han still laughed aloud,
but his eyes had gradually become somewhat cold and heavy.
Go on. Chen Baidao glanced at Chen Bashuan and said. Chen Baxian nodded, then spoke.
Those who have not completed the test please continue.
The moment these words came out, the crowd's thoughts once again came back together,
and they all swished and looked at Chen Stable.
The atmosphere, which was already silent, once again became dead. As far as they were concerned, the arrival of Long Ao Han and Long Ruochen was at most an episode.
The biggest attraction has to be the open and shut battle between Chen Jian and Chen Tianmian. Chen Jian collected his thoughts and lifted his steps towards the nearest test bench.
As he stepped onto the testing platform, Chen Tianmian happened to pass him by mistake, only to see Chen Tianmian slowly sidestep his head, his eyes icy cold. I admit that I lost in the first round. With that, the words snapped. But this round, what are you going to fight me with? At this moment, Chen Tianmian was unprecedentedly confident and enraged. It's a face-to-face output. How is Chen Jian going to respond?
The crowd naturally noticed this scene and couldn't help but keep a close eye on where Chen Stable was. Chen Jian slowly raised his eyelids and spat out in a cold voice.
If I can step on you once, I can step on you a second time.
No one in this world can stand up after being stepped on by me.
Holy crap, how crazy and dominant.
The crowd stuttered, their pupils all shrinking in unison.
Especially that line.
No one in this world can stand up after being stepped on by me. The simplicity of it shows off the dominance and arrogance to the fullest.
Who else is there in this world? You. Well. I Chen Tianmian put my eyes to watch. Chen Tianmian's anger rushed to his cavity, and he roared lowly with hatred. Thumbs up.
With a cold snort, Chen Stable lifted his steps and ascended the testing platform.
Every step reverberated.
Every step struck the hearts of the crowd.
At this moment,
not a single person in the entire room made a sound,
and all of them stared in death.
Upon arriving at the Emperor Blood Stone Pillar, Chen Stability slowly dropped his gaze onto the Emperor pattern.
From it, he did feel a terrifying power fluctuation, which resonated with the bloodline in his body.
Perhaps, this was the reason why the purity of the Emperor's blood could be tested.
With this in mind,
Chen Stable did not hesitate any longer and slowly extended his palm.
Is it finally coming? Seeing this, everyone held their breath,
not even daring to blink their eyes for fear of missing something.
At this moment,
the most nervous people were undoubtedly Chen Stable's 4 closest relatives.
They are anticipating, and they are afraid. After all,
Chen Stable had been growing out of their eyes for these 16 years.
So how much can they do? They don't really know. Now all they can do is pray.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Stable's palm was finally fitted onto the Emperor Bloodstone pillar.
Chapter 91 Epileptic Chen Tianmian.
This son must die. At that instant, Chen Steady felt the blood in his body scurrying with extreme speed,
as if it was going to all rush into the Emperor Bloodstone. Phew, that's some fun. In response,
Chen's stability did not stop it,
allowing the blood to run amok. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths.
As a little bit of time passed, there was still no reaction on the Emperor's Bloodstone pillar. The crowd that saw this scene finally began to wonder. Fixed as it was, the test didn't take that much time at all.
Could it be that the bloodline purity was too low, which caused the Emperor Bloodstone pillar to remain unresponsive for a long time? At once,
a single conjecture floated to the minds of the crowd.
Not far away, a maniacal smile had gradually appeared on Chen Tianmian's face. This round, he won.
The first person will always be him.
Chen Tianmeng, on top of the high platform. Chen Baidao's expression appeared unchanged,
but the hand hidden under his sleeve was already clenched. Yi Xinyan was just the same.
His expression taut, staring intently at Chen Jian.
So it's this kind of stuff.
Long Aohan shook his head,
his face no longer interested in probing. One of the purposes of his visit was to see the potential of Chen Stable. But what disappointed him was that the son or daughter that Chen Stable was so protective of was such a commodity.
At this moment,
he was nothing but disappointed.
Well, the more crap the better.
Emotion Shui instantly roared in her heart, as if she wanted to vent out all the pent-up grievances that were weighing on her heart. As for Chen Wudao and the others who were hidden in the shadows,
observing this time, they did not say a word,
but anyone could see the disappointment on Chen Wudao's face.
The Emperor bloodline was the foundation of the Chen clan, and if the purity of the Emperor blood was too low, then one could only say that it wasn't worth cultivating.
And just when the crowd thought that the matter had been finalized, the Emperor's Bloodstone pillar suddenly vibrated wildly, and that degree of vibration was greater than everyone in front of him,
just about cracking the entire large meeting hall. How is this possible? In an instant, everyone was shocked. Strictly speaking, the sudden onslaught stunned them. No, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Tianmeng's pupils shook straight up and roared in his heart. Boom!
Under the shock of the crowd, the Emperor's lines raced across the stone pillars like a barrage of electric currents.
In an instant,
they rushed out of the stone pillars and swept through the 9 heavens.
The ancient drums echoed, and an Emperor's shadow was superimposed, overlooking the entire heaven and earth. This vision, sizzles, the crowd could no longer speak,
but could only silently suck in a breath of cold air.
If the vision brought by Chen Tianmian was a star,
then what Chen Stable brought was a river of 10,000 stars.
It can only be described as an exaggeration. Come out to me.
The palm power in Chen Stable's hands sizzled, blasting heavily against the stone pillar.
At that instant,
the Emperor pattern that penetrated above the 9 heavens exploded, filling the sky with a golden radiance that showered the entire heavenly dome.
Chen Stable, 16 years old, 11th grade Emperor blood purity, 11th grade Imperial blood purity? Holy crap, is awesome. Quiet. The entire large venue fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to speak, or even to utter a single breath.
Swish swish swish.
At the same time,
all the Chen clan elders on the high platform stood up,
looking at this incredulously. Ever since Chen Xinghe, there hadn't been another 11th grade Emperor blood purity son, had there? For this moment,
they had waited for a full 5 years.
Originally, they thought that Chen Tianmeng would be next.
They also provide a lot of help for this. It turned out to be just 10 pints. When they were disappointed,
Chen Stable gave their Chen clan a surprise. Moreover,
this was still the youngest son ever to obtain the 11th grade of Emperor blood purity with just the 3rd life and death realm.
Good. At this moment, both Chen Baidao and Yi Xingyan couldn't hide their excitement and shouted in unison. Chen Hongmian and Chen Wufei, who were in the audience,
were also so excited that they couldn't help themselves at this moment. As for Chen Wudao and the others in the shadows, they had already revealed rotten smiles. But while some rejoice, others are sad.
Ying Long was not so bad.
He just sighed somewhat helplessly,
because, once again,
Chen Stable had punched him in the face.
And once again, he looked away. But Mo Shui, Chen Baxian and Long Ao Han, these were different. Although Mo Shui didn't have any killing intent towards Chen Stable, she never wanted to see this, especially the Chen Stable who was getting more and more attention. As far as she was concerned, the better Chen Jian was, then the harder her daughter and the ancient country were slapped in the face. As for Chen Baxian and Long Ao Han, the former is the one who manipulates everything behind the scenes. As far as he was concerned, the more outstanding Chen Jian was, the greater the threat to him. In the future, the harder it will be to implement his plan. Looks like it's time to move up the plan and nip this kid in the bud ahead of time. Thinking of this,
A hint of killing intent flashed under Chen Baxian's eyes.
Long Aohan didn't say a word,
but his face gradually sank cold.
As a member of the same emperor race,
he naturally knew what 11 grades of emperor blood purity represented and what potential it would have.
As long as he was allowed to grow up,
it was by no means impossible for him to grow into another Chen Wufei.
This son must die. In an instant, Long Aohan made a decision in his heart.
How could he have 11 pints of emperor blood purity?
How could he?
Chen Tianming's eyes were scarlet, and the bottom of his eyes were filled with jealousy and madness. It was only when he sucked up all the emperor's qi that he got the 11th grade. If my Empyrean qi isn't robbed,
then the 11 pints will be mine.
It's him. He's the one who ruined my future and took everything from me.
I'm not happy about it. This should never go away. Never. Kill him. He must be killed. Otherwise, it's hard to vent my anger. Thinking about this,
Chen Tianming's heart had long been surging with biting killing intent, and his reason was swallowed up little by little.
Chen Stable didn't have any reaction to the shock he had set off. However,
he wasn't very satisfied with the result. 11 products was indeed the limit of the Emperor's bloodstone pillar,
but it wasn't his limit.
Perhaps noticing Chen Stable's doubts,
Xian Hongshao's voice leisurely sounded.
If you hadn't awakened the chaotic sequence body, then the Emperor blood in your body would have been able to ascend at least 2 to 3 more levels. Especially, or in the case of sucking in so much Imperial qi.
What do you mean?
Chen Stable was instantly a bit puzzled.
The bloodline in your body has gradually metamorphosed into chaotic sequence blood, which is a bloodline even older and stronger than Emperor blood.
And your original Emperor blood will slowly be assimilated and swallowed up until it disappears into thin air.
It's a good thing the test was early, or you'd really be a waste in their eyes. Xian Hongshao leisurely flirted up. So it is. I told you. With a qualification like mine, how could I be only 11th grade? The corner of Chen Jian's mouth slightly hooked.
At this moment in time, he also finally understood what it meant that I only had to make a slight move.
And that was already their limit. But that wasn't a bad thing for him.
Only after thinking about this did Chen Jian collect his thoughts.
Then, Elder, can I go down?
The test elder hurriedly returned to his senses.
Coco is fine. Chen Jian nodded,
and then walked down under the gaze of the crowd.
As he passed by Chen Tianmian,
he walked pausing not even for a moment.
In his opinion, Chen Tianmeng was nothing more than a clown. That son of a, so arrogant, must die.
Seeing that he had been ignored,
Chen Tianmian, who was already furious, was even more enraged and boiling with murderous intent. Shortly after Chen Jian returned to his position, Chen Baxian,
who had received instructions,
stood up once more. Next is the third and final round of this adult ceremony.
The purpose of this round is to show us the growth you have gained through your experiences by challenging each other. The rules are simple. The challenged can refuse to answer the battle.
There is no limit to the number of times they can challenge, and they can simply admit defeat if they are not defeated. We'll be watching the matchup so we can award points accordingly. So don't skimp on showing up. The bottom of Chen Jian's eyes finally lit up.
The sparring match he was looking forward to could finally be coming.
Next, how it's time for him to make a big mess. Chapter 92. The entire clan's children are targeted. I only accept life and death battles. Son of a, it's time for you to die.
At the bottom of Chen Tianmian's eyes, a thick and dramatic killing intent immediately burst out.
As if he wanted to directly engulf Chen Stable.
He lost the first round.
He also lost in the second round.
He never believed he would lose in the third round. As long as Chen Stable was killed on the competition stage, then everything Chen Stable had gained would come to naught.
And he is still the first person in this coming-of-age ceremony.
It still gets the biggest slice of the clan's resources. At that time, he would be able to grow up quickly with these resources and inheritance. As for whether or not he would be targeted after killing Chen Stable, he no longer cared so much.
In his opinion, if a cultivator couldn't even withstand this little bit of pressure, he might as well die. In addition to Chen Tianmian,
Chen Guduan also locked onto where Chen Stable was at this moment,
not hiding his hostility.
If Chen Tianmian had only gradually developed murderous intentions towards Chen Stable at the time of the adulthood ceremony, then he hadn't liked Chen Stable from the start.
Plus,
he had received permission from his father,
Chen Baxian, before attending, so when he moved, he became even more carefree. In addition to the obvious hostility of these two,
there were also many people among the thousands of sons and daughters who cast probing gazes towards Chen Stable. There was no shortage of coldness in those stares.
Obviously, at this moment,
many of the sons were unconvinced of Chen's stability.
As far as they were concerned,
a small third life and death realm could not even compare to one of their fingers. The third round is a mutual challenge,
comparing real strength, and these can't be faked. It was also time to get back. If they let Chen Jian continue to be so reckless, where would they put their faces? Thinking about this,
many people gradually had a decision in their hearts.
Oh, interesting. I didn't realize I was so unappealing.
Chen Stable scanned the scene and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up in an arc.
Come on, come on, come on. I love it when people can't get enough of me and can't get rid of me. After seeing the crowd's reaction, Chen Baxian nodded without a trace. Since everyone has no opinions, then the third round will now begin. There are 9 bouts on the site, so you can challenge the son or daughter you wish to challenge. With those words, Chen Baxian directly sat back down,
and the scene exploded with a cacophony of rising and falling murmurs.
Here we go.
The session they were most looking forward to was finally coming. Especially Chen Stable. They could be too eager to see how Chen Stable's true strength was.
Chen Stable, I challenge you. Chen Stable, how about we have a fight? Chen Stable, are you interested in a sparring match? In an instant, dozens of sons and daughters stood out, all of them challenging Chen Stability. Like Chen Tianmian, Chen Guduan, Chen Tiandu and Chen Zai.
The sons of the Heavenly Sons ranking were all among them.
Holy, is it that hard right off the bat? When they saw this scene, the crowd was shocked. Awesome, this is going to be a good one. Soon, the crowd showed their excitement again. Oh, it seems that your son is still remarkable. Saying that, Long Ao Han's words changed. I wonder if Patriarch Chen has any opinions on this. The moment these words came out, Ying Long and the others all looked at Chen Baidao. They also wanted to know what thoughts Chen Baidao had on this. One must know that the fact that Chen Stable was in the triple life and death realm was a nail in the coffin. Take Chen Tianmian for example. That was the second Nirvana realm, a full 9 minor realms higher than Chen Stability. Even if Chen Stable was a supreme genius, facing Chen Tianmian, who was also a supreme genius, would he be able to defeat him in a battle across 9 minor realms? It may be possible, but it's definitely harder than getting to the top. Chen Baidao's expression remained unchanged as he asked rhetorically. In the first and second rounds, do you guys think it's possible for my son to win first place? Long Ao Han's face choked, and only after a long time did he say, it seems that Patriarch Chen is very confident. What? Is Brother Cold not optimistic about my son?
Chen Baidao raised his eyebrows and his voice gradually turned cold.
Long Ao Han's face slowly closed. In fact, I also want your son to stand out, so that my disciple can compete with your son. You'll see, just hope that you guys don't back down when the time comes. Chen Baidao glanced at Long Ao Han and leisurely said. Long Ao Han's face was completely cold and sullen. Then I'll have to let my eyes grow long to see if your son has the ability to do this. Chen Baidao didn't respond anymore, but instead returned his gaze to the assembly hall, greeting the challenges of dozens of people. Chen Stable, who had been calm and composed, slowly raised his eyelids. I only accept life and death battles, so if you have the guts to take a step forward. With that, the words snapped up. If you don't have any balls, get the hell back. When these words came out, the whole room was dead silent, but only for a moment. The rumble resumed. Holy, how dare he? Awesome. I count watching quite a few adult ceremonies. There really hasn't been that child who dared to be so wild. A kid of the threefold life and death realm, opening his mouth to accept only life and death battles. Ha ha ha. Really awesome big. On the high platform, at this time, there was a dead silence, and quite a few forces came with a touch of shock on their faces. They had originally thought that Chen Stable would appropriately answer some of the weaker sons and daughters as a walkthrough would suffice. After all, Chen Jian had already secured first place in the first 2 rounds, and this third round wasn't that important to say the least, so there's really no need to put yourself in danger for the sake of a moment's popularity. But Chen Stable was good. Not only did he not avoid the war, he even jumped into the fire pit himself. This is crazy. Chen Baidao, who had been silent all this time, also lightly wrinkled his eyebrows. Obviously, he couldn't figure out his own son and why he would push himself over the edge of a cliff. In his mind, it's just not necessary. Ha ha ha, looking for death yourself. Good job. Better really die on the fighting stage. Mo Xue, who had originally resigned herself to her fate, couldn't help but get excited again at this time. In her opinion, as long as Chen Stable died, the humiliation she had suffered today would dissipate, and her daughter will be relieved by it, which is a great deal of good. Here's your chance. A strange aura flashed under Chen Baxian's eyes as he directly transmitted his voice to his son. Is there any confidence? Chen Guduan was first stunned, then immediately said, 100%. Then waste the person. Just one of his lives will do. Chen Baxian spoke. Why don't you just kill it? Chen Guduan's face was filled with disbelief. There's still a use for keeping his life. Trust me, Chen Baxian explained in a rare manner. Alright, I'll listen to you, father. Chen Guduan thought about it and still answered. Aha. Chen Baxian responded and did not speak again. It seems that they are all eggless eggs. A disgrace. Chen Stable swept his gaze over the faces of the sons and smiled coldly. Arrogant. Between Chen Tianmian's sardonic shout,
He took a step forward, his invisible aura directly pressing down on where Chen's stable was. "If you want to die, I'll make you whole." As the words fell, a terrifying aura rioted out from within him, stirring up the airbursts that filled the sky. The space on the circumference could be seen twisting and sweeping madly. "And me." Saying that, Chen Gudwan also took a step out, and the violent blood lightning exploded, blasting the surroundings into a gray silence. The invisible berserk momentum swept around, pushing straight towards where Chen's stable was. "It's not your turn to be arrogant in the Chen clan. If you want to seek death, I don't mind taking you in." Only Chen Gudwan's gaze was cold, and the killing intent around him became more and more intense and terrifying. Chapter 93. I was just too busy killing people to hear too well. Chen Stable's expression remained unchanged as his gaze swept over the two men, finally settling on Chen Gudwan. Name, Chen Gudwan. Age, 16. Character, arrogant, cynical, uncaring, will do anything to get what he wants. Identity, Heaven's Destiny Imperial clan. Son of the Chen clan. Son of the Grand Elder. Natal soul, purple. Physique, Taiku prison thunder body. Realm, 9 realms of life and death. Oh, another son of the mandate of heaven. And still the son of Chen Baxian. Now that's interesting. Just in time. Just to get you and then your father. Thinking of this, the bottom of Chen Stable's eyes grew cold. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Stable took one step at a time towards the nearest competition stage. The moment he mounted the fighting stage, Chen Stability slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on the two of them. "You two go up together." "Holy, that's arrogant." The moment these words came out, the scene, which was still fairly dead silent, once again exploded. A word of life and death is not enough. Now that's good. Just let someone else have both of them. Is this really bottomless? Or is it just crazy? Let's not talk about how strong Chen Tianmeng was. Chen Gudwan was also in the actual 9th level of the realm of life and death, and at ING 2 for 1. That's not a joke. On the contrary, Chen Tianmian and Chen Gudwan's faces had gone completely cold. In their eyes, this was naked defiance on Chen Stable's part. Being defied by a tiny third life and death realm was the first time since their emergence. Dead. This kid has to die. Otherwise it is difficult to vent their anger. Thinking about this, Chen Tianmian and Chen Gudian could not help but look at each other, both able to see their respective thoughts. "You go or I go." Chen Tianming spoke first. "I'll do it." Chen Gudwan was straightforward, although his own father had instructed him to leave Chen Jian alive, but it didn't say how to stay. He must make Chen Stable beg for his life and beg for his death. Chen Tianmian glanced at Chen Gudwan. "Alright, then you'll be the one to do it." In his opinion, if Chen Guchen was able to kill Chen Stable, then he would just be spared a trouble. If he couldn't kill him, it would help him test Chen Stable's strength, and he would be able to have a better response later on. Thinking of this, his mind was made up. Chen Gudwan didn't say anything else, but walked step by step towards where the competition stage was. Every time he took a step forward, he saw the breath in his body soar by 1 point, and layers of blood lightning lingered outside his body. A good show was about to begin. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but hold their breath. Just how much Chen Stable has is also about to be revealed. But inwardly, they were biased in favor of Chen Gudwan. Yes, Chen Stable's talent was very good, and he also had quite a few terrifying means. However, standing on the competition stage was not just a matter of having talent, but also absolute strength. And they couldn't think of any way that a triple life and death realm could defeat a 9 life and death realm. Perhaps the only one on the scene who had absolute confidence in Chen Stable was Chen Hongnian. This was because when he was at the celestial realm, Chen Steady was able to overwhelm Chu Tianlong, who was at the 9th life and death realm. Chen Gudwan was indeed good, and it was also true that there was no more suppression of the heavenly Tao in the lower realms. However, she still felt that Chen Stable Jia would not lose to Chen Gudwan, and at this time, Chen Gudwan had already arrived underneath the competition stage. At this moment, his breath and power had also brewed to a limit, and a huge blood thunderstorm was accumulating in midair. There were endless blood shadows permeating the blood thunder, like ghostly shadows poking out from the 9 hells. The negative forces of blood, destruction, and rage filled half of the sky, making people fearful of what they would hear. So strong, the crowd's faces changed, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. At the same time, they couldn't help but look towards where Chen Stable was, as if to say, "What do you do in this situation?" Swish, Chen Gudwan suddenly moved. In one long sweep, the surrounding blood thunderstorms rioted, emitting bursts of frightening echoes. When he landed on the competition stage, the terrifying blood lightning covered the sky above. A piece of space shattered as much as it could, and the blood lightning bombarded indiscriminately in it. How you want to die? Chen Guchen took a step out, his aura once again rising, killing all the aura of the entire large meeting place. At the same time, A terrifying killing aura pushed horizontally towards where Chen Stable was, and the space between the circumference was shattered into pieces. Chen Stable did not even raise his eyelids as he stretched out one hand, blocking all of the incoming killing machines. That's it? Ridiculous. Chen Stable snorted coldly, grabbing fiercely with one hand and exploding the pressing force with a raw grip. The crowd was dumbfounded. Obviously, they hadn't thought that Chen Stable would be able to take Chen Gudwan's strike so easily either. Between Chen Gudwan's pupils shaking, his killing chance rose again. Prison Thunder Town Killing Fields. Kill. Chen Gudwan took another step down, and the originally riotous blood-colored prison thunder moved, instantly covering where Chen Stable was. One could only see endless prison thunder descending, like a heavenly mighty might, or a heavenly calamity sanctioning. In an instant, the entire fighting stage was all bombarded into blood-colored pieces, and space was pierced through in one fell swoop. Chen Stable, on the other hand, was directly encompassed by this piece of prison thunder, and his life and death were unknown. Chen Jian died just like that? This is too fast. The crowd froze and watched this for a long time. Humph. Unbearable. Chen Gudwan coldly smiled with extreme disdain in his voice. You do have self-knowledge. Chen Stable's voice leisurely reached Chen Gudwan's ears. How is that possible? Chen Gudwan was immediately shaken. A sense of danger arose, and subconsciously, he gathered the blood thunder field and enveloped himself. Chen Stable isn't dead. Look! As a gasp fell, the crowd looked over in unison. To the eyes, it was the image of Chen Stable looking down on Chen Gudwan. At this moment, Chen Jian, not only did he not have any damage, he was still as calm and collected as ever. Die for me! Chen Gudwan also locked Chen Stable's figure in an instant, driving the prison Thunder Town killing field to blast down once again. Playing thunder with my old man. Ridiculous. Chen Stable spat out a cold voice, and with his fingers together, he fiercely chopped out towards the thunder field in midair. Only a flash of black light was seen as endless heavy thunderbolts blasted down from beneath the 9 heavens. The entire minefield was then hurled into nothingness like a curtain of light. On the other hand, Chen Gudwan's face changed wildly as he deadpanned against the heavy thunder that kept suppressing the fall. Chen Stable, on the other hand, looked as if he was a killing god returning from hell under the reflection of the heavy thunder. Silence. The whole venue was dead silent. Everyone stared in stupefaction, their eyes full of disbelief, because what happened at the scene was so exaggerated. What does it mean when you don't make a move? But when you do, the sky is falling. That's it. Chen Tianmian, who had been watching all of this, had completely changed his face, because this hand was far beyond the limits of the life and death realm. The group on the high platform, other than Chen Baidao and Yi Xingyan who were thrilled, the others were all dumbfounded. As people who had been there before, they naturally knew the horror of this move. Moreover, it was still used by a triple life and death realm. Without a doubt, this moment Chen Jian proved his talent with strength. You have to die. Chen Jian used his finger as a sword, and the heavy lightning between his fingers gathered at a rapid pace. No! Chen Gudwan was instantly afraid. The current one was so wrapped up in heavy thunder that he couldn't free his hands at all. If Chen Stable was allowed to strike, then he would definitely die. No matter how arrogant he usually was, he was still very afraid in front of death. Steady, he's your cousin. After noticing Chen Stable's movements, Chen Baxian stood up at the first opportunity and called out sharply. However, Chen Stable struck even faster than him, slashing out with his sword before he could finish speaking. Thumbs up. With one sword strike, Chen Gudwan's head flew out. Holy, you really killed it. Once again, the entire crowd was in a daze, unable to believe what was in front of them. Chen Jian slowly turned his head and looked at Chen Baxian whose pupils exploded. Tang what? I was just busy killing people. I didn't hear it too clearly. Why don't you say it again? Second uncle? Chapter 94. The extremely angry Chen Baxian. Undisguised killing intentions. Everyone was dumbfounded at these words. What do you mean? Busy killing people? Didn't quite catch that. What do you mean by uncle too again? Why don't you say it again? You're doing this on purpose. Chen Baxian couldn't tense up any longer at this point. Bracing his hands on the tabletop, he growled forward. Son of a, you did it on purpose, didn't you? The crowd was shaken. This was the first time they had seen Chen Baxian lose his temper like this. But when you think about it, it makes sense again. Watching your son's head being chopped off with your own eyes would make any human being angry, right? On the other hand, Chen Baidao, who was on the side, didn't say a word. As long as Chen Baxian did not intervene, he did not intend to pay too much attention. It was because Chen Stable had indeed laid down a killer, and very decisively at that. But this was, after all, an appointment for a life and death battle. Either Chen Gudwan would die or his son would die. If he had to choose one person to die, then Chen Gudwan would go ahead and die. Chen Jian slowly raised his head.
the ice under his eyes flickering leisurely. I did do it on purpose. So what? You're looking for death. Chen Baxian was furious, his aura rippling around him, looking extremely terrifying. Laozi is standing right here. Come on.
Chen Jian's voice gradually cold and sank, bursting heavy thunder in the bombardment of,
damn, how dare he? This is the Grand Elder of the Chun clan. Once again,
the crowd was shocked by what they saw before them. Chen Baxian stared at Chen Stable with a deadly stare, murderous intent rising and falling from the bottom of his eyes. It was a long time before I saw him take a deep breath before bowing towards all of them.
It was me who was impulsive just now, letting all of you see the joke.
The crowd was silent.
Many people looked deeply at Chen Baxian.
Regardless of what psychology Chen Baxian was motivated by, to be able to suppress his anger under extreme rage was indeed a character.
There's one on the scene that counts, and there really aren't many that can do it. Chen Baidao sighed,
then patted Chen Baxian's shoulder.
Chen Baxian didn't say anything and just sat down silently. Oh, it is indeed tolerable enough. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth slightly hooked, but he wasn't in a hurry. He'd get you after getting Chen Tianmai. Let's see if you can stand it then. With this in mind,
Chen Steady then turned his head to where Chen Tianmian was and said in a cold voice, it's your turn. Get your ass up here and die.
Swish swish swish. At that instant, everyone looked towards where Chen Tianmeng was. At this moment, Chen Tianmian's face was cold and heavy, his gaze extremely icy. On Chen Jian, he did feel the pressure.
But this was by no means the bottom line that Chen Stable could provoke him. And to say something about letting him come up and die is just plain bold.
Boom! As the thought fell, Chen Tianmian took a step forward, the imperial chi within his body leaking out, instantly rising up to the sky. At first glance,
like a circle of golden cannonballs, it shattered the layers of space.
A pervasive black hole exploded, and endless spatial turbulence filled it. Bang! 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 At the same time, an unparalleled aura pushed straight out forward,
instantly shaking the competition stage where Chen Stable was located into a sky full of dust.
However, Chen Stable's aura was self-contained, and those thrusting auras staggered away from him, not injuring him in the slightest. At this time, Chen Stable was still as calm as ever, still as extraordinary as ever. Kill him for me and I'll make sure you're fine. Right at this moment, Chen Baxian's voice entered Chen Tianming's ears.
I also need maximum resources for cultivation.
Chen Tianming was first stunned,
and then he put forward his conditions.
Yes, Chen Baxian directly answered. Then I'll help you kill this person.
Chen Tianming said in a cold voice.
Chen Baxian didn't speak anymore. No one has ever most talked to him. In his opinion, Chen Tianming was already a dead man as well. You can die. Chen Tianmian directly formed a seal between a cold voice and a spit.
One could only see the power of the Imperial Emperor in the circumference of the sky rapidly converge and condense into a huge statue of the Imperial Emperor,
with golden streams of light entwining around the surface. The Imperial Seal. Chen Tianming struck out with a hand seal. The Emperor God statue moved, and when it raised its hand, it slapped down towards where Chen Stability was. There was Shin-fried power gathering in the giant hand. It looked like an ancient palm print, and the Emperor's pressure emanated from it. Chaotic horizontal heavenly hands.
Chen Stable did not hesitate and slapped out a horizontal heavenly hand. 9-colored chaotic sequence chi swirled recklessly between the hands,
and the giant hand grew dramatically larger, covering the sky and the sun with invincible power to suppress it. Boom! In just a split second,
the two attacks came crashing heavily against each other.
The space around them collapsed with a bang, and a terrifying force swept outward in a frenzy. Click! Bang!
Under the collision of the strike, the Emperor's seal shattered in response. The power of the horizontal heavenly hand continued to suppress down, and even the Emperor idol that had struck out was slapped into pieces with one hand.
How is this possible? Chen Tianmian's pupils exploded,
and there was an undisguised shock in the bottom of his eyes.
You know, this is his original divine ability. It's actually so unattractive. This is so strong.
The crowd silently sucked in a breath of cold air.
Chen Baxian's face sank like water, completely capable of dripping blood. If that's all you've got, then you can die.
Chen Stable flipped his hand and his spirit sword entered his hand.
In an instant,
terrifying sword chi erupted from between his hands, slicing the space around him like a storm full of sky,
slicing the space around him with a powdery bang. Vast heavenly sword art.
A sword cuts through the sky. Chen Jian raised his hand and then chopped down with a sword. Sword chi spread across the sky, and the power of felling the sky instantly cut the entire sky dome into two sides.
In this instant, there was only the sword left in this side of heaven and earth. Not good. Chen Tianming's face changed furiously once again,
and he also hurriedly took out a spirit sword, only to see the golden light of the sword blade wreak havoc between his swipes, and the power between his hands surged into it crazily.
Imperial Chopper.
As the power surged to the extreme,
Chen Tianmian no longer dared to slow down and hurriedly met him with a sword.
A huge emperor's shadow held the sword forcefully, and the two major powers of reality and emptiness were all integrated into this sword. The two swords should strike against each other.
Endless bombardment of sword chi.
The surrounding space was pulverized, and turbulence was raging continuously.
At the same time, the ground underneath the two men's feet was also sliced into pieces one by one, crisscrossing the ground and looking extremely tragic. Snort! In the next instant,
only a sword chop was seen slicing through all obstacles and slicing through Chen Tianmai's body. The emperor's body was broken in response, and a blood splash came out,
followed by half of Chen Tianmian's shoulder being sliced off. Quiet! Once again, the scene fell into a deathly silence.
It was only now that they realized that they had still far underestimated Chen Stable's power. A single sword had sliced off half of Chen Tianmian's shoulder. What the hell kind of monster was this?
One must know that Chen Tianmeng was a solid second-level Nirvana realm. Die!
Chen Jian spat out in a cold voice as he once again used the heaven-defying sword art.
Son of a, do you really think I can't get you? Chen Tianmian roared in a fierce voice and pointed a finger on his brow, only to see the seal at the center of his brow flashing, storing the power of faith to be liberated as much as possible, and a silhouette appeared behind him, forming a dominating force. With the liberation of the power of faith, his aura around him was also soaring wildly, becoming insanely terrifying. The Emperor's aura life? Faith plus? Seeing this scene, the pupils of the group on the high platform all shook. In their opinion,
this Chen Tianmian who possessed the Emperor's chi and was able to gather the power of faith in one. Not only did it represent a surge in strength, but it also represented extremely terrifying potential. This kind of favored child who was particularly favored by heaven's mandate. It didn't matter if the purity of the Emperor's blood was a little lower,
because his subsequent potential was in no way inferior to those of 11th grade Emperor blood purity. Seeing this, quite a few Chen clan elders' minds began to come alive.
Regardless of the outcome of this battle,
neither man can die. In particular,
Chen Tianmeng had to be focused on cultivating.
Chapter 95. Not a bit of face to give. Chen Ba-xian rolled down to die. Fivefold Nirvana realm? The crowd couldn't help but swallow their saliva. In just a few short breaths, under the power of faith, Chen Tianmian rose 3 minor realms in a row. Seeing this scene, many people were shocked. Son of a, now what are you going to fight me with? As Chen Tianmian roared, he built up his momentum and blasted out a heavy fist. One could only see a huge spell formation propped up in midair, with golden Imperial lines mirroring each other in it, leaking out an extremely terrifying aura. In the next moment, a golden fist rushed out from the spell formation like a golden meteorite falling. At the first movement, it bombarded all the space around it into flying dust. This is so scary. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but hold their breath, the bottom of their eyes all shocked. Soon, they turned their eyes back to where Chen Stable was, wondering how Chen Stable is going to respond. What came into his eyes was Chen Stable's leisurely figure, especially with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Does he really not know what fear is? The crowd no longer knew what to say. It was also the first time they had seen someone who could still laugh in such a situation. Die for me. Chen Tianmian also noticed Chen Stable's state, and immediately became enraged, his killing intent boiling to the sky. When he roared, he didn't hesitate any longer and once again increased the output of his power. False heavenly sword chop. Chen Jian, who had already built up his momentum, looked at the fist that had already blasted in front of him and fiercely chopped out with his sword. A sword light quickly sliced through, light chilling the 9 heavens beyond. In the next instant, all the fists that blasted down were all sliced into 2 sides by a sword. The sword light didn't pass through all the obstacles and once again chopped towards where Chen Tianmian was. How is this possible? Chen Tianmian's pupils exploded, and his eyes were filled with shock. It was obvious that he had then raised his realm to the 5th Nirvana realm. Obviously he would have gathered all the faith in one place. Obviously, Chen Stable was just a tiny 3rd life and death realm. Why he just can't fight? Why were all his attacks so unbearable? Why? In his anger, Chen Tianmian recklessly attacked towards the decapitating sword, as if to prove that he wasn't incapable. But soon, his anger turned into endless fear, because all of his attacks did not manage to stop the sword from chopping down. Snort! Between the slices of the sword, another half of Chen Tianmian's side shoulder flew out. Chen Tianmian instantly roared miserably as blood flowed down his shoulder, quickly staining his entire body. The crowd was numb and couldn't believe what was in front of them. With just one sword, he defeated Chen Tianmian, who was at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. That's a ing exaggeration. What a monster this is. Waste. After a short period of dumbfoundedness, Chen Ba-xian couldn't help but growl in his heart, and talk about it being a breeze. And people I'll kill for you. Is that how you kill? Kill your whole family kill. Grass. The more he thought about it, the angrier Chen Baxian became, truly hating the urge to kill Chen Tianming. What kind of monster is this kid? How come he can't be killed? Emotion Xue slumped into her chair in despair, her face both indignant and helpless. As for Long Aohan, at this time, the previous mockery had long since disappeared, and there was only an endless cold sinking. At this time, he only had one feeling about Chen Stable. This son is very scary. As long as he doesn't die, he is definitely another Chen Wufei. Possibly, even more terrifying than Chen Wufei. Regarding the thoughts of these people, Chen Stable was naturally unaware of them, only to see him take one step and instantly arrive in front of Chen Tianmian, followed by a sword on his neck. Chen Tianming's already pale face instantly became as white as paper. The coldness coming from his neck in particular made him feel endlessly cold, and his whole body was covered with goosebumps. Don't kill me. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Knock. Chen Tianming directly knelt on the ground and cowed out frantically. There is only death in me. With that, Chen Jian was about to slice through with his sword. Stop. This battle ends here. Right at this moment, several battle-watching elders stood up and called out sharply in a row. Chen Stable's hand movements lurched. Then he raised his head, meeting the elders' persecution, and leisurely said, "The person I want to kill, the King of Heaven will have to die even if he comes." With that, he sliced heavily with his sword. How dare you? The several elders roared loudly and sharply. There's nothing in this world that I wouldn't dare to do. The strength in Chen Jian's hands increased violently as he met the several elders and shouted. Knock! Chen Tianming's head just flew out and rolled to the ground. This, holy! The crowd watched in horror. Several elders had already come out to stop it, and they still didn't give any face at all. It's awesome. It's so stiff, unbridled. Seeing that Chen Stable still made a move, the group of elders were instantly enraged, and met Chen Stable where he was with a violent roar. In an instant, an invisible force fell down towards where Chen Stable was, and space rioted and was shaken into a sky full of white powder. Put your mother ******* asses on the line. You guys move my son and try it. Yi Shenyan directly struck out, drawing out a gun horizontally, converging all the shocking waves of fire, and instantly bursting the pressured down breath. Looking at the lance that was topped in front of their eyes, the eyelids of the group of elders jumped straight up and their anger raged in all directions. This family, it's so unbridled. But they didn't continue to strike. If there's still a crime in following the rules, then I'll make it even bigger today. With that, Chen Stable took a step out and roared towards where Chen Baxian was in the face of the crowd's shocked gazes. Chen Baxian, roll down and die. Once these words came out, the original noisy scene instantly fell into dead silence. What does that mean? It's not enough to your son, now you want to your old man too. But don't you see what you are? A life and death realm is arrogant enough to let the heavenly king realm come down to die. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And at this time, even Chen Baidao and Yi Xinyan looked at Chen Stable in puzzlement. Apparently, they couldn't figure out why their son would do this either. Chen Baxian's face turned completely cold as he looked at Chen Stable with a gaze that flashed with endless gloom and suspicion. He didn't believe that Chen Stable would be like this for no reason. It's hard to believe that this kid has already found out something. But it shouldn't be. Everything he did was so secretive that even his own son didn't know about it. If not, then why is this kid like this? At this time, wisdom like him could not guess the reason. It's just so sudden. Greeting the crowd's uncomprehending gazes, Chen Jian didn't retreat in the slightest, and the long sword in his hand shook. Chen Baxian, I'm telling you to get off your ass and die. Chen Baidao knew that he couldn't remain silent any longer. So he said, little steady, stop it. Chen Stable's killing intent was unabated. I didn't make a scene. Now I'm using the rules of the life and death stage to have Chen Baxian roll down and suffer death. Dare I ask, is there any violation of the law and does it make sense? Chen Baidao's face sank slightly. At this time, Chen Baxian stood up slowly. Little Stable, you now take back your words. I can pretend I didn't hear them. The long sword in Chen Stable's hand pointed, killing intent rippling. What in the hell? I told you to roll down and die. Chapter 96 Come to War. Endless Frenzy. Chen Baxian's pupils shook as endless killing chances raged. Since you're adamant about this, then don't blame me. When the words fell, he leapt forward and instantly landed on the opposite side of Chen Stable. Kogen Yu. Chen Baidao just wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. Yi Shenyan held his spear in a deadly grip, ready to strike at any moment. Father, mother, don't intervene. Right at this moment, Chen Hongmian's voice entered the ears of the two. The two of them were suddenly shocked, and looked at where Chen Hongmian was in unison. Do you know something? They are not little cuties. Naturally, they know that when things go wrong, they go wrong. No matter how much Chen Stability committed gags,
he would never go so far as to arrogantly challenge a 10th Heavenly King realm.
Moreover, this person was not only the clan's esteemed Grand Elder, but also his nominal second uncle. Chen Hongmian didn't respond positively. You guys just need to stabilize, leave the rest to me. You. Chen Baidao was about to ask for the exact answer.
Yi Xinyan immediately interrupted. Listen to Xiumian on this matter.
Since Little Steady dares to do this, there must be a reason for him. Even if I don't care.
What can Xiao Jian fight Chen Baxian with this cultivation level?
Do you guys really think that you're belittling him just because he's only at the 10th Heavenly King realm? Speaking of this, Chen Baidao's words changed. Not to mention his many means and undercurrents.
His experience in battle also far exceeds the limits of the realm.
Yi Xinyan was silent. Although Chen Baxian hadn't made a move since his injury, but after all these years of getting along, Chen Baxian gave off the impression that he was a kind of eight-faced and extremely good at getting along with people. Such people, if they are not really amiable, are extremely deep-minded.
And she thought that Chen Baxian
definitely belonged to the latter.
So, she definitely agrees with her husband. Perhaps, there was a real reason why my own son had no choice.
However,
it was still too big to fight Chen Baxian in a life and death battle.
Chen Hongmian shook her head,
looking at Chen Stable's straight and confident figure,
and spoke leisurely. Perhaps you all have a skeptical attitude towards him, but I will choose to believe him. You, line it, the big deal is that when the time comes I will step in to stop it. Your second uncle he will give me this face again. Chen Baidao sighed helplessly, and in the end, he didn't stop it anymore.
Yi Shenyan looked deeply at Chen Hongmian,
but did not speak again, and by this time,
the scene was in an uproar.
Holy, the Grand Elder has really answered the battle.
Having been cursed with a sword pointed at his nose,
if he doesn't respond to the battle, then I'm afraid he'll lose all his face. You guys, do you think this kid has a brain fart? He wouldn't really think that killing two children of the same age would qualify him to provoke Chen Baxian, right? I've heard that this Chen Stable is a son who just returned to the Chen clan not long ago, and he's also the youngest son of the clan chief. I'll go. Nephew's second uncle. Awesome. I'll obey this kind of rebel. Ha ha ha.
See, Chen Baxian will definitely seize this opportunity to avenge the loss of his son. This Chen Jian is just bumping himself on the gun.
That goes without saying.
If the triple life and death realm even s over the 10th Heavenly King realm, then the shackles of this realm will completely collapse,
and we'll still be cultivating my ass. At this time, on the competition stage, Chen Baxian didn't strike the first time, but rather stared at Chen Stable, constantly sizing up of. As a naturally cautious person, he would never believe that Chen Jian challenged him without the slightest bit of backbone. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth hooked slightly. Nephew, I purposely sent second uncle you to see cousin. Please, second uncle want to die how? You are unbridled. Chen Baxian's anger was instantly ignited. The old man just let loose. Knock. Chen Stable took a step forward, and the suppressed power within his body exploded as a burst of breathing sounds like war drums came out. Between the sound of breathing together and down, that chi and blood and power were erupting like a mountain. In an instant, the 9 colors of light swept away the Zhang clouds, and ancient and mysterious visions were stacking up one by one.
And Chen Stable's aura had completely changed at this moment.
Wild, domineering and supreme, giving people a feeling that they can suppress everything. It's hard to believe that this is his true strength. When they saw this, the crowd couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Chen Jian's instantly elevated battle power was very obvious, even if the realm was still the triple life and death realm. But that limit had already surpassed the vast majority of Nirvana realms. Chen Baxian naturally also took all of this in his eyes, and his pupils shook more than just straight. That son of a, he must die. Must die. Originally, he wanted to suppress Chen Jian a little bit and keep Chen Jian's life to complete the plan delivered by that person. But now, he's changed his mind. Chen Jian's talent and potential caused him to feel extremely uneasy. He had a vague feeling that once he left Chen Stable behind, it would surely bring about doom. The only way to kill people at this point is to kill all this angst at its source for good. With this in mind, Chen Baxian did not intend to hold back any longer, and the 10th Heavenly King realm power within his body was instantly released. The unique power of the Heavenly King held out. The King's might swept through, forming a King's domain of its own outside of his body. The moment the King's domain was fully formed, the power pressed in by Chen Stable was pushed out as much as it could, and there was less and less space. At the same time, Chen Stable was also being pressed back little by little, and the ground behind him was collapsing one after another. At first glance, Chen Stable was completely suppressed, and it was still the kind that had no power to fight back. In this situation, it wouldn't take long for Chen's stability to be completely crushed, and even his flesh would be crushed and exploded alive. Sure enough, seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. They were not the least bit surprised by this outcome, because no matter how heaven-defying Chen Stable was,
he was ultimately in the triple life and death realm, and was more than 2 major realms away from Chen Baxian of the 10th Heavenly King realm.
So is this the power of the 10th Heavenly King realm? It's nothing more than that. Ha ha ha. Right at this moment, Chen Jian suddenly laughed aloud, his voice wild and arrogant. Between the wild laughs, Chen Stable's body trembled greatly, and even more voluminous, even more ancient breathing sounds emanated from within his chest. All the cells of the flesh awakened and bulged one after another. Knock knock knock. The sound of war drums emanating from that cell was like liberating the power of heaven and earth, resonating with the heavens and earth and vibrating. Get thee out of here. Chen Stable took one step forward, and that berserk and overbearing power, like the power of pouring heaven, pressed forward through and out, pushing everything horizontally. Bang! The power of the Heavenly King and the King's domain that had originally pressed down collapsed at this moment. That son of a, how could that be? Chen Baxian's eyelids jumped straight up as his heart flashed with gusts of horror. However, he didn't dare to slack off in any way, and he hastily increased his strength before he could stop the collapsing momentum. And what had been a lopsided situation had become a divided one now. The crowd had gone numb from watching for a long time. Originally, Chen Jian had reached their limit. Unexpectedly, he suddenly broke through the limit again and pushed back Chen Baxian's pressed force in one fell swoop. This is too much. On the platform, there was a silence. Both Ing Long and Long Aohan were staring at all this, especially Long Aohan. His fists hidden under his sleeves were clenched tighter and tighter. Dusty, are you sure you can defeat that kid? At the end of the day, Long Aohan finally couldn't help but say towards Long Ruochen behind him. This time, the reason he brought Long Ruochen. For one, Long Ruochen was the genius of the new generation of their dragon clan, and it was not too much to say that it was a rare encounter in 10,000 years. Secondly, he wanted Long Ruochen to come and punch the Chun clan in the face so that he could recover the face he lost last time. Long Ruochen was silent for a long time before he finally said, I don't know. Long Aohan's hanging heart died. Long Ruochen's character, however, was more arrogant than anyone else's, and he dared to challenge the elders of the clan head on even in the face of them. Nowadays, they say they don't know. To put it bluntly, there is no self-confidence. Thinking of this, Long Aohan's face immediately became ugly. He hadn't even slapped the Chun clan in the face yet, but he was slapped in the face first. It was worse for him than eating. Come and fight. And at that moment, Chen Stable moved, pushing and pressing forward step by step, his breath around him soaring, the ground shaking madly. The monstrous 9-colored light seemed to have transformed into 9 giant dragons, shaking the sky and piercing the 9 heavens above. Chapter 97. One hand suppresses Chen Baxian. This marriage absolutely cannot be returned. You're looking for death. Chen Baxian shouted in a cold voice and then rose his hand, only to see the Heavenly King's power in the circumference of the sky rapidly gathering, instantly transforming into a giant golden hand. Bang! Immediately after that, he slapped down towards where Chen Stable was. The space collapsed in sections, and endless gas storms lined up in all directions, which was extremely terrifying to look at. Get thee out of here! Chen Stable's surrounding chi exploded, and his entire body slammed out towards the giant hand that slapped down, hitting the giant hand with the strength of his flesh. Boom! The chaotic sequence chi energy exploded within Chen Stable's body, all of it bombarding the golden giant hand. In just an instant, the golden giant hand was crushed by the hard impact, and then turned into golden points of light that spilled out everywhere. Straight up hardcore. Seeing this scene, the crowd all revealed shocked gazes. In the next instant, Chen Stable's entire figure rushed out, charging into everyone's field of vision in an invincible manner. Old dog, then you take a hand from me too. Chen Stable instantly finished building up his momentum in mid-air, and a chaotic horizontal heavenly hand slapped down heavily. Humph, overrate yourself. Chen Baxian did not place this attack from Chen Stable in his eyes in the slightest as he raised his hand and met it with a palm. Bang! The two attacks clashed together in response. When he felt the supreme force coming from between his palms, Chen Baxian's face couldn't help but change slightly, but that was all, as the palm was not as much of a threat as he had thought it would be. As the thought fell, Chen Baxian's strength in his hands exploded, directly shattering the incoming horizontal sky hand. As for Chen Stable's entire body, he was also sent flying by a slap, hitting heavily on top of the wall. Out of your depth. Chen Baxian coldly grunted, and then he was about to sprint towards where Chen Stability was. He had already resolved to get Chen Stable killed, so he wasn't going to leave Chen Stable any more chances. Obviously, now is the perfect time to ride the wave. Chaos killing robbery. Become. Right at this moment, Chen Stable's leisurely voice came out like a ghost phone. Rumble. At that instant, heaven and earth changed color, and the sound of a heavy thunderstorm churning and entangling the life-killing calamity came from the deep sky, and it was getting louder and louder. Not good. At that instant,
Chen Baxian's face changed wildly. This was because as he had defeated this attack from Chen's stable, a slaying jade had converged above his head at some point, only to see that the slaughterjack spread outwards at a speed visible to the naked eye.
A zhang, 10 zhang, 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang.
Only stopping of its own accord when it encompassed the entire large meeting place. The blood-colored heavy thunder roared in the slaying robbery, and the endless blood statues illuminated a mountain of corpses in hell, and a horrible solemnity filled the sky. That burst of creepy screams came out from it, as if it was plunged into the 9 hellish fields,
and all of his qi, all of it, was locked up. In fact, Chen Baxian didn't feel wrong.
The chaotic killing
not only possessed an undifferentiated attack,
but also had the ability to kill and blockade.
Only, the latter is more demanding on the soul, and when dealing with cultivators whose strength was far superior to one's own, one had to prepare in advance in order to achieve 100% success. Just in time, Chen Jian utilized a move of the horizontal heavenly hands to buy time, and also caught Chen Baxian off guard.
My god, what a trick!
No, you guys look at Chen's stable. He seems to be getting stronger. Holy, or what kind of tactic? Is it hard to believe that it's a secret technique that forcibly pulls up the battle power?
The crowd had been shocked beyond belief as they watched the scene. While watching Chen's stable become further stronger,
they were already numb. Absolute warp opens. Uncapped stacking.
Chen's stable stepped out from the wall that had crashed down and approached towards where Chen Baxian was step by step.
At the same time,
Chen's stable's body had turned scarlet, and scorching hot gases emerged from it as if it had been cooked, only to see that the space around his circumference had completely distorted, as if it could not withstand the impact of such power.
How is this possible?
Chen Baxian had already forgotten about the life-killing calamity above his head at this point, and his attention was fully focused on Chen Stable's body.
It was because at this moment, he felt pressure on Chen Stable's body, which was definitely something he couldn't imagine. Since the beginning,
he hadn't thought that Chen Jian could pose a threat to him,
but now that impossibility had become a reality.
Swish swish swish. The first instant they saw Chen Stable's state, everyone on the high platform subconsciously stood up.
In their eyes, the same disbelief was seen. It is no exaggeration to say that this is simply impossible.
They naturally saw the matter of Chen Stable using a secret technique to increase his battle power, but what they really cared about was Chen Stable's uncapped potential. One must know that not everyone who used a secret art was able to pull up their strength to such an extent.
Again, Chen Jian roared in a deep voice,
and a dong 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 war drum sounded within his body,
and an ancient chaotic sound emanated from it.
Under the further liberation of the chaotic sequence body, the 9 colors of chaos quickly spread throughout Chen Stable's entire body like a totem.
Boom! At this moment,
the power emanating from Chen Stable's body had already reached the 10th Heavenly King realm, and there was a vague feeling that he had suppressed Chen Baxian head-on.
This, invincible
Everyone at the scene already didn't know what to say and could only swallow their saliva straight.
Without a doubt,
Chen Stable had broken all of their perceptions, along with the worldview that had been molded over the years.
Lu Lan Yutian, who hadn't said anything,
whispered quietly in Mo Xingxue's ear.
All of us have underestimated this kid's potential. No matter what, this marriage cannot be withdrawn. Mo Xingxue didn't retort this time. She was indignant but not a cutie. Chen Stable proves himself with a jab and a kick. This is absolute genius. Absolute monster. No one else in his age group is out of his league.
If her daughter and Chen Jian could make it, it would not only be a blessing for her daughter, but also for the entire ancient country. Regarding all of this, Chen Stable was naturally unaware of it, and at this time, he had already pulled up his absolute battle power to a whole new limit.
Kill for me.
As Chen Stable drank heavily, his large hand swung down fiercely, only to see the mid-air slaying killing karma fall heavily, all the obstacles along with the space. At this moment all vaporized and turned into flying ash.
One of the 9 revolutions of the overlord body turns limitless.
Between Chen Baxian's face changing wildly, he didn't dare to hide his clumsiness any longer and directly used the first turn of the 9 revolutions hegemonic body, only to see that in his physical body exploded like wolf smoke, forming a golden shield outside his body.
Knock knock. In a split second, the ground sank one after another. While he didn't take much of a hit, only that the shield was getting dimmer and dimmer.
Chen Baxian's face once again became several points uglier, because even he hadn't expected that even his 9 turns hegemonic body hadn't been able to take a bit of advantage. The second turn of the 9 turns of the hegemonic body, hegemonic extreme. Chen Baxian made a stance in place, his fists covered in pure gold-colored light streams, and he swung out with one fist against the bombarding down of the life-killing robbery thunder.
In the end, it was able to block all of the life-killing thunderbolts. Chaotic horizontal heavenly hands.
Chen Stable took one step and instantly arrived at Chen Baxian's side, slapping down heavily with one hand.
Not good.
Chen Baxian's face changed wildly, but his rich combat experience allowed him to react in the first moment. 9 turns of the hegemonic extremes, 3 turns of the Qiankuan.
During the start, a huge Qiankuan was formed inside and outside of his body, and using the force, he slapped his palm out towards where Chen's stability was, only to see that the chaotic horizontal heavenly hands that had slapped down had a tendency to counterattack back under the twisting of this palm. Chen's stable didn't stop there,
and remained in a strong stalemate.
Ha ha ha, don't struggle, the more power you have, the more power I borrow.
Seeing that Chen's stable was still in a stalemate,
Chen Baxian could not help but openly laugh. Borrowing power? I'll let you borrow enough.
A bloodthirsty light shot out from the bottom of Chen Stable's eyes to forcefully hold on to the impact of the Qiankuan power as he slapped down hard.
Click. Bang.
The twisting force formed by Qiankuan was hardened and shattered, and the palm that was slapped was also shattered into nothingness.
How is this possible?
A look of fear finally appeared in Chen Baxian's eyes.
Playing scoundrel with me. Get you killed.
Chen Stable took a step forward and used the momentum of stepping down to heavily slap Chen Baxian's body with one hand.
Bang! Under a palm.
Chen Baxian's 9 turns hegemonic body was broken in response. Blood splattered around his body, and his entire person was even sent flying by a palm. The crowd watched this numbly.
What happens is no longer a surprise to them. Pust. Chen Baxian,
who had been sent flying by a slap, sprayed out another mouthful of blood the moment he struggled to get up.
At this moment, he looked a little dazed. It was surprising that his 9-turn hegemony body would be broken. Surprisingly, it was still broken by a triple life and death realm. And at this time, Chen Stable once again completed the buildup of the false sky sword art, and chopped out with a sword towards where Chen Baxian was. Chen Baxian raised his head violently, the indistinctness in the bottom of his eyes all gone, replaced by endless coldness. At this moment, he decided not to hide anymore. Son of a, you're too arrogant. With your secret technique of forcibly pulling up your battle power? I'll see how long you can last. Want to find death? I'll give you a ride.
Chen Baxian's power around his body was once again liberated,
and the injuries in his body actually recovered completely in an instant,
only to see that he stormed up against the sword that Chen Stable had chopped at him.
Chapter 98 Imperial Artifacting Thunder Soul Regenerating Streamer. Rising to the Exalted Emperor Realm. 9 revolutions of the hegemonic bodies, 4 revolutions of the heavenly pole. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed in color, and the endless aura gathered at great speed, forming a formation in mid-air that covered the sky. Between Chen Baxian's violent rushes, his body's fleshly power was liberated as much as possible, transforming into a human-shaped vortex. The spiritual chi gathered in mid-air was like a pouring ocean, pouring down towards Chen Baxian's location. Boom! After receiving the infusion of massive amounts of spiritual energy, Chen Baxian's cultivation level was also soaring extremely rapidly. The first level of the Zun Emperor Realm, 2 levels of the Zun Emperor Realm, triple Exalted Emperor Realm. In just an instant, Chen Baxian had risen 3 small realms in a row. The power of the circumference of the sky rippling as the power of the vast Zun Huang was leaking out. A Zun Emperor's shadow was released behind him. The heaven granted the Emperor power, and the power of the Zun Emperor was added to his body. And at that moment, the chopping sword arrived. Chen Baxian raised his head violently and grabbed out with one hand, directly grabbing the incoming sword chi. Son of a, now what are you going to fight me with?
Chen Baxian's pupils skyrocketed with killing intent. And with a fierce grip on one hand, he directly grabbed and exploded the sword chi between his hands.
Knock! With that, Chen Baxian was like a speeding bullet,
piercing through the layers of space and instantly arriving in front of Chen Stable.
Die! Between Chen Baxian's fierce roar, his fist blasted down at Chen Stable's head. All of this, it happened so fast and furious that no one could even react.
When Chen Baxian thought that he had gotten his hands on him,
Chen Jian staggered sideways, and at the same time,
he met him with a heavy punch.
Bang! The 2 fists clashed hard. Under the strike, Chen Baxian's body was shaken,
and his entire body was forced to retreat several steps before stopping.
On the contrary, Chen Stable, his entire body frantically stormed backward, his black hair flying violently, and his upper body clothes exploding, revealing his thick torso. It was also because of this that it made Chen Jian look even more wild and terrifying. How is this possible? Chen Baxian's pupils shrunk violently. He was especially angered by the pain coming from between his hands. Clearly, he had already broken through his own cultivation to the triple Zun Emperor realm, yet he only held a slight upper hand. This was something that he could never accept. The crowd had also gone numb. Taking Chen Baxian's punch head-on, he merely fell behind. What kind of monster is this? Is this your strength?
That is indeed ridiculous.
Chen Stable slowly straightened his back, and the power that was raging around him became even more violent for a time, and looked even wilder. Boosting your cultivation? I can actually do that. With a flip of Chen Jian's hand,
A spirit elixir appeared in his hand and was directly swallowed into his abdomen.
Xianlong Ba Ji Dan.
This was definitely his Xianlong Ba Ji Dan.
Yourself with your own gifted elixir? This son of a really deserved to die. Deserved to die.
Chen Baxian's entire face became hideous, his scarlet eyes as if he wanted to eat Qin Jian alive.
He had never been so angry since he was born. If so many people hadn't been watching, he would have growled out too.
The moment the medicinal power was released, Qin Stable's body was surrounded by a riot of qi and blood qi.
Like an erupting volcano. Roar! At the same time, a dragon's roar emanated from Chen Stable's body,
filling the sky with blood qi spurting out like a gigantic blood dragon. And Chen Stable's cultivation level was also rising extremely rapidly.
The fourth realm of life and death. The fifth realm of life and death. The sixth realm of life and death.
Under the complete release of the medicinal power,
Chen Stable's cultivation briefly increased by 3 minor realms.
Although there was a time limit for this boost,
it was enough to Qin Baxian. Old dog, come and fight.
When Qin Jian felt the terrifying power coming from within his body, his battle spirit went wild, and his entire person looked even more wild.
Knock! As the words fell, Chen Jian turned passivity into initiative,
only pressing down the layers of space and crashing up the storm that filled the sky.
Damn it! Chen Baxian once again felt the pressure, his eyelids following more than a straight jump. At this moment, his advantage was all but gone. Chaotic horizontal heavenly hands. Chaos killing hijack.
Chen Jian instantly appeared above Chen Baxian's head,
and the two major attacks came out in unison.
His left hand was holding the chaotic horizontal heavenly hand down, and his right hand was pointing at the chaotic life-slaying tribulation.
As an endless life-slaying thunder tribulation was brewing. One mind with two? What a horrible fighting talent. Chen Baxian's pupils exploded,
and he didn't dare to slow down at all, striking out a black talisman streamer with his hand, only to see the black talisman streamers within thunder roaming around. A ghost face rushed out,
forming an ancient formation in mid-air. Chen Baxian, on the other hand, was wrapped up in it,
forming an arcane formation domain.
Knock!
The chaotic horizontal heavenly hands and chaotic killing revenge struck down heavily on the talisman streamer.
Ho ho ho!
All sorts of frightening noises came out from it, and those huge ghost faces also opened their bloody mouths,
swallowing all these attacks. This is a Yin Thunder Soul Regulator, an extremely powerful Emperor artifact, although it appears to be crippled.
An Emperor artifact is an Emperor artifact after all.
Ying Long spoke leisurely, a slight sigh in his voice. The corner of Long Ao Han's mouth slightly hooked. It seemed that the peak had finally turned around, and with this Imperial artifact, Chen Baxian would definitely not lose.
Maybe Qin Stable would die in this soul regenerating streamer, and that would help him get rid of this big problem in his heart.
On the contrary, Chen Baidao and Yi Xinyan didn't have too much nervousness. An Imperial weapon? Make it sound like who doesn't have it again.
Now it was up to Qin Jian to use it in front of so many people.
The crowd at the scene, too, watched this with bated breath.
Although they weren't able to recognize this soul-regenerating streamer as an Imperial artifact, they were able to see the terrifying power emanating from it.
This is now Chen's stable danger. Break it for me. Chen Baxian's feet shook, and his hands quickly formed a seal, striking the streamer with a single mark. In an instant, it was as if the soul regulator had awakened, and a soul shadow zoomed in extremely fast, just like the nine hells.
Those in thunder wrapped around the soul shadows,
swallowing and biting in unison towards the two attacks that struck down. Bang!
With a loud swinging sound, the two attacks that had struck down were swallowed and devoured in response.
You die for me too.
Chen Baxian once again made a seal and drove the soul-regenerating streamer towards where Chen's stability was covering him. The circumference of the sky was covered in darkness, as if it had swallowed the entire dome of the sky. The soul shadows, like ants rushing out, densely rushed towards where Chen's stable was.
Out! Looking at this situation, Chen Jian did not panic a little.
Lightly drinking heavy thunder beads rushed out from the body.
The moment the heavy thunder bead appeared, the heavens and earth all changed color, and the thunder above the 9 heavens was diffusing and falling. What's this? The crowd's pupils shook, and with a swish, they stood up once more, looking at this in disbelief.
All the forces on the high platform stood up in unison, and their pupils were all shocked.
Layman's view, an insider's view. In this thunder bead, they felt absolute power,
and these forces were extremely pure and ancient. Although they didn't know the origin of this thunder bead, they were sure it was from an ancient inheritance.
There are too few ancient legacies in the present world. At that moment,
Chen Baxian's face changed wildly along with him. This was because the moment this heavy thunder bead appeared, not only did he feel a great threat, along with the soul regenerator in his own hand, it also trembled. Imperial weapons had spirits, even if they were remnants. So, it's obviously fear. Upon noticing this, The shock in Chen Baxian's eyes increased even more. Drop! Chen Jian spat out in a cold voice and once again drove the heavy thunder bead to blast down towards the soul-regenerating streamer.
Chapter 99. So what if your flesh body is invincible? It will still blow you up. Boom!
One could only see endless heavy thunder striking downwards,
as if a meteorite from the heavens had struck down heavily on a calm ocean. Between just touching the pressure,
the entire soul regulator crumbled in sections.
Those soul shadows that stormed up were like dissipating gray smoke, and all of a sudden turned into nothing. No! Chen Baxian's pupils were straight open,
and his eyes were filled with fear.
But in just an instant, his entire body was engulfed by the endless heavy thunder,
and together with the large meeting place under his feet,
it exploded into dust all over the sky. This, invincible
The crowd watched this in stupefaction,
swallowing straight up.
The attack in front of him had already exceeded the means of the exalted Emperor realm.
It's too much. It's too much.
Chen Baidao and the others also watched this silently and did not speak, but anyone could see the shock in their eyes, a shock that had exceeded their knowledge of a young son.
Pust. At this time, Chen Stable also finally couldn't hold back, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out, and unconsciously, his eyes
and his ears had bled out faintly,
successively pulling up the upper limit of his battle power, as well as driving the heavy thunder bead into battle,
had caused his body and soul to reach the upper limit as well, especially the heavy thunder bead.
It wasn't like the late primordial sword accompanied it, so maneuvering it was very demanding on the body and soul. This is one of the biggest reasons for accelerating the arrival of his limit. Not dead? Chen Jian quickly reacted again, like when he killed Chen Guduan in Chen Tianmian.
The great heavenly fate furnace would take the initiative to melt their life souls into nirvana liquid, but this time there was no response. Then there was only one outcome, and that was that Chen Baxian wasn't dead yet. In the middle of Chen Stable's thoughts falling, the ground that was engulfed by the endless heavy thunder suddenly let out a loud bang. A terrifying golden wave of air came out from it, dispersing the heavy thunder that had bombarded into a ball.
At the same time,
a dark shadow slowly rose from it and stepped out of the rubble one step at a time.
Holy, Chen Baxian isn't dead yet. No, why do I feel a very domineering aura? Like there is an invisible pressure pressing on my heart. Yes, I haven't realized it until you said it. Chen Baxian's aura has all changed and is still soaring. Look, guys, what's that? Just then, another person called out sharply. At this point, Chen Baxian's appearance was completely exposed to the crowd. Only Chen Baxian's upper body clothes had completely exploded, revealing his bloody upper body. But it could be clearly seen that his flesh while blood was constantly starting to throb, as if something was brewing. Chen Baxian's eyes were as scarlet as blood, and ancient divine patterns could be seen flickering in his pupils, with terrifying power constantly leaking out of them. Soon after, Chen Baxian stopped in his tracks, his blood-colored pupils locking onto where Chen Stable was. To be able to force me to such a point, you're proud enough of yourself. Now you've reached your limit, and mine has just begun. Today, I'll show you what absolute power means. 9 revolutions of the hegemonic body of the 5 revolutions of heavenly reversal. The celestial pole gathers power from beyond the heavens. Sky reversal, on the other hand, is to liberate the limits of dominance. Boom! In an instant, the billions of physical cells in Chen Baxian's body awakened and were liberated one by one. Endless power all exploded within Chen Baxian's body at this moment, and the ancient inscribed sound spread more than once. An exclusive wave of fleshly chi spread out through Chen Baxian's body. In an instant, it collapsed all obstacles, and along with the surrounding space, it was also pressed and churned into a sky full of explosive waves. By the time the power was liberated to the extreme, Chen Baxian's arrogance had surged to its limit, only to see a tremor around his body. The explosive waves stirring around him were all bombarded, and the space was directly blown into pieces. This is so strong. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but take a deep breath. On Chen Baxian's body, not only did they feel absolute oppression, they also felt the terrifying strength of their flesh. It was only at this time that they realized it afterward. It turned out that Chen Baxian had not been doing his best either, and had been waiting for the time when Chen Stable's secret techniques were exhausted. And now, at last, he had waited. In this state of enemy strength and weakness, could Chen Stable still have the strength to fight Chen Baxian? They couldn't help but sigh softly at the thought. Although they still wanted to believe that Chen Stable would perform miracles, at this time even they had to admit it. It has become almost impossible. Say, how do you want to die? Chen Baxian took a step forward, and once again, the aura outside his body opened up fully. The surging power was poised and ready to go, pressing straight towards where Chen Stable was. Looking at Chen Baxian's state, the corner of Chen Jian's mouth couldn't help but hook. You're saying that your limit has just begun? Sorry, I'm never at my limit yet. As the words fell, Chen Stable did not hold back any longer and directly absorbed the drop of golden chaos liquid suspended within his body. The moment that massive power was liberated, the 9-colored light around Chen's stability blazed forth. The losses within his body instantly healed, and the upper limit of the chaotic sequence body was further elevated. Boom! At that instant, an even more domineering,
wild and terrifying power exploded from within Chen Stable's body, and his absolute battle power also reached an unprecedented level at that moment.
How is this possible? Chen Baxian immediately felt an endless pressure,
as if there was a Tarzan pressing down on his head and chest. How could he explode further when he knew he had already reached his limit?
Obviously, he was only in the tiny life and death realm, so why would he have no limits at all? Obviously I'm the one who can dominate everything, so why would I even be better than a teaser? Why? Soon, Chen Baxian's sense of superiority was all gone, and all that was left was endless unwillingness and anger. At this moment, Chen Baxian finally broke down.
The 9 revolutions of the overlord body does make you die and stand up again and again.
Speaking of this, Chen Stable's voice became endlessly cold. Since this is the case, I'll just blow it up with my own hands. Knock!
When Chen Jian made a dash,
both heaven and earth shook together,
as if driving the power of heaven and earth toward Chen Baxian's location to suppress him.
Not so fast. Chen Baxian's pupils shook straight up. It was then that he realized that his entire body was full of breaks, and that every strand of chi had been locked away. All he could do now was passive defense. Chen Stable's figure suddenly superimposed itself, and in a single stride, he finished storing his fists, only to see that all the power around him was gathering, surging towards where his fist was at the fastest speed possible. The fist flashed with 9 colors of light, and the chaos sequence rune could be seen vaguely flowing continuously in the light.
This punch gathered all of Chen Stable's strength. The chaos liquid only had a minute to spare, and he had to make quick work of it.
When I say I'll bust you, I'll bust you.
Chen Stable did not hesitate any longer as he drank heavily, and threw a heavy punch towards where Chen Baxian was. Chen Baxian's eyelids jumped straight up as he felt absolute power in this punch. But at this moment, it was no longer up to him to hesitate, and he could only gather all his strength into a single fist and heavily knead it as well.
Knock!
As the 2 fists blasted against each other,
matchless power exploded on their fists. In just an instant,
Chen Baxian's fist along with the 9 revolutions hegemonic body exploded into a continuous mist of blood.
How is this possible? How could my 9 turns hegemony body be so unbeatable? Chen Baxian's entire body was already numb.
Along with the pain coming from his body, he was unaware of it. Under the further impact of the power, Chen Baxian's entire body of flesh crumbled in sections and blood splattered everywhere. Half of the space behind him was also punched into a huge hole by this punch, and pieces of space were falling.
Bang! In the next moment,
Chen Baxian's entire body crashed to the ground like a cannonball,
sinking the ground along with it. This, Golem!
Everyone was now staring dumbfounded,
not daring to utter even a breath.
It's just that it all turned around so quickly.
Just a short while ago,
they thought that Chen Stable was out of luck. It didn't occur to me that Chen Stable would once again pull up his personal ceiling. With just the momentum of a single punch,
he blew Chen Baxian away.
They could only say that this kind of monster was beyond the realm of human cognition.
It's so anticlimactic.
Chen Stable had no intention of staying his hand,
and in a flash, he arrived in the air above Chen Baxian. At this point, Chen Baxian already didn't have the strength to fight.
If it wasn't for the 9 revolutions hegemonic body that had withstood a large amount of power impacts for him, just that punch that Chen Jian just threw was enough to take his life. Perhaps sensing Chen Stable's killing intent, Chen Baxian's face changed wildly before he quickly adjusted.
Second uncle didn't offend you, right? Why do you insist on laying your hands on him? Is it because your cousin offended you? If so, wasn't it enough that you killed him? Why did you have to cut him down? If everyone in the family was like you, what rules would there be? And what for those of us who are dedicated to the family? When these words came out, the whole room was dead silent.
Yeah, why even cut off the whole thing? Saying something like Chen Baxian is also a hero of the family.
Wouldn't it be extremely ridiculous to end up suffering extinction? Instead, it will bite back. But I, Chen Jian, don't have time to bull you. You don't need a reason to get killed. Without any hesitation,
Chen Stable landed a heavy punch towards where Chen Baxian was.
Chen Baxian finally got scared and even roared. What are you guys waiting for? Strike! Chapter 100. You want a reason? Then I'll give you one.
This statement was made.
Dozens of elders stepped out from the high platform,
and the guards who were maintaining order around them also approached towards Chen Stable's location in unison.
At the same time, a black shadow flashed out of midair,
and a finger pressed down towards where Chen Stable was.
Chen Stable's pupils immediately shook,
and the fist that was striking Chen Baxian turned and violently blasted towards the pressing down finger.
Bang! Under the strike, Chen Stable's entire body stormed backward, but he did not suffer too much damage. Obviously, the person who had struck was only trying to force him back and had no intention of killing him. Otherwise, with the black-clothed man's cultivation of the supreme realm, killing him would only be a matter of a thought. After all the dust had settled, the scene was filled with solemnity, while Chen Baxian was escorted by numerous elders and guards. Chen Jian, on the other hand, looked more like he was isolated and didn't get another shot. The crowd wasn't too surprised when they saw what was happening at the scene, because Chen Baxian had tremendous prestige in the Chen clan itself. He had naturally gathered a lot of power over the years. Now on the verge of death, he let his men take action, and it was the Chen clan who couldn't say much. On top of the high platform, Chen Baidao and Yi Xingyan didn't say anything and watched all of this with a cold and heavy face. At this time, Chen Baxian slowly stood up, his complexion changing. This was because he knew that if he used his family's power to kill Chen Stable today, then everything would have gone sour. Not to mention, he had no reason to do so. It was the scene, with Chen Baidao and Yi Xingyan watching so intently, that did not allow him to be reckless. And once he made his move, it would be a family war, a price he couldn't afford and definitely something he didn't want to see. Finally, only to see him once again regaining his Confucian harmony, a light sigh on his face. Little steady. Ah, second uncle doesn't know what misconceptions you have about me, but if you're really having a hard time with it in your heart, then I can apologize to you and let this go back to being peaceful, alright. Chen Stable stared at Chen Baxian with a deadly stare, his eyes flickering with more than just killing intent. Chen Baxian's words seemed to be backing down, but was he not using his power to oppress others? However, it had to be said that with so much power protecting him, Chen Baxian did have the capital to be emboldened. Although he didn't want to admit it, when things had developed to this point, it was already hard and difficult to kill Chen Baxian with one's own personal power. What? A bully? Ha? Before Chen Stable could speak, Chen Hongmian's voice rang out leisurely. The crowd swished and looked towards where Chen Hongmian was, obviously not expecting Chen Hongmian to mix a foot in at this time. Chen Baxian's brows wrinkled lightly. Xiamian, what do you mean by this? For Chen Jian, he could hold it steady, but for this niece, he was more or less scrupulous. It means to you. Chen Hongmian raised his head fiercely, his body boiling with killing intent, instantly pressing half of the sky dome into a bloody color. Endless solemnity roaring. With that, she roared again in a deep voice. Red Prison Army, where are they? In. At that moment, a war cry came from the dome of the sky, and before anyone arrived that fury pressed in like a wave that covered the sky. Everyone was shocked and looked at the sky, not even daring to take a breath of air. Knock knock. Soon a group of men and women wearing spirit armor and holding battle spears pressed in from beyond the sky, blackening the surroundings. These men and women had a murderous aura leaking around them, without a single expression on their faces, as if they were merciless killing machines. At this time, the woman standing at the very front ambled towards where Chen Hongmian was and said, The 100,000 Red Prison Army has been summoned. Please give the order. Lord, 100,000? My goodness, what is this trying to do? At those words, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Seeing all of this, Chen Baidao still didn't make any movements. He was not too surprised that these red prisoners were able to come into the Chen clan. After all, Chen Hongmian, to whom the Red Prison Army belonged, technically belonged to one of the forces of the Chen clan. But what surprised him was that his own daughter had mobilized 100,000 people at once. One must know that these people were all killed from the piles of dead, and each one of them was extremely strong. Although, the elders of their clan, singled out, did not fear any of the Red Prison Army. But if it's 100,000 people added together and fighting in a combined formation, then everything is different. It seemed that Little Stable's desire to kill Chen Baxian was not on a whim, but rather, he had a reason to kill him for sure. Thinking of this, the look on Chen Baidao's face gradually turned cold, and at that moment, an elder standing behind Chen Baxian coldly scolded, Chen Hongmian, do you know what you're doing? Summoning an army to surround the clan is a capital offense. This elder orders you to have the people withdraw immediately at once. Chen Hongmian slowly raised his eyelids and spat out in a cold voice. Kill. Yes. As the words fell, the 100,000 Red Prison Army instantly struck out, pouring heavenly power down towards that elder called Chen Balu. You, don't. The man called Chen Ba lost his voice and roared, his face full of disbelief and fear. Bang! In an instant, Chen Balu was blasted into flying dust. This really kills it. The crowd's eyelids fluttered as they watched. Originally, they thought that Chen Stable was already considered an absolutely ruthless man, but they didn't think that this woman was even more ruthless than Chen Stable. The crowd of elders and Chen Baxian watched all of this without saying a word, their faces as cold and sullen as they needed to be.
Chen Wudao and the others in the shadows also watched this. At this time, the atmosphere where they were was also very cold and heavy. An old man said coldly, "How lawless, not going to intervene?" Another old man spoke. Chen Wudao said indifferently, "Let's take a look at it first. There are some things that have to fester to a certain extent before you know what to do." Once these words came out, all the supreme elders were once again silent. "I, Chen Hongmian, put my words here. Whoever defends Chen Baxian will die. Those who don't want to die, immediately get the hell out of here right now. I'll give you 10 breaths of time." Chen Hongmian looked around the scene before finally bellowing in a cold voice. The room instantly fell into dead silence. Those elders and guards who defended Chen Baxian's face changed, but for some reason, they ultimately did not take a step back. Seeing this, Chen Hongmian's face turned completely cold and sullen. "Since you guys don't want to retreat, it's better for all of you to die here. All of them, kill them for me. Leave no one behind." "Yes, Lord." The 100,000 Red Prison Army shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and their killing intent boiling, causing hearts and minds to tremble. Hearing this, both Chen Baxian and the crowd of elders' faces all changed, especially Chen Baxian. At this time, there was finally a slight look of panic on his face. If he had prepared earlier, he was certain that he would not be able to defeat this 100,000 heavy prison army, but now he was not prepared at all. If they were to rely on the power in front of them, they would not be a match for Chen Hongmian at all. And as the Red Prison Army struck out, Chen Wufei, who had been silent all this time, finally stepped forward. The one who was most in a dilemma at this time was him. On one side was his sister and brother, on one side was his righteous father, and one who was kind to him at that. So, these two parties getting into such a mess was the last thing he wanted to see. Whichever side ended up taking casualties, it wasn't something he wanted to see either. Chen Hongmian was not too surprised by this situation. "Brother, are you planning to take the old dog's side?" Chen Wuxi smiled bitterly. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet, and he was disliked. This sister of his own, he really couldn't do anything with her. Adjusting his language for a moment, Chen Wuxi then spoke. "Neither you nor Little Stable are the type of people who are irrational. Give a reason." That's what everyone wants to see. When these words came out, the crowd swished and looked at Chen Hongmian. Obviously, they also want to know what the reason is. Chen Hongmian looked around the scene and finally settled on Chen Baxian's body. Chen Baxian's nerves inexplicably tightened, and a strong and dramatic uneasiness surged to his heart. In particular, Chen Hongmian's emboldened appearance gave him a frightening suspicion. It was only when the atmosphere gradually condensed that Chen Hongmian coldly spoke. "Since everyone wants a reason, then I'll give you one. Also good for everyone to come and see the true face of this old dog." With that, she saw her grab a breath black man out of thin air, and then throw him heavily on the ground. Chapter 101 Chen Baxian behind the scenes identity revealed. The whole place shocked. The crowd was a bit puzzled for a moment at this black-clothed man who was suddenly thrown to the ground. What's going on here? However, Chen Baxian's face changed more than wildly, because this person was none other than the hidden hand that had been helping him with the Chen stable matter. But how did the person fall in the hands of Chen Hongmian? Whether it is a person or a thing, he obviously did very covert. At this moment, Chen Baxian finally wasn't that calm anymore. All the same, he had figured out something. It turned out that from the moment he came back, Chen Stable had already known everything, and everything he did was for this moment today. He was still too confident, and should have cut off all possibilities before Chen Stable's return. The more he thought about it, the more Chen Baxian regretted it, and the more he wanted to smack himself. "Speak." Chen Hongmian looked at the black-clothed man at the bottom and coldly said. The man in black struggled up in fear and opened his mouth as the crowd watched, nothing coming out for a moment. "Don't say it. Die." Chen Hongmian spat out in a cold voice. "Murderous intent." The black-clothed man was shaken straight and said in a loud voice. I said. 16 years ago, Chen Baxian took the opportunity of a drunkenness to penetrate to Chen Ba Yuan. Nonsense. Chen Baxian shouted in a cold voice, and in his anger, he slapped his palm down towards where the man in black was. The black-robed man, who was already wasted, was just slapped into a bloody mist. The crowd looked different. Chen Baxian was so abnormal, it was hard not to let them suspect that this was a thief's hard ah. In the next moment, Chen Baxian stared deathly at Chen Hongmian and said, "Am I so hateful to you two siblings that I go out of my way to capture a person to discredit me for this reason? If I can make you guys feel better by killing me, just do it. Why go through all this trouble? Oh, what a way to retreat. But I really don't eat you." With that, Chen Hongmian flipped his hand and two things appeared in his hand. One piece is a leave-behind stone. One is a regal talisman. The former can record live footage. The latter allows for the storage of information gained from soul drawing. It's not unfamiliar, is it?
Chen Hongmian raised the item in her hand. You! Chen Baxian's eyes stormed out a cold light too, while endless fear surged into his heart. How could I not have left something behind in order to nail you? With that said, Chen Hongmian's power surged into the retaining shadow stone. At once, the things explained by the man in black were presented one by one on the screen. This information can be roughly broken down into 3 points. One is that Chen Baxian took the opportunity of drunkenness to tell Chen Baiyuan about the civet cat for the crown prince, which made him feel bad. Secondly, Chen Baxian instructed the man in black to monitor Chen Baiyuan's movements until the digging of the bones was completed. The third is that after the matter was revealed, the black-clothed man followed Chen Baxian's instructions to push out Chen Baiyuan, in order to let this matter end. It can be said that all this was done almost without loopholes, and even if one were to be suspicious, one could not catch any clues. Chen Baxian, in particular, had lurked behind the scenes since the beginning, and simply couldn't get on board with things, but it just so happened that this ran into such a monster as Chen Stable, utilizing the inquisitive tracking method to lock onto Chen Baxian. What happened afterward was very simple. Chen Hongmian finally found out where the man in black was after digging deeper and deeper time and time again. Looking at this image, the entire room was dead silent, and the gazes of the crowd of Chen clan's children looking at Chen Baxian all changed. Prior to this, Chen Baxian was a respected gentleman who treated people with modesty in their eyes. It just didn't occur to them that just one gentleman had done this behind the scenes, digging up the bones of a man's empire. What's the difference between that and taking a man's life? The most detestable thing was that this person was leading all of this behind the scenes, not only harming Chen Stable, but also indirectly killing Chen Baiyuan's family. Holy, knowing people is too hard. Awesome. Even their own nephews under this cruel hand. Really I figured out why Chen Stable would die to Chen Baxian. In his place I'd do it even more ruthlessly than he would. At that moment, the scene was a mess, with all sorts of murmurs rising and falling. Chen Wuxi stared blankly at all of this before finally looking at Chen Baxian and saying, Why did you do this? Chen Baxian's complexion changed more than a few times before he finally calmed down again and said with a bitter smile, Since things have come to this point, I won't hide it anymore. With that, he then headed in the direction where Chen Stable was, first bowing solemnly. First of all, I would like to say sorry to Little Stable. It was my thoughtlessness and incompetence back then that caused all of this to happen. Chen Stable looked on coldly and did not speak. He wanted to see what else Chen Baxian could pull. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Baxian long sighed again and said, That man in black is indeed my man, and everything he said is all true, but not the whole truth of the matter. Believe it or not, when I spoke with Chen Baiyuan about the civet cat swapping the crown prince, it was indeed a drunken slip of the tongue. I did realize this later on as well before I had people monitor what Chen Baiyuan was doing. It's just that I still overestimated myself and underestimated Chen Baoyuan's resourcefulness, and the people I sent out were discovered on the first inspection. For this reason, Chen Baoyuan even sent someone to threaten me, while also promising to help me sit in the position of Grand Elder. In the end, I didn't resist the pressure and chose to remain silent on the matter. As for later, when I induced Big Brother to find out about Chen Baoyuan, I was merely trying to make amends. But no matter what, a mistake is a mistake. And I apologize to my big brother and sister-in-law for taking care of me on a regular basis. So, I hereby apologize to my big brother and sister-in-law in front of everyone. After saying that, he bowed solemnly towards where Chen Baidao and Yi Xingyan were, with a very sincere attitude. The crowd couldn't help but look at each other, their mouths moving, but they just couldn't refute anything, because what Chen Baxian had said really made it impossible to pick out any loopholes. Chen Hongmian's face was icy cold. At this moment, she realized that she had still underestimated Chen Baxian's shamelessness. It's amazing how the tables can be turned in the face of solid evidence. People like that are horrible. No matter what, this man must be killed today. Chen Jian, on the other hand, had a slight hook at the corner of his mouth. It's truly remarkable how quickly a remedial program can be made in this situation. Be reasonable? I'm sorry, Chen Jian, never reason with my enemies. Still sophomoric by now. Do you really think I'm a little cutie? Is that so? Right at this moment, Yi Xingyan straightened up and slapped the table, roaring like an enraged lion towards where Chen Baxian was. A cold aura flickered in Chen Baxian's eyes, but he still suppressed the anger within. Only to see, he slowly lifted his head and said, smiling bitterly, Sister-in-law, if you don't believe me, you can come and search my soul. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? With those words, Yi Xingyan grabbed out with one hand towards where Chen Baxian was. Mother, the victim of this is me. It's better for my child to handle it. Chen Jian suddenly spoke. The movements in Yi Xingyan's hands snapped. Finally, he put his hands away. Although she was hating to kill Chen Baxian, it didn't mean that she was brainless. Chen Baxian was so emboldened, he must have been prepared. If the soul search was really as Chen Baxian had said, then the justified party would be Chen Baxian. And they, on the other hand, became the party that rode the tiger. In this way, the situation was completely turned around by Chen Baxian. Looking at how calm Chen Stable was, Chen Baxian was rarely nervous. If he were to say that on the scene, who made him feel the most uneasy? It would undoubtedly be Chen Stable. Because Chen Stable never did things according to the rules. This kind of person was precisely the existence that eluded him. Brother, what do you mean? Chen Stable looked at Chen Wufei and laughed lightly. Chen Wuxi is the righteous son of Chen Baxian. Therefore, he was willing to give Chen Wufei a chance to choose. Chen Wuxi swept over Chen Baxian and finally settled on Chen Stable's body. And with a low sigh, he said, "You do what you think is right." With that, he voluntarily stepped aside. He couldn't say that he believed or disbelieved Chen Baxian's refutation. However, if he had to choose between his righteous father and his own brother, although he would choose the latter, he could not do so to the point of turning on Chen Baxian. In response, Chen Stable laughed lightly. His own brother, in the end, did not let him down. Of course, he could understand and accept his brother's difficulties. Family members have to understand each other. Sister, how far can the Red Hellions go? Chen Stable turned his head to look at Chen Hongmian and spoke leisurely. Fight to the death. Chen Hongmian spat out in a cold voice. To the death? Then everything is possible. With this in mind, Chen Jian once again slowly raised his head and looked towards Chen Baxian and coldly opened his mouth. It's useless to pull any more crap. I just want to get you killed right now. Damn it. Chen Baxian's face instantly sank coldly. An endless gloom danced in his pupils. Sure enough, the son of it is a crazy person who doesn't care. And that's what he's most afraid of. Saying that, Chen Stable's words suddenly turned cold. Killing machines swirling in his voice. There's one counting here. Kill them all for me. Yes. The 100,000 Red Prison Army's killing heart rose again, and endless solemn killings lined up outside the heavens. Chapter 102. Chen Baxian finally scared, completely out of retreat. With the loud roar, 100,000 Red Prison Army stepped on each other in unison, and the sky shook more than straight, only to see them discharging a killing formation at the first moment. 100,000 battle forces stacked on top of each other, their terrifying aura leaking out crazily. Can it be that this is the legendary Red Prison killing formation? The powercomers on the high platform, looking at what was in front of them, their faces changed more than wildly. They weren't people without insight. The Red Prison suppression and killing formation belonged exclusively to the Red Prison Army. That hoary reputation was not only a resounding presence in the extraterrestrial Dao field, but also in the desolate ancient realm. Now that they had seen it, they realized that the might of this Red Prison suppression and killing formation was even greater than they had imagined. Kill! With a wave of the leader's flame-armored woman's hand, the 100,000 strong army rushed down in unison towards the huge meeting place. Looking at the 100,000 Red Prison Army that descended from the sky, not only were the elders and guards protecting Chen Baxian scared, even Chen Baxian was scared to the point that his face changed drastically. Gather round. Quick, quick! Chen Baxian roared anxiously. His face had an unconcealable panic. Ah! No! Great Elder! Save me! In just an instant, cries of misery resounded all around. Outside of only those strong elders who could barely hold on, those guards were all shaken into a bloody mist one after another. Watching his men die one by one, Chen Baxian's eyes instantly began to turn scarlet. It was important to realize that although these people were nominally the elders and guards of the clan, a large portion of them were already his personal force. It took him nearly a decade to create these private forces. But today, one by one, they died horribly. And there was nothing he could do about it, which was no less than digging out his heart and drinking his blood. Watching more and more people die, Chen Baxian finally couldn't top it. Straight towards Chen Baidao where the high platform was located, he roared, "Big brother, are you just going to stand by and watch them run amok? If you really blame me for not being able to withstand the pressure back then, you can take revenge on me. They are all innocent." Hearing Chen Baxian's carping roar, Chen Baidao, who hadn't said anything, spoke in a cold voice, "In my case, it is a father before it is the Chen clan patriarch. Do you think you can erase everything by making 100 sophomoric arguments? Old me brains are not for decoration. Yes or no?" It never mattered with the old man. Speaking of this, Chen Baidao's voice had long since boiled with rage. "Anyone who dares to scheme against my son, I don't care who he is, there's only one way he'll end up, and that's dead. And these of them, so what if they are the elders of the clan? So what if they are the guards of the clan? My Chen clan never lacked this much power, and never cared about this loss. At the beginning of their being on your side, it is tantamount to betrayal, and that, too, is only death.
At the end of his words, Chen Baidao's cold roar was like rolling thunder in the sky as it exploded down in everyone's ears. The people from the forces on the high platform could not help but look at Chen Baidao, their faces changing. In their opinion, Chen Baidao's words could not only be said to Chen Bashuan, but also to them. However, one had to admit that Chen Baidao had this vigor, and the Chen clan also had this backbone. The group of Chen clan elders on the high platform also watched this with calm faces. For those of them who were not in Chen Baxian's camp, not to mention whether things were right or wrong, they didn't want to get involved. To put it mildly, this sort of thing is more than common in large families. Chen Baxian was unlucky in that he put his hand where it shouldn't have been, and he was caught in the act. So, whatever happens today, they are not surprised. Chen Baxian's face turned completely pale, and out of nowhere, he involuntarily stumbled back a few steps. Originally, he thought that with his own sophistry and his kinship with Chen Baidao, he would be able to make this a big deal, but it didn't occur to me that this whole family was so ruthless. At this moment, he also finally tasted despair, and things were completely out of his control. Great Elder, think of something, we can't hold out anymore. Under wave after wave of the 100,000 Red Prison Army's onslaught, those 20 or so elders finally couldn't hold out any longer and could only roar urgently towards Chen Baxian. Oh, he's already in trouble himself. What's he going to do to save you guys? Before Chen Baxian could respond, Chen Jian's leisurely voice rang out. This voice slammed into Chen Baxian's eardrums like ghost fangs, only to see him tremble and look violently at where Chen Jian was. Chen Jian approached step by step under Chen Baxian's shocked gaze. That son of a... Chen Baxian's eyelids jumped more than straight up as an unprecedented terror haunted his heart. But soon, his pupils lit up. This was because he realized that the current Chen stable was no longer as powerful as before, and to be precise, the secret art time had also passed. Upon confirming this, a blazing fire lit up in Chen Baxian's eyes. At the same time, he was counting on the possibility of escape. If Chen stable was captured and used this to open the way, it was not impossible to leave. Yeah, just do it. This is my last chance. As long as I escape this, then I shall be able to rise again. At that time, even if Chen Baidao makes a move, he won't be able to touch me. Thinking of this, Chen Baxian's heart was completely determined. Say it and do it. As Chen Jian entered within 3 feet, Chen Baxian suddenly stormed up. All the power within his body, along with the origin essence blood of the 9 revolutions overlord body, burned dramatically. Although, his current cultivation level had also fallen back to the 10th heavenly king realm. However, with the origin essence blood burning, he had absolute certainty that he would be able to subdue Chen stable in an instant. As he watched the terrifying power quickly press in, Chen stable instantly felt his entire being suppressed. A fight to the death? It's kind of fun, but I, Chen Jian, have waited for this moment for you. In the next moment, Chen Baxian's hideous face zoomed rapidly in front of Chen stable's eyes. Son of a, come die for me. The crowd was shocked and looked at the scene in shock. This speed, this distance, plus Chen stable's current state. With all of this cut, it was hard not to let them think that Chen stable was afraid of being planted this time. But what they didn't know was that neither Chen Baidao, nor Chen Hongyan and Yi Xinyan were the least bit flustered. In their opinion, Chen Jian was by no means the reckless type. Since he dared to meet Chen Baxian alone, he must have enough backbone. Now they wanted to see what kind of response Chen stable would make in this situation. And just as Chen Baxian was about to get his hands on him, Chen Jian suddenly spat out in a cold voice. Rise. As the words fell, the ground on the side where Chen stable was suddenly changed color, and a terrifying formation diagram was quickly generated on the ground. The moment the formation diagram was generated, the entire space was filled with solemnity and scorching extinction, scorching the surrounding air into distorted air currents. What's this? Chen Baxian, who just happened to be in the formation. His face suddenly changed more than wildly, and the openness he had just shown disappeared. In the next moment, only 9 blood-colored chains could be seen sailing out from 9 directions. And the chains were covered with King's quality rune patterns, looking like King's fire was burning. Damn. No. Chen Baxian just wanted to dodge, but soon realized that he couldn't dodge at all and could only watch as he was bound by the 9 chains. What shocked him the most was that these 9 chains blocked all of his chi and power sources at the very first moment. It is no exaggeration to say that right now he is a lamb to the slaughter. Seeing this, Chen Baxian's face was as ugly as it could be, and as indignant as it could be. Clearly, he was the one who had the upper hand. But in the end, he failed to subdue Chen Jian and was subdued instead. Why is it that after meeting this kid, it's always me who loses? Why? This unwillingness barely engulfed his sanity. Chapter 103 People Old Man Killed. Come and me. Grass. Seeing this, the crowd was confused, especially the powercomers on the high platform. they naturally saw that it was a formation. However, where did Chen Stable get this kind of formation? Spare them the trouble of seeing what it is. However, they knew that this formation had an absolute power to suppress. This power could suppress all cultivators of the Heavenly King realm and below, and it was still absolute. In fact, these people hadn't sensed anything wrong. This was an absolute killing formation called the Nine Poles King Suppressor Formation. Within this formation, Chen Baxian would never have a chance to struggle. Chen Jian once again approached towards where he was, while leisurely speaking, "You are consuming my power. How have I not been consuming your power? It's just a pity that the winner in the end is me, and you're going to die." Chen Baxian's face changed again and again before he finally lowered his condescending head. "I was wrong. I apologize to you for everything I did before." No, you don't know it's wrong. You know you're going to die." Chen Jian stopped in front of Chen Baxian's body and leisurely spoke. Chen Baxian's face changed wildly once again, but he still said, "If you want justice, I can apologize to you in front of the entire clan. If you need to make amends, I can give you all I have to make amends to. All I need is a chance to live, and for that I'll do whatever it takes." The smile on Chen Stable's face tightened and he spat out coldly. "Apologies, compensation, are worthless in my case. So, you're just determined to get me killed." Chen Baxian gritted his teeth and groaned. "Right answer." The corner of Chen Stable's mouth tugged. Chen Baxian stared at Chen Stable with a deathly glare, with coldness, indignation, and even a thick and dramatic killing chant stirring in his eyes. Looking at Chen Baxian in this state, Chen Jian once again spoke. "Is he thinking that after you die, I will definitely not be any better, and there will be someone who will come to take my life?" The expression on Chen Baxian's face froze. That's what he wanted. This was because it was definitely not just him who was targeting Chen Stable, but someone that even he could not touch. More precisely, he was nothing more than a puppet. Chen Jian slowly approached Chen Baxian's ear and spoke. "Let me take a guess. You actually don't know who that person behind that is. The only thing that has a connection with it is a power called the Nine Hells of Heaven Palace, right?" Chen Baxian's pupils instantly shrunk, and his face changed more than wildly. How did Chen Jian know about the Nine Sepulchral Heavenly Prison Hall? You should know that this power is very hidden and does not show itself in front of people at all. Moreover, this power was unspecified and did not have its own palaces and mansions like the major clans and families. The elders and sons and daughters belonging to them would only be dispersed in individual forms across the realms. When the higher-ups gave orders, they would also only be conveyed through tokens, and every token that was used up would be destroyed. It can be said that this power is not known to anyone at all except insiders. Thinking of this, Chen Baxian finally developed a sense of fear towards Chen Stable. It was the only one that eluded him and involuntarily generated fear. "Seeing you like this, I guess you can't get anything out of asking, so you can go to hell." With that said, killing intent crossed Chen Stable's eyes as he ruthlessly grabbed down with one hand towards Chen Baxian's head. No, you can't kill me. You can't." At the time when death was approaching, Chen Baxian was finally afraid, and that sound of fear quickly spread throughout the entire large meeting hall. As they watched this, the crowd was silent. In their opinion, Chen Baxian deserved to die, and they couldn't help but lightly marvel at Chen Stable's power. They had seen a lot in this adulthood ceremony. At the same time, Chen Wudao and the others who stayed in the shadows also watched this. After the atmosphere had been silent for a long time, one of the supreme elders spoke up. "He's your son by all accounts. Aren't you going to take care of it?" Chen Wudao slowly closed his eyes. "Juniors matters, juniors handle it themselves. Let's not interfere." Many of the supreme elders' faces changed as Chen Baxian was also considered to be from their camp. But even Chen Wudao had said so they naturally didn't dare to say anything more. At this point in time, they would have to give up the pawn of Chen Baxian as well. "Stop it." Just when the crowd thought the dust had settled, a faint female voice sounded. At the same time, an invisible aura blocked off the entire grand meeting hall. The hearts of the crowd fell, their brains buzzed straight away, and the whole thing was just numb. Obviously, the person who had struck out had already reached a realm that they could hardly reach, and the movements of Chen Stable's hands, along with the power within his body, were also imprisoned. Seeing this, Chen Jian's face sank violently, because what even he hadn't expected was that there would still be people who would step in to bail out Chen Baxian when things were all so clear. On the contrary, Chen Baxian was first stunned, along with a look of ecstasy on his face. "Mother, my child was wrong. Please save my child's life." "Mother? Isn't that the same grandmother I had?" Chen Stable's face once again turned a few degrees colder. "Mother, this is why." Chen Baidao immediately droned, his voice filled with questioning and incomprehension. It seemed to him that his own grandson had suffered such a doom. As a grandmother, it's not enough that she doesn't help, but she even steps in to stop her grandson from taking revenge.
What is this? It's hard to believe that an adopted son is more important than a grandchild. The more he thought about it, the more indignant Chen Baidao became. I will decide what to do. You only need to follow orders. There were no big two fluctuations in Guling Kite's voice, but the tone was unquestionable. Chen Baidao clenched the grooves of his teeth with a deadly grip, obviously suppressing his anger. Put your ing down. What can you set with this? Can you set down? With a swish, Yi Shenyan then stood up strongly against the confinement and directly broke into a loud curse. Unbridled, Guling Kite shouted coldly, an even more powerful aura pressed down, weighing heavily on Yi Shenyan's body. I'll be reckless. What are you going to do with me? Yi Shenyan's eyes were scarlet. His body's power rippled around him, and he forcefully withstood the pressing down aura for a moment. However, it could clearly be seen that Yi Shenyan's face was scarlet, and the breath around her body was getting more and more disorganized. Obviously, Yi Shenyan was holding on for dear life and was not a match for Guling Kite. Dare to touch my mother. Your mom. Right at this moment, Chen Jian's entire body went mad. The divine power of the great world god tree and the power of the chaotic sequence within his body stirring up as much as it could. In that instant, heaven and earth collapsed and moved, and the power that was confined down around them was shaken into dust all over the sky like a lens. Don't you want to save lives? Then I'll tell you, even if the king of heaven comes, he must die. In the midst of his indignant roar, Chen Jian slammed his palm down towards Chen Baxian, even if it meant using his body to harden against the forces pressing down around him. No! Chen Baxian lost his voice and yelled, his face full of fear. However, Chen Jian did not give him any room to survive at all, and under the horrified gazes of the crowd, he slapped Chen Baxian into a bloody mist. Pust! At this time, Chen Stable finally couldn't stand it anymore. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and his upper body's flesh and blood crumbled one after another. But Chen Stable still had a straight spine, letting the blood spill, looking miserable and wild. That look hit everyone in the audience, only to see Chen Stable stepping forward once again, facing the silent void, yelling, "People, old man killed. Not happy to me, ah, grass." Chapter 104. What the are you, if you're capable of getting killed? This is so just. The crowd watched this with horror, their minds constantly echoing with Chen Stable's bravado. Try asking, this world, who can do it, and who would dare to do so? Looking at Chen Stable, they couldn't help but stand in awe. Seek death. After a short period of dead silence, a voice of shock and fury came from the depths, like rolling thunder in the sky, shaking the hearts of the people. Especially where Chen Stable was, there was a powerful aura that descended from the sky. The sky was twisting, shattering, and falling as the terrifying power of the Emperor's Tao leaked out. Icy cold killing machines and endless pressure heavily pressed down towards where Chen Stable was. On your knees. Then, another shocking roar rang out. What the are you? Chen Jian raised his head violently, his eyes scarlet. In an instant, the power around his body rioted madly, and his straight body was more aligned with the sky, fearless of everything. Even though they were as powerful as an ant, they did not change their power to shake the heavens. Damn! Chen Baidao, Yi Shenyan, Chen Hongmian and Chen Wuxia swept towards Chen Stable. No one knew Guling Kite's strength better than them. With Chen Stable's current strength, not to mention sparring, he did not even have the ability to face each other head-on. But, however, in the instant of confrontation, Chen Stable's flesh scrambled and crumbled, spilling blood like rain. But even so, Chen Stable's spine was bent, still unyielding to any suppression. Kneel or die. Guling Kite's voice turned cold once again, obviously even angrier. I'll kneel you, get me killed if you can. Chen Jian's eyes were scarlet, and he roared in a fierce voice in midair, his appearance extremely maniacal. Fine, fine, if you want to die then this seat will fulfill you. Guling Kite's voice went completely cold. Wifey, you'd better rest your anger. Just when everyone thought that Chen Stable was scheduled to die, a helpless voice rang out. Between the sound of the voice falling, Chen Wu Dao lifted his steps, an invisible power rushed in towards where Chen Stable was. In an instant, it blocked all of Guling Kite's pressed down aura. Pust! Chen Stable finally couldn't hold back, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Yi Shenyan held Chen Jian. His pupils suddenly shrunk, his lips trembled, and soon tears came out of his eyes. Chen Baidao and the others, their faces had long since turned cold and bloody iron, that monstrous hatred being constantly suppressed. Me. Yi Shenyan tremblingly stretched out her hand, but looking at the wounds all over Chen Jian's body, all her words were blocked in her throat. Chen Jian pulled his mouth. Mother, I'm fine. You don't have to worry too much. I'm sorry, Mother still failed to protect you. Yi Shenyan took a deep breath and tears rushed down like a river with a missing embankment. Chen Jian shook his head. Mother, you've already done a good job. You really don't need to blame yourself. Yi Shenyan did not respond.
but slowly turned his head in the direction of the depths of the family and growled extremely loudly.
Guling Kite, from today onwards, I'm at war with you. As long as it's not dead for a day, I will get you killed.
When these words came out, the whole room was dead silent. Anyone could hear the killing intent in Yi Shenyan's words.
If Yi Shenyan had this strength now, they would not doubt Yi Shenyan's determination in the slightest. But thinking about it, they sighed softly.
Regardless of whether Guling Kite was doing it for the sake of face, or to make a scene for Chen Baxian, what he did this time was really too much.
No matter what, Chen Stable is also your grandson.
And he is still your own grandson.
How can you protect your adopted son and want to kill your own grandchildren? Little Yi, why do you have to do this? Your mother didn't do it on purpose. It was just a moment of anger. Chen Wudao sighed and said. Yi Shenyan instantly exploded. A moment of anger. Is it that if my mother grasses all of you, she can also use a moment of anger to erase the past? What is my son's status? And what is that old dog's status?
That old thing tried to kill my son in order to protect his adopted son.
What kind of a ing moment of anger is that? Saying that,
Yi Shenyan then laughed maniacally.
Ha ha,
I didn't expect that my son didn't manage to die in the hands of a foreign enemy, but he's going to die in the hands of his own grandmother.
It's not funny. You say it's not funny.
If I don't get that old thing killed in my old mother's lifetime,
then I've wasted my life as a human being, and even more so as a mother. Hey. Chen Wudao's mouth moved and finally sighed lightly.
He knows that Guling Kite did do wrong in this matter.
And now Yi Shenyan is in the anger, so he will only say more wrong. Wait, let time itself fade these hatreds. He sighed again at the thought.
I won't refute the fact that you have a grudge against me, but everything this seat did today was all according to the rules.
Right at this moment, Guling Kite's voice sounded once again, and with it came a figure that came across the sky. All of a sudden, everyone was hearing the sound. To the eyes,
there was a woman wearing a gorgeous dress,
with a noble demeanor and a stunningly beautiful appearance. Not seeing too many traces of age.
It was just that the woman's eyes were narrow and her lips were thin and cool, and she didn't look like the kind of person who would be good to get along with.
And that person is none other than Guling Kite. At this time, Guling Kite's breath was converged as much as possible, so that people couldn't see too much.
Yi Shenyan stared at the visitor with a deadly stare, the killing machine in his eyes boiling.
Good one to act according to the rules. I, Yi Shenyan, have remembered. It won't take long, and I'll pay you back word for word.
Guling Kite lightly glanced at Chen Hongyan before sweeping over Chen Stable. He put the words of his elders in disregard.
This is disrespectful and blatantly provocative. That's enough for capital punishment according to family rules. So what I did was not wrong.
Then Chen Baxian plotted against my son and deserves to die.
Yi Shenyan roared. Guling Kite's expression was unchanged.
But you did not have the right to execute him, and he had even less right to lynch him.
Do you think I'm 3 years old or a cutie? The more Yi Shenyan spoke, the angrier he became. With your pissy nature, if my son didn't kill someone today,
then Chen Baxian would definitely not be able to die.
Guling Kite's face gradually sank coldly. The fact that this seat doesn't bother with you isn't a reason for you to give an inch. As the clan mother of the Chen clan, you don't even have basic rules. Adding to the joke. Ha ha, as ridiculous as my old lady is, she's no better than a disgusting thing like you who can't even sit on her ass. Yi Shenyan laughed out loud in a cold voice, not caring in the slightest about Guling Kite's increasingly ugly face. You are unbridled. Guling Kite was once again shaken with anger, and her entire aura instantly sank coldly. Alright, one less sentence per person. Chen Wudao finally couldn't help himself and droned.
Guling Kite glanced at Chen Wudao and slowly withdrew her breath.
And Yi Shenyan took a deep breath and didn't speak again. In the entire Chen clan, she could not give face to anyone,
but she also had to give face to Chen Wudao.
Compared to Guling Kite, whose ass is not sitting correctly, Chen Wudao, on the other hand, both in terms of the way he handles things and the way he treats their family, there is nothing to say. Little Stable, can you still hold on? Chen Wudao looked at Chen Stable and said.
Chen Stable gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth before he said in a cold voice.
He can't die yet. Chen Wudao retracted his gaze before saying. You guys sit back down. I'll be presiding over the conference next.
Chen Baidao and the others hesitated for a moment, but still returned to the high platform. While looking at the scene, which had once again calmed down, the crowd sighed.
But they've seen a lot. Chen Stable, in particular,
had that tough and unyielding stance deeply imprinted in their minds.
To be honest, if this were them, they would never be able to do this to this extent, nor would they dare to do so. Only when everyone was in position did Chen Wudao speak. The 3 rounds of the adult ceremony have ended here, and the matter of setting the Imperial Sun's serial number will take place 3 days later. The inheritance ancestral ground will be open at that time, and all the children who participated in the coming-of-age ceremony will have the qualifications to enter to obtain the inheritance. This time, Chen Stable has performed well and can additionally obtain one more entry into the ancestral ground. Are there any more objections to this? If not, let's disperse. When these words came out, both the Chen clan elders and all the children were silent, because Chen Stable's talent and strength were all there for all to see. They were simply not qualified to say that they did not object. This seat has an objection. And just when everyone thought the dust had settled, Gu Lingkue spoke once more. Chapter 105 I'm not at fault. The legacy. The moment these words came out, everyone looked towards where Gu Lingkite was, with probing colors all over their faces, especially Chen Baidao and the others. Their fists were not free to clench, and there was suppressed anger in their eyes. It was clear that everyone had no more opinions, but Gu Lingkite was still grasping at straws. What is this if not explicitly targeting Chen Jian? Chen Wudao helplessly glanced at Gu Lingka and said, "What objections do you have?" Gu Lingkite looked at Chen Jian at the bottom and spoke leisurely. First, he has repeatedly confronted his elders and disregarded their orders. He is disregarding his elders. Secondly, the day he returned to the clan, he willfully made killings and challenged the clan's iron laws over and over again, which is for a temperament that is stubborn and unruly. Thirdly, when the clan has fixed a good match for him, and he doesn't know how to be thankful, not to mention that he ignores the friendship of the two major powers and tries to withdraw from the marriage, then he is being selfish and self-interested. Such an immature person can't talk about inheritance or entering the ancestral land. Speaking of this, Gu Lingkite's words turned cold. Therefore, I suggest that he be disqualified for the time being to wait and see. The scene was in an uproar, with all sorts of murmurs rising and falling. What a temporary disqualification for posterity. To put it bluntly, it was just a pretext, but in reality, it was cancelling Chen Stable's inheritance qualification. Bang! At this moment, Chen Baidao couldn't hold back any longer and slapped his hand on the tabletop, shattering the table in front of him. Such was the commotion that the noisy scene was instantly blown away. A son who slaps the tabletop in front of his own mother is a great disrespect, and that's in front of so many people. From this, it could be seen how angry Chen Baidao was. Gu Lingkite's face turned completely cold, her mouth pursed to death. Wifey, I know you are also maintaining justice in the clan, but little steady, he is still young after all, and can understand if he doesn't understand some things. Those of us who are elders, if we don't even have this kind of breadth of mind, I'm afraid we'll attract jokes. No? Chen Wudao helplessly opened his mouth and once again played the peace game. In fact, he knew that his own mother was still shaken by Chen Jian's insistence on withdrawing from the marriage. But come to think of it, it was to be expected that this would not pass with her. This is partly because she belongs to her grandmother's line. Lu Lan Xingxue, on the other hand, belongs to the grandmother's lineage and the ancient kingdom of Lulan's bond of friendship. On the other hand, she herself came from the hidden ancient clan, and was related by marriage to the Lulan ancient kingdom, which was also a hidden power. Nowadays, because of Chen Stable's spiritedness, it might have laid a dark mine for the friendly relationship between the two powers, and even caused an irreparable rift. There was no way in hell she wanted to let that potential situation happen. That was why there were scenes of her targeting Chen Stable in 1,000 ways. As for the matter of Chen Baxian, it was just a wedge for her to take the opportunity to vent her anger. Gu Lingkite glanced at her own son and took a deep breath before saying, "Since you've said your words here, old man, it would be impossible for me to say anything else if I don't let go. It's fine for Chen Stable to want to accept the inheritance, but two requirements must be met. First, go to the meteor god stream at the back of the mountain and face the wall for a month. Second, personally go to the Lulan ancient kingdom to apologize, and must obtain Lulan Shengshue's forgiveness. As long as these two things are accomplished, he will be able to enter the ancestral ground, and everything the clan has promised will be realized." The moment these words came out, everyone looked towards where Chen Stable was. Honestly, it's not that hard. Fallen God Stream closed for a month. It seems to be a punishment, but in fact, there are certain benefits for the cultivator. The other was the matter of withdrawing from the marriage. Although they didn't know why Chen Stable had withdrawn from the marriage, but since Gu Lingkite brought it up, that meant that the two powers had already secretly discussed it. Chen Stable went over there, but it was just to go through the motions, and it was also considered a way for the Lulan ancient kingdom to get back its face. Therefore, these two requests from Gu Lingkite appeared to be making things difficult for Chen Stable, but they were more like just excuses to achieve certain goals. But then again, this is a marriage with the ancient kingdom of Lulan. For Chen's stability, it was definitely something that had all the benefits and none of the harm. Chen Wudao finally let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. Now it's up to Chen Stable to loosen up. Only after thinking about this did Chen Wudao look at Chen Stable and said, "Little Stable, what do you say about this?" At the same time, he also sent a voice message to Chen Stable. "What we cultivators focus on should be the great Tao. Let some small things go. Listen to Grandpa. Let's grab the benefits first. As for the rest later, who can say? At this moment, Guling Kite's gaze also lightly turned and landed on Chen Stable's body. She thought she had given enough face to Chen Stable. As long as Chen Stable was not a cutie, all know how to choose. Apologize and you'll get the ancestral land inheritance and all that the clan promised. Externally, it is even possible to obtain an excellent companion and a power that has been inherited for billions of years. What, may I ask, could be better in this world? Greeting the gazes of the crowd, Chen Jian raised his steps and walked out. At this moment, he was still covered in blood, but he was no longer as weak as before. Under the treatment of the divine tree's life breath, he had stifled the injuries in his body, only to see Chen Stable raise his head slowly, his icy gaze landing on Guling Kite. Guling Kite's brows snapped together. Under Chen Jian's gaze, she unexpectedly felt a faint layer of coldness. What was his cultivation level? And what was Chen Stable's cultivation level? Under the same realm, no one had ever been able to make her feel this way. Her brow knit tighter at the thought. When the atmosphere was cold and dull to the extreme, Chen Stable finally spoke. Word by word, he said coldly, Lao Zi does not know what is called wrong, much less what is called admitting fault. As for the ancestral land inheritance, speaking of this, Chen Stable's voice suddenly rose. Old me doesn't care, much less need it. Even if there is no so-called inheritance, old me can still just as well trample all under my feet. When the time comes, I will definitely make you beg to receive the inheritance. Quiet. The entire venue was dead silent. Everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Chen Stable. However, it was undeniable that the current Chen Stable, even in rags, looked dazzling and incomparable. At this moment, all the children around him were completely dimmed by the pressure. Putting aside the strength of his talent, just based on Chen Stability's aura and significance of not yielding to the world, the future would definitely not be weak. Even more, they had a feeling. Today they may have witnessed the birth of a legend. Hey! Chen Wudao let out a low sigh. Originally, he thought that with his own secret persuasion, Chen Stable would choose to briefly bow his head, but what he hadn't expected was that Chen Stable's madness and toughness was much stronger than he had imagined. In particular, Chen Jian's last sentence was a display of dominance and self-confidence. To the fullest extent. Do you know what you're saying? Guling Kite suppressed her monstrous anger and roared in a deep voice. Chen Stable didn't retreat an inch, looked straight at Guling Kite, and said in a cold voice, Lao Zi said, screw the inheritance, screw admitting mistakes, do you hear me? This is so just. The crowd once again sucked in a breath of cool air as they looked at Chen Stable in shock. Unbridled, Guling Kite could no longer suppress her anger and slapped her hand on the desktop. The table exploded into a sky full of crumbs in response. Chapter 106 I'm going to withdraw from this marriage. The God of Heaven is coming. The old man just let loose. Chen Jian did not show any weakness, and during the great vibration around his body's chi was revealed, setting off a 10,000 feet of chi explosion. What's the use of keeping you if you're so stubborn? The corners of Guling Kite's eyes twitched, so angry that she slapped her palm down towards where Chen Stable was. Since she became famous, no one had ever dared to provoke her like that. Never. I never thought that I would now be contradicted by a yellow-mouthed child. Again and again. This is simply audacious and criminal. In the face of this, Chen Stable's eyes remained cold as he silently squeezed all the power within his body. Even if it was not possible, he would never be so aggrieved. What's the point of being obsequious when you're a reincarnation? The big deal was that he would activate the absolute fire and retrain again. But he vowed that today's revenge would be returned 100-fold in the coming day. What about Guling Kite? So what if it's your own grandmother? Do as you're told. If it was a sin to kill a loved one hand-to-hand, he would rather become unforgivable. Is there any existence of me in your eyes? What are you all doing now? Chen Wudao was instantly enraged, and with a palm, he shattered the palm prints that were slapping down, while shouting, you guys sit back down too. Seeing Chen Baidao's several people's angry hair, Chen Wudao turned and droned again, the old patriarch's majesty showing. Chen Baidao and the others looked at Guling Kite when they were dead, especially Yi Shenyan and Chen Hongmian. They couldn't wait to eat Guling Kite. The slap just now, Guling Kite was truly motivated to kill, and in front of so many people. If Chen Wudao hadn't stepped in, the consequences would have been absolutely unimaginable, and even they wouldn't have been able to rescue them in the first place. What are you doing? You can't talk properly when you have something to say. You're only happy when you kill your grandchildren, right? Chen Wudao turned his head toward Gulinka to chastise him again. Guling Kite knew that her husband was really angry, so she clenched her teeth and didn't say anything. Chen Wudao looked deeply at Guling Kite before he turned towards Chen Jian. Little Jian, I know you're angry in your heart, but we're a family after all. How about we all take a step back? Chen Jian coldly said, a family? You dare to ask if she's worthy? You? Chen Wudao's mouth moved.
but realized that he didn't know how to retort. Chen Stable coldly stared at where Gu Ling Kite was, and sighed word by word.
What is in your old thing's mind? Do you really think that I don't know anything? Today I put my words here in front of the world. Marriage, I've withdrawn. It's useless even if the God of heaven comes. This won't take long. A month sooner or 3 months later. At that time, I will gather the worlds to come and witness together. Keep your eyes open and watch how I ascend to the ancient land of Lulan and how I obliterate the threat of marriage. When these words came out, the whole room was dead silent. This is so awesome. The crowd looked at Chen Stable in shock. When things come to this, anyone can see the twist in it. Gu Ling Kite has been suppressing Chen's stability, which is nothing more than trying to make Chen's stability give in order to achieve the goal of not withdrawing from the marriage. As for Chen Jian, not only did he face Gang Guling Iris directly, but he also said the words to death in front of the world. This kind of hardness, this kind of courage, they were truly convinced. And at this moment, Guling Kite's face was cold and sunken to the extreme. Lulan Yutian and Mo Shinxue, who hadn't said anything, were as ugly as their faces could be at this moment. As for Chen Wu Dao, he could only sigh helplessly. Chen Stable was a character that he honestly loved, but the partiality of it, the fact that it was put here, was a very difficult thing for him to do. When the atmosphere was dead calm to the extreme, Lulan Yutian opened his mouth. His voice was cold to the extreme. Good one. The marriage has been withdrawn. My Lulan ancient kingdom has been inherited for hundreds of millions of years, and I have never suffered such a humiliation. This country lord would like to see how you are going to ascend to my Lulan ancient kingdom within 3 months, and how you can erase the marriage thread. Bang! Let's go. Speaking of this, the extremely angry Lulan Yutian also slapped his hand on the tabletop, which exploded into a sky full of powdery debris in response. With that, he left angrily. Looking at the departing figures of the two, the crowd couldn't help but look at each other. This is good. Things are completely messed up. This is the man you've had to defend 1,000 times, and now you have something to say. Gu Ling Kite turned her head to look at Chen Wu Dao and bellowed out in a cold voice. Chen Wu Dao sighed. The two of you are angry in your hearts. That's all understandable. But can you calm down a bit? Especially you. Can you say one less thing? Do you have to piss people off before you're happy? Ha ha ha. What is he? Does our Chen clan have no one left to use? Or has it gone extinct? Gu Ling Kite suddenly laughed out loud in a cold voice. And there was as much mockery in her laughter as there was mockery. Laughing out loud, her smile tightened. And don't you dare pull that absolute genius crap on me. What's an 11th grade of Emperor blood purity? It's not like we don't have any in the Chen clan. There are many more stronger than that. If he's capable, he'll walk away from the Chen clan. I'd like to see what he has room for with a robbed life. You disappoint me. Too much. Chen Wudao was angry and furious. His eyes all disappointed. He hadn't expected at all that anger would make his lady such an incomprehensible person. Such vitriolic words would come from the mouth of a Tai clan mother. Ha ha ha, what a place to stay away from the Chen clan. I, Yi Shenyan, count myself as long-sighted. Just then, Yi Shenyan suddenly laughed out loud in a cold voice. She was seen sweeping everything in front of her as soon as she could and striding down the large meeting hall. Not good. Chen Wudao's face changed wildly, and his heart vaguely had a bad guess. It was only when she came to Chen Stable's side that Yi Shenyan faced all of them straight on the high platform. Gu Ling Kite, don't think too much of things. The entire desolate ancient realm isn't just the Chen clan. There's also the Yi clan. And don't forget, my son has my Yi Shenyan's blood in addition to his Qin clan bloodline. Threatening my son with the Qin clan's inheritance. That's all you're capable of. Inheritance my son doesn't care about, and my old lady doesn't look at it even more. Son, it's fine not to stay in this clan. Come with mother to the Yi clan. When the time comes the inheritance you can have as much as you want. Why do you have to look at that disgusting thing's face? Good. Chen Stable directly answered without the slightest hesitation. In his opinion, there was no point in staying in the Qin clan when they had such a disgusting thing in place. If the leafs are good, that might not be a bad place to go. Sure enough, the suspicion in his mind had come true. Chen Wudao's face changed, then said, Xiao Yi, you calm down. This joke cannot be opened. Xiao Jian he cannot, either. Yi Shenyan directly interrupted what Chen Wudao said. A joke? Old lady doesn't have time to joke with you guys. Chen Wudao took a deep breath. Little Yi, you're the Chen clan's mother. If you go to the Yi clan, what kind of thing is this? And what will the people outside think of you? And what will they think of the Yi clan? Yi Shenyan flipped her hand and slammed the token heavily on the ground. This racial mother. My mother has long not wanted to be. Let that disgusting thing play with itself. I'd like to see what kind of tricks she can play with and how much of a genius she can cultivate. You. Chen Wudao was still about to say something when Gu Lingkue suddenly bellowed. Let them go. Our Chen clan is not short of clan mothers.
much less sons and daughters. If you have the ability, never come back and never rely on the power of our Qin clan. Chapter 107 The Period of the Holy War. I will take all the geniuses of the Qin clan. Threaten me? Ha ha ha. Yi Xinyan burst into open laughter. With that, he grabbed Chen Stable's hand and yanked. Son, let's go. When looking at Chen Wuxi and Chen Hongmian who also followed along and left, Guling Kite's pupils shrunk before she drank. What are you two doing? Oh, the Qin clan has too many geniuses. We are not qualified to stay. Chen Hongmian stopped and indifferently looked at Guling Kite. How dare you? How many resources did the family spend in order to train you? And this is how you return the favor. Guling Kite immediately broke into a loud shout. Her face as cold and sullen as it needed to be. The corner of Chen Hongmian's mouth hooked and drew a mocking arc. My mother has been in the Qin clan for less than 30 years. There is no merit but there is also hard work. But what the Chen clan did to her, you did to her. Talk to my mother about payback. Then wipe your own asses before you accuse me. You. Well. Guling Kite was so angry that her body trembled. And even coldly drank. Want to leave, right? Then don't even come back in the future. Oh, who cares about yes? Chen Hongmian sneered coldly. And at this time, Chen Jian suddenly spoke. Mother, I still have something to say. Speak. Yi Xinyan gave Chen Jian a deep look before speaking. Chen Stable turned his head to look at Guling Kite and said in a single word. Today, I, Chen Stable, count myself as having gained a lot of insight. And I will definitely keep in mind everything that you have brought to me. Yes, my 11th grade Emperor Blood Purity son is nothing. There are as many as you want in the Chen clan. But remember this for me. I, the mole that makes you look down on me, will trample all the sons and daughters of the Chen clan under my feet during the Holy War period. This is my personal declaration of war. And if this oath is not fulfilled, I will cut my own throat in order to vote. At that moment, the scene exploded, with all kinds of shocking cries rising and falling. During the period of the Holy War, trampled all the children of the Chen clan under their feet. Holy, how dare he? Keep in mind that it's almost a year and a half before the Holy War. In other words, Chen Stable only had but a year and a half left, and all the sons of the Qin clan. What a concept. Let's put it this way. The likes of Chen Wufei and Chen Hongmian might be considered to be among the most talented in the Qin clan. However, in terms of strength, it definitely couldn't be considered as one of the top two existences. Chen Stable, such a triple life and death realm, wanted to trample all the Qin clan's children under his feet at the Holy War. That meant that Chen Jian had to win first place, but it can be harder to realize this than it is to reach the sky. One could even say that it's simply not possible. What a big mouth. Just by you. Ha ha ha. Guling Kite immediately laughed loudly and maniacally. At this moment, it was as if she had heard something extremely ridiculous. Chen Jian's expression remained unchanged. Laugh. I'm a person who loves to punch faces. The Holy War may be a long way off, but the withdrawal is just around the corner, and I'll be there to slap you around and collect some interest first. When the time comes, you'll never laugh again. Chen Jian's voice was not loud, but every word was very clear, falling into the ears of the crowd like heavenly thunder exploding in the ears. The smile on Guling Kite's face violently converged, replaced by an endless cold sink. Because of the withdrawal, if it doesn't work out, she can still get some face back. If it did come to pass, then she would really lose her face, and she wouldn't be able to plug the yo-yo. Thinking about this, the cold color in her eyes gradually turned gloomy. Chen Wudao watched all of this with an expressionless face, not saying a word. At this moment, no one knew what he was thinking. Let's go. Chen Jian did not say anything more and turned towards Yi Xinyan. Okay, let's go. Yi Xinyan directly activated the teleportation rune array. As the Yi clan's eldest princess, she still had the teleportation talisman that transmitted directly to the clan. Guling Kite watched this coldly and didn't stop it. I'm tired. I'll go first. After dropping these words, Chen Baidao directly turned around and left. Maybe Yi Xinyan could be carefree, but he, Chen Baidao, could not. Neither his commitment to his old father nor his duty as patriarch allowed him to be reckless. Then there was the fact that he had to keep the patriarchal position close to his heart. Only then would he be able to stifle the ambitions of those curmudgeons, so that they couldn't take advantage of the Chen clan's power to strike at his wife and children. Only after Chen Baidao left did Chen Wudao send off the comers at the scene one by one. The people from the various forces did not linger any longer, and obediently offered their farewells. What happened today was kind of a shock to them, especially Chen Stable. As people who had come over, they had only one comment. If this son does not die, he will become a great man. The Chen clan might have really missed out on a supreme genius this time. But come to think of it, if they were Guling Kite, they would probably make the same decision to come. A person with too sharp a personality to stay in the clan is really no less than a time bomb. While it is possible to gamble on the future, The uncertainty that exists in that future is too great. In contrast, they preferred to let the family develop smoothly,
which was the absolute cornerstone for the great families to thrive. Of course, if this future, far beyond imagination, has the ability to break all conventions, then all the rules and shackles would cease to exist in front of him. Would Chen Jian be such a person? Maybe a little bit of a hint of that. But no one dares to make an assertion. Only after everyone had left did Chen Wudao speak. Do you know what you've done? Satisfied now. Satisfied with forcing such a genius away. Towards the end, Chen Wudao's voice became endlessly cold and deep. Gu Lingkite's expression remained unchanged. Still grim. This is not only my decision, but also Grandma's authorization. The reason why the people above are willing to head the matter of you killing the lower realms in a big way to save Chen Stable is merely to retrieve the face that was lost 16 years ago. The people above, they also want to take this opportunity to prove one thing to the outside world, that our Chen clan is not inferior to any power. The face that our Chen clan has lost will be recovered by ourselves, no matter how long this time span is. If Chen Stable can accept the union, then he still has a little value to the people above him. Ridiculous is ridiculous in that he attempts to put his personal interests above his family. What does he think he is? Do you really think that your talent and strength can far exceed the value brought by the ancient kingdom of Lulan? What's the use of keeping someone who can't even carry that? Speaking of this, Gu Lingkite's voice turned cold once more. Since he doesn't want to join this marriage, then let's get another person. My Chen clan has plenty of sons. If he insists on going up the eternal dragon Phoenix Mountain, then let him stay there forever, and it will be considered his greatest contribution to the Chen clan. Chen Wudao's face was deathly pale. How has he never not known all this? But really saying it from Gu Lingkite's mouth, he still can't accept it. However, there were many factions within the Chen clan, and it was simply not possible for one person to change everything. You're also tired. Go and shut down. I'll be the one to sit in the back next. Gu Lingkite glanced at Chen Wudao before speaking. Chen Wudao was silent for a long time before leisurely speaking. I hope you guys don't regret what you did today. Gu Lingkite laughed disdainfully. Our huge Chen clan would regret because of a single son? Simply a joke. Chen Baidao shook his head, then turned to solemnly say, don't you forget, the strength of the Yi clan is not inferior to our Chen clan. Also, they're very united and tight-knit internally, so don't make it so that the two powers go to war. Gu Lingkite's face changed slightly, finally no longer as tough as it was just now. Seeing this, Chen Wudao sighed once again and then turned around to leave, and by this time, Chen Jian had already accompanied Yi Xingyan to where the Yi clan was. Chapter 108 Yi Clan of the Taihui Imperial Domain. Grandpa and Grandma come. When Chen Jian came back to his senses, he was already at the Yi clan's teleportation dojo. On his way here, Chen Jian had already learned from Yi Xingyan's mouth. The Yi clan was located in the Tai Ruins Imperial Domain, and it was a neighboring domain to the Changsheng Imperial Domain where the Chen clan was located. Of course, in every Imperial Domain, there were many races and forces other than the Imperial race. Compared to the Eternal Life Imperial Domain, the Tai Ruins Imperial Domain was even more mysterious. The inheritance contained within was more than ever, and at this time, there were two silhouettes that had already been waiting outside the teleportation dojo. Both of them had amiable smiles on their faces, making people want to get close without realizing it. The moment Chen Jian and the others stepped out of the teleportation dojo, the crane-haired woman standing in front of them had an even bigger smile on her face. Chen Jian also took in the movements and expressions of the two at this time. His own grandfather, Yi Maniac, he had met back when he was in the Chu clan. Although he is nearly 100 years old, he is still berserk and unparalleled. His eyebrows are like dragon bones, and it is not too much to describe him as domineering and clamoring. But what he had seen today had once again changed his impression of his own grandfather. The berserkness that he had given off before was gone, and there was only amiability and warmth. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the woman walking at the front would be his grandmother. He preferred this grandmother to her tall, narrow-eyed, thin, cool lips. Granny didn't look too tall, only about 1 meter 6.5 in Blusterian measurements. However, her whole person gave off a natural warmth and goodness, as gentle as water, especially the faint smile on her face, which was very pleasing to the eye. If some people were naturally affable, it would have to be her grandmother who said so. It was no exaggeration to say that if she were to stand together with Gu Lingkite, then Gu Lingkite would definitely be crushed by her to the point of being eclipsed. It was really the gentle aura of the woman in front of him that was too unintelligible. Grandma, Sleepy is here. Did you miss me? Chen Hongnian came up at the first opportunity and came to Wen Xinbing's side, hugging her arm and laughing playfully. Of course I want to. Tell me how long it's been since you've been here. Wen Xinbing smiled and patted the back of Chen Hongnian's hand. I'm not busy. There's too much going on outside the domain path. Chen Hongnian spat out her tongue.
My little Sleepy is also growing up and becoming more and more responsible. If there's any trouble during the day, you must remember to talk to Grandma. Wen Xinbing nodded with a smile.
Aha, it's still Grandma who's good to me.
Chen Hongmian nodded repeatedly, and the smile on her face grew even wider.
Cough. At that moment, a light cough rang out.
Yi Mania glanced at Chen Hongmian with those little eyes, as if to say, did you forget that there is still one person in? Chen Hongmian was indifferent to this, as if he hadn't heard it.
Cough. Yi Maniac couldn't help but cough a louder one.
Only then did Chen Hongmian slowly say,
Grandpa, are you not feeling well?
At #hashtag and Leaf Frenzy had a lot to say. Chen Hongmian and Wen Xinbing looked at each other,
and the two of them burst out laughing. Father, Mother, Grandpa, Grandma. At this time,
Yi Shenyan and Shan Wuxi walked over successively and opened their mouths in unison.
Aha! Yi Maniac nodded, his expression not exactly taut. Hey! Wen Xinbing smiled and nodded,
then looked at where Chen Stable was.
This is Little Stable, isn't it? It's good to be back. It's good to be back. With that,
he reached out and grabbed Chen Jian's hands.
Ha! Chen Jianhun was greatly shocked, because
he could feel an undisguised trembling in Wen Xinbing's hands.
What did it mean for a person of Wen Xinbing's cultivation level to suppress the trembling of his hands?
That is undoubtedly what happens when you are excited to the core and your heart is in the right place. This shows that she truly wants to accept him and genuinely cares for him.
Perhaps, for once, he had finally come to the right place. After being reborn in a new life, he also finally has a home that belongs to him, filled with people he loves and who love him.
Only after thinking about this did Chen Stable take a deep breath and say,
Grandmother, it's me. I'm Little Stable. Grandma's happy, really happy, to see you grow up to be a man, and grow up so well. Wen Xinbing's eyes reddened as he spoke.
Yi Shenyan pursed her lips lightly and her eyes were also red, but she also had a smile that she couldn't hide.
As a mother, as a daughter,
no one wanted to see this more than she did. He himself might not be able to give Chen Stable a stable future in the Chen clan, but he would definitely be able to in the Yi clan.
Chen Jian held Wen Xinbing's hand back for a long time and didn't say anything,
so he accompanied Wen Xinbing to calm down his emotions.
In the future, Little Stable, you'll just follow Grandma, and as long as Grandma can do it, she'll satisfy you in every way. Where Grandma is, that's your home, okay?
Wen Xinbing raised his head and looked at Chen Jian with an expectant face as well.
Chen Stable didn't have any hesitation. Okay, Little Stable will stay with Grandma and Mother and the others from now on.
Aha. Wen Xinbing nodded repeatedly, and a smile reappeared on her face.
Ahem. At that moment, the familiar voice sounded again. Chen Hongmian's hauntedness resurfaced. Grandpa, are you still not feeling well? Little Sleep here has many good elixirs.
#hashtag and Yi Maniac really wanted to drag this granddaughter of his family out to smoke.
The corners of Chen Wuxi's mouth twitched.
He himself was all too aware of his sister's bad taste.
Good thing the unlucky guy wasn't him.
Huh, brother, why is your mouth twitching?
Is it possible that you're sick too?
Chen Hongmian turned the spear around.
Victim +1.
#hashtag and Chen Wu enemy was also speechless.
Chen Jian laughed lightly, then said sincerely towards Yi Maniac. Grandpa. Well, it's good to be here. Grandpa, here is your home. Yi Maniac immediately adjusted his posture and nodded his head solemnly. Although the smile on Yi Maniac's face did not show, Chen Stable could feel the concern and goodwill from the emotions he exuded. At this moment, he was once again sure that he had truly come to the right place. By the way, Little Stable, before entering the Yi clan, Grandpa has a few words he wants to say to you. Yi Maniac suddenly spoke. Chen Stable also heard the solemnity of Yi Maniac's tone and said, Grandpa, you speak. I'm listening. For every big family, there are more rules. It's an unchanging truth. But with Grandpa and Grandma, you can do everything you want, including killing. Saying this, Yi Maniac's words changed. In our Yi clan, one of the biggest rules is to speak with our fists. If someone is not convinced, then hammer until he is convinced. And if there is noise, then kill it until it dies down. Remember, only the strong can truly gain the respect of others. All others are just making false claims. Understood. Chen Jian nodded heavily. Although Yi Maniac's words sounded roundabout, they were summarized with one meaning. When you meet a defiant person, just him, he's got everything under his belt. That's fine if you understand. So now do you go back to your place first? Or do you want to come with us to the big meeting place to see what's going on? It just so happens that today is also our Yi clan's coming of age ceremony. Yi Maniac spoke once more. Chapter 109, Yi clan's coming of age ceremony. Cousin Yi Runen. The Ye's coming of age ceremony? Chen Stable's heart stirred with interest. Go and take a look. Just take the opportunity to see the strength of the Yi clan's children. Yi Shenyan suddenly spoke. Chen Jian smiled and said to Yi Maniac, Alright then, I'm sorry to bother you. You child. What a thing to say. When Shinbing patted Chen Stable's shoulder, then said, go, Grandma will take you there. Chen Stable didn't say anything else and lifted his steps to follow. In the process of going over to the grand meeting hall, Yi Maniac once again introduced the Yi clan to Chen Stable. First of all, the Yi clan wasn't like the Chen clan where there were many internal factions. They are only divided into clans and collateral lines. There is a gap between these two factions in the clan, but not so much that the gap is out of balance. This was because within the Yi clan, as long as the collateral descendants were strong and capable, they also had the opportunity to join the clan. Setting it up this way not only facilitates unity within the clan, but also ensures internal competitiveness. There was also a council of elders within the Yi clan, which was made up of the best of the elders from previous generations. The council of elders would only be geared towards the patriarch, who had absolute power within the clan, unless the council of elders jointly sanctioned it, and this further avoids the matriarch from doing something against the interests of the clan due to his dictatorship. This also maximizes and ensures fairness and equity within the clan. In addition to this, the council of elders is renewed every 3 years, and those who do nothing, or who are full of private individuals, are simply eliminated. Therefore, the Presbyterian Church not only has a strict screening process, but also faces the constant crisis of being removed from office after being selected. It was also because of this that the Yi were uniquely united, and the only regret is that the Yi are not thriving, especially those in his patriarch's lineage, which had been passed down almost single-handedly for generations. In the case of his grandfather, there was only one son and one daughter. His uncle, on the other hand, had only one daughter, the one who favored him. His grandfather's lineage was still an infatuated man, unwilling to take a concubine. For this, his grandmother hadn't nagged his uncle Yifan much. Chen Jian did not comment on this point. In Blue Star, monogamy is the express rule. There are not only legal constraints, but also moral constraints. But here, as long as you're tough enough, you're right to do whatever you want. Soon, Chen Steady followed Yi Maniac and the others to the large venue. This place has already been crowded with people. A glance at the past is full of black pressurized silhouettes, and Yi Maniac's arrival immediately attracted the attention of many people. Holy, if it isn't the old clan chief and old clan mother, why did they come over? Ha, isn't that our Rapunzel? Why did she come over as well? Who is that woman? So beautiful, all dressed in battle armor, as heroic as she can be. You want to find death, don't you? That's the queen of the red prison, and it's something you can covet? Holy, is this the legendary queen of the red hell? So handsome. The scene was a mess, and at that moment, the sons who were conducting the examination on the assembly ground also stopped their hands. Their gazes also swept over several people, especially landing on Shen Hongnian and Shen Wuxi. Being of the same young generation, they felt despair in these two. It was an unattainable height. As for Chen Stable, he was directly ignored. But it's not their fault. After all, a peer of the third life and death realm was not outstanding. One could even say that he was just barely qualified. At that moment, the group of men and women on the high seats stood up in unison, led by a middle-aged man. They all cupped their fists towards Yi Maniac and Wen Shinbing and said, "We have met the old matriarch, the old clan mother." This middle-aged man was none other than Yi Fan, the patriarch of the Yi clan. Yi Maniac swept the crowd of Yi clan executives and couldn't help but speak. "There's no need to be nervous. We're just here to observe the ceremony." Hearing this, many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The old matriarch and the old matriarch had come out in unison, and had brought their daughter with them, so they really thought there was something big going on. "You guys keep hosting, we'll go and come back," Yi Fan said towards the group of elders around him. The elders naturally understood that Yi Fan was trying to greet the old patriarch and the others, so they didn't refuse and said in a loud voice, "Okay." Yi Fan nodded, and then led the beautiful woman beside him towards walking where Yi Maniac and the others were. This beautiful woman was called Jiang Bingli, and was none other than the current clan mother of the Yi clan. "Let's find a seat first." Yi Fan was just about to open his mouth when Yi Maniac spoke directly. "This way." Yi Fan nodded and linked his hands to lead a few people to the closest, yet relatively spare, position to the high platform. And these spare seats were the ones they had left specifically for the executives who had suddenly come over to watch the ceremony. It's just in time to use it now. This is little steady, right? Only after settling down did Yi Fan look at Chen Stable and spoke. Just came over." Yi Maniac nodded. Yi Fan suddenly laughed aloud and patted Chen Stable's shoulder. Not bad enough, not worse than your big brother at all. What are you doing? You're not afraid of hurting Qi. Jiang Bingli even pushed Yi Fan away with her hand and looked Qin Jian up and down before saying, "Handsome, a talented man, much better than this uncle of yours." "No, who am I kidding?" Yi Fan man was speechless. even this could be hurt innocently. Uncle, aunt, Chen Stable hurriedly greeted. To be honest, the enthusiasm of the two men was really unexpected and made his hanging heart drop completely. In fact, what he cared about was never the opinion of his relatives. As for the rest of the Yi clan, he didn't care at all. When he came to the Yi clan, he never wanted to demand anything, much less climb up. He believes that he is the biggest bottom line. It wouldn't take much time for him to form his own force on his own, one that was no less than the Imperial clan. Hey, aha. Yi Fan and Jiang Bingli hurriedly smiled and responded. Alright, you guys go back to presiding over the big picture. Don't make the little ones look bad. Seeing the two in this state, Yi Maniac couldn't help but wave his hand and said, Right, uncle, auntie, you guys go ahead and get busy. It's fine with grandpa and the others. Chen Jian also chimed in. That's fine. We'll come back to talk to you in detail after uncle and auntie finish dealing with the matter at hand. Yi Fan thought about it and agreed. Then little Stable will wait for you. Chen Stable nodded his head in a hurry. Yi Fan and Jiang Bingli didn't linger any longer and turned to leave. Come, let's all sit down and watch. When Shin Bing pulled Chen Stable to sit down beside him and said, Yi Maniac and the others didn't hesitate and sat down one by one. That's your cousin. Just then, when Shin Bing pointed at a woman on the competition stage and said, Chen Jian looked for the sound. To the eyes, it was the image of a green-clothed woman who was battling a black-clothed lesser man. The woman is 18 years old, tied in a high ponytail, kind of milk, absolutely beautiful and with hard to hide the innocence. And what made him feel interesting was that this cousin of his own had a gentle temperament, giving off a feeling of a soft nature. But on the contrary, she was crazy when she fought. That big dry, extremely rigid means was in great contrast to his own temperament. On top of that, the weapon she used was a stick. It was really the first time he had seen a woman use a stick, but it had to be said that this cousin of his was very strong, more so than the likes of Chen Tianmian. The black-clothed man who fought against his own cousin was also very strong, seemingly having the upper hand but not enough backbone. It didn't seem to take long for his cousin to win. Little Stable, who do you think will win? Yi Maniac looked at Chen Stable and said. Yi Shenyan and the others also looked at Chen Stable, also wanting to know if Chen Stable could see something. Yo, this is a test. Chen Jian smiled, then said, within 10 moves, the man in black will show his decline, and he will lose within 50 moves. When Shin Bing immediately revealed a shocked expression. To her own grandson, she didn't know as much as Yi Shenyan and the others, so the accurate prediction of Chen Stable seemed unbelievable. One must know that even if she was at Chen Stable's age and cultivation level, she would not have been able to predict this level. It seemed that he had underestimated this grandson. Good. Yi Maniac laughed aloud at once, satisfied with Chen Stable's wink. Chen Jian smiled. This was nothing. If he wasn't afraid of being too flashy, he could even accurately predict which move it would be. 45 moves passed in the blink of an eye, and the black-clothed man was directly knocked down underneath the fighting stage under Yi Runan's stick. I lost. The man in black sighed. Yi Runan tossed her ponytail, revealing a soft smile. I am obliged to Brother Rulong. Yi Rulong shook his head and turned around to leave, moving cleanly. At this moment, the presiding elder spoke. The third round of sparring is complete. The winner is Yi Runan. But if anyone else wants to challenge, please make your choice within 10 breaths, otherwise the first place will belong to our Yi Runan. When these words came out, the sons looked at each other, then sighed softly. For Yi Runan's strength, they couldn't help but be convinced. Even the most highly regarded Yi Rulong had lost, and it would be the same result if they went up. It seems that cousin is quite extraordinary. Chen Jian laughed softly. That girl is indeed okay. It's just that her nature is a bit too soft. When Shin Bing sighed lightly, but there was an unconcealable pride on his face. Sure enough, realization flashed through Chen Stable's mind. 10 breaths of time passed, and the scene remained motionless, so the presiding elder could only raise his hand. Since no one has challenged, the first place in the third round goes to Yi Ruo. Who says there's no challenge? Then who is the old man? Right at this moment, a hoarse, deep voice rang out, and that voice carried a grim killing intent. The voice? No way. The crowd was shocked and looked at the source of the sound in unison. Chapter 110 The Avenger Returns from Hell. Cousin's Life and Death Crisis. To his eyes, there was a young man dressed in black, with a fury wrapped around his body and a cloud of blood above his head, watching, as an avenger returning from hell. The teenager's face had a scar that ran from the left eye slit to the right corner of his mouth, and it looked extremely hideous. With the way the teenager licked and moved the corners of his mouth, it added a touch of bloodlust to his hideousness. None of the Yi clan's children were strangers to the young man in front of them. Only what they didn't expect was that not only did Jifudu not die, but he also came back alive. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but look at where Yi Runan was again.
and a worried look couldn't help but appear on their faces. To say that the person Yi Fuda hated the most, it was none other than Yi Ruanan. Strictly speaking, it was also thanks to Yi Runan that Yi Fuda had this downfall today. As for Yi Runan, when she looked at Yi Fudu who had suddenly returned, that innocent little face also instantly became endlessly cold. Yi Fuda hated to kill her, and how could she not? Chen Stable also noticed the stagnant atmosphere of the scene and his gaze could not help but fall on Yi Fudu's body. The first thing that caught his eye was a silver-colored life soul. It turns out to be the chosen one. Triple Nirvana Realm? Deep breath? There's also an extremely terrifying power hidden inside? It seems that this time, my own cousin has met a tough opponent. A flash of realization flashed through Chen Jian's heart. Soon, Yi Fudu's complete basic information was reflected in his eyes. Name, Yi Futu. Age, 18. Personality, lustful, arrogant, paranoid, vindictive. Identity, a collateral descendant of the Yi clan of the desolate ancient realm, an orphan of the Yi clan. Natal soul, silver. Physique, 9 specters purgatory body. Realm, triple nirvana. The 9 hells purgatory body was also an extremely strong physique that could refine killing chi into its body to maximize its own power. On top of that, the biggest advantage of this physique was still in combat, and it could be said that it was an existence that got stronger the more one fought. Once an opponent displayed killing opportunities, it could take the opportunity to refine those killing opportunities into its body, further enhancing itself. If the opponent didn't have absolute suppression, Yi Fudo could be completely invincible. Seeing this, Chen Jian could not help but withdraw his gaze while asking towards Wen Xinbing, "Grandmother, how do I see that this person possesses a great deal of animosity towards cousin?" Wen Xinbing's cold and sunken face gradually converged, and spoke leisurely, "This kid is called Yi Fudu, a person from the side lineage of my clan, an orphan. Probably because of being an orphan, he has been withdrawn since he was a child, and even the family's care is treated as charity in his eyes. As for your cousin, don't think she's crazy when she fights, but in everyday life, she's soft-natured and has a fine heart. Because of this, your cousin is also very popular in the clan, and coupled with her own outstanding talent, more and more people are gathering around her. I don't know why, but Yi Fuda took a liking to your cousin, and tried to find ways to show affection to your cousin. Although your cousin is approachable, she has shown extreme antipathy towards Yi Fudu, and because of that, Yi Fudu was very indignant, thinking that your cousin looked down on him because of his orphan status. Then he grew to hate your cousin out of love, and opposed her at every turn. In one of the adventures, he was even trying to come on hard, but luckily your cousin had a premonition and dodged the bullet, and he, as a result, was knocked into the blood-spectered demon abyss by the clan. I just didn't expect him to come out of it alive, and it looks like he gained a lot." Speaking of this, Wen Xinbing's rare voice became extremely cold. In fact, if it is not the clan to remember that Yi Fudu's parents have the merit of protecting the clan, Yi Fudu has long been dead and stinking. Got it. To put it bluntly, this Yi Fudu was planning to come back for revenge, and came back just in time to hit the third round of challenges. If it was said that this Yi Fudu didn't do it on purpose, then no one would believe it at all. Thinking of this, the corner of Chen Stable's mouth hooked into a cold smile, and at this time, Yi Fudu met the gazes of the crowd and stepped step by step onto where the competition stage was. Eventually, he stopped at the bout table, only to see him slowly raise his head, that cold gaze sweeping over the group on the high stage and finally settling on Yi Fan's body. It was only after a long time that he spoke leisurely. "I have completed the family's punishment. Dare I ask Lord Patriarch, does this qualify me to attend the grand ceremony?" The faces of the crowd couldn't help but sink coldly. Yi Fudu's was not only calling out to the Patriarch, it was also calling out to the entire Yi clan. One must know that the Yi clan's punishment for Yi Fudu could be said to be merciful, yet there are those who, instead of being grateful, are trying to provoke. Simply uninformed. Yi Fan's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Yi Fudu and said indifferently, "As long as one is a son or daughter of the Yi clan, as long as they are in line with the rules, they have their own qualifications to participate. Our Yi clan can accommodate all voices, and naturally, we can suppress all dissent." Yi Fudu's face gradually tightened. Yi Fan's last words were clearly knocking him down. Especially Yi Fan's calmness gave him the feeling of a punch hitting cotton. It was both offensive and irritating to him. But soon, he sneered again. If he couldn't do anything about Yi Fan, he still couldn't do anything about Yi Runan. Today, he would like to see who could be his opponent among the sons of his age. This face, he set. Only after thinking about this did Yi Fudu turn his head to look at Yi Runan. "It's been a long time. Are you ready? I said I'd crawl out of hell myself and pay you back a little bit of all the humiliation. And today, the deadline is up." Towards the end, Yi Fudu's eyes shot out cold blood awnings. Looking extremely bloodthirsty, Yi Runan tightly gripped the baguette in his hand and fiercely pointed. Things that can't see the light of day will never make it to the stage.
If you want to fight, come on, don't just talk. Well.
Yifudu said 3 good things in a row, but every time he said one a cold blood gas rippled outside his body. When all 6 good words were spat out, the blood cloud in midair had already enveloped the entire tournament stage. Endless solemnity filled the blood cloud, manifesting a terrifying blood shadow,
like an inverted 9 ghosts purgatory. Not good.
Yirunin instantly realized that these rampant blood cloud mists had condensed into a line of blood the moment they got close to his body. These lines of blood continuously cut through space, and one could see that space instantly became fragmented.
In an instant, Yirunin reacted.
The spirit stick in his hand shook loudly, the golden light blazed out, and the dragon's roar echoed more than a few times.
Boom!
The bloodline that was close by was suddenly shaken away with force.
Between Yirunin's stance,
he held the long stick in both hands and struck it down heavily once again.
An unrivaled wave of power cracking from beneath his feet.
The line of blood that shot through the hole was crushed powerfully in response.
Jie, truly the first person of his age. But that's it. That's not enough.
Yi Batujie's arrogant voice at first.
In Yi Ruanan's head appeared.
Big hand swung violently, full of the sea of blood in the sky at first fall. That looked as if the sky was raining blood,
attacking indiscriminately, looking extremely terrifying. Try it then.
Yirunin's feet shook as he once again set up his stance, holding the stick with both hands,
his power boiling around him, and a giant golden dragon manifested behind him. The moment the power-up was completed, a fierce stick was drawn upwards towards the sky above. The dragon's roar was long-lasting, as if a giant dragon was roaring angrily into the sky above. Bang! In an instant, half of the sky was directly blown up, and the sky full of blood and water turned into powdery mist and drifted in all directions.
You have good strength.
Your only drawback is that you are too slow. Yifudu's voice once again rang in Yirunin's ears. How is this possible?
Yirunin's face changed wildly,
because, for once, she was surprised that she didn't react. Bang! At the same time,
Yifudu struck out, a bloody hand reaching out and grabbing heavily towards Yi Ruanan's chest.
Not good. Shameless.
At the sight of the crowd, their faces changed more than wildly.
It was because Yifudu's strike position was intentionally humiliating Yirunin.
Yirunin couldn't care less anymore and twisted his body raw the moment the bloody hand touched it.
Bang! Finally,
Yifudu grabbed Yirunin's shoulder with one hand.
Pust!
Yirunin's mouthful of blood sprayed out,
and his entire body flew out backwards. Is this the first person? Haha, ridiculous.
Yifudu's scarlet gaze flashed,
and in turn,
he stormed up once more.
He was upset that he didn't get it, but that's okay, he's got all the time in the world. Not good.
Yirunin's face changed once again. At this moment in time, although she didn't want to admit it, Yifudu was no longer the Yifudu of old. Although he didn't know what Yifudu had experienced in the Blood Spectre Demon Abyss, his strength had taken a qualitative leap.
She, on the other hand, is no longer a match. The crowd at the scene, seeing this scene,
also subconsciously clenched their fists, their faces filled with worry.
Now Yirunin had no choice but to admit defeat and wait to be humiliated. Just what would Yi Ruanan choose? Chapter 111 Chen stabilized strikes, helping the mansion from tipping over. Looking at the killing Yifudu,
Yirunin hurriedly utilized the Taishu True Dragon body.
In an instant, a terrifying dragon might erupted from Yirunin's body,
and that golden dragon pattern quickly scurried across the surface of his body.
Taishujin long strike. Between Yirunin's one step,
endless dragon power swept over the long stick at a rapid pace,
manifesting a huge true dragon.
Jia. I was waiting for this move from you.
Seeing Yirunin use the divine secret technique again,
the scowl on Yifudu's face increased.
Last time, he had lost to Yirunin's move. But now, he was going to suppress Yirunin in his proudest move, the 9 hells of purgatory strength. As the thought fell,
Yifudu's movements changed,
performing a set of movements in mid-air,
with each attack allowing the strength in his body to be superimposed.
When the strength was superimposed to the end, it was vaguely visible that the heaven and earth trembled violently. As for the following fighting platform, it had already begun to crumble, and in the end, it was even shattered into pieces all over the sky. Not good. At this moment, Yi Fan, who had always been calm, finally stopped being calm,
and his fists clenched tightly.
He himself knew well what strength his own daughter had. Yi Fao's move. His daughter definitely couldn't catch it. If you forcefully resist, you will either die or be injured. However, as the head of a clan,
he couldn't make a move to stop it because Yifudu hadn't committed a foul.
As for Jiang Bingley, at this time,
her eyes had long since turned scarlet, and an icy killing opportunity surged in her eyes. As the crowd watched the scene, they similarly revealed a look of agitation.
Because, as long as it wasn't a cutie, all could know that Yifudu was rushing to kill. striking out without leaving an ounce of leeway. But on the contrary, there was no reason for them to step in and stop it, unless Yi Runin admitted defeat on her own. But will Yi Ruonan let lose? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at where Yi Runin was. At this moment, Yi Runin's face was very cold and heavy, and her mouth was pursed to death. Admit defeat. Little male, let's admit defeat, okay? Just then, Zhang Bingli's voice came out with a hint of pleading in it. From Yi Runin's perspective, admitting defeat was a humiliation, and even if he lost, he would have to fight and then see the results. But from Zhang Bingli's perspective as a mother, she couldn't care less. She only wanted her daughter to live. Yi Runin clenched the grooves of her teeth, struggling internally. In fact, she didn't want to admit defeat. Everyone says she's soft-natured, but she knew herself that at some point she was more stubborn than anyone else. And in between Yi Runin's struggles, Yi Fudu instantly accelerated the speed of his strikes. Ha ha, it's too late if you want to admit defeat. Knock. Between Yi Fudu's sardonic roar, he heavily slammed down towards where Yi Ruonan was with monstrous strength. This finished. The faces of the crowd changed drastically, and many of them even subconsciously closed their eyes. Damn it! Yi Fan and Zhang Bingli on the high platform stood up in unison, their eyes already scarlet. But one can see that they have reached the limit of their patience. Nothing else mattered any more than the safety of his own daughter. Big deal. They'll fight to make the clan chief and clan mother inappropriate. Uncle, auntie, just leave this to me. Just then, a familiar voice entered their ears. Yi Fan and Zhang Bingli were immediately shaken, and the movements in their hands came to an abrupt halt. Ha ha, die. Seeing Yi Runin, who was close at hand, Yi Fudu suddenly became even more flamboyant. No one knew what kind of torture he had suffered in the blood-spectered demon abyss, and it was all thanks to Yi Ruonan. No matter what, Yi Ruonan must die. Yi Runin knew that there was no way back, and in her haste, she was about to meet them with one stick. As for whether he could block it or not, it was no longer his call. Boom! At that moment, Yi Fudu's attack had arrived, blasting down with a heavy punch towards where Yi Runin's head was, only to see the force of Zhou Tian exploding, mountains of corpses and seas of blood sweeping in all directions, space collapsing in sections, and the air was even punched into a sky full of white waves. Right at this moment, a silhouette flashed, and with an undisguised momentum, a hand probed out towards the front. That image fell into the crowd's field of vision with great impact. Knock! At that instant, the terrifying sound of the collision spread throughout the entire grand meeting hall. What's this? The crowd that was staring closely at the scene suddenly had shock storming out of their eyes, into the eyes. Not only was Yi Runin not in trouble, but all of Yi Fudu's blasted down attacks were blocked. As the smoke gradually cleared, a tall and upright figure came into their eyes. Only that outstretched hand was seen, catching the strike that Yi Fudu struck down just like that, along with the rampant power that was also blocked as much as it could be. The crowd's pupils quaked as they watched in disbelief. Blocking Yi Fudu's attack with one hand. This is too exaggerated. Holy, isn't this the old patriarch's hangman that he brought over? How come he's so strong? Yes, it's him, that kid from the third life and death realm. I'll go. When did the triple life and death realm become so strong? Is the ING world crazy? Or are we crazy? After the shock had passed, the scene was in an uproar, especially since what was in front of them was too much of a shock. On the high stage, Yi Fan and Zhang Bingli were also stunned. The two then looked at each other, and could see their respective shock. Obviously, they hadn't expected Chen Stable to be able to be powerful to such an extent either. On the competition stage, Yi Runin was staring blankly at the back in front of her, with a strange color flowing in her eyes. The image of Chen Stable following her grandfather over was something she naturally saw. But as for Chen Jian, she really didn't recognize him. For a moment, countless speculations flashed through her mind. At this time, Chen Stable moved, and under Yi Fudu's hideous and shocked gaze, he grasped and closed with one hand. Bang! That terrifying fist strength was just exploded by his bare hand grip. Get out! Between Chen Stable's cold voice and a spit, the strength in his hands shook, hardening the Yi Fudu who was close at hand and shaking him away. How is this possible? Yi Fudu's face changed wildly. The strength that kept coming from between those hands shocked him. Knock knock! Yi Fudu crushed several huge pits in a row before barely stopping. This is awesome. The crowd was once again shocked by Chen Stable's methods. Yi Fudu dispelled as much of the force rushing through his body as he could before roaring out in a fierce voice. Who the hell are you? And who allowed you to interfere with the competition? When these words came out, everyone looked at Chen Stable. They also wanted to know who Chen Jian was. You should know that interfering with the conduct of the competition privately is a major offense. Chen Stable faintly said. Chen Stable, she is my cousin. With that, he pointed towards Yi Ruonan's cousin, Stable Chan? Yi Ruonan was a bit confused. How could she not remember having a cousin? Holy, isn't that the Rapunzel's son? Sister is the queen of the red prison. Brother is the tyrant of the beginning. And he's a little monster himself. I'm going to. What a bunch of people this family is. All of a sudden, the scene once again exploded, with all sorts of comments rising and falling.
What qualifications do you have to come up here if you're not a son of the Yi clan? After Yi Fudu growled at Chen Stable, this then droned at the presiding elder.
Elder Hong. This brat intentionally disrupting the adulthood ceremony. Is it considered a capital offense?
Yi Hong's brows wrinkled lightly,
and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer.
Chen Jian gave Yi Fudu a faint look before saying,
"Oh, so this is not allowed. So now I know. However, this can only be considered as me not knowing. Elder Hong, you say, is that okay?" Holy, learned. The crowd couldn't help but look at each other, and only crouching could express his feelings.
Yi Hong glanced at Chen Jian before saying,
"Count on it, but next time, don't be so reckless." In fact, speaking of which,
he still had to thank Chen Stable.
Although Yurunen's accident didn't have much to do with him,
but who dares to guarantee that he won't be involved?
And after this mess by Chen Jian,
it can be considered to help him resolve this potential crisis.
That boy understands. Chen Jian responded obediently.
Yi Fudu man went numb and watched this angrily.
Such a felony, and it's all over with one sentence? Then what is he, a clown? Go down. Yi Hong waved his hand. Cousin, let's go.
Chen Jian turned his head towards Yi Ruanan.
Good.
Yi Ruanan was obviously still a bit dazed.
Go where? Yi Fudu then growled. You son of a,
you must die here for me.
Chen Stable's footsteps lurched,
the smile on his face all but converging.
Then he spoke. Cousin, you go down first.
Yi Runan turned her head violently to look at Chen Jian.
What about you? Chen Stable spat out in a cold voice. Murder. Chapter 112. One battle surprises the world, thoroughly gaining recognition. For a moment,
the entire room was dead silent. The simple word murder.
What calmness. What dominance. Good. Then be careful.
Yi Runan hesitated for a moment,
but still nodded. Go on. Chen Jian nodded.
The moment Yi Runan swept off the competition stage, Chen Jian slowly turned his head.
There is a road in heaven that you don't take, and there is no door in hell that you come to. Bastard. This is no place for you to be reckless. Die. Yi Fudu's eyes exploded, endless rage raging in them. Boom. In an instant, the blood clouds in that midair boiled and rolled in purgatory, invoking the blood thunder in the 9 heavens. At this moment, half of the sky, which was already eerie to the extreme, became furious to the extreme, and even every strand of chi was scorched into flying dust. The sons of the field were shocked. Even they who were standing far away from the fighting stage could feel the endless solemnity from it. There was no doubt that Yi Fudu had once again become stronger. At this moment in time, they also realized that Yi Fudu hadn't tried his best all along. And Yi Runan, who was standing at the front of the crowd, silently clenched her fists, the bottom of her eyes all worried. At the same time, she had extreme reluctance. Half a year ago, Yi Fudu was still her defeated opponent, not expecting that she would be pulled so far away now. Was she not trying hard enough? Or was Yi Fudu too strong? She involuntarily clenched her lower lip at the thought. Sure you want to fight to the death? Yi Hong, who was standing on the side, sighed and said. At that moment, his eyes were looking at Chen Jian, as if to say, think about it yourself. Don't be impulsive. If you refuse then I can still do it for you. This son of a, I'm going to kill him. Yi Fudu roared ahead. Chen Stability ignored Yi Fudu and instead looked at Yi Hong, nodding. Trouble you, Elder Hong. Seeing that Chen Stable's mind was made up, Yi Hong didn't try to persuade him any further. Then you guys take care of yourselves. With those words, he voluntarily retreated from the competition stage. Son of a, it's time for you to die. Yi Fudu's feet shook and he suddenly stormed up. The sea of blood and thunder clouds that surrounded the sky were like a tidal wave that poured out of the sky towards Chen Stable's location and suppressed him. Drop. Looking at the storming Yi Fudu, Chen Stable slowly spat out. Run. Above the 9 heavens the wind instantly rises up. 10,000 layers of heavy thunder rushes out of the clouds, and pours down to land at speed. With the addition of gravity, these heavy thunderbolts were as irresistible and unrivaled as the pillars of thunder that ran through everything. Knock! As a loud bang exploded, the sea of blood clouds and thunder that covered the entire competition stage was instantly caved into flying dust. As for Yi Fudu, who stormed up, his pupils exploded, and he could only passively resist these heavy thunderbolts that pierced through his body. In just an instant, the spiritual body defenses around him were pierced through one by one, looking riddled with holes, and the ground was pierced into a sky full of dust. This, Gollum. Seeing this, all the children in the room couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The higher-ups of the Yi clan, on the other hand, looked stunned. At that moment, Chen Jian moved,
walking forward on the roiling heavy thunderfield, all the thunder avoiding retreating, and endless power being added to his body. At first glance, it looked as if the god of thunder had reappeared and the might of heaven had descended. For a cultivation level like yours, I can kill it with a lift of my hand. Chen Stable's voice rang out leisurely, reaching Yi Futu's ears. Yi Futu violently held up the heavy thunder domain that filled the sky, and his aura around him was furious to the extreme. But at this point, he wasn't in as good of shape as he thought he was. His hair was riotous, his clothes were ragged, and his flesh was already vaguely crumbling. You're too arrogant. Do you really think that old me is merely that? Yi Futu's scarlet gaze flashed as he roared straight up towards where Chen Stable was. Noisy! Chen Jian spat out in a cold voice, raising his hand to invoke 10,000 feet of heavy thunder, and the 9-colored chaos power added to his body. With that, a palm was launched heavily towards where Yi Futu was. In an instant, even the heavy space collapsed into a ball. The terrifying power quickly pierced through all, and everything in the circumference collapsed as well. This, how could it be? The bottom of Yi Futu's eyes were filled with the color of fear, and the movements in his hands were frozen in fear, because the attack was too fast and too powerful. It was so strong that he couldn't resist it. At this moment, all of his pride and unwillingness was shattered. No! In the moment when the power even pressed against his body, Yi Futu finally couldn't tense up and lost his voice and roared. Bang! Only to see that the palm that was pushed in, heavily hitting Yi Futu's body. Yi Futu's entire body instantly exploded into a sky full of blood mist under the bombardment of 10,000 feet of heavy thunder. Melting is complete. Congratulations! You have been awarded a copy of the silver-colored Heavenly Fate Nirvana liquid. Congratulations! You have completed the melting of the Silver Destiny Soul and reached a new achievement, earning a Silver Destiny treasure chest. Listening to the beeps coming from his ears, the corner of Chen Jian's mouth slightly hooked. Now he had 4 copies of the Heavenly Fate Nirvana liquid. It's time to find some time and make a good breakthrough. I'm sure that this time it will be a very big improvement. Dead? A slap on the wrist? Compared to Chen Stable's dark happiness, there was only a dead silence in the entire room. At the same time, everyone's gazes were gathered on Chen Stable's body. There was probing, awe, and even more shock in those gazes. A triple life and death realm. A palm to destroy a triple nirvana realm. Ah, it's something they can't even think about. But now it's actually happening in front of their eyes. That's my cousin? Yi Runan, who was standing at the front, was already confused, her eyes full of disbelief. On the high stage, Yi Fan and Jiang Bingli looked at each other, and both could see their respective shock. At the same time, on the side of the high platform, Yi Maniac and Wen Shinbing were also stunned for a long time. It was only after a long time that Wen Shinbing leisurely opened his mouth. Little Yen Little Steady really just returned from the lower realm? In these 16 years, you guys really haven't secretly cultivated him? Yi Xinyan knew what his own mother meant, so he smiled bitterly and said, there really isn't. All of this is from his own efforts. When Shinbing no longer knew what to say. Yes, Yi Maniac suddenly shouted loudly. With that, he gave another cold hum. Such a genius, and your Chen clan can't even look at it. Forcing my grandson away alive for the sake of an ally is simply foolish. But it's fine, since the Chen clan doesn't know how to cherish it, then it's up to my Yi clan. I hope they don't regret it. Ha ha ha. Saying this, Yi Maniac laughed aloud again. Yi Xinyan glanced at his own father, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. Nothing would make her happier than to have her son looked up to, and for all of this, Chen Stable was naturally unaware. At this moment, he slowly put away the power in his hands before he said towards Yi Hong, who was still in a daze. Elder Hong, I shouldn't be considered a foul, right? Not really. Yi Hong came back to his senses before shaking his head. That's fine. With that, Chen Steady intended to walk off the competition stage. Yi Hong hurriedly spoke. Wait, Chapter 113 Different Voices? Then I'll shut you up. Chen Jian's footsteps gave a beat before he looked at Yi Hong. I wonder, does Elder Hong have any more instructions for him? Yi Hong spoke, since we've all made a start, let's follow the rules, and we can't go down until no one challenges us. It's okay. Chen Stable hesitated for a moment and also answered. Only after receiving Chen Stable's response did Yi Hong say towards the children at the bottom, do any of you have a challenge to make? You can come up now. Once these words came out, the scene, which was originally somewhat noisy, instantly became silent. Yi Runan was no match for Yi Futu. It was plain to see, Yi Futu had been blown up by Chen Stable's palm, and that was something they had witnessed with their own eyes. As long as they weren't little cuties, they all knew that none of them, the children of the same age, were a match for Chen Stable. And so it was. For a long time no one dared to come forward. Watching this scene, the Yi clan executives on the high platform didn't look too good. There's no shame in knowing you can't. but to not even have the courage to stand up for yourself would be disappointing.
Yi Ruanan didn't say anything,
which was understandable.
For one thing,
Chen Stable was her cousin,
and for another,
Chen Stable had only just saved her life.
But what about all the rest of them? It's hard not to find one with balls? Thinking about this,
the faces of the Yi clan's top management became more and more ugly, and right at this moment, Yi Rulong stepped forward and clasped his fist towards the front.
I, Yi Rulong, am convinced of Brother Chen's strength.
As the saying goes, it's better to know when you're ashamed than when you're brave, so I hope we'll have a match soon in the future. I also hope that Brother Chen
will give me, Yi Rulong, this opportunity. Chen Stable swept his gaze over Yi Rulong and nodded. It's an honor to be recognized by Brother Long. Then it's a deal, Yi Rulong solemnly said. At the same time, his gaze towards Chen Stable became even friendlier. Well, it's a deal.
Chen Stable also returned his fist in salute.
Seeing this scene, the faces of the Yi clan's executives only got a lot better.
They could allow their sons and daughters to be inferior, but they couldn't allow to not even have the guts to challenge them.
If so, it really is a litter of crap. With Yi Rulong taking the lead,
many of the sons also climbed into conversation with Chen Stable.
None of these people's words were not an extremely high recognition of Chen's stability. There were even some that were like Yi Rulong,
who had proposed an exchange pact to Chen Jian.
In response, Chen Stable did not refuse and answered them all one by one.
He had to say that the atmosphere in front of Yi clan's eyes was something he liked.
As for what would happen later, he couldn't predict it,
but at least now he recognized the Yi clan.
A few moments later,
the exchange gradually stopped.
Seeing this, Yi Hong also opened his mouth.
Since everyone has no desire to compete any further, then the third round ends here. Since Steady was added halfway through the year,
he doesn't. Right at this moment,
Yi Fan suddenly opened his mouth to interrupt Yi Hong. Before Old Hong announces the results,
there is one thing I want to say.
Then,
Patriarch, you say.
Yi Hong made a slight bow.
Yi Fan nodded before continuing. Little Stable is my nephew. Everyone knows that. He's from the Chen clan, which is also a Heaven's Destiny Emperor clan.
So I'm sure everyone has thought of that.
It's said that a nephew is like an uncle.
And truly speaking, he's also considered a member of our Yi clan, and has our Yi clan's blood in his veins as well. That's why I proposed that he take Yi Fudu's place and gain access to the inheritance alongside our children.
If there are any objections, there are no outsiders here, so they can be raised directly.
The people on the scene couldn't help but look at each other when these words came out. There was shocked surprise in their eyes,
approval and disapproval.
When the chatter didn't stop for a long time,
Yi Runan stood out. I agree to my cousin being added.
Yi Rulong hesitated for a moment before saying, although I don't have much say in this,
I would like to express my attitude. I don't have a problem with Brother Chen adding in. The inheritance still depends on the individual's ability anyway. With Yi Runan and Yi Rulong's stance,
many of the sons also spoke their thoughts. What Chen Stable hadn't expected was that there were nearly half of the sons and daughters that were agreeable to him joining.
In response,
a warm current could not help but flow through his heart.
What do you guys say?
Yi Fan looked at the group of elders around him and said.
The elders could not help but look at each other,
conveying their respective meanings in their eyes.
Finally, a man with a neutral appearance and a righteous face stood up.
Since the patriarch has asked,
then I, as the grand elder,
will voice my opinion.
But before that,
what I would like to ask the matriarch is how Little Steady's relationship with the Chen clan is now.
If one person accepts the inheritance of two great emperor clans, this is out of procedure and out of order.
As Yi Fan was about to respond,
Chen Steady spoke up first. Kid has met the grand elder. Can this be explained by the kid himself?
Aha.
Yi Qingshan nodded.
His face was serious and didn't have much of an expression.
In fact, he wasn't targeting Chen Stable,
nor was he disliking him.
Rather,
the way he has always dealt with things is to be fair and impartial, and not to be mixed up with selfishness because of a little nepotism. The reason I came to the Yi clan was because I disagreed with the family marriage and disobeyed my grandmother's wishes. I don't believe these can be hidden from everyone,
and it won't be long before you all know about it as well. But to say that one has completely broken with the Chen clan,
this is not the most rigorous.
At least my father, who gave birth to me, and my grandfather, who saved me from the fire,
are still in the Chen clan. The one thing I can guarantee right now is that if the Yi don't give up on me,
then this will always be my home. Understood. Yi Qingshan nodded. He was satisfied with this answer from Chen Jian.
Chen Jian made a slight bow and retreated. Yi Qingshan looked at Yi Fan and said once again, strictly speaking, Little Steady is not qualified even if he has a Yi clan bloodline.
But given his unique circumstances, it's not like he can't be given a chance.
According to the requirements for obtaining the inheritance qualification, one must possess a certain amount of strength and talent.
The former represents the present, the latter the future. What about Steady?
has shown us now that he does have enough, but his realm is too low. It's a real problem. 16-year-olds need at least 7 realms of life and death to be considered qualified. Based on that, there is still a risk that he will have trouble breaking through, or will not be able to break through the flaws for a long time. It would be unfair to many of the family's sons if we ignored that one risk. I hope you, patriarch, understand what I'm saying, and I hope you, little steady, will understand the difficulties we have at the top. At these words, many people fell silent, because what Yi Qingshan was worried about was not without reason. There were too many geniuses in this world who were very strong, but had stopped because of the difficulty in breaking through the realm. At the end of the day, all these geniuses are lost to the crowd. Is it true, then, that if I prove my ability to break through the realm, I'll qualify? Chen Jian suddenly spoke. In fact, he didn't care about any inheritance, but he cared about grandpa and their faces, especially his mother, who brought him all the way here. If he couldn't branch out, where would her mother's face go, and how would others view his mother? So no matter what, he had to prove himself. Sure, as long as you can prove yourself, said Yi Qingshan, but you don't have to be in a hurry. There is still half a month before the inheritance opens. As long as you make a significant improvement during this period of time, even if you don't make a breakthrough, I'll count you as a success. How's that? In his mind, that was about as forgiving as he could be. No need. I can do it now, Chen Stable said indifferently. Well then, what? You say now? Yi Qingshan's pupils trembled, his face all shocked. Chapter 114 Crazy. Crazy? These two are crazy. Similarly, the crowd at the scene looked at Chen Stable in shock. Yes, right now, Chen Stable spoke once more. Yi Qingshan took a deep breath. That's fine, but remember, you only have one chance to prove yourself. In fact, he was a bit disappointed with this stance of Chen Stable. In his opinion, Chen Jian was anxious to prove himself and boasted about it. For that alone, Chen Stable's heart was greatly diminished. But these words, naturally, he would not say. This is the basic quality of being an elder. Yi Fan also looked towards where Chen Stable was and his mouth moved. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Obviously, he was just as skeptical as Yi Qingshan. But in the end, he still chose to trust Chen Stable for the time being. Once is enough. Chen Stable remained calm, and there was an indescribable confidence in his language. Then move with me to the practice field. With that, Yi Qingshan stood up and walked towards the public cultivation field. There were 2 types of cultivation places in the Yi clan. One was called the private cultivation room and the other was called the public cultivation field. Inside the public cultivation ground were many cultivation rooms for the clan's children to use. However, those who used the public cultivation room were usually those lower and middle-level descendants in the majority. As for those high-ranking and supreme geniuses, they all possessed independent cultivation places. Chen Jian did not slow down and lifted his steps to follow. Once the others saw this, they did not hesitate and followed one after another. Obviously, they were also curious as to whether or not Chen Stable could make a breakthrough on site for a short period of time. It was important to know that every time a cultivator made a breakthrough, none of them had to prepare for a long time. Whether it was the accumulation of power or the senses required for a breakthrough, they were all extremely important. But what about now? Chen Stable was directly saying that he wanted to make a breakthrough on the spot, which had to make them suspicious. Regarding the thoughts of the crowd, Chen Stable was naturally unaware of them, but just wouldn't care if he knew, because he was going to break through, not to show off anything. Rather, it's about fighting for your mother. Led by Yi Qingshan, Chen Jian moved to a quiet, secret room with spirit-gathering formations topically printed all around. Outside the cultivation room, on the other hand, there was also a large meeting place, which was a special place for visitors to wait and observe. This is our communal training room. See what else you need. Yi Qingshan pointed towards the front, signaling Chen Stable to take a look. Chen Stable did not refuse and raised his steps before walking in. Soon, he had the inside mapped out. There are many cultivation treasures, each of which exists independently. But what made him less satisfied was that the aura allocated to each cultivation room was rationed. Although this amount was quite a lot, it really might not be enough for him. It seems that it is still necessary to mention the request to them. Otherwise, during the breakthrough, the aura would suddenly not be able to keep up again, and then there would be no dragon vein support this time. It was believed that the large Yi clan was not short of such a small amount of aura. With this in mind, Chen Stable then walked out from inside. Yi Qingshan saw Chen Stable who walked out and spoke. How is it? Are these cultivation rooms satisfactory? Very good indeed. Ensuring absolute silence and absolute privacy. Chen Jian responded. Then are there any other requirements? Yi Qingshan continued to ask. Chen Jian took a deep breath before saying. It's like this. My personal breakthrough may require a little more aura.
so can I trouble the Grand Elder to open up some permissions? Yi Qingshan said without even thinking. Little steady you don't know anymore. The amount of aura here is rated to provide it though, but the amount of these auras is sufficient. And it's also enough to allow cultivators above the Nirvana realm to complete their breakthroughs. Actually, Yi Qingshan didn't say that he was panicking, these were the ones they had tested, and over the years, it has validated their tests. Chen Jian smiled and explained, the amount of aura I need is indeed a bit much, so I'd like to ask the Grand Elder to allow it. Yi Qingshan looked deeply at Chen Jian. That's fine. I'll open up twice the amount for you later. Chen Jian shook his head. This might still not be enough. When these words came out, not only did Yi Qingshan freeze, even the elders and children not far away were stunned in place. 2 times the amount of aura isn't enough? You're kidding. Yi Qingshan glanced at Chen Stable, still patiently explaining. Little Stable it's actually not that I'm stingy, it's that twice the amount is enough. There's absolutely no need to waste it. Trust me. I won't hurt you. Don't worry about it. As he said that, he also patted Chen Stable's shoulder in a serious manner. It's really not enough. I know my own affairs. I still ask the Grand Elder to understand. Chen Jian still insisted on what he wanted. In fact, he could understand Yi Qingshan's hesitation. After all, he also just said how much is needed and didn't show enough set evidence to prove it. But there were some things he had no way of saying. He couldn't say that his chaotic sequence body needed a massive amount of aura. Yi Qingshan was silent for a long time before he said, let's put it this way. Tell yourself how much you need. Can we open them all? Chen Stable thought for a moment before speaking. All open? The crowd at the scene had their brains buzzing straight away, thinking they had heard wrong. What's the concept of opening it all up? You boys are really daring to mention it. For a moment, Yi Qingshan was also shocked by Chen Stable's words. One must know that there was a spirit vein suppressed under this public cultivation room, and it was still a very good spirit vein. The aura contained within was more than simply a vast amount. Chen Stable, such a life and death realm, simply could not withstand this kind of aura impact. If you force yourself to hold on, you will only die. Of course, it's fine if Chen Jian wants to die, but if this caused an aura riot, it would involve the Yi clan. As the first elder of a clan, he would never let such a thing happen. At this moment, Chen Jian added another overly ambitious label in Yi Qingshan's mind. Seeing that Yi Qingshan didn't say anything for a long time, Chen Jian knew that this was difficult. However, he wasn't going to force it. If it really didn't work, he would just use a drop of Heavenly Fate Nirvana liquid first as a big deal. After all, Yi Qingshan's request was only for a breakthrough, and didn't ask him to break through much. Yi Qingshan glanced at Chen Stable, still suppressing his inner disappointment. He persuaded, Little Stable this is simply not. Sure enough, it didn't work. Chen Jian's heart could not help but sink. And just then, Yi Fan, who hadn't said anything, spoke up, just open it all up. If there are any problems, I'll take care of it. Yi Qingshan turned his head violently and looked at Yi Fan in shock. Obviously, he hadn't expected at all that Yi Fan would make such a stupid decision in order to support his nephew. And the scene, by this time, had become silent. Only after a long time did Yi Qingshan speak. Patriarch, why are you doing this? It's clearly unnecessary. Consider this as a meeting gift from me, an uncle, to my nephew. Yi Fan smiled and said, yes, he also thinks it's totally unnecessary to go all open. But Chen Jian is his nephew. Just for that, he had to unconditionally support Chen's stability as well. As for the final result, there are times in life when you don't care about the outcome. Uncle, I won't let you down. Chen Jian suddenly made a solemn assurance towards Yi Fan. In fact, he hadn't expected Yi Fan to come out in support of him, realizing that Yi Fan was the patriarch. That status would not allow him to do something so irrational. But he did. Then what could be more touching? Yi Fan smiled and patted Chen Jian's shoulder. You kid can take it easy. Safety is the most important thing. Good. Chen Steady nodded heavily, but smiled heartily. Go, leave the rest to uncle. Yi Fan spoke. Chen Stable did not say anything else and walked towards the cultivation room without any hesitation. Don't worry. If you can forcefully support me, then I will definitely let you have the last laugh. Crazy, crazy. Truly one dares to speak and the other dares to respond. Watching the movements of the two, Yi Qingshan couldn't help but shake his head. Chapter 115 Directly one spirit vein sucked dry. Second sequence shackle lifted. Looking at Chen Stable's back, the smile on Yi Fan's face grew wider and wider. As far as he was concerned, even if the last spirit vein went down the drain, it was worth it, in order to accompany him to fool around. You are really enough. Yi Qingshan couldn't help but speak again. Yi Fan's expression remained unchanged. Whether it's nonsense or not, if I, as an uncle, can't even satisfy this matter, then it's really an empty name. Forget it, I can't talk to you anyway.
Yi Qingshan shook his head.
Go ahead and let go of all the array diagram suppression of the spirit vein.
Yi Fan laughed lightly.
No, you're for real. Aren't you afraid to hold him up?
Yi Qingshan had originally planned to open up a triple amount first, and then continue to put in a large amount if Chen Stable really wasn't satisfied. But what he didn't expect was that Yi Fan really intended to take one step.
Yi Fan didn't deny it. Go ahead. I'll cover everything. Hope you don't regret it.
Yi Qingshan turned around and left after dropping a sentence. He had persuaded what he could, but there was nothing he could do if Yi Fan didn't listen.
As for the consequences, that was no longer his concern.
Yi Fan slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on the cultivation room in front of him with indescribable emotions in his eyes.
Xiaonan, do you think Brother Chen can do it?
Yi Rulong asked Yi Runan in a low voice at this time.
Listening to the noisy chatter of the disciples underneath, Yi Runan took a deep breath. I think it will work, but I don't think it's too good. What kind of life and death realm breakthrough requires so much aura? Speaking of this,
Yi Rulong's words changed.
It's that as strong as my sister.
She didn't reach this amount of demand back then,
right?
Yi Runan's mind instantly flashed with a dusty figure. That was an existence that could rival her cousin Chen Hongnian.
In their Yi clan,
this was also an untouchable supreme genius. But as Yi Rulong had said, Yi Qingxian hadn't reached the point of needing a full opening of her spirit veins when she broke through at the same realm back then.
How is Chen Jianbi compared to Yi Qingxian? Yi Runan didn't dare to assert himself for a moment, because there weren't many people in the world who could have more potential than Yi Qingxian. Brother Chen, you can still be too anxious to prove yourself. You'll suffer a great loss. Yi Rulong couldn't help but let out another low sigh.
Yi Runan bit her red lips before she said,
Is it an emergency? Let's just put our eyes long enough to see. Who are you to assert all this? You are fine.
Yi Rulong saw that Yi Runan was so defensive of Chen Stable,
so he didn't refute anything further. In his opinion,
the facts would prove him right in what he said. With regards to all of this, Chen Stable was naturally unaware of it,
but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Like his grandpa said, if there are different voices, then just shut them up. At this time, he had already come to sit down in the cultivation room. However, in the first instance, Chen Stable did not cultivate. Instead, he adjusted himself while waiting for the influx of abundant aura. Within a few moments, the aura became fully open as he had requested. Outside the cultivation room, the crowd's demeanor was solemn. As far as they were concerned, the aura was all turned on. Is Chen Jian a dragon or a worm? It is also possible to see the results. And Yi Qingshan also went and returned, standing silently by Yi Fan's side. He was also waiting for what was about to happen next. Inside the cultivation room,
Chen Jian slowly opened his eyes, and two nine-colored foreign auras flashed by under his eyes. As he flipped his hand, 4 drops of liquid like glaze were suspended between his palms. 2 gold, 1 silver, 1 purple. These 4 types of heavenly fate nirvana liquids can be considered the ultimate in one. It's all up to this one to make a breakthrough. With this in mind,
Chen Jian did not hesitate any longer and directly swallowed the 4 drops of nirvana liquid into his stomach in one gulp. The moment the Heaven's Destiny nirvana liquid entered the stomach, a dense and dramatic power exploded. However, the medicinal power was gentle and soothing, like rain from heaven, baptizing his body inside and out. At the same time, his chaotic sequence body erupted with 9-colored chaotic light, and a sequence shackle flew out, overlapping in midair and reflecting various ancient heaven and earth visions. Holy, that fast? Not. What a scent this is again. At that instant, everyone outside the cultivation room was shocked by the sight in front of them. One had to know that it had only been tens of breaths of time since Chen Stable had entered the cultivation room before and after. Just ask, which sky can be that fast? In the midst of the crowd's stagnation, the entire cultivation field then also shook violently, and the commotion grew louder and louder. What the hell is going on here? The sense of shock in the hearts of the crowd increased. When did the life and death realm breakthrough become so exaggerated? And at this time, the heavens and earth changed once more, as endless auras surged in from all around. In the sky above where Chen Stable was, a huge aura field formed, instantly merging with those astounding visions. Up, Chen Stable's deep voice, which came out from the cultivation room, was like the sound of the solemn sky, exploding in mid-air. At the same time, the spirit veins under the ground scurried up at great speed as if they were alive. That massive amount of aura madly rushed upwards towards the aura field in mid-air. At first glance as if it were an inverted pillar of spirit injected, it made a border with the sky. It was a picture that was extremely shocking. No dude, you're for real. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd froze once more, their eyes filled with disbelief. Obviously, they hadn't expected the punch in the face to come so quickly, and in just a few breaths, the spirit vein had already been sucked up by nearly half. What kind of monster is this?
Yi Rulong said in dumbfounded dismay, his voice carrying an unconcealable shock. It was at this moment in time that he realized that he was the clown. At this point, Yi Runin had already forgotten about punching Yi Rulong in the face. For, she too had been shocked by the sight before her. To be honest, if Chen Stable wasn't her cousin, she wouldn't have chosen to believe Chen Stable with a stiff upper lip. How has it ever not been her who was now being slapped in the face? As for Yi Qingshan, the man was already numb. The spirit formation was opened by him personally, and no one knew the amount of spiritual qi held in the spirit vein better than him. However, half of such a massive amount of aura was sucked away in just a few breaths, and it was also sucked in front of him. Let's just say, it's too much. He had seen many geniuses over the years, but he had never seen such a monster. Yi Fan's reaction could be compared to Yi Qingshan's. He supported Chen Stable purely because of the identity of his uncle. To say he had no expectations, he certainly did, but definitely didn't think things would come to this. However, right now, apart from shock, all he had was endless excitement. This is my own nephew. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh maniacally in the back of his mind. Soon, the entire spiritual vein's aura was sucked dry under the watchful eyes of the crowd. They still couldn't help but feel suffocated when they actually saw the spirit vein being sucked dry. Not long after, the aura field gathered in midair had also reached its limit. The throbbing aura was also as frantic as boiling white water. In the next moment, this massive amount of spiritual qi madly injected down towards Chen Stable's location, just like a sea current pouring out of the sky. In this regard, Chen Stable accepted it as it was, and the speed of absorption was still extremely fast. Boom! After absorbing the massive amount of spiritual qi, the sequence shackles within Chen Stable's body had also reached a critical point. Click! With a crashing sound, the second sequence yoke was finally lifted. Ancient and mysterious chaotic sequence qi leaked out from it. At that moment, heaven and earth shook, and the originating qi exploded in midair like a spark, and swept outwards in a circle. In the endless depths of the heavens, there are billions of chaotic qi swings in the diffusion. An ancient silhouette was pulled out, and 9 chaotic dragons tugged a chaotic battlefield roaring through the boundless deep space. What is this source? At this moment, even Yi Maniac, who had been maintaining his composure, was no longer calm, and his face was filled with shock. Even though he had seen a lot, he had never seen such a sight. In fact, not to mention Yi Maniac, even if the Taiku remnant was present at the scene, he wouldn't necessarily be able to recognize it. For one, the chaos sequence body gave birth to chaos, one of the oldest physiques. Secondly, the true aura of the chaotic sequence body had been shielded by the heaven's destiny furnace, and regular people simply could not distinguish the origin of the individual. It seems that this little grandson of his own is even scarier than expected. With all this, our Yi clan has truly picked up a treasure. Thinking of this, Yi Maniac couldn't help but take a deep breath. His heart excited for no reason. The vision had lasted for dozens of breaths before it slowly smoothed out. Just when the crowd thought they had reached the top, an even more terrifying force soared in knots, once again breaking the original calm. It's finally coming. The crowd was shaken and subconsciously held their breath. As for Yi Maniac and the other group of executives, they were also looking forward to it at this time. They also wanted to know just how far Chen Stable, who had brought them so many shocks, could break through, and what strength after the breakthrough. Chapter 116 Successive Breakthroughs, another absolute talent. Under the crowd's anticipation, Chen Stable's realm finally saw a breakthrough. The moment the power broke through the bottleneck, a rumbling tremor ensued from heaven and earth. A terrifying vision appeared one after another, diffusing in midair, constantly releasing ancient Tao rhythms. At the same time, Chen Stable's realm was also soaring. The 4th realm of life and death, the 5th realm of life and death, the 6th realm of life and death. It wasn't until the 7th life and death realm that the breakthrough gradually stopped, and by this time, 7 ancient life and death seals had been superimposed in midair. The surrounding space distorted one after another under the suppression of these life and death seals, and endless pieces of space were falling. Upon seeing this, the crowd of people had gone numb, breaking through 4 minor realms in one breath. This is an unprecedented phenomenon. Most importantly, they didn't feel the slightest sign of lethargy. In other words, every small realm of Chen's stability was real. At this, the shock in their hearts increased even more, because in their perception, it's just not possible. But the facts were before their eyes and they witnessed it. So, they have to believe it too. And right at that moment, the life and death seal in midair suddenly shook. Only a terrifying force swept down in all directions. At first it was like a huge wave that covered the sky and pressed on the hearts of everyone on the scene. Not good. The faces of the sons on the scene changed. Knock knock. Before they could react, they directly fell to their knees. Some of the weaker sons and daughters even directly fell to the ground.
unable to even breathe.
When Yi Qingshan saw it, he didn't dare to be slow anymore, and even held up a side of the field, blocking the power that came from the pressure outside. After doing this, Yi Qingshan's face suddenly changed. Only he knew how terrifying this power of Qin Stable was. It was the normal Heavenly King realm that didn't have this kind of impact.
But how much cultivation does Chen Jian have? It's only the 7th realm of life and death. One can only say that this level of strength growth is too much. Phew! And the crowd of children whose pressure had been reduced couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Especially those children with weaker strengths were as if they had been pardoned, gasping for air. This is the 7th level of the ING realm of the living and the dead? It's ING horrible. At this point, all that was in the hearts of the sons and daughters was shock. Patriarch, what is the origin of this nephew of yours? Yi Qingshan swallowed a mouthful of saliva before saying. Yi Fan took a deep breath. Would you believe me if I said that this is the first time I've seen him as well? I believe. Yi Qingshan nodded without hesitation. With all his years of insight, he could be certain that Chen Stable was an anomaly. If cultivated well, it may not be impossible to become a party master. This might not be as good for their Yi clan. Thinking about this, Yi Qingshan hurriedly said, Patriarch, this nephew of yours must stay, and our Yi clan must also dedicate ourselves to cultivating him. Oh, why don't you object now?
You were looking down on him just now.
Yi Fan glanced at Yi Qingshan and couldn't help but flirt. Yi Qingshan nodded. I admit that my eyes were shallow before. He is very strong and powerful. Ha ha ha, after so many years, this is the first time I've seen you bow your head. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh aloud. Yi Qingshan didn't deny it. In fact, he hadn't expected to see the day when he would look away. And, with a heartfelt bowing of the head and admitting fault, but in his opinion, Chen Jian was indeed worthy of bowing down. Anyone who could use their strength to bring him down deserved his utmost respect. You don't have to laugh at me either. In fact, just now when I was holding up the field, I sensed the existing strength of Little Steady. Speaking of this, Yi Qingshan's words changed. Do you know where his strength has reached now? Seeing how solemn Yi Qingshan was, Yi Fan couldn't help but tighten his smile. Where are we? The other elders, too, looked towards where Yi Qingshan was. Obviously, they want to know the answer too. Yi Qingshan took a deep breath and said word by word. He can fight with the Heavenly King realm that has just broken through, and is invincible under the Nirvana realm. This, sizzle, the group, including Yi Fan, could not help but suck in a breath of cool air for a long time. The 7th life and death realm could battle the Heavenly King realm. What kind of concept was that? One must know that there was a difference between the Heavenly King realm and the Nirvana realm. For cultivators, it was even more of a rift. Now that Chen Stability was fighting the Heavenly King realm with the life and death realm, it was an existence that was even more difficult than crossing a heavenly rift. There were only a handful of geniuses who could achieve this level, even in their Yi clan. At this moment, it was the little cutie. It was also known that Chen Stable was an absolute genius, but what they didn't know was that Chen Stable's true strength was far stronger than what Yi Qingshan had perceived. It took a long time for Yi Fan to respond, then solemnly said, I'll make him stay as long as possible. It's not possible. It's certain. Yi Qingshan once again solemnly said. Yi Fan didn't speak anymore. For him, it was uncle first, then patriarch. He doesn't want to kidnap Chen Jian with his morals. If Chen Stable was willing to belong to the Yi clan, he would be happy to see it. If Chen Stable had other ideas, then he wouldn't force it. Yi Qingshan glanced at Yi Fan, then sighed. What was Yi Fan thinking? How had he not known? Because of this, he couldn't force it. At the same time, Wen Xinbing couldn't help but open his mouth towards Wen Xinbing. Little Yan you really gave birth to a good son. Actually, I didn't expect the little stable to be so exaggerated. Speaking of this, Yi Shenyan laughed bitterly. To be honest, at first I was just hoping that he would be half as good as his little enemy. But who would have thought that he could have this kind of talent? Maybe he really isn't inferior to little enemy. Wen Xinbing didn't object because she felt the same way. But as to whether or not he could have the achievements of Yi Wufei, it was still too early to assert. Little Yan can I discuss something with you? Right at this moment, Yi Maniac opened his mouth. Father, you say. Yi Shenyan spoke. Yi Maniac didn't hesitate either. Let little stable stay in the Yi clan. As for the Chun clan, let them get as far away as they can. Compared to Yi Fan, Yi Maniac, who had lived for so many more years, was more decisive in doing things. Father, you really don't beat around the bush at all. Yi Shenyan smiled helplessly. Your father isn't one of those brats. Naturally he knows that the only way to put his heart down is to hammer things to death. Yi Mania directly said. Yi Shenyan shook her head. This I can't promise you, and I, as a mother, am not qualified to ask him to do anything. Yi Maniac's brows wrinkled lightly, but he didn't say anything else. Look at you. After so many years, Your nature doesn't change a bit, and you're always so windy in everything you do. Little Steady is an affectionate person. As long as we treat him well, are we still afraid that he won't have a sense of belonging? As the atmosphere gradually sank, Wen Shunbing slowly spoke. That's right, it's me as a grandpa who's in a hurry. Yi Maniac laughed aloud at once. Wen Shunbing winked at Yi Xinyan, as if to say, see, it's still my old lady who will step in. Yi Xinyan smiled, and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. Regarding all of this, Chen Stable was naturally unaware of it, and at this time, his breakthrough had also come to an end. As the power gradually returned, Chen Stable slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he completely completed his breakthrough. The seventh realm of life and death. The second sequence yoke is lifted, gained another absolute talent, and, for this absolute gift he was satisfied and pleased. Chapter 117 Guling Kite Shock. No one in this world can make me bow down. If anything, the last absolute battle power was an absolutely uncapped pull on individual battle power. Then absolute speed this time. That's the maximum circumvention of personal danger. This is because this talent allows you to dodge all attacks at a moment's notice and allows you to make a return attack at the first opportunity. However, the only drawback was that it was extremely demanding on the individual's physique and soul. Even with his current ability, he could barely complete a single cast. But even so, he had been satisfied. Because, as long as it's not a cutie, all know it's an absolute gift against all odds. It is not an exaggeration to say that as long as it is utilized well, it can be not only a jinx, but also a jutsu against all odds. Only after thinking about this did Chen Stable slowly exhale a mouthful of turbid air. The hall this time around is so big. Soon after, Chen Steady then flipped his hand again, and a silver-colored Heavenly Destiny treasure chest appeared in his hand. I'd like to see what this treasure chest can open. Open! In the middle of Chen Steady's thoughts, the silver Heavenly Destiny treasure chest opened. Congratulations to you, for obtaining the supreme level technique, Tai Shang Guan Si. Note, it can be continuously upgraded. It can be used to visualize all things, increasing the speed of cultivation and the strength of the soul. When it is practiced to the extreme, it can be used to develop the inner world and create all things as the heart desires. Holy, this kung fu is heaven-defying. Chen Jian couldn't help but cry out in shock. If this technique was coupled with the Great World Divine Tree, wouldn't it be possible to create an imaginary great world? Once this idea was realized, then he was the absolute master. The absolute mastery. Thinking of this, Chen Stable's breathing couldn't help but catch up. But soon, he calmed down again. These things were still a long way off, and it was only right that he should have his eyes on what was in front of him now. With this in mind, Chen Stable did not hesitate any longer and directly cultivated. As for the people out there, let them wait it out. At this point, outside, as a little bit of time passed, the people on the scene had begun to speculate, because by all rights, the breakthrough should have been completed long ago. But why was there a delay in seeing anyone come out? Is it possible that something happened during the breakthrough? In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and Yi Xinyan also began to be a little anxious, pacing up and down in place from time to time. A few moments later, Yi Xinyan finally couldn't help herself and opened her mouth. Father, Little Steady should be fine, right? Yi Maniac shook his head. You are concerned. Although there isn't much power floating around in there, Little Stable's life breath is still normal. This phenomenon is more like cultivation than going off the deep end. Of course, there was one thing he didn't say. If one had only just broken through and then sank back into cultivation, this would be too calm. Is this a genuine ignorance that there is a whole bunch of people waiting outside? Or is it a fake ignorance? Okay. Yi Xinyan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, she actually knew all this, but she couldn't help but worry. You know, this is her son. 3 more days passed. At this point, the chatter on the scene grew louder and louder. Some people even speculated that Chen Stability was in a hurry, causing him to go off the deep end. Many people were still dismissive of these voices at first, but as time passes, more and more people agree with this statement. Patriarch, what do you think is going on here? Yi Qingshan finally couldn't help but speak. It's what you have in mind. Yi Fan shrugged. Yi Qingshan smiled helplessly and bitterly. If he can still cultivate calmly under these circumstances, then what are we? Clowns? Yi Fan suddenly laughed. Ha ha, I really didn't expect there are times when these thousands of us are left out to dry, and it was hung out to dry for a couple of days, so it's kind of a good story to get out. Laughing? You're still laughing here. After Yi Fan said this, Yi Qingshan also felt quite laughable, but instead of being annoyed about it, he was getting more and more satisfied. All his life he has done things by the book, striving not to make mistakes. Now that he had met someone who was so unruly and didn't care about other people's faces, it brightened his eyes. And at this time,
Chen Stability had also completed his cultivation of the supreme conceptualization.
The supreme observation thoughts were more difficult to practice than he had imagined,
and it took more than 6 days to get started.
But it was all worth it to him. After cultivating this technique, he had a vestigial feeling of his eyes opening up.
There is a metaphysical power that flows through you when you look at many things.
With deeper contemplation, this subtle power is transformed into a sense of reality. At the same time,
his soul was also able to receive a certain amount of feedback,
and there was a vague tendency to enhance it.
At this moment, he also understood the significance of this Dong method's ability to enhance his cultivation speed and soul.
Thinking about this,
the corner of Chen Stable's mouth could not help but slightly hook.
It's about time to go out. Those people are waiting impatiently. I'm afraid.
Phew. Chen Jian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air before standing up.
In fact, Chen Stable hadn't really guessed wrong. At this moment,
there was nothing outside except for the elders who could still barely remain calm.
Those sons and daughters had already made a mess, with all sorts of murmurs. Look, guys, what's that? Just as the atmosphere was getting more and more agitated,
one person suddenly called out sharply.
At once, everyone looked over in search of sound. To the eye, it was exactly the way Chen Stable walked out. It's still the 7th realm of life and death. The atmosphere was also very stagnant. No sign of going off the deep end at all. So what took him so long to get out?
After scanning Chen Stable for a while, doubts rose again in many people's hearts.
Phew.
Only after seeing Chen Stable in this state did Ji Xinyan in the distance put his heart down.
This brat is really calm enough? Yi Maniac gulped lightly,
but there was still a smile on his face that he couldn't hide. To be able to be at ease and still cultivate in such a situation, this kind of mentality could only be described as terrifying.
Even back then, he couldn't do it. At this time, Yi Fan and Yi Qingshan
looked at each other and saw their respective helplessness. The state of Chen Stable in front of him said it all.
Just practicing. They are just left out to dry. Brother Chen, shouldn't you have completed your breakthrough long ago? Why did you take so long to come out? Yi Rulong, who was on the side, finally couldn't help but ask.
As soon as these words came out, all the sons and daughters could not help but look at Chen Stable in unison. They also wanted to know what it was because of.
Chen Jian smiled. It's not much. It's just that I've been practicing for a few days. By the way, have you guys been waiting here all this time?
Me. Yi Rulong and the others were numb and really had the urge to roughhouse.
We've waited so long, and you ing say the practice is gone. Then what are we? A clown? This kid, he's really dark. Knowingly asking questions when you know everyone is waiting.
Yi Fan and the others couldn't help it at this time,
the corners of their mouths twitching straight up. Great elder, do I count this as proving myself?
Chen Jian's gaze flicked around and landed on Yi Qingshan's face as he opened his mouth.
The corners of Yi Qingshan's mouth also straightened more than once. Dare I say, you're not even going to let me go. On the side, Yi Fan,
the corners of his mouth tugged and cracked, and he had already burst into laughter.
This nephew of mine is quite a bit like me. Not bad at all. Meanwhile, in the crowd, a figure gradually retreated out.
Soon he came to a corner, only to see him take out a transmitting note and silently transmitting it to inject spiritual energy into it.
It wasn't long before a female voice came from inside. Yes, if Chen Jian was here, he would definitely be able to hear that it was Guling Kite's voice.
This silhouette hurriedly told the story of Chen Stable's one move that had eliminated the triple Nirvana realm in a second, as well as the fact that he had broken 4 minor realms in a row.
At the same time,
he didn't forget to describe the world-shattering breakthrough visions one by one to Guling Kite.
At this time, Guling Kite, who was sitting high up at the inner hall,
gradually showed shocked colors on his face, and the movements in his hands froze.
Triple Nirvana realm in 1 move second, and it's still in the norm.
This was clearly another huge increase in strength from not too long ago.
In the twinkling of an eye, he broke 4 more minor realms in a row. After the breakthrough, he calmly practiced for 6 more days, leaving several thousand people out to dry.
This one broke her imagination.
This was definitely an absolute genius, and it was still a top-notch existence. At this moment,
she admitted that her heart was a little shaken.
But, high and mighty as he was, she couldn't bow down,
and she will not bow down.
With this in mind,
she collected her thoughts before she said in a cold voice,
"Continue to keep an eye on me, and report back promptly if anything happens."
"Yes, master," the silhouette answered and then directly destroyed the transmission note.
Guling Kite silently put away the transmission note, her face cold and heavy. In this world, no one can make me bow down, and everything I do is always right. Chapter 118 The Determination of the Person Behind. Earthly Immortal Yi Qingxian. At the same time, an ancient space.
There were several men in black sitting here,
especially the one on the high seat,
with an extremely terrifying aura wrapped around him.
"Speak, what is it?" At that moment, the man in black on the high seat spoke. Chen Ba-xian is dead.
A man in black at the bottom spoke.
The black-robed man on the high seat wrinkled his brow. How did he die? The target killed it, and by his own hand.
The man in black at the bottom said. When these words came out, the black-clothed men at the scene were all shaken. Obviously, they didn't expect such a result either. It is important to know that they know very well how much weight the target person has, and they were also very clear about how many kilograms Chen Ba-xian had. If the target really killed Chen Ba-xian, then one could only say that it was too much. It was only a moment later that the man on the high seat spoke. What is it now? The black-clothed man at the bottom, again, told Chen Stable's current situation one by one. The scene was once again dead silent. Clearly, they were once again shocked by Chen Stable's potential. Seeing that the black-robed man on the high seat didn't say anything for a long time, the black-robed man at the bottom only whispered, "Should we make the first move?" The black-clothed man on the high seat shook his head and leisurely laughed. "That's where you're wrong. This current situation is on the contrary a good thing for us."
A good thing? This villain doesn't understand.
The black-clothed man at the bottom was puzzled.
The man in black on the high seat smiled. There are some things you don't need to understand.
The people above have their own plans. The black-robed man at the bottom fell silent,
and only after a long time did he say, "What if that kid is completely out of his grasp? Just by himself. He can't turn over any big waves yet." Saying that,
the black-robed man on the high seat's words turned ghostly cold. The people who have their eyes on that brat are far more powerful than you can imagine.
We just have to do what we're told. The rest is simply unnecessary to worry about. Understood.
The black-clothed man at the bottom nodded before he added.
Then what are we going to do next? Continue to keep an eye on it. Other than that, don't do anything extra.
The black-robed man on the high seat spoke. The man in black at the bottom nodded.
If there's nothing else, let's all disperse.
The man in black on the high seat waved his hand.
Yes, my lord.
The people at the bottom responded and retreated one after another. Only after everyone had left did the man in black on the high seat coldly smile and say,
"Interesting, really interesting. Looks like what the people up there predicted wasn't wrong at all, depending on what happens next. Seriously, this seat really wants to see that day come." When he said that, he saw his figure gradually illuminated and finally disappeared. Regarding all of this, Chen Stable was naturally unaware of it. At this moment, Yi Maniac and the others had already come over. It was only after he looked Chen Stable up and down for a while that he laughed aloud. "You kid, you really didn't let Grandpa down. Very good, Grandpa. You are too kind." Chen Jian laughed lightly. "That's not like me at all, you kid. It's a good thing. What's there to be modest about?" Yi Maniac laughed aloud,
then turned his head to look at the crowd behind him.
"Now you and others can still have objections?" Everyone was silent at these words, because by this time, they were beyond speaking out against it. "I agree." Right at this moment, Yi Qingshan suddenly spoke. "Oh, little Qingshan, you are still as straightforward as ever." Yi Han laughed and said.
Yi Qingshan glanced at Chen Stable,
then said, "From the beginning to the end, my humble self has adhered to one truth, fairness and justice." Little Steady he proved himself with his strength and gave the little man a good lesson. Therefore, in the name of the family's grand elder, I now cordially invite Little Steady to join our Yi clan.
Yi Maniac raised his eyebrows and looked at Chen Stable.
"What about you, Little Stable? What are your thoughts?" Swish. At that instant, everyone looked at where Chen Stable was in unison, because they also wanted to know how Chen Stable would answer. Chen Jian didn't hesitate and directly said, "First of all, I'm very grateful to the great elder for his regard for the brat, but the kid still says that as long as the Yi clan doesn't abandon me, then I will never betray the Yi clan." Yi Han nodded silently. Although Chen Stable did not explicitly say that he would join the Chun clan, the words were enough. Understood. Yi Qingshan nodded heavily before saying, 9 days from now is when the Yi clan's inheritance opens. At that time, I hope that you, Little Stable, will be able to participate together. Good. I will definitely be on time. Chen Jian nodded. Still, the Yi clan's inheritance was not something he had to have, but it was obvious that his mother wanted him to pass it all on. Just for that, then he had to fulfill his mother's wish. Good. After receiving Chen Stable's confirmation, Yi Qingshan also nodded heavily. Wifey, take Little Goose and the others to where the shelter has been prepared. Right at this moment, Yi Maniac suddenly opened his mouth. When Shen Bing nodded, Xiao Yan, you guys come with me, okay, mother. Yi Xinyan answered and turned to leave with Chen Jian and the others. After a few people left, Yi Maniac then spoke. You all disperse as well, all the selected sons and daughters. We will disclose them to the clan together. Yes, old patriarch. The disciples responded and turned to leave one by one. Soon, only a group of Yi clan executives were left at the scene. Let's move to the gathering hall. Yi Maniac opened his mouth. Okay. The executives also guessed what was going on and responded. And at the same time, Chen Stable's name was also quickly circulating amongst the Yi clan and caused quite a few ripples to come. In particular, some of the sons and daughters portrayed Chen Stable's deeds in a colorful manner. For this reason, some of the submerged sons and daughters had also become extremely interested in Chen Stable. In particular, they were even more shocked when they heard that Chen Stability would receive the Yi clan's inheritance together. One must know that in all these years, there had never been a precedent of a descendant of a different surname being able to receive the clan's inheritance. From this, it could be seen how strong Chen Stable's talent was. Of course, the reason they were interested in Chen Stable stemmed more from questioning, and because of that, they wanted to witness it all the more. Meanwhile, Yi Rulong returned to the tilted immortal peak. As a leader of the younger generation, Yi Qingxian possessed an independent residence, and Yi Rulong, as Yi Qingxian's younger brother, naturally possessed the qualifications to enter this place for cultivation. At this time, Yi Qingxian was practicing her sword at the dojo within the peak as usual, a movement that created its own aura. Yi Qingxian had a head of silver hair, skin like snow, a stunningly beautiful appearance, and her body was every bit as if it was finely carved, especially her temperament, like an orchid in an empty valley, and like a white lotus on a snowy mountain. Extremely dusty, Yi Rulong glanced at his own sister and silently cultivated as well, only that his heart had some ups and downs. Perhaps noticing his own brother's strange emotions, Yi Qingxian could not help but stop the movements in his hands, the indifference under his eyes converging. At this moment, the untouchable earthly fairy was finally tinted with a hint of earthly flavor. Yi Rulong could be said to have been raised by her, so the slightest change in mood could not be hidden from her. It was said that an elder sister was a mother, and this phrase was not in the least bit excessive when applied to Yi Qingxian's. What's wrong? Yi Qingxian spoke leisurely. Chapter 119 Yi Qingxian's Confidence. Chaos Inheritance's Permission. It's nothing. Yi Rulong shook his head and continued to swing the longsword in his hand. Speak. Yi Qingxian spoke again, her tone hardening. Only then did Yi Rulong helplessly stop the movements in his hands. I just feel like I'm too far behind. Lost to little boy again? Yi Qingxian raised her eyebrows lightly. Yes and no. Yi Rulong shook his head. Tell us what happened. At this time, Yi Qingxian also knew that things were much more complicated than she had imagined. Yi Rulong hesitated for a moment, but still told everything about Chen Stable. After listening, Yi Qingxian fell silent. For a kid of the triple life and death realm to create such big miracles one after another was truly remarkable. It was no wonder that her brother was in a spiral of self-doubt. If she could, she would also like to meet this one called Chen Stable. Of course, the most important thing was that this person was Chen Hongnian's brother. Although she and Chen Hongnian were only nodding acquaintances, both sides recognized each other's strength. At some point, they also secretly compete. Sis, do you think I'll never catch up with him? Just then, Yi Rulong looked at Yi Qingxian and said, if Chen Stable had defeated Yi Fudu, he would still be confident that he could catch up. However, after Chen Stability broke 4 minor realms in a row, he became completely desperate. Only those who truly cultivated could understand how difficult it was to break 4 minor realms in a row. One could even say that it's never going to happen. Yi Qingxian glanced at her own brother. This kind of breaking 4 minor realms in a row, a glance is a secret technique. No one can be like this all the time. You're just being too pessimistic. Besides, as an orthodox descendant of the Yi clan, you're still afraid of a foreign descendant? Prepare well for the family inheritance in 9 days. It's a chance for you to realize a reversal. In fact, Yi Qingxian's words were not without reason. In the world of cultivation, the father's bloodline would always overpower the mother's bloodline. This is what is considered to be the difference between the orthodox children and the foreign children. Right. Why didn't I think of this? I'm the proper Yi clan's son. Speaking of this, the bottom of Yi Rulong's eyes shone brighter and brighter. How much more gifted is that Chen Stable? Will he still be able to suppress me in terms of inheritance? I can totally take this opportunity to bring these distances closer together and even achieve transcendence. Seeing her own brother regain his confidence, Yi Qingxian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was also truly afraid that Yi Rulong would be devastated by this. Sister, you'll go over there when the time comes. Yi Rulong looked at Yi Qingxian again and said. Yi Qingxian thought for a moment before saying, no matter what, this is also the first time in your life. Sis will pass. Understood. I will definitely not let you down. Yi Rulong nodded heavily. Yi Qingxian pursed her mouth lightly. Go on, cultivate at ease. There's no need to mess around with your thoughts. Well, I'm on my way. Yi Rulong answered and then hurriedly walked towards where the cultivation room was. Looking at Yi Rulong's back, Yi Qingxian couldn't help but shake her head. In her opinion, Yi Rulong had to continue to grow, and being easily emotional was not a good thing. Soon enough,
she sank into practicing her sword once again, and the matter of Chinstable was also put behind her.
In her opinion, Chinstable should have 2 tricks up his sleeve,
but it hadn't reached that point of disrupting her Dao heart.
As for what level Chinstable could reach in terms of the family legacy, she didn't care, let alone worry. If you're stronger, can you still break the record she set? On the other hand, Yi Maniac and the others had already arrived at the Hall of Gathering. At this moment, Yi Maniac was sitting high on the main seat, looking at the group underneath. Yi Maniac spoke slowly.
I believe everyone has seen what just happened with their own eyes, so I won't go into more detail. This time, I summoned you all here just for the matter of reopening the Chaos Inheritance.
At these words, the entire room fell into silence. Obviously,
Yi Maniac had looked at Chinstable's potential before suggesting opening this most ancient inheritance. One must know that the most recent time this inheritance was opened was still because of Yi Qingxian.
But in the end, Yi Qingxian did not obtain this inheritance.
Many of the higher-ups in the clan were disappointed by this.
Because of this inheritance, it wasn't something that could be opened just by wanting to open it. Not only does this process require a lot of preparation, but you must also invest enough manpower and resources. Even if their Yi clan was deep, they could not afford to consume it all the same. Yi Maniac wanted to fight for his grandson's rights, which was understandable, but this really couldn't be child's play. Speak up, what are your opinions?
Yi Maniac swept a glance at the crowd before speaking.
Yi Fan spoke up first. I agree.
Little Steady does have this qualification. Yi Qingshan hesitated for a moment and also spoke.
I also agree. Little Steady's talent is indeed evident to all. With Yi Fan and Yi Qingshan's approval, the others hesitated for a moment and also took a stand one after another. Among these were those who agreed, those who had reservations, and those who remained silent. Then the minority is in favor of the majority. And the matter is settled. I will present the proposal directly later. Yi Mania directly finalized this resolution.
The others saw this and didn't say another word.
Then disperse. Yi Maniac waved his hand.
Only after the crowd dispersed did Yi Fan speak.
Father, you're taking a big risk here. Once Steady can't show enough, then you're inside out. Yi Maniac smiled. We, as elders, can only do what we can for the benefit of the younger ones. As to whether it will work or not, that's not for us to say. Besides, if he can perform a miracle once, then why can't he do it a second time? Okay, since you have decided, then I can't say anything else. Yi Fan sighed and said, in his opinion, to obtain this ancient inheritance could be much stronger than even breaking through 4 minor realms. Can Chen Jian really work miracles? He didn't even have the courage to bet this time. You also go and get busy. Yi Maniac waved his hand and said, good. Yi Fan nodded and got up to leave. At the same time, on the other side, when Xinbing brought Chen Jian and the others, and had already arrived at the residence. Little Steady, see if there's anything you're not satisfied with and tell Grandma directly. When Xinbing opened his mouth while pulling Chen Jian, Chinstable scanned the scene before he said, Grandmother, this is already very good, as long as you're satisfied. The smile on Wen Xinbing's face grew even wider. Mother, let's sit down and talk about anything.
Yi Xinyan spoke from the side.
Good.
When Xinbing responded several times in a row before pulling Chen Jian to sit down, Chen Jian didn't mind the trouble and listened to Wen Xinbing chattering with a smile on his face.
Only after half an hour did Wen Xinbing reluctantly leave the residence.
Yi Shenyan then laughed.
Xiao Jian, you can really earn your mother's face. Good, really good. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth hooked. This is just the beginning.
When I receive the inheritance, I will give you a big wave of work.
Mother, ha, then mother will be waiting for you to show off. Yi Shenyan suddenly laughed even more. But soon,
Yi Shenyan's smile converged. Speaking of the Yi clan's inheritance,
mother really does have some things to instruct you. Mother, you say. Chinstable instantly straightened up as well.
The Yi clan has an ancient inheritance from chaos, an existence that no one has been able to successfully comprehend for tens of thousands of years.
Mother has already asked your grandfather to go and fight for you. Once you get permission from above, you can be sure to do everything you can to fight for it. As long as you can succeed, then you will surely be able to soar to the heavens. That is, suppressing an era is not impossible. Understand? Speaking of this, Yi Shenyan's voice became very solemn. The Chaos Legacy? Isn't this a professional match?
Chinstable's heart was suddenly moved, and the corner of his mouth slightly curved up in an arc.
Chapter 120 Hitching a Lifetime of Merit. Taking an interest in Chen Jian.
Only after thinking about this did Chen Jian solemnly nod his head and say,
Don't worry mother, I will definitely not let you down.
With your words,
then mother won't say anything.
Yi Shenyan glanced at Chen Jian,
then laughed. Mother, we'd better leave some time for Little Steady to cultivate and go. After all, the inheritance assembly is only a few days away. Right at this moment, Chen Hongmian suddenly spoke. Right. Little steady you go and cultivate. Time is running out. Yi Shenyan immediately said. Chen Stable thought about it and didn't refuse. Alright then, if anything happens during that time, just remind me directly. Go on.
Yi Shenyan smiled and nodded. Chen Stable did not hesitate any longer and directly walked towards where the cultivation room was. Of course, this time he wasn't trying to break through or anything, but simply wanted to practice the secret art in his hand. For so many days, the amount of time he had put into his divine secret arts was still too little. Looking at Chen Stable's back as he left, the smile on Yi Shenyan's face grew wider and wider. Little Stable, he, on the contrary, is making people look forward to it more and more. At the same age, it's true that Big Brother and I are not as outstanding as Little Steady, Chen Hongmian said honestly. In response, Chen Wufei did not refute this. It doesn't even compare like that. All three of you have your own strengths and weaknesses. Yi Shenyan glanced at Chen Hongmian and said. Chen Hongmian smiled and didn't say anything else. Whether or not they each have their own strengths and weaknesses, she herself knows better than anyone. One must know that the celestial elephant that Chen Stability had evolved when he broke through the celestial realm had reached the number of 99. Other than that, the two of them are just nowhere near as good. And what Chen Stable subsequently displayed broke her perceptions over and over again. In her mind, not to mention her peers, it was the entire young generation, and there was no existence that could be compared to his own brother. That's right, you two go and get busy too. Just have mother here. Yi Shenyan spoke once more. Chen Hongmian hesitated for a moment before saying, that's fine. I do have things to do on my side as well. When Little Stable attends the inheritance assembly, I'll find a way to rush over. Although Chen Wuxi didn't say anything, silence was the best answer. Go. Yi Shenyan patted the back of Chen Hongmian's hand. Chen Hongmian and Chen Wufei didn't say anything more as they turned around and left. Yi Shenyan smiled with satisfaction, then walked into the room where Chen Stable was and cleaned up for him. In these 16 years, she hadn't even spent a single day properly with Chen Jian. For the next few days, she was going to make this up to Chen Jian as much as she could. 6 days passed. At this time, there were only 3 days left before the inheritance assembly opened. The news that the clan was going to open the Chaos Inheritance land also instantly spread to every corner. At the same time, another voice appeared in the clan, saying that this ultimate inheritance was opened for Chen Stability. And once this news spread, the entire up and down of the Yi clan exploded. As a part of being in the clan, no one knew the gold content of this inheritance better than them. And what does Chen Jian, such a foreigner, have to offer? However, upon learning that this was an opportunity that Yi Maniac had used so many years of merit as a price to obtain from above, people up and down the clan have been shocked by this. Especially the elders of the clan couldn't believe that Yi Maniac had pressed such a heavy treasure on the body of a grandson. You know, it takes a lifetime to accumulate one's merits. It not only preserves its own immortality, but also shines on the immortality of the lineage in which it is located. Therefore, in their opinion, this behavior of Yi Maniac was simply bold and confused. Of course, if Chen Stable could really comprehend this inheritance, then Yi Maniac would definitely be able to put a stop to death. But is it possible? It was as strong as Yi Qingxian, these supreme celestial pride and orthodox sons of the Yi clan, who had failed in the end, not to mention an outsider's son like Chen Jian. At this time, inside the tilted immortal peak, Yi Rulong hurried in once more. Sister, it's not good. It's not good. What is it that makes you so anxious? Yi Qingxian couldn't help but frown. Chaos Inheritance land reopened. Entrant Chen Stable. Yi Rulong said in a continuous voice. Yi Qingxian's hand movements froze, somewhat unable to believe what she was hearing. If anything is the biggest regret of her heart, that was undoubtedly the Chaos Inheritance. At that time, when she obtained the qualification to open the Chaos Inheritance land, it caused a giant dragon sensation in the Yi clan. A whole bunch of people up and down the clan had huge expectations for her, and for this reason, the clan's oldest ancestor also came out. But in the end, she failed. It also made many of the clan's executives come home in full bloom, and she became a joke that day. So, whenever someone brought up this legacy, it was like a slap in her face. It was just that what she hadn't expected was that Chen Stable, such an outsider's son, had gained the same qualifications as her. Is it hard to believe that I still put people down before? Thinking of this, Yi Qingxian's brows wrinkled even tighter. It was only after a few breaths that she suppressed the emotions scurrying within her and spoke. Did the clan say what it was opened because of? Yi Rulong nodded. It was the old patriarch who used his life's merit to replace it. Speaking of this, Yi Rulong's words had an indescribable envy in them. Seriously, he would have loved to have such a grandpa too. Yi Qingxian froze once again. She had thought that it was because of Chen Stable's own potential, and she had also thought that it was the unique vision of the higher-ups within the clan. But he never thought it would end up being such a cause. putting his life's work on the line to get a chance for his grandson. At best this is spoiling the grandchildren. At worst this is complete nonsense. It was important to realize that the inheritance in the chaotic inheritance land was not just a matter of having the opportunity. Back then, after entering the inheritance land, she had tried 100 times without success. She remained confused until she finally came out. Even she, who was justly qualified, couldn't do it. But with a backdoor person like Chen Jian, could he? Oh, it's a joke. She shook her head in disbelief at the thought. Sister, do you think Chen Stable has a chance? Yi Rulong couldn't help but ask. It was really because the shock that Chen Stable had caused him was too great, so his heart rose and fell over it. Yi Qingxian glanced at Yi Rulong. Put your heart back in your stomach. If it's the ancestral land inheritance that he's entering, he might still have a chance to have some sort of harvest. But if it's to enter the chaos inheritance land, there's no chance at all. And no one is more vocal than me, a person who has been there. But why did the old patriarch do that? Yi Rulong said in disbelief. Yi Qingxian faintly said, this is not something I should think about, much less something you should be obsessed with. Still, you should cultivate properly nowadays. Don't get distracted by a chunstable. Understand? Understood. Yi Rulong hurriedly assured. Then why are you standing here? Yi Qingxian glanced at Yi Rulong and said helplessly. I'm going to go cultivate now. Yi Rulong gave a cheeky grin, and then walked towards the cultivation room again. Yi Qingxian shook her head, but she didn't cultivate anymore. If anything, before that, she had merely intended to go and support her brother. Now then, she was really interested in Chen Jian. She also wanted to see how big a wave could be tossed about by someone who could be pressed into service by the old matriarch for his entire life. Chapter 121 The Inheritance Conference begins. Ancient Ling Kite comes to watch the battle. At this moment, at the inner hall where Yi Maniac was, Yi Fan raised his steps and walked in. As if Yi Maniac had already anticipated all of this, he leisurely said, sit down and talk about it. Yi Fan sat down silently, and only after a long time did he say, Father, do you know that my side has all gone haywire? Of course, the side that Yi Fan was talking about was naturally their lineage. Yi Maniac's expression remained unchanged. It's not up to them to discuss this matter. You go back and tell them that I used my own merits. If they don't, then off. I can do the honors and cut them out for them. Yi Fan instantly laughed bitterly. He knew his old man would react this way, but he knew better than that. And the most anyone from their lineage would do was go to him and complain about it. No one really has the guts to let them make a scene here from their home dad. Then again, he could understand those people. After all, by doing so, their own old man was doing them a disservice in disguise. In this case, they are not allowed to have a couple of complaints anymore? Only after reading this did Yi Fan speak again. I thought I was blind enough to little steady, but now it seems far worse than you. Speaking of this, his voice suddenly became solemn. Father, aren't you afraid of losing the bet? Yi Maniac glanced at Yi Fan before saying, I'm afraid, but I'm even more afraid of our lineage losing to me. You can't see that the clan has been calm, but there is never absolute calm in the ocean. Over the years, there have been fewer and fewer geniuses coming out of our lineage, and there are even none of the kind of geniuses like Yi Qingxian's. Wait any longer? And how long will we wait? Is it that if we can't get out, we'll have to watch and be eliminated? Now it's so hard to come up with a genius that can rival Yi Qingxian, so why don't I take a gamble? Do the guys who are complaining about this really think I don't know what they're worried about? Still, if they only want to take care of the immediate future, then get the hell out of here. Yi Fan looked at Yi Maniac in a daze, unable to say a word. Maybe it's this drive to put his life on the line that he lacks compared to his own old man. Yi Maniac calmed his emotions down before speaking leisurely. Actually, I don't have much confidence in whether Little Steady can obtain the inheritance, but what I want is for Steady Jr. to come into his own on this one, even if it doesn't turn out as well as I'd hoped. But I believe that through this display of inheritance, Little Steady will definitely be able to be seen by the people above. At that time, Little Steady will be able to be focused on, not to mention that we will be able to use this opportunity to make our voices heard. Tell the people above that our lineage is also capable of producing supreme geniuses. As the head of a clan, you should be able to understand the importance of this. Yi Fan's breath caught in his throat before he nodded heavily and said, My child understands. Drink tea. Yi Maniac didn't say anything else and raised his hand. Yi Fan drank the tea in his cup and then walked out of the room with large strides. Yi Maniac put down the teacup in his hand and sighed leisurely. Little Stable, you can't let me down. Regarding all of this, Chen Stable was naturally unaware of it, and at this time, he was still in the middle of his cultivation. 3 more days passed in the blink of an eye, and the inheritance assembly arrived in due course. The following day, at the Yi clan's grand meeting place. At this point, the large venue was already packed with people. Looking black, At this moment, apart from the Yi clan's elders who all came out in unison, some genius sons and daughters who were in latent cultivation also went so far as to end their cultivation early and came to the scene one after another.
Look guys, isn't that clan brother Changyun? Holy, that's still true. At once, everyone looked over in search of sound. To his eyes, it was a man dressed in a green coat, with an imposing aura that was introverted and thick. Yi Changyun was also a rare genius in the Yi clan, belonging to the same age group as Yi Qingxian. If there wasn't a pervert like Yi Qingxian, then Yi Qingyun would definitely be able to lead the pack. But even so, he was an existence that many children of his age could hardly reach. While behind Yi Qingyun, there were many more talented children of varying ages. These sons and daughters, compared to Yi Qingyun, were another step down, but they were also better than many sons and daughters on the scene. You guys see who that is? Just then, another shriek rang out. Once again, the crowd shifted their gaze and landed on another visitor. To his eyes, it was none other than Yi Qingxian, who was dressed in white with an immortal aura. Seeing this, the pupils of the children at the scene couldn't help but shrink violently. Sister Qingxian, why is she here? Doesn't she never attend big events like this? Can't it be that she was also coming towards Qin stable? Yes, definitely. Soon the crowd thought of one thing. The last one to have the clan open the Chaos Inheritance land was the Yi Qingxian in front of them, and Qin stable is the one who followed her. So it's not incomprehensible that she came over to watch things unfold. This inheritance assembly was getting more and more lively, and with Yi Qingxian's arrival, the atmosphere of the scene was once again pushed to a new level. On the other side, Qin stable stopped his hand movements slowly. 9 days wasn't a lot of time, but in those 9 days, all of his secret arts and divine abilities were taken to the next level. Right now, he was more than twice as strong as he was before he had closed his mind. It's also time to get out. Qin stable lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath before collecting the breath that was moving through his body. When he opened the door, Yi Shenyan was suddenly reflected in his eyes. Mother? Qin stable couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Yi Shenyan instantly responded. Ready? Feel free to leave at any time. Chen Jian responded. Let's go then. Yi Shenyan nodded, and then took the first step forward to lead the way. Looking at his own mother's back, Qin stable's brows lightly wrinkled. Then he said, Mother, are you up to something? It's fine. Yi Shenyan paused lightly, then shook her head. It's said that mother and son are connected. You can't fool me. Qin stable opened his mouth. It's really nothing. Yi Shenyan still wasn't going to say. Chen Jian took a step to Yi Shenyan's side and spoke in a solemn voice. Mother and son should have nothing that can't be said. Mother, you say is it? Yi Shenyan sighed lightly. Your kid is also too sensitive. Okay, anyway, this matter can't be hidden for long. The thing is, your grandpa used his life's merit to give you the opportunity to enter the Chaos Inheritance land in exchange. But it's something your grandfather also said, so you don't have to take it too seriously. And he's doing it for a purpose. Really, it can only be described as a case of each to his own. You just have to do your best. Chen Jian's eyes flashed. Brains are racing too. Soon, he also understood the reason to come. There are times when things are so sensible. But who would take such a risk if it wasn't the closest of kin? It's something that would be a real lie to say that it doesn't move me. By the way, this time that old thing Guling Kite will also come over to watch the battle. Presumably because she wants to see you laugh. Speaking of this, Yi Shenyan's voice was as cold as iron. For Guling Kite, she didn't have any good feelings at all. After hearing this news from her own husband, her hatred for Guling Kite intensified. Guling Kite is coming? You want to see me laugh? The smile on Chen stable's face turned cold little by little. Finally, raising his head slightly, he looked at Yi Shenyan and said, Still, I, Chen stable, will never let down those who support me. Chapter 122 The World's Attention. Chen stable's entry. Okay, mother is waiting for you to punch them in the face too. Looking at Chen stable with such confidence, Yi Shenyan could not help but nod heavily. Let's go then. Chen stable spoke. Good. Yi Shenyan answered and led Chen stable towards the conference venue in. In the meantime, the group of Yi clan executives had already taken their seats one by one, but on the main seat on the high platform, an old man with crane hair and a wisp of goat's beard could be seen. The old man looked quite immortal. This old man was none other than the Yi clan's ancestor, Yi Chongsheng. He was also Yi Maniac's biological father, and his position in the Yi clan was very high. On either side of him sat 9 men and women of varying ages. These men and women were solemn in demeanor, and their strength was equally unfathomable. They were none other than the members of the group of supreme elders in the Yi clan, and this time, they were also present in person solely because of Chen stable's presence. As for Yi Maniac and the others, they were seated on the main seats one class further ahead. Compared to Yi Changsheng and the group of members of the supreme elders, they were the ones who were presiding over this inheritance assembly. as the sons and daughters of the crowd arrived one by one.
A cacophony of voices gradually resounded at the scene.
It's about time, isn't it? Why hasn't that Chen Jian come yet? I guess there was a delay. No one would be late on purpose at this hour. Oh, that's true. But you're not allowed to have some people with too much of a rack. By the way, did it ever occur to any of you that he might be on his deathbed? It's not out of the realm of possibility.
The last time Sister Tilted Immortal Clan caused a much bigger commotion than this.
Right? What happened in the end? It's still a big joke.
Not only is Sister Tilting Fairy unable to get off the stage,
but the faces of the clan's top brass are as black as they need to be. So there's really no guarantee that Chen Stable won't be able to withstand the pressure,
and his heart will chicken out.
Ha ha ha, if that's the case,
then the old patriarch has really made a big joke out of it. Listening to the various murmurs coming from the bottom, the faces of the elders on the high platform varied, especially an old man beside Yi Fan. His face became more and more gloomy. This person was called Yi Nan, a cousin of Yi Maniac, who belonged to the same lineage of patriarchs. In this lineage, he was also considered a respected elder with a certain amount of speaking power. Compared to Yi Maniac's radical nature of acting, he was much more reserved. This time, Yi Maniac made the decision to use his life's merit to bet on Chen Stable, and it was he who reacted the most violently. Similarly, he was the one who organized the people underneath him to push Yi Fan. It was only Yi Maniac and Yi Fan's strong attitude that forced him to take a late step and acquiesce to this one. But at the same time, he knew that this might not be a bad opportunity for him. As long as Yi Maniac folded this time, then the power of speech in their lineage would be biased in his favor. At that time, he would lead their lineage to revival in his own way. He would also let Yi Maniac know that conservatism wasn't for chronic death, but for better power storage. Only after reading this did the sullen color on Yi Nan's face slowly fade away. In a flash another quarter of an hour passed, and at this point there was only half an hour left before the start of the conference. At this time, the faces of Yi Changsheng and a group of members of the Elder Corps on the high platform gradually turned cold and sullen. It was the first time that they were treated like this by a junior. At this moment, their impression of Chen Stable also became worse and worse. As the cacophony of the scene grew more and more violent, Chen Jian finally arrived at the large venue under the leadership of Yi Xinyan. Look, you guys, here comes the kid. There was a loud chant. The crowd all looked over at the sound, into the eyes. It is precisely the Chen Stable who came in faith. The whole person looked unhurried, very calm. Yi Changsheng and the others, too, slowly landed their gazes on Chen Stable, but only a touch, and not a hint of change in his eyes. Having lived for so many years, they had seen far too many geniuses. With just a glance, they could make out a son or daughter. In their eyes, Chen Stable's breath was thick and condensed, and his strength was truly extraordinary. But that's all, leaving aside the more powerful geniuses for now. Even if Yi Qingxian were to be compared to them, Chen's stability would not have the slightest advantage. One must know that at that time, when Yi Qingxian obtained this inheritance opportunity, she was already in the 7th level Nirvana realm. But what about Chen Stable, who was only at the 7th level of the life and death realm now? Even if the two were geniuses at the same level, this large realm difference alone was an absolute rift. So Yi Qingxian had no chance back then, and Chen Jian has even less chance now. That's it? Looks like another overblown genius. The old patriarch is also sick and desperate. This level of genius, I'm afraid it's not even as good as the Qing Yun clan brother. It was quite a buzz these days, and now it does look like a disappointment. Ha ha, I knew it would be like this. But nothing that blows up in the sky ever dies without seeing the light of day. At that moment, the crowd of talented children watching shook their heads in dismay. What do you think, Sister Xian? Yi Qingyun, who hadn't said anything, turned his head to look at Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian faintly said, he has no chance. Sister Xian, you are still so straightforward. Yi Qingyun laughed lightly, but of this he does not deny. Because, he was thinking the same thing. Mother, I'll go down then? Chen Stable did not react much to the murmurs that kept coming into his ears. Remaining at ease. Go on. Yi Xinyan smiled. Chen Stable didn't say anything more and directly walked down to the large venue. Cousin, here. Yi Runan beckoned from afar. Chen Jian didn't refuse and lifted his steps to Yi Runan's side. Yi Rulong was also not far away, and once he saw Chen Stable he also greeted him. Brother Chen, Brother Yi. Chen Jian nodded in respect. The other sons and daughters, at this time, also greeted Chen Stable. As far as they were concerned, although they also didn't think that Chen Stable would be able to do it, they still recognized Chen Stable's strength and talent. This horse is a horse, and they can still tell the difference. In response to the greetings of the disciples, Chen Stable also nodded his head in response one by one. At that moment, a huge spirit carriage swept in from the distance, zooming rapidly in the eyes of the crowd. This movement attracted the attention of the crowd once again.
In their opinion, the inheritance assembly was an internal matter of the Yi clan. How could there be visitors at this time? However, when they saw the faces of a group of executives as normal, they knew that this visitor should have been known long ago. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the spirit carriage soon came to a stop in midair in the large meeting hall. Subsequently, a silhouette swept down from it, and the surrounding space rippled with layers and layers of ripples, looking extremely terrifying. When they saw the visitor, the crowd was shaken more than a little. For this man, they were not strangers. The Qin clan's old clan mother was on the same level as theirs. Soon, they associated it with the conflict between Chen stability and the Qin clan. This Guling Kite, wasn't it the culprit who had almost suppressed Qin stable to death? So what the hell is she doing here now? Is it to continue to suppress Qin Jian? Or did you come to see a joke? But no matter which one, Guling Kite coming over must be related to Qin stable. Thinking of this, the gazes of the crowd towards Qin stable added a few more points of dissimilarity. Now things are getting interesting. And they also wanted to see how Chen stable was going to respond to Guling Kite. Chapter 123 Crazy. This kid is absolutely crazy. Chen Jian's gaze flicked around and landed on Guling Kite's body, and a trace of ice coldness couldn't help but flash across the bottom of his eyes. When someone from the Yi clan questioned him, he didn't care and wouldn't pay too much attention to it. But Guling Kite had come over this time, explicitly wanting to see him laugh. This face, he'll whip it back hard. And at this time, Guling Kite suddenly dropped her gaze as well, crossing over all the children and landing on Chen Jian. For a moment, two icy gazes clashed together through the air. Immediately afterward, the corner of Guling Kite's mouth curved up in an arc. The mockery couldn't have been more obvious. Sure enough, it was aimed at Chen Jian. When they saw this scene, a flash of realization flashed through the hearts of the crowd. Guling Kite retracted her gaze first, then raised her steps towards where the high platform was. Looking at Guling Kite walking towards him, Yi Maniac didn't even raise his eyelids as if this person didn't exist. As for Yi Changsheng and the others, their faces were calm as they watched all of this indifferently. As far as they were concerned, Guling Kite was just a junior. In this world, there is no such thing as the senior making low with the junior first. When she saw Yi Maniac's attitude, the expression on Guling Kite's face gradually sank coldly. However, in the way of this being the Yi clan, he didn't immediately explode. Soon, she came to the heel of the high platform, only to see her take the first step, cupping her fists towards Yi Changsheng. Little Iris, meet elder ancestor Yi. So it's little Iris. I don't know how old brother Tianxian is doing now. Yi Changsheng opened his mouth. His voice couldn't hear much emotion. The Tianxian dude in Yi Changsheng's mouth was none other than the Chen clan's old ancestor, Chen Tianxian. Guling Kite hurriedly responded. Very well, last time eunuch even recollected about you, elder ancestor Yi, and said that he would find a time to have a good gathering with you. With that, she turned her words around. This time, little Iris came here uninvited, so please forgive me. Seniors, everyone knew why Guling Kite had come, but reach for the stars. As long as Guling Kite wasn't too much, the Yi clan didn't have any reason to turn them away. That's too much to say. You being able to come is a natural welcome from our Yi clan. The sons of my clan would be honored to be witnessed by you. Between Yi Changsheng's faint smile, he then spoke again. Come on people, please take the seat for ancient. Yes. The attendant at the side hurriedly answered. Soon, Guling Kite's position was arranged next to Wen Xinbing. In response, Wen Xinbing didn't say much. In terms of status, Guling Kite's status in the Chen clan was comparable to his. Coupled with the fact that the two were in-laws, it made even more sense for Guling Kite to sit beside her. Please, Yi Changsheng spoke again. Then little Iris will not be polite. Guling Iris smiled and sat down. After doing all this, Yi Changsheng once again went into meditation, not paying any more attention to Guling Kuwei. Guling Kite glanced at Yi Maniac and Wen Xinbing beside her and suddenly spoke. In-laws? Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for about 10 years. Who are you? I can't afford to be your in-laws. Wen Xinbing faintly said, his voice carrying a deep indifference. Yi Mania, on the other hand, directly ignored Guling Kite. As far as he was concerned, Guling Kite was nothing. If he hadn't gotten in the way of the occasion, he would have just told Guling Kite to get lost. I go. Just come up and do it. It's also too much of a facade. The people in the scene were confused as they watched the two talk. Obviously, they also did not expect that Wen Xinbing would not give any face at all. The smile on Guling Kite's face froze, but she soon sneered. It seems that my in-laws are very dissatisfied with me. But then again, if I hadn't done that, you two wouldn't have picked up the treasure. No, the in-laws are risking a lifetime of merit for this baby. I've kind of lived for hundreds of years, and it's the first time I've seen someone so bold. With that, she looked at Yi Maniac mockingly, the meaning of which was self-evident. Holy, That's sparks flying. The crowd couldn't help but mentally murmur. If Wen Shinbing is not giving Guling Iris any face, then Girling Kite is just flipping out straight away.
The meaning of these words can be so visceral. One was saying that Yi Maniac had picked up someone she didn't want and treated her like a baby.
How visionless does one have to be to do that?
The second is saying that Yi Mania was so sick and desperate that she pressed her treasure on someone she didn't want.
This is a joke.
Yi Maniac suddenly laughed coldly. Why do I remember that the person you don't want has smacked your face more than once?
Just for this. Not to mention a lifetime of merit.
It's worth betting on this seat's life.
You. Guling Kite's face nodded. You what you? Threatening me?
Yi Maniac's voice snapped cold.
Guling Kite silently took a deep breath. Good words will be said by anyone. When the results come out, I hope you can still smile. And don't you forget, a bunch of your clan's executives are watching, so don't be humiliated by then. Yi Maniac coldly bellowed. What are you?
Why do we need you to point out our Yi clan's matters?
What? Am I wrong about this? Or am I poking you in the gut? Or is it that the Yi clan is now so domineering that they don't even have the qualifications to speak to others? Guling Kite looked at the anger-laden Yi Maniac and scoffed in a cold voice.
The argument between the two was not loud, but it fell clearly on everyone's ears. For a while, the gazes of the crowd towards Chen Stable gradually changed. What Guling Kite said was a bit hard to hear, but it was true. Don't look at Yi Maniac's attitude, which had been very tough. I'm afraid that it would still end up as a joke. Of course, if Chen Stable could successfully obtain the inheritance, the one who would make a joke would be Guling Kite. This result, however, is almost impossible. And at that moment, Yi Changsheng and the others' faces gradually turned cold. As the crowd thought, this was at best a closed-door affair until Guling Iris arrived. Even if a joke is made, the clan laughs about it and it passes. But now it's different. Guling Kite has explicitly gone against Yi Maniac, explicitly saying that Chen Stable can't do it. If she did end up getting it right, then the joke would become a family scandal, and it would be outwardly obvious. At that time, not only would Yi Maniac lose all his face, even the entire Yi clan would become a laughingstock for others to talk about. Thinking of this, their cold and heavy faces intensified, but they knew that they couldn't show it at this time even if they were more disgruntled. Otherwise, it will just add to the joke. And right at that moment, Chen Jian suddenly took a step forward. This movement immediately broke the original silence. What does he want? Upon seeing Chen Stable's actions, the crowd was shocked and looked at the scene in disbelief. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Stable slowly raised his head and looked at the group on the high seat and said, Kid Chen Stable, I've met Elder Ancestor Yi as well as all the elders. I wonder, boy, if there's a chance to talk? Speak. Yi Changsheng glanced at Chen Stable and faintly spat out a word. Grandpa risked his entire life's merit for me to gain access to the Chaos Inheritance Land. It's an act that many people will not understand, and many people are mocking it explicitly and implicitly. Those who are surrounded by grandchildren don't deserve to be one if they don't do anything at this time. With that, Chen Jian took another step forward. I am willing to petition here to receive the inheritance in front of everyone. If it fails, then I cut myself off. If it works, then I want those who mocked my grandfather to apologize to my grandfather. She, in particular, must get down on her knees and apologize. With that said, Chen Jian then pointed towards Guling Kite's, his aura instantly pulling up. Guling Kite's complexion turned cold, and as she stared at Chen Stable, killing chances swirled in all directions. Crazy, crazy, crazy. This kid is absolutely crazy. When the crowd heard this, they looked at Chen Stable in shock. To get an apology for his grandfather, he put his own life on the line. What the is that if not crazy? Chapter 124. Then I'd like to see what you're going to win with. Foolish courage. Yi Changsheng's brow wrinkled lightly and shook his head without a trace. In his opinion, the fact that Chen Jian was able to boldly be able to stand up for his grandfather was indeed commendable, and he did act like a man, but definitely not the smart thing to do. What was Yi Changsheng's reason for staking his life's merits? I believe that every Yi clan senior present could know this by heart. As for Chen Stable, if he really wanted to fight for his grandfather, he should even less privately put his own life on the line. You must know that once you are dead, then what is the point of all that Yi Maniac has done? Young, still too young. Thinking of this, Yi Changsheng shook his head once again. At the same time, Yi Qingxian also stared closely at Chen Jian, finally shook his head as well. She was of the same mindset as Yi Changsheng, and both agreed that while it was certainly desirable for Chen Stable to bravely stand up for himself, he was still too stupid. In her opinion, if someone as strong as her couldn't take the Chaos Inheritance, then Chen Stable was even more hopeless. Yi Nan, on the other hand, turned his head to look at Yi Maniac with a questioning look in his eyes. Is this the genius grandson you've been betting on against all odds? Now it's good. The merit badge is gone, and so is the man. As for the value of our lineage that you want to show to the top through the hands of your grandson,
It has become a joke. At this moment, Yi Maniac did not pay any attention to the questioning that Yi Nan's eyes were filled with. At this moment, he only stared at Chen Stable's figure, his pupils vibrating more than straight. The hand that was hidden under the sleeve was also clenching tightly. Perhaps to others, Chen Jian did seem foolishly brave, but not in his opinion. A grandson could do anything for his grandfather, even put his life on the line. It's kinship running both ways. If there is no blood relationship, if there is no treating each other as real family, then who would do it and who could do it? After figuring this out, Yi Maniac's entire body couldn't suppress the trembling, and his eyes swooned red. As for Yi Xinyan, he didn't say a word. Anyone could not be on Chen Stable's side at this time, but she definitely could not. As for how it turned out, then wait until it comes out. Big deal. She'll carry it with her own son. After a short period of silence, Yi Changsheng finally spoke. Little steady is it, kid? Meet the old ancestor. Chen Stable made a solemn bow. Yi Changsheng was satisfied with Chen Stable's attitude. So he said, considering that you're still young, you can take back that sentence just now. Old ancestor has made a decision for you. As far as he was concerned, Yi Maniac was his son after all. Strictly speaking, Chen Stable should have called him his maternal grandfather. Therefore, even if he no longer agreed with Chen Stable's approach, he had to lift Chen Stable up again. Chen Jian knew Yi Changsheng's thoughts, but his intention was already decided. Xiao Jian, first of all, I thank the old ancestor for his hard work, but the kid's intention is already decided. So I hope that the old ancestor will not blame him. This is awesome. At this point, the crowd no longer knew what to say, because anyone in their right mind should have gone along with that step. But what about Chen Stable? Just favor not to go down. Should they call this really hard? Or should they call it not knowing what to do? Yi Changsheng's expression remained unchanged. Then he glanced at Yi Maniac. What do you have to say? Yi Maniac didn't respond positively, but instead said, little steady, you can do what you want. Everything is covered by Grandpa. Crazy, crazy, all ing crazy. This family, what a family this is. The hearts and minds of the crowd were more than shaken, and they exclaimed lowly in their hearts. Yi Changsheng, on the other hand, was silent, and not much emotion could be seen on his face. As far as he was concerned, good words couldn't persuade a damn ghost. Having lived to his age, he had long since looked down on a lot of things. There are some things he will say and advise only once. Right at this moment, Gu Ling Kite's icy voice leisurely sounded. Ye old ancestor, this is not Xiao Kite not giving you face anymore. Next I hope you can bear with Xiao Kite's trespassing. Speaking of which, she saw her slapping the table, huffing and puffing as she pushed straight to where Chen Stable was. How dare you? Do you know what you're talking about? Chen Stable once again took a step out, his aura sweeping around him, forcing the huffing and puffing that pressed in powerfully to a halt. Lao Zi, it's you that's doing the work. Saying that, he took another strong step forward. If you don't submit, then hold it for me. Holy crap, so brave. The crowd looked at Chen Stable in shock, their eyes filled with horror. Who's Guling Chris? Let's not talk about how strong she is. There weren't many people in the entire desolate ancient realm that dared to face Kong with a straight face like that. Other than that, just for that, Chen Jian is also handsome. You're the one who's being reckless. Right at this moment, Yi Maniac slapped his hand on the desktop with a murderous intent. Do you really think that this is still the Chun clan? If you are any more reckless, I will kill you. Saying that, Yi Maniac slapped on the tabletop again, and the breath inside and outside of his body rippled crazily. You, guys, well. Guling Kai pressed down the anger that filled her, and laughed in anger. With that, she then stared at Chen Jian with a single word. Didn't you want me to kneel down and apologize? Old lady promised. But if you fail, the old lady will personally rip off your dog's head. Just what I want, Chen Stable coldly said, looking without the slightest bit of hesitation. Then I'd like to see what you're going to win with. With that, Guling Kite sat back on her butt. Seeing this, Chen Stability also gathered his aura slowly, then said towards where Yi Changsheng was, I still ask the old ancestor to make it happen. Yi Changsheng glanced at Chen Stable before faintly saying, open the chaotic inheritance ground. Yes, the 9 formation masters at the bottom responded, and then they each came to their long-prepared orientation formation maps. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 9 array masters formed spell seals one after another. As a spell seal fell, the formation diagram on the ground gradually vibrated, with ancient formation patterns flowing on its surface. Ancient and mysterious Tao rhythms were leaking out of the array patterns, constantly conjuring up visions. Under the superposition and gathering of various visions, one could see the image of gathering 10,000 elephants into a dragon, looking extremely shocking. Not long after, 9 huge chains rushed down from the formation diagram underneath, penetrating all the way to the 9 heavens above.
as if the dome of the sky had pierced through. Open! Just then, the 9 formation masters simultaneously stamped their palms on the formation diagram.
Boom! As a loud noise came, 9 huge chains kept tugging,
as if they were trying to pull open a side of foreign space.
Soon, under the pull of the 9 chains, a huge entrance to the otherworldly realm was gradually revealed.
The entrance was more than twisted, and the surface was even flickering with ancient Tao patterns.
So, this is the entrance to the Chaos Inheritance Land? Sure enough, it's quite extraordinary.
Quite a few sons and daughters stared at this in a daze, their eyes filled with shock. Yi Qingxian also stared blankly at the entrance in front of her, and the memories buried deep in her heart were once again lifted. She has folded in this since she was born. It was the pain of her life.
It's okay. After doing so,
the 9 array masters bowed towards where Yi Changsheng was.
Aha!
Yi Changsheng nodded before looking at Chen Stable.
Now that the entrance to the inheritance land has been opened, but before going in, there are 3 points that must be explained to you first. Little Stable is listening. Old ancestor, you speak, Chen Stable answered.
Yi Changsheng spoke slowly. Firstly, entering the chaotic inheritance land is life-threatening,
and those who are not strong enough may remain inside forever. Second, you only have 5 days, and when that time is up, whether you succeed or fail, you must come out.
Thirdly, whatever you obtain inside, you can deal with it on your own, but you must never pass it on to anyone outside of the Yi clan.
Understandable?
Chen Stable nodded heavily.
Little Stable, I will definitely follow the teachings of my old ancestor. Well, go in.
Yi Changsheng waved his hand and said. This statement was made. The entire room fell silent,
and many people even subconsciously held their breath. It's finally about to start.
It was Qin Jian who had his head ripped off yet.
Or should Guling Chris kneel down and apologize? We shall see in 5 days. However, in their hearts,
if Chen Stable wanted to win, it would be harder than climbing up to heaven.
Chapter 125 Entering the Inheritance Land. You finally arrived.
Regarding the thoughts of the crowd, Chen Stable was naturally unaware of them.
At this moment,
he was making a long sweep towards where the entrance was, without hesitation.
In just an instant,
Chen Steady disappeared into the large meeting hall.
Seeing this, the scene once again became dead silent.
When Chen Stable came back to his senses, he realized that he had already arrived in a deserted area. All around was pitch black. Nothing could be seen clearly, as if it was a black hole.
Soon after, Chen Steady then noticed another feature.
It was that there wasn't an ounce of aura here, and even the vitality was minimal.
This kind of place is the Chaos Inheritance Land? Chen Stable couldn't help but lightly wrinkle his brows. Whatever, let's look around first. Soon after,
Chen Steady threw away all the distractions in his mind and lifted his steps in a direction.
You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The moment Chen Jian raised his foot, an ancient voice came out.
The voice could not be heard as male or female. It was as if it had traveled through eons of time and space.
This, Chen Stable's entire body shook violently.
He was quite certain that the words were addressed to him. But what does it mean to wait for him for a long time?
And, again,
what was waiting for him?
Obviously he's just a traveler. This one doubt, one after another, floated to his mind. Who are you? Chen Jian took a deep breath before speaking. Come in. However,
what responded to Chen Stable was a huge change in space.
A pitch-black spatial barrier that once again transformed into a twisted entrance. Seeing this, Chen Jian froze.
Things had come to this point, and he was certain that it was all premeditated. All it takes is for him to show up for this to trigger.
If he wanted to probe deeper, he could only follow its lead. But whether the visitor was good or evil, he was not sure.
Only when he thought of this did Chen Jian open his mouth and asked,
Sister Peonia, what do you think? It's a blessing and a curse. I suggest you go in and take a look.
Immortal Red Peony hesitated for a moment before speaking.
Good, then go in and take a look.
Chen Stable didn't hesitate too much and made a direct decision. Only after taking a deep breath did Chen Jian raise his steps and swept,
instantly rushing back into the entrance.
When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was in another alien dimension. All around this space was filled with white gas,
like layers of foggy flotsam, making it difficult to see the surroundings.
And the moment these white mists touched his body,
Chen Stability could clearly feel the strange movements within his body.
This was a reaction generated by the chaos sequence body on its own,
like a desert meeting a water source. That intense longing that kept coming from within. It's chaos gas.
Right at this moment, Xian Hongshao's voice came out, and there was undisguised excitement in his words.
Chaotic chi? Chen Stable couldn't help but ask. Yes, it's chaos gas. Immortal Red Peony nodded heavily, then added,
at the beginning of chaos, the entire heaven and earth were filled with chaotic chi.
It's like our world now, where auras are everywhere.
And as time went on and the laws of the world were missing, the chaos gas gradually became extinct. It just didn't occur to me that there would be so much chaotic chi here, and that the purity would be this high.
Saying that,
Immortal Red Peony's words changed.
This time you've earned a lot, as long as you absorb it all.
The chaos sequence body can be initiated, not to mention that even the Great World Divine Tree buds will be able to grow leaves.
Introduction to the chaos sequence body? The Great World God Tree grows leaves? Chen Jian could not help but take a deep breath. What this meant, he naturally understood.
Only after thinking about this did Chen Stable suppress his inner excitement and said,
"Then what am I going to do? It's the same way as absorbing aura. But remember never to be impatient," Xian Hongshao solemnly instructed.
"Understood,"
Chen Jian responded,
and then he directly sat down on his knees, even running the Supreme Chaos technique with his hands.
Knock knock.
The moment the gong method was in operation, the chaotic sequence body was compelled to revive, and billions of fleshly cells emanated a roaring sound.
Outside of his body, he even transformed into a cyclone, constantly pulling in the surrounding chaotic chi. That way, it looks as if you're devouring it. On top of that,
the divine tree bud inside Chen Stable's body was also constantly trembling,
rippling out a circle of green light. Seeing this, an ecstatic look appeared on Chen Stable's face, while not forgetting to increase his absorption efforts. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, there were still 2 days left before the 5-day period. Outside,
Yi Changsheng was at that moment opening one hand with an ancient palm-sized bell hanging above his palm. This was the Yi clan's imperial weapon, the chaotic heavenly bell, and it had been passed down from the ancient times. In addition to being able to be used in battle, the chaotic heavenly bell could also be used to foretell whether the chaotic inheritance would come out or not. According to the ancient prophecy passed down by the Yi clan, as long as the heavenly bell rang, that was when the chaotic inheritance came out. But now 3 days had passed, and not only had the heavenly bell not rung, there wasn't even the slightest trace of trembling. This was undoubtedly proof that Chen Stable had not even found the core of the inheritance land. Seeing this, Yi Changsheng shook his head without any trace, and there was an undisguised disappointment under his eyes. Although he didn't have any expectations for Chen Stable to obtain the inheritance, he still hoped inwardly that a miracle would happen.
But now, the miracle didn't happen. Yi Maniac and the others, naturally, also knew of the ancient prophecy that had been passed down by the Yi clan. Therefore, their faces couldn't help but change, especially Yi Maniac.
The hand that was hidden under the sleeve was already pinched white.
Thumbs up. The corner of Guling Kite's mouth hooked up in a cold sneer. The self-satisfaction on her face couldn't be concealed. If one were to say, who wanted Chen Stable to fail the most, it would undoubtedly be her. Only then would she be able to stomp Chen Stable into the mud, and she would also be able to ruthlessly punch Yi Maniac in the face. In the distance,
Yi Qingxian saw the scene and involuntarily shook her head.
It was just as she suspected. Even so, Chen Stable's performance didn't even meet her expectations.
One must know that although she had failed that time, she had also caused the chaotic heavenly clock to tremble. This proved that she was at least touching the tip of the inheritance.
But what about Chen Stable? He couldn't even compare to her. So how could he talk about receiving the inheritance? When she thought of this, she silently withdrew her gaze, and there was no longer a single fluctuation in the bottom of her eyes. And at that moment, Chen Stable's absorption had come to its final moments. At this point, one could see that the chaos gas that was stacked and caged around them had become very light. And one by one, the specific kind of space is revealed. It was an ancient altar, and a black sarcophagus could be seen on the very center of the altar. The sarcophagus looked ancient and silent, without any power fluctuations, and even the patterns on the surface were tinted with a grayish darkness. Of course, Chen Stable didn't know any of this. At this moment, he was completely immersed in absorbing the only remaining chaos chi. However, it could be clearly seen that there were changes inside and outside of Chen Stable's body. 9 colored sequential awns rushed up from within his body. Billions of chaotic light and shadows flickered, reflecting an ancient vision. At the same time, one could also see Chen Stable's flesh bulging as 9 colored chaotic sequence lines were gradually being generated, like tattoo marks, engraved on his skin. On top of that, the bud opening of the great world god tree within his spiritual aperture was slowly propping open. Time. In the blink of an eye another day passes. At this time, Chen Stability had finally finished absorbing the chaotic chi, and the chaotic sequence body and the great world divine tree bud also completed their final growth at this moment. Boom! Between Chen Stable slowly opening his eyes, the power inside and outside of his body crazily rioted, and the space around him was constantly shaking. Chapter 126 Yi Berserk Rage.
I'll the price.
Finally sucked it up.
Chen Jian could not help but exhale a long, turbid breath. The moment the power outside his body calmed down, Chen Stability directly peered inside himself. As far as the eye could see, the cells of the flesh contained explosive power, and there was a constant rush of blood chi, like a drumstick. On top of that, A small portion of ancient runes could be seen flickering in the blood flowing inside that body, emitting a faint 9-colored ghostly light. It was no exaggeration to say that it was now that he had truly galvanized the power contained in the sequence body. But this is just the beginning. The real power is yet to come. After collecting his thoughts, Chen stabilized's divine thoughts lightly moved and landed in the great world divine tree roots within his spiritual aperture. The first thing that caught his eyes was that the divine sapling had formed its own space around it. The faint white barrier mist isolated the inner space of the spiritual orifice. Seeing this, Chen Stable could not help but see a bright light before his eyes. The great world divine tree possessed the ability to form a great world of its own. Now that a space prototype had appeared, as long as he continued to work hard next, he would surely be able to make this space evolve into a large world. At that time, it would not be an exaggeration to describe his strength as heavenly. Soon after, Chensteady then suppressed his inner excitement again as his divine thoughts passed through space and landed on the divine tree sapling. The only small bud on the root of the divine tree at this time had by now grown a pea-sized leaf. The leaves were topped with extremely complex divine patterns, and even when probing from afar, one could feel the power emanating from them. The only beauty is that the leaves haven't fully grown and opened up yet. The most obvious sign was that a large portion of the divine patterns on it remained in a dull state. But for this, Chen Stable was already satisfied. One bite doesn't make a big fat man. He still understands this truth. Similarly, if the chaotic sequence body and the great world god tree were so simple they could grow to their limits, then he would really have to wonder if these two things were as counterintuitive as he thought they were. With this in mind, Chen Stability first withdrew from his inner peeps, then silently suppressed the power boiling within his body. Same time, outside. At this time, the time had come to the 5th day. There were only a few hours left until the end of the inheritance, and on the scene, a little cacophony of chatter had begun. The voices varied, but none of them sighed, sighing for the lack of a miracle. In particular, Chen Stability had also made a bet with Gu Ling Kite, and now it seemed that the outcome was already decided. On the high platform, Yi Changsheng glanced at the chaotic heavenly clock that hadn't moved in any way yet. Then with a flip of his hand, he put it away. Obviously, he had completely lost hope in Chen Stable. Yi Maniac watched his own father's movements, and his pupils shrunk violently. His hanging heart died completely at this moment. This was because it was simply impossible for Chen Stable, who couldn't even invoke the chaotic heavenly clock, to create a miracle with only a few hours left. When Shen Bing and Yi Shenyan, who were on the side, had also gone pale, with a panic that was hard to hide. If so many people weren't watching, I'm sure they would have completely lost it. As for Gu Ling Kite, she had a completely villainous demeanor as she looked at Yi Maniac and said, "In-laws, it looks like I won this time, but to be ugly, the bet was made in front of everyone. If you intervene then don't blame me for not being polite." You, huffed as Yi Maniac's face flashed, endless anger rushing through his chest. If he could do it, he really hated to rip Gu Ling Kite's head off. In all his time living, he had never seen anyone so heartless, not to mention forcing his own grandson out of the way, but also doing everything possible to suppress him. Is that a ING person? Gu Ling Kite looked at the killing intent flashing in Yi Maniac's eyes and faintly said, "Everyone has to pay for everything they do. It's not that I haven't given him a chance. It's entirely his own fault that it's come to this." Bang! Yi Maniac finally couldn't help himself, and with a slap, he slapped the table in front of him into dust. What's with this? Such a commotion immediately caught everyone's attention. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Maniac was like a furious lion. If you hadn't tried to suppress him right off the bat, how would things have gotten to such a state? Now it's good that you're backtracking, not to mention saying that my grandson is to blame. IU for the ING cost. IU for the ING blame. Gu Ling Kite's face sank completely cold. Yi Maniac, pay attention to your attitude. Do you really think that I can't do anything about you? Want attitude? Do you ING deserve it? Saying that, Yi Maniac's body rioted around him, his Emperor Dao aura raging madly. If you want to do it, I'll accompany you to the end. Then I'd like to see how many kilograms you have. Gu Ling Kite finally couldn't hold back, and the power of her body rioted along with her. Enough! Right at this moment, a faint voice rang out, and the one who spoke out was none other than Yi Changsheng. At the same time, an invisible pressure pressed down on the two of them, suppressing the power within them back raw. Yi Maniac's anger receded slightly, and he gave Gu Ling Kite a deadly stare before withdrawing all his power. On the contrary, Gu Ling Kite's face changed. The moment Yi Changsheng made a move, she felt absolute pressure. Knowing that she would only be asking for trouble if she dwelled on it, she had no choice but to go down the steps as well. Phew! It was only when they saw this that the people on the scene secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that once Yi Maniac and Gu Ling Kite fought, it would definitely be hard to end it. Maybe at the end of the day, they'll be dragged down with them. However,
Through the conversation between the two, they also gained a deeper understanding of how Chen Stable had left the Chen clan. Honestly, it's human to rebel against being so oppressed by one's own grandmother. But sympathy is sympathy, and the outcome of this one remains unchanged. It can only be said that Chen Stable was still impulsive, letting Guling Kite have a chance to take advantage of it for nothing. Thinking about this, they all couldn't help but let out a low sigh. Yi Chongsheng swept a glance at the two, then spoke leisurely. The matter of the bet was witnessed by me and the group of supreme elders. Whoever it is will have to follow the rules of the game, unless you settle privately. Also, I don't want to see any more private hands, or don't blame us for not being polite. Yi Maniac's face changed, but in the end, he didn't say anything. On the contrary, Guling Kite's mouth curled up into a self-satisfied smile. As long as no one interfered with the bet, it was in her best interest. When she thought of this, she saw her make a solemn bow towards Yi Chongsheng. Little Iris, I apologize for the impudence just now. I hope you all won't take offense. Yi Chongsheng lightly glanced at Guling Kue and did not speak again. How could he not know what Guling Kite was thinking? If he wasn't in a pole position, he wouldn't even look at Guling Kite. This disgusting made him feel sick. At this moment, Chen Stable, who had put away his divine thoughts, was carefully surveying the space that had lost its chaotic chi shroud. Soon, his gaze locked onto the sarcophagus on the altar. For some reason, the moment he saw the sarcophagus, his heartbeat suddenly missed a beat. Chapter 127 Chaotic Immortal Coffin. We'll meet again. Is it possible that this sarcophagus has something to do with me? That's not true. I'm clearly not from this world. Thinking about this, Chen Jian could not help but take a deep breath. This is the chaotic immortal coffin. I didn't expect it to appear here. Immortal Red Peony's voice suddenly came out, her words carrying undisguised shock and sighs. Chaos Immortal Coffin? Chen Jian froze. As a fan of metaphysical fiction for many years, just by hearing the name alone, I knew that the sarcophagus in front of me was not simple. Sister Peonia, are you saying that it is a chaotic immortal coffin? Chen steady suppressed the palpitations within his heart and opened his mouth to ask. That's right. This sarcophagus began in chaos and ended in immortal antiquity, and was helmed by a magnificent figure. I think back then, that person killed all the cultivators in the ancient immortal realm with one coffin and one sword, and even one side of the realm Dao didn't sink as many as it could. What a grace that was. No one who has heard of this rumor has not been shaken by it. It's just that the world is broken, and a lot of old rumors have been buried one by one in the river of history. Pity. I don't know what Fairy Red Peony thought of, but she suddenly shook her head and sighed long and hard. Then what level spirit weapon is this chaotic immortal coffin? Chen Jian could not help but ask. It has long since surpassed the level of an Imperial artifact, and describing it with only a single rank will only pull it down. Let me put it to you this way. As long as you can use it, that can suppress all spiritual weapons. Immortal Red Peony said extremely seriously. Can you fight all spiritual weapons? The scope of what this all encompasses is too wide and too broad, and the fact that Immortal Red Peony dared to assert it with a single word was enough to see how powerful it was. Not sure how it got here, but I'll be ugly. If you want to fight it, you must be prepared not only for failure, but also for death. This legendary artifact, there are too many people who have hit on its idea, but why none of them have succeeded is because of the pressure it comes with. Immortal Red Peony solemnly warned, her tone even more solemn than ever before. I want to try. Chen Jian took a deep breath before speaking. Count you. What? You said you want to try? Xian Hongshao's reaction was very stressful. Chen Jian looked at the sarcophagus in the distance and nodded. Yes, I just want to try. Xian Hongxiao was silent. Although she hadn't spent much time with Chen Stable, she still understood Chen Stable's character. What is determined is never easily changed. To be honest, she was not optimistic that Chen Stable would be able to collect this sarcophagus. If she could, she would have asked Chen Stable to choose to wait until she was sure before coming in. Anyway, this inheritance land can't be walked away from, so the big deal is to pay a little price next time. After a long period of silence, Xian Hongxiao spoke. Since you want to give it a try, then go ahead. But I would advise you not to push it. We don't just get one chance anyway. Good. Chen Jian nodded solemnly. Phew. Chen Jian once again silently exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath before he raised his steps towards the chaotic immortal coffin where the altar was located. For some reason, with every step he took closer to the immortal coffin, his heartbeat intensified, and his entire being was even more like a world away. That esoteric and mysterious feeling kept surging into his mind, giving him an indescribable feeling to come. Within a short time, Chen Steady arrived at where the altar was, and the moment he stepped his feet into it, none of the imagined visions, or even attacks, appeared. This is impossible. Immortal Red Peony couldn't help but frown, her heart full of incomprehension. It's only logical that this shouldn't be the case, but it just happened.
and it happened right in front of his eyes. Chen Stable was also stunned at this situation, but at the same time, he was even more certain of what was going on inside of him. Soon after, Chen Steady collected his thoughts and raised his steps towards the chaotic immortal coffin. The closer he got, the more violent his heartbeat became, and by the end it had the posture of bursting out of his chest. Upon arriving in front of the chaotic immortal coffin, Chen Stable silently stopped. I don't know what I have to do with you. If you'll come with me, then don't resist. Looking at the chaotic immortal coffin that was close at hand, Chen Stable drove his divine thoughts and transmitted his thoughts out. As for whether or not it conveys, that's entirely up to it. After doing so, Chen Stable moved, one hand slowly reaching out. Holy, what's he up to? Under Xian Hongshao's disbelieving gaze, he gently rested on the coffin surface. How is this possible? Immortal Red Peony's pupils contracted violently, her face full of disbelief. Obviously, she hadn't thought that it would end up like this either. In that case, wouldn't those strong people who were killed for grabbing the immortal coffin become a joke? Regarding Immortal Red Peony's thoughts, Chen Stability was naturally unaware of them. At this moment, the moment he placed his hand on the immortal coffin, a unique warmth came from him. It was as if they had a connection in this moment, though it was only a feeling. But he could be pretty sure that this feeling was the truest feedback from his heart. With a sudden movement in his hand, Chen Jian wanted to try to see if he could push the coffin lid open. But in the end, to his dismay, the surface of the coffin did not move. Is it my lack of ability? Or is it just not the right time? Chen Stable shook his head and eventually gave up on the idea of pushing open the lid of the coffin. It's about time. Try to see if you can put it away. Just then, Xian Hongshao's voice came. At this point, she had already recovered from her shock and accepted the fact that Chen Stable had not received any shock. Right. It's about time. Don't let the inheritance land evicted without even collecting the immortal coffin. Chen Jian was instantly moved and did not slow down any further, tugging on the immortal coffin with his divine thoughts. This time, he easily moved the immortal coffin. There's drama. Chen Stable's eyes instantly lit up, and then without any hesitation, he took it into the Sea of Souls with one hand. That's really something, isn't it? Xian Hongshao froze once more. To be honest, she just wanted Chen Jian to try it out. I just didn't think it would work. And so easily. This chaotic immortal coffin. It can't be a fake. At this time, Chen Stable had already returned to his senses and could not help but wear a faint smile on his face. Now that he had collected the chaotic immortal coffin, the next step was to develop its functions. Immortal Red Peony took a deep breath before asking, how did you collect it? Chen Jian smiled. It's this, then that, and finally it's done. Xian Hongshao instantly blackened her face. Where the is this going? Chen Jian hastily collected his smile and stopped teasing Xian Hongshao. Believe it or not, I didn't do anything. It just accepted me. Once again, Xian Hongshao was silent, because she couldn't think of any other possibility besides that one explanation. But nothing is dry, and this contains so much information. As someone who had been there before, she naturally guessed something was coming. Thinking of this, Xian Hongshao could not help but look deeply at Chen Jian. Come on. We almost have to get out too, Chen Stable said, and walked towards the exit. We will meet again. Just then, the voice came again. Chen Stable's footsteps lurched as he looked behind him in shock. What's wrong? Immortal Red Peony couldn't help but ask. It's okay. Chen Jian shook his head before silently withdrawing his gaze. Meanwhile, outside, at this time, there was already about a quarter of an hour left before the 5-day period, and the scene, too, had long since fallen into a dead silence. Yi Maniac, who had originally clenched his fists tightly, had also leaned against the back of the chair somewhat feebly at this point. At this point, he had already eliminated the idea that Chen Stable could perform miracles. He now had only one thought, and that was to save his grandson by all means. Otherwise, he doesn't deserve to be a human being, and he's even more sorry for his daughter. In the end, it's all because of him. On the contrary, the smile on Guling Kite's face at this moment was as bright as it could be. When the quarter hour arrived, Guling Kite finally couldn't help but stand up and said towards Yi Changsheng, Elder Ancestor Yi, let's count this as a win for me. Hey, the big picture is set. The crowd at the scene shook their heads and sighed lowly with a look of sadness and disappointment. Yi Changsheng sighed lightly in his heart. The time had come, and as the oldest ancestor, that was all he could do. This guy's too young. It still doesn't work. Thinking of this, Yi Changsheng then spoke. The time has come. Open the exit and let Little Stable come out. Yes. The 9 formation elders at the bottom answered in a loud voice. The corner of Guling Kite's mouth slightly hooked into a victorious smile. She could already fantasize about Chen Stable crying in pain and kneeling down to repent. And right at that moment, an ancient bell sounded, resounding through every corner of the Yi clan. Swish swish swish.
In response to the time,
everyone in the room changed color.
all of them, too, swished to their feet. Chapter 128 Chen Stable finally comes out. Guling Kite finally panics. The chaotic heavenly bell is ringing. Ringing, ringing. Yi Maniac was so excited that he was dancing around, looking like a child. As for Yi Xinyan and Wen Shenbing, these people, compared to Yi Madness, were more than enough. Their eyes were already filled with tears. No one knows how desperate they were just now. But now, the ringing of this bell was enough to dispel all the gloom in their hearts. This really worked? How did he do that? The Yi clan group that stood up, their faces were all shocked, and they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Especially Yi Qingxian. She had been completely dumbfounded and the expression on her face had frozen. Only she knew what Chen Stable's success in obtaining the inheritance represented, and what sort of difficulty it was. At this moment, the pride and self-satisfaction she had been harboring began to crumble as well. No, it's never gonna happen. I don't believe it. Never. By the way, the chaotic heavenly bell ringing to herald the acquisition of the inheritance was nothing more than an ancient prophecy, and it didn't mean anything. It must be. Compared to the excitement and shock of the crowd, Guling Kite was much more out of sorts. Not only was panic and fear showing on his face, but his entire body was constantly shaking and trying to self-soothe to change all that. Of course, this action fell in the eyes of many. In response, they felt nothing but a sigh of relief. The old saying goes, how much you just danced, how clownish you are now. Yi Maniac, on the other hand, suppressed the excitement within his heart and drank towards Guling Kite. What do you say now? Scream. Why don't you scream? Aren't you a smiler by nature? Why don't you smile now? You. Guling Iris was so angry that her body was trembling, and her lips were constantly trembling. Old thing, wait to kneel down for me. Yi Maniac naturally wouldn't spoil Guling Kite and shouted. Guling Kite was instantly shocked, and an indignant light stormed out of her eyes. Get her on her knees. How dare you? She would never resign herself to her fate until the very end. Suppressing the agitation within her heart, Guling Kite turned her head to look at Yi Changsheng. At this moment, Yi Changsheng, there was also an undisguised excitement on his face. In fact, he had never thought that he would have a day when he would be punched in the face. Much less did he think that Qin Jian could complete a desperate turnaround in the final moments. One must know that the chaotic heavenly bell hadn't rung for hundreds of years. Now it's finally here. There was hope for their Yi clan. Thinking about it, he felt very grateful again. If it wasn't for his son, who had defiantly bet on Chen Stable and secured a chance to enter the inheritance land for him, all of this, then, will not exist. And their Yi clan, not only did they miss out on a supreme genius, they also missed an opportunity to rise. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel more certainty in his gaze towards Yi Maniac. Guling Kite naturally took in the change in Yi Changsheng's expression, and his face couldn't help but change. But soon, she suppressed these emotions and spoke. Dare I ask old ancestor Yi, if the sound of the bell is merely used to prove whether or not the inheritance has been obtained? It's not rigorous, is it? This person is afraid to be a cutie. Bar. The crowd was speechless. If their Yi clan's ancient prophecies were wrong, then wouldn't their Yi clan be a joke? As expected, after hearing Guling Kite's words, Yi Changsheng's face instantly turned cold. In fact, he had been putting up with this disgusting thing called Guling Kite for a long time. As he was about to refute it, a second chime was once again heard between heaven and earth. Yi Changsheng's body was shaken and his complexion instantly changed in shock. The crowd of members of the elders group, who also had the same change of heart, looked at this scene in disbelief. Dang! The next moment, the third bell rang. And, it won't be. Thinking about the speculation in his heart, Yi Changsheng's eyes couldn't help but burst into two clusters of light. At this time, the up and down of the Yi clan has been numb, the brain straight buzzing. If a bell rings, it means that the chaos inheritance has a master. Then the second mark, the third mark would represent the upper limit of the legacy. This also represented that what Chen Stable had received was not just an ordinary chaos inheritance. Dang it! Soon the bells continued again until the ninth and stopped. The moment the ninth bell chime fell, both heaven and earth were in turmoil as the chaotic Tao laws leaked out, sweeping over billions of miles. The entire sky above the Yi clan was illuminating ancient visions at this moment, one after another. Extremely shocking. 9 rings. Surprisingly, it's 9 rings. Ancient prophecies come true. Yi Changsheng was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Maybe to others it's just a matter of how many bells, or the size of the legacy, but only he, the core top management, knew that it was about the life force of their Yi clan. 4. There is one more ancient prophecy of the Yi, the 9 extinctions of chaos, the destiny of heaven. The great world is tumbling down, and the Yi are prospering.
This meant that Qin Jian was the heavenly destiny that their Yi clan had been waiting for. Of course, this providence was only the providence that belonged to their Yi clan, and in order to wait for this moment, they had waited for countless years and had been disappointed countless times. Originally, they had all lost hope. I just didn't expect that when they had already despaired, heaven's destiny would finally come. It was believed that as long as Chen Stable could grow up, then why would they worry about their Yi clan not prospering? Thinking of this, Yi Changsheng could no longer contain his own excitement, and by this time, Guling Kite had completely stiffened in place, and her face was all wooden. If anything, with the first ring of the bell, she was able to self-deceive. Then with the ringing of these 9 bells, she was the little cutie, could also understand that Chen Stable must have obtained the inheritance, and the legacy is still definitely not bad. Other than that, the amazing vision in front of him was enough to prove everything. Did I really do something wrong? Involuntarily, such a thought floated to her mind, but in the next moment, she strongly denied it. No, I'm not wrong. Geniuses like Chen Stable are never lacking in our Chen clan. A prick like Chen Stable is even less needed by our Chen clan. The 9 rings of chaos, who did this? Just then, an ancient voice came out from the depths of the Yi clan. The excitement contained in the voice could be clearly heard. This is Tei Shangzhou? The crowd of Yi clan members were all shocked, and then they all looked at the source of the sound. Obviously, they hadn't expected that the ringing of the chaotic heavenly bell would startle the supreme old ancestor. One must know that their supreme elder ancestor has been in death seclusion for many years. Aside from the danger of extinction, he no longer paid attention to the chores of the Yi clan. Could it be that the inheritance that Chen Stable had obtained was even more terrifying than they had imagined? Thinking of this, the shock in their hearts grew even greater. Yi Changsheng immediately stood up solemnly and made a bow towards the void. Junior son Yi Changsheng, meet the old ancestor. Speak directly, don't waste time, the supreme elder ancestor said indifferently. Yi Changsheng didn't dare to slack off any longer and hurriedly said, the one who struck the chaotic heavenly bell 9 times was a son named Qin Jian, who is the great-grandson of the villain. He was brought here by my granddaughter due to being suppressed by the Chen clan, and is now a part of our Yi clan. When these words came out, the supreme elder ancestor fell silent. Obviously, he hadn't expected that this person wasn't even a descendant of their Yi clan. They had waited so long for someone from the Yi clan, but they didn't expect such a result. It seems that what is predestined by fate cannot be done by human hands after all. Only after thinking about this did he speak. I didn't realize that the Chen clan had developed so well after only 100 years of the old man's seclusion. To be able to suppress even such a genius, small clans such as mine are indeed no match. Guling Kite's face immediately became incomparably ugly. Anyone could hear that these words were mocking their Qin clan, but on the contrary, she didn't dare to be reckless in front of the Yi clan's supreme ancestor. At this moment, the voice of the supreme ancestor sounded once again. Since he has accepted the inheritance of the Yi clan, he is a member of the Yi clan. As for the Chen clan, tell them to get lost. Understood. Yi Changsheng hurriedly answered. The crowd knew that even the supreme elder ancestor had given his word, so Chen Stability was considered to have completely gained a foothold in the Yi clan. The cultivation that follows is definitely not less. Alright, you guys go on. When it's over you come see me. The supreme old ancestor spoke again. Yes, old ancestor. Yi Changsheng immediately responded. Just like that, the divine thoughts of the supreme ancestor disappeared from the scene. Only then did Yi Changsheng turn his head to look at Gu Lingkui and said in a cold voice, just now, didn't you want to ask me what I used to prove it? So is this proof enough? Guling Kite's face choked. She naturally knew that Yi Changsheng was referring to the 9 rings of chaos, as well as the matter of the supreme ancestor taking a stand. These 2 proofs are, naturally, sufficient, but at this time, it was absolutely impossible for her to bow her head. Even so, it still proves nothing. Really? And can I prove it? Right at this moment, Chen Stable's voice slowly sounded. Chapter 129 Playing Dumb? You'll have to kneel even if the King of Heaven comes. Chen Stable. It was Chen Jian's voice. He's out. It must be him coming out. With a swish, everyone looked over at the sound. To the eye, it was precisely the figure of Chen Stable stepping out from the inheritance ground. At this moment, the feeling that Chen Stable gave them, aside from being unfathomable, there was also an aura of unruffled authority present. This kind of aura was especially obvious to those children who were weaker. Just by looking at it from afar, they felt an indescribable sense of oppression. Guling Kite stared at where Chen Stable was, his pupils shaking more than just straight. Those whose strength had reached their level saw far more than what the children on the scene felt. Compared to before entering the chaotic inheritance land, Chen Stability now had a qualitative leap in all aspects. If one were to quantify it with numbers, then Chen Stable's current strength could be said to be more than double of what it was before. This kid, damn. Seeing this, Gu Kite couldn't help but clench her fists tightly under her sleeves. Compared to Gu Kite's increasingly cold and sullen complexion, people like Yi Maniac and Yi Xingyan were as excited as they could be, because Chen Stable had come out of his own accord. It also proved that the inheritance had arrived. As for the last glimmer of impossibility, it will be gone at this point. Looking at the large venue where everyone had stood up, Chen Stable's expression remained calm as he walked towards the front of the large venue step by step. He stopped only when he came to the very front of the large meeting place. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Stable solemnly made a bow towards where Yi Maniac was. Grandson Chen Stable, not to be outdone, is here to resume his duties to grandfather. Good. Yi Maniac suddenly laughed loudly and aloud, exclaiming out in excitement. At this moment in time, he is the one with the most attention and the longest face. Likewise, he was proud to have such a grandson, and proud of himself. Just as Yi Maniac said, the crowd of Yi Clan executives at the scene looked at Yi Maniac with envy. There was no doubt that Yi Maniac was the biggest winner of the entire grand venue. Of course, Chen Stable had likewise become the biggest focus of the scene, because he proved himself with strength and slapped everyone in the face. And for the record, it was a slap they all had to take heartily. Mother, grandmother, uncle, aunt, child is back. With that said, Chen Jian bowed again towards Wen Xinbing and the others one by one, his gestures all very much in place. Well, it's good to be back. Wen Xinbing and the others nodded their heads in a hurry, pride completely overflowing on their faces. Only after doing so did Chen Stable say towards Yi Changsheng and the others, "Kid, meet the old ancestor and the elders." Well, not bad, not bad. Yi Changsheng nodded with a smile, and the other elders also revealed gentle smiles. Then this time, does it count as a win for the kid? Chen Stable spoke once more. Yi Changsheng nodded. Of course. With that, his words changed. Still, with me around, everyone must abide by the rules of the game set forth. That's good. After receiving Yi Changsheng's confirmation, Chen Jian turned his head violently, his posture suddenly becoming extremely stern. You, kneel down and apologize to me. When these words came out, the whole room was dead silent. Then, they all swished and looked at Gu Kite. Obviously, they also wanted to know how Gu Kite would respond. At this moment, Gu Kite was trembling with anger. His own grandson, who was so polite to outsiders, was such a gesture to himself, especially, and murderously pressuring himself to get on his knees and apologize. It's simply unforgivable. Unforgivable. But right now, she was at a disadvantage and could only suppress her killing intent. In a few moments, she could only be seen gritting her teeth and groaning. I'm your grandmother, and this is how you talk to me? Chen Stable's eyes shot out a biting killing machine. Old me, it's you who's doing the work. Today you will kneel or not. I'm going to. This is ing tough. The crowd couldn't help but swallow their saliva straight away as they listened to Chen Stable's words. You. Well, nah. Gu Kite's lungs suddenly exploded with anger. Originally, she thought that after she took a step back, Chen Stable would be grateful and go down the steps. Unexpectedly, Chen Jian did not give her any face at all. At this time, Yi Changsheng spoke. Willing to gamble, old man doesn't want to say the same words a second time. Gu Kite was angry and furious, but she couldn't do anything about Yi Changsheng. Then, her gaze turned to where Yi Maniac and the others were, especially Yi Shunyan, only to find out that none of them were watching this coldly. Well, all against me, right? One or two of them are white wolves, aren't they? Today, I'll see what you can do to make me kneel. With this in mind, he saw Gu Kite's hand flip over, and a sound transmission note entered the entrance, and then immediately injected spiritual energy into it in front of Chen Stability. Soon, Chen Baidao's voice came from the sound transmission. Something wrong? Looking for my dad? Funny, really funny. Chen Jian could not help but raise his eyebrows, the corner of his mouth curving up in a mocking arc. Yi Maniac and the others, on the other hand, lightly wrinkled their brows. They had thought about Gu Kite, who would not give in so easily, but they really hadn't thought that Gu Kite would move Chen Baidao out. But it also had to be said that Gu Kite had made a very beautiful move. No matter what, Chen Baidao was also Chen Stable's father. Use the father to pressure the son, one way or the other. Is it something when that son of yours wants to bring his old lady to her knees? Whatever you're doing right now, get your ass over here right now. Right now, Gu Kite growled into the transmission note. Good. Chen Baidao didn't have any hesitation, but his voice was incomparably calm, making it impossible to hear too much emotion. With those words, Chen Baidao took the initiative to disconnect, and Gu Kite, who had done all this, coldly stared at Chen Jian and said, "Now, if you take back your words, I can still forgive you. I can also forget about what happened in the past, and if you want to return to the Chen clan, It is not without room for discussion, but this is your last chance, and I urge you to stop doing things you'll regret for the rest of your life. When these words came out, everyone looked at Chen Stable, especially Yi Changsheng and the others. They also wanted to know how Chen Stable would reply. Chen Jian looked at Guling Kite and laughed coldly. I didn't expect you old thing to not only be old, but also have such a big face. With that, the words turned cold. Chen Clan? I don't care. Using my old man to pressure me. Where the do you get the confidence? Today, I'm putting my words down here. Even if the King of Heaven comes, you must kneel. What a big mouth. Then I'll wait and see if your father is on your side or mine. Guling Kite was once again exasperated, her body trembling more than straight. Elder ancestor, can the kid trouble you with one thing? Chen Jian suddenly opened his mouth towards where Yi Changsheng was. Yi Changsheng raised an eyebrow. I wonder what it is about. He was also curious to know what Chen Stable was asking for at this time. Chen Stable said with a single word, please, old ancestor, help me suppress this old thing. Since she wants to wait for my father to come over, then I'll let her wait on her knees. Whenever you've sincerely apologized. Stand up. Holy crap. Steadfast is awesome. The crowd was more than shocked, unable to believe what they were hearing. What a strong, overbearing statement to make her wait on her knees. Yi Changsheng was also a bit stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting Chen Stable to beg him about this. It's a character that's really tough, but he likes it. I'll see who dares to make a move. Right at this moment, Guling Kite broke into a loud shout, her voice carrying an unconcealable panic and fear. Chapter 138 Palm presses Guling Iris to her knees. Chen Baida finally arrives. I told you, everyone has to follow the rules around here. Yi Changsheng raised his head to look at Guling Kite, his voice not carrying a single emotional fluctuation. No, you can't do that. I'm the old clan mother of the Chen clan. Guling Kite finally got scared and shouted repeatedly. The old clan mother of the Chen clan has no face with the old man. Yi Changsheng faintly spat out, and then a finger pointed down towards where Guling Kite was. No. Guling Kite hurriedly tried to storm backward, but in just a moment, she realized that her entire body was imprisoned in place. Upon noticing this, she instantly struggled frantically and worked the power within her body in succession. But the gap between her and Yi Changsheng was just too big. Struggling to the end, she also couldn't help but be furious, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out directly, her appearance looking extremely tragic. Yi Changsheng, if you don't let go, it will be a great battle between the Chen and ancient clans. Guling Kite raised his head violently, his eyes scarlet red as he looked at Yi Changsheng and roared in a deep voice. Yi Changsheng didn't even blink his eyelids as he said indifferently, the bet is reasonable and sensible. It won't work if the Chen clan comes, and it won't work if the ancient clan comes. You must confess what you should confess, and you must punish what you should punish. Do you have to be hard just to bottom? Guling Iris roared in a caracal voice, looking more and more maniacal. Yi Changsheng didn't pay any more attention to Guling Kite while looking at Chen Jian. I've already suppressed her, so whatever you want to do next, just feel free to make your move. But one thing you remember, never do anything outside the rules of the game. Kid, thank you, elder ancestor. Chen Jian solemnly bowed towards Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Only after doing all of this did Chen Stability slowly turn around and walk towards Guling Kite. However, the moment he turned around, the smile on his face was all converged and replaced by endless coldness. Looking at the approaching Chen Jian, Guling Kite immediately put away her panic and once again put up a stance. What do you want? You are committing treason. Do you know that? Treason? Chen Jian snorted coldly. In my place, you're nothing. You, wanton. Guling Kite shouted up in a cold voice. Noisy. With that said, Chen Jian then pressed down hard with one hand towards Guling Kite's shoulder. Don't you dare. Guling Kite instantly reacted and bellowed in a loud voice. At this point, panic and fear could be seen flashing across her face. You know, once she really knelt down, then she would really lose her face. Someone like her, who regarded her face as her life, would never be able to accept it. In this world, there's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. Said, to the old man, kneel. As Chen Stable shouted, the power in his hand instantly increased, and the power of the chaotic sequence exploded on the surface of his palm. You, don't. Guling Kite immediately felt the power coming down from her shoulders, especially the knuckle-collapsing momentum that appeared in her body's power. At this moment in time, her face changed completely. This kid, how can he have this kind of power? One must know that even if she was suppressed by Yi Changsheng, her body had a spirit body that automatically defended itself. But in just an instant, her spirit body defense was broken. What does this prove? Chen Jian was more deeply hidden than expected, more powerful than imagined. Right. It must be that chaos inheritance at work. It must be. Suppressing the shock and anger within her heart, Guling Kite only shouted up in a sharp voice.
You can't do this to me. I'm your grandmother. I'm your grandmother.
There was nothing else she could do now but make Chen steady her hand by playing the emotional card.
Anyway, she couldn't kneel. The old man's grandmother is long ing dead.
Between Chen Stable's deep roars,
the power in his hands increased once more. And you, count as a fart. No. Guling Kite's pupils exploded. With a thud, Guling Kite's knees directly kneeled on the ground.
The ground exploded in response, and endless power was sweeping away in all directions.
This, really kneel ah.
The crowd stared at this in stunned silence,
somewhat in disbelief. At the same time,
their perception of Chen Stable had changed in a new way.
Tough, bossy, crazy, just ask.
To personally crush his own grandmother to her knees.
Who can do this?
And who dares to do this?
Ah ha ha ha. Guling Kite broke into a loud roar.
A roar filled with resignation and anger.
Undoubtedly,
at this moment in time, his anger and hatred towards Guling Kite reached the extreme.
In response,
a trace of icy killing intent also flashed across Chen Stable's eyes, but he knew that if he killed, Yi Changsheng would definitely stop it. No matter how much a person in a high position like this one favors him, the biggest base is still looking at the big picture. But it doesn't matter. Guling Kite is already on his must-kill list. Before long, he would be able to completely kill Guling Kite with his own strength.
And after greatly venting out, Guling Kite instead sank down coldly and didn't say a word. In response,
Chen Jian merely glanced at Gu Lingkui before withdrawing his gaze.
Next,
what he wanted was for Guling Kite to suffer humiliation and wait for Chen Baidao's arrival. I believe that this kind of execution will be more difficult for her than killing Guling Kite.
In just half an hour,
one side of the sky was seen to be in turmoil,
and a hand reached out from it, forcibly tearing the sky apart. All of a sudden, thousands of thunders were storming.
The laws of the heavenly Tao were crumbling in sections, and there were constantly space beings falling.
This is finally here.
Looking at the storming laws in midair,
the crowd couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Fruit then, in the next moment,
a silhouette stepped out from the torn space. This person was surrounded by thousands of shocking thunders. If a thunder god was approaching the world, and this person was none other than Chen Baidao.
At this time, Chen Baidao looked at a cold and heavy face,
without the slightest fluctuation of emotions.
Chen Jian didn't look at his own father at first. Instead, Guling Kite snapped her head up and roared towards Chen Baidao. Look, look, this is the good son you taught, committing crimes from below and deceiving the master.
What's the use of keeping this kind of rebellious son?
I order you, right now, kill the man, kill him. At the end of the sentence, Guling Kite just roared out, looking exhausted. Chen Baidao didn't speak,
but slowly descended from midair and walked forward step by step.
At that moment,
only the sound of Chen Baidao's walking remained in the entire room, and everyone held their breath as they watched.
They also wanted to know how Chen Baidao would deal with all of this next. Is it on Guling Kite's side, or is it on Chen Jian's side?
It is indeed difficult to choose between a son and a mother.
Soon after,
Chen Baidao arrived in front of the high platform and made a slight bow towards Yi Changsheng before saying,
"Kid, meet elder ancestor Yi."
Aha!
Yi Changsheng nodded. His attitude towards Chen Baidao looked much better. What are you doing? What are you being polite to them for? Do it right now. Right now. Do you hear me?
Guling Kite roared once more caracally.
For Yi Changsheng, she didn't have any good feelings. If it wasn't for his suppression, she would have been so humiliated by Chen Jian. Especially when she saw Chen Baidao's respectful attitude. Her lungs were about to explode. Chen Baidao still didn't respond,
but instead said towards Yi Changsheng,
"What happened here? Could you please ask elder ancestor Yi to tell me about it?"
Yi Changsheng glanced at Chen Baidao,
and with a wave of his hand, a shadow-retaining stone flew into midair. Immediately afterward, the images of the inheritance assembly unfolded one by one,
and all the details fell into Chen Baidao's eyes.
After a long time, Chen Baidao took a deep breath. "I understand, and I thank elder ancestor Yi for his tolerance. It's good that you can understand. As for the rest, it's not possible to talk to the old man." Yi Changsheng leisurely spoke. "Understood." Chen Baidao nodded heavily. Seeing Chen Baidao like this, Guling Kite immediately became a bit anxious. "What are you thinking in your head? Can't you see that it's your mother who is being humiliated? Do it. Enough."
The anger that Chen Baidao had been suppressing finally couldn't be strained.
Chapter 131 Chen Baidao's known choice. Guling Kite's quest to admit wrongdoing. Guling Kite's entire body shook, unable to believe that her son would do this to her. One must know that Chen Baidao had always been synonymous with filial piety in her mind. Even if she normally had any grievances, Chen Baidao would not say a single word of no, much less disobey her. But what she didn't expect was that not only did Chen Baidao disobey, he would also chastise her in front of so many people. Chen Baidao looked at Guling Kite and said word for word, "Mother,
You always think of letting your child take the lead when you have something to do, but have you ever thought that Steady is my child too? If I did it for you, then who did it for him? Speaking of this, Chen Baidao clenched his teeth trough and said hatefully, I do really want to ask a question. What heavenly law has my child violated to make you treat him so poorly? Even went out of his way to get him killed. Once or twice. In person. How can a child's heart ache for you like this? How can you? At the end of his words, Chen Baidao directly roared out. His eyes had completely swooned red. The people were saddened by what they heard. It's set up for a mother to be a human being and do things like this. If you really want to talk about it, this kind of person really can't die 10,000 times enough. Gu Lingkite's brows tightened, the anger in her eyes loosening somewhat. However, once she thought of what Chen Jian had done to her, her eyes were quickly consumed by hatred again. Is it wrong for me to order Chen Jian to do something in the name of my honor? Nothing wrong with that. What's wrong is that Chen Jian has no respect. What's wrong is that Chen Stable doesn't care about the bigger picture of the family and only cares about his personal interests. Everything I've done has been in defense of the Chen clan and for the greater good. A selfish and egotistical child like Chen Jian, who had no respect for his elders and was stubborn to the extreme, did not deserve to live in this world. Only after thinking of these did Gu Lingkite coldly speak. Don't pull those meaningless things with me. He doesn't deserve my approval, let alone my kindness to him. And all you have to do is do it right now, and I'll watch him die. Shut up, Chen Baidao growled towards Gu Lingkite. At the same time, the power around him rioted, and his face gradually distorted. Anyone could see that at this moment, Chen Baidao was endlessly angry and entangled. If this person was an outsider, he would have slapped him to death long ago. However, this person is the mother who gave birth to him and raised him. A mother is no more, nor can a son be a. At least upbringing and perception told him never to do that. After a long time, Chen Baidao finally calmed down and made a choice in his heart. Under Gu Lingkite's shocked gaze, he approached step by step, finally stopping at Gu Lingkite's side. Chen Stable took all of this in his eyes, but he didn't intervene in what Chen Baidao was about to do, because in his own father's eyes, he saw determination and responsibility. The crowd also looked at Chen Baidao with a swish. Obviously they also wanted to know what Chen Baidao would do and what he could do. It's begging for your own son. Or do you beg your father-in-law? Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Baidao suddenly bent his knees and slowly knelt on the ground. What are you doing? Who told you to kneel? Get up for me, Gu Lingkite yelled loudly. Similarly, this action of Chen Baidao shocked everyone. Chen Baidao didn't pay any attention to Gu Lingkite, but instead spoke leisurely, seeing mother being humiliated and not doing anything about it, as a son's less than. But to hurt your own son for the sake of your mother is something you can't do even as a father. Since it is you who are wrong, mother, we will admit it, and to apologize, my child will accompany you. Man enough. As the crowd listened to Chen Baidao's words, they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in the bottom of their hearts. This way of handling the situation not only took them by surprise, but also perfectly diffused the dilemma at hand. On the contrary, Gu Lingkite immediately responded with excitement and shouted maniacally towards Chen Baidao. Admit what? Apologize for what? The old lady is right, and the old lady doesn't need you to be there for her. If you can't even be the master of your own son, what use do I want you to be? What use is it? Chen Baidao ignored Gu Lingkite and instead said towards Yimanji, Father, I'm sorry, my little son-in-law is here to apologize. Yi Maniac looked at Chen Baidao and sighed lightly. For Chen Baidao, he had always been very satisfied, even more satisfied than his own son in some ways. Nay, such a good son has gotten such a mother. It's hard for him, too. He couldn't help but let out another low sigh at the thought. Apologize, Chen Baidao said silently. You're a ing pussy. I'm not. Wanting an apology from my old lady. That's never going to happen. Before Gu Lingkite could finish his words, he saw a sound of breaking wind. A cold light pierced straight through Gu Lingkite's brow, and blood splashed out from it. Apologize or die. Chen Stable's voice coldly drank up. That's when the crowd got a good look at the scene, only to see a spirit sword pressed against Gu Lingkite's brow. The tip of the sword had pierced through the skin, and blood was flowing down Gu Lingkite's brow. Especially, the cold air that gulped out from the blade of the sword was forced on Gu Lingkite's face, making its face look as pale as paper. Gu Lingkite subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and all the insanity on his face froze. Because, in this moment, she felt death through and through. Chen Jian really wanted to kill her. Admit your mistake. Chen Badao's voice sounded once more. At this moment, he didn't even look at Gu Lingkite, and his voice became incomparably cold. Gu Lingkite also reacted at this time, and the grooves of her clenched teeth made a clicking sound, but she also knew that this apology was as good as she was going to get, and as good as she wasn't going to get. She hated it. In the end, given the choice between humiliation and death,
She chose the former.
Only after reading this did Guling Kite clench her fists and growl lowly.
I'm sorry. As soon as he opened his mouth, his voice seemed very hoarse. Say sorry to whom and why?
Chen Stable said coldly.
Guling Kite suppressed her anger and growled. Don't bully people too much.
I'll bully people too much.
What are you going to do with me?
Chen Stable shouted in a cold voice, and the sword chi in his hand was once again spat out.
Guling Kite's face changed wildly.
She could only grit her teeth again and groaned.
Guling Kite, say sorry to you. Ye maniac.
It's me who has eyes but no pearls.
It's me who is dog-eyed.
As soon as these words came out,
endless humiliation overwhelmed them.
That's good to know, but I don't accept your apology.
I'm disgusted. Ye maniac looked at Guling Kite's scarlet eyes and said word for word. You. Well nah. Well nah.
The anger that Guling Kite had managed to suppress once again rushed up to his chest. It would have been humiliating enough for her to be pointed at with a sword and bowed down to apologize. What she didn't expect was that she had already admitted her mistake, and Ye Maniac still humiliated her like this. She swore, if she didn't get back 100 times 1,000 times what she suffered today, then she swore she wouldn't be a human being.
Especially Chen Jian. She must kill.
Chen Jian coldly glanced at Guling Kite before leisurely withdrawing the spirit sword in his hand. Guling Kite felt that the pressure had been removed, and silently stood up with an incomparably grim face.
Seeing that Guling Kite was about to turn around and leave, Chen Baidao suddenly spoke. Mother, this is the last time I will defend you, and the last time I will call you this. Guling Kite's footsteps stuttered.
Then she turned her head to stare at Chen Baidao with a deadly stare. Chen Baidao ignored all of this and continued. The grace of nurturing is greater than the heavens.
This is something I can't repay in any way. So if you want my life, but blink, I'm not a man. But if you target my son again, then I will have no choice but to step in. This is my responsibility as a husband, as a father. Guling Kite coldly said.
You can just let your horse come over.
I'll be waiting. After dropping this sentence, Guling Kite turned around and left without hesitation. Chen Baidao's complexion gradually turned cold, because Guling Kuei's words represented all attitudes. Likewise, he was thoroughly disappointed by it. Wait, right at this moment, Chen Stable's voice rang out slowly. Chapter 132. Want to withdraw from the marriage? You can never think of it with me around. Guling Kite stopped violently and stared coldly at Chen Jian. What? You want to leave me behind? You don't have the qualifications yet. Chen Jian did not speak, but instead approached where Guling Kite was step by step, and with every step the aura rose, eventually stopping 3 feet in front of Guling Kite's body. And at this time, Chen Jian also formed a terrifying aura of his own. That aura was completely no less than Guling Kite. Guling Kite's eyelids jumped straight up, and the killing chance under his eyes grew colder and colder. She knew that Chen Jian was not only provoking, but also demonstrating. Whether she should or should not, she would be in a passive position. After all, her status and position was there. At this time, Chen Jiansu opened his mouth, his voice icy cold to the extreme. 1 month from now, it will be the day I go up to Lulan Ancient Kingdom to withdraw from the marriage. If you have the guts, you can come over. The next war book. This is definitely the next battle. Sons of Es. How dare you? 2 clusters of biting light suddenly shot out from the bottom of Guling Kite's eyes, as if he wanted to pierce through the Chen stable in front of him. At that time, I will also invite the world to witness it, and smack you in the face once again in front of the world. Chen stable's voice rang out once more, landing word for word in the ears of everyone on the scene. Brother Stabilizer, awesome. The crowd was at a loss for words to describe their feelings. Not only did he withdraw from the ancient kingdom of Lulan, but he also invited the world to come and see it. Most importantly, it was said in front of Guling Iris. This bravado, it's ing tops. Ask who else is in the world. Ha ha, have a big mouth. At the height of her anger, Guling Kite suddenly laughed out loud in a cold voice. Chen Jian looked at all of this indifferently, his icy attitude not changing a bit. Guling Kite's cold smile gradually converged, replaced by endless coldness. Then Lao Maiden also put her words here today. The day I'm here, you will never be able to withdraw from the marriage, unless you die. Towards the end, Guling Kite's voice had long been boiling with murderous intent. If I can punch you in the face once, I can punch you a second time. Chen Stable spat out in a cold voice. Then old lady will put in a long look. Guling Kite coldly dropped a sentence and turned around to leave. Looking at the Guling Kite, Chen Stable's eyes gradually narrowed, killing opportunities appearing. Before long, he would personally set foot on the Chun clan and get Guling Kite killed in front of everyone. At that time, he will make it impossible for anyone to stop it. Only when he thought of this did Chen Stability slowly withdraw his gaze, and the boiling murderous energy in his body disappeared. After doing this, Chen Stable then came to Chen Baidao's front before saying, Father, I'm sorry, Of course, the apology wasn't for what happened to Guling Iris. Rather, he was aggrieved because Chen Baidao was involved. Chen Baidao laughed and patted Chen Stable's shoulder. In father's place, you never have to apologize. What's more, you didn't do anything wrong. Understood. Chen Jian nodded heavily. While he was proud to have such parents. What are you all still waiting for? If you should apologize to Little Mad, come on. Yi Changxing suddenly spoke at this time. Everyone was shocked when these words came out. Yeah, they almost forgot. But not only is Gu Ling Kite alone, because of the matter of the inheritance land, explicitly and secretly mocking Yi Maniac, it is also very much in their Yi clan. Now that even Gu Ling Kite had to kneel down and apologize, they naturally couldn't escape either. However, the clan up and down the line had a laughable attitude about the apology, because they didn't have any malicious intent to begin with, they just simply didn't agree with what Yi Maniac had done. And there was a fundamental difference between what Gu Ling Kite had done. Soon, one by one, they opened their mouths and smiled at Yi Maniac, saying that they were sorry and offering a word of congratulations. In response, Yi Maniac also smiled and responded one by one, waving his hand and saying that it didn't matter. When he was almost done apologizing, Yi Nan, who had been sitting without moving, stood up. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan was stunned, and Yi Maniac stopped his hand movements. One must know that Yi Nan was a member of their lineage, and his voice was not low. Most importantly, the person from their lineage who took the lead in opposing this practice of Yi Maniac was him. Now that Yi Nan stood up, what did it represent? This was not only understood by Yi Maniac and Yi Fan, it was also clear to some of those in the clan who were in the know. Soon, Yi Nan came to Yi Maniac's front and bowed solemnly. Big brother, little brother, I apologize for my previous outburst and inappropriate behavior. You have been proven right, and I will do my best to assist Little Fan in managing the people below me in the future. This attitude is clear enough. Yi Maniac hurriedly held Yi Nan up and patted him on the shoulder. Little brother, this is serious when you say this. We've been brothers for more than 100 years. What character of yours would I not know? No matter what you do, the starting point is for the good of our lineage. Don't say you don't want our lineage to fall anymore, and I won't allow it. You remember, if one day, our lineage makes a big mistake because of my decisions, I don't need you to bring it up, much less the family to sanction it. I'll just back off and claim the offense upwards on my own. Even if it was then that you took charge of our lineage, we would still be brothers. Got it? Well, big brother, I understand. Yi Nan nodded heavily. Yi Maniac smiled in satisfaction as well. In fact, as he said, he knew very well what kind of character Yi Nan had. Over the years, although their views on managing the clan veins were complementary, he had never done anything to harm them since then. As far as he was concerned, that was enough. This lineage of theirs is also tolerant of different voices. Yi Nan turned his head and came to Chen Stable's front, then patted Chen Stable's shoulder. Little Stable, good job. You've made us look good. In the future, if there is anything, come to Uncle Grandpa, and Uncle Grandpa will do it for you. Well, I know Uncle Grandpa. Chen Jian nodded with a smile. He didn't know much about Yi Nan, but seeing how Grandpa treats him is proof enough that the two aren't on good terms. Where? Yi Nan did indeed deserve his sentence of Uncle Grandpa. Good. Seeing Chen Stable's attitude like this, Yi Nan became even more satisfied and recognized Chen Stable from the bottom of his heart. Only after Yi Nan went back did Chen Jian take a step towards and made a bow to Yi Changsheng. Kid, there is something I want to ask for. I still ask for old ancestors' permission. Speak. Yi Changsheng directly responded. Chen Jian immediately said, it's like this. The kid intends to personally ascend to the Lulan Ancient Kingdom in a month's time, hoping that old ancestor can announce it to the outside world in the kid's name and invite the world to watch. No, dude, you're serious. When the crowd heard this outburst, they immediately revealed incredulous gazes. Originally, they just thought that Chen Jian was just doing it to piss off Guling Kite. Realized that once it's really announced, it's of a different nature. This meant that Chen Stability was going to be the one to call out the Lulan Ancient Kingdom and the Chen clan. Perhaps the Chen clan wouldn't react too much to Chen Stable because of this one incident. After all, the Chen clan still had people like Chen Baidao holding down the field. However, the Lulan Ancient Kingdom was a different story. How could they easily let Chen Stable punch them in the face? If he really did something then Chen Jian would be in big trouble. Yi Changsheng obviously thought of this as well, so he solemnly said towards Chen Stable, there's no going back on this once it's done. Can you really think about it? Chen Jian smiled. Then, old ancestor, do you think that if the kid doesn't do this, they will let me go? Now that it's all done, let's just get it over with. If they don't, then them and be done with it. Yi Changsheng gave Chen Stable a deep look before saying, understood. I will have someone put the news out. During this month, the clan's resources will be opened up to you as much as they can. and it's up to you as to how far you can grow. Kid, thank you, old ancestor. Chen Stable was instantly excited. The resources of the Yi clan were open to him to the fullest. What that meant, he naturally knew. I believe that in a month's time, he will raise his strength to another level. When he thought of this, the excitement in Chen Jian's heart grew even greater. Chapter 133. The news reached the ancient country of Lulan, and Lulan Xingshuez. This is something you have earned. There is no need to be like this. Yi Changqing shook his head and said. Chen Jian nodded and did not say anything else. Yi Changsheng glanced at Chen Stable, then stood up. Next, the inheritance assembly will continue. All the selected sons and daughters will follow the arrangement of the presiding elder and enter the ancestral ground in an orderly manner. Got it all, right? I hear you. As soon as these words came out, the originally silent scene once again clamored. Although, the ancestral land inheritance was not as good as the chaotic land inheritance, but that's a presence for them that can't be looked up to anymore. Knowing that they were inferior to Chen Stable, they would not continue to dwell here. Grabbing whatever they can is what they should do. Seeing the children at the scene, once again igniting passion, Yi Changqing couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. Little Mad, I'll leave the next matter to you. Yi Changsheng looked at Yi Mad and said, good. Yi Maniac nodded solemnly. Steady, come with me. With that, Yi Changsheng took the first step and walked outside. Chen Stable's eyes flashed, and he didn't refuse. Yes, old ancestor. Looking at the backs of the two, the children at the scene all revealed envious expressions, especially Yi Qingxian. Her gaze was extremely complicated, but at the same time, Lulan Ancient Kingdom, in a magnificent palace. At this moment, Lulan Yutian and Emotion Shui were listening to the news coming from the people underneath without saying a word. With regard to Chen Stable, they had always been concerned, especially with such a big inheritance assembly of the Yi clan. All the happenings could not be covered up at all. Speak. Lulan Yutian opened his mouth. The people at the bottom were immediately shocked and said in a loud voice, according to the news that came back, that kid just arrived at the Yi clan not long ago, and he made a big splash by defeating a triple Nirvana child in one move. Later on, in order to prove himself, he broke through 4 minor realms in one breath, and refined a spirit vein in one breath during the breakthrough. At that, the people at the bottom gave an involuntary lurch. Continue. Lulan Yutian's voice became cold and sullen. Because of this breakthrough, that kid proved himself to the Yi clan and gained the recognition of a group of children. The Yi clan's old patriarch, Yi Maniac, pressed his entire life's merit in order for that kid to qualify to enter the chaotic inheritance ground. Chaos Legacy Land? Lulan Yutian and Emotion Shue's eyelids suddenly jumped as a horrified look appeared on their faces. The Yi clan had an ancient inheritance land called the Chaos Inheritance Land. It wasn't a big secret for some big powers anymore, but they also just knew that this inheritance was not simple. As for what's inside, nothing is known. Most importantly, no one from the Yi clan had been able to obtain an inheritance from it for tens of thousands of years. This shows the difficulty of this inheritance. But accordingly, how hard it is to pass on a legacy is how terrible it can be. And in the end, did the kid make it? At this moment, Emotion Shui couldn't help but open her mouth. But the tremor in his words could be clearly felt. Lulan Yutian's gaze, too, couldn't help but stare tightly at the people underneath, an invisible aura pressing and swinging. The person at the bottom took a deep breath before the leader warily said, not only did he succeed, but he also made the chaotic heavenly bell ring 9 times in a row. The heaven and earth visions at that moment poured forth, covering the entire Yi clan at once, and the heaven and earth Tao rhythms in them swept up to 1,000,000 miles away. Quiet. There was a deathly silence. The people at the bottom crouched, not daring to breathe, much less look up. At this moment, the expressions of Lulan Yutian and Emotion Shui were as icy as they could be, as gloomy as they could be. For tens of thousands of years, no one from the Yi clan had been able to obtain the inheritance, but it was obtained by that kid. This shows how terrifying that kid's talent is. Again, this is the worst news for them, especially when they thought of that brat's arrogant appearance. They felt the urge to suppress their anger. Go on. What else? Lulan Yutian came back to his senses first, biting his teeth trough hatred. The Chen clan's old clan mother went there as well, and ended up losing a bet to Yi Maniac over that kid. That kid borrowed the might of the Yi clan's old ancestor and hardened his knees, bowing his head and admitting his mistake. Speaking of this, the person at the bottom couldn't help but take another deep breath before saying, when Gu Ling Kite left, that kid let slip that he would personally go up to Lulan Ancient Kingdom to withdraw from the marriage a month later and invite the world to witness it. Unbridled. Emotion Shui finally couldn't help herself and grabbed the teapot in front of her and smashed it on the ground. I'm innocent. The people at the bottom were instantly scared and trembling, but they didn't dare to dodge, letting the tea and crumbs splash down on their bodies. At this time, Lulan Yutian's eyes were also able to emit fire,
and killing opportunities ran rampant in all directions.
In his opinion, how dare a small sub-brother be so bold? If they, the Lulan ancient kingdom, really let them withdraw from the marriage, how would the people of the world view them, and how would they be able to live with themselves in the desolate ancient realm? Get him dead. Must get him dead. Emotion Shue roared at Lulan Yutian. Lulan Yutian did not respond, but instead spoke. Is there anything else? Because in his opinion, not to mention the attitude of the Chun clan, it was the Yi clan that they didn't dare to take it easy. Even if you want to kill, you have to ask your peers to do it. And they, the older generation, can only help in secret. The person at the bottom spoke in succession. No more. That's all that was investigated. Well, then you can retire first. Lulan Yutian waved his hand. Yes, State Lord. The people at the bottom were like amnesties and hurriedly exited the Great Hall. After the people underneath withdrew, Emotion Shue's anger flared. I don't care what method you use. This son of a must die. Must die. Ma'am, calm down for the time being. To kill or not to kill, we still have to think long and hard. Lulan Yutian opened his mouth. Calculating my ass. My old lady lost 3 Imperial artifacts because of her. And now he's even riding on our ancient kingdom's head. If we don't get him killed, where can we put our ancient country's face? Emotion Shue roared with excitement. As Lulan Yutian was still trying to persuade to stop, a female voice leisurely sounded. Killing him is really not enough to wash away the humiliation towards me. I will personally return all the humiliation to him in a month's time. Lulan Yutian and Emotion Shue were instantly shaken, looking at the visitor excitedly in unison. The person who came was none other than Lulan Xingxue. At this time, Lulan Xingxue not only had a great change in temperament, but even her breath was as deep as the vast ocean, looking extremely terrifying. If anything, the Lulan Xingxue that was in the lower realms was like an unpolished diamond. Then now, she was like an ancient jade that had been polished and washed away. Little Snow, you finished receiving the inheritance? Lulan Yutian said excitedly. After Lulan Yutian returned, she was brought into the ancestral land by her grandmother and went to receive the inheritance. Compared to Chen Stable, who had to work hard to obtain the recognition of the inheritance, Lulan Xingxue obtained the guidance of the inheritance the moment she was born. Everything is just waiting for Lulan Xingxue to return at the age of 18. Moreover, this inheritance was still left behind by the first generation of their ancient country. It could be said that in the Lulan ancient kingdom Lulan Xingxue was the absolute son of heaven's destiny. Well, it only takes some time to digest it. Lulan Xingxue nodded slightly, a self-satisfied smile on her face. In her opinion, she was now no less talented than any genius. Even if it was Chun Hongnian standing here, she could tilt her head high. As for Chen Stable, it had long since fallen out of her scope of comparison. Well, you sure didn't let daddy down. Lulan Yutian laughed aloud at once, but soon his smile tightened again. You should have heard all about what just happened. That kid has also obtained an unimaginable inheritance, so don't take it lightly. Lulan Xingxue smiled coldly and said, the inheritance of our Lulan ancient kingdom is not inferior to the inheritance of any power. So what if he's stronger? He can't back out of this marriage without my nod. With that, she turned her words around. When he fails, I will personally step in to cut the marriage thread and return all this humiliation to him. Ha ha, good. Lulan Yutian understood what Lulan Xingxue was thinking, and immediately laughed aloud. A smug smile also appeared on Emotion Xue's face. What can break a man? Undoubtedly, it was a case of treating others the way they wanted to be treated, so that the one who lost all face would be Chen Stable. They, the Lulan ancient kingdom, could also take this opportunity to make a name for themselves, 2 for the price of 1. Ask, is there a more perfect practice in the world? And just then, Lulan Yuyushan realized that the transmission note on his body flickered. Lulan Yutian took it out and realized that the person who contacted him was Gu Ling Kite. Seeing this, he couldn't help but frown. At this point in time, what was Gu Ling Kite looking for him for? However, he didn't reject it, but directly injected his spiritual energy into it in front of Emotion Shue and Lulan Xingxue. Chapter 134 Gu Ling Kite's Madness. Taking the opportunity to stink Qinjian. I wonder what the ancient clan mother has to say. Lulan Yutian spoke first, his voice seeming extremely raw. Gu Ling Kite's cold voice came at the same time. Please pay attention to your attitude. Today I came here with sincerity to cooperate with you. Cooperation? Lulan Yutian raised an eyebrow, his voice slowing down slightly. Then I'll be all ears. Hearing this, Gu Ling Kite's emotions also smoothed down. I believe that you also know about the matter of Qin Jian releasing a statement that he would go up to the ancient country of Lulan to withdraw from the marriage in a month's time. And this seat, from the very beginning, just didn't agree with him withdrawing from the marriage. So technically we're on the same side. And then, how to cooperate.
Lulan Yutian did not deny this. Of course, the reason he was able to listen to Guling Kite so much, more than that, it was still because the humiliation that Guling Kite had suffered was no less than theirs. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Guling Kite spoke leisurely. Every son or daughter of our Chen clan possesses a certain amount of resources. This seat can make the decision to give Lulan Xingxue the share of resources belonging to Chen stability.
Dare I ask, is this cooperation sincere enough? When these words came out, not only did Lulan Yutian's pupils quake, even Mo Xingxue's face showed shock.
One must know that it was a very taboo matter to distribute the resources of one's own children to the children of its clan.
If he messed up,
Guling Kite would be subjected to 1,000 accusations,
and even counterattacks from all over the clan.
Lulan Xingxue's brows wrinkled lightly, but didn't reject it at first.
Lulan Yutian took a deep breath before saying, Ancient, this is no joking matter. May I ask if your Chen clan knows about this? Don't, in case it gets out that we, the Lulan Ancient Kingdom, aren't human inside or outside. Guling Kite coldly smiled.
This resource is what we compensated Xiao Shui for on behalf of Chen stable.
The name is right and proper. What person can pick a reason? As for getting the word out,
then you have even less to worry about. It's not something I would have wanted to keep under wraps. All I want is for that boy to know that those who disobey the family will have nothing.
If our Chen clan can lift him up, we can also stomp him down completely. Especially if you go against this seat. There is only a way to die. Crazy. It's also crazy. Lulan Yutian mentally shook his head. Guling Kite's small mind. How could he ever not understand? However, it was totally a good thing for him. Anyway, the one who profits is them. The more fierce the fight between Guling Kite and Chen Jian, the better. With this in mind, Lulan Yu Genius continued to speak. Explain, what are your conditions? There is no such thing as a free lunch, and he still understands this. Only then did Guling Kite open the door and said, First, no matter what method is used, this marriage absolutely cannot be returned. At the very least, he can't be the one to back out, and that's something I will never allow to happen. Secondly, I need Yuki to defeat him in front of everyone in the world, no matter what it takes. These resources, she can use for this month's latent cultivation. Thirdly, if Xiao Shui wants to withdraw herself from the marriage and choose another mate, then my side will continue to find someone to replace Qin Jian. I believe your country doesn't want to cause a gap between our two major powers because of this one incident. When these words came out, Lulan Yutian fell silent. Strictly speaking, Guling Kite's conditions weren't excessive, and they fit in with their ideas. It was that last bit that had him in a bit of a bind. They forced Lulan Xingxue once. Is it hard to force a second time? Promise her. Just then, Mo Xingxue's voice entered Lulan Yotian's ears. Lulan Yutian glanced at Mo Xingxue and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his head to Lulan Xingxue. At this moment, Lulan Xingxue's face changed more than a few times, and it could be seen that he was in a deep entanglement. Little Snow, go ahead and say it. Daddy will give you the right to choose this time. Lulan Yutian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Guling Kite suddenly spoke. Little Snow, you actually don't need to get entangled. This time we will definitely arrange a genius even better than Chen stable for you. At that time, you can completely progress together and build the great Tao together. And you can rest assured that Auntie Grandma would not lie to anyone but you. Lulan Xingxue took a deep breath before she said, Okay, I'll agree to your conditions. But I have a request on my side that I hope Auntie will fulfill. Okay, you say. Guling Kite spoke in a hurry. Lulan Xingxue responded. I can only say who I want to marry. Yes, without any hesitation. Guling Kite directly answered. That's fine. Lulan Xingxue nodded. Little Snow, what happens in a month's time is a matter of the face of our two major powers, so you must improve yourself as much as possible. Speaking of this, Guling Kite's words changed. Although I hate that brat, I have to admit that he does have two tricks up his sleeve. Lulan Xingxue faintly said, his expression extremely confident. The current me is invincible in the same realm. There may be many people I'm not able to defeat right now, but that definitely doesn't include Chen stable. Good. Seeing that Lulan Xingxue was so confident, Guling Kue instantly let out a cry. With that, the words turned again. The resources will arrive within 3 days. You need to prepare for the time of the retreat then. Then Little Snow will not be polite. Lulan Xingxue did not refuse these resources. Ha ha, if you were to be polite to Aunt Grandmother me, that would be out of the ordinary. Guling Kite laughed loudly. Lulan Xingxue nodded, and then did not speak again. Seeing this, Lulan Yutian then spoke. Since both of us have already made another agreement privately, then the previous matter will be treated as if it never happened. But I'll be ugly. I don't want the same thing to happen again, or else don't blame us, the Lulan Ancient Kingdom, for turning the other cheek. Guling Kite secretly skimmed his lips.
but under his breath he said, "You've seen our attitude. If we had no intention of befriending your country, we would never be able to do so. This is best." Lulan Yutian faintly dropped a sentence before disconnecting. After doing this, Lulan Eugenius said to Lulan Xingxue again, "You focus on going to cultivate. Any changes outside, just leave it to us." "Good." Lulan Xingxue nodded before turning to leave. After Lulan Xingxue's back disappeared, Mo Xingxue said, "Look at you worrying about this. With Guling Kite's resources, are you still afraid that Xiao Shui is not as good as that kid? If that kid knows about this, he's afraid he'll be pissed off. The thought of that boy's moment of blackface is incredibly comforting to me." Old lady. Lulan Yutian didn't say anything. In fact, he wasn't worried about whether or not Chen Stable would be able to cut off the in-law thread, because this marriage line is led by Lulan Xingxue as the main guide. Mainly she is unwilling. Then Chen Jian wants to cut the marriage line at least 10 times more difficult. Unusual difficulty. Chen Stable did not even see success, let alone 10 times as much. The other side. Guling Kite put the transmission note away, and only then did she coldly smile. In her opinion, as long as the marriage with the Lulan ancient kingdom didn't fail, whoever topped it would be fine. That way, whatever she did, she would be able to give the family an explanation. As for Chen Stable, what the hell? Thinking about this, Guling Kite then spoke. Compensate the resources to Lulan Xingxue, and publicize it outwardly in the name of the family. Remember, make sure to show my clan's generosity while stomping Chen Jian to death. Understand? Yes, I'll go do it now. A voice in the darkness hurriedly answered. Guling Kite smiled coldly. Didn't you invite the world to witness it? Then I'll take the opportunity to stink up your reputation. When you fail then, you will be a complete clown. If you want to fight with my mother, you are far from it. Chapter 135 Desolate Ancient Tremor. Chen Stable's reaction. In the meantime, Chen Jian followed Yi Changsheng into the Hall of Eternal Life. Sit down. Yi Changsheng smiled and beckoned. Yes, old ancestor. Chen Jian responded and then found a seat. Yi Changsheng laughed softly. There are no outsiders now. You don't need to call me old ancestor. Call me great-grandfather. Great-grandfather? Chen Jian could not help but be stunned. Didn't your grandpa tell you? I'm his daddy. Yi Changsheng laughed aloud. Chen Stable hurriedly said with a straight face. Kid, meet maternal great-grandfather. Good good good. Yi Changsheng said 3 good things in a row, clearly satisfied with Chen Stable's attitude. Chen Jian did not say anything, but took the initiative to add a cup of tea for Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng picked up the tea and took a light sip before saying, Little steady great-grandfather called you here this time, as long as he wants to ask what inheritance you have obtained. Sure enough, the movement in Chen Jian's hands was a beat. Yi Changsheng glanced at Chen Stable before saying, You don't need to think too much about it. I'm just asking as usual. After all, the people above this legacy are concerned, and I need to give them an explanation. So, you should understand what that means, right? Understood. Chen Stable's eyes flashed before he answered. Then talk about it. Yi Changsheng then spoke. Chen Stable thought for a moment before saying, If I say that there is only a wisp of chaos chi inside, would you believe great-grandfather? Chaos gas? Yi Changsheng was shaken. What's chaos gas? That's the stuff of legends. And, already a supreme treasure lost to history. Just this single strand was enough to be worth thousands of inheritances. It was just that what he hadn't expected was that the chaotic inheritance land really possessed the existence of chaotic chi. Seeing Yi Changsheng's change in expression, Chen Jian could not help but let out a secret sigh of relief. It's a good thing he made a space of chaos gas, and said it was a wisp. If it was said without reservation, then he couldn't even imagine the shock it would cause. There's no guarantee that anyone will even see the prophets and kill them. Only after a long time did Yi Changsheng calm down. I don't care what you do with that wisp of chaos chi, but remember not to say it to anyone, otherwise you will have endless trouble. Understand? Towards the end, Yi Changsheng's tone became extremely solemn. A strange aura flashed under Chen Jian's eyes. Understood. I won't say anything to anyone. In fact, he hadn't expected Yi Changsheng to react in such a way after he calmed down. Not only did he not ask him where the chaos chi went, but he also solemnly instructed him. From this one sentence, it was enough to prove Yi Changsheng's true feelings of treating him, and he, likewise, hadn't misjudged Yi Changsheng's person. It's good to understand. Yi Changsheng nodded heavily. With that, he flipped his hand. This is my identity order. Take it. With it, you can go anywhere in the Yi clan and mobilize any resources. This permission is valid for the rest of the month. Looking at the token that was handed to him, Chen Stable did not reject it, and took it with one hand before saying, Then the kid won't be polite to great-grandfather. Be polite. Put it away. Yi Changsheng smiled and said, and just then, a voice came from outside, reporting to old ancestor, I have something to report. Come in.
Yi Changsheng spoke. Upon seeing this, Chen Jian immediately said, then the kid will go back first, and will come back to see you again sometime. Go on. Yi Changsheng smiled and nodded, and as Chen Stable got up, a black-clad middle-aged man walked in according to his face. The middle-aged man's body immediately lurched at the sight of Chen Stable. Yi Changsheng's gaze swept over Yi Shan's face before he said, why? Is the matter related to Little Steady? Chen Stable stopped at that moment as well, then looked at Yi Shan. Yi Shan nodded. This matter, indeed, has something to do with Little Steady. Then sit down and listen together. Yi Changsheng directly clapped his hands. Good. Chen Jian hesitated and did not refuse. Sitting back once more. Say it, what is it? Yi Changsheng glanced at Yi Shan, then said. Yi Shan made a slight bow before saying, at the request of the old ancestor, the little man announced Little Steady's decision to the outside world, and the world was graciously invited to go and witness it together. Once this was announced, it caused a huge shock, and combined with the fact that Little Steady made a big fuss in the Chen clan, many forces were concerned about Little Steady. But just then, the Chen clan spoke outward. Speaking of this, Yi Shan couldn't help but glance at Chen Stable with a complicated look in his eyes. Uncle, just tell me straight, I'm fine on my side. Chen Stable laughed lightly. Yi Shan sighed before saying, the Chen clan said to the outside world that Little Stable was stubborn and unruly, disregarding the interests of the clan for the sake of personal interests. When he was in the lower realm, in order to satisfy his personal vanity, he openly humiliated Lulan Xingxue, bringing great harm to him. That's why the Chen clan decided to give Little Steady's share of resources to Lulan Xingxue to make up for the damage she caused. If Little Steady truly repents and publicly apologizes to the Chen clan, he can also rejoin the Chen clan again, and the clan will be able to allocate resources for him again. Speaking of this, Yi Shan's words changed. Not long after the Chen clan released the news, Lulan Xingxue of the Lulan Ancient Kingdom also responded to this matter in person, completely confirming Little Steady's guilt. The response in there also mentions the old clan mother of the ancient kingdom of Lulan who went out to help Little Steady 16 years ago. On top of that, Lulan Xingxue pushed back against Little Steady's foreign declarations, said that as long as she doesn't nod, then the marriage Little Steady will never be returned. If you are not convinced, you may not come up to Lulan Ancient Kingdom to try. Because of the 1-2 punch of these two forces, the reputation of Little Steady has now become very poor. In the eyes of the world, Little Steady has not only become a selfish person, but also an ungrateful villain. That's a load of crap. The moment Yi Shan's words left his mouth, Yi Changqi became so angry that he slapped the table in front of him into smithereens. Yi Shan bowed his head. How could he not know that this was deliberate on Guling Kite's part? Not only did this externally discredit Chen Stable, it also gave Lulan Xingxue the share of resources that belonged to Chen Stable. But I have to say, it's a really mean and disgusting move. Here are the shadow retaining stones of that old thing's humiliation. Scatter them to every corner of the desolate ancient realm for the old man. Speaking of this, Yi Changxing's voice became incomparably agitated. Want to discredit it, right? Then the old man will make her have no place to live in the desolate ancient realm. Great-grandfather, let's not rush. Right at this moment, Chen Stable suddenly spoke up. Yi Changsheng glanced at Chen Stable, and his anger immediately subsided. Then tell me your opinion. Chen Jianyu spoke leisurely. He first gave my resources to Lulan Xingxue, and then later joined forces with the Lulan Ancient Kingdom to smear me. Nothing more than wanting to irritate me and make me annoyed. But this reckoning is wrong on their part. I, Chen Jian, really don't see eye to eye with that bit of resources. Besides, the single shadow retaining stone alone isn't enough to say anything at all. Even as soon as Guling Iris sells her misery, and then borrows the matter of kneeling to discredit me as an unforgivable. Even my own grandmother. That would only make my popularity rating worse. Yi Changxing's mouth smiled as he looked at Chen Stable with increasing satisfaction. Speaking of this, the corner of Chen Jian's mouth hooked slightly. I wonder if great-grandfather has ever heard of the saying that in order to bring about its demise, one must first make it crazy. So what if I just let them forget about it for a month? After I cut the marriage threads off, then I'll make the lower realms retain shadowstones and the inheritance assemblies retain shadowstones known to the public. At that time, I will personally nail their two major forces to the pillar of shame. Good. Just do as you say. Yi Changsheng burst out laughing. Where was the slightest hint of violent anger left on his face? Chen Stable smiled, but a touch of bone-chilling coldness flashed under his eyes. Chapter 136 Heavenly Flame annihilates the void heavenly flame. Why not? Then the brat will take his leave first? Chen Stable thought for a moment before speaking. Okay. Yi Changsheng nodded, then added, it just so happens that Shashan, you'll take Little Stable on a trip to the treasure pavilion and let him see what he needs. Yes. Yi Shan hurriedly answered. Chen Jian did not refuse. It just so happened that he also wanted to make a trip to the Yi clan's treasure trove.
Having Yi Shan's leadership would also save him a lot of work.
Little stable, come this way.
Yi Shan guided for Chen Stable.
Then I'll trouble Uncle Shan. Chen Jian responded and followed.
Looking at Chen Stable's back, Yi Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. His outburst just now was actually a half-truth.
Really, it's because of the anger of Girling Kite's behavior. The fake ones, on the other hand,
impulsively took out their retention stones and allowed Yi Shan to go out with a big scattering. And he really wasn't that impulsive for someone who had lived for hundreds of years. All of this behavior was more to test what kind of solution Chen Stability would have when faced with this matter.
And as a final result,
Chen Jian's calmness and choices were even better than he had imagined.
Heart, talent,
and strength are all superior.
Their Yi clan had really picked up a treasure this time. The smile on Yi Changsheng's face increased for a moment. Soon after, he gathered all his emotions again and turned towards where the ancestral land was. He hadn't forgotten his Taishan ancestors' instructions. On the other hand, Chen Stable followed Yi Shan to the treasure pavilion in the Yi clan. Yi Shan, as the elder of the Yi clan's Dark Hall, had attracted the attention of many of the children the moment he appeared. The Dark Hall's status in the Yi clan was not low, possessing an extremely terrifying dark army and dark network. The Dark Army, as long as it is used to assassinate and destabilize all unrest outside. The Dark Web, on the other hand, is the absolute source of information about the outside world. It could be said that the Dark Hall, in the Yi clan, possessed absolute might. As for Yi Shan, he also possessed absolute power of speech in the Dark Hall. Who is this son of A? Do any of you know? Are you shut up, stupid? He's the one who made all the noise the other day, not only a few days ago, I think, but I've just returned from the Inheritance Assembly Ground.
And this kid has obtained the inheritance of the Chaos Inheritance Ground. But what I admire most about him is that guts, to actually dare to press the Chen clan's old clan mother to her knees, not giving any face at all. At these words, the entire room fell silent, leaving only the sound of ragged breathing.
In the Yi clan,
everyone who was an individual knew what kind of concept it was to obtain a chaotic earth inheritance.
After a long time,
the scene resounded with another round of skepticism.
This isn't right. Shouldn't Yi old clan mother be this kid's grandmother? Asterisk 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 and even his own grandmother. And that's still a ing person? I'll be damned. That old thing deserves to be a person. Just her. Brother Jin. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Why don't you tell us in detail how it's an unworthy method? Asterisk 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 off. I don't have that kind of time for kids.
Listening to the murmurs coming from his ears,
Chen Stability couldn't help but shake his head.
But it had to be said that there were quite a lot of temperamental people in the Yi clan.
Let's come this way. Yi Shan once again guided Chen Jian up. Good.
Chen Stable hastily collected his thoughts.
Soon,
they crossed the crowd and arrived at where the inner hall was.
At this moment,
an old man was closing his eyes, and the sound of sheepish breathing came out of his nostrils.
The breathing was very thin and staccato, yet very rhythmic,
as if it had melted into the surroundings.
This old man is not simple. Chen Stability, who was also practicing the breathing method, could tell at a glance that there was something unusual about it. Of course, he wasn't quite ready to be the outlier, and proper hiding was the way to survive. Junior son Yi Shan, greetings to Elder Mu.
Yi Shan said very respectfully. The old man called Yi Mu opened his eyes slowly, and since then that special breathing method disappeared, only to see the old man's gaze cross over Yi Shan and finally stop on Chen Stable for 2 breaths of time.
This little waif is not from our Yi clan, right?
Yi Mu said indifferently, his voice fluttering without being vain.
Yes,
he is the grandson of the old patriarch.
Yi Shan responded and added,
old ancestor, he asked me to bring him over for a trip to the treasure pavilion to see what suits him.
Kid Chen Stable, meet Elder Mu.
Chen Stable hurriedly made a bow.
Aha. Yi Mu nodded, then threw an ancient token onto the tabletop. Since little elder allowed it,
let him go to the innermost level.
But the rules can't be broken,
and you can only choose one thing from the innermost layer.
Yes, Elder Mu. Yi Shan responded before taking the token. Yi Mu didn't say anything else and simply closed his eyes. Go.
Yi Shan greeted Chen Jian and headed inside.
Soon, the two arrived at the innermost level.
Into the eye were 9 stone shelves,
each with 9 levels.
Each of the stone shelves contained different things.
There were gongfa, secret arts, spirit weapons, and even spirit pills. The word dazzling is an understatement. Moreover,
on top of each thing was shrouded with a film of light. The surplus of light and shadow flowed with a faint Tao rhythm,
looking extremely extraordinary.
Yi Shan looked at Chen Jian and spoke slowly. The things here were accumulated by our Yi clan over the years. Only those who have permission from above can come in here and pick something out.
Fewer than a double dozen people have been able to get in here so far. According to the rules, you can only take one, and it's all up to you as to what you want to take, and you've only got a quarter of an hour to think about it.
and when that time's up whether you've picked the right one or not, you'll have to get out.
Understood. Chen Jian nodded solemnly. Seeing this,
Yi Shan did not say anything more and took the initiative to step aside. Chen Stable swept his gaze over the 9 stone shelves.
Inside, you're thinking about what you need most. 1 is the alchemy tripod. The second is a suitable divine secret skill.
3 is the special spirit fire used for alchemy.
As for spirit pills and some spirit materials, he needed them as well, but they were not necessities. After rationalizing what he needed within,
Chen Stable's gaze shifted to finally settle on a small cluster of fire embers wrapped in a golden mass of light. The small cluster of flames was black, and the fireworks looked like a twisted black hole. Around the flames, space could be seen in a state of emptiness, as if it had been scorched into black smoke.
That's good stuff. Chen Jian's eyes lit up. How could it still exist? Immortal Red Peony's shocked voice suddenly came out. Sister Peonia, you recognize it? Chen Jian could not help but ask. Annihilation Void Sky Flame.
An extremely terrifying heavenly fire, but because it is too powerful and uses devouring other flames as a path of growth,
it is regarded by the flames of heaven and earth as an alien. In the ancient times,
it eventually fell and disappeared between heaven and earth because it was surrounded by 10,000 fires.
I just didn't realize it still existed in heaven and earth. Saying that,
Immortal Red Peony's voice was filled with sighs, but now it seems that it should still be in the seedling stage.
And if it wants to restore its past glory, it is estimated that it will take a long time before it can do so. Then what level of flame is it equivalent to now? Chen Stable couldn't help but ask. There are 4 types of flames in heaven and earth: spirit fire, beast fire, earth fire and heaven fire.
Spiritual fire has the lowest lower limit and celestial fire has the highest lower limit.
A heavenly flame of the same rank would always suppress other flames of the same rank. It's almost a 6th grade heavenly flame now, equivalent to a cultivator's life and death realm. Speaking of this, Xian Hongshao's brows wrinkled. You're not thinking of hitting it, are you? What's not to like about that? The corners of Chen Stable's mouth hooked slightly, his eyes glowing straight as he looked at the Annihilation Void Sky Flame not far away. Chapter 137 Yin Yang World Suppressing Cauldron. First meeting with Yi Qingxian. Immortal Red Peony took a deep breath before saying, you have to think carefully. Even if this is just a small cluster of fire, it is still heavenly flame after all. In the process of you taking it in, but there is a potential danger, even a threat to your life. Chen Stable leisurely said, you only need to answer me if it has much potential. Big, and huge. Immortal Red Peony nodded heavily. With the heavenly flame in hand, even at the seedling stage, it was a huge boost. If it grows, it will be even more impressive. That's not it, Chen Jian directly said. You just have to not regret it. Immortal Red Peony responded and didn't say anything else.
And as Chen Jian walked towards the annihilating void sky flame, Yi Shan's pupils could not help but shrink, only to see him take a step in front of Chen Stable. Little Stable, are you planning to pick it? With that, he pointed in the direction of the annihilation void sky flame.
Chen Jian nodded. There is indeed this idea. Yi Shan took a deep breath and said,
this cluster of flames was left behind by our ancestors for an unknown number of years.
More than one person has hit on it over the years,
and none of them have been successful in the end.
Of course, this is only the external reason. The main thing is that its flame has no temperature, much less killing power. Even if you do have the ability to subdue it, it's still a chicken-ribbed existence, a wasted opportunity. This is the characteristic of the void sky flame. It can only be utilized if it is taken in. What do these people know?
Immortal Red Peony's voice rang out leisurely,
disdain all over his voice.
Oh, the corner of Chen Jian's mouth was raised. He had heard of people pretending to be pigs and eating tigers, but he didn't realize that a small flame could do the same.
That is indeed enough, but he likes it. When he thought of this,
the corners of Chen Stable's mouth curved into a special arc.
Seeing this, Yi Shan couldn't help but laugh bitterly.
He knew that Chen Stable had made up his mind.
By the way, Uncle Shan, I have a question. If the clan concluded that it doesn't have much value, why would they put it here? Chen Jian thought for a moment before he couldn't help but ask. I've also asked the older generation about this question,
but the answer I got was that it has its value because my ancestors put it here. There is no need for us,
as descendants,
to make wild definitions of something that is as tentatively senile.
So, it's been left here to wait for the right person. Yi Shan sighed and said, like this? Chen Stable's brows wrinkled lightly. The reasoning is a bit far-fetched, but it's in line with what some of the big families do. I guess you've already made up your mind, but I'll say it anyway. You must choose carefully. Once you do, you can't change it. To come back in here again, unless there's another charter from above,
or if you've made a great contribution to the clan.
Otherwise, never again. Yi Shan solemnly instructed. Decided. That's it. Chen Jian nodded and said, that's fine.
Yi Shan glanced at Chen Jian.
then gently placed the token on the golden light membrane. In a flash, the light membrane had a strange aura that flashed by, and a layer of bizarre runic patterns flowed on its surface. Yishan picked up the token and at the same time, his hand beckoned, and the light ball dangled down in his hand. If you want to take out this cluster of flames, all you need to do is inject spiritual energy into the light cluster. Saying this, Yishan's voice became solemn. But remember, once you take the flame out, you have to take it in immediately. Otherwise, when it breaks free of its bonds, it escapes. Understand? Understood. Chen Jian nodded solemnly. Take it. Yishan handed the light ball to Chen Jian. Chen Jian directly received it and then put it into his spatial ring. Yishan shook his head and couldn't help but sigh again. Ever since then, he had felt that Chen Stable had chosen to lose, wasting such a great opportunity. Get out. After collecting his thoughts, Yishan spoke again. After exiting the innermost floor, Chen Stable did not leave the treasure pavilion. Instead, he chose a supreme-level secret skill called Divine Beast 4 Elephant Seal before and after. On top of that, he also went to the spirit material room to fetch a series of alchemy herbs. This time, in addition to enhancing his cultivation, he also planned to refine some spiritual pills that suited him for his evening. Of course, he had also taken quite a few applicable spirit pills from the Dan Hall. Suffice it to say, his trip was a rewarding one. However, the only thing that made him feel regretful was that he didn't find a satisfactory Dan tripod in the spiritual artifact room. The choice of the Dan tripod could be said to be cautious and prudent for the alchemist. It not only has to fit its own alchemy techniques, but also has to have enough ability to condense pills. This will maximize the rate and quality of elixir formation. What? Is it that you can't find a satisfactory spirit weapon? When he saw Chen Stable hesitating within the spiritual artifact room, Yishan couldn't help but open his mouth. Indeed, Chen Stable did not hide it. Speak, what kind of competent spirit weapon do you need? I'll see if the clan has any. Yishan opened his mouth. Chen Jian spoke. I need an alchemy tripod. As for the requirements, I can't say. I don't know if there are any others in the clan. Yishan was shocked. You're not going to tell me that you're still an alchemist, are you? I can only say that it's just barely. The achievement is not considered high. Chen Stable said modestly. Well, it's true that all geniuses have something in common. Yishan took a deep breath before he suppressed himself. It's true that our clan still has quite a few Dan tripods, but if you can't even look at these, then I guess those are no good either. But there is another one in the clan that is an unknown great alchemy cauldron called the Yin Yang Jinshi cauldron, and it was also left behind by our ancestors. Except that no one has ever been able to gain its approval. The clan didn't intend to destroy it by force either, so it's been put on hold. If you want to try it out, steady, I can take you there too. As far as he was concerned, he could only serve as a guide, and it was up to Chen Stable's own ability to obtain it. The alchemy seal? Chen Stable's heart fluttered. This kind of imprint, he had learned about it in Pill River's memories. It was an imprint of an exclusive alchemy technique topography. In addition to being a status symbol of the alchemist, it also prevents it from being taken in a rash manner. Of course, if you can gain its approval, you can easily obtain these marks even if you fail to suppress them. Then let's go take a look, Chen Stable said as he gathered his thoughts. This way. Yishan hurriedly stood up and took the first step forward to lead the way. Under Yishan's leadership, Chen Stability soon arrived at a place called where the Alchemy Hall was located. The Alchemy Hall was located in an open inner space, isolated from outsiders probing and absolutely quiet. For alchemists, it's definitely a party of treasures. It was indeed rare for a Dan Ding that couldn't be used to be placed in the Alchemy Hall. Seeing this, Chen Stable couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. That Dan tripod is in there and has been available for all alchemists to explore, just in the hope that one day there will be a way to break it. Yishan explained in due course. Chen Jian nodded silently. To put it bluntly, he wanted to utilize the advantages of this cauldron to draw in more alchemists. This is also considered one of the means that the big families use to recruit talents. Go in. Yishan opened his mouth. Chen Stable did not refuse and lifted his steps before stepping into the alchemy hall. As Chen Stable stepped in, many of the alchemists in the hall were disturbed and all frowned at the visitor. For Chen Jian, they were unknown. Because as an alchemist, the first thing is to focus. And once a furnace of Dan is made, it will be several days, or even longer. So they hadn't really paid much attention to what was going on outside. Right at this moment, an old man with a head full of white flowers and extremely impeccable clothing bellowed out in a cold voice towards Chen Jian. Who let you in? Get out of here right now. Shut up, Elder Feng. No. At the same time, two sharp cries rang out one after another. These two people, one Yi Qingxian and one Yishan, who came in with the steps. Chapter 138. Yi Qingxian's shock. Looking down on Chen Stability again. Seeing this scene, there was a count of one on the scene. All of them looking at this in shock.
Although they were deeply versed in the Dandao for many years and did not pay much attention to human feelings, it did not mean that they really could not read eyes.
The scene this situation. That is a little cute.
It was also known that the teenager in front of him was definitely not simple.
Fengshan's face also changed slightly,
and the cold drink that reached his mouth was swallowed back raw.
Elder Feng,
I don't care what your temper is like,
but coming to the Yi clan does not qualify you to be a bully. Do you understand?
Yi Shan once again droned.
Chen Jian waved his hand. Uncle Shan,
you should also calm down.
This matter of Feng Lao is just doing his duty. Yi Qingxian glanced at Chen Jian in surprise. This response from Chen Jian was something she hadn't expected. Originally,
he thought that the person who had even ate his own grandmother must be a short-tempered character who left no room for error. Now it seems that she was preoccupied.
There's no next time, or else you'll get the hell out of the Yi clan even if you're capable.
Yi Shan looked at Feng Shan and said in a cold voice.
As far as he was concerned, Feng Shan did have a certain amount of capital and ability, but that was all.
Their Yi clan did not lack such talents at all.
Then again, Feng Shan has been this bullying more than once or twice. If we don't knock it out of the park again, it's not going to be a flip-flop. Feng Shan's face changed,
but his pride as a pill refiner kept him from lowering his head. Yi Shan coldly glanced at Feng Shan before turning towards Chen Stable. Little Stable,
I've made you laugh. Chen Jian waved his hand. Uncle Shan, we are all family members, so you are welcome.
As for whether Feng Shan was really being a bully or whether his pride was making him, he didn't care at all. In his eyes, such a person is not even a speck of dust.
Ha ha, that's right, it's Uncle Shan who's being pedantic. Yi Shan instantly laughed aloud. Saying that,
Yi Shan waved his hand towards where Yi Qingxian was again.
Little Xian, come over here.
Chen Jian could not help but seek Yi Shan's words and look at Yi Qingxian.
Yi Qingxian's stunning face and temperament immediately came into view.
It could be said that this was the first time he had seen a woman who could rival his sister.
Moreover, on Yi Qingxian's body,
he also felt a powerful fluctuation in his aura.
This breath fluctuation wasn't too far off even if it wasn't as good as his sister. At the same time,
Yi Qingxian's gaze also locked with Chen Stable's. Compared to Chen Jian's slightly surprised gawking, her gaze was much more complicated. Perhaps it was the first time Chen Stable had seen her or heard her name.
However, she was different,
and she had compared herself to Chen Stable long before that. Although she had been severely slapped in the face in the end, it didn't change the fact that she had looked down on Chen Stable. It was just that what she hadn't expected was that her first meeting with Chen Stable would be in this manner.
At this moment, Yi Shan's voice rang out once again. Little steady, let me introduce to you. This is our clan's recognized new generation pride. Yi Qingxian. You should recognize Yi Rulong. She is Yi Rulong's sister. Yi Rulong's sister?
Chen Jian flashed Yi Rulong's appearance in his mind.
But soon, he reacted and then cupped his fists and said, Kid Chen Stable, meet sister Qingxian clan. Yi Qingxian's expression, on the other hand, didn't change much and simply nodded her head. Hello. In response, Chen Stable did not speak again, his expression remaining self-conscious. As far as he was concerned, it didn't matter whether Yi Qingxian's attitude was good or bad. Anyway, he thought to himself that the two hadn't crossed paths much. If Yi Shan wasn't present, he was afraid that he wouldn't even look at Yi Qingxian. Yi Shan also sensed the awkward atmosphere, so he once again made peace. Little fairy little steady, he is also an alchemist. You should have a lot in common. If you have time, why don't you exchange more ideas? I'm sure you'll get something out of it. Alchemist? Him too? Yi Qingxian couldn't help but glance at Chen Jian.
Because she herself was an alchemist,
and her attainments were not low.
She was already a solid half-step Dan King.
But soon,
she shook her head again. Because alchemists are more concerned about practical experience compared to martial arts practice.
And of course, talent is important. And for someone like Chen Stable,
who was only 16 years old and had dual cultivation in Danmu,
how much of his energy was divided between refining Dan?
Therefore, she didn't think that Chen Jian had any experience that he could share with her. When Yi Shan said that, it was just because he wanted her to bring Chen Stable along.
To be honest,
her impression of Chen Stable wasn't too bad.
It wasn't like she couldn't teach Chen Stable if he sincerely asked for it. Thinking about it, she still said, if I had the time, I could have instructed him. The corner of Yi Shan's mouth twitched. It was said that Yi Qingxian was indifferent by nature and was ignorant of the world. Now he was kind of getting the hang of it. Though, he was also a bit that letting her point out Chen Stable. But can you not be so straight? Really? Convinced? In response, Chen Jian did not argue with Yi Qingxian, but only smiled faintly and said, then, little Jian, I'll thank clan sister Qingxian here first. Aha. Yi Qingxian nodded faintly. Yi Shan people
How dare you respond to someone being polite?
What a guy this is.
Yi Shan was sort of afraid of people like Yi Qingxian.
so he digressed and said, "The danding is inside. Little steady, you come with me this way." "The dandies? It can't be the yin yang Zhenshi ding in the hall, can it? What is he going to do at the dandenong?"
Yi Qingxian's heart fluttered and her face changed for a moment.
As alchemists,
they had infinite desires for some of the finest Dan tripods. Plus, Chen Stable was likewise an alchemist, so it was hard not to make them think more.
The alchemists on the scene, who had joined the Yi clan,
had more or less come here because of this Dan Ding. The Yi clan had also promised them that the Dan cauldron was there, and as long as whoever could erase the alchemy mark on it,
then it would belong to them. "Go on, get in there."
Yi Qingxian and the others secretly looked at each other,
then silently followed. Soon, Chen Yin entered the inner hall. "Little steady, this is our treasure of the hall, the yin-yang world-suppressing cauldron. I just don't know the exact rank."
Yi Shan pointed at the high platform in front of him and opened his mouth.
Chen Jian raised his eyes and looked over.
What met his eyes was a huge tripod about 4 feet tall.
The tripod was an ancient golden color, with black and white light patterns flowing on the upper surface, and a faint ancient charm leaking out. Even from a distance of several feet, one could feel the scorching heat emanating from it, and the entire inner hall was wrapped under this hot stream. "It is indeed extraordinary." Chen Jian nodded without a trace. "Little fairy, come over here for a moment."
Yi Shan suddenly spoke.
Yi Qingxian hesitated, but still walked over. At this moment,
she was even more certain of her heart's suspicions. Chen Stable had come over for this Dan Ding, and she was also determined to obtain this Dan Ding.
Otherwise, given her character,
she would never have come here from time to join in the fun. "You share your experience with Little Steady." Yi Shan hesitated for a moment before speaking.
Sure enough,
though 1,000 times reluctant,
she didn't hide it, because,
from the bottom of her heart,
she didn't think Chen Jian could do it.
One must know that even some of the clan's Danzun seniors were unable to get their hands on it,
let alone such a yellow-mouthed child as Chen Jian.
"Oh,
don't flatter yourself."
The crowd of alchemists at the bottom were also mockingly looking at Chen Jian at the moment, the meaning of which was self-evident.
At this moment,
Yi Qingxian spoke up slowly.
"The mark on the tripod should have been made by an ancient alchemy technique,
with autonomous attack and recovery capabilities. Apart from the fact that there are stronger and better imprinting techniques that can undo it, the only way to do it is to powerfully erase it.
The latter, unless they have absolute power,
are all prone to injure the tripod itself,
and then it would be more trouble than it's worth. And I think if Chen, Little Steady, wants to give it a try, he can wait a couple of years. The current him is still too weak. Striking out rashly will only lead to his own death." "All right, I know."
Yi Shan waved his hand, directly interrupting Yi Qingxian's words. She knew that Yi Qingxian was telling the truth,
but look at what she said. One word and it's a dead giveaway.
"Yes,
Uncle Shan,"
Yi Qingxian answered and did not speak again. Words are not thick.
Chen Jian no longer loved to hear.
What she said is also the truth. "Little Stable, what do you say?
It's not too late to change your mind."
Yi Shan looked at Chen Stable and said.
Chen Jian smiled. "Uncle Shan, I still want to give it a try."
"Looking for death?" Yi Qingxian shook her head.
At this moment,
the hint of goodwill that she had managed to get towards Chen Stable was all gone.
In his opinion, Chen Jian remained the same arrogant and unaware person. Legacy wins once and thinks it's going to win every time. Let's just say, ridiculous and ignorant.
Chapter 139. A full house is shocked.
Alchemy in public.
The crowd at the scene was also staring at this in a daze, with different colors in their eyes. There was shock,
skepticism, and a little disdain.
Their thoughts were pretty much the same as Yi Qingxian's, thinking that Chen Stability was taking his own life. If this yin-yang world-suppressing cauldron was really that easy to obtain,
why would they need to waste decades of time here?
If they really let Chen Stable get his hands on them this easily,
wouldn't they become a joke? Okay, then you can try if you want. Saying that,
Yi Shan's words changed, but Uncle Shan still wants to nag a word of advice.
Make sure you do what you can within your means. It's in our house. You can come whenever you want.
Good. Chen Stable nodded heavily, his heart flashing with a warm current at the same time.
Go.
Yi Shan waved his hand.
Without saying anything more,
Chen Jian came to the yin-yang world-suppressing cauldron under the watchful eyes of the crowd. It was only when he was actually face to face that he could feel the power lurking within the tripod. These forces were accompanied by dull ancient sounds that swung out in waves,
shaking people's hearts and minds. Let's just see how strong you are. Chen Jian's complexion gradually sank.
The fire attribute power in his body floated around outside his body, and a terrifying soul power swirled out from his brow.
The moment Chen Stable's soul power diarrhea came out,
the entire inner hall was shrouded in a grayish white, and the space appeared distorted. Especially the crowd at the scene. They only felt their brains buzzing and raw pain at the center of their brains. What kind of soul power is this?
At this moment,
not only was Yi Qingxian shocked, Even Yishan was stunned.
One must know that he was a half-step in the realm of proof, even if he wasn't a major in soul power.
The moment Chen Stable released his soul power, he felt a shaking.
What kind of a concept is that?
One could only say that their Yi clan had still far underestimated Chen Stable's potential.
And a connoisseur will know if it's there or not. At this moment,
all the alchemists in the room had all gone wooden,
unable to believe what was in front of them.
As the crowd was shocked,
Chen Stable struck out, his hands quickly forming seals as a complex and ancient alchemy seal took shape in the air. King Dan.
This was definitely a maneuver in power fluctuation that only a Dan King could have.
Yi Qingxian's pupils were greatly shaken,
and her entire body stifled and trembled.
The Dan King might not be ranked in the desolate ancient realm. And how old is Chen Jian?
Just turned 16 not long ago.
She, on the other hand,
was already almost 30 and had only just reached the half-step king realm.
As for breaking through to Dan King, that's a no-brainer.
You won't see the end of it for 10 years or so.
Maybe, even, this life will not cross this barrier. Thinking of this, the shock in Yi Qingxian's pupils gradually collapsed. Obviously, he,
who had been struck to the core, was completely convinced at this moment. And to think she had just said something about being ashamed of herself and thinking the other person was being too self-righteous. Now it seems she's the clown. I didn't think that my Yi Qingxian's amazing talent would have a time when I was continuously punched in the face.
What a joke to live for.
Yi Qingxian instantly shook her head in self-deprecation.
What a monster this is.
Yishan also saw Chen Stable's Dan Dao realm coming and was instantly shocked as well. At this moment in time, this slap from Chen Stable also fiercely smacked him in the face.
Regarding the crowd's reactions, Chen Stable simply had no time to pay attention. At this time, the alchemy seal he had formed was already complete. Golden Dan Dao symbols flowed over the seal, and a scorching and terrifying aura radiated out from it. Falling, Chen Stable's mind moved, and he struck down a mark towards the Dan Ding. Boom! The moment the seal touched the Dan Ding, a dull sound of the ding ding echoed, followed by the roar of the dragon and phoenix. The original seal of the Dan Ding was also activated, and the two forces of yin and yang transformed into a round of yin and yang fish seals, ruthlessly colliding with the mark that struck down. Immediately, black and white streams of light rushed up to the sky, the fire dragon entwining the fire phoenix, intersecting and intertwining with each other, and merging with each other. Terrifying power, too, swept outward in a frenzy at this instant. Between the constant collisions, two shadows could be seen battling over the seal as a mark of alchemy was being struck. For a while, no one would let anyone. Little yin and yang two forces, little dragon and phoenix heather. What can they do to me? Hold it back. A cold aura flickered under Chen Stable's eyes as his hands shook, and the chaos power within his body quickly added to it. Roar! Under the suppression of the chaotic power, the dragon and phoenix let out a long mournful cry, and the yin and yang fish seal was chafing at great speed. Bang! In just a few breaths, the yin-yang fish seal finally couldn't withstand it and exploded and collapsed in response, exploding into a cluster of power streams that didn't enter the Dan Ding. At the same time, the dragon and phoenix silhouettes in midair followed and disappeared into them. Seeing this, Qin Jian immediately punched the seal in his hand into the Dan Ding, because only then can ultimate control be accomplished. That's it? Yishan drifted off into a dream, staring at it all in disbelief. From start to finish, not even a quarter of an hour. I think, the treasure of the town hall, which they had been unable to take in, had just changed hands. Should he sigh at Chen Stable's awesomeness, or mock the incompetence of the clan's alchemists? As for Yi Qingxian and the others, that shocked expression was more than Yishan ever had. To think that they had been working like crazy, night and day, exhausting all kinds of methods in order to subdue this Dan Ding. I hadn't thought that in the end, it was so simply charged away. The most frightening thing was still that such a teenager was a legendary Dan King. Thinking about the gap between them, they really felt the urge to die of shame. Collections. Between Chen Jian's thoughts, the yin-yang world-suppressing cauldron quickly turned into a flash of light and disappeared into the spatial ring. Only after doing all this did Chen Stability look at Yishan and said, "Uncle Shan, then I'll accept my compliments." It took Yishan a long time to come back from his shock. Then he patted Chen Jian straight on the shoulder and said, "Good boy, well done. As I said, you have the ability to collect it, so naturally you should have it. As for the others having a problem with it, well, they'll have to hold it in for me." With that, he was seen looking at the crowd of alchemists at the bottom, the meaning of which was naturally self-evident. The crowd of alchemists at the bottom also silently lowered their heads, that shame completely overflowing on their faces. And at that moment, Yi Qingxian took a deep breath, then slowly raised her head. "That alchemy technique of yours, how did you do it?" Once these words came out, all the alchemists raised their heads and looked at Chen Jian with a hopeful expression. This was because, as alchemists,
They could also tell at a glance the extraordinary nature of Chen Jian's alchemy techniques. Even they had a feeling that it was the Dan Emperor's alchemy techniques that were far inferior to Chen Stable's. Not to mention the Dan King's. The corner of Chen Stable's mouth was slightly raised.
If I have the time, I can give you some pointers. Snap. That was a loud slap. Yi Qingxian, on the other hand, had a stiff face. Because, just now,
that's what she said to Chen Jian.
Now,
Chen Stable had returned it to her word for word.
And on the contrary, she could not refute anything, but could only obediently accept it. The crowd of alchemists, at this time, also had a stunned look at all this, unable to say a word. You kid, can still play like this, right?
Yi Shan looked at Chen Stable, the corners of his mouth twitching, but looking at the stagnant atmosphere,
he still sighed and took the initiative to diffuse the embarrassment. Little steady, since so many people are asking you for advice, why don't you show it off?
I see that you have also searched for so many spirit materials, so you should be refining pills as well.
And the environment here is perfect for alchemy, don't you think? Maybe he wouldn't give face to others,
but he still had to give face to Yi Shan. Only after thinking about this did Chen Jian speak.
That's fine.
The eyes of the crowd of alchemists immediately lit up.
They were, yet again,
able to have the opportunity to observe that miraculous alchemy technique again.
I'm sure this one is quite rewarding. What are you waiting for? Prepare the alchemy room to go.
Looking at these alchemists who were still dumbfounded, Yi Shan's atmosphere couldn't help but come from one place.
He's so stupid about alchemy. He doesn't even have any color in his eyes. Alright, grin. We're going.
Some alchemists who had placed their postures low hurriedly opened their mouths.
Chapter 140 Extreme Dao Dragon Demon Pill. Feng Shan's Concealment.
Little Stable,
wait for a moment.
Only then did Yi Shan say towards Chen Stable.
Chen Stable nodded. It's fine. This won't be delayed for long.
Yi Shan nodded without a trace and felt even more favorable towards Chen Jian.
Dozens of breaths later, a young alchemist named Ji Yundong went and returned. Uncle, the alchemy room is ready. Little steady can start any time.
Yi Shan nodded in satisfaction.
Very well done. No, we're still slacking off on our side. Just don't mind if Little Stable doesn't mind. Yi Zidong shook his head and said.
Chen Jian's gaze swept over the bodies of the two men, and his heart couldn't help but flash with a subtle emotion.
If the two weren't related, he wouldn't believe it.
From Yi Shan's attitude towards this man, one could tell something, but seeing as Yi Shan didn't want to mention it, then there was no need for him to probe into it.
Lead the way. Yi Shan opened his mouth.
Yi Yundong slightly lowered his body before saying,
Uncle, Little steady, you guys follow me this way. Trouble. Chen Jian responded.
Yi Yundong shook his head before taking the initiative to lead the way forward. Looking at Chen Jian and Yi Shan's backs, Yi Qingxian and Feng Shan and the others looked at each other,
then silently followed.
Although they had their own pride, they knew in their hearts that this was a very rare opportunity.
As far as they were concerned,
if they could gain something from Chen Stable's alchemy process,
it would definitely be beneficial.
Of course, they could also take this opportunity to see Chen Stable's true level of alchemy.
Soon, they arrived at a unique alchemy room, which looked to have two inner and outer compartments.
Outside there was a huge spirit screen with a circle of array pattern fluctuations flowing on it. At first glance it looked like a see-through screen that could see through everything between the inner clips. After Yi Yundong stopped, he introduced himself towards Chen Stable.
As you can see,
this alchemy room is equipped with an internal peeping spell formation,
through which you can see everything inside.
Young alchemists like us are the ones who gain experience by watching alchemists make pills live.
Take a look. Little steady. If you can accept this way, then this will be your alchemy room. If you can't accept it, then I'll go find you another alchemy room that's completely hidden. In response,
Yi Shan did not take a stance, clearly not intending to interfere with Chen Stable's decision.
Chen Jian smiled, then said, this is it. Good. Yi Yundong suppressed his inner excitement and said,
then took the initiative to open the stone door of the alchemy room for Chen Stable again.
Chen Stable didn't make himself polite, but lifted his steps and walked in. Take a look, and if there are any other needs, you may speak to me now. Yi Yundong spoke again. Chen Stable scanned the scene. Dan tripods, spirit materials, and so on. The cultivation room had everything. But for this, he had been prepared. So he didn't need to. No more.
You just need to close the door for me.
Chen Jian shook his head and said, okay. Yi Yundong responded before hastily closing the stone door.
And as he turned his head, he realized that the front of the inner peeping spell was already crowded with people.
All the alchemists stared at the inner chamber with their full attention, not even turning their eyes. Holy, are you guys even human? Yi Yundong's face instantly darkened. To be honest,
he also despised these things that pretended to be noble in front of people but were more shameless than anyone else afterward.
However, on the contrary,
His status in the alchemy hall was not high, and very often he did not even have the basic right to speak.
Kodo, stand over here to me.
Just as Yi Yundong was about to curse these people's ancestors all over again, Yi Shan suddenly beckoned and said.
At this moment,
Yi Shan stood at the very front. Behind him were Yi Qingxian and Feng Shan, but there was still a vacant space next to Mount Yi.
And this place is, indeed, an excellent viewing spot. Yes, Yi Yundong hurriedly answered, his voice having an unconcealable excitement in it. Watching Yi Yundong walk to Yi Shan's side,
the eyes of the others were filled with envy.
At this time, they had some regrets. Just now if they took the initiative,
then the people standing beside Yi Shan at the scene would be them.
Uncle, thank you, Yi Yundong whispered. Don't talk and learn well,
Yi Shan said indifferently.
Yes.
Yi Yundong hastily adjusted his stance and looked earnestly at the inner peering spell formation screen.
At this moment, Yi Qingxian and the others couldn't help but hold their breath, watching all the action inside with rapt attention. As far as they were concerned, they could tell a thing or two about how much Chen Stable had as soon as he made a move. And under the watchful eyes of the crowd,
Chen Stable flipped his hand, and the yin-yang world-suppressing cauldron landed on top in front of him.
Although, he hadn't yet had the time to properly explore the exact role of this world-suppressing cauldron. However, if it was only used for alchemy, it was still a handful for him. This time, the spirit elixir he was going to refine was an ancient king's elixir called the Extreme Dragon Demon Elixir. This was something he had purposely chosen from a series of ancient Dan recipes. This kind of spirit elixir, even in the ancient times,
was a forbidden elixir. Not only could it maximize the pressure of physical forces, but it could also amplify the power by as much as 10 times.
However,
the only drawback was that only one could be taken in a short period of time, and there was a danger of the flesh collapsing after taking it. It just so happened that his flesh was perfectly suited to this forbidden elixir and could also maximize its power.
And because of that, he ended up picking it. With this in mind, Chen Steady did not hesitate any longer and flipped his hand once more.
The spirit materials that had been prepared long ago were instantly transformed into a long stream of spirit energy suspended in midair.
Purple cloud striped root, earth dragon essence blood, black underworld sunken marrow, sky dragon flower, inferno ice mist crystal. What kind of elixir is this?
The crowd of alchemists looked at the rows of spirit materials in midair,
and their pupils instantly shrunk violently, their faces full of doubt. Yi Qingxian's brows couldn't help but wrinkle lightly either,
her eyes full of incomprehension.
In her perceived alchemy system, the black underworld sinking marrow and the inferno ice mist crystal were two kinds of spiritual materials with conflicting medicinal properties. Moreover,
the herbs of these two spiritual herbs were both of a very extreme kind.
To be honest,
she simply couldn't think of any way to make these two types of spirit materials fuse together.
As for becoming a Dan, that was even more impossible. Nonsense. Seeing this, Feng Shan also finally couldn't help but let out a cold snort.
If he hadn't wanted to see Chen Stable's alchemy techniques, he would have flung his sleeves away long ago.
With Feng Shan's cold snort, the alchemists on the scene were more or less suspicious,
and bursts of noises rose in all directions.
In their opinion,
Chen Stability had indeed proved himself by taking in the Dan Ding.
However, Feng Shan was ultimately an imperial grade alchemist and was only one step away from being a sacred grade.
It could be said that as long as those old undead didn't come out, Feng Shan just had a certain amount of prestige in this alchemy room. Now that even Feng Shan had issued a voice of doubt,
did that prove that there was some problem with this alchemy direction of Chen Stability? Shut up. If you want to see it, hold it. If you don't want to see it, get out. Just then,
Yi Shan's cold voice sank in.
Feng Shan took a deep breath, then said, Hall Master Yi,
I should have the right to express myself.
You didn't,
Yi Shan said coldly.
You. Feng Shan's face changed, but in the end,
under Yi Shan's might, he stifled all his displeasure. Although his status in the Yi clan was not low, there was still a huge gap compared to Yi Shan.
So, as long as it's not a cutie, I'll know what to do.
Yi Shan turned his head to look at the crowd of alchemists.
I'll say the same thing again. If you want to see it, hold it. If you don't want to see it, get lost.
You guys don't look at yourselves.
If you really have that ability to question others,
the Dan Ding would have been yours a long time ago.
When these words came out, the faces of the alchemists changed again. Especially Feng Shan.
His face was red in color.
He wasn't a little cutie.
And how could he not know that Yi Shan's words were meant for him?
But offhand, he couldn't refute it. Phew. Soon, he was seen taking a deep breath, his fists hidden under his sleeves clenching. He's waiting. As long as Chen Stable blew up the tripod, that was his time to counterattack. When the facts were in front of him, he wanted to see what else Yi Shan could say. Up. Right at this moment,
Chen Jian shouted in a deep voice and slapped his palm on the Dan Ding.
At that instant, the Dan tripod vibrated, and under the infusion of spiritual energy, a mysterious aura flowed inside and outside.
A burst of sounds of dragons and phoenixes harmonizing with each other reverberated out from it through the tripod.
It's finally about to start. Upon seeing this, the crowd's attention was once again pulled back,
all staring intently at the inner peeping spell formation. Chapter 141 Dan Transformation Vision rises up to the sky. Yi Qingxian finally serves.
After doing this, Chen Jian did not delay,
and rose his hand to form the Dan seal,
a mark seal gesture. In midair changing, silk fire-like reflecting jumping, transformed into various shapes. Immediately afterward,
one could only see Chen Stable's hand vibrating, and the gathered flames were injected down onto the Dan Ding.
Meet. In an instant,
a cluster of fire waves ignited inside the tripod. Under the brewing of the arcane aura within the tripod,
the waves of fire transformed into two types of dragons and phoenixes, roaring continuously. Good tripod.
Feeling the power fluctuations coming from within the tripod,
Chen Stable's eyes brightened up and the movements in his hands sped up even more. Up.
Chen Jian flipped his left hand, and a spiritual material flew out and fell into the Dan Ding.
At the same time,
Chen Stable's right hand manipulated the Dan fire within the tripod,
constantly refining the spirit materials rapidly. This alchemy technique is so fast. When they saw this scene,
the crowd immediately revealed shocked expressions.
In particular,
Chen Stable's alchemy techniques once again refreshed their imaginations.
No exaggeration. Such an idiosyncratic technique, as well as the speed of refining, was unheard of and unseen by them. This kid, looks like I still underestimated you.
Although Yishan didn't know how to make pills,
he knew how to read people.
From the expressions on the faces of the group of alchemists,
he was able to tell how outstanding Chen Stable's techniques were, especially Feng Shan.
That gloomy face had also completely stiffened.
Still too slow.
Although the outside had already shocked a succession of people, in Chen Stable's eyes this alchemy speed was still too slow.
This is because it is easy to cause the loss of medicinal power and a decline in the quality of the finished Dan. Since one hand is too slow, let's use both hands. With this in mind,
Chen Stable waved his hand and threw all of the elixirs in midair into the Dan Ding.
Immediately afterward,
his hands quickly formed seals and together they maneuvered the Dan fire to roll the spiritual materials around.
For a while, the steps of refining, quenching, blending, and fusion were carried out one by one. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. When he saw this scene,
Feng Shan could no longer hold himself together, and flung his hands on the inner peeping spell formation screen with a disoriented face.
As for Yi Qingxian and the others, they were already numb,
looking at everything in front of them with a dumbfounded expression.
A layman, perhaps, cannot see the gold content of two-handed alchemy, but as fellow alchemists,
they were incomparably clear.
In particular, Chen Jian's hands were not synchronized for alchemy. This proved that Chen Stable was still double-minded. What is the concept of one mind and two hearts? Without a strong soul power and a solid foundation, this was absolutely impossible to do. But please be confused. It's not just about having strong psionic power and a solid foundation. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Chen Stable was. At this moment in time, all the skepticism is gone. All the suspicion is gone. There was only endless shock, and a pair of eyes that looked at the monster. I'm convinced, and I've lost.
Yi Qingxian watched Chen Jian's alchemy movements in a daze and let out a long sigh. Her mindset of viewing Chen Jian changed. It could be said that there was almost nothing in the younger generation that could convince her. Even if there was, she was confident in her ability to catch up. But Chen Jian brought her nothing but despair.
Of course, this was limited to alchemy. As for cultivation, it was better to wait until Chen Stable proved himself. At least the current her was not something that Chen Jian could compare to. Good boy, makes me all grow up with it. Looking at the silent scene, Yishan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. But there was no doubt that Chen Stable had once again refreshed his perception. Regarding all of this, Chen Stable was naturally unaware of it. At this time, his alchemy had already entered the most critical moment. Melt. Chen Stable's mind moved, and the seal in his hand pressed down heavily, powerfully fusing a mass of spirit material essence. Success or failure depends on this step. The crowd of alchemists stared at this scene with dead eyes. Feng Shan, in particular, was the first person to stand out and chastise Chen Jian for his nonsense. If Chen Stable managed to fuse these spirit liquids together, then he would truly be a clown. His palms were already wet from thinking about it. Can you prove yourself? Yi Qingxian held her breath and looked straight at Chen Jian. At this time, Yishan couldn't help but tense up, his fists subconsciously clenching. He wanted Chen Jian to prove himself more than anyone else. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, more than 10 clusters of spiritual liquid gradually converged. However, the moment it made contact, Chen Jian instantly felt a powerful repulsive force. On top of that,
There was a vague tendency for an explosion between the spirit liquid and the spirit liquid, and it was obvious that the power contained within was rioting.
Give me the melt.
2 clusters of light stormed out from the bottom of Chen Stable's eyes, and the seal between his hands pressed down heavily once more.
In an instant,
a ball of spiritual liquid began to twist and pulsate as a brilliant light blossomed.
However, under Chen Stable's strong pressure,
these spirit liquids still slowly melted into a ball.
It worked?
The crowd stared blankly at this,
somewhat in disbelief of what was happening in front of them.
What was against the common sense of alchemy in their eyes was actually broken.
In that case, what are the ideas they've always believed in? What's the point of all the hard work they've been doing? What are they themselves? A clown? Yi Qingxian's mouth moved, unable to say a single word. It can't be. It can't be. Never.
Fengshan was lost in thought as he watched it all, his mouth chanting the whole time.
At this moment,
the shock Fengshan all received was greater than everyone on the scene. This was not only because he had been slapped in the face by Chen Stable, but also because the alchemy philosophy that he had held fast to for hundreds of years collapsed at this moment.
And at this time, Chen Jian moved once more,
pressing the spirit liquid that had been completely fused together back into the danding once more.
Phew! Seeing this, Chen Stable finally let out a sigh of relief. Next,
he only needed to wait for the spirit pill to take shape.
However, Chen's stability did not slacken off on this,
still cautiously maintaining the temperature of the dan flame.
Because until the elixir is out of the oven, there is a possibility that the elixir may explode, and the group outside, too,
stared nervously at where the dan tripod was.
As things stood,
they were even more curious to know what kind of spirit pills could be refined with such a way of alchemy that defied common sense.
Half an hour passed in the twinkling of an eye.
Chen Stable, who had been silently controlling the flames, suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 clusters of pupil flames shot out of the hole.
Up!
Only to see that Chen Stable slammed his hands on both sides of the danding.
Roar! Newbie! At that instant, 2 rounds of flames shot up into the sky, transforming into a dragon and a phoenix,
instantly penetrating through the layers of roofs and penetrating all the way to the 9 heavens above.
Become a dan! The crowd also shook in unison and stared tightly above the dan tripod. In the next moment,
only 9 clusters of black golden light streams were seen rushing up to the sky,
with halos of light swirling and medicinal scents wafting. One by one,
the visions rushed out from the streams of light, stacking on top of each other in midair,
looking extremely shocking. Soon,
these streams of light dispersed, and the 9 spirit pills were suspended in midair.
The spirit dan was as big as a dragon's eye, black golden in color, with golden dan patterns top marked on its surface,
and held in vain by dan clouds.
9 pills in one furnace?
And it's still the top of the Lion King's dan.
Not. This kid. What kind of monster is he? The crowd at the scene, dumbfounded,
watched this with shock all over their faces. One must know that being able to make 9 dan in one furnace was not necessarily possible even if an emperor came to refine it. This was no longer a level of strength,
but a realm of alchemy.
It could be said that Chen Stability had used only the strength of a Dan King to reach a realm that a Dan Zun could not even reach.
That's just to say, it's too much. 9 dan in one furnace. How did he do it? How could he do it? Fengshan murmured out of breath, his face all dazed and unwilling to believe.
As the crowd looked at Fengshan's like appearance,
their mouths moved, and in the end, they didn't know what to say.
But they could also understand the shock Fengshan had received. Although Fengshan's character was bullying,
he was paranoid to the point of obsession about alchemy.
But what he had not been able to do even after hundreds of years of bitter cultivation was now done by Chen Stable. And Chen Stable is only 16 years old.
Anyone else would have to be devastated by this. This is the extreme dragon demon pill, right? Just then, an old and apparently agitated voice rang out. Elder Feng? The moment these words came out,
everyone's faces changed wildly.
Chapter 142 Dan Zun Yi Qingfeng, disgracing the face of our generation of alchemists. At that instant,
everyone on the scene turned their heads towards the source of the sound.
To his eyes, there was an old man with a lean body, simple clothes, and that white hair casually draped over his back. At this moment, the old man looked very excited. Especially his eyes that were staring at the extreme Dao Dragon Demon Dan in Chen Jian's hands were shining brightly. Sure enough, it's Old Man Wind. I didn't expect him to come out, and by the looks of it,
they were still coming for the spirit elixir in Chen Jian's hand.
It seemed that the so-called extreme dragon demon pill was even more uncomplicated than they had imagined. Looking at Yi Qingfeng in front of them, the hearts of the people could not help but flash a single thought to them. Yi Qingfeng, one of the Yi clan's old ancestors, was also a top-tier Dan Zun. Although, his position was inferior to Yi Changsheng,
but in terms of attainments in the Dan Dao,
there were not many people who could match him,
and he was still the only Dan Dao ancestor of the Yi clan who could still show his face in front of people now. As for those who were stronger than him, Either they had traveled to the four seas in order to find a breakthrough opportunity, or they had already closed their doors.
Little mountain, meet old ancestor.
Yi Shan hurriedly stepped forward and bowed solemnly.
Little man, meet elder Yi.
The others rushed back to their senses and made great salutes. Yi Qingfeng didn't pay attention to Yi Shan and the others. Instead, he took it upon himself to get closer to the inner peeping spell formation, and the essence in his eyes shone brighter and brighter.
Who is this kid?
Yi Qingfeng turned his head to Yi Shan and said.
Yi Shan hurriedly responded.
His name is Chen Stable.
Currently 16 years old, the grandson of our current patriarch. 16? A foreigner's son? Yi Qingfeng's complexion couldn't help but change. Even after living for over 100 years, he was shocked.
Yi Shan said at the right time. Now he is already a part of our Yi clan.
The yin-yang world-suppressing cauldron was also collected by himself?
Yi Qingfeng took a deep breath and said.
Yes, I watched him collect it with my own eyes. Yi Shan didn't dare to hide it.
I didn't expect that the Dan tripod that our Yi clan has been unable to obtain for tens of thousands of years would fall into the hands of a junior with a different surname.
Saying that, Yi Qingfeng sighed. This kind of thing like fate, it's really not possible to disobey it. Yi Shan lowered his head and didn't speak,
but he very much agrees with Yi Qingfeng's words.
Some things really cannot be forced.
Who should have their own set?
Elder Feng.
I don't know what kind of spirit elixir the extreme dragon demon pill is,
and why it completely defies the common sense of alchemy. At this time, Fengshan finally couldn't help himself and asked.
Yi Qingfeng glanced at Fengshan,
then said, alchemy common sense. Is this the kind of thinking you use to look at alchemy? Simply foolish and unaware, disgracing the face of our generation of alchemists. The crowd was shocked, and they all had the feeling that they had been internalized, because, one by one, they all followed the traditional philosophy of alchemy. More accurately, they had the same idea as Fengshan. As for Fengshan, he was directly criticized to the point that his face was suffocated in red, and he could not refute a word. Yi Qingfeng slowly withdrew his gaze before he said, as for what the extreme dragon demon pill is, you do not need to know, and this kid's alchemy techniques will be a treasure in your life. Being able to learn a thing or two from it will be enough to last a lifetime. So if you have that time to second guess others here, you might as well go back to your closed door research. The moment these words came out, all the alchemists in the room were shocked, recalling the alchemy scene that Chen Stable had just performed. For a moment, there was a different aftertaste that once again converged on their minds, and at this time, Chen Stable had already put his things away and walked out from the alchemy room. When Yi Qingfeng saw this, he immediately greeted him. Chen Stable was stunned. Especially Yi Qingfeng's glowing eyes caused goosebumps to rise all over his body. Holy, this old man can't be the one. I have a normal orientation. Without waiting for Chen Stable to react, Yi Qingfeng probed out with one hand and directly grabbed his hands. Chen Stable's face changed instantly. In that instant, he felt that his hands were imprisoned, and he could not break free no matter what he did. This old man, very, very strong. Little steady. This is our other old ancestor. It's fine for you to call him old ancestor. It's fine to call him old wind. Yi Shan hurriedly opened his mouth. Chen Stable's tightened brows loosened. Kid Chen Stable, meet Elder Feng. Ha ha, not bad, not bad. Yi Qingfeng let go of Chen Jian's hands and laughed loudly and aloud. Apparently, his sound was good, and it was a double entendre. This was because in that moment when Chen Stable struggled, he was also able to roughly detect Chen Stable's strength. Although he appeared to be unchanged, the shock he received was something only he knew. Phew! Yi Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was happy for Chen Jian. Yi Qingfeng was such a straightforward character. Right now, it seemed that Yi Qingfeng was very satisfied with Chen Stable. Steady, why don't we find a place to talk? Only after collecting his smile did Yi Qingfeng open his mouth, a hint of testing in his words. To this, Chen Stable did not respond at first, but instead glanced at Yi Shan without a trace. He still trusted Yi Shan more than this Yi Qingfeng that he had met. Yi Shan knew what Chen Stable was thinking, so he nodded without a trace as well. Only after receiving the confirmation did Chen Jian smile and said, Elder Feng, you're being serious. It's an honor for the kid to receive your favor. Although the speech is a bit hypocritical, but the old man loves this bite. The smile on Yi Qingfeng's face grew even wider. As the words fell, Yi Qingfeng placed one hand on Chen Stable's shoulder, and then the two disappeared in place. Watching this, the faces of those on the scene varied, but none are envied. Who is Yi Qingfeng? In all these years, there's really been no one who's gotten so much favor from him. Among them, Yi Qingxian's face was even more complicated. Back then, she had visited Yi Qingfeng and was bent on worshipping him as her master. But in the end, not only did she eat the closed door, but she was also told by the other party to cultivate properly and not to be preoccupied. For so many years,
There was also a big reason why she wanted so badly to prove herself in the alchemy course because of this. It was just that what she hadn't expected was that before she could prove herself, Yi Qingfeng had taken the initiative to go out and invite Chen Stable into the inner palace. So much for all her years of hard work. What is she? And you all disperse. Yi Shan glanced at the crowd, then waved his hand and said. Feng Shan and the others hesitated for a moment, but they dispersed separately. Only Yi Qingxian, at the very first moment, went out of the alchemy room. As for where it went, no one knows. On the other hand, it was only after Chen Stable came back to his senses that he realized he had arrived in an inner palace. The inner palace was very spacious, with rows and rows of stone shelves in an orderly fashion. There were all kinds of spirit pills, spirit materials, and some alchemy books on it. It could be said that this was an alternative alchemy hall that looked very good. How about it? I'm not bad here. Yi Qingfeng spoke. Chen Jian nodded. This should be the holy land that all alchemists aspire to. Ha ha, your kid does have a good mouth. Yi Qingfeng laughed aloud between them before saying, see what you like. The old man is giving it to you. Chen Jian's eyes lit up, but he still suppressed the desire in his heart. I just made a trip to the treasure pavilion, and I've already got what I need. But I'll remember your promise, Wind Elder, and I'll talk to you when I need you next time. You can't deny it then. He still understands the principle of not getting something for nothing. Hearing Chen Stable's half-joking words, Yi Qingfeng also laughed aloud. What the old man says out loud never counts. Don't worry, if there's a need, just have Sayama bring you here. That kid remembers. Chen Jian nodded solemnly, and at that moment, Yi Qingfeng's smile slowly tightened. Let's sit down and talk? Good. Chen Jian's eyes flashed. He knew the main event was coming. It just so happened that he also wanted to know what Yi Qingfeng's purpose was. Chapter 143 Obtaining a Dao Pill. Blocked by Yi Qingxian. Sit. Yi Qingfeng extended his hand and pressed it. Good. Chen Stable did not make himself polite and directly took a seat on the lower seat. Taste it. It's a flavor of spirit tea developed by the old man. With that, Yi Qingfeng took the initiative to add a cup of tea for Chen Jian. It seems that this is not a normal thing. As Chen Jian watched Yi Qingfeng's movements, his heart couldn't help but flash through a ripple to come. However, he didn't reject it and took a light sip of the spirit tea when he picked it up. Chen Stable's pupils shook. The moment the spirit tea entered his mouth, he instantly felt a spiritual flow explode in his body, and the pores of his entire body stretched out. Nice tea. The aura contained within was not much, but it had a feeling of flowing to cleanse the body and mind. However, Chen Stable did not continue to drink, but put the teacup down. Seeing Chen Stable's actions, a strange aura also flashed in Yi Qingfeng's eyes. To be able to stop decisively under such a great temptation, this heart is indeed extraordinary. Well, Yi Qingfeng collected his thoughts and then said, very well, I can't say any more than that. Chen Jian responded. Yi Qingfeng laughed, and then he also put the teacup down. Little steady I won't beat around the bush. Where did you get that extreme dragon demon Dan formula from? Surely it's because of this. Chen Jian's heart stirred before he spoke. My master left it behind. As for where it came from I don't know. It was a countermeasure he had already thought of, blaming it all on a subconscious master. In this way, Yi Qingfeng could have some scruples, not to mention that he also had a lot of room for explanation. Master? Yi Qingfeng frowned and then sighed. In fact, he had the intention of taking Chen Jian as a disciple, but now it seems that this step is not going to work. I don't know what your master his name is. Maybe it's possible that old man knows him. Yi Qingfeng spoke. Chen Jian shook his head. I've been growing up in the lower realm for the past 16 years. And master, he's only traveled there in the clouds. As for his name, and what he looks like, I don't know anything about it. All he said as he left was that he would keep an eye on my growth and would meet me again when the time was right. Speaking of this, Chen Jian pretended to sigh, his voice carrying endless thoughts. Yi Qingfeng's eyes flashed as he stared at Chen Jian for a long time before he said, so that's how it is, but you don't need to think too much about it. Since he said he would meet up with you, then you just need to work hard. When the time is right, everything will come naturally. Well, you are right, old ancestor. Chen Jian nodded heavily. A little steady. If old ancestor I were to exchange a Dao pill with you for the formula of the extreme dragon demon pill, what do you think? At this moment, Yi Qingfeng finally couldn't help but say what he was asking for. Hearing this, Chen Stability could not help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Yi Qingfeng was only hitting on the extreme dragon demon pill. That's for him, that there's more to talk about. Only if the price was right. It was not impossible to give the extreme dragon demon Dan formula, but thinking about it, he could understand Yi Qingfeng's approach. Don't look at the extreme dragon demon pill as merely a top-tier king-grade spiritual pill. However, the portion of medicinal properties contained within him, as well as the way he melted the Dan,
was highly representative. Like Yi Qingfeng,
an alchemist who had begun to find his own path.
All that was needed was the alchemical wisdom of the ancient alchemists.
Once Yi Qingfeng could eat through this Dan formula,
he would definitely be able to realize something new.
The value that this brought was really not something that could be compared to a Tao medicine. Only after thinking about this did Chen Jian say,
"If this person is you, old ancestor, an exchange is not impossible. I just don't know. What kind of Tao medicine is this?" Upon hearing this,
Yi Qingfeng directly flipped his hand,
and a Tao medicine that was contained by a transparent crystal box came into view.
It was a spirit seedling that was only an inch long and short,
with an overall silvery white color and only 3 leaves. These 3 leaves, only the size of a fingernail,
took on the shape of a crescent moon.
The entire spirit seedling emitted a faint halo,
and one could see the space twisting under the ripples of the halo.
However,
the power fluctuations emanating from it could not be felt because of the box's barrier. This is the silver moon cold soul grass, an extremely rare soul growth type treasure. But the silver moon cold soul grass is also divided into upper,
middle, and lower classes, with 3 leaves being lower, 6 leaves being middle, and 9 leaves being upper. The current you, relatively speaking, is that your soul grows too slowly? You must get your hands on this silver moon cold soul grass.
Xian Hongxiao's voice suddenly came.
Silver moon cold soul grass? For the growth of the soul? Chen Jian's heart couldn't help but move to suppress these emotions.
This is the silver moon cold soul grass, which can be used to strengthen the soul and should be of great benefit to a young alchemist like you.
You can seriously think about it, but if you don't want to change it, then I won't force you, old ancestor.
Yi Qingfeng looked at Chen Stable, who could not see any waves of emotions and could not help but open his mouth to explain.
Chen Jian took a deep breath before saying, "It's fine to exchange,
but there's one thing I have to make clear first.
This is something my master left me.
It would have been against the rules to pass it on without his permission. If the Dan formula really reaches the hands of the old ancestor,
please don't circulate it. As for master's place,
I will personally apologize to him when I see him." Yi Qingfeng was shaken and trembled.
This is of course, if old ancestor I don't even know this, it would be considered a wasted life for so many years. Then I would also like to ask you, old ancestor, to prepare pen, ink, paper and inkstones for the brat. Chen Jian opened his mouth. "Come this way."
Yi Qingfeng hurriedly stood up.
Soon, Chen Steady was brought to a stone table. On the desktop spiritual paper, spiritual pen, these have already been prepared.
"This you hold first." Yi Qingfeng directly handed the box in his hand to Chen Stable.
As far as he was concerned,
he was not at all afraid of Chen Stable's denial. The reason why it was given to Chen Stable first was to express his attitude.
Chen Stable didn't refuse and directly took it over. Seeing Chen Jian if decisive,
Yi Qingfeng was momentarily more satisfied.
Only after putting away the Dao pill did Chen Stable sit down.
As he watched Chen Jian write down the proportions of the spirit materials and the way to melt the pills one by one,
Yi Qingfeng's eyes became brighter and brighter. At the end of the day,
he even clapped his hands directly.
"Wonderful, really wonderful enough."
When Chen Jian stopped writing, Yi Qingfeng took the Dan formula and savored it,
and that look appeared to be extremely obsessive. Seeing this, Chen Stability couldn't help but shake his head. A small extreme dragon demon pill formula could make people go crazy to this extent.
What kind of expression would these people have if they were to know that the Dan scripture he possessed had a more complicated and advanced Dan formula than this?
Ha ha, what a marvelous way to form an elixir. It really must still be the legendary extreme dragon demon Dan formula.
It was only when everything was understood that Yi Qingfeng laughed aloud.
After dozens of breaths,
Yi Qingfeng calmed his mind,
then said towards Chen Stability, "I've made you kid laugh." Chen Jian shook his head and said,
"At that time, when I obtained this Dan formula, I was even worse than my old ancestor."
The wisdom of the ancients is indeed remarkable. We are not convinced. When you reach my realm,
you will surely be able to achieve the level of favor and disdain.
Hearing Chen Stable say this,
Yi Qingfeng really believed it and backhandedly persuaded Chen Stable.
Well, actually, I just didn't want to embarrass you by rambling.
Chen Stable belabored in his heart before saying,
"As long as I can reach this realm of my old ancestor, I'm already satisfied, and I actually don't dare to ask for anything extravagant."
"Well, work hard.
Old ancestor is optimistic about you."
Yi Qingfeng immediately looked at Chen Stable with an even more satisfied gaze.
"If there's nothing else, the brat won't disturb the old ancestor's latent cultivation." Chen Stable opened his mouth. "That's fine, but remember, if something happens, you must come to old ancestor me,"
Yi Qingfeng solemnly instructed.
"Definitely." Chen Jian nodded heavily. With those words, Chen Jian did not linger any longer and directly left the inner palace. When Chen Stable's back disappeared,
Yi Qingfeng hurriedly entered the alchemy room with the Dan formula in his hand.
At this moment, where did he look as calm as before? On the other hand,
Chen Jian had just left the inner palace when he bumped into Yi Qingxian head-on.
Seeing Yi Qingxian, Chen Jian could not help but raise his eyebrows. It looks like it was waiting for me on purpose. Yi Qingxian took a deep breath before welcoming her.
What you just said shortly.
Does it still count? Chapter 144. I'm short of a maid.
One of the 10 great divine artifacts of the Swire period.
What do you mean? Chen Jian could not help but frown.
Yi Qingxian saw that Chen Stable didn't seem to be joking, so she said, "You said that we could exchange our alchemy experiences sometime. So that's what it is." It was only then that Chen Jian reacted. This he did say. However, he was also half joking, and he didn't expect Yi Qingxian to take it seriously. Yes, but in a short period of time, I may not have the time. Chen Stable thought for a moment and said, this he wasn't joking about. He had a lot of catching up to do right now. It was true that there was no time to teach Yi Qingxian alchemy experience. Of course, if there was time, he wouldn't mind exchanging some words with Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian's mouth moved before she finally said, I don't know when you'll have the time. Can you give me an exact number? Speaking of this, Yi Qingxian took a deep breath. This is important to me. Chen Stable's brows could not help but twist lightly.
Is this person really ignorant of the ways of the world? Or is he just faking it? Asking for a favor, and that's how you get it? At this time, Yi Qingxian also reacted, and hastily said, I didn't mean to force you, it's just that my character is like this. No, it's because I was in a momentary hurry. Seeing Yi Qingxian's flustered appearance, Chen Jian could not help but sigh. So this guy really doesn't know anything about people. I have to say, the world is a big place, and there really are all kinds of people. To be honest with you, I don't have that time on short notice. Also, alchemy is nothing more than my idle pleasure. Without a specific need, I won't deliberately cultivate. With that, Chen Jian turned his words around. That's it, you go back. Yi Qingxian's entire body completely froze, especially when she heard Chen Jian say that alchemy was just an idle pleasure. Her person went numb. What she lusted after fell on the other side. Just for fun. What is she doing here? Clowns?
Chen Jian didn't pay any more attention to Yi Qingxian and directly staggered past him.
Wait. Right at this moment, Yi Qingxian once again called out to Chen Jian. Chen Jian hesitated, but still stopped. 10 breaths of time. Say what you have to say quickly. Chen Jian looked at Yi Qingxian and said, if you teach me alchemy, I can teach you cultivation. How about this in exchange? Yi Qingxian took a deep breath and said, teach me to practice? Chen Jian almost didn't burst out laughing. There really weren't many people in this world who dared to say such things to him. However, it was only because of his personal cultivation that Chen's stability suppressed his inner emotions. I appreciate your kindness, but right now, I'm still satisfied with my cultivation speed. So, sorry about that.
Yi Qingxian's brows wrinkled lightly.
Are you looking down on my cultivation experience? For Yi Qingxian's lack of self-knowledge, Chen Jian was also a bit annoyed. Yes, that's how I feel. You're not feeling wrong. Also, if you want me to teach you alchemy you can. Come and be my maid for 3 years. This is the most basic condition. If it's acceptable, then I can teach you. If it doesn't satisfy, then leave me alone. After the words were spoken, Chen Jian did not pay any more attention to Yi Qingxian and turned around to leave. Yi Qingxian looked at Chen Stable's back, her silver teeth clenching her red lips, vaguely overflowing a blood trail. Chen Jian's words were the ultimate humiliation to her, not to mention the fact that Chen Stable's mere alchemy strength outperformed her. Just based on her status in the Yi clan, Chen Stable was not qualified to make her this maid. But then, he just said it. So what's that if not a deliberate attempt to humiliate her? But she also knew that she had asked for it. So, this humiliation, no matter how resentful she was, she had to hold it in. She swore, one day, she would make sure to make Chen Jian take that back. Didn't you say I'm not qualified to teach you cultivation? I'll show you what a true monastic genius is. One day, you'll beg to be taught by me. With this in mind, Yi Qingxian then suppressed her anger and turned to leave. On the other hand, Chen Stable had already returned to his residence. He was naturally unaware of what Yi Qingxian was thinking, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. If she's capable, she'll just prove herself. Without the ability, then she naturally has to hold it in. It was now nearly a month away from going up to the ancient kingdom of Lulan. During this month, he plans to take a short dive. This time, he has 5 targets. First, elevate yourself as much as possible. Second, enhance your soul strength as much as possible. Third, cultivate the divine elephant 4 elephant seals and raise all the other secret arts and divine abilities a little more. Fourth, take in the foreign fire and turn it to your own use. Fifth, use this time period to explore the role of the chaotic immortal coffin and the yin-yang world-suppressing cauldron again. The 5th goal, the one he was most looking forward to and most pressing to find out. If he could manipulate these 2 things to use in battle, it would definitely be a great help to him. With this in mind,
Chen Stable did not hesitate any longer and directly entered the cultivation room after hanging a do not disturb sign outside his residence. After adjusting his state to the best, Chen Stability took out the chaotic immortal coffin at the first opportunity. Looking at the ancient and unadorned sarcophagus in front of him, Chen Jian took a deep breath, then once again operated the chaotic sequence force, little by little ferrying it into the tattoo marks on the surface of the sarcophagus. In a flash of the mark, it transformed into a huge suction force that continuously absorbed the power of the chaotic sequence in his hand.
Is it hard to believe that there's a show? Seeing this, Chen Stable's eyes lit up.
Then he further increased his power output.
Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Stable's face was incredibly pale,
and his entire body was constantly shaking.
At this time, Chen Jian looked as if he had been sucked dry. The chaotic immortal coffin, on the other hand, still didn't have any reaction, as if it was like a slag woman. No initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. Holy, play with me. Holy, people are numb.
Chen Stable withdrew his power with one hand,
breathing heavily. Put. Just then, Xian Hongxiao suddenly snorted a laugh.
She was watching Chen Stable almost get sucked dry, and the scene was nothing short of hilarious. It was the first time she had ever seen Chen Stable suffer such a big boring loss.
You laugh a hammer aw,
Chen Stable said without a good breath.
Ha ha ha, that's hilarious.
You kid is hilarious. Immortal Red Peony couldn't help it at once and directly laughed out loud.
If you have this time to laugh, why don't you help me think of a way to see how I can use it in battle?
Chen Jian said helplessly. Immortal Red Peony laughed for a long time before saying seriously. I already told you long ago that although it recognizes you, it obviously has its own consciousness.
You want to use it in battle, you still have to have it initiate itself.
So, my suggestion is that you just work on improving your strength first and wait for its command.
So I'm not being whored out for nothing? Chen Stabilizer was dumbfounded. Consider it a dog bite.
Chen Stable exhaled a mouthful of turbid air before he took the chaotic immortal coffin back into the sea of souls without a trace of anger.
Out of sight, out of mind, so that nothing happens.
Only after adjusting himself a bit did Chen Stability take out the Yin-Yang World Suppressor Cauldron.
This time, he didn't act privately again, but said, this Dan Ding, do you recognize it, Sister Peonia?
Recognize. It's also one of the top 10 divine objects of the Taiku. The Falling World Heavy Thunder Bead ranked 5th,
and it ranked 7th.
But its situation is no worse than that of the Falling World Heavy Thunder Bead. The loss of divinity is severe, and it's too hard and too difficult to recover. What's ridiculous is that the descendants only used it for alchemy.
It's like throwing away the watermelon and picking up the sesame seeds. Speaking of this, Xian Hongxiao sneered coldly. One of the 10 sacred objects? 7th? Holy, bet I pulled out the good stuff again. Only then did Immortal Red Peony leisurely open her mouth and say, your kid doesn't know what kind of luck you have. Even finding a Dan tripod can run into an ancient divine artifact. If you weren't born to rob fate, no one would even suspect it if they said you were the son of heaven's destiny.
Chen Jian could not help but touch his nose.
His fortune was indeed exaggerated, which he could not refute. Thinking of this, Chen Jian then said, then, Sister Peonia, quickly tell me what its function is. Chapter 145 Yin Yang World Suppressing Cauldron's Role, Guling Kite's Anger. The Yin Yang World Suppressor Cauldron, containing the way of yin and yang within, and externalizing the power of world suppression. It can be said that it is one of the most orthodox Tao rhythms. If you want to use the Jinshi Cauldron, there can be two ways. The first one is borrowing the yin and yang forces within the tripod to realize the Tao. When enlightenment reaches a certain level, you will have a different perception, and it may not even be impossible to have a yin and yang Tao rhyme. However, it's too hard and difficult to reach this level, and it's impossible to force it. The second is that you can directly drive the world-suppressing cauldron and use its world-suppressing power to suppress your enemy. This is the most direct and the most effective way to utilize the Jinshi Temple. Then how do I drive it? Chen Jian took a deep breath and said, just inject your soul power into it and drive the world-suppressing cauldron with your life. Speaking of this, Xian Hongxiao changed his words, but let me say it before the ugly words. It is extremely demanding on the human soul. How much power you can utilize the Jinshi Ding depends on the strength of your soul power in addition to the strength of the Jinshi Ding's existing power. Another point is that when you drive the world-suppressing cauldron against the enemy, once you are counter-suppressed by the other party, the backlash against the soul is also extremely great. Easily the soul bleeds from 7 holes, and if it is heavy, it dies outright. So, it's also important to use it depending on the actual situation, and never put yourself in danger. Understood. Chen Jian nodded heavily. But at the same time, his heart was already racing. Next, he would like to try out what would happen when this world-suppressing cauldron was driven. With this in mind, Chen Stable flipped his hand.
A small miniature tripod appeared in his hand and rotated under the entanglement of power.
Next, it's up to you. Chen Stable's brow shook. An invisible soul power quickly disappeared into the world-suppressing cauldron.
The yin and yang Dao rhythms inside the tripod revived at once,
and the two shapes of the dragon and phoenix transformed into yin and yang fish as they rotated.
The ancient and mysterious rhythms of the law drumming.
At first glance, they look like they've come to life,
and the world inside the tripod was gradually expanding. The ancient space was churning little by little, and all kinds of visions were superimposed one after another.
Nice guy. Is this the world inside the tripod? Is this the Jinshi power that Sister Peonia talks about? Chen Jian could not help but take a deep breath.
As his soul power crossed into the world within the tripod,
an extremely domineering force suppressed the heavens and earth. Heaven and earth are in the formless, and all things are in the unimaginable.
Yin and yang bear 10,000 years,
and the great world town is eternal. Soon,
4 short spells failed to enter Chen Stable's mind. Chen Stable was suddenly shocked, and his thoughts moved up with his heart.
Under the guidance of the spell,
the Jinshi cauldron moved a little bit with the pull of the soul.
It's a done deal.
Chen Jian's eyes lit up as he once again increased the output of his soul power.
Under the continuous injection of soul power,
the Jinshi cauldron actually enlarged at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was a good thing that there was formation space within the cultivation room that was being augmented.
Otherwise the entire cultivation room would have to be powerfully burst. Soon,
the diameter of the world-suppressing cauldron enlarged to as large as 100 feet,
appearing to cover the sky. Around the tripod, the power of yin and yang to suppress the world was still entwined, and the two shadows of the dragon and phoenix were rotating on both sides. The dragon's voice grows longer than that. The phoenix cry is long-lasting, and by this time,
Chen Stable's soul power had also reached its limit.
But even so,
the side of space enveloped by this world-suppressing cauldron was already completely distorted.
If a strong suppression came down,
the entire formation space would have to explode into a sky full of dust.
So strong. Seeing this, Chen Stable couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. In the end,
he still didn't suppress the world-suppressing cauldron down, but slowly withdrew his soul power. When he lost the control of his soul power, the Jinshi cauldron rapidly became smaller.
Finally,
it once again transformed into a miniature Dan Ding.
Looking at the Dan tripod in his hand,
Chen Jian's mouth could not help but curl up into a faint smile.
He believed that as long as he refined away the silver moon cold soul grass, he would be able to take his soul power to the next level. At that time, not only would the world-suppressing cauldron become even larger, but even that power would become stronger. How would his strength grow then? Thinking of this, the curve of Chen Stable's mouth hooked up even more. With this in mind,
Chen Steady put the distractions in his mind and prepared to proceed with the refining of the silver moon cold soul grass,
only to see that his hand flipped once again, and a transparent crystal box appeared on his palm. Sister Peonia, is it okay if I open it directly? Chen Jian opened his mouth. It's no problem, but if you don't use it, you must put the lid back on sooner. Xian Hongxiao spoke. Then what can be said about refining it? Chen Jian could not help but ask again. Refine it normally,
but I suggest you refine a piece of it first and see how it works,
said Immortal Red Peony.
Her words changed.
Normally,
one would be saturated by refining just one piece. There's also the fact that there might be a tingling sensation in the soul when refining,
which you have to hold on to, or else you'll lose all your efforts. Understood. Chen Jian nodded heavily.
Take care of yourself then.
After dropping this sentence, Xian Hongxiao did not speak again.
Chen Jian took a deep breath before slowly opening the lid of the box.
The moment the silver moon cold soul grass was exposed to the air, an exclusive soul power fluctuation pressed in. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Chen Jian felt a great shock to his soul.
His brain buzzed straight away, and a horrible dizziness struck him. At the same time, the entire immediate world was pale, as if they were in an ice world. At first glance, that soul still had the feeling of being quickly crushed. Nice guy. Chen Stable's body shook around him, not daring to slack off any longer. He hurriedly operated the Tai Shang Guanxi and the everlasting prosperity technique. And right at this moment, the chaotic immortal coffin in the Sea of Souls suddenly shook, instantly crushing the soul power fluctuations that had rushed into the Sea of Souls. Chen Jian should come back to his senses at that moment. Without realizing it, his eyes were scarlet as blood. The fruit is worthy of the Taoist medicine. If it wasn't for the chaotic immortal coffin's outburst, it would probably have taken some effort for him to get rid of it from the soul force impact. After pressing his mind down, Chen Stable did not hesitate and directly picked off a leaf. Refining. After wrapping the blade with his soul, Chen Stability once again operated the Taishan observation thoughts. At that instant,
an even more terrifying soul force impact rushed into Chen Stable's soul sea once again,
wanting to crush it in one go. Before Chen Stable could counterattack, the chaotic immortal coffin moved once more. In a single tremor,
the soul power fluctuations that rushed in were shaken into nothingness again.
Good chance.
Chen Jinxiang strongly withstood the aftershock and violently increased the refining speed of the blades. With the chaotic immortal coffin's help in suppressing it, the cold soul grass blades were quickly refined into a stream of power. When Chen Jian saw this,
he immediately absorbed it. Is this it?
Upon absorbing this stream of power to its fullest, Chen Stability realized that his soul power had grown, but the change was not as great as he had imagined.
Continue. Your soul's foundation is thicker than expected. Immortal Red Peony took a deep breath and said, got it. Just one leaf too few. Without hesitation, Chen Jian picked another leaf and absorbed it. After an unknown amount of time, the second leaf was absorbed.
But the soul still hadn't changed much.
It was still foggy with soul mist. Continue. I can't believe it. I can't absorb all three pieces. Chen Jian took a deep breath before absorbing it once more. Upon seeing this scene,
Xian Hongxiao had been dumbfounded.
Silver Moon Cold Soul Grass, what is that? Even if it was a lower grade Dao medicine,
it was an extremely rare heavenly material. The medicinal power contained within was naturally needless to say.
Not to mention 3 leaves. Even 1 leaf would be enough for a strong person below the realm of the proof. However,
what she did not expect was that Chen Jian had refined 3 pieces in a row.
If it was a normal person,
that soul sea would have already been burst.
But on the contrary, Chen Stable still looked unsatisfied. This is too much. Sparing her that year, under the same realm, she could only refine a leaf and a half.
At this moment in time, her gaze towards Chen Stable completely changed.
Meanwhile, the Chen clan,
at the Cold Kite Palace.
Say, what's the situation of that kid now? Guling Kite said as she held a transmitting note. At this time,
there were only less than 10 days left before the 1-month period.
And after more than 20 days of fermentation, not only did Chen Stable's reputation completely stink,
even the withdrawal from the marriage was already known to everyone.
For this reason,
some of Lulan Xingshue's clusters followed suit and crusaded against Chen Jian with their words.
Because of their crusade,
this has once again been pushed to another climax.
And as the time continued to approach, the entire desolate ancient realm followed suit.
Even some cultivators who were farther away from the Lulan ancient kingdom had already departed for it.
In their opinion,
it would be a lifetime's regret to miss the show.
At this moment,
the voice of the transmitting note came.
Other than Yi Maniac and the others who were furious upon hearing the rumors outside, Chen Stable didn't react too much. I heard from the people of the Yi clan that it was as if he was unaffected, and that he went into seclusion after making a trip to the treasure pavilion.
Are you sure he heard the remarks we spread?
Guling Kite said with a cold, sullen face. Sure, I asked specifically.
The voice of the transmitting note sounded again.
Got it.
You continue to observe and report to this seat at the first opportunity if anything happens.
Guling Kite said in a deep voice. Understood.
The opposite party responded in a hurry.
Upon disconnecting, Guling Kite slapped the transmission note on the desktop,
endless anger surging under her eyes.
Chen Jian's reaction made her upset. Very upset.
The image she had imagined didn't happen.
It gave her an immediate feeling of being a clown. Damn. The more he thought about it, the angrier Guling Kite became.
And the table under his palm directly exploded into crumbs all over the sky.
Chapter 146 Heavenly Fate Empress Body Awakening. Emperor Phoenix emerges. Meanwhile, the ancient kingdom of Lulan, the ancestral land. Boom!
As a gigantic Emperor Phoenix rushed out from one of the cultivation spaces,
the entire ancestral land shook with it.
Only 10,000 feet of silver phoenix flames rose up into the sky, and the terrifying power lined up in all directions, inducing shocking visions. The Imperial Queen awakens and the Imperial Phoenix emerges.
This is definitely the Empress awakening.
The whole country was completely abuzz at this moment.
One by one,
the country elders rushed towards where the ancestral land was,
with unconcealable excitement on their faces. At this time, Ji Qingying, who was guiding Lulan Xingxue in the ancestral land,
had long been too excited to speak,
witnessed the awakening of the Emperor Phoenix with his own eyes. What an honor for her. In just a few breaths, Lulan Yutian and the others also rushed over one by one. Mother, is it the little snow empress who has awakened? Lulan Yutian said excitedly.
If one looked closely, one could see that his entire body was trembling slightly. With the lord of a country by his side, he naturally knew what the awakening of the heavens mandate emperor's queen body represented.
Their Lulan ancient kingdom's founding ancestor was the heavens destiny empress body, and later condensed the empress bloodline after becoming an emperor.
This bloodline is only passed on to females and not males.
But even so, there were high and low levels of purity in the inherited bloodline. After the purity of the bloodline reached a certain level, the heavenly fate imperial empress body could be formed, and only those who possessed the heaven's destiny emperor's queen body would have the chance to awaken the power contained within it and continue the Dao lineage left behind by the patriarchs. His daughter, Lulan Xingxue, was born with an imperial empress body,
and the purity of her bloodline was directly comparable to that of the patriarch. It was also because of this that his daughter was noticed by the ancient kingdom's senior management as soon as she was born, and she was listed as a holy maiden.
And they lifted their country, waiting for Lulan Xingxue to come of age and then enter the ancestral land to receive the inheritance. Now, Lulan Xingxue did it, and it only took 20 days. It was far beyond all of them. Looking at the gazes cast by the crowd, Ji Qingying nodded her head with a smile. Yes, it's Xiao Shui's Heaven's Destiny Emperor Queen body that has awakened. When this matter was truly confirmed from Ji Lightning Shadow's mouth, the shock that Lulan Yutian and the others received could only be described with words that were hard to describe. Good. Worthy of being my daughter. Worthy of being my daughter. Lulan Yutian trembled with excitement. And right at that moment, the exit of the space within the ancestral land suddenly trembled. Is this coming out? At that moment, everyone was looking in the direction of the exit. The excitement on their faces gradually condensed, and their breaths were held. With that, there was a converging movement at the exit, and a silhouette stepped out from it. To the eye, there was a woman with a noble aura, silver-white flames wrapped around her body, and an Emperor Phoenix shadow overriding the midair. This woman was none other than Lulan Xingxue, who was in seclusion. But compared to before the seclusion, Lulan Xingxue's appearance and temperament had once again undergone a metamorphosis. An invisible aura of superiority outwardly threw the pressure to open up, raising his hands and feet to form their own power. The pupils looked silver-white, with 2 rounds of flames pulsating, making the already cool her at another point of unblasphemable distance. On top of that, the increase in her cultivation could be clearly seen. In just 20 days, he had reached the 8th Nirvana realm from the 3rd Nirvana realm. As for real strength, it was immeasurable. Lulan Yutian's gaze swept over the crowd without much fluctuation in the bottom of his eyes. Only when it landed on the 3 people, Ji Qingying, Lulan Yutian and Mo Xingxue, was there a hint of humanized dissimilarity. Snowy, meet grandmother, father, mother. Lulan Xingxue slowly collected his breath and made a slight bow towards where the 3 people were. And before the 3 of them could respond, an ancient voice came from the ancestral land. It's been tens of thousands of years, and the ancient inheritor of my country has finally come forth. With this inheritor, my country will prosper. Prosper greatly. Ha ha ha. Between the laughs and the fall, the entire ancestral land trembled, causing hearts and minds to tremble. This is Taishangzhou? Listening to the sounds coming from the scene, there was a count of 1. All of them were shocked. What are you waiting for? Why don't you salute? The one who reacted first was Ji Qingying, only to see her bellowing at the group behind her. We, the others, meet the Supreme Elder. Lulan Yutian and the others hurriedly ambled. No need to be polite, the Supreme Elder Ancestor said indifferently. Then his divine thoughts landed on Lulan Xingxue's body. Little girl child, what is your name? My daughter, Lulan Xingxue, is the current Lulan Holy Maiden. Lulan Xingxue didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly said, not bad, really good. The Supreme Elder Ancestor was satisfied with Lulan Xingxue's answer. Little Snow, thank you for the praise from the Supreme Ancestor. Lulan Xingxue didn't look too fluctuating, but her expression was respectful. Seeing this state of Lulan Xingxue, the Supreme Elder Ancestor was even more satisfied with Lulan Xingxue. So he said, work hard. I hope to see you enter the Hall of the Beginning Ancestor one day. The Hall of the Patriarchs, the very core of the ancestral lands. You can only enter if you are recognized by all the powerful people inside. And when the Supreme Elder Ancestor said this, it was also considered a disguised recognition of Lulan Xingxue's talent. Lulan Xingxue's face finally changed this time, and she solemnly said, Little Snow, will work hard and step into the Hall of Patriarchs as fast as possible. Good. Then this old ancestor will wait for you there. As the Supreme Old Ancestor laughed aloud, he withdrew his divine thoughts, and at that moment, the pressure of everyone on the scene lightened in unison. But likewise, the gazes they looked at Lulan Xingxue changed once again. To be treated like this by the Supreme Ancestor was enough to prove her potential. Entering the Hall of Patriarchs, what an honor. Like Ji Qingying, all of them were not yet qualified to enter. As for Lulan Xingxue, that still has a long way to go, and likewise needs to prove itself step by step. The first one on the scene to come back to his senses was Ji Qingying. At this moment, she came to Lulan Xingxue's side and spoke. Not bad. Didn't let grandma down. Xiao Shui can't have today without grandmother's cultivation. Lulan Xingxue solemnly said. Ji Qingying laughed and didn't dwell on it any longer, but said, now that there are still about 10 days before the January date, what do you say? Speaking of this, the smile on Ji Qingying's face disappeared and was replaced by bone-chilling coldness. Since she had become famous, there was really no one who had disobeyed her like Qin Jian. In her opinion,
If it wasn't for the fact that the forces behind Qin's stable were superior, coupled with the guidance of the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Stones, Qin's stability was simply not qualified to enter into a marriage contract with his own granddaughter. Now it was good that they hadn't even disliked it yet, but instead it was Qin Jian who jumped out. That open-mouthed look was a sin. If she wasn't still concerned about the Yi Chen and Chen clans, she would have already slapped Qin's stable to death. As for Lulan Xingxue, the smile on her face completely disappeared when she heard Ji Qingying mention Qin's stable. But before she could respond, Lulan Yutian, who was on the side, spoke coldly instead. Guling Kite contacted me. With that, he raised the transmission note in his hand. Ji Qingying's brows knitted lightly. When they were young, Guling Kite and her were like sisters. Over the years, the girls have had less contact, but that bond does still exist, and the two had the sense to make the relationship between the two powers a little stronger. This is one of the reasons why they advocate for not allowing the withdrawal. Guling Kite's subsequent doings also made her anger subside quite a bit, at least on the surface. It didn't affect the relationship. Let's see what she has to say first. Ji Qingying suppressed her inner thoughts before she spoke. Good. Lulan Yutian nodded before he injected his spiritual energy into the transmission note. Chapter 147 Lulan Shangshue's Confidence. One battle detonates the desolate ancients. Ancient? I wonder what's up. Lulan Yutian took a deep breath before he laughed softly. On the other side, Guling Kite also forced a smile to come. Just wanted to ask how Little Snow's cultivation progress is going, and if there's anything I can do to help. Understand. It's not just that he's afraid of wasting the resources he's given away and has come to poke around. Lulan Yutian smiled coldly, but also intended not to reveal it. Father, let me do it. Lulan Shangxue suddenly spoke. Lulan Xingxue couldn't help but be stunned, but still handed over the transmission note. Lulan Xingxue took the transmission note and opened her mouth. Auntie, it's me, Lulan Xingxue. So it's Little Snow. You've come out of the customs? Guling Kite immediately laughed aloud. From the words one could hear that there was a change in Guling Kite's tone. Lulan Xingxue nodded. Just got out. Then do you have confidence? Guling Kite was silent for a moment and directly opened the door. The corner of Lulan Xingxue's mouth hooked up in a proud arc. He definitely doesn't have the slightest chance of winning. Hearing such confident words, Guling Kite knew that Lulan Xingxue must have made an unimaginable breakthrough. Maybe what you see with your own eyes may be false, but the subconscious tone of voice, it's definitely not false. However, the stronger and more confident Lulan Xingxue was, the friendlier it was to her. She only needed Qin Stable to lose his ass. Everything else would be unimportant to her. Only after thinking about this did Guling Kite say, if you have this kind of confidence, then Auntie will feel relieved. Lulan Xingxue spoke again. 3 days later, I will challenge a Heavenly King Realm powerhouse. This is my first battle after I leave the customs. With that, her words changed. At that time, I will let the world know that he is a joke. And by withdrawing from me, he's even more of a joke. After the words were spoken, Lulan Xingxue's body exuded a terrifying aura around him, invisibly pressing the space to distort more than just. The purpose of Lulan Xingxue's approach was naturally understood by Gulinkue. On the one hand, it was to take this opportunity to show her strength and let the world recognize her. On the other hand, it was to put her in a position to take the initiative in this matter. Thus, the world will feel that it is Qin Stable who is not worthy of her, not her who was not worthy of Qin Stable. But it had to be said that Lulan Xingxue's approach was indeed wonderful enough. Once she proved herself in this withdrawal, then she would be able to step on Qin Stable's body to get to the top. In this way, there was no one in the entire desolate world who did not know the name of Lulan Xingxue. If this is what Lulan Xingxue thought of long ago, then this Lulan Xingxue is not a simple person nah. A cold color flashed in Guling Kite's eyes. But soon, she threw these distractions away again. Although this would make Lulan Xingxue the biggest beneficiary, but in order to completely stomp on Qin Stable, she didn't care that much anymore. Just go ahead and do it. I'll help you push for it, and I'll make sure that it spreads throughout the entire desolate ancient realm at the fastest speed. Guling Kite took a deep breath and said. Lulan Xingxue's eyes flickered before she said, then Little Snow, I'll thank you here first, Aunt Grandmother. You're being serious here. We're just working together to correct Qin Stable's mistakes. Saying that, Guling Kite's words changed. If we really want to say thank you, Auntie still has to thank Xiao Shui for your understanding of the world. That boy must be out of his mind to back out of a marriage with a nice girl like you. Lulan Xingxue didn't say anything, but a cold color flashed in her eyes. She still remembered the humiliation that Qin Jian had inflicted on her. If I don't return all of this, I'll never get through it with her. Then Auntie will wait for your news. Guling Kite spoke. Good. Lulan Xingxue answered. Guling Kite didn't say anything else and directly disconnected. As Lulan Xingxue put away the transmission note, Lulan, you genius asked,
Little Snow, have you decided? Lulan Xingshue's gaze was languid. This is only the first step in my upward journey. If I can't even behead a tiny heavenly king realm, then how can I talk about standing at the highest point of the era? As for Chen Stable, maybe before this, it was very impressive, but it can't stop me now. Well said. Our sons and daughters of the Lulan ancient kingdom should have this kind of ambition. Ji Qingying burst out laughing aloud. And for all of this, Chen Jian was completely unaware. At this time, he had already finished absorbing the third leaf. The moment he absorbed all the power in it, his soul finally changed. The souls that were originally like layers of mist had begun to liquefy into water droplets by this time. This was the evolution of the soul to a higher level. The fog condensed into liquid, and the surface also flickered with 9 colors of light. Compared to the mist-layered souls, the liquid souls were more solid and dense, and the strength of the power they possessed was even greater. As for Chen Stable, at this time, he could clearly feel the changes in it. The change is hard to put into words, but it is real. Phew! Chen steadily suppressed the raging surges in his soul sea before he exhaled a long, turbid breath. As far as he was concerned, it was about time now, but there was still a long way to go before he set his sights on the goal. The next step was to take in the Annihilation Void Skyflame. With this in mind, Chen Jian once again flipped his hand, and a golden light ball once again entered his hand. 5 more days passed, and there were only 5 days left before the 1-month period, and during those 5 days, Lulan Xingxue had fought 10 Heavenly King realms in a row with the 8th Nirvana realm. In the end, all 10 Heavenly King realms lost to her sword, and none of them were able to walk under her for 10 moves. The strongest of them was in the Heavenly King realm, and his cultivation had even reached the 5th Heavenly King realm. One must know that every small realm was a heavenly rift for cultivators who had reached the Heavenly King realm, and Lulan Xingxue was able to defeat 10 Heavenly King realms in a row with the Nirvana realm, so the difficulty could be imagined. It can be said that such a proud record can be ranked even among the younger generation of the same generation. Also because of this outburst, Lulan Xingxue's reputation once again resounded throughout the entire desolate ancient realm. At the same time, it had also entered the sights of some great powerhouses. If it was before this, Lulan Xingxue was known to the world because of the fact that the holy daughter of the Lulan ancient kingdom had been withdrawn from marriage by the son of the Chen clan. Now then, she had completely become a supreme heavenly pride in the eyes of the people. Moreover, it was still a supreme heavenly pride whose potential was no less than Chen Hongmian's level. And Chen Jian, who had been silent, was in the eyes of the world, a thoroughly self-serving, do-nothing, short-sighted buffoon and hypocrite. For this result, not only was the Lulan ancient kingdom satisfied, even Guling Kite followed suit with excitement. At the same time, the news also reached the Yi clan. Yi clan, in the great hall of the clan chief. At this moment, Yi Maniac, Yi Fan, Yi Shenyan and the others all gathered together. Only after the atmosphere had been silent for a long time did Yi Maniac leisurely open his mouth. I should know what's going on since I summoned you all here today. Yi Shenyan responded by coldly saying, what idea that Lulan Xingxue is playing with? A person can think of it. I'm afraid she's digging her own grave if she wants to use my son to get to the top. Yi Fan and Jiang Bingli did not speak, but silently looked at each other. In fact, they also hoped that Chen Stability would be able to overpower Lulan Xingxue. But the reality was that Lulan Xingxue was able to defeat 10 Heavenly King realms with the Nirvana realm, and that had completely proved herself. Taking a step back, even if Chen Stable's talent was stronger than Lulan Xingxue's. However, in the case of the same genius, Chen Stability himself was a large realm away from Lulan Xingxue. Will this winning talent be able to close the gap of this great realm? Maybe it's okay, maybe not, but now at least, they dare not assert it. What's more, no one knows if this is the limit of Lulan Xingxue. Yi Maniac glanced at Yi Xingyan before saying, actually, this isn't what we're considering. Little Steady is going up to the Eternal Dragon Phoenix Mountain this time to chop off that marriage line, and as long as Lulan Xingxue and the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Stones are united in battle, then it will be 10 times more difficult for Little Stable to chop off the marriage thread. At that time, there's no need for Lulan Xingxue to make a move at all. Little Steady will lose face in front of the world. In that case, whether Little Stable is an opponent of Lulan Xingxue or not, that's already meaningless. Yi Xinyan's face sank violently. How could she not know about the rumors of the Eternal Dragon Phoenix Stone? It's just like the old man said. Even without Lulan Xingxue's enchantment, it would be 1,000 times more difficult for her son to cut off the marriage thread. Not to mention at 10 times the difficulty. Therefore, this time, her words of certainty that she believed in Chen Jian could no longer be uttered. AI. All we can do now is to wait for Little Steady to come out, and then make countermeasures accordingly. Yi Maniac sighed lightly. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinyan's fists under his sleeves could not help but tighten. Yi Maniac glanced at Yi Xinyan and did not speak again. 3 more days passed. At this moment, Chen Stable, who had been in seclusion, finally slowly opened his eyes.